The moment the man put his rice on the shelves, it was snapped up by a group of wealthy merchants at a price of 100 taels of gold per kilogram. This was because the rice he grew was not only of excellent quality, but more importantly, it had miraculous health benefits after consumption. It was a year of famine, and many people were struggling to even afford food and clothing. Qin Yi, however, was unexpectedly transported to this ancient, famine-stricken era due to an accident. Faced with a barren, desolate land before him, he felt utterly hopeless. Just then, a golden virtual screen suddenly unfolded in front of him, and then a mechanical voice slowly rang in his mind. Ding! Super landlord system successfully bound. Any crop will mature within 7 days of being planted. The matured crop will not only be of superior quality, but will also come with additional bonus effects. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's despair vanished like a receding tide. He knew his chance to turn things around had arrived. Brother, there seems to be some noise outside. A childish voice came from outside the window. It was Qin Yi's younger sister, Qin Yi, who was 15 years old and just coming of age. He also has another younger sister, Qin Yi, who is 14 years old. The two sisters are his only relatives after he transmigrated to this world. Rune, you go back first, I'll go take a look. But Qin Yi pulled him back in a coquettish manner. No, brother, I want to go with you too. Qin Yi didn't insist any further. He gently took her small hand and climbed out of the window. There were only 2 rooms in total where they lived. He gave one room to his 2 younger sisters and lived in the other room himself, which also served as a kitchen and storage room. The room was fully equipped with all kinds of farm tools. As Qin Yi cautiously groped her way forward, Qin Yi couldn't help but frown. Since he transmigrated here, he has vaguely felt that his eyes have changed. Even in the darkest night, he can see the distant scenery clearly. He couldn't help but wonder, was it the wormhole that transported him that changed his body? Or was it because of the super landlord system? 6 mu of land. Not a large area, but not a small one either. But right now, the land in front of him is undergoing an almost unbelievable transformation. Qin Yi's eyes widened, and he stood there stunned, his heart churning with emotions. The once listless and nearly dead Tang Dynasty rice is now growing like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, at a speed visible to the naked eye. These seedlings were planted 3 months ago, and since the severe drought, they have hardly grown at all. Qin Yi had even prepared for the worst, and was ready to take his 2 younger sisters to seek refuge with the government. With the fragmented memories of 5,000 years of history in his mind, plus a rudimentary understanding of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, if he were to encounter a good opportunity, he might even be able to obtain an official position, which would make his life worthwhile. However, at this moment, those ideas had long been forgotten. Qin Yi laughed out loud. In less than 10 minutes, the 6 acres of land were completely transformed. The rice had sprouted and was growing remarkably well. Golden ears of rice swayed gently in the night breeze, as if beckoning to him. System, what's going on? The moment the thought crossed his mind, a familiar response echoed in his head. Host, this is the power of the super farm. Any crop, once planted, will mature within 7 days. Qin Yi's heart was stirred once again. The system was indeed as powerful as he had imagined. But soon, doubts arose in his mind. The system clearly stated that the rice would ripen in 7 days, yet the rice in front of him had ripened in less than 10 minutes after activating the system. Why was that? Why did the rice ripen so quickly after the system was activated? Qin Yi wondered, communicating with the system. The system was silent for a moment, then a mechanical voice with a hint of mockery came out. It's not ripe enough today. Host probably won't live past 7 days. These words jolted Qin Yi awake. He suddenly remembered something. The world was suffering from a severe drought, which was the perfect opportunity for grain merchants to hoard grain and make a fortune. This scenario is all too familiar. As soon as food supplies run out, rice prices will inevitably skyrocket. In a normal year during the Tang Dynasty, a do, a unit of dry measure, of rice cost only 3 to 5 won, another unit of currency. However, in years of famine, as recorded in the Jingguan Jingyao, Essentials of Governance in the Jingguan era, a do of rice was worth a bolt of silk, and a bolt of silk was equivalent to about 300 won. Judging from the current situation, the price of grain has probably already soared to over 500 won. He did the math and realized that the little silver he had at home was less than an ounce, which could only buy about 20 jin of rice. Given the Tang people's appetite, coupled with the scarcity of resources, oil, and meat, their food intake was even greater. A family of 3, consuming 5 caddies of rice a day, could not survive for more than 4 days. In other words, he really wouldn't live more than 7 days. But now things are different. This golden rice field before him is his chance to turn his life around. Ha ha ha. Qin Yi laughed heartily. He finally understood that the so-called super farmland meant that no matter the wind or rain, regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter, as long as it was planted, a bumper harvest would be guaranteed 7 days later. Qin Yi sighed as she watched her brother suddenly burst into laughter, muttering under her breath, "It's over." He went crazy again after only 2 months of being crazy. Her large, bright eyes flickered with worry, her face filled with helplessness. Qin Yi finally stopped laughing, his expression turning serious than ever before. The grain hadn't been stored yet. They couldn't afford to be careless. His gaze swept across the entire farmland, and he thought to himself, a sturdy wall must be built as soon as possible, preferably as impregnable as the Great Wall. With grain, it's not the theft that's worrisome, it's having someone eyeing it. Add to that a few dozen strong men to guard the house, and the life would be amazing. Just thinking about it is exciting. Qin Yi was absolutely certain that with the super farmland, he could live a prosperous life no matter what era he lived in. Ryun, starting tomorrow, the 3 of us siblings will no longer have to worry about making a living. He spoke with certainty, his eyes shining with hope. Starting tomorrow, we will be happy people. Feeding horses, reading books, farming, and paying more attention to grains and vegetables. Qin Yi said with emotion, "Brother will build a big house here, facing the mountains, where spring is warm and flowers bloom." Qin Yi pouted, looking unconvinced. Although she was only 15 years old, she was already a graceful young woman, almost old enough to be married in the Tang dynasty. "Brother, what are you up to?" she asked impatiently. Qin Yi waved his hand, looking mysterious. "You go back first. I need to find Tian heir and Yang heir to harvest tonight." The 2 remaining tenants in the family were Tian heir and Yang heir. Summoned in the dead of night, the 2 rubbed their sleepy eyes and hurried toward the fields, only to be stunned by what they saw. "Young master, how is this possible?" Although Tian heir and Yang heir were honest and straightforward farmers, they knew the land very well. With this year's drought, and the prospect of total crop failure on their 6 acres of land, they had already planned to inform others and find alternative means of livelihood. After all, they needed to eat, and their children needed to survive. Who would have thought that this seemingly hopeless field would be blessed by the gods today, with rice growing densely, hanging low and golden, its heavy weight bending the stalks, and not a single empty spot in the 6 acres. As far as the eye could see, everything looked like a bountiful harvest. "Hee, you too, don't just stand there. Hurry up, I have a big use for this batch of grain," Qin Yi instructed. Yang heir grinned and estimated. "Young master, this must weigh at least several thousand pounds, right?" Qin Yi shook his head inwardly upon hearing this. The Tang people had limited knowledge and hadn't yet realized the power of a super farm. He estimated that this 6-acre plot would conservatively yield at least 20,000 jin, 10,000 kilograms. "If we don't have enough manpower, we'll call in more helpers, and each person will be paid 1 do, a unit of dry measure, of rice," he added. 1 do of rice is about 12.5 jin, a unit of weight, enough for a family to live on for a few more days. With grain prices skyrocketing to 500 won per do, a unit of dry measure, such a wage is astronomical. Good, good, good. Yang heir nodded repeatedly, extremely excited. His relatives were worried about not having any work. Inside, Qin Yi listened to the sounds of people working outside and began calculating on paper. "System, is there an upper limit to this super farmland?" "Host, the base output of a super farmland is fixed, but you can use landlord points to double the output, with a minimum increase of 100%. Qin Yi gasped. So, as long as he had enough points, he could infinitely increase production. Just then, Qin Yi and Qin Yi were awakened by the commotion outside and quietly peeked in. "Brother, what are you doing?" they asked in unison. Qin Yi tilted his head, scribbling on the paper. As the son of a landlord, he had attended a private school. However, he had been somewhat dull-witted before starting school, and his sudden enlightenment was somewhat startling to his 2 younger sisters. Qin Yi smiled gently and said calmly, "It's nothing. Is there a problem?" The 2 girls looked at each other, sighed, and their eyes showed a hint of helplessness. After merging his memories, Qin Yi understood that his past self was indeed somewhat foolish, the kind of honest person who was easily deceived. But ever since the incident at home, he has become like a completely different person, much more perceptive and decisive, which has led his 2 younger sisters to begin to have doubts. "Brother, are you hiding something from us?" Qin Yi was always perceptive and quickly realized that Qin Yi seemed to be doing something they didn't quite understand. Qin Yi waved his hand with a smile and said easily, Yu, I'm your older brother, don't you know me?" Go back to sleep. I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow, and I'll even buy you rouge. Even the most clever girl's eyes light up when she hears the words, a big meal. After all, she's still young, and delicious food always has a way of winning her heart. Not to mention rouge. Even a 15-year-old girl can't hide her desire for beauty, and she'll instantly obey when she hears about cosmetics. After putting his two younger sisters to sleep, Qin Yi returned to his business, his gaze falling on the fields outside. The eastern sky was already faintly lit, and a large patch of rice in the 6 acres of farmland remained unharvested. Young heir, give it your all, he urged loudly. Young master, I've already called over a dozen people over to do it. I estimate we'll finish collecting it this afternoon, and it'll be ready to dry by tomorrow morning, young heir replied, his face covered in sweat, looking like he'd just been pulled out of a water vat. Tian heir worked even harder, burying himself in the field and humming an unknown tune with joy on his face. Qin Yi nodded. Good. Tell everyone that whoever finishes before noon today will receive a big reward. Although he didn't know much about the habits of ancient farmers, after spending a long time with these two tenant farmers, Qin Yi had figured out some of their routines. In times of famine, what people want is not money, but food that can truly fill their stomachs. It is currently the first year of the Jingguan era, and the court is in dire need of reconstruction. Even the common people know that the new emperor has exempted taxes and is an enlightened ruler. The young master said there's a big reward if we finish before noon. Young heir shouted loudly upon hearing this. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people in the field straightened their backs, poked their heads out from among the waist-high rice stalks, and cheered in unison. Under the blazing midday sun, the earth was parched and cracked. Even the grasshoppers hopped weakly, making them easy prey for Qin Yi. What a bitter year. The severe drought of the first year of the Jingguan era had made life incredibly difficult for all living things. Young master, the rice harvest is complete. Tian heir ran over excitedly to report the good news. Qin Yi was leaning against the eaves when he heard this, and immediately opened his eyes, his face beaming with an uncontrollable smile. As the son of a landlord, he paced slowly before the crowd, his gaze fixed on the pile of rice at his feet, his expression grave. A dozen or so farmers stood watching him, trembling with fear, not daring to utter a sound. Even Tian heir and young heir, though acquaintances, couldn't hide their nervousness. Young master, are you satisfied? Young heir asked cautiously. In this era, there was a clear class difference between landlords and tenants, and the hierarchy of social status was deeply ingrained. Qin Yi, however, still felt somewhat uneasy about this change in circumstances. After all, in his previous life, he was just an ordinary, poor student with poor grades, barely even graduating. What truly troubled him were these tenant farmers who were working so hard. According to Tang Dynasty custom, the landlord was obligated to provide meals for the tenants who helped out. But right now, the grain hadn't even been dried in the sun and was completely inedible. There wasn't even a sliver of rice in sight. Where were they going to get food? Nobody could guarantee how much rice their meager savings of less than an ounce could buy. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead, adopting a cheerful demeanor, and said, very satisfied. Tian heir, you are in charge of registering the list, remembering the brothers who work today. Once the husks are removed, distribute the rice immediately, making sure no one is left out. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. Tian heir nodded vigorously. Don't worry, young master, I'll take care of it right away. But the atmosphere in the farmland quickly quieted down again. Young heir hesitated as he approached Qin Yi, wanting to say something but stopping himself. In the Tang Dynasty, failing to follow the proper etiquette when hosting a meal would result in being gossiped about. Even if you didn't offer money, the meal still had to be provided. Qin Yi was actually aware of this, but he could only pretend not to know, thinking that he could simply compensate by giving out more rice later. But these farmers all seemed determined to stay put under the blazing sun, their dark faces glistening with oil, and their wide smiles revealing a set of white teeth, which made one feel a little sorry for them. A growl from a stomach broke the silence. No one spoke, but the rumbling of hunger was particularly jarring. Young master, how about we eat? Young heir asked tentatively. Qin Yi was holding his breath, his heart almost exploding. No matter how good the super farmland was, it still had to be dried and hulled before it could be eaten. He gritted his teeth, reached into his sleeve, and prepared to use the little bit of silver he had to buy some rice he urgently needed. But just then, a strange cracking sound came. Crack, crack. Immediately afterwards, a series of cracking sounds rang out, and everyone turned to look, their eyes filled with fear. Goodness, this is too eerie. It's not a ghost, it's God showing us the divine intervention to save us, someone whispered. Even young heir was so frightened that he took a few steps back and hid behind Qin Yi, his face filled with terror. Qin Yi remained calm and strode forward. Upon seeing the rice, he immediately threw his head back and burst into laughter. Heaven is helping me. Everyone, listen up, start collecting this rice. Young heir, Tian heir, pack some up and cook porridge. Today, let's eat. Chapter 4 Body Enhancement Potion. Qin Yi was overjoyed. At this moment, he finally understood just how powerful the super farmland was. Looking at the 6 acres of land that had just been harvested, he wanted to shout to the heavens. The system is amazing. Normally, after rice is harvested, it needs to be dried and hulled before it can be made into white rice. But just now, there was a series of crackling sounds in the field, and Qin Yi discovered that the rice husks had burst open on their own. The once moist, golden grains of rice instantly turned shriveled and brownish yellow, then cracked open with a snap. Plump, white grains of rice popped out, scattering like pearls across the ground, a sight that exuded the scent of wealth. Qin Yi felt that this was the most beautiful sound he had heard since his transmigration, without exception. The farmers went even crazier, carrying sacks and running wildly under the scorching sun, scrambling to fill them with rice. Hurry up and get to work. The boss will definitely reward you, someone shouted, his voice hoarse. That's right. A bushel of rice costs 500 coins now. Our family simply can't afford it, another chimed in. The employer's wages were 500 cash per bushel, the most generous employer I've ever met in my life. By evening, all the rice had been collected, and dozens of sacks were piled together, looking like a white mountain of grain. Qin Yi waved his hand and shouted, We haven't had lunch yet. Let's eat first. The group was stunned for a moment. They had been thinking about food, but now they had all forgotten about it and were busy grabbing rice. Seeing everyone lining up with their bowls, he added, Everyone, take a bag home after you finish eating. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone froze, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. No one expected to encounter such a kind person in this day and age, a 15 or 16-year-old boy with such a generous heart. Yang heir and Tian heir burst into tears on the spot. This was a year of famine. A bag of rice could last for months. The farmers stood motionless, bowls in hand, their eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, and hope. In Qin Yi, they saw a glimmer of hope for survival and a long-lost sense of humanity. Then, with a thud, one person knelt down, and then one after another, they all knelt down. They were not slaves, but rather they were so hungry, so suffering, and so moved that this kneeling was an expression of gratitude. Let's eat, Qin Yi said casually, yet it was a gesture of courtesy in return. Just then, the system's voice quietly sounded. Receive gratitude from 15 farmers, points plus 15. So that's how it works. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Points could not only be exchanged for money, but also obtained through gratitude. A golden landlord mall module suddenly appeared on the panel, catching his attention. He clicked in and saw that the shop had everything: food, clothes, daily necessities, and even skills for sale. A small light blue bottle caught his eye. A body enhancement potion, only 15 points. He bought it immediately without hesitation, even though it stung a bit. Those with the means should live more freely. Moreover, he aspired to be the most laid-back and leisurely landlord, not vying for power or wealth, but quietly accumulating riches. After the system announced, enhancement potion used, Qin Yi felt a strange change in his body. A warm current spread from his spine to his limbs, then to his brain and dantian, finally converging at his heart, burning hot and tingling. Yang heir, Tian heir, count the rice. Qin Yi instructed while catching his breath. The rest of you, collect your wages and go home immediately. Anyone who dares to say anything will face the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man stepped forward and patted his chest, declaring, Don't worry, boss. I won't say a word, even if you beat me to death. Yes, our family's ability to eat is entirely thanks to the landlord. If word gets out, how can we live? Anyone who tells anyone is our enemy, and we wouldn't be too harsh to kill them. Everyone echoed in unison. Some people knelt down and kowed out, creating a deeply moving scene. Although Qin Yi didn't like kowtowing, he was used to it. All right, eat more, and remember to take some home for your family. Qin Yi waved his hand, dismissing everyone. Thank you, boss. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. But at this moment, Qin Yi felt his whole body burning up, his internal heat unbearable, and black grime oozing from his pores. Unable to bear it any longer, he rushed into his sister's room, saw the wooden tub of water, and plunged in. Ah, so comfortable, he exclaimed, feeling completely relaxed. But before he had even soaked for 2 seconds, he heard the screams of his 2 little girls. "Brother, why are you taking our bathwater?" Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu stood to the side with their hands on their hips, holding embroidery needles. Qin Yi was taken aback, then remembered that the wooden tub was originally meant for them, and he could only make do with a basin. After all, they sold off their family fortune a while ago, leaving only this bathtub, which had already been divided up. Besides, the drought was severe, and water was scarce. His taking a bath like this was indeed quite selfish. "You guys go out first. Tomorrow I'll buy you the rouge used by the top courtesan at Ziyu Tower," he quickly coaxed. Chapter 5 Entering Chang'an. Qin Yi mentioned rouge, the top courtesan of Ziyu Tower, and this tactic proved effective. His 2 younger sisters gritted their teeth, said nothing more, and turned to leave. He then lay back down in the tub, continuing to enjoy the changes brought about by the body-enhancing potion, his heart filled with delight. On a hot day, he was wearing very little clothing, and once he got wet, his body shape was immediately revealed. Looking down, he saw that his 8-pack abs were clearly defined, and his arms had smooth lines without an ounce of excess fat. "Now that's more like a landlord," Qin Yi thought to himself. With this physique, farming would not only be easier, but he would also have more masculinity. Conquering the land and conquering life had only just begun. His eyesight sharpened, and he could even see the bustling scene of rice being packed outside through the crack in the door. So he asked the system, "What level am I at now?" The system immediately replied, "The host has reached the limit of an ordinary person." Qin Yi thought to himself, "He's fast, jumps high, and isn't bad at fighting. He has a solid foundation. But brute force alone isn't enough. If he really encounters bandits, he'll need martial arts skills. So he needs to continue earning money and accumulating points. Those martial arts techniques and skills in the shop aren't for nothing." Just then, an exclamation came from outside. "My God, 30,000 Jin." He was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was the statistical result. 6 mu of super farmland yielded a full 30,000 Jin of rice. In those days, a yield of 500 Jin per mu was considered high, so his yield of 5,000 Jin per mu was simply cheating. With this batch of rice, Qin Yi knew his first pot of gold was secured. But the biggest problem at hand wasn't the yield, but how to sell it. That night, Yang Air and Tian Air didn't dare close their eyes, taking turns guarding the grain, each clutching a hoe and a machete. With so many disaster victims and displaced people, who knew when someone would come to steal it? "The young master saved us. We must protect this granary." This was their only thought. Qin Yi looked at the mountain of sacks, pondered for a long time, and decided to sell them in batches, without being too conspicuous. The Tang dynasty merchants were everywhere, and selling too much at once would definitely arouse suspicion, especially since there were too many shrewd people in Chang'an. A peck of rice costs 500 coins now. If this batch of grain were sold, it could earn at least 1,000 taels of silver. But if the secret of the super farm were accidentally exposed, trouble would follow. Just as he was pondering this, Yang Air made a suggestion. "Master, how about we dig a cellar to hide it?" His eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't slept all night, and his entire demeanor had transformed from a punching bag into a grain-protecting warrior. Qin Yi shook his head. "No need. Keep 500 Jin for ourselves, and divide the rest into 50 portions, covering them with hay. Let's take 500 Jin into the city first to test the waters." 10 bags of rice, each weighing 50 Jin, approximately 25 kilograms, no more, no less. This trip was mainly to scout out the route, to check the market conditions and risks. The donkey cart arrived quickly, carrying 2 skinny donkeys that swayed with every step. They set off from Lantian, traveling 70 li, approximately 35 kilometers, heading towards the east gate of Chang'an. Lantian is still relatively unknown, although its jade production is expected to be astonishing in the future. Currently, it remains largely undeveloped. But Qin Yi knows that this land, like himself, will one day shine. Upon arriving in Chang'an and standing before the Changlu Gate, Qin Yi was almost stunned by the city. High walls blocked out the sky, the moat was as wide as a lake, and the city gates resembled colossal beasts, exuding an incomparably imposing aura. He deliberately chose to enter from the east gate because the east market was nearby, making it the most convenient place to sell grain. However, it was also the most dangerous, as too many merchants and officials were there watching grain prices, and one could easily become the center of attention. Therefore, he planned ahead to keep a low profile, and to keep a low profile even more. 500 caddies of rice, 2 carts, mingled among the merchants' entourage, slowly making their way towards the city gate. There were many guards at the gate, each one glaring menacingly, their eyes like knives as they surveyed the approaching intruders. Yang Er and Tian Er trembled with fear, but Qin Yi lay on the sack, legs crossed, as steady as an old dog. "Get off the cart," the soldier shouted coldly. Qin Yi easily flipped off the cart, clean and neat, his eyes indifferent. "What are you transporting?" the soldier questioned. "Rice," Qin Yi replied without hesitation. "Rice?" The soldier was stunned. The price of rice had skyrocketed. A dough, a unit of dry measure, in Chang'an had risen to 701. These days, bringing 500 jin of rice into the city is more enviable than bringing gold. Qin Yi took off his straw hat, revealing a youthful yet determined face. "This is last year's stored grain. There's a severe drought right now, and I just want to sell some grain cheaply so that people can afford to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, the wary soldiers around him visibly relaxed their gazes. The most respected people in the army were scholars like him who had the world in their hearts. "Sir, we men should put the country first. This little bit of food may be small, but it's still our part." Qin Yi continued to persuade him, but he spoke with such conviction that even he himself was a little moved. The gatekeeper immediately perked up. "You've studied? Good. Go take the imperial examinations later. The Tang dynasty needs people like you." Then he waved for him to pass, without hesitation. Qin Yi was a little stunned, thinking, this deception is too effective. Before he could even rejoice, Yang Er ran over with a long face. "That soldier from the boss just grabbed a handful of rice." Qin Yi frowned. "Just a handful is fine. We'll just lose a little." "No, a handful is at least 30 pounds. Yang Er was almost crying. Chapter 6. You're robbing me. Qin Yi's boastful words at the city gate were all for show. In Chang'an of the Tang dynasty, what ordinary people were there? If it were truly to save lives, he wouldn't hesitate to sell a peck of rice for 3 or 5 coins. Qin Yi himself would be willing to lose money to do good. The problem is that Chang'an doesn't lack money, but it lacks an entry point. In this imperial capital, those who can afford to live are all nobles, wealthy merchants, high-ranking officials, and powerful figures. There is simply no place for the poor to stand. Since that's the case, the higher the rice price, the better. The more outrageous the price, the more money Qin Yi can make. He smiled coldly, recalling his less than stellar opinion of Li Er. Although Qin Yi considered himself a poor student, he viewed Emperor Taizong of Tang as only slightly above average. The Tang dynasty's rise to the top of the world was due to the brilliance of its founding ministers, not the efforts of any single individual. Moreover, Li Er's Xianbei bloodline destined him to indulge in debauchery for 3 months after his ascension to the throne. His later ability to govern diligently and create the reign of Jingguan was a result of his realization after a setback. Meanwhile, Chang'an was still indulging in a life of debauchery. Even with the arrival of a year of famine, 500 men dressed as women danced outside Xuanwu Gate for the emperor's amusement, a gesture personally approved by Li Er. If this absurd act doesn't yield a big profit soon, it'll be truly unprofitable once he realizes he needs to regulate the merchants. Chang'an isn't short of money. It's just that there's demand but no supply. 500 coins for a peck of rice. Not unusual. Even if you had the silver, you might not be able to buy it. What's needed is distribution channels. Therefore, Qin Yi didn't plan to let this rice appear in the West Market, a place teeming with officials and merchants, where sharp-eyed people would be watching closely. Going there would be suicide. He had to choose the East Market. That was where the poor mingled, a mixed bag, making it easier to make a discreet move. Qin Yi's face was hidden in the shadow of his straw hat, but his eyes were exceptionally clear. "Master, when we get to the East Market, who should we sell to?" Qin Yi smiled. "Grain merchants, of course." Yang Er and Tian Er were stunned. "Why don't we just bring the rice ourselves and sell it directly? Why do we have to go through grain merchants? They'll definitely try to drive down the price, which means we'll lose a lot of money." But Qin Yi had his own plans. Direct sales were too conspicuous. Cooperating with grain merchants was much safer. They entered Heji Trading Company, a medium-sized grain store in Chang'an. At this moment, the manager was stamping his feet inside, his face full of anxiety. "Where's the grain? Where's the grain, you bunch of good-for-nothings? You buy it for 400 or 500 coins and sell it for 600 or 700. Isn't making a profit on the difference better?" The shop assistants lowered their heads, their stomachs full of bitterness but daring not to speak out. In these days, disasters were raging everywhere. Not to mention ordinary people. Even small households were hoarding grain. Who would want to sell? Not to mention the big grain merchants, who had already filled their warehouses with their backers and wouldn't give small merchants a single drop of soup. "Manager, it's not that we're not working hard. It's just that nobody's willing to distribute grain. Today it's 500 coins a bushel, tomorrow it might not even be 700. People are trying to survive. Bullshit. All you do is shift the blame when you're incompetent. I'm so angry. Just as manager he was speaking, a knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The shopkeeper said impatiently as he opened the door, but stopped abruptly upon seeing the three people outside. Two were thin, gaunt farmers, clearly used to working in the fields, while the other was a tall man wearing a straw hat. The tall man was upright, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his muscles clearly defined, exuding an imposing aura. The shop assistant, who had intended to shout, "What do you want?" abruptly changed his words to, "May I ask, what brings you here?" "Selling grain," Qin Yi replied calmly. Inside the room, the shopkeeper suddenly jumped up, slipped, and fell to the ground with a thud, his nose bleeding profusely. Ignoring the pain, he wiped the blood and rushed out. "Sir, how much grain do you have?" "Hee, 500 jin." Qin Yi removed his straw hat, his voice not loud, but full of confidence. The shopkeeper was taken aback. The young man before him was not old, but his features were sharp and refined, his speech was extraordinary, and his temperament was remarkable. This was no ordinary person, definitely not. "What is your surname, sir?" "My surname is Qin. 800 cash per dough. Are you willing to take it?" Qin Yi asked bluntly. 800? The shopkeeper gasped. This price was outrageous. Grain was indeed valuable, but selling it at such a high cost, where was the profit? He smiled wryly. "Young man, it's not that we don't want to buy, but how are we supposed to make money at 800 cash? Didn't the shopkeeper say there was a food shortage?" Qin Yi's smile remained unchanged. "There is a shortage, but we're just a small business. We have to make some money. Yang Air, Tian Air, bring me that bag of rice that the soldier grabbed and opened." The two men carried in a half bag of rice, and as soon as the white rice appeared, the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise. Such superior rice exists in this world. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The grains were plump and round, each one like jade, snow white and translucent, and even had a delicate fragrance. This was no ordinary rice. It was clearly tribute rice of the highest quality. "Where did you get this rice, young man?" "Hee, it's from my family's grain reserves. I saw you were pitiful, so I exchanged it for some silver." Qin Yi said casually, his words light and his face calm. But if he actually said, "I grew them myself," people would probably be besieging his house the next day. "Is that all?" "That's all. 800 coins, not a bad deal, right?" The shopkeeper stroked his beard and nodded, his eyes gleaming. "Whether it's a good deal or not, young man, at this price, you're robbing me." Chapter 7, I'll take it all. Hee, aren't you grain merchants just robbing people by raising grain prices? Qin Yi smiled faintly, his tone unhurried but hitting the nail on the head. "Besides, is my rice the same as everyone else's?" As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and Yang Air and Tian Air, who had already understood, took a copper basin, grabbed a handful of rice from the sack, and poured it in. Some water was poured into the basin, and the rice grains fell into it. The surroundings instantly fell silent. At first, the shopkeeper thought they were just a bit plump. But as soon as the rice grains touched the water, the fat on his face began to tremble uncontrollably. The water rippled, the rice grains gradually swelled, and a delicate fragrance quietly wafted out. No need to cook them. Just soaking them in water was enough to fill the air with their aroma. "This is impossible," the shopkeeper exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Beside the copper basin, a group of waiters drooled, their eyes practically glued to the water's surface. The rice grains were like jade, each plump and round, like works of art. The aroma seemed to penetrate to the very core of one's being, awakening the deepest hunger within. 800 coins it is." The shopkeeper practically shouted, his voice trembling but unwavering. He wasn't stupid. This rice wasn't just grain. If it could be sold in bulk, it would definitely cause a frenzy in Chang'an. Qin Yi looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and calmly said, "Other shops' rice. 1 bushel is enough for 10 people to eat for a day. This 1 bushel of rice is enough for 10 people to eat for 3 days." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's body trembled violently. He hadn't misheard? 3 times the rice yield? Qin Yi wasn't exaggerating. The day before yesterday, the dozen or so helpers plus Qin's family of 3 planned to cook enough rice for 17 people in 3 batches, but they only managed to cook 1 pot, and everyone was so full they were burping. The feeling of fullness was like drinking porridge with meat broth. Such rice, if word got out, would not be just any commodity, but a divine treasure. And what he wanted was precisely this kind of high-priced and discreet business. Cooperating with the merchant guild meant remaining out of the public eye, not drawing attention, selling grain as usual, earning money as usual, and being safe. Sure enough, Manager, he was now so excited that his eyes were shining, his hands were grabbing grains of rice in the water, and his expression was one of fanaticism. Young man, how much rice do you have? I'll take it all. Our Heji trading company has plenty of everything, but plenty of silver. After saying that, he lowered his voice and revealed a meaningful smile. To tell you the truth, we have no ordinary people behind us. The implication was that he had powerful connections. Qin Yi smirked at this, too lazy to pay him any attention. What connections? What backing? What relationships? What did they have to do with me? I'm here to sell rice, not to discuss favors. All right, 500 caddies, cash on delivery. Quick, go get the silver. The shopkeeper kicked the shop assistant in the backside, his eyes red with anger. Thank goodness. I've finally turned things around. The shop assistant rushed into the back room to get the money. Brother Qin. Just call me Qin Yi. Good, Brother Qin Yi. He rubbed his hands with the shopkeeper, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Our shop has only been open for a short time, struggling to stay afloat, and we don't have many good products. But now that we have your rice, in less than a month, I will be the biggest grain merchant in Chang'an. This was no boast. In years of famine, those who control the best grain supplies are either government officials or extremely wealthy businessmen. The shopkeeper had already discerned that Qin Yi was not a reckless youth, but a shrewd and calculating business rival. Brother Qin Yi, he suddenly said, pulling a jade pendant from his robes and handing it to Qin Yi. The pendant was carved with dragons and phoenixes, its jade smooth and lustrous, clearly of high quality. We have the government backing us, so we're not afraid to do anything. If you really have the goods, feel free to sell them to me. Qin Yi took the jade pendant, his brow furrowing as alarm bells rang in his mind. Damn it, this person might be a government merchant. Not just some commoner with connections, but someone who could very well have ties to high-ranking officials, or even the imperial family. Could it be that Li Heir has already started paying attention to the grain market? His mind raced, his thoughts racing. No, if he were targeted, especially by His Majesty, his creation of a super farm would inevitably be exposed sooner or later. In these times, wealth and grain are not a blessing, but a curse. Even if they don't seize your property, they might still force you into officialdom, which would be utterly disastrous. Qin Yi suppressed the turmoil in his heart and smiled without changing his expression. Shopkeeper, to be honest, I'm just a farmer, but my family has fallen on hard times, and we don't have much rice left. This rice is indeed a gift from heaven, something you can only come across by chance. The shopkeeper was taken aback. What do you mean? Qin Yi sighed dramatically. 3 months ago, do you remember overnight, a rainbow streaked across Chang'an? The rice in my backyard sprouted ears that very night, and by the next day it had grown wildly and ripened, with grains as big as pearls. Unfortunately, we only harvested 25,000 caddies. 25,000 caddies. The shopkeeper nearly lost his balance. His face flushed red, and his lips trembled. This wasn't just 1 or 2 pecks, it was 25,000 caddies. He stared at Qin Yi, trying to find a flaw in the young man's youthful face, but the more he looked, the more honest and straightforward the man seemed. This is a miracle. So how do you plan to sell it? A one-off deal, 20,000 caddies. These 500 caddies today will be used as a sample, and the rest will be delivered tomorrow. There is only one condition. Payment first, delivery later. Your men can come with me to load the goods. If even 1 caddy is not as described, the money will be refunded. The shopkeeper paused for 3 breaths, then suddenly laughed. Hey, normally I wouldn't agree to this rule, but with the disasters raging, deal. Qin Yi's gaze darkened slightly. Aren't you afraid I'm a swindler? The shopkeeper smiled faintly, his expression meaningful. I've seen plenty of swindlers. None of them who managed to take money from me and leave have lived more than 3 days. Qin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. This shopkeeper was no ordinary person. Chang'an isn't big, and Lantian is even smaller, young brother Qin Yi. The shopkeeper flicked his sleeves, his face cold. The moment you took the silver from the shop's entrance, someone was watching you, and they won't leave until the grain is stored in the granary. Qin Yi nodded, understanding now. This person wasn't an ordinary individual. He was the kind who could wipe you out with a single word. But it didn't matter. His own background was clean, just a dilapidated landlord family, barely surviving after selling their land and house. Investigate as you please. Chapter 8. Not eating pork. It's delicious. Qin Yi walked in front, followed by Yang Heir and Tian Heir. These 2 guys were arrogant, looking like they could fly, incredibly smug, as if they had become young masters of a wealthy family overnight. Having money had completely changed their confidence. If they weren't timid, these 2 would probably strut around the streets of Chang'an. Manager, he was indeed generous. After signing the contract, he paid the full amount, 20,000 caddies of rice, a whopping 1,280 taels of silver in one go. In those days, this was an enormous sum. Manager, he only sent one assistant with a knife to accompany Qin Yi and his companions. The others were busy arranging the transport of the grain. Yang Air and Tian Air would be working through the night to deliver the grain to the trading company. Qin Yi had no concept of money and simply took out 80 taels and rewarded the two simpletons. The two almost burst into tears on the spot. What kind of master was so generous? Thus, the lively scene before them unfolded. The donkey cart was piled high with goods purchased from the east and west markets, and it was nearly dusk when they left Chang'an through the south gate. Qin Yi lay half reclined in the car, lazily saying to them, "You too, don't get too cocky. You'll have plenty of money in the future. But remember one thing. Say what you should say, and don't utter a single word you shouldn't." The two guys nodded repeatedly, faster than rattle drums. Don't let their usual silly demeanor fool you. They're incredibly shrewd when it matters. You know, ordinary farmers might not even see a tael of silver a year, but these farmers are now each given 40 taels. How could they not work there? But off the setting sun cast its slanting rays, and the donkey cart bumped along the road. Qin Yi looked at the cart full of goods and felt quite satisfied. Half a pig, 2 chickens, a large iron pot, and all kinds of seasonings, scallions, ginger, garlic, cinnamon, cardamom, and everything else was there. He even bought top-quality rouge and 2 enormous wooden tubs specifically for his sisters to bathe in. He also purchased some spices that are now considered luxuries, such as pepper and Sichuan peppercorns. However, he already had a plan in mind. He could grow all these things himself from now on. He had promised to change his sister's life, and he had to keep his word. As the older brother, he had to shoulder the responsibility of the family, and even if he had to start all over again, he had to do it in a dignified manner. He hummed a little tune, strolling leisurely along. But as he sang, he suddenly stopped. Diligence for a good official career, he scoffed. I, Qin Yi, have no intention of becoming an official and suffering that kind of torment. In this feudal era, how could being an official be as comfortable as being a carefree landlord? The more idle a person is, the longer they live. The higher their position, the shorter their life. Those who leave their mark on history mostly meet the king of hell early. Qin Yi chewed on a straw, feeling the coolness of the September evening breeze. When the moon was high in the sky, they finally returned home. The knife-wielding henchman had been following them silently, like an owl in the night, cold and silent, exuding a chilling aura. Qin Yi frowned slightly, knowing this man was definitely not clean. You two will have to work hard tonight. You can sleep in more tomorrow, he instructed Yang Air and Tian Air. Yang Air patted his chest and yawned. Boss, don't be shy. We're made of iron. One night is nothing. Having taken the money, they naturally had to work their lives away. Who isn't just trying to make a living for a few taels of silver? Countless people would risk their lives. Qin Yi sighed. Wasn't he the same after transmigrating to this Tang dynasty? Yu, come out and get your things. Qin Yi called into the house. The family couldn't afford to keep maids anymore. Even feeding the young girls was a problem. They needed a good meal tonight. Once they earned some money, they should hire a few quick and efficient servants to serve them. Brother, you're back. Qin Ryun was the first to rush out, her nose twitching as she caught a whiff of rouge. She threw herself into Qin Yi's arms. I knew it, brother, you're the best. Qin Ryu, on the other hand, seemed much calmer, her personality naturally more composed than her sister's. She glanced at Qin Yi indifferently, then looked at the pork on the cart, appearing thoughtful. Brother, I don't like rouge, I want clothes, she said softly. Qin Yi was taken aback, then realized what she meant, slapped his forehead and laughed. It was my oversight. I'll definitely buy you some tomorrow, okay? The little girl nodded, but her eyes fell on the half-eaten pork. She wrinkled her nose and said softly, Brother, I don't want to eat pork. What? You don't like pork? Qin Yi was completely confused. Qin Ruyun explained from the side. Brother, have you forgotten? Your sister has never been used to eating pork since she was little. She said it has a strong fishy smell and is hard to eat. Only then did Qin Yi remember that the cooking skills of the Tang dynasty were questionable. Most of their cooking was boiled or stewed, so the taste naturally couldn't compare to that of later generations. He smiled and ruffled their hair. Listen carefully, from today onwards, forget your old life, forget the old tastes. Everything you eat, use, and live in must be replaced with new ones. The two little girls' eyes immediately reddened, thinking that their family was really so poor that they couldn't afford to eat. Qin Yi said confidently, From now on, I'll make sure you eat well, drink well, and live a beautiful life. Yes. The two nodded in unison, their eyes full of trust and reliance. This pork is actually very delicious, but no one knew how to cook it before. Today, I'll show you what true culinary delight is. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouldered the large iron pot and went into his house. The house wasn't big, serving as both kitchen and bedroom, with clutter piled up in one corner. It certainly wasn't dignified to live in. But he was determined to change things, starting with building a bigger house. The water in the pot boiled, the pork was added, and the aroma gradually filled the air. His physical abilities had already been enhanced, so this kind of work was nothing to him. Before he transmigrated, he knew how to cook. In fact, it could be said that he was good at nothing else besides cooking. Half an hour later, Qin Yi stood at the door, already drooling. "Brother, we're coming in. Don't rush, it's not ready yet." Qin Yi didn't even turn his head. "But it smells so good. Bear with it." Finally, a big pot of braised pork and a roast chicken were ready. Qin Yi ladled out a bowl of thick rice porridge, steaming hot and glistening with rice oil. "You can come in now." Bang! The door opened, and two little girls rushed in. "Brother, is this pork? Is this chicken? It smells so good." Qin Yi watched them devour their food, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go, and good days will come one by one. He leaned against the door, humming a little tune, leisurely gazing at the sky. Not far away, Yang Air and Tian Air secretly hid 10,000 caddies of rice. The rest was to be delivered to Manager He for delivery. Chapter 9: The Rich Second Generation and Chun. Qin Yi hummed a tune as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. The strange singing style left Yang Air and Tian Air bewildered, thinking to themselves, the master's tune doesn't sound like something from the mortal world. After all, farmers in this era had never heard of folk songs before. What they could hear were only the semi-classical, semi-vernacular tunes sung by courtesans. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night. Qin Yi frowned, and Yang Air and Tian Air immediately grabbed their hoes and pitchforks, looking around warily. Just then, a voice rang out from not far away. "Hey, what a huge pit." Qin Yi knew immediately that this must be a trap dug by the two tenant farmers to prevent theft. If someone came to steal grain at night, they would fall flat on their face if they stepped into it. "I'm He Chun, the shopkeeper's son. I'm here to move grain," the man in the pit called out repeatedly, seemingly without any hostility. Yang Air and Tian Air quickly ran over and helped the young man out of the mud. Covered in mud, He Chun spat out dirt and cursed, while the sound of wheels came from behind. Qin Yi looked up and saw a long convoy of grain carts slowly approaching from 100 meters behind him, a magnificent and imposing sight. "Which one of you is young Master Qin Yi?" He Chun patted his clothes and stepped forward to ask politely. Qin Yi smiled and greeted him, introducing himself. "Young Master He Chun, I'm so sorry you were startled." He Chun readily agreed. "It's all right. I was always restless when I was a kid. I'm used to falling." He looked at the pile of rice and asked in confusion, How come there's so much? Wasn't it supposed to be 20,000 jin?" Qin Yi smiled casually. "It is indeed 20,000 jin. It's just that the grains of rice in my family are a bit bigger." As Yang Air and Tian Air began to direct the men to move the rice carts, Qin Yi leaned closer and whispered, "Don't you all use horse-drawn carts to move grain?" He Chun was taken aback, then chuckled. "You don't know. My father is always very discreet in his work." He looked around and lowered his voice. "My father said that your rice is a bit special, and we must sneak into the city before dawn and before people get up. Although I can't see anything special about it, anything my father has his eye on must have value." Qin Yi nodded. No wonder this group of people moved as silently as cats. They were afraid of being noticed. He Chun looked at the remote and quiet village with envy in his eyes. "This place is really nice. I also want to build a big house and live alone to cultivate immortality." Qin Yi was immediately taken aback. This guy actually had some ambition? "You're a Taoist priest?" He Chun sighed, then changed the subject. "I went to Qingyun Temple to become an apprentice, donating 3,000 taels, but the master wouldn't accept me at all." Qin Yi almost stumbled. 3,000 taels. You think you can get the imperial preceptor Yuan Tiangang to take you as a disciple with that little money? How naive. That's Yuan Tiangang, one of the creators of the 2A Bei 2, hailed as a god. How could you worship him just by throwing money at him? However, Qin Yi didn't point it out directly. Instead, he went with the flow and said with a smile, "It's all right. Young master's talent is extraordinary and beyond the comprehension of ordinary people." Qin Yi had already made his plans. This kind of foolish, rich guy needed to be cultivated beforehand. Maybe one day he could be used as a shield. He Chun, still lost in his fantasies, exclaimed, "The imperial advisor. He's the imperial advisor." Qin Yi chuckled and replied, The imperial advisor is human too, and humans make mistakes. If he misjudged you, it doesn't mean you're not a promising talent. You mean, I'm actually good material for cultivating immortality? Qin asked, his face lighting up with surprise. Qin Yi shook his head. No, you're a business prodigy. Qin's face stiffened, and after holding back for a long time, he finally laughed. You still have the nerve to say that I have poor judgment? My father said that I should never do business in this life. I will lose money even if I exchange silver for copper coins. I can only live a life of eating and waiting to die. Qin Yi said seriously. Your father may not be good at judging people. Everyone has their own talents. The key is whether you can make good use of them. The first rich second generation in the Tang dynasty was completely fooled by Qin Yi's few words. You're right. Who dares to say they can recognize a thoroughbred horse? Qin said excitedly. You're really a master. Qin Yi smiled lightly, but in his heart he had already decided that this guy was only suitable to be a background character and should never actually go into business. Children from wealthy families can be extravagant and wasteful, but if they actually go into business, trouble is inevitable. This encouragement isn't meant to ignite dreams, but rather to provide a suitable scapegoat for the future. Before long, the people of Heji Trading Company had loaded 20,000 jin of grain onto trucks, neatly arranged and pleasing to the eye. Qin didn't even check the goods before packing up and leaving. Before leaving, he grabbed Qin Yi's hand and said sincerely, Brother, tomorrow I'll take you to the best brothel in Chang'an. The Hu girls are truly enchanting. Qin Yi smiled without saying a word and said politely, the future is long. I hope that when your business spreads throughout the Tang dynasty, you will still remember me. Of course, haha, until we meet again. The grain was sold out, and the dust finally settled. With less than 10,000 jin remaining, his family couldn't possibly finish it all. Qin Yi sat in the room, staring at the sacks filling the space, lost in thought. Then, he opened the system interface, preparing to see what the next step was. Chapter 10 The second harvest arrives. Qin Yi sat cross-legged in the house, looking at the full chest of silver, his eyes gleaming. Exchange for landlord points, he said softly. As the voice fell, the system's familiar electronic voice announced, exchange complete, landlord points plus 1,000. The silver instantly turned into a phantom image, and the wooden box disappeared along with it, as if it had never existed. Qin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. System, can points be exchanged for silver? The system answered solemnly, no. He opened the landlord's online store, and the dazzling array of goods made him suffer from decision paralysis for a moment. Houses need to be built, land needs to be cultivated, and grain needs to be stockpiled. What's the most lacking thing right now? His eyes fell on the super farmland column. System, how many points are needed to upgrade a regular farmland to a super farmland? Host, the upgrade cost is 10,000 points. If you require a super upgrade, the cost will be 100,000 points. Qin Yi almost jumped out of his chair. This was 100,000 taels of silver. How many bags of rice would he have to sell to save that much? Let's get practical first. His gaze fell on the potato seeds. 500 points per serving, not expensive, but not cheap either. I bought it. Potatoes are filling and have a high yield. The key is that no one has eaten them before, so we can seize the opportunity. He glanced at the complete guide to architectural design again. 500 points, buy it. Ding, knowledge has been loaded. The host will immediately master all architectural structures and craftsmanship skills. Countless blueprints and structural principles instantly flooded Qin Yi's mind, as if he had personally built hundreds of mansions, which made him feel much more at ease. With his system points exhausted, Qin Yi no longer hesitated and prepared to plant the seed. Of the 5,000 jin of rice, he took out 100 jin for trial planting. Fortunately, the enhanced brown rice only has its husk removed, leaving its structure intact, so it can be sown directly. Unlike farmers in this era, who need to soak rice in water to germinate and cultivate seedlings, a process that is tedious and time-consuming. In the super farmland, you can harvest the seeds in 7 days. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Yi stood by the field, looking at the rice in the 4 acres of land, which had grown golden and straight, with large and full ears. Yang Heir and Tian Heir stood behind him, their mouths slightly open, their expressions blank. Young master, what's going on? Don't ask why, just start cutting. Like I said, whoever finishes fastest gets a reward. Upon hearing the word reward, the two immediately perked up. The 40 taels of silver were still warm in their arms, and the master's words were as good as gold. Qin Yi then walked towards the 2 acres of potato fields next to him. He swung his hoe, gently dug, and a potato rolled out, weighing a good 2 pounds. He held it in his hand and weighed it in his hand, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. These 2 acres of land should yield at least 5 or 6,000 caddies. Potatoes didn't exist in this era, but once they were widely adopted, they would be enough to change people's lives. After thinking it over, Qin Yi decided to find a salesman. The first person he thought of was He Chun, the rich second generation who claimed to be cultivating immortality but was actually quite idle. At this time, the Tang dynasty was in the midst of a turbulent period. In the first year of the Jingguan era, in mid-September, the scorching sun faded, the weather became dry and humid, and both floods and droughts occurred, with plagues lurking in the air. In the palace, Emperor Taizong sat upright in the main hall, looking wearily at the memorials on his desk. Empress Zhongsun came over carrying a bowl of hot porridge and said softly, "Your Majesty, please try this. It's porridge made from new rice, and it smells wonderful." Li Er listlessly took the spoon, casually scooped up a mouthful, and put it in his mouth. In an instant, the emperor's eyes widened. "How can this taste so sweet? Guanyinbi, what did you release?" Empress Zhongsun chuckled. "No seasoning was added. It's just a new type of rice that's recently appeared on the market." She said softly, "This kind of rice, just 1 ounce can make a large pot of soup. It's expensive, but it's very practical." Li Er's expression grew serious. "Investigate where this rice comes from. Hutchison Whampoa's products, 1 dough and 1 guan, are already highly sought-after items in the market." Li Er frowned deeply. "A peck of rice costs 1 string of cash, which I cannot afford." But he also understood that the people were suffering the most from the famine. Grain merchants have made a fortune. It's time to teach them a lesson. At the same time, Qin Yi met with He Chun again. Inside the Drunken Moon Pavilion, the air was filled with the fragrance of wine. He Chun looked sorrowful, but as soon as he took a sip of wine, he started talking. "Qin Yi, my father said that if I am a thoroughbred horse, he is the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. I guess I've lost out on this business." Qin Yi secretly rejoiced. Wasn't this exactly the time when they needed someone to run errands? "I still have some rice. Why don't you go and try selling it? You can get some money from it." He Chun's eyes lit up. "You still have some? Weren't they all sold out?" 20,000 caddies, still 801. "How you sell it is your business. I just want the money." Upon hearing this, He Chun sobered up halfway and immediately threw down his wine glass and rushed out. Watching his departing figure, Qin Yi's smile deepened. Making money, buying land, expanding, building houses, and farming are all planned out. With the drought just over and land prices low, now is the perfect time to buy land. He closed his eyes, and a magnificent manor appeared in his mind. A high gate, a spacious inner courtyard, surrounded by fields, and a babbling stream. Chapter 11: The Dilemma of the Tang Dynasty's Grain Soldiers. Qin Yi left the remaining 10,000 caddies of rice at home. He knew that this was not for sale, but for consumption in critical moments. He knew in his heart that rice prices were high now, but once the output of the super farms increased, the price of grain would eventually drop. But the year of disaster is far from over. We need to hold on for at least another 6 months before the overall situation can catch its breath. After all, there were many natural disasters during the Jingguan era in history, with droughts, floods, and locust plagues occurring one after another. In the 3 years after Li Shimin ascended the throne, there were 2 years of famine. Qin Yi made up his mind that no matter how high the price of grain was, the landlords would only feel at ease if they had surplus grain. At this time, He Chun secretly returned from Chang'an, bringing with him 1,500 taels of silver. The agreed price was 800 cash per dough, which is equivalent to 1,280 taels of silver, but He Chun waved his hand and didn't care about the extra 200 taels of silver. For him, making a friend was more important, since the money came too easily and he had never experienced poverty. At this time, grain prices in Chang'an soared, with a dough, a unit of dry measure, of ordinary unpolished rice costing 600 won, another unit of dry measure, and even then, it was not guaranteed that it could be purchased. Although the autumn harvest had arrived, various regions suffered severe disasters, plunging the entire Tang dynasty into a famine. At this point, the army also encountered trouble. In the grain convoy of Zuowei, Brigade Commander Zhang Xiong was frowning with worry when a squad leader whispered to him, "Brigade Commander, there's no grain left in the city." Zhang Xiong couldn't help but curse. "Of course I know." He set off from Chang'an with 100 soldiers, intending to purchase grain, but upon arriving at the destination, he discovered that there was no grain available to buy. The Turks are now stirring up trouble in Yuzhou. The border troops are struggling to hold on. Once the war starts, how can we fight without food and supplies? Unfortunately, at this critical juncture, the grain merchants were all timid as mice and dared not sell grain to the government troops. The emperor had just ascended the throne, and the national treasury was empty. Everyone was afraid that the government would later re-examine the accounts, deny everything, and hold them accountable. Most critically, the newly issued military regulations prohibited the army from forcibly requisitioning grain from the people, and even more so from looting. Zhang Xiong wanted to make a move, but didn't dare, and could only stare helplessly. Just as he was feeling down, a row of grain carts drove by in the distance, catching Zhang Xiong's attention. The caravan was quite impressive, and the drivers were incredibly excited. "Young master, this time you're sure to make a profit. With so much grain, you'll earn at least several hundred taels." "Haha, with He Qin in charge, everything's going to be a sure thing. My low profile doesn't mean I can't make money." He Qin leaned against the side of the carriage, drinking his wine, in a good mood. Just as they were dreaming of getting rich, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them, and the entire group was stopped. "Who's blocking my way? Do you want to die? Get out of the way. Can you afford to compensate us for delaying the grain sale?" The convoy stopped, and He Qin leaned out of the car. He saw several soldiers, drenched in sweat, blocking the middle of the road. One of the soldiers had a sword at his waist, was burly, and had wolf-like eyes. "Hey kid, is this grain?" He Qin glanced at the other party's attire and knew they were government troops. In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat. Only one thought crossed my mind. It's over. I'm doomed this time. What bad luck. Why did I have to run into government soldiers? Why aren't you saying anything? How much is a bushel of grain?" Zhang Xiong smiled. He had indeed struck it lucky on his way out. The sacks on the cart were bulging, and the aroma of rice filled the air. They were clearly top-quality grain. These days, this kind of grain is rarer than gold. Previously in Chang'an, grain merchants would immediately change their minds as soon as they heard that the purchases were made by government troops, fearing that they would be settled later. They were terrified. Before Zhang Xiong could vent his frustration, he encountered a god of wealth who came knocking on his door. He Qin panicked at this point, his mouth moving faster than his brain. "Sir, this is good grain, unlike coarse rice. It's not expensive at all, even at 1,500 coins a bushel." Zhang Xiong almost dropped the knife on the spot. "What did you say? 1,500? Are you robbing me? I've served in the army for 10 years, and I've never heard of rice selling for this price." A knife was suddenly placed against He Qin's neck, making his legs go weak with fear. He Qin hurriedly defended himself. "Sir, I'm not lying to you. This rice is good stuff. 1 bushel is worth 3 bushels, and all the high-ranking officials and nobles in Chang'an are fighting over it. This kind of rice is still in demand, even a bushel or a string of cash. It's normal for the price to go up now." He Qin was betting that Zhang Xiong was unaware of market conditions. After all, only the rich and powerful could afford this kind of rice, and ordinary soldiers had no chance to see it. Zhang Xiong squinted at him. "You're really not lying to me? If you dare to fool me, don't blame me for cutting you down on the spot. I'll accept 50 lashes." Chapter 12. Qin Yi's country villa. He Qin was just a rich kid who had become bold because of money. Calling him a playboy would be an understatement. The real Wenku Gongju, playboy, of Chang'an City could be suppressed by any ancestor in his family, but what about him? He had nothing but money, and his courage was as small as a rabbit's. At that moment, with the government soldiers' broadswords at his neck, he couldn't even stand up straight. His legs were shaking like sieves, and his soul seemed to have flown away. "No, sir. I can't take a scare." Before he could finish speaking, his trouser leg was already soaked. Who isn't afraid? He was killed by the soldiers, and he had no place to appeal. All they did was get 50 lashes, and he was thick-skinned enough to survive. But if he were to die here, he wouldn't even have had a few days to enjoy this wonderful world. He Qin cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Sir, this is too expensive. The most I can offer is 1,200 coins, no less. If it's any lower, even if you don't behead me today, my father will hang me up and whip me to death." Zhang Xiong squinted, his eyes filled with doubt. Just then, the dark-faced member of the team leaned over and whispered, "Commander, if it's really that kind of rice, 1,200 coins isn't expensive, it's actually cheap." Zhang Xiong nodded, then suddenly flicked his wrist. Plop. The broadsword plunged fiercely into the sack. That sudden movement startled the driver and his assistant so much that they almost knelt down. He reached out and grabbed a handful of plump, white rice in his palm. The rice grains are surprisingly large, a full size larger than ordinary brown rice, resembling tiny white beads. Before he could savor it properly, a faint fragrance wafted out and went straight to his nose. The soldiers around them, starving and with rumbling stomachs, created an extremely awkward scene. He Qin's legs went weak, and he whispered, "Sir, we don't have much rice at home. Are you really willing to pay?" Zhang Xiong sheathed his knife. "What else can we do if we don't pay? In these days, you can't move an inch without food. We need food. We need to fight. We need to do business. We all need food. He pondered for a moment, then tapped the hilt of his knife with his finger. Here's the deal. Kid, 1,300 coins. I won't take advantage of you. Natural disasters have driven grain prices up like this. Those damn grain merchants are too ruthless. They can still make a profit from this small difference. These words sounded sincere, and He-chun was overjoyed to hear them. Who cared whether the grain merchants were ruthless or not? He only knew that he had made a fortune. 500 coins. 500 coins net profit from 1 bushel. He was inwardly laughing 300 times, but outwardly he nodded 3 times in quick succession. Success. 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 He has to succeed, no matter what, because dozens of green eyes are watching him, and there's no way he can refuse. Zhang Xiong directly handed over the document. Take this order, deliver the grain to the Left Guard Army Grain Office, and collect your money. Thank you, sir. He-chun burst into laughter through his tears and almost kowtowed on the spot. But Zhang Xiong suddenly put on a smiling expression. Hey kid, tell me, where did this rice come from? He-chun froze instantly. This is a trade secret. Zhang Xiong drew his broadsword again. Swish. The gleaming blade made He-chun tremble like a leaf. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. As a result, Qin Yi was completely sold out. At this moment, Qin Yi was standing in his newly built courtyard, directing the craftsmen to work. His house has to be built there, since there are 6 acres of super farmland there. That was the foundation of his wealth and fortune, more important than his life, and he had to guard it closely. With 500 taels of silver spent, and given that the cost of building a house in the Tang dynasty was not high, more than 100 craftsmen worked for 2 days straight, and a large courtyard house was already taking shape. 8 rooms, for suites, a study, guest rooms, and a bathroom. Qin Yi had meticulously crafted it to the standards of a modern single-story villa. Qin Ryun asked curiously, swaying her pale yellow skirt. Brother, why did you build such a big house? Qin Yi laughed and said, what do you know? You'll buy a lot of things in the future. 1 room won't be enough to hold them all. Qin Ryu also came over, her lips smeared with oil. Brother, I want to eat pig's trotters. Upon seeing this adorable expression, Qin Yi immediately gave in. All right, whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. However, you can't neglect practicing calligraphy. Knowledge is power, and you'll regret it if you don't study. In just 2 days, the 2 sisters had memorized addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division by heart, which made Qin Yi quite gratified. After the 2 little ones hopped away, he went down into the newly built cellar. This place is about 100 square meters, and the potatoes from 2 acres of land are piled up to the brim. We absolutely have to get this braised beef with potatoes going. As soon as Qin Yi came out of the cellar, he was confronted by a huge head. I was so startled I almost dropped the potato. The man had a neck as thick as a tree stump, a burly build, and his face was hidden in shadow, making it impossible to discern his expression, but he exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Young Master Qin Yi? It's me. The man then smiled and said, Hee, I am Zhang Xiong, the grain transport officer of the Left Guard camp. He pointed to the cellar entrance. Can I come out first? Chapter 13, The Rise and Fall of the Nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiong's face turned red, and his already dark face turned a strange color when he blushed. He immediately realized that he was blocking Qin Yi's way out of the cellar. Qin Yi came out of the cellar, and Zhang Xiong saw the potatoes in his hand. Hiss. Young Master Qin Yi, what is this? Qin Yi didn't answer him, but looked at Zhang Xiong warily. The grain transport officer of the Left Guard? What do you want with me? As the ancients said, when a scholar encounters a soldier, he cannot reason with him. Why? Because soldiers in ancient times were not like soldiers in later generations. They did not take a single needle or thread from the people. In ancient times, soldiers would start fighting at the slightest disagreement and rob without saying a word. They are supposedly trained bandits. If these people were dressed in different clothes and thrown into a bandit's den, they would probably look even more like bandits than the bandits themselves. Therefore, Qin Yi needed to know why they had come. Zhang Xiong met a young master today and bought his grain. From what he said, this grain came from you. Zhang Xiong cut to the chase. Does the young master have any food left at home? He-chun emphasized countless times that it was essential to be amicable, as Qin Yi was a shrewd person who hated forced sales. Qin Yi frowned. You're a soldier, where's your seal? Zhang Xiong was a little confused. Was he too weak, or what? Qin Yi clearly looked like a scholar, yet he wasn't flustered at all when he saw someone as experienced as him. How could someone not be flustered when they see officers and soldiers, and even have a reasoned argument, or even take the initiative and start questioning them. The crucial point is that this guy is asking me to take out my official seal? Having served in the army for so long, responsible for transporting and purchasing grain, this was the first time Zhang Xiong had encountered someone like this. The seal is here. Young Master Qin Yi, do not panic. The Tang army is currently short of food. We are purchasing according to market prices. We will not cheat the young or old. We bought the food that young Master He Chun had for 1,300 coins. Qin Yi was stunned. No way. This works? I heard that the price of my family's rice has been quite high these past few days. Rumors in Chang'an say it's priced at 1,200 coins, but there's no market for it. He Chun just sold it for 1,300 coins, which is higher than the market price. Could it be that he took a kickback? But Zhang Xiong doesn't look like that kind of person. This guy looks like an honest person. Those who can be military food purchasers are all honest people who don't cheat or swindle. Otherwise, there would be so much profit in the military food industry. Come back in a few days. 30,000 caddies, no more, just 800 cash per dough, just enough to cover the cost. Zhang Xiong stared at the price for a long time, thinking the other party would ask for a high price. After all, this was the first time the Tang Dynasty emperor had used real money to buy grain, and such a chance to make a fortune was rare. But Qin Yi only quoted 800 coins. Hiss. Zhang Xiong's gaze towards Qin Yi changed at this moment. Young master, you have a great sense of righteousness in your heart. Zhang Xiong admires you. Although 800 coins is an astronomical price compared to ordinary coarse rice, and unimaginable compared to normal times, in this year of famine, you are able to sell the rice in your hands at a low price. Zhang Xiong admires you. 800 coins for a peck of rice. It may seem absurd, but that's how it was during special circumstances and times. 1 dough, a unit of dry measure, of this rice is equivalent to 3 dough of ordinary rice, and at today's market price, it's definitely a bargain. Hee, you're overthinking it. 800 coins isn't profitable at all. This rice is still in the cultivation stage, and the process is complicated. At the current cost, 800 coins is a loss. Qin Yi said calmly, then changed the subject. But the rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. As long as I still have the capital, I can continue to experiment. This kind of rice will become the cheapest food on the tables of the people of the Tang Dynasty. As long as you give me time, this kind of rice will be just like ordinary brown rice, costing only 3 to 5 coins per dough. Zhang Xiong admired scholars the most, but unfortunately, his family was poor in his early years, and he couldn't afford to go to school, so he could only join the army to make a living. Now, when he hears the 8 characters, every man has a responsibility for the rise and fall of the nation, his mind explodes. Listen to this. You all listen to this. The soldiers behind him stared blankly, having previously looked at Qin Yi with disdain. They believed that a real man should go to the battlefield to fight the enemy. But now, they all showed a deep respect. Scholars always speak the truth. You always say that scholars are useless, that they are worthless, but it is precisely scholars like young Master Qin Yi who have solved our problem. Young Master Qin Yi, Zhang Xiong here today guarantees that before the grain price in Chang'an of the Tang Dynasty recovers, I will purchase all your rice at 800 coins per dough until the weather returns to normal. This was the highest guarantee a grain official could give. Although the grain transport officials in the Tang Dynasty were not high-ranking, they wielded considerable power, especially when they chose to use force to requisition grain. Landlords, wealthy households, and nobles simply could not resist, bearing the emperor's orders and the will of the Tang army, who dared to utter a single word of dissent. Are you going to oppose the Tang Dynasty's army? The 24 founding heroes were all ruthless and cunning men who had killed countless people. When they came to reason with you, who cared about your reputation? One careless word could mean beheading. Qin Yi was extremely surprised to see these people being so reasonable. The soldiers of the Great Tang are fighting on the border to defend our territory. They are the most respectable people. Rest assured, such high grain prices will not last long. Since you have come today, to express my respect for the soldiers, I will donate 5,000 caddies to you myself. Rice is valuable now, but it won't be valuable in the future. It's better to do someone a favor. To be a good landlord, you must carefully consider the distribution channels. Even if rice prices come down, we still need to make money. How? It's simple, official procurement. This is the only way to truly achieve high volume with low profit margins. Just thinking about it is exciting. Isn't this a bit much? Zhang Xiong himself couldn't stand it anymore. Qin Yi had already been very generous by selling him grain at cost price. It is well known that in and around Chang'an, many grain merchants would immediately raise prices or simply refuse to sell if the grain was intended for military use. Now, Qin Yi has given away another 5,000 jin. For a moment, even someone like Zhang Xiong felt embarrassed. Young Master Qin Yi, rest assured, we will take these 5,000 caddies with us today, and when we come back, we will definitely bring enough silver. Young Master Qin Yi has the world in his heart and is concerned about the country and its people. He makes us roughnecks in the army feel ashamed. I have important matters to attend to today, but I will definitely drink 300 cups with young Master Qin Yi in the future. After Zhang Xiong clasped his hands in greeting, he took out his military command document, which was actually just a wooden plaque with 3 large characters written on it. Left guard. Once the silver arrives, I, Zhang, will take the book back. Qin Yi waved his hand. It's all right, the grain is inside. You can go in and get it. While everyone was busy working, Zhang Xiong looked at the crops in the few acres of land not far from Qin Yi's house and began to question his life. Young Master Qin Yi, what is this? This is rice. The rice you see comes from here. And what about these? Zhang Xiong asked, pointing to the potato sprouts with a puzzled look. Qin Yi smiled. Commander Zhang, this is a potato, a new type of grain. Potatoes? Newly harvested grain. What's the yield per acre? This question stumped Qin Yi. Potatoes yield about 4,000 jin per mu in the super farmland. In the last 7-day cycle, potatoes planted on 2 mu of super farmland yielded less than 9,000 jin, which was more than 3,000 jin more than the 5,000 to 6,000 jin I had previously estimated. 3,000 caddies. Qin Yi gave a conservative figure, which is also the yield per mu figure in later generations. Chapter 14, The Tang People Who Didn't Ask for a Penny More. Hiss. 3,000 caddies? 3,000 caddies per mu? Zhang Xiong had no idea what super farmland was, nor did he know the yield of these 6 acres. On ordinary land in the Tang dynasty, the yield of rice was only 5 or 600 caddies per mu, and 7 or 800 caddies per mu in better conditions. A yield of more than 1,000 caddies per mu required favorable weather, location, and human factors, including good land, sufficient water, and diligent cultivation. That's just rice. It seems that rice is the only crop in the world that can yield several hundred kilograms per mu. However, what does it mean that young Master Qin Yi mentioned potatoes with a yield of 3,000 caddies per mu? There has never been such a high yield of grain in the world. Potatoes are nothing special. They'll be everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Since you're here today, I'll give you a few. As they spoke, Qin Yi tossed a few potatoes to Zhang Xiong and briefly described how to plant them. At this moment, Zhang Xiong's heart trembled, and he held those potatoes as if they were rare treasures. This is a treasure. With a yield of 3,000 caddies per mu, if all the people of the Tang dynasty planted this, how could there be any famine in the Tang dynasty? Ordinary people don't know how important this thing is, but he certainly wouldn't dare not know. During the Wuda era, countless people starved to death across the land, especially in remote areas. When natural disasters struck, people resorted to cannibalism, exchanging their own children for food. The crazed look in the eyes of those starving people was heartbreaking for Zhang Xiong. If potatoes, such an auspicious symbol, existed back then, Zhang Xiong trembled as he carefully wrapped the potatoes, then led his soldiers, pulling 5,000 caddies of rice, towards the southwest, where the left guard camp's grain storage was located. The moment the grain officials left, a voice echoed in Qin Yi's mind. Gain favorability with the grain official, and gain 100 points as a landlord. Wow, that's 100 taels. What a steal. In the future, we should do more of these kinds of things, reasoning with people and appealing to their emotions. Otherwise, it's too tiring to exchange money for points. Recently, there have been quite a few dead cows reported in Lantian County. Cheng Wenjin, the magistrate of Lantian County, was in a state of utter distress. The birth, aging, sickness, and death of oxen are nothing special, but Lantian County is such a small place, and if oxen die every day, the prefect of the capital will soon take notice. Besides, who is slaughtering such a precious animal as an ox? Cheng Wenjin was off work today, so he took the opportunity to wander around the farmland around Lantian County in casual clothes. He walked and sighed all the way, all alone, riding his donkey under the blazing sun for a whole morning, and finally he lost heart. This year's drought has plunged the entire Lantian County into dire straits. In this beautiful place with fertile soil and abundant water, farmers should be living happily. But this year's drought has destroyed more than just 1 or 2 households. This year, Lantian County has a total of 300 households. Since the drought, more than 10 households have mysteriously disappeared. The war had only just ended a few years ago, and the entire Tang dynasty was still struggling to feed itself. Now, His Majesty has issued a decree that oxen are the foundation of agriculture in the Tang dynasty, and that oxen must not be slaughtered. Who is this person who is so greedy? The beef tastes just so. Cheng Wenjin led his donkey, walking and sighing, when suddenly, a place appeared in the barren land that amazed him. Lush and verdant, radiating the vitality of life. Less than a mile in front of him, a field of farmland was thriving. Suddenly, Cheng Wenjin felt a surge of excitement. Someone actually managed to grow crops during a year of famine? Cheng Wenjin walked over curiously, tied his donkey to a stake at the edge of the field, and carefully looked at the crops in those few acres of land, exclaiming in surprise, "My God, how can there be such huge rice plants in the world?" Cheng Wenjin's shout caused a commotion. When several people straightened up in the rice paddy, Cheng Wenjin blushed and realized that there were actually people in the field. Hee, you've never seen the world. That's right. This is what the young master often refers to as a frog in a well. That's a frog in a well, Tian Air. You're clearly not suited for studying. With the money, the first thing Yang Air and Tian Air did when they got home was to send their child to a private school. They strongly agreed with Qin Yi's words. Knowledge is power. They no longer call them master, but young master. And when they see the two girls from the Qin family, they call them Mississippi. They would occasionally receive some rewards. Today was harvest time, and Yang Air and Tian Air called over a dozen farmers early in the morning to help with the harvest. Unexpectedly, I heard a country bumpkin exclaim in surprise. Tian Air looked at the middle-aged man who was trembling with excitement and running back and forth in the field. He was especially anxious when he saw that the man was pulling up rice ears. "Hey buddy, you can look all you want, but don't go too far. My young master has a kind heart, but that doesn't mean he's easy to bully." Tian Air rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wenjin grinned and said, "Hee, brother, what's your son's name? This is the first time in my life I've seen such high-yield rice, with such plump grains. It's already so fragrant even before it's hulled. I'm losing my composure." Qin Yi was in the yard at the moment, distributing wages to the workers. The courtyard is extremely beautiful. It doesn't have the layout of a building every 5 steps or a pavilion every 10 steps like the noble families of the Tang dynasty, but it is simple and grand. The 8 rooms are separated into different courtyards with excellent depth. The courtyard, with its blue bricks and red tiles, was designed exactly as Qin Yi had suggested. From the outside, it looked unremarkable, but once inside, one would discover a hidden world within. This is just a newly built building. It hasn't been tidied up yet. At this moment, more than 100 craftsmen stood in front of Qin Yi in the courtyard, filling it to the brim. "I offered you extra money, and you'll still get the food, but that's not enough?" Among the craftsmen, an elderly man stepped forward shakily. "Young master," he said, "we are all unfortunate people. In ordinary years, we still have work to do, but this year is different. We are all starving to death. At this time, the young master made us work, provided us with meals, and even paid us extra wages. We felt really bad about it. Everyone in the world is struggling, and your family is struggling too. We are all sensible people, so naturally we can't ask for more." Qin Yi frowned. "No, you people can't be so stubborn. The grain is grain, and it will be paid as wages without fail. On top of that, we'll give you some extra money. Isn't that a good thing? Don't you spend money on anything other than food? Young master, do you look down on us? Yes, we get what we pay for. Grain prices are not low right now. If we take your grain, our family can survive, and we will be very satisfied. Not even a single extra penny is acceptable. That would be an insult to us." At this moment, everyone was quite united. Qin Yi was both amused and exasperated. This is the best of times. As long as these simple people can survive, they will soon usher in the first golden age in Chinese history, a true golden age. This was also the worst of times. During the Jingguan era, natural disasters and man-made calamities were not uncommon. In feudal times, the quality of simplicity and honesty could easily lead to exploitation. After a series of negotiations with these craftsmen, Qin Yi finally compromised. The artisans celebrated their victory. Chapter 15: The County Magistrate Who Stole Things. The craftsmen weren't paid much, about 2 taels of silver each, so 100 people would only get a little over 200 taels, which translates to less than 3 do of grain. Each person would get a sack of grain, about 40 jin, and they were quite satisfied with that. "We don't have much in the house right now, except for plenty of food. Forget it, I won't bother arguing with these people. Everyone says that landlords are the stingiest class in the world." Qin Yi wanted to change people's bad impression of landlords and be more generous, but he only got 100 eye rolls in return. It's kind of ridiculous to have a bunch of coins that you can't give away. Are there really people who can't stand money? As the craftsmen received their goods and happily returned home to reunite with their wives and children, a middle-aged scholar in a blue robe peeked in. Upon entering the courtyard, another exclamation was heard. This courtyard may seem simple, but it actually holds hidden secrets. It is a perfect example of a small but complete house. Hee, young sir, where's your son? Qin Yi glanced at the uninvited guest. What? Does my young master owe you money? No, 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 I am Chung Wenjin, the magistrate of Lantian County. Today, I was so excited to see that 6 acres of fertile land here were planted with rice and had a bountiful harvest that I came here uninvited. Please forgive me and inform him of my presence. I don't have any sons in my family. I'm all alone. Tell me, what do you want? Upon hearing this, Chung Wenjin immediately sized up the boy, whose clothes were extremely unkempt. He was just a teenage boy, with pubic hair still growing on his lip. He dressed extremely casually, wearing a robe and all white. His demeanor was indescribable, and he seemed out of place. So it's young Master Qin Yi. As Chung Wenjin stroked his beard, wanting to ask some questions and resolve his doubts, but they found that Qin Yi had already turned and walked into the house. Seriously? I'm the county magistrate, the most respected person in the county. You're just an ordinary person, and you don't even show me any respect? Chung Wenjin couldn't help but feel puzzled, and he was also somewhat displeased. But then he realized that since entering the room, it seemed that he was the one who was weaker in terms of presence, not the young man, and he sighed instantly. Young master, I have some questions. Qin Yi ignored him, and instead took out 2 small boards from the house. He then casually snapped them open, and in an instant, 2 small stools appeared. Chung Wenjin was dumbfounded. This was made by a craftsman. After learning it, the craftsman planned to forego payment, thinking that this skill alone would provide him with a comfortable life. But Qin Yi still told him to be down to earth and support his wife and children first, and to talk about the stool later when he had money. Qin Yi gestured for Chung Wenjin to sit down. If you have any questions, just ask. Qin Yi wasn't the type to be arrogant and disdainful of kings and nobles. He still had to give Chung Wenjin some face. In a year of severe drought, with a lack of rain, how can the rice survive? Could it be that you, young master, have some special method? Qin Yi shook his head. Your Excellency is overthinking it. I, Qin Yi, am just a farmer. I don't have that many methods. It's just that this rice is easy to grow. In a year with favorable weather, the yield is higher than that of ordinary rice. Even in a year of drought, there will still be a harvest, so people won't starve. Oh, that's amazing. Doesn't that go against the natural order of things? The so-called natural order of things is that farming requires soil and water, but how could the officials of the Tang dynasty know how to farm? They all only read the classics and know nothing about farming, so of course they don't understand why. These kinds of people are easy to fool. All you need to do is make up an excuse. Your Excellency, this land is not so simple. Even if water is extremely scarce in the soil, it is still water, Farmers know where water is better than human eyes. Chung Wenjin agreed wholeheartedly, squinting his eyes as if digesting this knowledge that he didn't quite understand. Young master, everything is done. Tian Air ran over excitedly. Qin Yi nodded, gesturing for Tian Air to come over. Tian Air rolled his eyes at Chung Wenjin, then whispered in Qin Yi's ear, Young master, this time, 33,000 caddies. Qin Yi smiled. It seemed that the yield of these 6 acres of super farmland was not constant. The basic yield was also a fluctuating value, sometimes more and sometimes less. 5,000 caddies per mu was a guaranteed minimum. All right, get ready. I reckon Commander Zhang is coming soon. Chung Wenjin didn't leave, nor did he ask any questions. He just stood there watching. When he saw the rice being brought in, he walked over with a smile, grabbed a handful, stroked his beard, and laughed out loud. Suddenly, Chung Wenjin, who was nearly 50 years old, picked up a bag of rice and rushed outside. This scene left everyone stunned. Yang Er was the first to react. You thief, don't run away. Forget it, forget it. Qin Yi frowned and stopped Yang Er, who was about to chase after them. I can't believe a county magistrate would steal in broad daylight. If word gets out, people will laugh him to death. But a county magistrate has his difficulties too. If we're going to be landlords in the future, this little bit of grain isn't worth it. The magistrate of Lantian County, I'll definitely have to deal with him a lot in the future. Today he took a bag of rice from me, but what he'll return later won't be just a bag of rice. Zhang Xiong brought a large group this time, a full 200 soldiers. They were quick and efficient, and the 30,000 caddies of rice were moved away in no time. Young Master Qin, 1,920 taels, not a penny less. I tried the method you gave me on my home plot of potatoes, watering them every day, and they actually sprouted. One potato grew in 9 large vats. Hee. Qin Yi smiled and said, Commander Zhang has done a great job this time. Don't forget your little brother when you get promoted in the future. That's for sure. I'll pay you a visit after I finish my official duties. Okay, as the weather gets cooler, remember to put the potatoes in the greenhouse and make sure they get plenty of sunshine. Don't worry, I remember it all and I won't forget. I'll come back for the grain in 7 days. With that, Zhang Xiong clasped his hands in a fist salute and left. Of the 1,920 taels of silver, Qin Yi kept 420 taels and converted the rest into points. At this point, Qin Yi already had 2,380 points in the super landlord system. Some of the family's stored grain was distributed to the craftsmen, and there wasn't much left. With the extra 3,000 caddies today, there are still more than 3,600 caddies left, which is enough to eat. The problem now is buying land. Qin Yi sneered. When his family's land was sold, it was sold as dry land. It was clearly fertile land, but it was forcibly reduced to 20 taels per mu. It's time to make those people pay the price. Humph, do you know what it means to have fortunes change every 30 years, or to underestimate a young person's potential? You'll find out soon enough. The key to buying the land was Cheng Wenjin. My things, Qin Yi's, aren't so easy to take. Before buying land, Qin Yi needed to acquire some self-defense skills. He felt that one day he would become too powerful and attract unwanted attention, and there might be some setbacks when buying land. Without self-defense capabilities, he would definitely not be able to succeed. Qin Yi opened the system and summoned it directly. System, where are the martial arts techniques? The system panel redirected directly, and then some strange patterns appeared. Below the image is the text. Complete Guide to Fighting Techniques, 1,000 landlord points. This is good, and it's not expensive. Qin Yi continued reading and found a martial arts skill that cost 10,000 landlord points. The ancient characters looked like Oracle Bone script, which he couldn't understand at all. This was too expensive, and besides, he probably didn't need a very powerful skill right now. Just get the basic self-defense skills sorted out first. Chapter 16: The Howling in the Imperial City at Night. Buy the Complete Guide to Fighting Techniques. Complete purchase of the Fighting Techniques Guide completed. Merging successful after spending 1,000 landlord points. In an instant, Qin Yi's already vibrant body underwent some changes, as if every cell in his muscles was filled with a violent element. The fighting techniques are all-encompassing, so spending those 1,000 points is definitely worthwhile. It includes all the ancient boxing styles, military boxing styles, and various fighting techniques that have appeared in Chinese history, as well as various fighting techniques from foreign countries that have formed their own schools in later generations. With Qin Yi, there is no distinction between them. They are integrated into one. As soon as Qin Yi raises his hand, his muscles will instantly react correctly. It feels amazing to have control over every muscle in your body. Cheng Wenjin hurriedly tied up the donkey, then carried a bag of rice and rushed into the house. It's all over, all over. My lifelong reputation is ruined in an instant. A dignified county magistrate, a 9th-rank official of the Tang dynasty, has actually become a petty thief today. But it feels so good to be a thief. If there were more of this kind of food in the world, what would it matter if I, Cheng Wenjin, am a thief? The people of Lantian County are blessed, haha. Cheng Wenjin laughed wildly and unrestrainedly. After so many years, this was the first time his wife had seen her husband let loose like this, and she looked surprised. You cook, and I'll go to the palace to see His Majesty. The horse kept moving non-stop. No, it didn't stop moving at all, leaving his wife, who had been with him for many years, looking completely bewildered. After returning home, Zhang Xiong tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. If I don't report what I've seen recently to the court, that would be considered favoritism. He took out the potato he had hidden under the bed and held it to his chest like a treasure. Zhang Xiong felt it was very necessary to go to the palace to meet the emperor. As the grain official, he had the right to meet with the emperor. Moreover, His Majesty had now issued a decree, and anyone with any opinions could raise them before him. A good strategy will be rewarded handsomely. Your Majesty, once an invincible general, capable of anything in military campaigns, is now beginning to contemplate how to govern the country. A truly fortunate event for the world. So Zhang Xiong got up that very night, took the remaining 5 potatoes, and rode a fast horse, galloping towards the palace. In the quiet of Chang'an under curfew, a man and a horse, or a man and a donkey, stood facing each other at the end of Zhuke Avenue. Cheng Wenjin kept saying that auspicious omens had appeared in Lantian County, and that no one could afford to take responsibility if things were delayed. The patrolling soldiers immediately let them pass. Zhang Xiong was even more barbaric. He held the token of the grain official, which gave him the right to move freely throughout Chang'an at any time without restriction. You look so familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before? Hee. Commander Zhang has a good memory. We met 3 months ago. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiong immediately became angry. Oh, so it's that crying magistrate from back then. He remembered that this guy was the magistrate of Lantian County. At that time, a drought occurred, and it was not yet time for the harvest, but he started crying in the imperial court. Logically, the magistrate of Lantian County shouldn't attend court, but Lantian was a vital area within the Great Wall, a major grain-producing county. As soon as the prefect of the capital spoke, the magistrate burst into tears, claiming that natural disasters were unavoidable and he had no way to prevent them. It's rare that Commander Zhang still remembers me. It's so late, Commander Zhang. Is there something important? Yeah, why should I tell you? If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. What I have in my hands is the most important matter in the world. As he spoke, Cheng Wenjin patted the sack hanging on the donkey behind him. Zhang Xiong sneered. You're just a civil official. What good stuff do you have? This is the real treasure. As Zhang Xiong spoke, he pointed to the bundle tied to his chest. Needless to say, it contained potatoes. The two entered through Qingtian Gate. Zhang Xiong was strong and sturdy, and even a few potatoes were light for him. He made the journey very easy. On the other hand, Cheng Wenjin was panting heavily. This bag of rice was quite heavy, so he specially changed to a different bag to make it seem more ceremonial. Led by a eunuch, the two arrived at the imperial study late at night. His Majesty Li Shimin was handling official business and was yawning repeatedly. As the two men presented their gifts, Zhang Xiong suddenly looked at Cheng Wenjin, inwardly laughing and revealing a hint of disdain. That's it. Do you really think His Majesty doesn't know about this grain? His Majesty has already seen the 5,000 caddies that were brought back last time. You've gone too far. You. Cheng Wenjin glared and bristled. Li Er coughed and said, both of you are my meritorious officials. The Emperor's dignity had to be maintained. Forcibly suppressing his excitement, Li Er asked the two men to leave their memorials and then withdrew. Not long after Cheng Wenjin and Zhang Xiong left, a loud cry came from the imperial study. Heaven favors our great Tang. 2 auspicious omens. Ha! One cry after another, each one louder than the last. The sound was extremely loud. Zhang Xiong and Cheng Wenjin, who had just left the palace, shuddered when they heard it. As the two slunk away, outside Qing'an Gate, a man disguised himself and entered the palace without being stopped. If Qin Yi were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was none other than Manager He. What was Qin Yi doing at this moment? Of course, he was drinking with He Chun. He Chun came over today to deliver some items needed for the new house, and he also brought some wine from the Hu people. Brother Qin, I've only made money this once. What will I do next? He Chun was determined to become the #1 merchant in the Tang dynasty. As for when he set this grand ambition, it was just a moment ago. How could a business genius like Brother He be buried? Come, have another drink. Qin Yi had said this so often that he could just say it off the cuff. Everyone likes to hear nice things. The shopkeeper was clearly no ordinary person, especially the man who had been assigned to follow him. His aura carried a cold indifference towards life. He Chun, surely he knows what his father does? Brother He, is your father a merchant? Yeah, he's not much better than me. He's been in business for so many years, and I've hardly ever seen him make any money. He Chun, having had a few drinks, became more talkative. About 7 or 8 years ago, when I was still young, my father went off to do business with someone, and he brought back a lot of money. Hiccup. Oh, Brother He remembers it very clearly. Qin Yi became interested. He was now certain that He Chun didn't know what the shopkeeper was actually doing. Perhaps the business was just a pretext. But there must be some clues that can be deduced from this. 8 or 9 years ago, wasn't that around the time of Li Yuan's ascension to the throne in the first year of the Wuda era? When Qin Yi asked, He Chun laughed loudly. Let me tell you, Brother Qin, He Chun and I have always had a clear memory and a sharp mind since we were little. I've secretly counted how much money my father brought back then. I remember it was several 100,000 taels. Qin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Back then, when the world was in the midst of war, hundreds of thousands of taels of silver was no small sum. Moreover, the fact that it was brought back instead of being stolen by government troops shows that the shopkeeper has something to offer. Where does your father usually go when he goes out? Hey, it's just one place. I think it's Luoyang. Luoyang. That's right. That's the logic. Qin Yi is now certain of one thing. The person behind the shopkeeper is probably in the palace. Chapter 17 and the shopkeeper's identity. Brother Qin. You know, my father just told me not to cause trouble, so what's the point of me living? Who are the people I hang out with? The son of the Duke of Lu, the son of the current emperor's brother-in-law, and the apprentice of the current imperial advisor. He-chan rattled off a string of names, making Qin Yi increasingly suspicious of the shopkeeper's identity. As a merchant, what gives you the right to hang out with so many sons of dukes? Are you qualified? With money? Money cannot solve everything in feudal society. At the very least, the social gap between merchants and nobles cannot be bridged with money. The social hierarchy was scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Even merchants weren't considered as high-ranking as artisans. There must be something wrong with the shopkeeper. Why don't we give him another good thing? At this moment, Qin Yi was thinking that it was time to make money, but he couldn't make it directly on his own. He-chan, if you want to become the biggest merchant in the Tang dynasty, that's fine too. But the man behind He-chan can only be me, Qin Yi. Brother He, seeing how depressed you are and how much you love wine, how about I offer you a wine business opportunity? Upon hearing about doing business, He-chan's cloudy eyes instantly lit up. Oh, Brother Qin, please speak. He, Brother He and I hit it off immediately. Just call me Qin Yi from now on, otherwise it would be too formal. Okay, from now on you have to call me He-chan, otherwise I'll get angry. Is He-chan drunk? Qin Yi couldn't quite explain it, but one thing was certain. Whether he was drunk or not, the mere mention of doing business would instantly sober him up. Wine is the essence of grain. Qin Yi kept everyone in suspense. What did we drink the first time we ever had a drink together? Sanlijiang. That's right. Sanlijiang is considered wine. Qin Yi sneered. If the wine I brew here were produced, all the taverns in the Tang dynasty could close down. If you're the only one who can sell this wine, you'll definitely become the god of wine in the hearts of everyone in the Tang dynasty. He-chan, who was lying down, suddenly straightened up and almost pressed his face against Qin Yi's. You're not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? Qin Yi shrugged. You're not the kind of person who's richer than a country. At most, you're the son of a businessman with some background. Besides, you don't even know what your father does. What's the point of lying to you? I knew it. You definitely have a way. I am destined to become the richest merchant in the Tang dynasty. He-chan shouted, his voice extremely loud and filled with a frenzy. He really wanted to prove himself. Qin Yi lowered his head and remained silent, making a deal with the system. The brewing process of high-proof liquor requires some technical skill, but in the landlord mall, it only costs 100 points. But the blending of advanced high-proof liquor brewing techniques has been successfully achieved. Before long, Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and his mind was filled with many new ideas. Come here, I have something to tell you. Deep within the palace, Emperor Li'er of the Tang dynasty stared at the two memorials before him in silence for a long time. He had already tried this new type of rice and knew a little about it. However, Cheng Wenjin's memorial today detailed the growth rate, size, and other aspects of the rice, as well as the unique taste of the rice grains before they were hulled, which amazed Li'er. Li'er grabbed a handful of rice, smelled it, and laughed. Old He, is this the same as the one you sent over before? A person emerged from the imperial study in the shadows, bowing slightly before slowly raising their head to respond. Your Majesty, this rice is indeed the same as the one I sent before. Li'er squinted and continued to ask. Yes, Cheng Wenjin said he found a young man surnamed Qin, and he's the one who grows the rice. Do you know him? This man is Manager He, and of course he knows Qin Yi. Your Majesty, I know him. So, have you investigated Qin Yi's background? After a moment's thought, the shopkeeper said, Your Majesty, we have investigated. This man is the son of Qin Hu, a wealthy man from Lantian County. Qin Hu started gambling 3 years ago, squandered his family fortune a few months ago, and committed suicide 3 months ago. Qin Hu's wife also died of anger. Oh, I remember now. The prefect of the capital mentioned this before, and I even issued an order to prohibit the private establishment of gambling dens. Your Majesty, Qin Yi is Qin Hu's son. In order to pay off Qin Hu's debts, he sold his ancestral home and 600 acres of fertile land. In the end, he was left with only 6 acres of land and 2 small houses. The shopkeeper already knew all this, but he just didn't say anything. The moment Qin Yi left Heji Trading Company with 1,280 taels of silver, his information had already been delivered to Manager He. He himself had many doubts about the source of Qin Yi's rice, so he sent his son to fetch it. Thinking of his son, the shopkeeper sighed. This guy really couldn't do anything right. He'd been in contact with Qin Yi for so long, and he knew nothing about anything. Because of the shopkeeper's special status, He-chan could not tell his son the purpose behind his acquaintance with Qin Yi. Now he said helplessly, Your Majesty, Qin Yi's identity is clean. Qin Hu was quite prestigious in the Lantian area in his early years. He was charitable, kind, and not a villain. Moreover, he even donated money to you when you started your uprising. Qin Yi also has 2 younger sisters, and now the 3 of them depend on each other for survival. I think we should not investigate this further. This rice is rare and is just a lifeline for the 3 children. They felt sorry for the shopkeeper. Who is His Majesty the Present? A truly ruthless person wouldn't need to go to such lengths as to investigate Qin Yi's ancestors for 3 generations just to find out where the rice came from. The shopkeeper knew that His Majesty was capable of such a thing, which is why he said those kind words earlier. That young man is truly remarkable. He remains calm and composed in the face of adversity, and is definitely destined for great things. As for where the rice comes from, does it matter? Anyway, this is brown rice, which can be cultivated. But he didn't know that Li Er had potatoes in front of him, in addition to rice. Oh, haha. Old He, you've been following me since Luoyang for over 30 years. How come you haven't made any progress? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt a chill run down his spine. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. He could never fathom the emperor's thoughts. Back then, Guanyin took pity on you and spared your life. Since then, have you ever said a kind word to anyone? What is your relationship with this young man, surnamed Qin? Li Er became interested. He was always rebellious, and the more others tried to keep him from knowing, the more he wanted to know. The shopkeeper sighed. The empire has just been established, and His Majesty needs talented people. This Qin Yi is only 16 years old, yet his speech and manners are extraordinary. He is no ordinary person. Your Majesty, I am intrigued and wish to observe him further. Li Er snorted coldly. You think you know this? Do you think I don't? Look at this. Have you ever seen anything like it before? Li Er tossed over a potato and Zhang Xiong's memorial to the throne. What? 5,000 caddies of rice, to be given to the soldiers of the Tang dynasty? Potatoes yield 3,000 jin per mu. The shopkeeper was stunned and exclaimed in surprise. Your Majesty, this is a great achievement. Chapter 18 Fine Wine from Lantian, Luminous Cup. Qin Yi, is this wine any good? Hee, can you please remove the mop part? Can't you see it's already starting to steam? After nearly 3 days of tinkering, in a small room in Qin Yi's courtyard, simple tools finally concentrated the so-called high-proof liquor from the Tang dynasty. As the highly concentrated grain liquor, distilled from bamboo, slowly dripped into the wooden barrel, Qin couldn't resist picking up a spoon and scooping up a spoonful. He took a sniff and a smile appeared on his face. Damn, this smells so good. Qin Yi ignored him. They were all naive people who had never seen the world. After this high-proof liquor was concentrated, it was no different from the 50 or 60 proof liquor of later generations. The only drawback is that it consumes too much grain. It takes 7 or 8 caddies of grain to produce 1 caddy of high-proof liquor. No wonder it was banned in later generations. Before Qin Yi's time travel, it was no longer available on the market. Gurgle. He-chun swallowed hard, about to gulp it down, when Qin Yi grabbed his arm. You still have work to do. Yang Er, come in. As soon as Qin Yi called out, Yang Er ran over from the courtyard. Yang Er and Tian Er's identities had changed. They were no longer tenant farmers, but true servants of the Qin family. Their family members also benefited. They hadn't even spent the 40 taels of silver Qin Yi had given them before, and now they could not only eat and drink well, but also receive wages. It was an incredibly great feeling. Following the young master, I'd eat and drink the finest food and drink. I'd be laughing in my sleep. Drink this wine. Yang Er entered the small house and immediately sniffed. My God, young master, what kind of wine is this? Is this wine for immortals? Stop talking nonsense and drink it quickly. I'll let you take advantage of this good deal first. Yang Er chuckled and tilted his head back to scoop up a spoonful. Clang. He-chin's mouth was agape. Yang Er, who had been so smug, fell backward after taking a sip, his face flushed and snoring loudly. A spoonful isn't much, just a bowlful, and it's enough to make you drunk? He-chin stared blankly at Qin Yi. Brother, you're amazing. Why is this wine so strong? Qin Yi smiled faintly. A real man should live a life of righteous indignation, roam the world, ride the fastest horse, climb the highest mountain, eat the spiciest food, drink the strongest liquor, wield the sharpest knife, and kill the most ruthless people. By the way, when you go out to sell alcohol in the future, I've already thought of the slogans. Men should drink strong liquor, or women should drink strong liquor. As expected of my brother, this is the decision. He-chin exclaimed excitedly, gesturing wildly. Qin Yi nodded. The person who brews the wine must be your own person. Separate the process, let each person learn one thing, and you personally control it. Anyway, I've given you the method. The rest is up to you how you do it. Qin Yi's method is similar to licensed production. He provides the patent and takes a cut from He Chen's profits. He Chen's eyes lit up. Qin Yi, I can already imagine how much the people of the Tang dynasty will love our strong liquor in the days to come. By the way, what should we name him? He Chen asked, perplexed. He started scratching his head the moment he saw the finished product, and he still hasn't come up with a name. Qin Yi slowly set up the bamboo tube in the small house and casually said, "This is simple, just call it Lantian wine. The simpler it is, the easier it is to remember." He Chen slapped his thigh. "All right, it's settled then. Qin Yi, we can't take this wine for nothing. From now on, any money earned from brewing this wine will be split 50/50ths between us brothers. How about that?" Qin Yi was stunned. What? He didn't do anything himself, just provided a method, and he directly took 50%? Even intellectual property patents don't take this much. Qin Yi even suspected that manager he had stolen the business wisdom passed down from his ancestors for 18 generations, leaving He Chen with only a burning passion. I felt it was too much, but I said honestly, okay. Qin Yi said casually, by the way, there's a poem. Remember it, fine wine from Lantian in a luminous cup, I long to drink, but the pipa urges me on. Do not laugh at me, drunk and lying on the battlefield, for how many have returned from ancient battles? Upon hearing the few lines of poetry, He Chen blushed, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his quivering lips betrayed his inner turmoil. If Qin Yi doesn't make money, I'll change my surname backwards. Ha ha. After packing his things, Qin Yi left the small house. As the cool breeze blew through the yard, Qin Yi suddenly remembered that today was the day Zhang Xiong was coming to collect the rice. Qin Yi, I have another question. He Chen carried a full jar of wine back home. He wanted to build a winery there. Isn't it said that a luminous cup is best paired with fine wine? Qin Yi shook his head and smiled nonchalantly. Hee, who says you have to use a certain cup to drink a certain kind of wine? It's all just business. One sentence instantly calmed He Chen down. Yes, it's all business. You can do it, and so can Chen and I. Who says you can only drink wine from a luminous cup? I drink it straight from the pot. Any business that can make money is a good business. Qin Yi's words opened up He Chen's mind. That's how people in ancient times were. They were always easily bound by rules and regulations. It was not easy to break out of this framework, but as soon as there was an opportunity to step out of the framework and look at everything, countless people would flock to it. Zhang Xiong came in a hurry this time, as if he had something on his mind. But when she saw Qin Yi, a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum appeared on her face. His rugged face had distinct features, and even the hideous scar had softened. Qin Yi, remember me, Zhang, if anything good happens in the future. Seeing Zhang Xiong's mysterious appearance, Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, then took out a pot of wine and tossed it to Zhang Xiong. Want to try some of our own wine? Drinking alcohol is prohibited during official military duties. Even a single drop of alcohol in the barracks is a violation of military regulations and has serious consequences. Zhang Xiong smiled faintly, hiding the item at his waist. I've already spoken to His Majesty about you. If you get promoted or ennobled in the future, does this mean we'll have to get in touch with Lier? Qin Yi feigned surprise, though he had already anticipated this. Giving you potatoes was just a way to get you to present them to the emperor. But you still have to say something to appear like an ordinary person, otherwise you'll be seen as an oddball. Commander Zhang, are you serious? Absolutely. I am the grain transport officer, someone who can directly meet the emperor. Zhang Xiong patted his chest and boasted, don't underestimate me just because I'm a lowly brigade commander. His Majesty said that this year, for any grain-related government affairs, we can directly meet with the emperor. For special matters, we don't need to follow any formalities. When the potatoes at home grew, I carried them into the palace along with the large vat. Chapter 19, Cheng Wenjin. Qin Yi nodded, feigning understanding. Commander Zhang, Qin Yi is a free man. I've never thought about being promoted or given a title. Qin Yi is still young, and his elders have just passed away. There are still various issues to sort out, Hey, brother Qin Yi, don't be so down. Of all the people I've met in my life, you're the most special one. You're the first person who can remain unmoved in the face of a group of men who have killed people. I mentioned this to His Majesty a few days ago, and wow, His Majesty laughed heartily and excitedly. His laughter echoed throughout the entire imperial city. Qin Yi smiled and waved his hand. Is it really that exaggerated? Exaggeration? Brother Qin Yi, you have grain and land, but you have no idea how difficult this year has been. You only need to take care of your own family, and I only need to provide provisions for the army. But Your Majesty, there are many people in the world who are starving. Your potatoes and your rice are treasures. This kind of treasure is definitely enough to get you a high-ranking official position. Zhang Xiong left the silver and then departed with the grain transport team. Yang Air and Tian Air carried the heavy silver into Qin Yi's warehouse. This time it's still 30,000 caddies of rice, or 1,920 taels. Qin Yi looked at the silver and fell into deep thought. The grain sold in total was only tens of thousands of caddies, which was like a drop in the ocean compared to the actual situation of food shortage in the Tang dynasty. The family has enough money, so is this portion of the money used to buy land? Or should it be used to exchange for landlord points? Qin Yi fell into deep thought. Just as Qin Yi was pondering, Tian Air's voice rang out loudly from outside the courtyard. "Humph, I'm not letting you in today no matter what. You even stole a bag of rice last time. No, I'm going to stop you." Qin Yi frowned and walked out, seeing a middle-aged man who looked travel-worn, covered in dust and leading a donkey. Who else could this be but Cheng Wenjin? Seeing Qin Yi come out, Cheng Wenjin smiled and said, "Hee hee, young Master Qin, we meet again." Qin Yi nodded slightly. "Your Excellency, the wind is quite strong today. It must have blown you here again. The implication is that you've shown up uninvited again today." "Haha, young Master Qin Yi, I've come today to tell you some good news." "Good news?" Qin Yi waved his hand, letting Cheng Wen in. In the courtyard, there were still 2 small stools, but they wouldn't let you into the house. Cheng Wenjin stroked his beard and sniffed the air. "Does your family have any fine wine, young master?" "To be honest, this is my favorite food." Qin Yi shook his head. "We have wine, but it's very expensive. Let's not even talk about that bag of rice from before. Today, County Magistrate, please don't try to steal anything." "No, am I that kind of person?" At this moment, Cheng Wenjin whispered, "I couldn't sleep that night, so I took your rice and went into the palace." When His Majesty saw it, he was overjoyed, and his delight could be heard throughout the entire imperial city. No, throughout Chang'an. "I have come here again today to tell young Master Qin Yi that good things are coming soon. Remember not to forget me." Qin Yi smiled inwardly. This guy was trying to take credit, just like Zhang Xiong before him. His disheveled appearance hardly resembled that of a county magistrate. Qin Ruiyu, returning from playing outside, happened to see Qin Yi and Cheng Wenjin sitting in the courtyard and pursed her lips, saying, "Brother, did this person crawl out of the mud? He's so dirty. Ruiyu, go back and study. Don't say anything more." Qin Yi gave Cheng Wenjin a forced smile. This guy was good at ripping people off. Without some tricks up your sleeve, how can you possibly win the position of county magistrate among the prefects of the capital? Hee hee, it's all right. This young girl is very clever. I'm not the kind of person who gets angry easily. Qin Yi continued with that official, fake smile. "Your Excellency, what happened to you on your journey? Why are you covered in mud?" Qin Yi wondered if this guy had run into Zhang Xiong. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wenjin raised an eyebrow. "Humph, that fellow has gone too far. I, the dignified head of a county, have been so humiliated by him. I am furious." Qin Yi smiled. It seemed there was no doubt about it. "Qin Yi, you mustn't be like that scoundrel in the army, so shameless and rude. He really makes me furious. These clothes need washing again." Qin Yi smiled. Why bring up the land issue? If Qin Yi were to buy land now, the landlords, caught in the famine, would surely list it at exorbitant prices and refuse to budge an inch. This year, the country is suffering from a severe drought, and they haven't made any money. They're counting on selling land to earn some. If Cheng Wenjin could be put to use, having him step forward, TSK. "Your Excellency, I've brewed some wine today. Would you like to have a taste?" "Isn't this a bad idea?" Cheng Wenjin waved his hand, saying that he had come to see the rice, not to eat or drink. "It's all right. I see that although the county magistrate is nearly 50, he is still vigorous and full of heroic spirit. He must be a man of integrity. I don't have anything to ask you to help me with. I just see that you have come from afar. Why don't we drink wine, compose poems, and play a game of chess? The scenery is beautiful and the mood is wonderful. Is it not delightful to have friends coming from afar?" Qin Yi remained calm, which made Cheng Wenjin sigh. This young man's aura, his words, and his every move were extraordinary. In fact, Qin Yi was just an ordinary person. The only difference between him and the people of the Tang dynasty was that the scholars of the Tang dynasty were all after official positions and fame and fortune, while Qin Yi wanted nothing but to be a landlord. When you are free from desires and wants, you naturally exude an ethereal aura. Qin Yi personally cooked a cold potato salad, shredding the potatoes, boiling them, and then cooling them in cold water until the taste was just right. After a few rounds of drinks, Cheng Wenjin was eating cold shredded potatoes and was extremely happy. When he learned that this stuff was called potatoes, he became even more excited. "These potatoes are really good. They're crisp and delicious, perfect for pairing with drinks. But how come I don't know what this is? Cheng Wenjin looked puzzled. Qin Yi gave a mysterious smile and then said, Hee, County Magistrate, Qin Yi's family used to be quite wealthy. They lost several hundred acres of fertile land due to some unforeseen circumstances. Now, Qin Yi is determined to continue farming and grow more of the grains that the Tang dynasty needs. Potatoes are one of them. Oh, these potatoes are new grain. No wonder. Your Excellency, you don't know? This potato can grow in sandy soil, dry land, and irrigated land. Not only is it drought-resistant, but it also has a high yield. It is a vegetable, but it is comparable to grain. It is a really good thing. Cheng Wenjin took another bite, and just then, Qin Yi opened the small lid of the food box next to him. This is beef stew with potatoes. Cheng Wenjin's face twitched slightly. Young Master Qin Yi likes to eat beef? Yes, beef is good, healthy, and nutritious. My two younger sisters and I are growing, so we need to eat more of it. We've been eating it every day lately. You. Cheng Wenjin pointed at Qin Yi, his expression incredibly complex. So it was you. No wonder we've been getting reports of dead oxen every day lately. Chapter 20. My name is Ma Zhou. Let's get to know each other. But Cheng Wenjin quickly sighed. Never mind. This stewed beef with potatoes smells pretty good. Is that so, Your Excellency? I've heard that the aroma of stewed beef with potatoes is so enticing that even the gods would be unable to resist it. It's just that potatoes are scarce now. If potatoes could enter the homes of the people of the Tang dynasty, that would be a great merit. So you need land? As expected of the county magistrate, his foresight is uncanny. Qin Yi knew that when dealing with scholars, one had to use the methods of a scholar. When dealing with a military general like Zhang Xiong, one should express patriotism and the heroic spirit of soldiers fighting the enemy. But when dealing with a civil official like Cheng Wenjin, especially someone like Cheng Wenjin who looks like a pedantic old man and doesn't even know how to curse, one must use the ways of a civil official. Your Excellency, in this world today, there is so much land, but land suitable for growing grain is rare. The people of the Tang dynasty are so panicked and starving in the face of a mere drought. What if they encounter an even greater drought in the future? The people of the Tang dynasty need to store up grain. But the rice of the great Tang dynasty only yields a few hundred caddies. Even the rice that I, Qin Yi, improved only yields a mere 700 or 800 caddies. This yield was Qin Yi's estimate. In super farmland, anything can be highly productive, but in the land of the Tang dynasty, this kind of rice would only yield a maximum of 700 or 800 caddies per mu. But potatoes are different. If potatoes could be widely available, county magistrate, not to mention me, Qin Yi, just you alone would definitely be remembered in history. Zhang Xiong had already presented the potatoes to the emperor, and since the emperor hadn't made a move for so long, Qin Yi roughly understood that the emperor was waiting for the potatoes at Zhang Xiong's house to ripen. We need to add fuel to the fire on Cheng Wenjin's side. Potatoes are a boon to all people. We are all citizens of the Tang dynasty. The county magistrate is a scholar who is neither elated by external gains nor saddened by personal losses. He is open-minded and optimistic. After this boastful speech, Qin Yi praised the potatoes and Cheng Wenjin, which made Cheng Wenjin nod repeatedly. Cheng Wenjin tilted his eyes as he pondered, a rather unseemly manner. What is the yield of these potatoes per acre? 3,000 caddies. Bang! Cheng Wenjin slumped down from the stool, his mouth agape and his face twitching. Is this really true? County magistrate, would I lie to you? Commander Zhang said before that these potatoes have already been presented to His Majesty. Do you think I, Qin Yi, am the kind of person who would risk my life? Cheng Wenjin sobbed, got up, sat back down on the stool, trembling, his heart filled with utter horror. A yield of 3,000 caddies per mu. What else could that be but a miracle? If it's fake, that's a capital offense. Qin Yi didn't seem to be lying, and besides, the stewed beef with potatoes was truly delicious. Qin Yi, do you realize you have to take responsibility for your words now? Cheng Wenjin shouted sternly, suddenly standing up with a questioning look in his eyes. Qin Yi, not to be outdone, stood up and said, I, Qin Yi, am just a man who loves the land. I just want to farm. People say it's good to be an official, but isn't farming good too? The Tang dynasty was founded on agriculture. Those who are in high positions should worry about their people, and those who are far from the court should worry about their ruler. Isn't that right? Does one have to be in the imperial court to do things that benefit the world? Who says that farmers can't change the Tang dynasty? Be the first to worry about the world's troubles and the last to enjoy its pleasures. The Tang dynasty will surely usher in a golden age. Anyway, just keep throwing these famous quotes at Cheng Wenjin's face, And with Qin Yi's three-pronged attack of pyramid scheme tactics, Cheng Wenjin is completely dumbfounded. Good, good, good. What a wonderful saying. When in high office, one should worry about the people. When in retirement, one should worry about the ruler. What a wonderful saying. Be the first to worry about the world's troubles and the last to enjoy its pleasures. Tell me, how much land do you want? I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means losing face. Qin Yi laughed. From the moment he entered the room, to the drinking, to now the discussion, every step was a calculated move. Even if you drink strong liquor slowly, you'll get drunk very quickly. Cheng Wenjin is currently in a drunken state. Not many, just around my house. It's probably only a little over 100 acres. Very well. Tomorrow, I will summon the village head and discuss this matter. Before he could finish speaking, Cheng Wenjin collapsed onto the table. Qin Yi waved his hand, signaling Yang Heir to take Cheng Wenjin back, and then went into the house. If we can negotiate a price for 100 mu of land, it will be around 2,000 taels of silver. This number will only be less, not more. You need to have this money ready. The family now has about 2,700 taels of silver, which is more than enough. There are some problems at home right now. Qin Yi's family business isn't huge, but with a net worth of over 2,000 taels, he's not considered poor in this era. It's unreasonable that he doesn't even have a maid. Yang Heir and Tian Heir can't always handle the household chores. They need to lead the other farmers in their work. Zhang Xiong has sent a letter saying that the grain from the south will soon be transported to the north, and the food shortage in the Tang dynasty will be resolved. Although he could no longer make a lot of money, Qin Yi was still very happy. After all, the soul that transmigrated from the future carried a value system that everyone should live well. There are plenty of other ways to make money. Making money off a disaster like this is just a token gesture. A gentleman loves money, but he acquires it in a proper way. 3 days later, Qin Yi set off for Chang'an early in the morning with his two younger sisters. Inside the carriage, the three siblings chatted and laughed. Qin Ruyun and Qin Ruyu learned very quickly. In less than half a month, they mastered addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 1,000, and their calculation speed was very fast. Brother, what's the point of me learning arithmetic? Qin Ruiyun was a little confused. Shouldn't all reading be based on the 4 books and 5 classics? Qin Yi patted her head. Mathematics is much more useful than the 4 books and 5 classics. From now on, you will be in charge of the family's finances. Can you do the math? Qin Ruiyun raised her head and asked, what's so difficult about that? Sure. Then let me ask you, what is 89 times 98? Brother, we can't calculate it without paper. The car was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. The two girls had never been to Chang'an before. As they lined up to enter through the south gate, they curiously looked around at everything outside. This city wall is so high. It's even higher than our house wall. Look at that person. Their clothes are so strange, and they even have cow horns on their head. Qin Yi gently parted the beaded curtain of the carriage, looked at the south gate of Chang'an, and slowly said, the sordid past is nothing to boast about. Today I indulge in boundless revelry. Riding a swift horse in the spring breeze, I can see all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Chang'an, I've come again. Qin Yi's original intention was to use this poem to express the difference between his last visit to Chang'an and this time. After all, the last time Qin Yi came to Chang'an, he was full of expectations for selling grain and his mind was full of money. At that time, Qin Yi's family had 2 younger sisters who were still nursing. They weren't exactly destitute, but they were in a somewhat difficult situation. And isn't our purpose in coming to Chang'an today simply to enjoy the scenery? My previous worries have vanished, and I feel an indescribable sense of joy. At that moment, a loud voice came from beside the vehicle. What a beautiful poem. Qin Yi turned around and saw a man of average height with a weathered face and a thick beard looking at him with a smile. Young master, what refined taste you have. What a fine poem. Did you pass the imperial examination with flying colors? The man asked. The Tang dynasty was an era rich in romanticism, and it was normal for literati to flock to Chang'an. This person just looks a little strange. It's not about passing the imperial examination with flying colors, it's just a little exaggeration. I'm not cut out for studying and becoming an official. My name is Ma Zhou. Let's get acquainted. Chapter 21, The Grain Merchant's Last Struggle. Qin Yi nodded, a smile on his face. Suddenly, my smile froze, and a jolt went through my heart. Ma Zhou. Holy crap. This person is actually Ma Zhou. He'll be a future prime minister of the Tang dynasty, a powerful figure by Emperor Taizong's side. Shouldn't Ma Zhou be in Chang He's residence now? Did the butterfly effect change things after time travel? Qin Yi suppressed his excitement, got out of the car, and looked at Ma Zhou, who looked like a homeless man. Although his face was covered in stubble and he looked tired, his eyes were bright and his posture was upright, indicating that he was a man of great inner strength. My name is Qin Yi. Hee. Sir, where do you come from? And where are you going? Qin Yi's eyes flickered. Me? I'm just a down-on-his-luck scholar who came to Chang'an to make a living. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Come on, sir, get in the car. Ma Zhou frowned. He had seen many hospitable people, and his talent was comparable to that of some officials in the Tang dynasty. However, he had been wandering for a long time, and it was not easy for him to finally arrive in Chang'an today. Along the way, he saw the aftermath of the drought in Guangzhou Plain, with the people complaining bitterly and the officials helpless. Faced with the disaster that has befallen us, people seem powerless. Starving people were everywhere, and countless corpses lay scattered across the land. Ma Zhou was heartbroken, but he had to come to Chang'an. Only in Chang'an could he realize his ambitions. The place of Guizhou had broken his heart, and he hoped that things would be different after the new emperor ascended the throne compared to the Wuda era. Although I was reluctant to bother you, my legs were really tired, so I clasped my hands slightly and got into the carriage. Sir, these are my two younger sisters. The carriage was quite spacious, and Ma Zhou looked Qin Yi and the two little girls over. The two little girls were also looking at Ma Zhou. Sir, it must have been a difficult journey. This journey has been far from easy. Ma Zhou sighed and began to recount his journey. Before he knew it, the carriage had entered the city gate. The hustle and bustle of Chang'an instantly filled my ears. At this moment, Qin Yi also sighed. Life is never smooth sailing. You look to be only 26 or 27 years old, just the time to make your mark. I, Qin Yi, am not one to stand on ceremony. I have great respect for truly capable people. Why don't you come with me today and stay at my humble abode for a while? Ma Zhou frowned slightly. The young man in front of him looked to be only a teenager, but his speech and demeanor were not what one would expect from someone so young. He even had a feeling that Qin Yi seemed to know what had happened to him. As soon as Qin Yi spoke, Ma Zhou felt a strange sense of being seen through. He had never encountered anything like this in his entire life. I won't bother you. I can just find a place to stay in the city. Mr. Ma Zhou is so talented. I'm afraid the people in Chang'an are blind to his abilities. Why not stay at my humble abode for a while longer, and let the Tang dynasty soar a little further? Qin Yi's words were cryptic, but Ma Zhou understood them perfectly. This means that the events of the first year of the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty had not yet settled down, and entering officialdom now would only be asking for trouble. Ma Zhou pondered for a moment and nodded. After finding an inn, Ma Zhou washed up and dressed, and in an instant, a dashing young man appeared. Two little girls followed Qin Yi around, wanting to eat everything they saw. Buy it. It's just dried fruit, raisins. They also have sunflower seeds. I'll buy them. The East Market was bustling with people, but noticeably fewer than in previous years. Is Chang'an this deserted too? Mr. Ma Zhou, it's normal for Chang'an to be deserted. Farmers have no food, so the source of demand is cut off. Behind Qin Yi, the two little girls were unusually quiet today, unlike usual when they were always so arrogant when they wanted to come to Chang'an. Qin Ruyan claimed that she would buy up all the rouge in Chang'an. Qin Ryu, on the other hand, wanted to buy all the books at the largest bookstore in Chang'an and bring them home. I'm going to buy some food today, and then I'll stop making a fuss. Influenced by Qin Yi, the two little ones are now extremely studious. At first, I was quite lonely after transmigrating, but fortunately I had two younger sisters, so I had family. Even though she's not my biological sister, what's the difference? True family ties cannot be maintained solely by blood relations. Brother, what is this? The two little ones were craving the sugar figurines. Buy it. It's not like we don't have the money. Before long, large and small bags were hanging on Tian'er's back. At the far end of the East Market, in a place where grain merchants were located, there was a great commotion. Prices have gone up again. Is this grain gold? Exactly. You keep raising the price every day. If you raise it again, we won't be able to afford it. The people of Chang'an were all incredibly fierce. The Tang people valued martial arts, and even ordinary people knew a thing or two. Ma Zhou watched this scene and fell into deep thought. Brother Qin Yi, what's the grain price like in Chang'an these days? Qin Yi sighed. This grain costs at least 700 coins per dough, and it's just ordinary brown rice. The grain merchants are hoarding it and speculating. They've lost all sense of shame in their pursuit of profit. Yes, prices have gone up again. This might be the last straw for grain traders. They'll try to make as much profit as they can. In the shops over there are some different kinds of rice, 1,500 coins per dough. Ma Zhou's eyes widened. I've experienced 700 coins per dough before, but 1,500 coins per dough is truly more expensive than gold. Grain is like gold in times of famine. You lot who can't afford it, go back and wait to die. The grain merchant was extremely arrogant, his face filled with disgust as he roared. Ma Zhou stood behind, glaring angrily. The grain merchant, standing on higher ground with his nose in the air, suddenly saw Ma Zhou glaring at him. What are you looking at? What are you staring at? Ma Zhou was stunned, and Qin Yi was also stunned. The man seemed to be talking about Ma Zhou. Even lying down, you can get shot? Ma Zhou sneered, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to take action. Qin Yi immediately stopped him, saying, "No need to take action. Someone will take care of this kind of person." Ma Zhou was a man skilled in both literature and martial arts. On his journey from Guozhou to Chang'an, he encountered many bandits and other dangerous individuals. How could a weak scholar possibly have a safe journey? You can't take the initiative. When you're starting trouble, you have to let someone else do the work so that you can be in the right. Qin Yi smiled faintly. What are you looking at? His witty remarks, coupled with his strong northeastern accent, instantly made everyone around him burst into laughter. The days of persistently high grain prices are almost over, and now grain merchants are getting anxious. If we don't intervene soon, the grain from the south will be transported to the north, and when grain prices drop and return to normal, how can we make any money? Qin Yi, his voice booming, stood behind and pointed at the grain merchant, demanding, "Grain is the essence of heaven and earth. Who gave you permission to sell it at such a high price? I wasn't talking to you, so why are you yelling?" The grain merchant was furious. Arguing with the people was already exhausting, and now that he saw Qin Yi was so young, he felt like he had found an outlet for his anger. "You little brat, how dare you talk like that? Do you think growing grain is free? You're saying grain is free now? We bought our grain at a high price. The whole world is short of food right now. If you don't eat, you can't let others not eat." The grain merchant sneered, "Get out of here. You don't even know how to properly manage your parents. They're barely out of their teens and already spouting nonsense." Qin Yi smiled faintly, knowing that would be what he said. The way people around the grain merchants looked at them changed. Before, if it was a buying and selling relationship and they argued about prices, now it was a look of genuine contempt. You make money unethically, and you won't even let others say it? A fire began to smolder in their eyes. Qin Yi sensed the change in the atmosphere around him and smiled faintly. "Yes, I'm young, but I know that a gentleman loves money, but he earns it in a proper way. He can't stand seeing people go hungry. Unlike you, who's lived a long time and has a heart of stone. You won't budge even if the grain is left to rot and mold in the warehouse. Didn't your manager say that even if it's for feeding dogs, the price can't be lowered?" Qin Yi's eyes flashed, and he spoke without hesitation. The grain merchant was stunned. Why did this kid have such a strange accent? Chapter 22. Having accomplished his task, he departed without a trace, concealing his merit and fame. Do you think there is, or isn't? Qin Yi's gaze was firm, and at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the grain merchant. Suddenly, dozens of eyes, sharp as swords, stared intently at the grain merchant, as if they could devour him. These looks seemed to say, in a year of famine, when there is no food, what can't we eat? So what if we eat people? The grain merchant finally realized that if he didn't answer this question properly, something bad would definitely happen. He started stammering and couldn't get the words out. Qin Yi pressed his advantage, afraid to speak? Then speak up. The more anxious the person became, the less they could speak. The more speechless the grain merchant became, the more the people felt that there was something wrong with him. They were convinced that he was a treacherous merchant who deserved to die. No, that's not true. The grain merchant gritted his teeth, terrified, and his voice weakened, so much so that no one around could hear him clearly. Qin Yi smiled faintly and sighed. Sigh, still being stubborn, still being stubborn. Everyone. Yesterday I passed by this grain merchant, and their manager kept saying that no one can buy grain from the Great Tang Dynasty at a low price now, not even His Majesty himself. He also said that people living in famine years are not considered human beings. They eat when they have money and die when they don't. A businessman who can't make money is not a good businessman. Do you think this kind of person deserves to die? Ma Zhou was dumbfounded when Qin Yi spoke. How come I didn't see that before? He dug a pit with his very first words, and the other party fell into it without giving them the slightest chance. The mudslinging was so seamless. He deserves to die. The crowd roared in unison. This sound terrified the grain merchants. He wanted to keep the price down, but he definitely didn't say anything like that. Normally quick-witted, he was a little at a loss for words at this moment. No, you're lying. His voice became even softer, so soft that it was almost inaudible. Qin Yi could understand it, but he would never let this opportunity slip by. What? I'm not lying. Look at this world, look at this world. The man was stunned. He had clearly said, You're talking nonsense. Kid, don't spread rumors. Qin Yi frowned. What? What gives you the right to sue me? It's one thing for you to make money against your conscience, but you want to sue me? Go ahead. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. I don't believe it. I didn't say I was going to sue you. I'm just a worker. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Before the grain merchant could finish speaking, a pair of enormous feet had already stepped on his face. The more intense the anger of the Tang people, the more prosperous the Tang dynasty's fortunes became. Most of the people in Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty, had some savings. Even those in the so-called slums south of the east and west markets of Chang'an had some financial reserves. Grain merchants are now raising prices sharply, making it impossible to buy grain. On the black market, people are even offering themselves as collateral to pay off debts. Once the famine ends, countless people in Chang'an will become slaves to others. In the struggle for survival, everything becomes extreme. The grain merchant covered his face as he received another kick to the stomach. These people weren't beating him. They were rushing over and, as they charged into the grain merchants, they accidentally stepped on him, leaving a mess of feathers and specks of blood. They've gone mad, completely mad. Ma Zhou coldly watched everything unfold, then glanced at Qin Yi, who remained calm and composed. You are inciting a riot. I know, but sir, you must believe that the law does not punish the masses. Let's go. Qin Yi patted the two little girls' heads and said, if we have extra grain in the future, we can't be like that grain merchant. Our family doesn't lack money. For some reason, the two little girls weren't afraid at all when they saw this kind of bloody conflict for the first time. Although their nervous little hands were already holding Qin Yi's arms, there was an excitement in their eyes. Zhao Ku wears a silk tassel. His Wu-hook sword shines like frost and snow. His silver saddle shines on his white horse. He is as swift as a shooting star. He can kill a man in 10 steps and leave no trace for 1,000 miles. After the deed is done, he brushes off his clothes and leaves, hiding his person and name. Qin Yi muttered to himself as the group headed towards the West Market. Ma Zhou was stunned and his heart pounded with fear. If Ma Zhou hadn't seen Qin Yi with his two innocent younger sisters, he would have instantly thought Qin Yi was a knight-errant from some hidden place, hiding among the crowd to kill. The line, kill one man in 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles, in particular evokes a sense of heroic spirit, but also carries a chilling undertone. Ma Zhou only breathed a long sigh of relief when Qin Yi uttered the words. Having accomplished his task, he left without a trace, concealing his merit and fame. Even the formidable Ma Zhou was terrified by Qin Yi, wiping the sweat from his brow. West Market is a magical place. Along the way, small vendors constantly come and go, connecting the East Market and West Market. They didn't have the money to buy a stall in the East or West Market, so they could only helplessly sell their goods in a corner outside, in front of a tavern or a shop. Lioli, the finest lioli. The leather drum, the leather drum. The hawking cries were all unoriginal. I bought a leather drum for Qin Ruyun and Qin Ruyu. The two little girls immediately became sleepy. Mint doesn't taste good, but when the two little ones said they were sleepy, they just wanted to eat mint. That refreshing taste is very easy to get addicted to. Brother, that voice over there sounds like He-chan. Suddenly, Qin Ruyu grabbed Qin Yi's arm and said something. Qin Yi suddenly pricked up his ears, and upon listening, it was indeed true. In the West Market, the clothing and appearance of the merchants were completely different from those in the East Market. If the East Market was a cheap market in Chang'an, then the West Market was like a commercial complex in Chang'an. The East Market sells the basic necessities that people need to survive in Chang'an. The West Market sold luxury goods, reflecting the abundance of everything people in Chang'an needed for a comfortable life. Of course, if you can't buy it here, you can go to the black market. As long as you're willing to spend the money, everything will be as you wish. The merchants who came and went included Han Chinese, Turks, non-Han Chinese, Xiongnu, Uyghurs, and even people from India. These people are the main consumer group in the West Market. This was the largest commercial complex within the political center of the Tang dynasty. The clamor couldn't drown out the bustling atmosphere of the West Market. A loud voice stood on the stage, his eyes filled with confidence, his domineering posture seemingly saying, I'm not targeting you. Everyone here is trash. He-chan was in high spirits, his face beaming with pride. There's a saying that goes, only women drink sanlijiang, haha. What's the use of even the best sanlijiang if it doesn't suit the taste of us men? Immediately, a commotion erupted from the audience. Sanlijiang is not cheap. In the Tang dynasty, there are many inferior wines, and sanlijiang is considered to be of relatively good quality. At this moment, several wine merchants pointed at He-chan and started cursing. Chapter 23 Real men drink Lantian wine. You brat, what are you saying? Sanlijiang is the most delicious wine in the world, especially those of us from the tavern. What do you know, you greenhorn brat? When that person responded, the jeers from the crowd grew even louder. They're here, they're here, they're going to fight. I knew this young man selling wine here would definitely clash with that wine merchant. Looking forward to a good show. I never thought I'd see something like this year. Not bad at all. Manhwa, don't just stand there, get a stool. Qin Yi stood behind, smiling faintly. Mr. Ma Zhou, who do you think will emerge victorious among the wine merchants today? Ma Zhou glanced at He Chun on the stage, then at the cunning-looking wine merchant, and immediately shook his head. Brother Qin Yi, this foreign merchant is a seasoned veteran. Sanlijiang is a Persian product and is highly prized. If this young man had brewed yellow rice wine, then it would be quite comparable. It's just that yellow wine doesn't have the sweet taste of Sanlijiang, and ordinary people probably don't understand its wonders. Qin Yi nodded. Ma Zhou clearly knew his stuff. Drinking is not about the taste, but about life and the memories. Sanlijiang is likely to lose today. What He Chun brought out wasn't yellow wine, but my own Lantian wine, Qin Yi said calmly. Lantian wine, what is that? Ma Zhou asked in confusion. He had been an orphan since childhood, had traveled extensively, and had seen a lot, but he had never heard of the name Lantian wine. If you'd like to try it, sir, you can go up and have a taste after this advertisement ends. Ma Zhou was confused again. What was this advertisement thing? Brother Qin Yi, this advertisement. Hee, it means to spread the word and let everyone know. Qin Yi stood with his hands behind his back, and the atmosphere on the stage had already become extremely heated. Who says the people of the Tang dynasty didn't enjoy gossip? People will gossip whenever they have free time. Any gossip, from palace secrets to folk gossip, from which official had a concubine, which official had an illegitimate child, to whose son went to which brothel. In feudal times, this oppressive state was what attracted everyone's attention the most. At present, Lantian wine is like a breath of air that is held in everyone's heart. What exactly is this breath of air? Nobody knows. Hurry up. Sanlijiang is so sweet and delicious, it's a top-notch spirit. You keep saying it's Lantian wine, bring it out. He Chun smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Seeing that they were all impatient, he finally began to move. Kaifeng. The mud seal was broken. In an instant, a strong aroma of wine rushed out. No one can stop them, there is no way to escape them. In this small corner of the West Market, gasps of surprise erupted in an instant. Holy crap! It smells so good. How could there be such a delicious wine in the world? I wonder how it tastes. How much is it per pound? Everyone grew increasingly anxious. He Chun sealed the mud seal again and calmly looked at the Persian merchant. When everyone saw that it was sealed off again, they looked at He Chun with disappointment. The Persian merchant stroked his mustache, completely unperturbed. Hee, with so many people here, let's find someone to try it. Today I've brought our finest Persian Sanlijiang. The wines of the Tang dynasty are too weak. Only Sanlijiang is what a real man should drink. Persian merchants began to instigate it. He Chun remained calm and composed. Who wants to come up and try it? 2 people, please. In an instant, everyone crowded forward, and He Chun casually pointed, and 2 tall, burly men glared and went up on stage. Hey, isn't that the Persian merchants' guard? I heard that these guards like to drink alcohol all the way from Chang'an to Persia, treating Sanlijiang like water. Yes, it's hanging in the balance. This young man is in trouble. He Chun nodded, sizing up the 2 burly men. Not bad. Today is the first time Lantian wine has been produced, so I won't charge you. Someone, bring me a bowl. 2 large bowls were placed on the table in an instant, and the 2 men looked at He Chun with disdain in their eyes. He Chun remained calm and said, you should drink the Sanlijiang first. The merchant from who brought out Sanlijiang. Its aroma was enticing, and it was indeed quite good. At this moment, Ma Zhou showed a question. Brother Qin Yi, why are you so confident in this young man? Can your brew really compare to Sanlijiang? Qin Yi nodded. Sir, didn't you hear what He Chun said? Sanlijiang is for women. Real men drink Lantian wine. See, no matter how good this Sanlijiang is, it can't compare to the wisdom of the human world. Grain-based liquor is truly unique in this world. After Qin Yi finished speaking, the 2 men had already finished a bowl of Sanlijiang, a type of fermented noodle soup, and roared to the sky. After all, he was a guard, so of course he had to praise his employer's stuff. Gentlemen, this Sanlijiang is very strong. After drinking it, my heart felt like it was on fire. This is exactly the taste. Oomph, as expected of the best Sanlijiang, this is definitely a drink for real men. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and smiled. Hu Shang laughed. Kid, it's your turn. He Chun smiled faintly, removed the mud seal, and poured out 2 bowls. You've gotten the better of me today, so be it. You don't need to rinse your mouth. Bring it on. This time, the aroma of the liquor completely overwhelmed the previous taste of the samlijiang. In an instant, the powerful aroma of the liquor hit their heads, and the group of men who were already eager to drink kept swallowing their saliva. Hurry up, drink it. Yeah, what are you looking at? Hurry up and drink. Qin Yi smiled. This was probably the Tang Dynasty version of a food and drink live streamer, unable to drink it himself, but watching others drink it. Brother Qin Yi, this wine is indeed excellent. Before Ma Zhou had finished speaking, the 2 burly men who had been extremely arrogant on the stage picked up their bowls and drank them down in one gulp. Then the 2 of them froze, their blank stares as if their souls had been stolen. Hichen was still laughing, and Hu Shang was also dumbfounded. In the West Market, the people in their finest clothes erupted in excitement once more. Well, tell us. Holy crap, hurry up. I'm waiting to go home for dinner. What's wrong? Are you stupid? At this moment, drool started to drip from the corner of a man's mouth. Just as his tall and muscular body was about to speak, he felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground with a thud. When you looked again, he was already in a drunken, dazed state. The other man gritted his teeth, trying to stand up straight, but the world in front of him was somehow swaying and shaking, as if it had been turned upside down. Bang! Its enormous body made intimate contact with the ground, reeking of alcohol. Its face flushed, and it kept muttering, "Good wine, good wine. Even the wine of immortals is no better than this." Hichen smiled at Hu Shang, who felt utterly humiliated. Hu Shang snorted and turned to leave. At this moment, Hichen smiled faintly, his voice suddenly tightening. There's a poem that goes, "Fine wine from Lantian in a luminous cup, the pipa urges me to drink on horseback." Hichen, as expected of someone who grew up playing with spoiled brats, spoke with the chilling aura of a military general. Do not laugh at me, drunk and lying on the battlefield. How many warriors have returned from ancient battles? Chapter 24. The Emperor bestows a name, jade elixir, and fine wine. The last 2 sentences were almost roared out by Hichen. As soon as the last 2 sentences were uttered, the people in the West Market of Chang'an City were all in high spirits. The Tang Dynasty was founded on military strength, and the people of Tang loved martial arts, often sparring with each other. After years of war and only a few days of peace, everyone started to follow the example of the nobles and began to live extravagantly. This poem instantly ignited my passion. The lost fighting spirit returns, and the passion lost in the glitz and glamour is completely rekindled at this moment. A group of Tang Dynasty citizens were howling. Good. Don't laugh at me, drunk and lying on the battlefield. How many have returned from ancient battles? This is what a real man should do. That's right. A real man should go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. In an instant, everyone was firmly under Hichen's control. At least their emotions were under his control. Gentlemen, how can a real man drink low-alcohol wine? Sanlijiang is just a fruit wine of the Hu people. The men of our great Tang Dynasty are full of heroic spirit, fighting bloody battles, and their spirit can swallow mountains and rivers. Only this Lantian wine is worthy of them. Hichen's neck veins bulged, and he was about to finish a bowl as he spoke. Everyone who comes here today will have a bowl, ride the fastest horse, climb the highest mountain, eat the spiciest food, drink the strongest liquor, wield the sharpest knife, and kill the most ruthless people. These are the true men of our great Tang Dynasty. Ma Zhou was stunned. This? Qin Yi smiled faintly. Sir, leave everything to the people, to the common folk. What the people like is the best. Ha ha ha. Qin Yi laughed loudly, followed closely by Ma Zhou, with 2 little girls trailing behind, wagging their tails. Although they didn't know what the men were fighting over, they felt it was all very impressive. From today onwards, with Chang'an of the Tang Dynasty as the center, countless people will become the spokespeople for this Lantian wine. In this era without advertising, everyone is a disseminator of advertising. The best advertising is letting people choose for themselves. Brother Qin Yi, your talents are more than this. Curiosity gleamed in Ma Zhou's eyes. He was now somewhat agreeing with Qin Yi's point of view. In order to get to know Qin Yi better, he decided to stay at Qin Yi's house for a while. Hee, everyone has their own talents, and even if you spend all your money, it will come back. Mr. Ma Zhou, why be so pessimistic? The Tang Dynasty has already begun to enter a golden age. Even a fool can see this trend. Come on, let's go home and drink 300 cups of wine. People in the Tang Dynasty always believed that the stronger the wine, the better. They didn't care about the taste. What they wanted was the spicy sensation that went down their throat and through their body. Only at this moment could men forget the pressures of life, forget the troubles of existence, and completely empty themselves. Deep within the palace, the Tang Emperor gazed at a jar of wine and muttered to himself, "Do not laugh at me, drunk and lying on the battlefield. How many have returned from ancient battles? Ride the fastest horse, climb the highest mountain, eat the spiciest food, drink the strongest liquor, wield the sharpest knife, and kill the most ruthless people." Hee, Guan Yinbi, what do you think? Your Majesty, this wine is indeed strong, spicy on the throat, and has a lingering aftertaste. It is a rare and excellent brew. Lier nodded, picked up the cup, and poured out a small amount. In an instant, the fragrance filled the air. Empress Zhongsun massaged Lier's temples. Government affairs were not so easy to handle. The situation of the world was piled up like a mountain, and the emperor was the repairman, threading the needle. Everything had to be done perfectly, and major decisions could not be wrong, especially in the first year of Jingguan, when there were many natural and man-made disasters. Lier picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. In an instant, his face, which had been slightly bluish-black, turned rosy. His eyes were fierce and imposing, and for a moment, Lier felt as if a raging fire was burning inside his body. Guan Yinbi, I have never drunk such refreshing wine before. This wine was made by Lao He's son. Lao He almost lost his life for you and me back then, so there should be a successor to take over. Guards, bestow upon it the name Jade Elixir and Fine Wine. The eunuch standing nearby immediately picked up his notebook and began to take notes, his excitement palpable. If they go out to announce the imperial decree, they can ask for more money. Lier waved his hand. Come, Guan Yinbi, drink a few more cups with me. Your Majesty, you are extremely busy with state affairs. Drinking might cause you to neglect your duties. Hee, it's rare that I'm in such a good mood today, come on. The eunuch beside him was tactful and quietly withdrew. In the depths of the palace, after the candlelight was extinguished, the palace maids covered their mouths and began to chuckle. The old eunuch said in a low but sharp voice, "What are you laughing at? His Majesty has received the finest nectar today and can finally get a good night's sleep." Others may not know, but the old eunuch knew perfectly well that His Majesty hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. Qin Yi still had a lot of grain in his hands. When Zhang Xiong came this time, he mysteriously took out a token. "Young Master Qin Yi, do you see this? These are the merchants specially supplied by His Majesty, personally approved by His Majesty, and you are one of them." Qin Yi picked up the token and looked at it for a long time before finally finding a few crooked characters on it, for royal use only. "I have to keep this. I can't give it to you yet. Thanks to you, the armies in Longyu had food and withstood several attacks from the Turks a while ago. Young Master Qin Yi, you have made a great contribution." Qin Yi waved his hand. "This is a business transaction, a trade. It's real money for grain. I haven't done anything to deserve this. Hee, this credit doesn't belong to me. It's thanks to your discerning eye, Commander Zhang, that you discovered this excellent grain." Ha! Young Master Qin Yi really knows how to talk. Zhang Xiong waved his hand, and the silver behind him was also brought over. "Is it still 30,000 caddies this time? This is the last time I'll buy it, at 801. As for the price after that," Zhang asked the Director of Agriculture, "and the rice will cost 10 won per dough. This is the last time, so be it. There's nothing we can do about it anyway." Hee, then I'll have to trouble Commander Zhang. After Zhang Xiong left with the grain, Qin Yi heard a furious roar from afar. "You scoundrel, I'll definitely report you to His Majesty." The voice belonged to none other than Cheng Wenjin. This time, when Cheng Wenjin came over, a thick leather bag was hanging on his donkey. "Since Your Excellency is free today, how about we have a few more drinks?" Cheng Wenjin couldn't help but shudder, patted the dust off his clothes, and rubbed his hands together. "Qin Yi, today I, Cheng Wenjin, have swallowed my pride and made them pay the price. I already know about what happened in your family. From now on, the 100 acres of land in front of your yard are yours. This is the land deed." Qin Yi was taken aback. "Your Excellency, how much are they asking for?" Upon Qin Yi's question, Cheng Wenjin immediately straightened his back, his face beaming with pride. But in an instant, he reverted to the demeanor befitting a Confucian scholar. "If I, this official, were to speak, would they dare to ask for a price? Hee, if I can't even make decisions in Lantian County, then I'm just a useless magistrate." Qin Yi was stunned. He got it for free. Chapter 25, Can you grow vegetables in winter? I've already prepared the money. What's wrong with these people? Are they really so afraid to even accept money from officials? But thinking about it, it makes sense. In the early years of the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, the court was in turmoil, and those merchants and landlords would be eager to curry favor with one or two officials to ensure their safety. However, just to be on the safe side, Qin Yi cautiously asked. Your Excellency, isn't this inappropriate? Cheng Wenjin immediately glared and bristled. Qin Yi, you ungrateful brat. If it weren't for the preciousness of potatoes, I would never have done such a shameless thing. It's truly an insult to our culture. All right, your wine was quite good last time. Bring me a few jugs, and a few potatoes too. Qin Yi smiled and said, You've worked hard, County Magistrate. Young heir, prepare some good wine and food. No need, I'll give this to you today. Haha, keep up the good work. If every household in the Tang dynasty had potatoes as a staple food, we would both be praised by countless people. Praise is not important, but I really like this feeling. Carrying his belongings and riding his donkey, Cheng Wenjin leisurely departed, much like an old man. The setting sun lengthened his shadow, leaving Qin Yi speechless. It seems I was overthinking things. Although Cheng Wenjin was not a capable official, at least he wanted to be one. It was inevitable that a pedantic scholar could not become a good official. There is a gap between theory and practice. Which scholar doesn't want to be remembered in history, and which county magistrate doesn't want to achieve lasting merit? This favor might just be Cheng Wenjin's vision of the glorious Tang dynasty. Qin Yi smiled, weighed the thick land deed in his hand, and told Tian heir to put it away. Cheng Wenjin's self-reference changed drastically, from young Master Qin Yi at the beginning, to Qin Yi, and then to brat. As night falls, the cicadas' chirping fades away, the weather turns cool, and autumn nights always bring a touch of melancholy. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, just as the chrysanthemums are in bloom. Several chrysanthemums in the courtyard were growing very well. Qin Riyun's little flowers were simply adorable. Qin Yi, I'm here. A bold voice was mixed with a sharp excitement. To put it bluntly, he got too excited. Qin strode forward. Qin Yi, you're really amazing. You don't know, that wine is priceless, and it's already caused a sensation in Chang'an. Look at this. It was personally bestowed by His Majesty, of fine wine and nectar. Qin Yi was taken aback when he saw the yellow scroll in Qin's hand, which had a large seal on it. Why would His Majesty give you something like this? Qin Yi frowned. That shouldn't be the case. If Manager He's identity is unusual, then he might be someone close to His Majesty. Even so, what does that have to do with He-chun? Never mind all that. His Majesty drank it and said it was good. Lantian wine had only been on the market for 2 days when a eunuch came to deliver an imperial decree. Hee. This is the money I've earned these past few days. There will be more in the future. Your share is 5,000 taels for now. Please keep it safe. That's outrageous. The two men behind, He-chun put down the silver and left. He-chun's eyes flickered. Qin Yi, do you have any other ideas? As expected of a businessman's child, although he didn't engage in business from a young age, his greedy nature would inevitably show itself at a certain point. What? You think it's not enough? No, it's not that. We're brothers, right? We can't make much money just by selling alcohol. Qin Yi shook his head. You think selling wine is that easy? Don't worry, your workshop will soon have to expand, and then someone will take away your brewing method. What's there to be afraid of? Our Lantian wine has already gained the favor of His Majesty. From now on, anyone who dares to show up will have to get out of my way. He-chun is very arrogant, but what he said makes sense. This is an era where royal power reigns supreme. If the emperor approves of something, what right do you have to oppose it? The establishment of any commercial order is predicated on His Majesty's permission. In just a few days, Lantian wine from the Tang dynasty has become a symbol that amazes people from all over the world who come to Chang'an to do business. You should expand your workshop first. I have many ways to make money, but that doesn't mean you can handle it right now. As Qin Yi watered the flowers, he said casually, Eat one bite at a time, walk one step at a time. The mountains are high and the roads are long, but we have many more days to make money. What if I were to rise to the top in one step? He-chun retorted. Haha, wouldn't that be a complete disaster? After He-chun left, Qin Yi sat in the courtyard, calculating the family's finances. The family now has 9,620 taels of silver, not counting the copper coins. Rounding up, they are now considered a family with 10,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels of silver. Even the wealthiest families in the Tang dynasty wouldn't dare dream of such a sum. 100 acres of land is no small amount. After all, 1 acre of land at that time cost 20 taels of silver, which is equivalent to 50 or 60,000 yuan in later times, and that's an underestimation. We don't lack rice anymore. We still have 5 or 6,000 caddies at home, which isn't a small amount. Next, it might be about expanding one's territory. With land, everything will be much easier. Riyun, you love counting money the most. I'll leave all of this to you. Yang heir and Tian heir's favorite thing to do was to move silver into the warehouse. Although sometimes some of the silver in the warehouse would disappear, they didn't dare to ask. After all, how could they, as rough men, know the deeper meaning behind what the young master was doing? Anyway, if some money is lost, new money will come back soon. Isn't that good? Once you become a servant, you'll think of your master. The people of the Tang dynasty were quite simple and honest. Late at night, Qin Yi stood in the warehouse, lost in thought. System, exchange 5,000 taels. Exchange successful, landlord points plus 5,000. Qin Yi looked at his points leaderboard. He had a total of 6,280 points. Open the store. In an instant, the landlord mall appeared in his mind. This time, Qin Yi wanted to buy seeds. Chili peppers, corn, cucumbers, eggplants, Sichuan peppercorns, watermelon, pumpkin, sweet potatoes, broccoli, and shiitake mushrooms. He bought 10 kinds of seeds, both seedlings and seedlings, and they appeared beside Qin Yi in an instant. 100 acres of land. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. 5,000 points were spent in an instant, leaving only 1,280 points. Tomorrow is the day to build a greenhouse. Although there aren't many seeds, we can produce more after just 7 days of cultivation. For several days in a row, Ma Zhou was completely dumbfounded as he watched Qin Yi directing everyone to build the huge shed. Qin Yi, what is this? This is a greenhouse. In the cold winter, if you want to eat vegetables from other seasons, you need to use this method. Ma Zhou fell into deep thought, which was seriously inconsistent with his worldview. Can you grow vegetables in winter? How come he didn't know about this? Ma Zhou thought he knew everything about astronomy and geography. Having suffered more than others since childhood, he put in extra effort to study. But even someone as knowledgeable as him had never seen vegetables grown in winter. Chapter 26. The greenhouse has arrived. Qin Yi ignored Ma Zhou. These past few days, Ma Zhou had been wandering around Qin Yi's 6 acres of land every day. His favorite food was potatoes, and he could eat a whole plateful every time he ate, plus a bowl of rice. 10 seeds have now been sown, and more seeds will be cultivated in just a few days. The oilcloth in the Tang dynasty was not cheap. It was expensive, not sturdy, and barely passed the light requirement. Qin Yi had no choice but to buy more and have the craftsmen speed up the construction. Once greenhouses are built, Qin Yi's family will no longer have to worry about not being able to eat what they want all year round. Fruits, vegetables, whatever you want, are all available. The most crucial ingredient is chili peppers. How come the Tang dynasty didn't have this kind of thing? They even used dogwood to enhance the flavor. This is going to drive Qin Yi, who loves spicy food and wants to eat hot pot, crazy. Thinking about the wonderful prospect of having beef hot pot in just a few days, Qin Yi began to get excited. The household has gained 12 new servants and 5 maids, one of whom, an older woman named Yunyang, is a cook. The chefs of the Tang dynasty lacked imagination, so much so that Qin Yi's face changed color the first time he ate Yunyang's dishes. Yunyang, tell me, how did you cook when you used to work at Ziyu Tower? After becoming servants of Qin Yi's family, everyone was trembling with fear. Yunyang was no exception, her eyes filled with tears. Young master, this is a dish I've been learning since I was a child. If you don't like it, I'll choose another dish. Qin Yi waved his hand, unable to bear seeing a woman cry. Besides, Yunyang was only a little over 27 years old. She had just married a bad man and was now living a life of widowhood, with no one daring to hire her. What does the idea that widows bring bad luck to their husbands, or that their homes are unlucky have to do with cooking? Qin Yi wouldn't mind such a thing. He would still pay the wages. But the dishes were indeed too much like the Tang dynasty style. It's all right, it's not your fault. I heard that your cooking skills were quite good when you were at Ziyula. Maybe I'm just picky. In my home, you'll have to forget everything you learned before and start learning it all over again. I'm cooking today myself, and I'll only do it once. You'd better learn from me. Qin Yi honed his cooking skills by cooking for his parents before he transmigrated. Although they weren't great, they were superior because they were so much better than his predecessors. The lard needs to be filtered afterward. It can't be used directly, otherwise there will be too much residue. Remember to add chili peppers to the potatoes, and don't be stingy with the vinegar either. What's wrong with this salt? Have we run out of fine salt? Yunyang trembled and asked cautiously. Young master, this fine salt is very expensive, shouldn't we? No, it must be refined salt. When you're cooking mutton, you have to put a piece of soft pine wood in it. Before Qin Yi hired servants, he cooked for himself, which surprised Ma Zhou. It is said that a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen, but Qin Yi seems to care about such things at all, doing everything himself, showing no signs of being a scholar. Now, he personally teaches the cook how to cook, leaving Ma Zhou completely stunned. You're a professional cook. Once you master these skills, who knows how many people will be eager to hire you? Qin Yi's words made Yunyang blush. Don't overthink it. I mean, there are people eager to have you as their chef. After holding it in for many days, Mahjou finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Qin Yi, is this how you discipline the servants in your household? I'm afraid it's not right. Qin Yi smiled. Mr. Mahjou, how should we discipline him? Of course, we must use both kindness and strictness. We can't let things go so easily. I see that maid is so lax. When Miss is practicing calligraphy, she doesn't even grind the ink. This won't do. Haha. Sir, you're overthinking it. Everyone has their own freedom. Qin Yi looked at the flocks of geese flying south in the sky. It's still early. My family is free, but the rules are strict. My two younger sisters don't need much service. I always encourage them to do things themselves. Only when they really can't do it can I have the maids serve them. Besides, the maids clean the house, do laundry, and boil water all day long. They're just trying to make a living. Why be so harsh on them? Qin Yi said all this not because he had any other intentions, but mainly because he felt too tense and wasn't used to it. The landlord was not an official, just a rich man with some money. How could he act like an official? There's no sense of accomplishment in bullying these people. Qin Yi has always believed in a principle. Only by bullying those who are stronger than himself can he gain a sense of achievement. Today, in the 6 acres of super farmland, the crops are ripe for harvest. As the servants began to harvest one by one, someone accidentally cut his hand and touched a chili pepper. The sight of him rolling on the ground made everyone burst into laughter. Some people were even secretly holding cucumbers up to the sky, looking at them repeatedly, saying they'd never seen anything like it before and found it quite rare. The servants in the house also need to be trained. Tian Heir and Yang Heir will naturally be the managers, and the others who have skills will be trained to specialize in those skills in the future. Those who know carpentry can specialize in making furniture in the future. Those who know how to brew wine can stay inside. Brewing wine is something best enjoyed alone. With this division of labor, the entire courtyard instantly became bustling with activity. With more servants in the household, Qin Yi spent money to have dormitories built on a nearby vacant lot. The 2-story building, constructed from huge stones and red bricks, was completed in less than 10 days with everyone working together. When late autumn arrives, the cold wind already carries a bleak feel. However, inside Qin Yi's greenhouse, Mahjou felt as warm as springtime. Young master, it's really grown. Hee, don't be surprised, Mahjou, this kind of thing will be everywhere in the future. Although this chili pepper is extremely spicy, it is less bitter than dogwood. Mahjou looked at the chili pepper seedlings with great delight. Zhang Xiong is here. He came alone this time. Qin Yi, something terrible has happened. What's wrong? Commander Zhang, what's making you so panicked? Potatoes, it's potatoes. Qin Yi frowned. Could it be that there was something wrong with the potatoes at Zhang Xiong's house? That shouldn't be the case. As long as it's in a greenhouse, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The seedlings are a bit withered and yellow, and spots have appeared. Zhang Xiong gave a brief description, and Qin Yi knew what was going on. It's due to lack of oxygen. Do you use a charcoal brazier at home? Yes, to keep the temperature right. My family started burning charcoal in the brazier early on, but it's a bit smoky. There was too much carbon monoxide. Qin Yi suddenly remembered that winter was coming soon, and it was time to bring the stove back into the spotlight. It's okay, just take it out to sunbathe, and make sure it's well ventilated. Don't always treat it like a precious treasure and keep it covered up. That kind of thing needs to be close to nature. Having received Qin Yi's assurance, Zhang Xiong was overjoyed and about to leave when he turned around and saw huge tarpaulins hanging on the earthen walls of the farmland surrounding Qin Yi's house, covering nearly 100 acres. He was intrigued and puzzled. Oh, by the way, come over the day after tomorrow, I'll get you a stove. Chapter 27, The Magical Stove and Cheap Coal. Qin Yi doesn't like drinking. In later generations, baijiu, Chinese liquor, became more like a pledge of allegiance for adults, as if saying one thing. Drink this carcinogen, and then talk about benefits and exchanges. Mahjou, however, was different. He was a typical drinker. Ever since he learned that chili peppers could be eaten in various ways, Mahjou, who had been struggling for several years, found his own joy in life. Chili peppers with strong liquor, the more you drink, the longer you last. Unable to serve his country, he retreated to a remote place, where, after drinking too much, he could at least worry about the emperor. Qin Yi, from now on, I'll be in charge of the servants in your household, so you have to pay me their wages. Otherwise, it won't do for me to just eat and drink at your house all the time. I'm good at studying, so I can teach your two younger sisters. Qin Yi smiled. It was definitely a waste of talent for someone like Mahjou to be a housekeeper in his own home. Historically, Mahjou's achievements were by no means trivial. Every single one of them was earth-shattering. Take, for example, the policy essay he presented when he was a retainer in Qin Yi's household. It not only saved Qin Yi, a rough and uncultured general, but also made Li Er realize some issues. The resolution of these problems changed some aspects of the early years of the Jingguan era. For example, respecting the elderly and caring for the young, practicing diligence and thrift, the state's grain procurement, and the governance of some local areas in the court. All of these transcended the limitations of the perspective at the time. Only someone like Ma Zhou, who wandered from childhood, knew the hardships of ordinary people, and had thoroughly studied the classics, could have written such a work. Now, the course of history seems to have changed, and Ma Zhou, the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty, is going to be a steward in Qin Yi's household. Qin Yi didn't dare to agree for a moment. Sir, you should reconsider. After all, with your talent, you only lack an opportunity to establish yourself in the imperial court. Ma Zhou disagreed, saying, when I was suffering before, I always had the world in my heart, but since I met you, I've realized that there are many ways to have the world in your heart. With the world in your heart and the country and its people at heart, why must you stir up trouble in the imperial court? Qin Yi, if you plant crops, wouldn't that solve part of Chang'an's food crisis? The fact that you've created potatoes is practically an auspicious sign. I reckon that starting next year, the people of the world will no longer have enough to eat. The winter greenhouse you built is unprecedented and will likely never be replicated. Doesn't this benefit the Tang dynasty? I was listening to you talking to that magistrate. When you are in a high position, you should worry about the people. When you are far from the court, you should worry about the ruler. How wonderful. I, Ma Zhou, have finally come to understand my mission after many hardships, to seek the welfare of the people of the Tang dynasty. Being an official is one way, but isn't farming another? The barrage of questions left Qin Yi somewhat speechless. Ma Zhou's eloquence was unmatched. In his area of expertise, no one could rival him. Qin Yi could only remain silent, feigning aloofness. After a long silence, Qin Yi finally sighed. Sir, you have a broad mind. I admire you. Then let's do as you think, sir. The greatest heroes are those who serve their country and its people. Whether in the imperial court or among the common people, they are all good men of the Tang dynasty. Since you can't refuse, why not enjoy the fun? Moreover, with something to do, Ma Zhou would no longer feel anxious about eating and staying at Qin Yi's house. No one can take someone else's food and eat it without feeling at ease. Even if they feel at ease on the surface, they will feel uneasy inside. Even if they feel at ease inside, their body will unconsciously do something to make up for it. A stove is still necessary. The servants' living quarters consist of more than 20 independent rooms, each on 2 floors, and it gets quite cold in winter. Because the construction techniques of the Tang dynasty were not the same as those of later generations, Qin Yi was involved in many aspects. Now that the buildings, which resembled dormitories and office buildings in later generations, were completed, Ma Zhou's interest was even greater. This way of building is unheard of. A vacant lot can be used to build 2-story houses, which means a lot of land is not wasted. Qin Yi, how did you come up with this? Qin Yi was currently instructing a blacksmith on how to cast molten iron and didn't have time to deal with Ma Zhou, so he could only reply casually. If this thing could be built to 10 stories, it would save even more money and land. The blacksmith's skill level was actually quite high, but this year he was really affected by the drought and couldn't support his family. After coming to Qin Yi's house, he found that his employer did not seem to be the kind of person who would exploit others to death, but rather an easygoing person. Not only was he easygoing, but he also taught me some skills. The blacksmith felt guilty and secretly approached Qin Yi, swearing to the heavens that he would never pass on his skills to anyone else. Qin Yi didn't care about all that. Making the iron stove was the key. So what if you spread this around? True blessings come from doing something that benefits the world, even if it's just a small act. It's far superior to the so-called 996 blessing of later generations. The molten iron had just solidified when it was pressed down by a huge millstone, turning it into a flat sheet of iron. After it has completely solidified, roll it up and then seal it tightly inside with thoroughly heated loss. It's simple, practical, and can also warm up the whole house. Young master, what is this tin stove burning? Charcoal or firewood? Coal. Yes, the kind you call coal. The blacksmith frowned, frantically searching his mind for any trace of what he called coal. Finally, he remembered that when he was a child, guests from the far northwest would leave behind black stones when they passed through Chang'an. These stones could be burned, and not only did they burn fiercely, but they were also extremely durable. If a stone was not completely burned, it could still be used. Qin Yi looked at the tin stove and was quite satisfied, but it seemed like something was missing. Qin Ryu stared at the still dry mud on the iron stove for a long time before finally asking a curious question. Brother, what are you going to do with this lump of iron? Qin Yi waved his hand. You'll find out tonight. There was still a lot of sheet metal left, enough to make 2 chimneys. We cut a hole in the window and extended the pipes out. This is the right taste. In the evening, young heir returned, panting, with a sack of coal. Young master, this coal isn't expensive. Qin Yi hadn't expected this. Coal must have been very scarce in this era. But the price is incredibly low. Young heir used less than 100 coins to bring back a whole big bag. Ma Zhou smiled and explained, Young master, coal is not a common item. People in the Central Plains only use charcoal braziers. When more people use it, the price will naturally go up. Qin Yi finally understood that the people of the Tang dynasty were unaware of how precious this thing was. Coal is known as black gold. Several large pieces were taken out, lit with firewood, and large fire tongs were used to hold the already lit coal pieces and put them into the stove before the lid was closed. Before long, the chilly feeling in the whole room disappeared. Most importantly, for a full hour or two, there wasn't a single extra smell, and the people in the room didn't feel any discomfort. Qin Yi smiled with satisfaction as the smoke slowly drifted out of the metal pipe. Chapter 28 Buying Shishan to open a coal mine. In later generations, coal was burned in honeycomb briquettes. This allowed the coal to burn to the maximum extent, avoiding waste of resources. The more complete the combustion, the less likely it was for excess harmful gases such as carbon monoxide to linger in the house. The stove was the first thing Qin Ryu and Qin Ruyan used in their house. A night passed, and the few pieces of coal were still not completely burned. The rest of the coal, under Qin Yi's command, had been smashed into pieces by the servants and mixed with mud and water to make coal cakes. The mold for making honeycomb briquettes was completed the next day, resulting in a dozen more honeycomb briquettes. Since coal is cheap, let's buy more. If we can find a coal mine in our own backyard, that would be even better. Why are coal companies so sought after in later generations? It's because once this resource is mined, there's no worry about finding a market for it. The allure of exorbitant profits coupled with state control is immense for anyone. Within a few days, the yard was piled high with honeycomb briquettes. Winter hadn't even arrived yet, but the weather was already getting a bit unpleasant. A dry, cold wind swept across the vast Guangzhou plain, swirling up yellow dust in Lantian County and blinding passers-by. In Chang'an, a strange thing suddenly appeared, a stove. It is said to have been handcrafted by a blacksmith from Lantian. It is ingeniously designed and mainly burns coal, but can also burn charcoal. Suddenly, coal resources became scarce throughout Chang'an. The stove was started by Yang Taizhu, the blacksmith from He Chun and Qin Yi's family. Yang Taizhu has now become the guide and master. Having received wages and a share of the profits, he naturally had to do a good job. Soon, the stove began to become popular in Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty. There were some in the West Market, and even more in the East Market. The poor could have such a warm winter. 20 coins each, enough to keep you warm through the winter. I heard it also needs a chimney, so the smoke from burning coal can escape through it. After the Lantian wine frenzy, Chang'an was once again abuzz with excitement. Once things settled down, time flies by. Qin Yi felt like he was yawning. Half a year had passed since he transmigrated to this world, and in less than half a month, the real winter would be upon everyone. After a drought, the earth is dry and the air is so cold it feels like it's carrying a knife. However, there is also a problem. The locust eggs do not seem to freeze to death on the ground, since the soil is still suitable for their survival. Qin Yi, carrying a stove and 10,000 taels of silver earned from selling wine, was standing atop West Mountain. The barren mountains are filled with signs of desolation. This land has been abandoned for a long time and is considered my family's ancestral property. I just don't know what to do with it. If young Master Qin Yi wants it, 20,000 taels of silver will do, and we can be friends. The speaker was a middle-aged man, greasy and slick, not tall, but broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with small, squinting eyes. He looked like a shrewd person. Qin Yi was naturally familiar with this area. Looking back from the future, weren't the coal-producing areas in the central region of the Tang dynasty just those few places? Besides the desolate Shishan, where else in the Guangzhou region can produce coal mines? This place is not far from Lantian. The land and mineral resources belong to them. He-Chun will find people to help with the sales and split the profits 70/30. Qin Yi thought He-Chun would refuse, but to his surprise, He-Chun agreed immediately. The problem now is that 20,000 taels of land is indeed not expensive, but Qin Yi doesn't want to spend that much money. At this moment, Ma Zhou, who was standing next to Qin Yi, appeared wearing a thick cotton-padded coat. Merchants believe in a give-and-take approach in business. Manager, if we don't buy this land, no one else will. Ma Zhou smiled, and despite the cold weather, he waved his folding fan, seemingly unfazed by the chill. A cold wind blew by, and the businessman's face twitched. Sir, we never said this piece of land had to be sold. Ma Zhou shook his head. If you say you won't sell, that's absolutely a lie. There's no businessman in this world who doesn't want to make money. Selling land is a surefire way to make money. A huge hilltop, with wasteland for miles around. This large area is not suitable for farming. What can you do with it? Apart from Qin Yi, no one knew what secrets were hidden here. Ma Zhou didn't ask Qin Yi the reason. Since Qin Yi wanted to buy it, he facilitated it. Then why did you buy this piece of land? Before Ma Zhou could speak, Qin Yi smiled faintly. I'm not a businessman. I'm just a wealthy person. I plan to plant flowers, grass, and vegetables in this area. Tsk. Qin Yi's simple-minded expression made the businessman in front of him become confused. The businessman wondered to himself, is this guy a fool? Everyone knows there's something fishy about this place in Xishan. Crops and grains can't grow there, and no plants can grow. It's like a dead land in legends. And you, on the other hand, have the leisure to enjoy it. Then name your price. The other party looked at Qin Yi with an expression as if he were an idiot. 5,000 taels, that's the most I can give you. The moment this price was announced, even the air felt colder than Ma Zhou's back. Oh, young master, you can't haggle like that. Upon hearing the price, the man turned and left, and there was no further opportunity to negotiate. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he looked at the other person sincerely, his eyes bright and clear. After a long while, the man sighed. So be it, 5,000 taels isn't a loss. It's rare to find someone willing to take this land. Once you've placed your order, you can't go back on it. The other party repeatedly emphasized that. On the carriage, Qin Yi and the other party signed and sealed the document, and the 5,000 taels of silver were transferred from one carriage to another. After the dust settled, the merchant persisted. Young master, tell me the truth. What's so good about this land? Ma Zhou frowned. This land has nothing to do with you now. Why ask any more questions? As long as you like it, that's the best thing. Qin Yi smiled faintly. 1,000 pieces of gold cannot buy my willingness. My friend, until we meet again. Once the mine was secured, Qin immediately took action. Lantian wine sold well, and stoves also sold extremely quickly, soon spreading from ordinary people's homes to the homes of nobles. It means that coal is starting to become scarce. Qin Yi personally drew the plans, and Qin found someone to supervise the process, finally forming the basic structure of the first coal mine in the Tang dynasty. Qin simply searched a few places, dug casually, and saw the dark thing. Overjoyed, they shouted, "Let's get started. Dig coal." The workers were paid well, but compared to the current price of coal, it was like heaven and earth. With over 100 people, they were able to dig out more than 5,000 kilograms of coal on the first day, and they will dig out even more in the future. The price of coal has now reached 10 coins per pound, and a bag of coal would cost at least 1 tael of silver. For the people of Chang'an, this was not expensive, but for people in other places, this coal was not cheap. But if you calculate it carefully, it's not impossible to save some money. Moreover, there were honeycomb briquettes made by the people in Qin's workshop. For a time, thousands of households in Chang'an were using honeycomb briquettes from later generations. Under Qin Yi's instruction, Yang Taizhu passed on his skills to other blacksmiths. This kind of thing, forming an industry chain, is not a bad thing, provided that when the furnace is completed, they must pay a penny to Qin's workshop. Countless blacksmiths are currently kowtowing to Qin Yi behind his back. If it weren't for Qin Yi, they would probably freeze to death this winter. With this skill of making iron furnaces, they would be more than happy to burn incense for Qin Yi every day. 2 weeks later, Zhang Xiong arrived excitedly. Qin Yi, the potatoes are ripe. That's good news. Qin Yi, are you ready? Chapter 29. Zhang Xiong presents his treasure. Qin Yi couldn't figure out for a moment what kind of preparation he needed to make. What would His Majesty think if I brought potatoes into the palace? Zhang Xiong looked at Qin Yi mysteriously, a smug smile on his face. It's as if it's saying, you're about to achieve great success. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Perhaps something good will happen. Thank you then. Before leaving, Zhang Xiong didn't forget to take some potatoes as a treat, and Qin Yi tacitly agreed. Cheng Wenjin arrived late in the evening, bringing with him a document detailing Qin Yi's achievements. There is Qin Yi, the orphan of Qin Hu from Lantian County. His family has fallen on hard times, but he is determined to live a life of farming and is hands-on in all matters. Auspicious rice has appeared in the world, and he has made great achievements during the Great Disaster. Furthermore, auspicious potatoes have appeared, yielding 3,000 caddies per mu and worth 10,000 gold coins. If they are widely distributed, the people of the Tang dynasty will no longer suffer from hunger. This is truly a feat that rivals the wonders of nature. The lengthy essay, spanning 1,000 words, practically portrayed Qin Yi as a deity descended to earth. Qin Yi's rice is indeed becoming more common in the market today, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely become the first choice for farmers to grow next year. Although Zhang Xiong doesn't come often, he always takes away 30,000 jin of rice each time. Although he wasn't making as much money as before, Qin Yi knew that the path to wealth had been opened. From now on, whatever he was willing to share would become the newest wealth secret. In this feudal era, the key to finding wealth was to keep a low profile. By doing this, Cheng Wenjin will gain early exposure to the eyes of those powerful figures in the imperial court. These people may seem kind-hearted, but they are all ruthless and vicious, and are outright robbers. If they ask me for something, and I refuse, I might really die. This situation presents both an opportunity and a challenge. After seeing Cheng Wenjin off, Qin Yi began to ponder. Which founding father in the imperial court didn't have property? If they had relied solely on the salary they received in the early Tang dynasty, their entire family of 3 wives and 4 concubines would have starved to death long ago. Dealing with His Majesty is relatively easy. After all, with Cheng Wenjin's memorial, Qin Yi has essentially gained an extra layer of protection, which is only effective against His Majesty, who values morality. To those dukes, pillars of the state, and generals, they were nothing but a fart. Having survived in the Tang dynasty for only half a year and seen some improvement, he was faced with this difficult choice. Lost in thought, recalling the characteristics of various figures in history books, Qin Yi forgot the passage of time and unknowingly sat in his study from night until the next morning. As the rooster crows, a chill permeates the air, and the stars, disappearing silently from the horizon, do not forget to glance back at the earth one last time. But the sunlight had already shone down, instantly obscuring that tiny bit of starlight. Seeing their brother sitting there motionless, Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu tried to find a way to please him. Brother, let's have hot pot. Yunyang picked a lot of vegetables today. Exactly. Hot pot is great. After eating it, all your worries disappear. Qin Yi turned to look at his 2 younger sisters, then gazed at the rows of greenhouses outside, and suddenly had some thoughts. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. In this world, the only person who can change the course of history is oneself. Since we are destined to have a direct encounter with those people, it is unavoidable whether it comes sooner or later, so why worry about it? Let's go. Let's pick vegetables. Slaughter the cow. Slaughter the sheep. Today, Qin Yi Manor was unusually lively and bustling. The open-air stove was filled with the aroma of various pork, beef, and mutton, which wafted for miles around. Even the servants in the house are not spared today. They all get to have a good feast. Qin Yi specifically ordered that not only should he eat his fill, but servants with family members should also remember to bring some back with them. At noon, the entire manor house was filled with the sound of food being served. Penetrating the mountain stove, 10 bowls of food. It was a feast for the servants, whose favorite dishes were braised pork with preserved mustard greens and fried tofu. Li Er yawned repeatedly in the court. Finally, an official who rarely spoke mustered the courage to step forward for the first time. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Hee, you must be the magistrate of Lantian County. Your Majesty, I am Cheng Wenjin, the magistrate of Lantian County. I have an important matter to report today. This matter concerns the food and clothing of the people of the world, and is truly a blessing for all people, and a blessing for your Majesty. Cheng Wenjin was an old-fashioned Confucian scholar, so naturally he put the world first and the emperor second. Li Er frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. But when he picked up the memorial, he was stunned, his heart clenching. Is it really 3,000 caddies? My God, these potatoes aren't fake. Yielding 3,000 jin per mu, good taste, good storage life, Li Er appeared outwardly calm, but inwardly he was in turmoil. When the grain official Zhang Xiong reported the news earlier, Li Er was shocked, but he quickly realized that all of this needed to be verified. We shouldn't be overjoyed by a child's empty words. Zhang Xiong, a rough soldier, was often deceived. The matter needed to be settled. Nowadays, it's different when a rigid old scholar like Cheng Wenjin offers advice. Given his scholarly integrity, he certainly wouldn't lie. This means that the yield of potatoes per mu, a Chinese unit of area, approximately 0.067 hectares, is indeed true. In an instant, Li Er waved his hand and dismissed the court. The guards outside the imperial study surrounded the entire Hanyuan hall. Zhang Xiong carried 2 large vats on his back. His face was flushed, but his legs were still nimble. "Commander Zhang, let me help you." "No need, I can do it myself." Li Junxian had barely opened his mouth when Zhang Xiong directly rejected him. "How dare you talk like that? My rank is much higher than yours." Li Junxian was unaware that Zhang Xiong had already made his own plans. "The potatoes have grown to maturity today, but the credit doesn't belong to me, nor to His Majesty, nor to God. This was all thanks to Qin Yi. Back then, Qin Yi donated 5,000 caddies of rice to the army without hesitation, without even blinking. Such courage in a teenager is unmatched by ordinary people. If anyone dares to touch this achievement today, he will immediately fight them to the death, not even Li Junxian. Zhang Xiong must have been exhausted carrying all that himself. He had made several trips back and forth. When the 9 large vats were placed in front of the imperial study, Li Er also came out. "Zhang Xiong, potatoes are such an auspicious plant. Do you know how to harvest them?" Cheng Wenjin knelt on the ground, raised his head slightly, and smiled. Zhang Xiong, with a sword slung across his shoulder, gave a standard military salute. "Your Majesty, just pull the potatoes up by the roots. The ripe potatoes are still on the roots." Li Er was skeptical. "I don't know how much of this plant there is. I have never believed in any gods or spirits, nor do I think there could be 3,000 caddies of grain in the world." Upon hearing this, Cheng Wenjin and Zhang Xiong felt a chill run down their spines. Everything that happened today was done in complete secrecy, known only to His Majesty and the other 2. If they had deceived the emperor, then no one would have known when they disappeared. The atmosphere became unusually oppressive. Hundreds of guards gripped their sword hilts, ready to draw their swords at any moment. Chapter 30 Mysterious Visitor. Li Er rolled up his sleeves, his movements quite practiced. It wasn't that he often farmed, but rather that he had long been trying to plant potatoes in the inner palace. Even the Wentong supervisor got involved. Empress Zhang's son personally took care of them, but the result was very bad. None of the potatoes survived. An emperor who dares to kill his own brothers and force his own father to abdicate is definitely not a kind person. What he dislikes most is the feeling of being deceived. "Roll up your sleeves and do it yourself. No one can deceive me." Li Er grabbed it hard and lifted it up, and the potato, which had been well taken care of every day, sprang out of the soft soil in the jar. In an instant, a bunch of fist-sized potatoes at the base of the potato seedlings, carrying the scent of fresh soil, made the gloom on Li Er's face disappear. Not bad. Cheng Wenjin's heart skipped a beat, and Zhang Xiong's legs trembled even more. The crime of deceiving the emperor, especially on such a major matter concerning the livelihood of the people, would surely be met with death if there were even the slightest falsehood. And even after that, the emperor might not be satisfied and might occasionally recall this incident and drag the person out of the coffin to whip the corpse. When Li Er uttered the words, "not bad," it was as if countless stones had fallen to the ground within a radius of several dozen meters in front of the imperial study. The eunuch standing nearby tactfully took out a scale, shook off the dirt from the potatoes, and then placed them on it. "Your Majesty, there are 10 plants in this plant, totaling 1 shur, a unit of dry measure. 1 shur is 10 do, which, converted using Tang Dynasty units of measurement, is more than 120 jin. If Qin Yi were here, he would be speechless with surprise. How could a potato weigh more than 10 kilograms? But reality is often so absurd. Zhang Xiong stood tall and proud. This whole vat of food was raised by him from scratch, so he must be quite fertile. The other tank didn't have that many. A dozen or so only weighed a little over 50 pounds. One by one, Li Er pulled out potato seedlings from 9 large vats. Finally, Li Er picked up a large hammer that the eunuch had prepared for a long time and smashed it on the vat. Bang! Whoosh! The jar cracked open, and soil splattered all over the ground, mixed with more than 20 round objects. At this moment, Li Er laughed heartily. 9 large vats, 9 potato seedlings, nearly 400 caddies. This figure, 3,000 jin per mu, is an understatement. "My 2 esteemed subjects, please rise." Zhang Xiong's back was soaked with sweat. Cheng Wenjin couldn't get up. His legs were clearly weak. After finally managing to get up, he heard Li Er's questioning. "Why is such precious food something I've never heard of before?" Li Er was not an emperor raised in the deep palace, but an emperor who fought his way up on the battlefield with real swords and spears. So naturally, he had the desire to get to the bottom of things. "Your Majesty, Qin Yi has only been selling grain for 3 months. As for potatoes, under Qin Yi's guidance, it took me more than 3 months to raise them to maturity," Zhang Xiong said cautiously. Cheng Wenjin then flicked his sleeves and said, "Your Majesty, Why don't you go to Qin Yi's house yourself and take a look? The midday sun, carrying a hint of chill, seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of the newcomer and hid behind the clouds. The sky was overcast, and the ground beneath our feet was unusually hard. It seemed that the farmers would have a tough winter ahead. What smells so good? Holy crap, Your Majesty, it smells amazing. Your Majesty, shall we go and take a look? The three of them, dressed in casual clothes, walked towards the source of the fragrance. As they walked, when a patch of green suddenly appeared on the withered earth, they knew that this might be the place they were going to. The fragrance is coming from here. Three guests inexplicably entered Qin Yi's home. The group, who were busy serving dishes to the cafeteria and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy their meal, suddenly fell silent. Yang Er and Tian Er grinned and asked, "What are you doing? What's the matter?" Of the three, the one walking in front was tall and burly, with fierce eyebrows and glaring eyes, like a statue of the Horse King. "You two lackeys, can't you come to your house for a visit if there's nothing else to do?" "Hey, I'm talking to you." Yang Er had just rolled up his sleeves when Ma Zhou stopped him. "The cafeteria is all set. You two go and eat first." Yang Er and Tian Er were extremely respectful to Ma Zhou, but upon hearing Ma Zhou's order, they immediately slunk away. Ma Zhou was imposing and dignified. Although he was not tall, his aura was truly captivating. "Are you three guests just passing by?" "Hee. Yes, we were just passing by when we saw that this manor was quite remarkable, especially the houses. They were exquisitely crafted. From the outside, they looked ordinary, but once you went inside, you could say they were full of wonders." The person speaking was amiable and clearly the leader of the three. As for the one who was glaring at me earlier, he's standing at the back now. "Are you the owner of this place?" The man continued to ask. Ma Zhou smiled and said, "What merit do I have to become the master of this place? My young master has seized the creation of heaven and earth and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. How can someone like me compare? Guests are welcome. Please come in." These words startled the three men, especially the one in the lead, who looked surprised and full of curiosity. All right, then we'll take our leave." Qin Yi was cooking mutton for the two little girls. "It's almost ready to eat once it's in the pot. Just dip it in the sauce 7 or 8 times. Eat slowly, what's the rush? I'm not going to take it from you." Just then, Ma Zhou came in. Ma Zhou naturally ate with Qin Yi. Previously, Qin Yi and his two younger sisters ate with all the servants, but Ma Zhou thought it was inappropriate. So Qin Yi converted the servants' dormitory into a dining hall, while his family and Ma Zhou ate in the main hall. "Mr. Ma Zhou, come and have a taste." Qin Ruiyun exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? Who are they?" Qin Yi also raised his head, his eyes flashing for a moment before returning to calm. "Young master, these three men were passing by my house and seemed suspicious. I thought they were merchants coming and going, so I brought them in." Qin Yi smiled and said, "It's all right, let's eat together." Qin Yi sized up the three men. One was tall and muscular with dark skin and sharp eyes. He looked a bit like Zhang Xiong, but seemed even more ferocious. The other had a deeply lined face and a pair of incredibly deep eyes, with an expression that was both ambiguous and enigmatic, making him seem quite unfathomable. The most imposing one, with an aura of authority that commands respect without anger. "Damn, these aren't ordinary people. Hee, please have a seat, all three of you. Mr. Ma Zhou, please bring a few more sets of tableware. My name is Qin Yi. Since you three are here, you are guests. Please try the hot pot I made." The leading man clasped his hands in a fist salute. "The three of us are merchants from Jiangnan. We usually trade grains and fruits." Chapter 31. Li Er's heart suffers 1,000 points of critical hit. "Hee, so you're a merchant. Those who can travel for business this year are no ordinary people. Come on, don't just sit there." Ma Zhou brought out the tableware, a pair of chopsticks, a small plate, and a small bowl, all of which looked extremely exquisite. The most interesting item was the small spoon, on which the character Qin was engraved. "Hee, brother Qin Yi, why is your hot pot red?" Qin Yi smiled and said, "Sir, this is a chili pepper. Chili peppers are red, and the taste is similar to that of dogwood, but compared to dogwood, it has a spicier sensation in the throat. It is less bitter and more spicy. Chili. Hee. Sir, you are unaware that chili peppers are a new crop, a seasoning." Qin Yi explained. "Hee, young brother, don't be shy. We're really in for a treat today, since we've come here with such a bold attitude. Just call me Lao Li. This is Lao Su, and this is Lao Cheng. We're all new to this kind of chili pepper, so please forgive us, young man." Hee, it's all right." Qin Yi winked at Ma Zhou as he spoke. Ma Zhou immediately understood, and soon there was more dipping sauce in the 3 small bowls. This dipping sauce is not the same as the dipping sauce of the Tang dynasty. Authentic hot pot dipping sauce contains millet peppers, sesame oil, chili flakes, scallions, ginger, and garlic. It looks red and oily, which is most appetizing. Please come in, all three of you. The three of them were stunned. The hot pot smelled delicious, but how were they going to eat it? With a large mouthful of mutton in her mouth, Qin Yi immediately said, Uncle Li, you need to pick up your chopsticks, take a slice of mutton, and then put it into the hot pot. Dip it in and out 7 or 8 times. The little girl demonstrated with great skill, and old Li beamed with joy. All right, I was ignorant. Little girl, what's your name? Uncle Li, my name is Qin Yi, and my sister's name is Qin Yi. Old Li didn't hold back either, picking up his chopsticks and getting to work. The mutton was very thinly sliced, clearly cut with excellent knife skills, and was extremely succulent. Once it's put into the pot, the aroma instantly fills your nostrils, making your mouth water. When he put it in his mouth, Lao Cheng and Lao Su's faces twitched. When they saw the extremely enjoyable expression on old Li's face, they immediately fell silent. You're eating too? Don't just look at how delicious it is. Old Li almost let something slip. These three men were the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Sheng Yaojin, one of the most valiant generals of the Tang dynasty, and Su Shiji, who was bestowed the imperial surname by Emperor Taizong, Li, and was also known as Li Ji. The three of them ate exactly as Qin Yi ate. Young man, this mutton is quite good. Your family's chef must be from a distinguished family, right? Li couldn't help but ask. Qin Yi chuckled. Hee, the cook is a widow, and no one dares to hire her. Such a pitiful person has to survive in this year's situation. Anyway, I don't mind that, so I hired her as the cook. Li immediately nodded. Young man, you are kind and benevolent. You will surely achieve great things in the future. Young man, what is this? Eggplant, a vegetable, doesn't cook easily. Let's eat it later. Li suddenly realized. Is this eggplant a new type of vegetable? Qin Yi nodded. Hee, in this day and age, only my family can afford to eat this. Come on, Lao Li, try this broccoli. This dish, garlic broccoli. A plate of bright green cold dish was served. This time, the two little girls were eager to eat it as soon as it arrived, but they held back when they saw that there were guests present. This broccoli contains things that everyone's body needs, so eating more of it will definitely not do any harm. Seeing that the two young girls were getting impatient, Li started eating first. It is crisp and delicious, with a hint of bitterness, but it does not lose its sweetness. This dish is cucumber stir-fried with eggs. Li was confused again. Cucumber? Yes, that's it. Qin Yi pointed to a long, green object that Ma Zhou was holding. Ma Zhou took a bite with a crunch, and juice flowed freely. The turmoil in Li's heart was surging wave after wave. He could no longer describe what he had experienced today in words. The world was a barren yellow, except for the few acres of land in front of Qin Yi's house, which were lush and green, showing no signs of life waning. Eggplant, broccoli, cucumber. Qin Yi, you really know how to surprise me. What is this? Su Shiji, standing to the side, pointed to the white vegetables with brownish-red skin, which had already been sliced, and asked. This is a sweet potato. Qin Yi said proudly. Sheng Yaojin picked up a piece, stuffed it into his mouth, and bit into it with a satisfying crunch. This is delicious. Yes, this can be eaten raw or cooked, Qin Yi immediately replied. Uncle Li, this is a pumpkin. My brother said that eating too much pumpkin can cause internal heat, so you should eat more, otherwise you'll get cold later, Qin Yi said to Li, not wanting to be outdone. Qin Yi's logic made Li burst out laughing, while Sheng Yaojin and Su Shiji, who were standing to the side, turned pale. You're the first person in the world to dare flirt with the emperor. Li stroked his beard, completely unconcerned. His beard was stained with some red oil, but he made no attempt to wipe it off. Okay, then I'll eat more pumpkin. Is this a mushroom? Li asked about everything he saw, and finally he met someone he recognized. Qin Yi smiled and said, this is a shiitake mushroom, a type of mushroom, and it tastes even better. What about this yellow one? Sheng Yaojin was munching on a corn cob, which Qin Yi had secretly given him. Haha, that's old Cheng's corn. You can't eat the inside. Sheng Yaojin's face darkened, and as he ate, he also gnawed a large hole in the corn cob. I am so lucky. Li almost let slip again. It's freezing cold outside, but this place is as warm as a paradise. It's truly something to yearn for. Come, now that you're here, don't leave. Mr. Ma Zhou, bring out the jar of wine I buried under the osmanthus tree. Li observed Ma Zhou, who acted with composure and ease. Although he was a servant, The wisdom and pride in his eyes were definitely not those of a servant. Ma Zhou went out. Li Er relaxed, and Qin Yi felt that the atmosphere was almost familiar. Young man, this Ma Zhou doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Li Er suddenly asked. Qin Yi wiped his mouth and smiled faintly. Old Li, to be honest, Mr. Ma Zhou is a man of great talent, but Chang'an is not suitable for him at this time. If Mr. Ma Zhou achieves his lofty ambitions one day, how many people in the world today would dare to call themselves a true man? Qin Yi quickly guessed the identities of the three people. Later novels are full of such plots, and only contemporary figures like Li Er, Cheng Yaojin, and Su Shiji thought they were flawless, able to disguise themselves and become unrecognizable. Since he had a rare opportunity to tease His Majesty, Qin Yi naturally wouldn't let it pass, and at the same time, he also wanted to promote Ma Zhou. Chapter 32 Curious Baby Li Er. Oh, hee, does this Ma Zhou have some special talent? Qin Yi smiled faintly. Come on, let's eat and talk. Old Cheng and Old Su, don't be shy. Old Li, try this beef. TSK, it was just slaughtered this morning. It's so fresh. Upon hearing this, Li Er's expression changed. When he ascended the throne, he had already issued a decree prohibiting the killing of cattle by ordinary people. Keep in mind that Li Er is not even 30 years old yet. Qin Yi, are you getting too cocky? Or is it that I'm too old to handle a sword? Li Er, with his beard, trying to appear mature was really not convincing. It's more of a heroic deterrent. Qin Yi suddenly remembered the Tang dynasty's ban on the arbitrary slaughter of cattle, and then he thought of how Cheng Wenjin had been jumping up and down because his family ate beef every day, and his heart trembled. But since we've already eaten it, we need to find a way to resolve this. What's wrong, Lao Li? Qin Yi felt like he was just playing along. He knew the other person's identity, and the other person would probably guess that he knew it soon, but no one pointed it out. Hee, it's nothing. Qin Yi, I've heard that His Majesty of the Tang dynasty forbids the arbitrary slaughter of cattle. This beef of yours. Haha. Qin Yi smiled faintly. I thought it was something serious. Lao Li, you're really out of the loop. Li Er was immediately enraged. How could anyone in the world say that he was ignorant and ill-informed? But you can't get angry. He really likes this kind of vibe now. Oh, Old Li, you don't know this. Qin Yi picked up a piece of fried egg and put it on Li Er's plate. The people of the Tang dynasty have actually misunderstood something. In this world, as long as it is a cow, it can plow the land, whether it is a draft cow or a beef cow. So, killing the oxen is fine. There are so many oxen anyway, we can't use them all. Li Er was slightly displeased, and Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji, who were standing nearby, immediately felt uncomfortable. Judging by their words and expressions, who would dare to speak to His Majesty like that? Then tell me, how will those beef cattle be used for plowing? As far as I know, beef cattle are fierce and difficult to tame. Ma Zhou happened to come in carrying a jar of wine. So Qin Yi waved his hand and said, Mr. Ma Zhou, you just did this recently, tell Old Li about it. Ma Zhou smiled and said, Mr. Li, what beef cattle and draft cattle are lacking is human guidance. As Ma Zhou spoke, he took out a small booklet from his sleeve. I am very honored to be by your side, young master. There is absolutely no one else in the Tang dynasty who could come up with such a method. Li Er was stunned when he saw it, and then burst into laughter. Brother Qin Yi, it was my fault just now. I misunderstood you. It turns out that all you need to do is thread a rope through the cow's nose. Qin Yi shrugged. Old Li, come on, try this wine. Lantian liquor is already considered a high-proof liquor, but the liquor in Qin Yi's house is no ordinary Lantian liquor. The alcohol content of Lantian liquor is around 50 degrees, but this jar in front of me must have been over 60 degrees when it was first brewed. After being buried underground for a while, it must have become much stronger. As soon as the mud seal was broken, the aroma of wine filled the air, and instantly, smiles appeared on the faces of Li Er, Cheng Yaojin, and Su Shiji. People who have been in the military for a long time never shy away from drinking. Although drinking is prohibited in the military, how would they warm up if they didn't have alcohol when fighting in the freezing cold? Cheng Yaojin was now swallowing hard, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Su Shiji remained relatively calm. After all, he was a minister skilled in both civil and military affairs, and he had to maintain basic decorum in front of Li Er. But when they saw Li Er pick up a cup and drink it down without any hesitation, neither of them could hold back any longer. Uncle Li, please drink less. My brother said that the liquor is too strong and you should drink it slowly. Qin Yi's face darkened. What's wrong with this little girl today? Why is she always siding with outsiders? Is it because this place is too remote and there are no people to play with? Having eaten both beef and mutton hot pot, Li Er felt quite satisfied. He had Su Shiji carefully record Qin Yi's method for making the cattle obedient before he went out for a stroll. Qin Yi could pretend not to know him, but he couldn't completely ignore him. After all, this was the ruler of the Tang dynasty, the only person in the world who could grant him the rights of a lord. Hee, young man, you have quite a few good things at home. Come on, show me around. Qin Yi smiled and led the way. Everything in the courtyard filled the air with wonder. Just as he stepped out of the main hall, he turned around and saw the huge stove. The hot pot he had eaten before was cooked on that stove. No wonder the pot was constantly boiling. Isn't it afraid of a fire if there's a table on top of this stove? Lier asked. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Old Li, this table is made of iron. How could it possibly catch fire? Besides, with proper insulation, everything will be fine. Lier curiously examined the chimney, which extended from an opening beside the stove, heading towards the roof. After making a turn, it emerged flat from a small opening in the window, with a small bucket hanging below it. What's this little bucket for? Old Li, since we're burning coal, there will naturally be soot and oil in the coal smoke. Lier nodded. I heard that the coal used in this stove isn't cheap. Lier tilted his eyes, and with that imposing aura, Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji dared not speak for a moment. Qin Yi smiled faintly. This kind of aura was useless to him. He came from an era where all people were born equal, and his soul was full of unruly and free-spirited energy. What kind of people were in power was none of his business. As the saying goes, let him be strong, the breeze still caresses the mountain. Let him prosper, the bright moon still shines over the great river. Old Li, this coal is a good thing. The coal reserves in the Tang dynasty are quite high. If all the people in the world could use stoves and coal, then the price of coal would definitely drop further. This is called small profits but quick turnover. Lier wasn't stupid either. After a little thought, he understood the ingenuity of it. What a brilliant strategy of small profits and quick turnover. If all merchants in the Tang dynasty were as clever as you and willing to give up some of their profits, the people of the world would be blessed. Qin Yi sneered inwardly. You call yourself a merchant from Jiangnan, and a grain merchant. How could you not understand the principle of small profits and quick turnover? How much money can grain make? Except in years of famine when hoarding and speculating can generate huge profits. In previous years, isn't it all just meager profits? The population of the Tang dynasty is now less than 20 million. If each person has one coin, that's 20 million coins. Making money from the demographic dividend is the most justifiable way to make money. Old Li, you're mistaken. Coal can only be cheap. Chapter 33 Lier's worldview collapsed. Oh, what do you mean? Lier was puzzled. With his rudimentary business sense, he simply couldn't grasp the underlying principles. Why insist on selling at a lower price when you can make a profit? And why is selling at a lower price the only option? Qin Yi pointed to the honeycomb briquettes and said, once coal production increases, it becomes widespread in the Tang dynasty. People's lives are essentially monopolized. Without coal, they can't get through the winter. In this situation, whoever controls the coal resources can easily control the well-being of the entire Tang dynasty population. Haha, if His Majesty found out, wouldn't he chop off his head? Qin Yi smiled smugly and picked up a honeycomb briquette. These honeycomb briquettes burn exceptionally well, so the amount used isn't that large. If the price is high, Old Li, you certainly have the money to buy them. But what about those ordinary farmers? Yes, they really don't have the money to buy them, and they can only get through the winter by making do with traditional methods. But if coal, like salt and iron, were controlled by the state, then the Tang government could manage it. As long as the price isn't high and the coal resources on Tang land are plentiful, it could be sold for a long time. Tang's population is currently less than 20 million. Hee. Qin Yi sighed. Old Li, you're in the grain business. Can you even imagine what the grain consumption of 20 million people would be like? If you were to supply all the food in the world by yourself, what kind of business would that be? The same goes for coal. Only His Majesty can monopolize such things. Moreover, under His Majesty's rule, the Tang dynasty will soon enter a golden age, and the population will increase by about 10 times. TSK. Even if coal is cheap, it will still be a considerable profit. The reason for bringing up coal is that while coal mining can be profitable, if Lier were to notice such a lucrative opportunity, he would definitely exploit it. It's better to say something in advance as a precaution, since the technology is in our own hands anyway. This is the importance of intellectual property rights in later generations. In critical moments, it can truly hold a country by the throat. Lier gasped. Cheng Yaojin was still confused, but Su Shiji had already spoken, almost letting slip the secret. Your Majesty must take control of the Tang dynasty. Lier nodded. glancing thoughtfully at Qin Yi. He was full of confidence in the prosperous era that Qin Yi had described. Old Su, of course there's no need to worry about this. Who in this world can escape His Majesty's discerning eye? Qin Yi rambled on for a while, then led the three of them out. The servants' quarters were located on the west side of the house, a small two-story building with a layout completely different from that of houses built in the Tang dynasty. This house is quite uniquely built, Lier said, twitching his face. From the moment Lier entered Qin Yi's house, he was constantly being challenged. His thinking, his understanding of the world, and his comprehension of the Tang dynasty were all changing. Now, when he saw the two-story building and heard cheers coming from a large house on the first floor, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Young man, why are your servants so happy? Qin Yi did not answer directly, but pointed to the chimney on the dormitory building. Ma Zhou immediately understood, realizing that Qin Yi was giving him a chance to showcase his abilities. Mr. Li, there are many rich people in this Tang dynasty, but there are almost none who treat their servants and tenants as well as you do. In the young master's house, servants have their own freedom and can do what they want, provided that they do not violate the laws of the Tang dynasty, do not go against the rules of the house, and do not cause threats or losses to others. The servants will receive rewards for their hard work after receiving their wages. Look at those two laughing at the table. Those are Yang Er and Tian Er. They were the first two tenants in the young master's household, and they are very loyal, so the young master has given them quite a lot. Now Yang Er and Tian Er's children are studying at the best private school in Chang'an. All the servants here have one requirement. After finishing their work, they must learn one character every day. The reason they are so happy today is naturally because yesterday's literacy session satisfied the young master. The Tin Bowl Feast, a banquet most suitable for the Guangzhou region, was prepared for them. Lier was stunned. What did it mean that servants had to be literate? What does it mean that the children of servants must study at the best private school in Chang'an? What does it mean to have one's own freedom? In an instant, Lier's expression shifted between light and shadow, as unpredictable as the sun moving in and out of the clouds above. This world is crazy. Even though it's only 70 miles outside of Chang'an City, Lantian County, Lier feels like these people are living in a paradise. He even had the illusion that this place did not belong to the Tang dynasty, but rather to Qin Yi's secluded paradise. So what do they all do? Ma Zhou smiled and said, Mr. Li, look at that guy drinking and bragging to everyone. That's Yang Taizhu. Under your guidance, he forged this Tang dynasty iron furnace and made a lot of money. So his job is blacksmithing. That white-haired man is a carpenter. Whatever the young master needs, whatever the family needs, just draw up the blueprints and have him make it. Ma Zhou sighed. If it were someone else, they certainly wouldn't give such exquisite blueprints, which are like treasures, to the craftsmen, but these young masters don't seem to care about these things. The man with the scar on his face is the family's construction worker. He has strong arms, so even if he were blindfolded, he wouldn't be able to dig a hole off-center. The cellar we're standing in is the one he dug. That's the cook. The young master took pity on her and brought her back despite the constraints of social norms. It's already a miracle that a widow could survive a year of famine. Ma Zhou's eyes gleamed. He had handled many of these matters himself, so he naturally knew the details and intricacies involved. Lier was very satisfied and nodded. Brother Qin Yi, you did a good job. Qin Yi smiled knowingly. Although their identities had not yet been revealed, there were very few people who could be on such a friendly fraternal level with the Emperor of Tang. These are all minor things. As human beings, we should be kinder. This is how the people of the Tang dynasty should be. Ma Zhou said calmly. All the dishes you ate today were made by that cook. Lier asked in surprise. Is it because she's a widow that no one dares to hire her? With this skill, you'd probably never go hungry, no matter where you go in the world. Ma Zhou smiled slightly. The cook's skills were all personally taught by my young master. Lier's gaze towards Qin Yi changed in an instant. This is a young man with a pure heart, only 16 years old, yet he has such a broad mind. You know, that cook's skills are worth at least a fortune. Chapter 34 Lier eats chili peppers, but remains stubborn. What would you do if this cook ran away? Qin Yi laughed. Old Li, I can tell you've been badly influenced by this. In my family, this cook has learned her skills, and I'm hoping she can go to a good place, make more money, and get married in the future. Life is already so hard, why bother to expose it? If I can train one cook, I can train thousands upon thousands of cooks. At this moment, Lier took a deep breath. Yes, Qin Yi has a treasure in his hands. If he can teach one person, he can naturally teach many more. And most importantly, when will the imperial chefs in the palace also have to come and learn from Qin Yi? Otherwise, after today, when they return to the palace, eating those tasteless meals every day will probably drive them crazy. Ma Zhou continued. The young master actually told me not to say this, but I still want to tell you three gentlemen that these servants have signed a 3-year contract with the young master. They have to work at the house for 3 years and must learn a skill. The 4 maids' embroidery skills are already quite good. 3 years later, you will have a choice to go to other places. Not only will no one stop you, but they will also send you their best wishes. Of course, if you want to continue working from home, you can renew your contract for another 3 years. During these 3 years, you will need to learn another skill. Ma Zhou's words were like a thunderbolt, leaving Qin Yi and Su Shiji with expressions of shock that never ceased. Li Er's face was a mixture of emotions, both red and yellow. Is this really my great Tang dynasty? How can there be such a good thing? Then look at Qin Yi, dressed in white, standing straight in the cold wind. His robes fluttered, and from a certain angle, they looked like the Chinese character for person written between heaven and earth. Good, good, good. I am so good. I almost let it slip again. Li Er was filled with excitement today. He calculated Qin Yi's wealth and realized that becoming a landlord in the Tang dynasty would be no problem at all. If he bought these people and made them sign indentures, no one in the world would object. Faced with such an opportunity, a chance to solve everything once and for all, Qin Yi surprisingly didn't choose it. Instead, we should choose more costly and troublesome methods. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. This is the right way to do things. In Li Er's view, Qin Yi seemed to be doing something that no one before him had done, and this kind of thing, teaching without discrimination, seemed to have only been done by a few sages in history. For a time, Li Er had a very good impression of Qin Yi. Old Li, come here, let me show you a treasure. Now that he knew this guy's identity, he naturally couldn't keep it a secret. Qin Yi wasn't the kind of person who chased fame and fortune, but why wouldn't he take something that was offered to him so readily? Li Er and the other two were stunned for a moment, then followed. This time, they finally remembered that when they passed through this area before, they saw these sheds everywhere on more than 100 acres of land, and they even guessed the purpose of these sheds with the two dukes. Qin Yi opened the greenhouse door, and immediately, compared to the freezing cold outside, the inside felt as warm as spring. Water droplets spun around on the tarpaulin overhead, as if they might fall at any moment. As soon as he entered, Li Er instantly broke into a smile. A peaceful scene unfolds, with lush grass and chirping birds. The breath of spring is truly delightful. This place was indeed like a paradise, completely out of place in the Tang dynasty. What is this? Li Er picked up a purple fruit hanging on the shelf, touched the thorns at the base of the fruit, and even smelled it. They were just short of picking it off directly. This is an eggplant. Didn't we just eat some? Qin Yi blinked. Eggplant is a good vegetable. It's very nutritious. If the people of the Tang dynasty could grow more of it, they would be full of energy no matter what season it is. Qin Yi, why does this thing look so strange? Su Shiji didn't talk much, but every time he did, he got straight to the point. He saw sweet potato vines. Old Su, didn't you just eat sweet potatoes? These are sweet potato vines. Don't underestimate these vines. Sweet potatoes are a treasure, the kind that can yield thousands of kilograms per acre. These vines can also be made into side dishes, pickled into salted vegetables. They're crisp and delicious. Remember the ones we ate after finishing the hot pot? Su Shiji's eyes lit up. Yes, I remember now. That stuff is crisp and delicious, and sour. It's very appetizing. I was full, but after eating some of that, my stomach felt much better. Cheng Yaojin pointed at the cucumbers on the shelf and laughed heartily. Hee, Lao Li, Lao Su. Cheng, recognize these. They're cucumbers. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Old Cheng is indeed clever. Cheng Yaojin smiled smugly, but soon realized something was wrong. These words sounded like an insult. I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong, but something just feels off. You little rascal, don't fall into old Cheng's hands again, or you'll be in for a world of hurt. Li Er's face was ashen. When he saw Cheng Yaojin picking a cucumber and eating it heartily, he also picked a small, pointed, and exquisitely delicate green fruit, wiped it with his sleeve, and put it in his mouth. In an instant, her face turned red. Qin Yi paused for a moment, then remained silent. Ma Zhou frowned. Mr. Li, are you all right? Old Li's face was flushed, his throat felt dry and his mouth felt like it was on fire. He forced himself to swallow, and tears and snot were about to come out, but he still tried to remain calm. It's all right, this fruit is a bit special. Just as Ma Zhou was about to explain, Qin Yi stopped him. It's rare to see the Emperor of Tang personally suffer a setback, especially when he eats chili peppers. Don't stop him. Li Er finally understood that this was a chili pepper, especially when he saw that a plant next to him was still bright red. He knew that he had eaten a whole chili pepper. So what if I ate it? So what if it's spicy? I'm eating a spicy dish, and you two old idiots don't even know to get me some water? Cheng Yaojin, standing to the side, looked at Li Er with a hint of excitement. Old Li, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Su Shiji was even more puzzled. When he finally saw the familiar red object, his face turned liver-colored. Ma Zhou brought over a bowl of warm water. Li Er nodded and slowly took a sip. Instantly, his flushed face relaxed, and he liked Ma Zhou even more. Qin Yi, what is this? Is it the broccoli we ate before? Qin Yi nodded. Old Li, you weren't mistaken this time. It's broccoli, and the one next to it is corn. Peel one open and take a look. Li Er peeled open an ear of grain with a serious expression, a look of enjoyment on his face. Although this stuff doesn't yield thousands of kilograms per acre like potatoes or sweet potatoes, it's a real grain. When ground into flour, it's no different from wheat flour, and it even tastes better and is healthier. This is pumpkin, the kind my little sister said would cause you to get a sore throat if you eat too much of it. Chapter 35, the classic brainwashing triple combo. This is Sichuan peppercorn, and also a seasoning. Mr. Ma Zhou, have some and try it. Ma Zhou looked at the ground and saw that the huge piece was a watermelon. Li Er's eyes widened. Qin Yi, this cold melon. Yes, it's a watermelon. Try it. Not many people in the Tang dynasty can afford to eat it now. At least only high-ranking officials and nobles can afford it. Since the three of you are here today, it's a good deal for you. Ha ha ha. In this land, even if you gave me a throne, I wouldn't trade it. No emperor can compare to my carefree life. I have plenty to eat and drink, and I can even make the people around me happy and joyful. TSK, TSK. As Qin Yi spoke, he stared at Li Er. Sure enough, Li Er's face was very ugly, especially when he heard Qin Yi say that he wouldn't become emperor even if he were given the throne. Alas, Li Er sighed, never expecting that such a small place as Lantian would contain such a precious thing. But brother Qin Yi, I've always had a question. Why can this thing thrive in winter? Li Er finally voiced his question. He had to get it off his chest, and these words had been bottled up inside him for a long time. Qin Yi's greenhouse has all kinds of vegetables that are available in the Tang dynasty. What the Tang dynasty didn't have, he still has here. Isn't this the life of a god? Old Li, it's obvious you didn't study hard when you were in school. Upon hearing that someone dared to mock him, Li Er, fueled by the alcohol he had drunk earlier and further provoked by the chili peppers, became enraged. Hee, young brother, you should think twice before you talk big. I've studied the classics since I was a child. How come I don't know how to grow vegetables in winter? Qin Yi took out a few small stools, and the group sat down. Ma Zhou washed a few cucumbers, and everyone ate while listening to Qin Yi talk. Humans, animals, and plants all belong to the essence of heaven and earth. People have their own rules. From the moment they are born, to when they are hungry and need to be fed, to when they grow up, they are interested in food when they are young, just like my two younger sisters. When they grow up, it is time for their nature to be released, and they will have all kinds of desires. When they get old, their physical desires decrease, and they naturally begin to focus on other things. In one's life, one needs the enlightenment of parents, the guidance of teachers, the companionship of family, the determination to achieve success, the reward of the current emperor, and so on. Plants are the same. They need many unseen but real factors. With sunlight, water, soil, and all sorts of unseen organisms in the soil, these crops will grow. If the temperature is right, they will flower and bear fruit. If the temperature is not right, they can only protect themselves and curl up in the soil. I'm just creating an environment in this greenhouse that these vegetables, fruits, and grains need. I think every teacher would teach this principle, to follow the way of heaven. Qin Yi is subtly shifting the point. Where in this era is there any biology? Even if such a thing existed, could it compare to becoming an official in the imperial court? Could it compare to the 4 books and 5 classics? But there's so much more to the phrase, following the way of heaven. That's my interpretation, and you can fill in the rest with your imaginations. Upon hearing this, not only Li Er and the other two, but even Ma Zhou fell into deep thought. Follow the way of heaven. Follow the way of heaven. I understand. I've realized. Ma Zhou's eyes flickered, his gaze deep and unfathomable, as if filled with countless stars, and he suddenly knelt down as he looked at Qin Yi. Young master, Ma Zhou's stay here these past few days has not been in vain. At this moment, I finally understand. Young master is Ma Zhou's teacher. Qin Yi immediately helped him up, saying, I can't be your teacher. No, Mr. Ma Zhou, I think it was just a casual remark. Ma Zhou laughed and said, I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Li Er and the other two were dumbfounded. However, after carefully considering what Qin Yi said, Li Er and Su Shiji, both of whom were skilled in both literature and military strategy, naturally gained new insights. Yes, everything in the universe has a fundamental principle. If we can find this principle and follow the natural order, we can naturally create a treasure like a greenhouse. Cheng Yaojin didn't care about all that. He only remembered that Qin Yi hadn't mentioned the nature of animals yet, so he grinned and asked, "Brother Qin Yi, where are the animals?" Qin Yi smiled, knowing that Cheng Yaojin was thinking about this. Animals are no different from humans. Are there no differences between humans and animals? Cheng Yaojin suddenly fell into deep thought. Then why do we eat animals, instead of animals eating us? When Cheng Yaojin said this, he only had a literal idea, but Ma Zhou, Li Er, and Su Shiji had other ideas. Simple people have simple logic, while complex people naturally have complex thoughts and logic. Don't tigers eat people too? The reason why animals don't eat people is not that they don't want to, but that they dare not. If a person is left in a vast herd of wild horses and the horses have nothing to eat, they will naturally eat that person clean. Wild dogs, wild horses, and wild wolves will all treat people as prey. Humans, in this world, are one. They are simply animals that have developed intelligence. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he closed his eyes to rest, as if to say, "You think about it carefully." In an instant, Li Er and Su Shiji became tense. Indeed, when you think about it carefully, what is the difference between humans and animals in this world? Everything has its own rules. Wolves have their rules, sheep have their rules, and humans have their own rules. Qin Yi's reason for saying this was not just casual popular science, but to popularize the concept of seeing through appearances to the essence to the most powerful figure in the Tang dynasty, as a precaution, so that Li Er would not speculate about Qin Yi's motives with malice and suspicion when he did something earth-shattering in the future. Brilliant. A conversation with Brother Qin Yi is worth more than 10 years of study. Li Er slapped his thigh, beaming with joy. He picked up a watermelon and started eating it, his mouth full of juice, his face extremely excited. After leading a group of people through more than a dozen greenhouses, Li Er noticed the 6 acres of super farmland. Qin Yi was starting to regret not fencing off this super farmland. It was something that truly defied common sense about biology, and he couldn't afford to be unable to explain it. Brother Qin Yi, these few acres of land look quite different. Li Er pondered. This isn't a greenhouse, nor is it the season, so why is it all green here? The rice paddies are less than 1 acre. The rest are potatoes, corn, and 1 acre of sweet potatoes. Hee hee, Laoli, this is my secret. Qin Yi smiled faintly and looked up at the sky. There was something profound in his eyes. In an instant, Li Er's body tensed up. Chapter 36: The Power of Chili Peppers. Qin Yi, do you think this has anything to do with the heavens? Li Er was an emperor, so naturally he was extremely interested in everything in the heavens, and he immediately became excited. At this moment, Qin Yi had already begun to invite the 3 people into the house. Having come out of the fields, they naturally wanted to go inside and chat for a while. Qin Yi figured that Li Er, who was traveling incognito today, should have plenty of time, so he had to drink this meal whether he wanted to or not. The oil splash noodles at home are incredibly flavorful, and the cook's mutton soup is also exceptionally delicious. Why not indulge in a feast to enjoy the delicious food and keep warm? Li Er nodded. He had been through a huge shock today, and his mind was still processing what he had just experienced, so he decided to stay at Qin Yi's house for a while longer. Yunyang had already prepared the food. On the oil splash noodles, red chili flakes, a few green vegetables, and several large slices of beef caught the eyes of the 3. Since Li Er learned that beef cattle could be used as draft animals, he no longer worried that eating beef would cause the decline of agriculture in the Tang dynasty. Yunyang shyly picked up the oil pan and poured a spoonful of hot oil into it. Hiss hiss hiss. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. After eating and drinking their fill, the 3 wandered around for a while, and then their stomachs were empty again, and their appetites were whetted. Don't be shy, this is a good thing for us Central Plains people. Qin Yi said with a smile, Mr. Ma Zhou, I still have quite a few bottles of wine in my study. Bring some over. It's rare to meet a merchant after such a year of disaster. We should visit each other more often in the future. Let's drink until we drop today. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji looked troubled. Li Er sat up straight and said, Hee hee, it's rare to see Brother Qin Yi in such high spirits, so I, old Li, naturally can't spoil the fun. Come on, tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. Qin Ryun and Qin Ryu, the 2 little girls, peeked through the crack in the door at the people inside shouting excitedly, and immediately sighed. It's over, 3 idiots again. They were called fools because the two little girls knew that the wine in the house was not something an ordinary person could drink. I heard that the best drinker among the servants was named Old Joe, who claimed to drink a pound a day and couldn't live without alcohol. But after drinking one bowl, he never dared to say that he could hold his liquor well again. As night fell, a cold wind howled, and Cheng Yaojin, his face flushed, helped the collapsed Li Er up. Su Shiji wasn't drunk. He wouldn't dare. His Majesty clearly has something on his mind and needs to vent. Drinking is not the problem. The real issue is that he talks nonsense when he's drunk. His Majesty had drunk too much and was snoring loudly. Inside the carriage sent from the palace, His Majesty was sleeping soundly. Cheng Yaojin snored louder than His Majesty, and every now and then he would rant about taking off his clothes and defying the heavens, saying things like, "Why is my Tang dynasty suffering such a disaster?" Su Shiji sighed, recalling a sentence spoken by the boy named Qin Yi. Countless people in this world wake up in the morning with an impulse to overthrow the world, but after a busy day, they are eventually subdued by the world. That's life. Deep within the palace, Li Er drank several bowls of hangover soup. After Sun Simiao used acupuncture 3 times, he finally woke up, clutching his head and shouting, "Bring me Lantian wine. I need to practice my drinking capacity." That rascal, not a single useful word he utters is worthwhile. Li Er lay slumped over the table, and Empress Zhongsun, standing beside him, felt a pang of heartache. "Your Majesty, why are you like this?" Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji, who were standing to the side, dared not utter a word. Empress Zhongsun raised an eyebrow. "You two have been loyal to His Majesty for a long time. What exactly happened today?" Cheng Yaojin stammered, clearly no longer in his right mind. Su Shiji sighed and explained everything that had happened that day. Empress Zhongsun was immediately furious. "Go and bring that Qin Yi back. I want to see what kind of extraordinary person he is who can get His Majesty, the Emperor of a country, so drunk." Isn't this inappropriate, Your Majesty?" Su Shiji immediately reminded him. Li Er suddenly sat up. "No need, I'm awake. Someone, bring over all kinds of books, especially those on agronomy. We really need to study them carefully." For a moment, the atmosphere in the imperial study became quiet. Since no one told them to leave, Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin naturally dared not leave. The sounds of Li Er turning pages and his cursing rose and fell. "What the hell? It's all a lie. Where are the cucumbers, watermelons, potatoes, and eggplants in this book? Qin Yi must be lying to me." After making a ruckus for most of the night, Li Er finally gave up and slumped into a chair. No one dared to speak in the imperial study. Empress Zhongsun sighed, her dark circles under her eyes appearing. Cheng Yaojin, having knelt on the ground for a long time, fell asleep and began to snore. Su Shiji was in a terrible state of mind. His Majesty's predicament today would surely plunge the nation into chaos, but the Tang dynasty would not be worsened by His Majesty's embarrassment. On the contrary, everything His Majesty encountered today would make things better. Qin Yi is indeed a remarkable young man. He is young and ambitious, neither arrogant nor humble, and possesses a refined and otherworldly air about him. Moreover, this otherworldly demeanor is definitely not like Yuan Tiangong's detachment from the mortal world. It's more like a worldly cultivator who does everything personally. Just his delicious cooking skills alone are enough to make him a force to be reckoned with in the Tang dynasty. Reflecting on the events of the day, Su Shiji secretly resolved to win Qin Yi over. "Isn't my youngest daughter already 13 years old? She's starting to prepare her dowry now, because her daughter will be 14 next year, and they'll be getting married." Even in his sleep, Cheng Yaojin could still taste the sweet potatoes, and his mouth watered. Li Er stopped making a fuss and just kept slurping while covering his bottom. "Guanyinbi, I ate too much chili today and feel a little unwell. Let's go and rest." The following day, the Tang Emperor missed the morning court session for the first time, for reasons unknown. Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin were also absent from the imperial court. Both of them had eaten too much hot pot and too many chili peppers, and hadn't slept all night. The burning smell on their buttocks was simply unbearable. Qin Yi had no idea that His Majesty of the Tang dynasty would miss the morning court session because he ate too much chili pepper. Ma Zhou had been holding back for 2 or 3 days, but finally couldn't help asking, "Young master, why were you so polite to those 3 that day?" Ma Zhou understands Qin Yi. Qin Yi is a good person, but not the kind of person who is overly polite. Qin Yi's goodness is good in a righteous sense, good in a broad sense, and is driven by a compassionate heart, instead of being a pushover. As soon as those 3 people appeared, Qin Yi's attitude changed. It seemed as if he was constantly trying to show something, especially by making Qin Yi and Old Li have a continuous conversation. This behavior confused Ma Zhou. "Mr. Ma Zhou, Life isn't just a day or two. You'll know as you go along. Besides, did you see the calluses on old Qing's hands? Did you see the murderous intent in old Su's eyes? And what about old Li's composure, the kind of calm that doesn't faze him even after eating chili peppers? We can't just tell Ma Zhou that those three are some of the most influential figures in the current court. Chapter 37. The Coal Enterprises of the Tang Dynasty? Ma Zhou fell into deep thought. He had seen countless people, but how could he not figure out the origins of the three people? However, upon careful reflection, it was indeed a bit strange that three merchants from Jiangnan insisted on entering the courtyard and wandering around. They ate and drank, and then kept asking questions. Of course, he would never understand why Qin Yi, who was only a teenager, could so easily know so much information. At this moment, he even wondered if Qin Yi hadn't drunk the mangpa soup in the underworld when his previous life ended. Despite his doubts, Ma Zhou still needed a conclusion, so he asked a question. Young master, who do you think these three people are? Ma Zhou didn't care about anything else. His heart was itching with anticipation. The clouds in front of him were about to part, but the feeling of not being able to see the sun was just too frustrating. Hee, Mr. Ma Zhou, you don't need to rush. You can be more respectful to these three people. As the Confucian school says, respect the elderly and care for the young. Ma Zhou's face darkened. He thought about it and realized that this made sense. But if they had to argue about respecting the elderly and caring for the young, then old Li and Ma Zhou were about the same age, while old Cheng and old Su were a bit older. Qin Yi laughed loudly and continued tinkering in the greenhouse. The servants are already starting to come up with some new gadgets. For example, carpenters have used mortise and tenon joints to create hot pot tables that can be opened and closed freely without the need for nails, allowing for flexible use. For example, blacksmiths have begun to work on agricultural tools similar to the curved plow, in order to make it easier for everyone to work. Even the prototype of the seed drill appeared. Although spring of the second year of Jingguan had not yet arrived, it seemed that everyone had already begun to make preparations. Just like Qin Yi often says, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? After having money in his hands, Qin finally began to show his business acumen. These talents have been suppressed and buried for a long time, but that doesn't mean they don't exist at all. Qin Yi, the last time I sent you silver, it was only 10,000 taels. Guess how much it is this time? Qin Yi ignored him, waved his hand, and fiddled with the flower buds in the greenhouse. Ma Zhou stood to the side, taking notes in a small notebook, afraid of missing any details. Qin sighed. It's over, it's over. Now you're not interested in money anymore. How are you going to make money in the future? Qin Yi took a cucumber from the side and stuffed it into Qin's mouth. Don't talk, look carefully. This is how to make money. Winter crops cannot be pollinated, so Qin Yi had to rely on manual pollination himself. Take a small pig bristle brush and lightly dab it on the stamen, then flick it onto the pistil, repeating this process. In one afternoon, we only managed to fill one greenhouse. Meanwhile, the other servants had already finished carefully weeding and pollinating the crops in the other greenhouses. This is the second crop of this winter, and these crops will become a new foundation for the development of agriculture in the Tang Dynasty. The benefit Qin Yi wanted was not a benefit in the narrow sense, but a benefit in a broad sense, including but not limited to money. Finally, Qin Yi let out a long sigh of relief, sat on the ridge of the field, looked at the 100 greenhouses, and began to smile. Qin, how much money do you have? Let me tell you, as long as these things become common in ordinary people's homes this year, what I, Qin Yi, will earn will be much more than just tens of thousands of taels of silver. My achievements will be remembered for generations to come. Money is just a number to me. Qin gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine in the dim light of the night. When Qin Yi talks about Qin Yi, isn't he also talking about himself? This time it's a total of 50,000 taels. Although it's not a large sum, it's not a small amount either. Qin Yi, here are the accounts for Lantian wine. Please take a look. The lanterns at the entrance of Qin Yi's manor were brightly lit. Looking at the income figures recorded in the ledger, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Lantian liquor, a high-proof grain liquor, is a favorite of the Chinese nation. In just over 10 days, San Lijiang passed away. Come on, let's have a drink. Qin Yi patted Qin on the shoulder. Qin was the first person in the Tang Dynasty whom Qin Yi did not know well, but with whom he had an unspoken understanding. Qin was clever and cunning, but he did not hide anything from Qin Yi. Lantian liquor and coal mines are the main sources of revenue. There's too much money in the coal mine. We haven't sorted it out yet, but it'll be delivered to you soon. Qin chewed on a cucumber dipped in chili, a hint of oil glistening on his thin face. After this winter, I'm going to stockpile a lot of coal and make honeycomb briquettes. That's a good idea, but there's another problem. Qin, have you considered what you would do if His Majesty personally revoked your coal mining rights one day? Upon hearing this, Qin was stunned. This is a big problem. The current emperor could easily take back what he has given to others. The coal mines seem to be making a fortune right now, with low coal prices and booming sales, but the money is being made too quickly, and His Majesty will surely notice. Moreover, have you ever thought about this? There are countless coal mines in the world. From the south to the north, there is coal in many places under our land. It's just that it's deep underground and no one has dug it out yet. The world uses coal, and even if you and I only make a penny from them, it's still an astronomical figure. Do you think His Majesty will allow us to continue doing this kind of business indefinitely? Faced with Qin Yi's question, Qin suddenly lost his composure. He had never experienced anything like this before. He naively believed that as long as sales were good, he could make money. But unexpectedly, coal is not an ordinary commodity. It represents the livelihood of the entire Tang dynasty. This resource cannot be controlled by him and Qin, nor can it be controlled by Qin Yi. Once such resources are in the hands of one or a few people, does that mean that these people have the ability to rebel? Qin dared not think about it. Qin Yi, what should we do? Qin Yi smiled. At this point, the coal operation methods of later generations would definitely be needed. This may be how Datang's first national-level enterprise was born. You can petition His Majesty that the lion's share of all profits from coal mining in the empire should go to His Majesty, but you are the executor of coal mining in the Great Tang Dynasty. You should establish something similar to a chamber of commerce composed of officials. They hold positions in it, and so do you, but the difference is that their role is to supervise, while your role is to mine the coal and then sell it. You take 30%, and the rest goes to the Tang Dynasty's national treasury and to His Majesty the Present. When Qin heard that it was 30%, he hesitated for a moment, but faced with the temptation of Qin Yi's plan to offer the entire coal mining rights of the Tang Dynasty, he nodded vigorously. Qin Yi had already warned Li Er about this, so when Li Er finally noticed, Qin only needed to do as he was told. Chapter 38, Planting Tobacco. But Qin Yi, what if His Majesty disagrees? Qin Yi frowned. Are you stupid? In the entire Tang Dynasty, besides me, you are the only one who can master the technology of coal mining. Even if His Majesty doesn't want you to make too much money, he won't kill you in a fit of anger. He will definitely find a suitable way to make you his tool and do things for him. Qin Yi subconsciously reached for his pocket. Even after so long since transmigrating, he still had this bad habit. But where in the Tang Dynasty was there tobacco? This thing only entered Chinese soil after the 16th century. Unfortunately, I have super farmland and a super landlord system. After seeing Qin off, Qin Yi began to exchange his landlord points. Qin Yi is now a truly wealthy man. Qin has sent him money several times, whether it's the profits from the first phase of the wine business, the coal business, or this time the profits from the Lantian wine business, each time starting at least at 10,000 taels. The family now has 90,000 taels of silver, not counting those that have been converted into copper coins. System redeem. Host, how much should I exchange? 50,000 points. Qin Yi has realized that he needs to speed up his farming pace. Points are relatively easy to obtain now, but the problem is that all the points in the super landlord system seem to be exchanged for money, with only a few dozen points increasing because they trigger people's emotions. The huge box containing 50,000 taels of silver vanished instantly, leaving the entire warehouse deserted. Upgrade 4 acres of farmland. In an instant, Qin Yi heard a clanging sound coming from the system, like metal colliding violently. Click, click. Suddenly, the voice stopped abruptly. Upgrade complete, super farm deployed, and ready for host to use at any time. Very good. Qin Yi nodded, quietly walked out the door, and felt a cold wind blowing, but his heart was burning with excitement. 4 acres of farmland appeared before Qin Yi, adjacent to other super farmlands, square and neat, now totaling a full 10 acres. Do you have any tobacco seeds? Host, tobacco seeds, 1,000 landlord points. Buy. A bag of seeds appeared out of thin air in Qin Yi's hand. The seeds were heavy and of considerable weight. Young heir. Qin Yi called out, and immediately heard a series of light footsteps. Then young heir appeared, beaming. Young master, what is it? Plant this right here tonight. Young heir finished planting 1 acre of land in less than an hour, looking puzzled. Then, shivering, he asked Qin Yi, Young master, is it useful to plant these things in the dead of winter? What do you think? Young heir shook his head. It was a bit strange for the young master to farm, but it was at least acceptable. However, nothing had ever been planted on this land before. It had always been barren. How could anything possibly grow in the dead of winter? Besides, these seeds look dirty, and I don't know what they are. Qin Yi ignored him and went back into the house, where he opened the system. System, double the amount of super farmland for growing tobacco. If people from later generations were here, they would surely know Qin Yi's thoughts. Qin Yi is going to plant enough tobacco leaves for the whole year. Host, the super double bonus requires 100,000 points. Huh. Qin Yi's face darkened. He almost forgot that he only had a little over 10,000 points left, so he could only double his points. Then double the usual amount. Double the work, double the output, and the production will double. In an instant, Qin Yi heard sparse sounds coming from the silent fields on this winter night. The sound was a bit eerie. Standing at the window and looking out at the farmland, Qin Yi was stunned. In the doubled super farmland, tiny shadows are slowly breaking through the soil. Qin Yi has excellent eyesight, and after undergoing physical modifications, he can now see the exact appearance of each tiny seedling emerging from the soil. Qin Yi lay down immediately, overjoyed. Double is so awesome. Early in the morning, Qin Yi's courtyard began to bustle with activity. First, two little girls sat by the window reciting their lessons early in the morning. At birth, people are inherently good. Their natures are similar, but their habits differ. The three-character classic is not something that should exist in this era. The reason why Qin Yi remembers it so clearly is because when he was looking for a job before he transmigrated, there was a position for a kindergarten teacher. In order to pass the interview, Qin Yi memorized the three-character classic and the 100 family surnames overnight. But unfortunately, Qin Yi still did not get the job. The reason is simple. Preschool teachers need to be women. After Qin Yi arrived in the Tang dynasty, in order to help Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu study properly and catch up on their missed lessons, he memorized these two books. Of course, every time Qin Yi heard the three-character classic or the 100 family surnames, he couldn't help but recall his experience of being looked down upon when looking for a job, and a thought would subconsciously pop into his head. What's wrong with this world? How can a man stand up for himself? Anger, coldness, shivering. Majo's favorite books were the three-character classic and the 100 family surnames, so he was naturally very happy and often said, "These kinds of books are definitely the best things for children's enlightenment. Qin Yi, you must print them into books, carve them into models, and spread them all over the world." Qin Yi ruthlessly rejected this offer, as woodblock printing in this era was far too complex, and movable type printing did not even exist yet. Besides, paper is already so expensive, why bother? For now, I'll focus on farming. Later, when I have more time, I'll learn some paper-making techniques, and then I'll consider the book business. Qin Yi picked up his toothbrush and started rubbing. I was still brushing my teeth when I heard a voice calling from a great distance. "Brother Qin Yi, it's me again, Old Li." Qin Yi had just put a toothbrush in his mouth. It was made of pig bristles and wasn't very fancy, but at least he had something to rinse his mouth. It's not bad when paired with salt. Lier's shout almost made him swallow his mouthwash. After vomiting, I went outside. "Hey, Brother Qin Yi, what's growing in the field outside your house?" Lier paused for a moment, looking at the tobacco seedlings that had sprouted, and fell into deep thought. Qin Yi was also dumbfounded. How could this thing grow so fast? Didn't they say it would ripen in 7 days? A thought flashed through my mind, and the system immediately gave its answer. Host, after doubling the amount, the maturation period will also be shortened, and it will mature in 3 days. That's insane. Qin Yi, I've come today to try your braised pork knuckle with chili oil from last time. Behind Lier were Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji. These two guys clearly hadn't woken up yet, yawning repeatedly. It's not their fault. Lier was less than 30 when he became emperor, but Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji were not young at all, at least close to 40. At this age, it's easy to get sleepy, and coupled with the hidden injuries he sustained in battles in his early years, how could he possibly have the energy of a young man like Lier? Chapter 39, The Three Freeloaders Are Back. Old Li, who eats that stuff first thing in the morning? When Lier got drunk last time, he didn't hold back when eating braised pork knuckles and chili oil, eating them one after another, just like a certain streamer in later generations who could eat a whole pig in 3 bites. Qin Yi, are you not welcoming me? You poured me a lot of drinks last time, and today I'm here to have a word with you. This is a challenge. Lier was never inferior to anyone in his life, so how could he lose a drinking contest? When Qin Yi drank Lier and Cheng Yaojin under the table last time, Su Shiji was horrified. Today, Lier is clearly dissatisfied. Haha, Laoli, you're being too polite. How can we, brothers, compete in drinking? We should savor the wine, not just drink for the sake of drinking. Lier sneered, a sly look on his face. All right, Is the braised pork knuckle ready? By the way, I'd like to try your 10-bowl feast for lunch. Qin Yi was taken aback for a moment, and his gaze towards Lier became somewhat unreadable. Lier's face flushed red. Hee, don't worry. We're brothers. I won't eat and drink for free. I'm here today to talk business with you. Qin Yi sighed inwardly. This Lier was supposed to be an emperor, so why was he acting like him? How come it's just the two of us brothers? The two brothers' shouts left Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji, who were standing to the side, completely puzzled, their heads filled with question marks. Yunyang, how was breakfast? From the kitchen, Yunyang poked her head out. Young master, it's ready. Bring on more of the braised pork knuckle from yesterday. We have a guest. The Lier at the dinner table was completely different from the usual Lier. For some reason, Lier felt relaxed when he came to Qin Yi's house this time. It's a wonderful feeling. In the imperial court, as the emperor of the land, Lier was not nervous, but he was extremely serious in that atmosphere. In the inner palace, Lier had to deal with complicated political affairs, and he couldn't get enough rest all day long. He even needed Lantian wine to fall asleep peacefully. But once he left the palace, Lier became restless again. Thinking about the unfinished government affairs, he couldn't find peace in anything he did. This is one of the reasons why he rarely leaves the palace. Today is his day off, and he appeared in Lantian again early this morning with Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji. While at Qin Yi's house, Lier felt unusually relaxed, and his whole body felt much more energetic. Old Li, slow down. Isn't it tiring to eat this so early in the morning? How about some porridge? Qin Yi stared speechlessly at the hungry trio. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji clearly hadn't eaten breakfast either. Without thinking twice, they ate like they were starving ghosts, devouring more than a dozen pork knuckles. The three of them couldn't possibly eat that much. Belch. Lier let out a satisfied burp, wiped the grease off his hands with a towel, and then slowly exhaled. Beautiful. I am so beautiful. Lier leaned back in his chair, looking at Qin Yi with a sly smile, but his eyes were unusually eerie. What's wrong, Laoli? Don't look at me like that. Qin Yi, tell me, how do you know so much at such a young age? Lier raised a question, which was his way of testing Qin Yi. In an instant, Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin put down their chopsticks and looked at Qin Yi thoughtfully. Qin Yi didn't think anything of it. What was he testing? Trying to figure out my background? Isn't it easy for your majesty to know my background? Hee, Laoli, you're so petty. Let me tell you, there are many people in this world with extraordinary talents. It just depends on whether they can be given important responsibilities. I just happen to know some unorthodox methods. Qin Yi smiled slowly, stood up, his white robes as white as snow. Lier waved his hand, picking his teeth. Qin Yi, this isn't some unorthodox method. Agriculture is the foundation of the Tang dynasty. If farming is considered an unorthodox method, then what is the right path in the world? Lier stared at Qin Yi like a tiger, as if to say, if you can't give me a straight answer today, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yi poured warm water into his cup, blew on the steam rising from it, and then drank it all in one gulp. Hee, Laoli, do you have a lot of questions? After thinking for a while, Qin Yi didn't know Lier's purpose, but he finally thought of one thing. Lier was full of questions when facing the unknown. After all, Lier's worldview had been shattered a couple of days ago. Lier felt lost and confused, full of questions, unable to eat or sleep properly, and determined to get to the bottom of things. I told you, Qin Yi, you're no ordinary person. Lier stood up and said slowly. Qin Yi, I specifically asked my acquaintances at the Ministry of Agriculture about your farming techniques, and they knew nothing about what you were talking about. TCH, what do you know? Qin Yi shook his head. Anyway, he could flirt with the emperor without restraint now. Old Li, there's so much wisdom in this world. How old is that person in the Ministry of Agriculture? There's a saying, one is never too old to learn. Who can learn all the wisdom in the world? That's a pipe dream. If one can know some truths in one's lifetime, that is enough. If one hears the truth in the morning, one can die content in the evening. Qin Yi felt that if he were to become an actor in the future, he would definitely stand the test of time. Facing the Emperor of Tang, he remained calm and composed, boasting without any hesitation. If I hear the way in the morning, I can die content in the evening. Good. I didn't expect you to be a scholar, Qin Yi. Lier had initially thought Qin Yi was just the son of an ordinary wealthy family with farming skills, but now it seemed that Qin Yi's speech and behavior were full of wisdom, a wisdom that could surprise people. Qin Yi smiled faintly. I'm just studying to get by. Shoo, listen to me. Just then, the voices of two little girls came from outside the window. If not taught, a person's nature will change. The way to teach is to focus on one thing at a time. In an instant, Lier's expression changed. Cheng Yaojin, unaware of the value of the three-character classic, tilted his head, wanting to continue eating. Su Shiji gasped, the rice grain still in his mouth, nearly choking him. Li Er's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't sit still any longer. Qin Yi, what book is this? Why does it sound so catchy and educational? Qin Yi waved his hand. Old Li, I've noticed that you tend to make a big fuss about things you've never seen before. This is the three-character classic. I wrote it down when I had nothing else to do, so that my two younger sisters could use it as their first book. Enlightenment. Li Er's eyes lit up again. This time, he tried his best to maintain the composure of an emperor, but in the end, he couldn't hold back. Especially after listening to the lengthy speech of several hundred words, Li Er's face was filled with great joy. Chapter 40, Deceiving Li Er. At this moment, Li Er had already forgotten the purpose of his visit. Everything he wanted to ask Qin Yi instantly transformed into joy at the three-character classic. Mr. Ma Zhou, please get old Li a handwritten copy of the three-character classic. Qin Yi said, then looked at Li Er. Old Li, this is an illness of yours. It needs treatment. Li Er was delighted. The books for children's enlightenment in the Tang dynasty were too profound, so much so that ordinary children could not understand their meaning at all and could only rely on rote memorization, an ancient and slow method. If the three-character classic existed, then when children of the Tang dynasty reached the age of elementary school, they would not only be able to remember all kinds of characters, but also grasp certain principles. These principles of loyalty, filial piety, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and a sense of shame are omnipresent in the three-character classic, promising a prosperous Tang dynasty. Just as Li Er was feeling a surge of emotion, he suddenly heard Qin Yi say, "You're sick. You need treatment." "What are you saying?" Li Er glared and puffed out his beard. "Qin Yi, you young man, you really don't know the hunger of the starving. Once this three-character classic is published, the whole Tang dynasty will remember you." Qin Yi sneered. "Old Li, don't blame me for not reminding you. The current emperor of the Tang dynasty is a powerful ruler. If he knew about the three-character classic, he would probably want to take it for himself immediately." Qin Yi both praised and criticized, making it sound strange to you, but you couldn't find any way to refute him. Li Er was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, "You, Qin Yi, dared to make fun of me. How could I be that kind of person? Am I the kind of person who would arbitrarily steal the fruits of others' labor?" But Li Er suddenly remembered the thought he had when he first heard the three-character classic. He did indeed have that thought. There is so much wisdom in this world. You are not a saint, so why do you have to ask so many questions? Besides, even sages sometimes don't know the answers. "Old Li, what are you worrying about? Let's go for a walk in the fields." Sure enough, the tobacco matured today, just 3 days after it was planted. Following Qin Yi's instructions, Yang Er and Tian Er immediately began harvesting when they saw the tobacco leaves were ripe, and now they have filled an entire yard. The sun was shining brightly today, so Qin Yi told the two of them to take it out to dry before starting to cut it into tobacco shreds and such. Li Er watched the two servants bustling around, his eyes narrowed, seemingly having calmed down from Qin Yi's earlier rebuke. "Qin Yi, do you think the Tang dynasty can enter a golden age this year?" Li Er suddenly asked. Qin Yi was tending to the potato seedlings when he suddenly paused. "Old Li, why are you asking this? You're not the emperor." Li Er was furious. This was the first time someone had told him he wasn't the emperor. The last time, it was outside Xuanwu Gate that Li Jianqing said it. Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin immediately tensed up. Cheng Yaojin blinked frantically, as if to say, "You brat, can you please stop talking nonsense?" Su Shiji immediately interjected. "Qin Yi, what is this? I saw the servant smash it to pieces. I wonder what it's for." Qin Yi looked and saw Yang Er and Tian Er crushing tobacco leaves in front of the stone mill at the gate. He picked up a handful, smiled mysteriously, and went into the house. A short while later, Qin Yi came out with several scrolls of paper in his hand. "See this? This is called tobacco, and what grows in the ground is called tobacco leaves. Come on, give it a try." After giving one to each of the three people, Qin Yi tossed one to Ma Zhou, who was standing to the side. Then he lit it himself with a tinderbox. As expected of a super farmland, the produce becomes finished products with just a little processing. At this moment, Qin Yi took a nice breath and then exhaled a circle. "It's too rough, with a muddy smell, so it needs to be baked." The feeling of the smoke going from my throat into my lungs, and then slowly spreading out was really refreshing. Li Er frowned and fell into deep thought once again. Tobacco leaves? I've never heard of that stuff before. However, judging from Qin Yi's expression, he seems to be enjoying the taste. Let's give it a try. Cough, cough, cough. Li Er took a really hard drag and was choked by the smoke. Qin Yi, what's going on? Why can't I do it? Qin Yi smiled and said, Old Li, take it easy. Men always have to face some troubles. So light up a cigarette now, and all your worries will be forgotten in an instant. Lantian wine plus tobacco, its power is boundless. After choking a few times, Lier finally got used to the feeling. For a moment, his eyes were both hazy and bright. He felt as if his body was floating, and his steps became much lighter. This feeling is wonderful. Qin Yi, what kind of logic is this? Qin Yi couldn't say it was because his blood was lacking oxygen, so he could only tell Lier, Old Li, this is the taste of smoke. Old Cheng and Su Shiji, on the other hand, learned it very quickly and quite well. TSK, this thing seems to make me more energetic, and I'm not sleepy at all. Su Shiji sighed. Cheng Yaojin also took a deep drag, finishing the cigarette in one go. Then, long plumes of smoke began to emerge from his mouth and nostrils with each breath. Qin Yi, you haven't answered my question yet. Lier sat on a wooden stump by the door, leaning against the wall behind him, grinning, with a cigarette between his fingers. Hey, that's easy. Do you think His Majesty is just sitting around doing nothing? Qin Yi said with a sharp edge. But after listening, Lier always felt enlightened. Why is that? Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin were no longer worried. They had already realized that Qin Yi was a very clever little guy who spoke without leaving any room for error. You must understand that in feudal times, talking about the emperor behind his back was a capital offense. Having spent so much time with His Majesty at Qin Yi's house, living in constant fear, he eventually got used to it. You don't even understand this? Old Li, it's a shame you have the surname Li. Lier was so angry that his beard stood on end and his face turned ashen. Fine, let's see what you say. If you don't say it right, I'll kill you on the spot. The Tang dynasty is now in the Jingguan era, not under the reign of Emperor Wuda. How fierce is His Majesty in battle? Qin Yi asked, his eyes gleaming. Come on, let's see how you praise yourself. It feels so good to tease the emperor. It's nothing special, Lier said. Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin choked on their own saliva. Qin Yi smiled faintly, knowing that would be what he said. Old Li, you don't know what's good for you. You're bound to lose money doing business this way. Your Majesty is invincible in battle. He kills anyone who gets in his way, and no one is above him. As the saying goes, a golden carp is no ordinary fish. It transforms into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. In addition, none of the founding nobles were incompetent. They were all true generals and loyal ministers. With valiant generals in the court, foreign enemies cannot invade. With good ministers in the court, the administration will naturally not lag behind. After the spring, I will take these things out again and start planting them in Lantian County, then Chang'an County, Wanyan County, then Luoyang, Longxi, Longyu, Hebei Circuit, and Jiangnan Circuit. All the land of the great Tang dynasty will be planted with these grains. Do you think the Tang dynasty will enter a golden age? Chapter 41, Lier's Torture. Now it was Lier's turn to be dumbfounded. In that instant, the passion in my heart surged up again. Yes, I have fought my way out of millions of people. In terms of military achievements, how many people in the Tang dynasty can compare to me, Li Shimin? In terms of both civil and military achievements, haven't I left behind many legendary tales? It's just governing the world, just like leading troops on the battlefield back then. Why am I having such a headache now? Having survived countless near-death experiences, now in this peaceful and prosperous era, he finds himself worrying every day about reviewing memorials to the emperor. Li Shimin, you've changed. You've become timid and cowardly, hesitant and fearful. You're not the same as before. Lier sighed inwardly. He was not even 30 years old, yet he already felt like he was in his twilight years. He still had a long way to go in life. The Tang dynasty still has a long way to go. Lier looked at Qin Yi thoughtfully, and the gloom on his face suddenly disappeared, revealing a satisfied smile. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji immediately relaxed, and the cigarettes in their hands began to emit bluish smoke, which rose up in wisps. The way the two of them looked at Qin Yi softened. Yes, this young man has potential. He's very clear-headed and knows how to live life to the fullest. Lier grunted, took a puff of his cigarette, and then said casually, Qin Yi, what do you think of the current emperor? They're here. They're here. This crucial question has finally arrived. Looking at the eyes of Lier and the other two, Qin Yi knew that the interrogation he was about to face was probably the most painful one yet. Lier raised this question partly because he himself was indeed illegitimate, having forced his father to resign and killed his brothers, which would be condemned in any era. Now it is also facing a crisis of trust. Although many ministers in the court acknowledged Lier, they did not consider him to be the true emperor. Faced with the Xuanwu Gate incident, The ministers dared not speak out in anger and felt resentful, so they naturally tried to trip him up. Especially regarding the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai, everyone strongly opposed it, and Li Er had no way to stop it. The world belongs to you, but those who help you manage it are your ministers. Another reason is simple. Li Er faced the vast and complex affairs of the world, the Tang dynasty after a year of disaster, the doubts of his ministers, and rumors that Li Er's ascension to the throne and the severe drought in Guangzhou were punishments from heaven. He lost confidence. Even the most capable person will have moments of self-doubt, and Li Er is currently in that moment. What kind of emperor is he if he lacks self-confidence? Especially since this empire was conquered by Li Er himself, why shouldn't he be confident? Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and Emperor Taizu of Song are some of the most powerful emperors in history. It is truly rare to see one of them being questioned repeatedly by his ministers, making him lack confidence. Li Er asked Qin Yi, naturally because he had unknowingly developed a sense of trust in Qin Yi. Qin Yi is an ordinary person, and such a person does not have any special malice towards Li Er. Therefore, relatively speaking, he can objectively talk about his thoughts on Li Er. Moreover, Qin Yi's various methods are like those of a celestial being, clearly extraordinary. In any era, if there were a talent like Qin Yi, he could even be revered as a saint. Ensuring that all the people of the world have enough to eat, and providing the people of the Tang dynasty with a huge amount of grain and vegetables to eat, isn't that the work of a saint? Therefore, Li Er was very much looking forward to this answer, especially Qin Yi's answer. Qin Yi was in a dilemma. He couldn't very well say that Li Er was a mediocre emperor who relied on his ministers and favorable timing, location, and popular support, could he? Ahem, Laoli, why are you suddenly asking this question? Li Er smiled faintly. What? Can I ask? Hee, of course you can. Anyway, the emperor isn't here, is he? However, I don't think it's appropriate to talk about others behind their backs. Qin Yi was as slippery as an eel, which greatly displeased Li Er, who felt an urge to immediately reveal his identity. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Old Li, don't be nervous. Although we are only 70 miles away from Chang'an, His Majesty can't hear us. Li Er's expression softened a bit. Then let's talk about it. It's perfect timing. I've been in business for many years and have some connections. As for His Majesty, I, Old Li, know a little bit about him. Qin Yi shrugged and said helplessly, all right, since you, Old Li, want to hear it, then let you hear what I have to say. However, today's conversation must not be spread. TSK, that would be treason. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji's hearts were already racing. In the entire Tang dynasty, only Qin Yi could make the hearts of two ministers, who were as calm and collected as old dogs, race. To be honest, His Majesty is a pitiful person. Qin Yi lit another cigarette. Since he was in good health, smoking didn't harm him at all. His body, after being improved by the system, was definitely at the pinnacle of human physique. He took a puff, and the feeling came over him. The phrase, poor man, immediately evoked deep emotions in Li Er. Just as Li Er and the two founding fathers were wondering, Qin Yi suddenly sighed. What do you mean by pitiful? You may not know, but you all think that His Majesty is above all others and lives a carefree and happy life. That's all an illusion. Have you ever seen an emperor who can't sleep more than a few hours a day? Even ordinary people sleep more than emperors. They get up earlier than the roosters and go to bed later than the dogs. If there's something urgent that needs to be delivered, do you think His Majesty would just leave it there and ignore it? Qin Yi smiled faintly and shook his head. That's something only a tyrant would do. His Majesty is not a tyrant. Being an emperor is really just a job, but it's an extremely special one. The power is immense, and the responsibility is as heavy as Mount Tai. With the arrival of professional theories, Qin Yi gained a great deal of insight into using this novel approach to explain the characteristics of the emperor's profession. His Majesty's civil and military achievements are outstanding in any era. He is an absolute great ruler and a wise monarch who appears only once in a century. But unfortunately, he was born at a time of great natural and man-made disasters, and creating a prosperous era was destined to be the most difficult path. Qin Yi looked at Li Er and said, Old Li, tell me, if you were the emperor, what would you do in the face of this Tang dynasty? 2 disasters in 3 years, various riots, food shortages, internal and external troubles. If you were in that situation, could you manage to balance it all? This is simply inhuman. But His Majesty still managed to do it, and gave the Tang dynasty a chance to catch its breath. Li Er frowned. Isn't your assessment a bit of an exaggeration? Li Er will absolutely not let this go. I will continue to ask you questions, so please continue. Qin Yi smiled and said, Old Li, you're mistaken. No one can handle this mess. Li Yuan faced the same stalemate, and how did he manage it? Ma Zhou brought over some warm wine, and a small table appeared in front of the group, along with 4 more cups and a pot of wine. A gust of wind blew by, and Li Er felt his eyes redden. This kid understands me too well. That's for sure. Since I ascended the throne, all I've seen are all sorts of rotten things left over from the previous dynasty and the reign of Emperor Wuda. Being an emperor is no human job. Chapter 42, Provoking Li Er. Old Li, you're not the emperor. You don't understand. Among the ministers, there are many eloquent people. This kind of year will continue for a while. There's no rain or snow in the second half of this year. You'll see, in a few days, these people will start pressuring the emperor to issue an edict of self-reproach. Li Er felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Damn it, isn't this exactly how it is? Wei Zheng started instigating this a couple of days ago, and now the ministers are all starting to plan. The atmosphere in the court has been tense these past few days, and it's very likely that someone will suddenly demand an edict of self-reproach. What is an edict of self-reproach? It is a disgrace to an emperor. If a problem arises that cannot be solved, and not only is it unsolvable, but mistakes are also made, then it is necessary to issue an edict of self-reproach. But why should I admit guilt in the face of a natural disaster? Qin Yi, do you think an edict of self-reproach would be useful? Could heaven really show leniency because of the imperial edict of self-reproach? Li Er asked cautiously at this moment. He trusted Qin Yi's words a lot. After all, whatever this kid said could be done and would come true. Old Li, if a self-reproach edict is useful, then what's the point of having people? The emperor is meant to govern the country. If a self-reproaching edict can solve the problem, then if you were the emperor, you could just blame yourself in front of the heavens every day. It's all a lie. Qin Yi sternly stopped Li Er from having such unrealistic fantasies. Qin Yi knew that if he said that the edict of self-reproach would work, Li Er would probably blame himself to the heavens every day. He was a good emperor, diligent throughout his life, with both merits and demerits, but that doesn't mean he should be filled with self-blame. Qin Yi, won't heaven punish us? Qin Yi has said a lot today, and he has been relentlessly provoking Li Er's bottom line. Every time he said something like, if you were the emperor, what would happen? Qin Yi's heart would race. After all, the person in front of him was real. He was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, the legendary Emperor Li Er. What is this heaven thing? Does he drink alcohol? Has he ever drunk alcohol? Does he know about Lantian wine? Qin Yi looked at the sun in the sky and said, Come on, Lao Li, let's not talk about such unlucky things. Let's drink. Having said too much, Li Er felt it was time to stop. After today's questioning, he was almost certain that Qin Yi not only knew how to farm, but also had various unique insights and hidden talents. Ma Zhou watched from the sidelines, his heart pounding with fear. Why don't you at least go inside and talk? People are coming and going on the official road. If they hear you talking nonsense about His Majesty, they'll report you immediately. Before they knew it, it was noon. This time, Li Er finally stopped being a curious child. The 10-bowl feast was ready, and Li Er grabbed a big steamed bun and rushed into the main hall. Qin Yi smiled. It's no wonder that these 10 dishes have historical significance. They are simple and unpretentious, but absolutely delicious. Good, good, good. Li Er said good 3 times in a row and began to eat heartily. Su Shiji was slurping his lips, clearly drunk. Sheng Yaojin hadn't drunk much this time, and since old Su hadn't had a good time last time, he'd have to get drunk this time. Su Shiji, who had just drunk quite a bit of wine, blushed and said, The ingredients used in these 10 dishes are all common vegetables and meats. They taste good and are filling. Qin Yi, this is a good thing. Qin Yi smiled and picked up a piece of crispy pork, saying slowly, Old Su, this is all the wisdom of ordinary people. Huh? You little rascal, do you waste salt like that at home? Li Er frowned sharply and glared at Qin Yi. Suddenly, Qin Yi remembered that the common people of the Tang dynasty were lucky to have coarse salt. Refined salt was something only nobles could afford. Because his family was wealthy, he told Yunyang that the salt had to be the best. This was because Qin Yi was a picky eater and didn't like the food in the Tang dynasty. Now that Li Er has caught him, he immediately began questioning him. TCH, Lao Li, what do you know? This refined salt is for eating, otherwise why bother making it? Li Er took a bite of the steamed bun with displeasure. He didn't know why, but he had a good appetite today. The crispy pork was good, and the braised pork was also to his liking. It was just that this brat was more and more hateful the more he looked at him. The Tang dynasty is short of salt right now, kid. You can't be unaware of that, can you? If you don't eat salt for a few days, you'll lose your strength. How can soldiers have the energy to fight? Li Er sighed, speaking earnestly. Qin Yi immediately knew that Li Er wanted him to come up with a plan, commonly known as getting information out of you. Your Majesty, even if there is a shortage, we still need to eat. Besides, can't the people of the Tang dynasty make their own salt? In the Tang dynasty, the regulations on salt and iron were not so strict. Iron forging could be carried out by the common people, and salt production was not particularly prohibited. As long as you could find a way to get salt and survive, you were fine. Even the government would collect some high-quality salt. After Li Er came to power, he began to gradually restrict the salt production activities of the people. But this also caused a problem. The Tang dynasty was now short of salt, food, and a sense of drive. If you're not full, you won't have the energy to do anything. People are listless, so what's the point of talking about a prosperous and flourishing era? Qin Yi's words were like a thorn in Li Er's side, and Li Er immediately lost face. He slurped the cabbage in his mouth and stared at Qin Yi with his eyes fixed on him. No, Qin Yi, let's not talk about ordinary people making salt anymore. There are many poisonous substances in brine. Some people died from poisoning recently. His Majesty is only doing this out of necessity. Su Shiji smoothed things over. Qin Yi shook his head. Old Su, you're right, but brine is already close to coarse salt. Why doesn't anyone think of a solution? Su Shiji sensed a hint of sarcasm in the words and instantly realized that this kid definitely had a way. Li Er understood what he meant and immediately put down his chopsticks, glaring at Qin Yi. Tell me, what's your plan? Holy crap! Qin Yi was stunned. Even the slightest hint of what he said was seized upon by them. Those who can rise to power in the imperial court are no pushovers. Why should I say that? I should just stick to farming and being a landlord. As for the imperial court, I'll leave it to a smart guy like Ma Zhou. Eat first, hee. Since you're all here, let's discuss the salt business. Old Li, didn't you say you had connections everywhere? If I could produce salt, could you explain it to the Tang dynasty officials and get them to buy it at the right price? Fine, you're just bragging anyway. I'll show you what I'm made of today. Qin Yi's words were loaded with meaning, a provocation intended to provoke Li Er. Whether you agree or not, a gentleman's word is his bond. If you speak up today, and I, Qin Yi, can produce salt, then from now on, you'll make the lion's share, I'll make a smaller share, and all the people in the world will have good salt to eat. Li Er's chest heaved, his anger rising. You brat, trying to negotiate with me? You've got some nerve. Chapter 43, Hard Labor, Li Er. But then I thought about it again, and it made sense. Even the salt officials couldn't solve the problem of brine poisoning. If this kid could solve it, we wouldn't have any worries in the future. What's wrong with letting this kid make some money? If I pluck a single hair from my own head, it benefits the people of the world. As for how much you earn, I'll find a reason to take it back for you. What do you dare say? Li Er pondered to himself, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Young man, I remember what you said today very clearly. I, Old Li, may not be able to say that I have connections everywhere, but these words can still reach the ears of His Majesty the Present. You don't know, do you? I have an older sister who holds a high position in the palace, second only to the current empress. Qin Yi was taken aback. Wait, you're supposed to be the emperor. How come you're so skilled at making up lies? He really is an old liar. He doesn't even blush. You didn't trick those beauties and concubines in your harem, did you? Haha, I don't believe you for a second. You old geezer, you're really wicked. Qin Yi waved his hand, but even after they had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Er still refused to give in. Hee. Qin Yi, didn't you say you were talking about salt production? Hee, don't rush. The ore is still on its way. This Longyu region is at least several dozen miles from here. There are salt mines there, and it would take Ma Zhou an hour to travel back and forth. Why don't we continue smoking and drinking? Li Er grew anxious. No way. Today, I, Old Li, am determined to get you. If you fail, what we say today will reach His Majesty's ears. This is a threat. That's a blatant threat. Li Er believed that Qin Yi did not know his identity, so he used this method to threaten him. But it was obvious that Qin Yi wasn't buying it. You could tell just by looking at him. His eyes were as still as a deep well, and his face even carried a hint of mockery. I'm so angry. The mighty emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually looked down upon by a brat in his teens. Okay, 1 hour, just 1 hour, I'll wait for you. Turning my head, where was Qin Yi? Qin Yi had already entered the warehouse. He had just boasted that he knew very little about salt-making technology. Now, looking back, he regretted not studying harder back then. However, Qin Yi has a super landlord system, which should contain salt-making technology. As expected, the system did not disappoint Qin Yi. Salt-making technology was necessary and would cost 500 points. Qin Yi now only has 280 points, which is the little he has left after all the previous expenses and doubling. So Qin Yi went to the warehouse. System, redeem points. Exchange for 1,000. Suddenly, a row of silver ingots disappeared from the large box where the silver was kept. The landlord points column on the system panel previously had a value of 280, but now it has become 1280. Purchase salt production technology. The purchase of salt-making technology has been completed, costing 500 points. The integration of salt-making techniques has been completed during the learning and assimilation process. Bite. Qin Yi felt as if a lot of strange and wonderful knowledge had suddenly appeared in his mind. Chemistry knowledge? No, this is physics knowledge. Having just finished exchanging the money, Qin Yi casually picked up a huge vat and took it out. Lier was wondering if Qin Yi had chickened out and run away. Kid, your home is right here. Where can you run off to? Turning his head, Lier saw Qin Yi walking out of a house, carrying a huge vat in his hand. Lier gasped in shock. This is an iron vat. It's gleaming brightly, shimmering with a cold light. Cheng Yaojin, known for his immense strength and his reputation as a troublemaker, trembled slightly upon seeing this scene. Qin Yi looked extremely relaxed, without even a hint of panting. Bang! Bang! The iron cylinder fell heavily to the ground, leaving a 3-finger-thick imprint, and the bottom of the cylinder sank in. This was the first time Qin Yi had demonstrated his power in the Tang dynasty. After his body was modified, Qin Yi suddenly discovered that his body was actually stronger than he had imagined. Such a large vat must weigh at least several hundred kilograms. Qin Yi felt that this thing was nothing special in his hand, just as easy as when he held a 10-kilogram dumbbell in his later life. Hee, Lao Li, Lao Su, Lao Cheng. Today I, Qin Yi, will use my divine skills to show you what it means to be outmatched and to have someone more capable than yourself. The three of them fell silent. Li Er's face twitched. He was starting to believe it. Su Shiji had already made plans to leave. Such a large iron vat was like scrap metal in Qin Yi's hands. If he failed and started causing trouble, even the three of them combined wouldn't be a match for him. Cheng Yaojin walked over, picked up the iron vat, and in an instant, his waist and stance became one, and he shouted, "Rise!" Li Er and Su Shiji opened their eyes wide, their blood boiling with excitement. "We can't lose. Come on, Lao Cheng." Unfortunately, Cheng Yaojin's face turned red, but the water vat remained completely still. Qin Yi looked at Cheng Yaojin's expression and smiled faintly. "Old Cheng, the most important thing in life is to be happy. Don't do things you can't do. You can't handle this." Cheng Yaojin retorted, I, Old Cheng, am also born with superhuman strength. How heavy can this thing be? I'll try again." Despite the veins bulging on his neck, Cheng Yaojin noticed that the iron vat didn't budge an inch. He roared and was about to exert force again when a rapid sound of horses' hooves approached. Ma Zhou is back. 1 hour, no more, no less. Behind them, Yang Air and Tian Air each carried a piece of ore that was neither too big nor too small, with distinct patterns on it, where red and blue intersected. Li Er's eyes lit up. "It's brine." "That's right, your majesty must be." When Su Shiji gets excited, he tends to blurt things out. "Old Cheng, stop lifting it. Get to work." Qin Yi became sarcastic. "Come on, Lao Li, you're strong. You smash this thing open." Li Er's eyes widened. Suddenly, he forcefully suppressed his heaving chest. "Fine, ignorance is bliss. I won't stoop to your level. It's a good opportunity to stretch my body. The sledgehammer at Qin Yi's house seems pretty good. Old Su, don't just stand there." Qin Yi watched with satisfaction as the three men began to swing their hammers, and couldn't help but admire them. They were indeed veterans of the battlefield. Their arms were incredibly strong. Before long, all the brine ore was smashed into thumb-sized pieces, and the small pieces were thrown into the vat. At this moment, Qin Yi laughed again. "Old Li, do you know why we use an iron vat?" This iron vat was originally intended by Qin Yi to store water, but it was of no use and was left aside. Today it came in handy, and Qin Yi asked Ma Zhou to bring out an even larger hammer. In an instant, Li Er understood. It's just like pounding garlic. After the stones were crushed, they became as fine as sand, and many were even ground into powder. The ore powder was soaked in water and then carried by several servants into several large pots. As the fire grew stronger, Li Er's gaze became increasingly calm and composed. This method seems feasible. Qin Yi, is there anything else we need to prepare? No need, just wait. Chapter 44. Should I be granted a title of nobility? After simmering for nearly an hour, the liquid in the pot had turned a bluish-black color. 2 servants used fine needles to filter out the slag, leaving behind the red brine. Pour it into a large vat, and then it's time for further purification. Separate the brine, filter it several times, and then continue cooking. This process was agonizing. As the sun began to shift from its zenith and showed signs of setting, Cheng Yaojin grew anxious. Qin Yi, are you sure you can handle this? Hee, why not? Old Cheng, you have a bad temper. You need to be patient. Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth, still furious from being thrashed by that huge iron vat. He roared, "TCH, I don't think this will work. Kid, if you manage to produce any fine salt today, Old Cheng, will eat all of it right here and now." With red eyes, Lao Cheng made a solemn oath. Lier said calmly, "You wish." After struggling for an unknown amount of time, Qin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, looked at the crystalline blocks that had formed in the large pot, and suddenly laughed. "Old Cheng, come on, have a taste." At this moment, Lier and the other two were like wild horses that had broken free of their reins. They went from disbelief at first, to believing it a little, and then to excitement and anticipation at the last moment. At this moment, the three rushed forward, staring at the crystallized area in the pot, remaining silent for a long time, and gasping for breath. Old Cheng peeled off a thick piece and stuffed it into his mouth. His face was clearly twitching, obviously from being overwhelmed by the sweetness, but he was still grinning like a chrysanthemum. So what if you lose the bet? With salt, the army was able to be sustained. That was the key. For a moment, Lier was also stunned. He peeled off a thick piece, dipped it in, and tasted it. This was the taste. Su Shiji blushed and said respectfully, "Your Majesty is indeed young Master Qin Yi. That's wonderful. It all depends on what Lier says." Lier remained silent, staring at Qin Yi for a long time before finally nodding. A truly formidable young man. Needless to say, when Lier and his two companions left Qin Yi's house, they specifically stated that this method should not be passed on to outsiders. They also took half a bag of salt that Qin Yi had boiled that day, as well as dozens of rolled cigarettes. Qin Yi always teased Lier in a way that was just right, filling Lier with both confidence and anxiety. It's the same old story. The script of history is already quite clear. The era of perfect timing, favorable location, and popular support will soon arrive, and the prosperous Xinguan era belonging to Emperor Taizong of Tang will soon appear. All Qin Yi needs to do is add his own spark to the torch of the prosperous Xinguan era. In the middle of the night, He-Chen came to deliver silver again. It has to be said that coal mining and liquor are truly highly profitable businesses. This time, the family had an extra 100,000 taels of silver. For the first time, Qin Yi felt that making money in feudal times could be as easy as drinking water. He-Chen was also influenced by Qin Yi and immediately learned to smoke. While puffing out smoke, he suddenly said, "Qin Yi, this tobacco business seems to be doing quite well." As expected of a second-generation businessman, his sensitivity to business opportunities came through instantly. Qin Yi's face darkened. "You keep choosing industries that need state control. You won't even need to ask for beheadings. They'll come knocking on your door. We'll discuss that later. Has His Majesty already taken notice of the coal mine?" Upon hearing this, He-Chen's face turned bitter. "Qin Yi, just as you predicted, someone came over in less than 2 days. The person's attire clearly indicates that he is His Majesty's mouthpiece." Then an eunuch came and announced the imperial decree. "My God, it was exactly as you said. We got 30%, His Majesty got 70%, but His Majesty allowed me to mine in other places. Don't worry, we'll still maintain the same ratio between us brothers. You get 70% and I get 30%. He-Chen patted his chest and guaranteed it. Qin Yi nodded. Lier had indeed listened to him. Otherwise, this coal mine, which was now his tool for making money, might become evidence for beheading in the future. With His Majesty taking the lion's share, everything becomes much easier. Lantian wine is selling really well. Now the Hu people love it. I heard that Lantian wine is already available on the grasslands. Those fools have no idea what real strong liquor is." He took a whole wooden box full of cigarettes and got into the carriage with Chun. Deep within the palace, Cheng Wenjin knelt in the imperial study, not daring to utter a sound. "You, Cheng Wenjin, how could you not report such an exceptionally intelligent person in Lantian County sooner?" Lier felt that Qin Yi had emerged a little too late. If he had appeared earlier, the chances of the Northwest Army winning the battle against the Turks would have been much higher. Cheng Wenjin kowtowed repeatedly. "Your Majesty, this old minister reported it to Your Majesty as soon as he learned about it, and had absolutely no intention of keeping it to himself." Cheng Wenjin shouted that he was innocent, while Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin remained silent and looked at Lier. "Hee. Then tell me, if I wanted to bestow an official title upon Qin Yi for such merits, what should I give him?" Cheng Wenjin was a veteran official, a Confucian scholar, well-versed in etiquette and law. He had once been an official in the Ministry of Rights, but later offended a powerful figure and was exiled to Lantian County, where he was demoted 3 ranks. Your Majesty, Qin Yi's merits are too great. This old minister has no idea. He, what do you think about bestowing upon him a marquisate? Lier asked with a smile. Cheng Wenjin immediately felt a pang of anxiety. This was digging a hole for himself. If His Majesty were to confer the title of Marquis upon Qin Yi today, after consulting his opinion, then if Qin Yi were to encounter trouble one day, he too would be in grave danger. This matter must be decided by His Majesty himself. Your Majesty, you are the Son of Heaven, and naturally you can act on behalf of heaven. Although Qin Yi is young, he is humble. His potatoes, rice, and various other crops are all extraordinary. Lier nodded. Old Fox, not responding. Very well, I will heed your advice today and issue an edict to bestow upon Qin Yi the title of Marquis of Letian. Qin Yi's courtesy name was Letian, so there was nothing wrong with Lier bestowing such a title upon him. Cheng Wenjin felt bitter, but thinking of the grain and crops in Qin Yi's house, he suddenly felt relieved. So what if he ruined his reputation in his later years? The key is that the people of the world can eat their fill. A scholar should have the world in his heart. Su Shiji immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, it is probably inappropriate for Qin Yi to be suddenly granted a marquisate. Have you forgotten what he said today? Lier slapped his forehead. That's right. If I confer titles now, won't that force those ministers to urge me to issue an edict of self-reproach? No, this needs to be put on hold. Qin Yi's achievements are great, but we still need to consider them carefully. Su Gong's reminder is good. Li Erzho wrote furiously in his hand, then pressed the finished paper roll under the scroll next to him. Even a fool would know that this is an imperial edict bestowing a title. His Majesty bestowed the title and personally wrote the edict. Qin Yi is destined for a bright future. At such a young age, not even 16, he has already been granted a marquisate. It's not impossible for him to become a prime minister in the future. There will be no morning court tomorrow. I am feeling a bit tired. Cheng Wenjin, you may leave. As soon as Cheng Wenjin left, the imperial study was filled with smoke. Empress Zhang Sun stood outside the imperial study, her anger growing even stronger. Just what abilities does this Qin Yi possess? His Majesty was restless the other day after returning, and today he's picked up this bad habit. Humph. Chapter 45 Husky. Empress Zhang Sun is in the prime of her youth, only 26 or 27, while His Majesty is in his prime. However, these days, His Majesty seems to have neglected her somewhat. The Empress is also a human being, a woman, and needs care and comfort. Your Majesty, His Majesty is engaged in official business. Shall I inform you? The eunuch spoke tactfully, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Lier inside to hear. Empress Zhang Sun snorted coldly. No need, His Majesty already knows about your voice. From inside the imperial study came Lier's voice. Guan Yinbi, you've arrived. Come in quickly, I have a treasure to show you. After being carefully roasted and sun-dried, the tobacco leaves develop an exceptionally rich flavor. The smell of withered grass was gone, replaced by an irresistible aroma. This was the smell. Qin Yi was extremely satisfied with the finished product. A dozen servants spent 3 whole days buying countless sheets of Xian paper and carefully making cigarettes. Qin Yi always carried a small, exquisite box filled with cigarettes. The first snow of the first year of Jingguan arrived without any warning. In an instant, the 2 girls in the courtyard were overjoyed. Brother, look, it's snowing. So beautiful. Yang Er and Tian Er were in tears. They were not worried about making a living now, but when they thought of the scene during the drought and the feeling of hunger, they were filled with fear. Tears are a farewell to the past. Yang Er and Tian Er also took out a cigarette and started smoking. At first, it was just light snow, with only a few scattered snowflakes, and occasionally large snowflakes that could be seen with the naked eye would fall. But in less than 10 minutes, the snow was covered with snowflakes. Heavy snow covered the entire Guangzhong plain. The land in Lantian is already quite good. With this snow, next year will likely be a year of favorable weather and abundant harvests. Qin Yi was already wearing a thick fur coat and was building a snowman with the 2 little girls. Qin Ruyun's obsession with the snowman was its nose. Since there were no carrots at the time, only white radishes, she took one out and stuck it on the snowman's face to make a nose. If you don't have eyes, that's easy. Just grind any leftover coal at home into round shapes, and that'll be your eyes. Qin Ryu just watched, sitting on a small stool in the heavy snow, her eyes dark and expressive as she observed everything that was happening, lost in thought. Qin Yi had no idea what a 14-year-old girl could be thinking. Perhaps, Women have always matured earlier. The servants in the house also started building snowmen and having snowball fights, and for a time the whole manor was incredibly lively. Young master, I heard that merchants from the far north brought back a kind of snow wolf. I bought one when I was transporting coal today. Yang Taizhu went to Chang'an today, and the things he brought back made Qin Yi laugh out loud. Ha ha, I never expected this. I never expected this. To see a husky in this day and age. The little guy is just over a month old, with a babyish voice. His black and white fur, combined with his fairly good-looking face, gives him a resemblance to a modern-day Siberian husky. Just as Qin Yi reached out and hugged the little guy revealed his fangs. It seems they haven't reached the point of being completely domesticated yet, so it's fine to keep them as pets. Old Yang, go find Mr. Ma Zhou to collect your reward money. Remember to tell Mr. Ma Zhou about the money this kid spent, and he'll reimburse you. All right, Yang Taizhu puffed out his chest and raised his head, not caring at all that Shuem Mozi had crawled into his neck. Everyone is happy when there's money to be made. Qin Yi couldn't help but think of some companies in later generations, companies that encourage their employees to be as crazy as wolves all day long, but their wages never seem to be paid. The outdated wolf culture only feeds wolves grass, yet they blame the wolves for not catching sheep. If you give your employees enough respect and treat them like royalty, will there still be any superficial harmony? If future entrepreneurs learn from my current management style, their businesses will surely take off. Look how happy these servants are. Even the usually aloof Yun Yang joined the battle. When the two little girls saw the husky, they ignored the snowman and rushed to hug it. Qin Yi decisively refused their request, saying, "We need to give it a bath first." In the warm indoor space, Qin Yi recalled the days when he used to bathe dogs and sighed deeply. He never imagined that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he would still have the opportunity to be a dog owner. While giving the husky a bath, listening to the puppies howling, I listened to Yang Er and Tian Er's work reports. Starting last month, no one in the village is allowed to drink tap water anymore. It has to be boiled water. We have built 5 large jugs specifically to store boiled water. The problem of urinating and defecating anywhere has been perfectly resolved, and the rule of washing hands before meals and after using the toilet has also been established. Everyone has developed the habit of taking frequent baths. Now, if anyone in the family has a louse, they are fined 10 coins. Everyone is doing a good job. This year's wages have all been paid out, and everyone is very happy. They have no objections to family matters and only hope to do more for the young master. Harmony, complete harmony. Qin Yi knew this harmony wouldn't last long. Human desires are endless. The first year of Jingguan was very unusual. Everyone was starving. After signing a contract at Qin Yi's house, they were provided with meals, so they naturally had no objections. But soon, the servants began to scheme against each other in competition, and this trend had already begun to emerge. The maids' embroidery skills varied, so they would occasionally ostracize the one with the best skills. By the way, let me tell you, the person who has mastered the skill best will receive a reward of 1 string of cash. Let them figure it out on their own, not be ashamed to ask questions, humbly seek advice, and specialize in their own field. No one is born knowing everything. Scheming and backstabbing are unacceptable. If they occur, the person will be expelled immediately, and the contract will be void. Qin Yi said calmly. Yang Er and Tian Er immediately nodded and went out to give orders with great pride. The servants in Qin Yi's household have 3-year contracts, but if they are expelled, they can become servants in the homes of any wealthy or powerful family, which would be considered a contract of servitude. That's it for my whole life. So after Yang Er and Tian Er finished speaking, everyone started thinking about how to get that cash reward. Xiao Chui, your embroidery skills are the best. Could you teach me? If I win a reward, I'll share half with you. The maids quickly realized that the reward could be divided equally, and a harmonious atmosphere filled the room as they chattered amongst themselves. Brother, when are we going to be allowed to pet the puppy? Qin Yi smiled and said, You too remember, after petting the dog, you must wash your hands. Also, don't put anything in your mouth or rub your eyes before washing your hands. Qin Yi had no idea what kind of insects or germs might be on the little husky, so he decided to be careful. Chapter 46: 2 Great Confucian Scholars. With an animal, the whole family became more harmonious. Yang Er and Tian Er had already built various kinds of fences in the vacant farmland not far away, as Qin Yi had instructed. Raise pigs, cattle, chickens, ducks, and geese, and ideally, build a small fish pond sometime to raise some fish. Remember that ecological cycle we talked about in biology class? Whether it was a sudden pang of conscience or something else, this snowfall was heavy and lasted a long time, as if it were compensation for the Guangzhou plain. There had been no rain for more than 6 months, but this winter brought a heavy snowfall. God is such a jerk, slapping you and then giving you a sweet treat. But everything has its limits. When the snow was above his knees, Qin Yi knew that the people of the Tang dynasty might have to pay a price again this year. This winter isn't very cold. Even after this snowfall, it's still not as cold as in previous years. This is not a good sign. The yard was swept clean, but the snow in the farmland outside was quite heavy. The tiny husky dove down and disappeared into the vast snowfield. From a great distance, Qin Yi saw 3 people dressed in black robes driving a carriage slowly towards Qin Yi's manor from the vast expanse of white. Qin Yi, I'm here again. Qin Yi's face darkened. It was Li Er again. This time, Li Er didn't seem as carefree as before. He appeared to have encountered something troubling him. Hey, Laoli, what are you doing? With so much snow, you can't even see the road clearly. If something happens, I can't be sure what will happen. Qin Yi's words were loaded with meaning, becoming sarcastic and unsettling. You brat, the entire Tang dynasty is resting during the heavy snow, but I can't. Quick, get your hot pot ready. I've got my heart set on it today. This time, neither Cheng Yaojin nor Su Shiji came. Qin Yi didn't recognize the 2 people who did come. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is a distant relative of mine. You can call him Uncle Li. He's 60 years old this year and in good health. This one is over 70 years old, Old Wang. Qin Yi looked at the 2 men who got off the carriage and saw that they were ruddy-faced, energetic, and had peaceful eyes, with the demeanor of Confucian scholars. Impressive. Where did Li Er find this great scholar? You came here today specifically to eat hot pot? Qin Yi didn't believe it. After all, hot pot contains a lot of mutton and beef, and the old man surnamed Li should still have teeth to chew. But this old Wang, TSK, he looks like he has the will, but not the strength. Tian Er, tell Yin Yang to prepare the hot pot, chop the meat and cook it until tender, prepare the white fungus and lotus seed soup, and add some potato noodles and corn to the side dishes. Li Er nodded with great satisfaction upon hearing Qin Yi's words. Not bad. This guy is actually starting to consider others now. He didn't get this treatment when he first came here. Looking at Qin Yi's courtyard, old man Li's face lit up. Young friend, this courtyard is very elegant. I've been poor all my life, and I really want to live in a courtyard like this before I die. Old Wang clicked his tongue in amazement. You old codger, look over there. In the super farmland, everything is lush and green, with tobacco growing abundantly and other green vegetables also growing extremely densely. Li Er chuckled. Qin Yi, lead the way. The 2 elders must be tired from their journey. It's cold outside. Let's go inside and talk. As they spoke, they acted as if they were at home. As expected of Li Er, as expected of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, wherever he went, it was all his land, and he didn't stand on ceremony at all. Li Er was walking at the very back. He had just lit a cigarette when he heard a loud yelp. In an instant, a small shadow pounced on him, landing right in Li Er's arms, and snatched the cigarette from his mouth with its tiny paws. Ouch! Li Er was startled. Qin Yi turned around, his face darkening. Is a 1-month-old husky already this energetic? At first, I thought it was having a great time playing in the snow and wasn't planning to come out. But who knew that the little guy had climbed out at some point and climbed up the wall along the water tank and red bricks. The husky just jumped off the wall. Luckily Li Er caught it, otherwise its little head would have been broken, and it would probably be even more silly. Huh? Qin Yi, do you keep wolves at home? Old Li, don't talk nonsense if you haven't seen it before. This is a dog. In the far north, on an ice plain, snow wolves have been tamed by the locals and are no different from ordinary dogs. Oh, what's the dog's name? Collectively known as huskies. Li Er pondered. Husky, what a strange name, huh? Qin Yi, it actually looks down on me. Upon hearing this conversation, the 2 elderly men immediately understood and stroked their beards as they smiled. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they heard 2 maids reading. We have guests. Hello, gentlemen. Qin Ryun waved from the window beside her. Qin Ryu also looked at the 2 old people with a smile. Old Man Wang and Old Man Li could be considered centenarians in the Tang dynasty. In an era when the average lifespan was less than 50 years, they were definitely living to a ripe old age. The 2 little girls came out happily and bowed respectfully. I hadn't realized that my 2 younger sisters weren't the kind of girls who developed a rich person's disease. Okay. Old Wang stroked his beard, his face beaming with joy. Have you ever studied? Grandpa, let's read a book. All right, come inside and recite a passage for this old geezer. In the main hall, a hot pot table was set up, with Qin Ryun and Qin Ru each occupying a section. At birth, people are inherently good. Their natures are similar, but their habits differ. If they are not taught. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang, Feng, Chun, Chu, Wei, Jiang, Shun, Han Yang. The two little girls have already memorized the 3-character classic and 100 family surnames very well. This time, Laoli was no longer the main character among the three. Instead, he seemed more like an accompanying person. Well, old Wang beamed with joy. I heard from this Uncle Li that you are all well-educated and reasonable. Seeing you today, I can confirm that he was right. Little Li, you did a great job. Li Er gloated. Haha, you flatter me, Elder Wang. Old Li took out 2 booklets from his sleeve. They were clearly books he frequently read, with the title pages worn out. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yi saw a copy of the Analects and a copy of the Tao Te Ching. The great Confucian scholar was not picky at all. He read everything. Hee 2 little girls, 1 book each. Thank you, Grandpa. Qin Yi smiled and said, all right, you two can go now. You've finished your homework for today. Come and have dinner with us. Okay, bro. The 2 little girls skipped and hopped out. At this moment, Li Er stroked his beard and said calmly, well, gentlemen, I didn't lie to you, did I? Shao Li, is what you called the Enlightenment text that these 2 little girls are reciting. Absolutely. Don't underestimate this brat. He's the one who caused this. Li Er had already picked up a corn cob and started eating it, so he naturally shifted the conversation to Qin Yi and went off to enjoy himself. Chapter 47 Recognition from Renowned Teachers and Confucian Scholars. Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat. If he wasn't mistaken, these 2 were at least at the level of imperial tutors. Imperial tutor, as the name suggests, is someone who teaches the emperor. Those who can teach the emperor are no ordinary people. Looking at the old man's appearance and thinking of the imperial tutor during the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, Qin Yi instantly realized the old man's identity. Li Gang, it's very likely him. He became famous during the Northern and Southern dynasties period, already known for his noble character and integrity. After the establishment of the Sui dynasty, he was the only person who dared to speak frankly and offer advice. After the Sui dynasty fell, Li Gang followed Crown Prince Li Jianqing and became Li Jianqing's teacher. Some unpleasant things happened at that time. Because Li Jianqing was too arrogant and domineering, Li Gang disliked him and submitted his resignation to Emperor Wuda, Li Yuan. As a result, Li Yuan angrily rebuked Li Gang. You can serve as the chief secretary of any Pan Ren, but you are ashamed to serve as my secretary? Li Gang had a clear conscience and a sharp gaze, which instantly weakened Li Yuan's momentum. He Panren is a bandit leader whose ambition is to kill. He stopped killing when I advised him, so I have a clear conscience. Your Majesty and the Crown Prince are often self-righteous these days, and my words are like stones thrown into water. I dare not accept the position of Minister of the Imperial Secretariat. This is a person who upholds the truth and integrity. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, Emperor Taizong invited him back to be Li Chengqian's teacher. TSK, a refined and unrestrained scholar, a lover of freedom. That perfectly describes Li Gang. Judging from Li Er's respectful manner, it was clear that this person was no ordinary individual. After much thought, only someone like Li Gang, the emperor's teacher, fit the description. After all, he was a great Confucian scholar who held the morale of scholars throughout the land in his hands, so Li Er dared not take him lightly. What about the other one, old Wang? The great Confucian scholar, surnamed Wang. This is a bit puzzling. Could it be that person? Is he still alive? Qin Yi scrutinized old man Wang, and the more he looked, the more likely it was him. That man was a formidable figure who wrote continuation of the book, continuation of the poems, Yuan Jing, Li Jing, Yulin, and Zan Yi, and was the teacher of many of the founding heroes of the Tang dynasty. It can be said that the creators of the Tang dynasty's golden age were his disciples. These formidable figures under Li Er, Du Yin, Xue Shou, Wen Yanbao, Fang Xianling, Wang Gui, Du Ruhui, and Wei Zheng were all prime ministers of the Tang dynasty and disciples of this old man. Li Jing, Chen Shuda, Dou Wei, Jia Qiong, Yao Yi, and others. Weren't they all outstanding figures among this old man's disciples? The continued 6 classics was groundbreaking, integrating various schools of thought, teaching without discrimination, and not shying away from the fusion of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. This person was Wang Tong, a great Confucian scholar of the Sui dynasty. How could someone like this come to my house? No wonder Li Er looked like a submissive guy today. Now I understand. Qin Yi, you brat, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get things done. Li Er reminded him. Qin Yi then snapped out of his reverie and smiled faintly. Old Li, don't be in such a hurry. Just enjoy your corn. The 2 gentlemen will naturally have mashed potatoes and corn grits. The food that Yunyang served was indeed a great enjoyment for the two old gentlemen. The cornmeal was finely ground, but sweet and delicious. The two old men looked like they were of advanced age and couldn't eat too much, but they ate quite a bit of the cornmeal and mashed potatoes. "You two eat," Wang Tong said. "That's right, we're both old and can't eat as much as we used to, but watching you eat is a pleasure too." Li Er steeled his resolve, glared, and said, "Come on, Qin Yi, eat." Li Er found hot pot delicious the first time he ate it, but compared to today, he was a complete novice last time. When Li Er was feasting this time, he was practically plunging into the hot oil pot. "Old Li, did your butt hurt after you ate there last time?" Qin Yi deliberately brought up a sore spot, and in an instant, Li Er's expression changed. "You little brat, are you tired of living? After I went back last time, I didn't dare to sit down for days. I was so angry." Turning his grief and anger into appetite, Li Er ate more than half of the table full of dishes. After eating and drinking their fill, the two old men followed Qin Yi to inspect various parts of the house. If Qin Yi hadn't known that Li Er was the emperor and that these two great scholars were not to be trifled with, he would have definitely ordered them to leave. Who comes to someone else's house and acts as if it's their own, being so unreserved, eating and taking things without any politeness? Not bad, not bad. Xiaoli, Qin Yi is a very good young man. Is he married yet? Wang Tong asked. Qin Yi was suddenly stunned. No way. They're already going on blind dates? I'm still a child. What are you guys doing? Qin Yi shook his head, saying no, but his body language betrayed him. I heard from Xiaoli that the grain you produced is a great deed. I've lived for so long, and I've come to understand that what's the use of fame and fortune in a person's life in the end, when it comes to settling accounts? Aren't there still just a few words on the tombstone? You little rascal, your tombstone will have quite a few inscriptions in the future. Even a saint wouldn't have done as much as you. Wang Tong's comments essentially defined Qin Yi's character. This is extremely high praise. Even a sage couldn't match your achievements. It means that Qin Yi could be considered a sage, simply because he was able to feed everyone in the world. Yes, Mr. Wang is right. The 3-character classic and the 100 family surnames are also excellent books. I plan to print them when I get back so that all children in the world can start their education with these 2 books. Li Gang also spoke up. At this moment, the tense expression on Li Er's face instantly relaxed. He had previously hesitated about granting Qin Yi a marquisate. To be granted a title of nobility, that's an incredible reward. So many soldiers who risked their lives didn't have such merit, yet now a mere young man has achieved it. This would cause discontent throughout the court. Trying to pin the blame on someone like Cheng Wenjin is clearly a stupid idea and will only invite a barrage of criticism. Those censors really do have some really offensive language. But now, with the personal approval of 2 renowned scholars still alive today, Qin Yi must be granted the title of Marquis. It's just a matter of when. Qin Yi, could you bring some vegetables from your own garden for the 2 elderly gentlemen? Qin Yi waved his hand, and Ma Zhou, who was standing to the side, smiled faintly, already prepared. Li Er liked Ma Zhou very much. He was efficient and extremely organized. Qin Yi's family temple was a bit small and might not be suitable for Ma Zhou. Such talent can only be used by me. Thinking of this, Li Er smiled faintly. Qin Yi, that's enough for today. Here, give me some more cigarettes. I need to accompany the 2 old gentlemen back. Qin Yi sighed helplessly. Everyone says that there is no difference between an emperor and a bandit, and today he has learned that lesson the hard way. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want, as long as you're happy. By the way, old Li, you can speak with His Majesty, right? Remember to tell His Majesty that there might be a locust plague after the spring. Li Er was initially quite pleased with himself, finding great pleasure in the exploitation, but in an instant, his expression changed drastically. What did you say? Is this really true? Chapter 48. 50,000 points. Time to buy. Hee hee. The locust plague is a minor matter. His Majesty has his own solutions. Qin Yi, you are not yet married. This old man and I will go back and discuss it with you. We'll see which young lady is well-educated, virtuous, and dignified. Hee hee. How could Qin Yi, with his free spirit, allow them to force him into a lifelong commitment? Before he could speak, Li Er slapped Qin Yi on the head with his large hand. Stop thinking about it. Quickly thanked the 2 old gentlemen. Qin Yi sighed helplessly. He could express his thoughts about Li Er, but both of these great Confucian scholars were truly remarkable people, whom Qin Yi admired from the bottom of his heart. He was someone who could verbally defeat the Sui dynasty emperor, make Li Yuan suffer a setback, and win over Li Er, Emperor Taizong of Tang, so much that he was called the imperial tutor. A renowned private educator of the Sui and Tang dynasties, he encouraged the belief in benevolent governance, the treatment of the people, and the principle of putting people first. He disagreed with Emperor Wen of Sui in his later years and had no choice but to retire. However, he taught dozens of students who became famous throughout history. Since I can't refuse, I might as well go with the flow. If I've traveled to this feudal era, can't I have multiple wives and concubines? Life is long, why rush? Thank you, gentlemen. The three of them rode away in a horse-drawn carriage, swaying and rocking through the snow. Qin Yi specifically asked Yang Taizhu to add iron chains to their carriages to prevent slipping. Ma Zhou laughed out loud. Young master, I didn't expect you to be married at the tender age of 16. Those two are clearly renowned scholars, and I envy them greatly. Looking at Ma Zhou, Qin Yi suddenly realized that the custom of urging marriage in China has existed since ancient times. Ma Zhou was also a great talent. Which person who could become a prime minister was not a person of unparalleled talent. But he lost his parents at a young age and is now an older youth, as defined in the Tang dynasty. You really should find a wife. You can't just drift along like this. Young master, I'm not in a hurry. Since we've already taken an unconventional path, we can only wait for the future. Ma Zhou raised his head, looking at the gray sky at a 45-degree angle, and revealed an unusually calm smile. Oh well, perhaps the greatest figures of all time simply think differently from ordinary people. That's all for now. I'm going back to spend money. 10,000 taels of silver is a lot, and it takes up a lot of space at home. There were no silver notes in the Tang dynasty. After all, silver notes only became popular in the Song dynasty, mainly because of the good anti-counterfeiting measures. System, redeem 50,000 points. Qin Yi felt he needed to start brushing up on his knowledge. Lier has already started bringing great scholars to his side. If he says something inappropriate and damages his public image, it will be a loss for him. He still hopes to make a fortune by relying on Lier. How should I spend my 50,000 points? By skills to make money. By skills with intellectual property rights. Iron smelting technique, 3,000 points, I'll buy it. Lime process, 3,000 points, bought it. Glass manufacturing process, 3,000 points, I'll buy it. Huh? What's this? Qin Yi saw a fruit in 3 colors floating slowly in the air in the landlord mall. There were no words on it, but the 3 colors of the fruit were very eye-catching. Red, purple, white. System, what is this? Host, this is an attribute fruit. Attribute fruit? Is it used on the body? Host, the attribute fruit is a fruit that can enhance a certain ability of the body. The red one represents intelligence, which can make the host unparalleled in wisdom. Unlike skills that are forcibly fused, the wisdom fruit allows the host to learn on their own. The purple fruit can enhance the host's agility. The white fruit can enhance the host's strength and defense capabilities. This sounds like something out of a game. How come I've never seen this before? How about we buy one and try it out? System, hasn't my body already been enhanced? The host's body has been modified to reach the limits of human potential, but attribute fruits can surpass those limits. Holy crap, this is insane. I'll buy one and try them all. One fruit is worth 10,000 points. In an instant, 30,000 points are gone. In an instant, Qin Yi had 3 different colored fruits, each about the size of a cherry tomato, in his hand. He swallowed it in one gulp, and in an instant, Qin Yi felt a wave of dizziness. It felt as if a fire was burning inside my body, and at this very moment, the knowledge of limestone processing, iron smelting, and glassmaking was being integrated. A jumble of strange feelings surged within him, and in that instant, Qin Yi cried out, his mind going completely blank. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yi opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Buzzing. He could hear it more clearly now. The sound of the ventilation vents in the warehouse vibrating became distinct in his ears. With a single reach, he lifted the large wooden box containing the silver. Qin Yi wasn't too surprised by this. After all, the strength he had possessed before was already considerable. My brain reacts faster now, completely different from my previous relaxed state. I can control my focus anytime I want. A speck of dust fell silently from midair, barely visible. Qin Yi stretched out his hand, and the tiny speck of dust in his palm did not escape. System, can these fruits be stacked? Yes, but the host's body needs time to adapt. Generally, you can continue to eat attribute fruits 3 months after eating one. My mind has gained a lot more knowledge. The process of lime production, the process of glassmaking, and most importantly, the process of iron smelting are all clearly understood. I'm invincible. Humans often lament the limits of knowledge, especially after mastering a mystery. Qin Yi was no exception. Mr. Ma Zhou. Qin Yi called out to Ma Zhou as soon as he stepped out of the warehouse. Lime and glass both required Ma Zhou's personal involvement. As for iron smelting, we need to wait until He Qin appears and make him our spokesperson. Lime and glass are not state-monopolized industries, but the emergence of iron smelting technology will inevitably change the world order, so we should be more cautious. Inside the carriage, Li Gang was quite satisfied. Your Majesty, today's trip has been very fruitful. I noticed that outside the manor, in front of a two-story pavilion, there is a stone slab with some words engraved on it. Something about servants' rules. It's quite interesting. Hee, I'm glad Mr. Li Gang is satisfied. At this moment, Li Er regained his imperial aura, but he was still somewhat respectful towards Li Gang and Wang Tong. Wang Tong nodded. It's written in great detail. It seems to contain some basic common sense, such as drinking boiled water, not urinating or defecating anywhere, learning one character every day, and exchanging skills with companions every day. For a small landlord's family to have such enlightened rules, Your Majesty, the prosperity of the Tang dynasty is promising. You flatter me, sir. So what do you two think of Qin Yi? Of course, Li Gang blew his beard. My granddaughter is just 13, in the prime of her youth, so we'll start preparing her dowry now. Li Gang, you wish. My granddaughter is 16 years old this year, just the right age. She is the same age as Qin Yi, and they are a perfect match. Li Er sighed. Qin Yi's marriage was fine. He could just give him the princess. But what about the locust plague? Chapter 49. The Turks are coming. When Qin Yi couldn't sleep at night, he would always stare blankly at his system panel. Now, there was a new category for attributes on the system panel. Strength attribute bonus, 1. Intelligence attribute bonus, 1. Agility attribute bonus, 1. This looks really strange. System, what does this attribute bonus number 1 represent? Host, this means that you have already consumed an attribute fruit under this attribute, and the strength of the bonus is 1. How does my fighting ability compare to the generals of this era? The system slowly said, Host, your combat power is still inferior to those people. No matter how strong you are, you cannot fight against 100 people on the battlefield. Facing the war machine, you will only die. However, if you are facing a single powerful general, you are evenly matched with him. Qin Yi nodded. That's right. His body has been improved, and now with the added bonus of attribute fruits, plus his fighting skills, it would be too ridiculous if he couldn't even beat a general. The night was calm, and amidst the heavy snow, there seemed to be faint rumblings of thunder. No one could sleep peacefully that night. At the border, Li Jing gazed at the firelight in the night and fell into deep thought. General, the Turkic army has not made any unusual moves. It seems that they have 1,000,000 troops, which is not a lie. The scout beside him clasped his hands in a respectful bow and then reported, they're all shameless barbarians. How would they know about my military strategy and stalemate? Do they even have enough food? Our army's food supplies arrived a month ago. Even if we have to outlast them this winter, we'll wear them down. Li Jing was full of confidence. The scout looked troubled. General, we have not seen any trace of Kagan Jelly or Kagan Tuli in the Turkic army, nor are the banners of the royal tents. Oh, why wasn't this news mentioned before? General, the Turkic camp is more chaotic and disorganized than our Tang army. It is impossible to identify them all. We can only follow the clues to investigate. Moreover, their personnel turnover is extremely high, making it very difficult to determine their numbers. That was the truth, and Li Jing fell into deep thought. The Khans Jelly and Tuli were brothers. Could it be that the two of them had a falling out? That shouldn't be the case. Any one of the Khans in the army can act as a pillar of stability. If the two of them are missing, why hasn't the Turkic army fallen into chaos yet? Could it be Jelly's nephew? Li Jing thought of someone. Yi Hu, who was known as the person on the grasslands most like Jelly, and also the most capable among the younger generation. Not good. Send an urgent message to Chang'an overnight. Kagan Jelly and Kagan Tuli have disappeared. Yes. One scout retreated, and another person slowly emerged from the darkness, his face obscured by the firelight, making it impossible to discern his features. General Li Jing, Kagan Jelly and Kagan Tuli have truly disappeared. Kagan Yabgu is in charge of the overall situation. The Turkic army of 1,000,000 men seems to be without any flaws, but in reality, it can be easily broken. General Li Jing, why don't we give it a try? Li Jing hesitated. Currently, all of the Tang dynasty's main forces are already at the border, and the Eastern Turks and the Tang dynasty are temporarily at a standoff, unable to engage in battle. Even if a fight breaks out, the Tang dynasty will not suffer a loss. The problem is that Jelly Khan, a cunning military strategist, and Tuli Khan, a rising star, have both disappeared. These two brothers are no pushovers. If they lead their troops to invade the heart of the Tang dynasty like this. Hiss. Li Jing dared not even think about it. He just hoped that such a thing wouldn't happen. Old Tang, let's wait a little longer. Humans are strange creatures. Sometimes, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. At this time, Jelly and Tuli led 100,000 Turkic troops and marched straight in from the border, burning, killing, and looting along the way. In less than half a month, they were already close to Chang'an. The thunder that Qin Yi heard late at night was actually the sound of Turkic soldiers rushing into the banks of the Wei River. Nearly 100 miles from Lantian, the sound shattered the tranquility of the silent winter night. Qin Yi got up. Mr. Majo, are you asleep? Young master, I hear a lot of horses' hooves, and I can't sleep. Majo felt flustered and didn't know what to say. He was restless and went to Qin Yi's room, where he also took out a cigarette and started smoking. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Young master, something terrible has happened. There are people outside, and they have knives. Qin Yi tensed up instantly. Let's go out and take a look. Majo was not a military general, but during his years of wandering, he had also developed martial arts skills, although he was not as good as those famous generals of the time. It's sufficient for most people. Yang Er's fearful face was tinged with a hint of ferocity. They're messing around in the farmland. Qin Yi looked up abruptly and heard exclamations from outside. Majo heard it too, and exclaimed, "Oh no, they're Turks. They're saying they've found a lot of grain, and they're going to steal it." Qin Yi sneered. How dare you come to my territory to steal things? This is the Tang dynasty, not the Turkic Khaganate. In that instant, Qin Yi remembered the alliance at the Wei River. That was the greatest humiliation of Li Er's life. No way. The alliance of Wei River has actually changed in time? Mr. Majo, have you heard about the war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks in recent years? Majo frowned. His Majesty fought a complete victory against the Turks before ascending the throne. What's wrong? Do you know about the alliance that took place on the Wei River? Majo shook his head. Now Qin Yi was almost certain that the timing of the Wei River alliance had changed. Now, the Turkic army is taking advantage of the Tang dynasty's weakened military strength and is attacking in winter. Young heir, go and get my stick. The stick Qin Yi mentioned was a 3-section staff that he had specially made to familiarize himself with fighting techniques. The wooden staff had an ingenious iron chain connecting it in the middle, so it could be transformed into a nunchaku, a 3-section staff, or used as a long staff. Qin Yi, holding a stick, lightly stepped onto the high wall and looked around. He saw a dozen or so people who were clearly not soldiers of the Tang dynasty rummaging through the fields. Many greenhouses had been cut open with knives, exposing the lush green vegetables inside to the cold air. Humph, since you're here today, you're not leaving. Mr. Majo, protect your family. Qin Yi leaped into the night with great force, like a nimble leopard. A man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the greenhouses with satisfaction. I never imagined that there would be such a person in the Tang dynasty who could grow vegetables in winter. This person must be in the house up ahead. If we capture him, our grasslands will be saved. Hurry up and do it. Don't leave any for the Tang people. Qin Yi knew that this person was the leader. A cold wind blew by, and the man suddenly felt a dark shadow in front of him, followed by a tingling sensation in his head and a spinning sensation. When he fell, Qin Yi made a point of supporting him, without making any strange noises. Majo, Yang Er, and Tian Er, each holding a weapon, listened intently to the sounds outside. Is it all right for you to go alone, young master? Yang Er asked. I'm going out. You all keep an eye on the 2 young ladies. Majo said, grabbing the iron pestle and rushing out the door. Chapter 50. A warning. This is actually so good. The obsession and loss version. Majo was aggressive and domineering. Qin Yi had been kind to him, perhaps because he was highly talented, or perhaps because he looked down on many things in this world. But that doesn't mean Majo is ungrateful. He gripped the iron pestle tightly in his hand. The cold of the dead of winter caused his skin to stick to the pestle, with traces of blood and flesh remaining on it from time to time. Majo, seemingly oblivious, came out of the gate and stared intently in the direction of the field ridges. The sounds from that side were dense, the sounds of destruction, the sound of blades scraping against tarpaulin, and excited shouts. Qin Yi's house was located in a very remote area. The courtyard was filled with people who were holding their breath and staring wide-eyed. In the servants' quarters on the 2nd floor, a group of people looked out through the cracks in the window, only to find that it was pitch black and they could not see anything outside. Majo sniffed, just about to make a move, when he noticed that Qin Yi had already come out of the greenhouse, his stick stained with blood. It's all taken care of. You take some men and tie them up. Majo was stunned for a moment. But when he saw that there was no more movement in the greenhouse, he immediately believed Qin Yi's words. In the backyard, a dozen Turks were stripped naked and hung from a tree. Release me at once. I am the military advisor under the Turkic Khaganate, Jelly Khan. If you dare to touch me, you will die. The person who spoke was the first guy Qin Yi knocked unconscious. What kind of person is Jelly? I've never even heard of him. He must be some idiot from some remote mountain village. Qin Yi sneered and began to provoke him. The Turks valued honor highly, and they would certainly vehemently refute Qin Yi's insults against their Khan. You're talking nonsense. The man spoke angrily in broken Central Plains dialect. The other soldiers nearby were chattering away, and no one could make out what they were saying. Our Turkic Khan is someone whom even the Tang dynasty's Emperor Wuda submitted to. What you said today will become the reason to cut off your head. Qin Yi sneered. Who do you think you are? Who do you think Jelly is? I said it. You brat, watch your mouth. A sinister, beast-like glint appeared in the man's eyes. You're my prisoner now, and you still have the nerve to talk back? Qin Yi stood up, holding a leather whip in his hand, which was covered in water. It was indeed a bit uncomfortable to have these people shirtless in the dead of winter. Anyone in such severe cold, especially in the dead of night, would have to wrap themselves up tightly in clothes. These people, being naked, would naturally not be able to withstand it. Before long, these Turks began to tremble. The whip fell on the stubborn man. Snap! A bloodstain suddenly appeared, and the burning sensation made the man scream again. I, Jishur Sili, a member of the Turkic royal court, swear in the name of the eternal heaven that I will kill you. Is it a loss of thinking power? This person seems to be a senior strategist under Jelly, and most importantly, he later surrendered to the Tang dynasty and became an official in the Tang dynasty. Wow, what a coincidence. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Jishur Sili, is that the legendary good-for-nothing Jishur Sili? You brat, just wait until my Turkic army arrives, you'll be sorry. Ma Zhou then slowly said from the side, Young master, this Jishur Sili is indeed a figure, but in my opinion, he is a joke. That's right, he's a joke. By the way, Mr. Ma Zhou, have you ever killed anyone? Ma Zhou shook his head. He had indeed never killed anyone. Today is your chance to make a name for yourself. The Turkic army has already entered the territory of the Tang dynasty and is probably not far from Chang'an. The head of Jishur Sili is now in your hands. As Qin Yi spoke, a strange and terrifying smile spread across his face. Jishur Sili, who was usually unyielding, was instantly terrified. No. Let's talk this out. I'm a useful person. Don't kill me. Ma Zhou picked up the butcher knife and slowly walked over. You want to live? Yes. Jishur Sili nodded vigorously. All right, then tell us your Khagan's plan. Jishur Sili hesitated for only a moment before the butcher knife was placed against his neck. The cold blade sent chills down his spine. But then his eyes widened, and as he thought of the Turkic army's plan, he instantly broke into a ferocious grin. The whip marks Qin Yi had left on his body also flared up. I'd rather die than utter a single word. At this moment, he also used Turkic to urge the other Turkic soldiers who had just woken up to keep the secret. Young master, he told the others to keep it a secret, otherwise no one would survive. Only those who possess secrets will not die. Ma Zhou understood. Qin Yi laughed. This Jishur Sili actually had such cunning. However, this trick would indeed work for an ordinary person, but he was facing Qin Yi. Although Qin Yi wasn't intimately familiar with China's 5,000 years of history, how many similar plot points were there in later TV dramas? Besides, the fact that the Turks almost attacked Chang'an in the early years of the Tang dynasty is known as the greatest shame of Emperor Taizong's life. How could a Chinese person not know about this? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a secret? Innocent. Qin Yi said calmly. Mr. Ma Zhou, then I'll have to trouble you. I don't like blood, sigh. Qin Yi turned his head, lit a cigarette, and said, At birth, people are inherently good. Their natures are similar, but their habits differ. Kindness can also be a sin. Let's do it. Ma Zhou paused for a moment, then increased the pressure in his hand. In an instant, the blade sliced through Jishur Sili's neck, and blood began to flow from the cut. I'll talk. Jishur Sili was about to cry. Weren't the people of the Tang dynasty known for their integrity and loyalty? Didn't we agree that having a secret would give us impunity? What's going on? Why are you being so unreasonable? I'll talk. I was wrong. Qin Yi turned around and smiled faintly. Oh, not bad. You figured it out so quickly. Oh well, what a pity. I was planning to try out the feeling of killing someone today. Jishur Sili finally understood that the young man in front of him was not like the average Tang people. Shamelessness is something that catches people off guard. Like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, Jishur Sili, in order to survive, revealed Jie Li's plan, emphasizing every detail. It turns out that the grasslands experienced an unprecedented snowfall this winter, with the entire grasslands covered in thick snow and the weather so cold that the snow did not melt. This is extremely harmful to the people on the grasslands. People on the grasslands like to cover their pastures with snow so that they can have fertile land to raise cattle, sheep, and horses the following year. This is the foundation of their survival. But this year's heavy snowfall was unusual. The lands of the Tang dynasty were neither too hot nor too cold, while the grasslands were bitterly cold, causing countless cattle and sheep to freeze to death. The pasture grass was damaged by the frost and may not grow back next year. Jie Li panicked. Chapter 51. The Tang people will never bow down. Even if Jie Li didn't panic, there was no way he could avoid it. Without a source of pasture on the grassland, there would be no harvest next year. Many more people in the community will starve to death. So he thought of the Tang dynasty. Jie Li also knew that there had been many changes in the Tang dynasty this year, with a new emperor ascending the throne. The young emperor seemed easy to bully. Although he had lost every battle against the new emperor for a long time, Jie Li always felt that he had lost because of bad luck. He is not convinced. The Tang dynasty also suffered from drought, but the Tang people loved farming and certainly had more grain reserves than the Turks. His purpose was to sweep through the city, but unexpectedly, he encountered little resistance along the way and fought his way to Chang'an. You mean, Khan Jie Li has already set up camp on the Wei River? Yes, Khagan Jie Li was the greatest Khagan in Turkic history. His wisdom was more profound than that of the eagles in the sky. Zashizi is bragging again. How big can an eagle's head be? If a person had the head of an eagle, they'd probably be an idiot. Mr. Majo, tie them up. If these Turks had just passed by my door, Qin Yi, would have let it go. I'm not the kind of person who would be petty. But today you've trampled on my farmland and ruined my greenhouse. I can't tolerate that. I'll use this as a reason to send to Cheng Wenjin, and then write a letter saying that the crops in this greenhouse that benefit the world have been ruined by these dozen or so Turks. Majo gasped. Others may not know, but he knows it very well. The crops in the greenhouse are indeed precious, and they weren't damaged much when I checked them just now. But the young master's words were trying to pin all the calamities of the Tang dynasty on these dozen or so Turks. Furthermore, they harbor ill intentions and plan to kill me. Majo carefully examined Qin Yi at this moment. In an instant, he understood that Qin Yi, who appeared gentle and refined like a warm spring breeze, actually possessed an extremely resilient and decisive nature beneath his harmless exterior. Which of these food crops isn't a treasure? With these things, the people of the Tang dynasty would never starve again, which was a great contribution to the world. Such a good thing was ruined by a dozen or so Turks. Even killing them 10,000 times wouldn't be too much. Even if we take a step back and these things are gone, as long as Qin Yi is there is still a possibility of producing these vegetables and grains again. But these people wanted to kill Qin Yi. This time, Majo's admiration for Qin Yi was truly boundless and endless. Young master, I'll take care of it right away. Delivering the person to Cheng Wenjin, the magistrate of Lantian County, overnight was also a way to give Cheng Wenjin a chance to show off his merits, which the old man would definitely like. Deep within the palace, Li Er rubbed his head. Guanyinbi, do you think this locust plague is real? Your Majesty, Qin Yi is just a child. How can we take his words seriously? Guanyinbi, that's where you're wrong. You can't underestimate anyone. Li Er stood up, lit a cigarette. He smokes very frequently now, often lighting one when he's troubled. This cigarette is really good stuff. From the beginning of my rebellion until now, I have never underestimated anyone. The only exception was Qin Yi a few days ago. But after I went to see for myself, I found that there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. Every little clue in Qin Yi's house is something new and interesting to me. He has done everything he said, and that's what makes this kid so amazing. Empress Zhangsun rolled her eyes. Yes, you've done it all. You've even picked up the bad habit of smoking. You came back smelling terrible. It was suffocating. Guanyinbi, you don't know. Qin Yi is so young, but he has a very ethereal and otherworldly air about him when he's dealing with people. I have seen such a person before, except that person was already over 80 years old at the time. A young man with a pure heart still has a limitless future. Even if I were to bestow upon him the title of Marquis and let him farm the land himself, he could still fill this land of the Tang dynasty with grain. Li Er raised his head and said, if someone like this says there will be a locust plague next year, I have no choice but to believe it. The Imperial Observatory also said that although the heavy snow this year was magnificent, the weather was not cold enough. The locust eggs in the soil did not die at all. They will break out of the soil next year and cause great trouble. Empress Zhongsun lowered her head immediately upon hearing Li Er's words. But your majesty, the locusts are here. What can we do? She hit the nail on the head. This was also the problem that troubled Li Er the most. Why don't you ask Qin Yi again, your majesty? Since he brought it up, he must have a solution. Li Er slapped his thigh and exclaimed, That's right, Guan Yinbi. How could I have forgotten about this? I was too busy worrying about it. Suddenly, someone outside the door urgently reported, Your Majesty, an urgent report. Come in. Li Er initially thought it was a trivial matter, but soon his expression turned extremely ugly. At this time, not only should the matters of bestowing titles and dealing with locusts be put on hold, all matters of the Tang dynasty are no longer important. They must all be put on hold. The Turks have already reached the Wei River. An army of 100,000 men marched all the way here, yet not a single one of them reacted. What were the local officials doing along the way? Li Er was furious. Summon your ministers and bring them to me tonight. After seeing those people off, Qin Yi began to ponder the matter of the Wei River alliance. At this point in history, Li Shimin could be said to have experienced both glory and humiliation. 6 men and 6 horses stood on the banks of the Wei River, facing Jieli's repeated questions, which scared Jieli away. But the outcome was not as true as the legend suggests. Instead, they secretly continued the treaty from the Wuda era, became vassals of the Turks, and presented them with countless treasures of gold and silver. Even the heavy use of black and white ink in later historical records to confuse the public cannot change the fact that the Tang dynasty was weak in diplomacy at the beginning of its history. Qin Yi was pondering this. As a descendant of the Chinese nation, he couldn't just sit idly by, but how should he take action? On the banks of the Wei River, where it was freezing cold, the Turks felt warmer than on the grasslands. Fight! Li Er's didn't have many troops left. He was already tightening his belt just to be able to hold out at the border. As I pondered this, dawn broke. With red eyes, Zhang Xiong found Qin Yi. Young Master Qin Yi, Zhang Xiong is a rough man, but he knows that your wisdom and strategy are unparalleled. Save the Tang dynasty. Zhang Xiong was covered in bloodstains, indicating that he had fought a fierce battle the previous night. It's unprecedented in any era for soldiers to transport grain to fight on the battlefield, unless there are truly no other soldiers available. More than 100 of my men were killed in battle. I, Zhang Xiong, refuse to accept this. How many Turks have come? 100,000. Qin Yi nodded. Sure enough, the alliance of the Wei River was about to begin. I just hope Li Er won't rush to show off on the Wei River. It's only just dawn, there's still time. The Tang people will never bow their heads. Chapter 52. The enemy is at the Wei River. What can they do to me? How many people do you have left? Qin Yi asked. Zhang Xiong's face was mournful, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Young master, I'm all alone. Where are the others? They are all in Chang'an, protecting His Majesty. Outside Chang'an, they are protecting the people. In other words, right now, it's just you and me trying to figure out how to deal with the Turks? Qin Yi was completely bewildered. If 2 people are facing an army of 100,000, are we better looking or more gifted? We are neither emperors nor people of high status, so why should the Turks let us go? Zhang Xiong, you're setting a difficult problem for me. Qin Yi was overwhelmed with emotions. At this moment, he was one with this era, sharing both its glory and its loss. But this feeling of helplessness is just too painful. The husky, now named Go Dan, howled all night and finally quieted down, burrowing into Qin Yi's arms with a small, round wooden ball in its mouth. This was specially made by the carpenter to help the husky grind its teeth. I've got it, a round wooden ball. If you add a fuse, wouldn't it be a bomb? Qin Yi immediately burst out laughing. Gooden, you really are my lucky star. Dog Egg was in pain from Qin Yi's rubbing, and it howled like a wild wolf. Qin Yi held the small wooden ball and fell into deep thought. Young heir, do you have any saltpeter at home? Young master, no. The idea of making a bomb shattered in that instant. How do you make explosives without saltpeter? Without explosives, where would you find such a powerful weapon? That's an army of 100,000. Even if there are 100,000 wooden stakes, it would take 1 or 2 days to cut them down one by one. Suddenly, a scene from a classic movie flashed through Qin Yi's mind. This plot has been ridiculed by many. It is possible for the weak to defeat the strong, but the means by which the weak defeat the strong, and the incredible elements that ordinary people cannot understand, have become the points of doubt for everyone. Where's the iron ball from the well at home? Retrieve it. Young master, the well is frozen. I don't care, figure it out yourself. You have half an hour. Young heir said with a mournful face. Young master, aren't there 5 more in the storeroom? On the Wei River, Li Er, along with Feng Xianling, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, Du Ruhui, and 2 others stood in the cold wind, facing the densely packed army of 100,000 on the opposite bank, and they fell into deep thought. Li Er's face was stern, and he showed no fear in the face of the Turkic army. The 5 people behind him were even more fearless in the face of death. This is Tang territory, and the Turks are running rampant on Tang territory, violating the original alliance. At that moment, on the opposite bank, inside a tent, a tall Turkic man with a disdainful expression said calmly, "Where is Zhishir Silly?" Reporting to the Khan, Zashizi Li led a small team of more than 10 people to some places around Chang'an, intending to plunder some grain. Grain. We've taken Chang'an and made a deal with that little Tang emperor. Will we still lack grain? Zhishir Si, who claims to be my top strategist, is so short-sighted. He's completely disgraced me. Jelly opened the curtain of the royal tent and saw an astonishing scene on the opposite bank. What? They only sent 6 people. 6 people, 6 horses, in the cold wind. The atmosphere was as desolate as could be. In an instant, Jelly felt a little uneasy. After all, Emperor Li Yuan, the emperor before the Tang dynasty, had made a prior agreement with him that as long as he paid tribute to the Turks every year, peace could be maintained forever. Now that our army is attacking, if the other side breaks the alliance and really takes it seriously, disregarding the casualties of the Tang army and civilians, our 100,000 men will probably perish here. Where is Jelly? Li Er's voice, deep and resonant like thunder, echoed across the Wei River. In an instant, a Tang man standing next to Jelly stepped forward. Khan, why do you need to handle this personally? I can do it. This man is Zhao Diyan, who sought refuge with the Turks because of the war. Now he has become the second most important strategist after Zhishir Si. Jelly's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Tang people received no respect from the Turks. Even Zhao Diyan, who was known for his unparalleled wisdom and resourcefulness among the Turks, was still just a lowly Tang person in the eyes of Jelly. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the power of the Turks had grown significantly. When the Tang dynasty was first established, it had no strength to fight the Turks, so Li Yuan chose to negotiate a humiliating peace. Today, Li Er has also made this preparation. What good would peace talks do? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, my great Tang is thriving. If this grudge is not avenged, I, Li Er, will have failed as a ruler. Jelly straightened his clothes and slowly walked out. Little emperor, how have you been lately? Jelly speaks with the air of a seasoned veteran, always ready to give you the upper hand. You're just a newly enthroned emperor. What right do you have to speak to me, Jelly? Khan Jelly, have you forgotten the alliance we made? Li Er smiled faintly and said loudly, a treaty? What treaty? Is it a treaty to submit to my great Turkic royal court? Upon hearing this, the faces of several ministers on the Wei River turned ashen. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong blushed, their fists clenched so tightly they seemed about to explode. Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling had deep, penetrating eyes, and were already plotting something in their hearts. Li Er smiled faintly. In the past, you Turks fought against our great Tang many times and never won a single battle. Now, I don't know why, but Kagan Jelly dares to openly break the peace treaty, enter the great Tang, and burn, kill, and plunder along the way. Are you preparing to go to war with the great Tang? Li Er was fierce and imposing. As a former soldier, his words carried a murderous air. In an instant, the Khan of the Wei River, Jelly, seemed to lose some of his momentum. But soon, Jelly realized. You brat, how dare you lecture me? Young emperor, today I, Jelly, have come with 100,000 troops behind me, swords already sharpened. Tomorrow, 1,000,000 troops will attack. Your great Tang will be overthrown in an instant. Kali is threatening. Li Er remained unmoved, smiling faintly. I thought you, Jelly Khan, were a respectable person, but I never expected you to be so ignorant of the bigger picture, disregarding even the people of the world for such petty gains. If the Turks send troops today, the people of our great Tang will fight them with all their might, even at the cost of their lives. Never regret dying. These 4 words floated on the frozen surface of the Wei River. The snow-covered landscape stretches as far as the eye can see, making it even colder. Du Ruhui and Fang Xuanling's eyes were already red. Bright red blood flowed from Cheng Yaojin's jaw. Jelly smiled faintly. Little emperor, don't brag. Today I, Jelly, have said that the fall of the Tang dynasty is just a matter of a single thought from me. Arrogant and presumptuous. But does Li Er have a solution? Li Er fell into deep thought. At this moment, how he wished that all his generals were in Chang'an, so that they could rush up together and tear this shameful Jelly apart with 5 horses. But there are no ifs. Suddenly, Songs arose from a high mountain to the west of the 100,000-strong Turkic army. Chapter 53 Fireballs from Hell. The moon of Qin shines on the passes of Han. The soldiers on the long march have not returned. If only the flying general of Longsheng were here, the barbarian horses would not dare to cross the Yin mountains. The sound was like thunder, with a tone reminiscent of a traditional opera. His voice carried a strong killing intent and an indomitable fighting spirit. Zhang Xiong stood on a high slope, less than 3 miles from the Turkic army, holding a large banner with huge Tang characters written on it, fluttering in the wind. The poem was taught by Qin Yi, and the melody was also taught by Qin Yi. With its unique Qinxiang opera style, it instantly struck the hearts of the 6 people on the Wei River. A surge of hot blood welled up inside me. Who's causing trouble there? Jilly roared. What was Zhang Xiong doing? At this moment, he was waving flags and shouting, his face covered with bloodstains. In the morning light, the sun shone on his face, like the light of righteousness. Grandpa Zhang Xiong is here. You brat Jelly, don't be so arrogant. After Zhang Xiong finished speaking, he stomped his foot and sang angrily again. The moon of Qin and the pass of Han, the long march of 10,000 miles has not yet ended. If only the flying general of Longsheng were here, the barbarian horses would not be allowed to cross the Yin mountains. His voice was strong and clear, carrying a hint of anger, defiance, resentment, and a burning passion. At this moment, Zhang Xiong appeared, instantly shocking Li Erliu and his companions on the Wei River. Li Er was suddenly stunned. Wasn't this the grain transport official? Why did he suddenly appear? Li Er felt a sense of relief. He was already feeling uneasy about Jelly's arrogance and domineering attitude. The people of the Tang dynasty could not withstand any more turmoil. He had already planned to lie low for several years. A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Jelly is arrogant today, but I, Li Er, will surely repay him in the future. But Zhang Xiong suddenly appeared on a high hill to the west of the Turkic camp, and the voice he spoke instantly ignited Li Er's long-dormant passion. We will not allow the barbarian horses to cross the Yin mountains. Good. The dignity of the Tang dynasty cannot be trampled upon. The people of the Tang dynasty are not people who can be bullied. For a moment, Li Er's eyes turned bloodshot. Even if we are defeated today, we cannot admit defeat immediately. You're fucking asking for it. Jilly was furious. Guards, where are my bow and arrows? The Turkic soldiers nearby immediately offered him bows and arrows. At this moment, Jelly was arrogant and only had Zhang Xiong as a human target in his eyes. Draw your bow and shoot an arrow. Completed in one go. Zhang Xiong, who was originally tall, suddenly felt a sharp force in the air. His legs went weak, as if he was being dragged away by something. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, covered in mud. Cold sweat poured down my back like it was free. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Why didn't you dodge? If Qin Yi hadn't pulled Zhang Xiong back, just now, that arrow could have taken Zhang Xiong's life. Young master, how are your things? Qin Yi nodded. Don't rush. Let Jelly be arrogant for a while longer. You can continue to provoke him. Keep cursing. Zhang Xiong stood up and shouted. Jelly, you coward. Your grandfather Zhang Xiong is here. Do you dare to come up and fight me? This caused an uproar in the Turkic camp. The Khan of the Three Kingdoms, known for his unerring arrows, missed his target. Most importantly, this Tang man actually insulted their Khan, and they couldn't swallow that insult. They shouted and tried to rush over, but were stopped by Jelly. He knew very well why he had come to the land of the Tang dynasty. He came here not for any so-called battle of egos, nor for any momentary slip of the tongue. Every word he uttered earlier was meant to suppress the young emperor of the Tang dynasty, but to no avail. Now he had only one thought in his mind, to force the Tang emperor to abdicate, and then burn, kill, and plunder. The Tang dynasty was vast and populous, rich in resources. A little looting would be enough to ensure that the Turkic people would have enough to eat and wear for a whole year. Ignore that brat. The emperor of Tang will have to pay for everything he has done. Jilly sneered inwardly. Ignorant little brat. How dare you shout? Do you know that every time you shout, the people of the Tang dynasty will pay an even greater price? On the hilltop, Zhang Xiong started to panic. After all, he was facing an army of 100,000. He wasn't some peerless hero like His Majesty. He was just a supply officer, an ordinary brigade commander. He was somewhat nervous in the face of such a large and imposing army. Qin Yi said calmly, All right, Commander Zhang, you can come down now. Upon hearing Qin Yi's confirmation, Zhang Xiong immediately jumped down, then collapsed to the ground, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Young master, it's up to you now. The method Qin Yi used was the same one from the movie, a red-hot iron ball, which, in physics, is an unstable element. If a violent collision occurs when various elements are unstable, it will inevitably result in a huge release of energy. This stuff is different from explosives, and Qin Yi wasn't sure if it would work. But are there any other options now? Trying anything as a last resort is a desperate measure. He had brought 5 large iron balls from home, each as big as a person could hug. Zhang Xiong obtained a catapult from somewhere else. It's surprising that such a thing exists in Chang'an City. Although it's rather rudimentary, it's sufficient. The distance is less than 3 miles. The catapult's range can easily solve the problem of this range. The rest is up to the iron ball to see if it will explode as expected. In the freezing cold, a red-hot iron ball was slowly placed onto the catapult by several people using huge pliers. Pull. Launch. At Qin Yi's command, the servants behind him released their grip. At this moment, on the way river, Li Er felt a little disappointed. The Tang dynasty had countless soldiers and so many generals, yet it needed a grain transport officer to step forward. Li Er could not accept this humiliation. Where is their integrity? Where is their dignity? Where is the dignity of the Tang dynasty? Jelly burst into laughter. The Tang people are nothing special. But soon, he heard a strange sound. Bang. Crack. Knock knock knock. Like the sound of thunderous war drums. What followed was a chaotic cacophony of screams, utterly miserable. A huge fireball fell from the sky, and after landing, it rolled and tumbled back and forth in the Turkic camp. Wherever it passed, flames suddenly appeared. The Turkic camp, which was as peaceful as usual in winter, was suddenly engulfed in flames, and in an instant, screams replaced the previous arrogant shouts. Qin Yi watched this scene unfold with satisfaction, and a sense of anticipation also filled his heart. Finally, after hearing a series of thunderous explosions and seeing the people inside the tent who had been thrown into the air and were rolling on the ground, Qin Yi smiled with satisfaction. The fireball was not an explosion, but rather a sudden burst of surface energy caused by the violent collision of high and low temperatures. Iron filings shot out in all directions like aimless swords. The iron ball grew smaller and smaller, while the flames grew larger and larger. In an instant, a quarter of the camp had fallen into chaos. Again, another heated iron ball was placed on the catapult. This time, Qin Yi increased his strength. Boom. The iron ball, carrying Qin Yi's anger, the dissatisfaction of a future generation's soul towards the Turks, and the soul in the blood of a nation, rushed out in an instant. Chapter 54: Catching a Turtle in a Jar. The large iron ball acted like a signal flare, and Li Er's expression changed instantly. At first he was a little uneasy, but then he saw the chaos in the Turkic camp. The galloping horses trampled people to death, and the people struggling to breathe died. Those on the verge of death were smashed into a pulp by a fireball and burned to ashes while still on fire. For a moment, Li Er's heart was filled with excitement. Well done, Zhang Xiong. Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling were so excited that their hands and feet trembled and their faces turned red. Good, good, good. You old Turkic dog, die. Cheng Yaojin's face turned red. His appearance was hideous, and his clenched teeth showed the same demeanor as the mischievous devil he once was. Yu Qigong's lips twitched. He was thinking that if he were leading troops here and were attacked like this, he might really be reduced to ashes. The first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. 5 enormous iron balls were launched from the same direction at different angles, leaving behind fear and terror in every part of the Turkic camp. At this point, Jelly had completely lost his previous arrogance. Run, run. Oh no, what methods are they using? Can you go? I'll hold them off. In an instant, Jelly felt a chill in his heart. It's over, it's over. What exactly happened? Qin Yi used a scene from a movie in another country. At first, he didn't believe the scene was real, but now he realized that the plot was true. Upon closer examination, this makes sense. In the state of a violently burning fireball, the iron and other elements within the iron ball are in an extremely unstable state. Under high temperatures, this unstable state, after being subjected to violent impact, generates an impact force that breaks the balance. Qin Yi didn't quite understand the balance of elements, but he knew that if some balances were broken, it would cause a huge disaster. For example, things like atomic bombs. A red-hot iron ball certainly wouldn't have that much power, since iron, oxide, is a relatively stable element. Even so, what was happening at this moment had already cast a shadow over Qin Yi's heart. This was the first time he had used methods of violence from later generations in the Tang dynasty, on lands separated by 1,000 years, and the first time, it was so brutal. In the Turkic camp, 100,000 soldiers were carried away by 5 large fireballs, their bodies ablaze with flames that lingered for a long time. Iron filings pierced the heart, causing blood to gush out, but it was instantly engulfed by the flames. On one side of the Wei River, all was silent, and Li Er and the other 6 men had calm eyes. On the other side of the Wei River, corpses littered the ground, and war could break out at any moment. Zhang Xiong stood atop a high hill, shouting loudly, holding aloft the banner of the Tang dynasty. If only General Li Guang were here, the barbarian horses would never dare to cross the Yin Mountains. The sound was like thunder, chilling to the bone. The iron ball from hell so easily crushed an army of 100,000 in an instant. Li Er finally realized what was happening. Organize the army and charge. Capture Jieli. Yes. Cheng Yaojin had long been unable to hold back. He harbored a great deal of resentment within him. All military generals feel very frustrated during times of peace. Once the world is at peace, there is nowhere for them to demonstrate their abilities. But at that moment, the anger in his heart instantly transformed into boundless power. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin immediately rushed to the west side of Chang'an. The soldiers surrounding Chang'an city instantly heard the shouts of the 2 generals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This demand is extremely high. This is the unique cry of Li Er's army, signifying the arrival of a king. Suddenly, 30,000 people appeared, their swords and knives pointing directly at the other side of the Wei River. Upon witnessing this scene, Kagan Jieli cried out in an instant, "Heaven is forsaking me." Then they followed Zhao Dian and hid in the deep mountains behind. Qin Yi had already completed his mission. "Commander Zhang, I'm leaving now. Until we meet again." Qin Yi left, but his direction was not towards Lantian, but towards the direction in which Jieli escaped. He wasn't riding a horse, but on the snow, he was faster than if he were. He moved with incredible speed, even more agile than the birds that linger in the winter air. Behind the hill in front of us lies a deep ravine. The Guangzhou region is crisscrossed with ravines, and the Lus Plateau is full of rugged terrain. Qin Yi carefully scanned his surroundings and saw a series of footprints. I never imagined that Kagan Jieli would do such a thing. No wonder later generations have such a low opinion of you. Qin Yi smiled faintly and slowly drew a line on the ground with the long stick in his hand. The end of this line was where Jieli Khan was hiding. Inside the dimly lit cave, there was no light at all. Without torches, Jieli and Zhao Dian could only grope their way forward. This is a natural cave, and there are many hibernating snakes and rodents inside. Jieli's heart skipped a beat when he accidentally stepped on something soft and squishy. "What is that thing?" "Zhao Dian, did you see it clearly?" Jieli suddenly asked. Zhao Dian was trembling behind him. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. How could he possibly see what it was? "Khan, I didn't see it clearly, but it looked a bit like some kind of fireball." Jieli sighed. The young emperor of the Tang dynasty is not kind. Everyone says that the Tang people are cunning, and today I have seen it for myself. It is a pity that my 100,000 elite troops have been defeated here. Khan, don't worry too much. We've escaped this calamity today. We'll come back to fight again in the future. The Tang emperor doesn't have that many soldiers. Zhao Dian said obsequiously. Jieli sighed. After today, I fear that the Turkic camp will no longer have the will to fight. Suddenly, Zhao Dian smelled an odor. The cave was unfathomably deep, and although it was only wide enough for one person to crawl through, it was still a place to hide. What does it taste like? Cough, 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 it's smoke. Who did this? How could they be so insidious and vicious? The treacherous and vicious person was none other than Qin Yi. At this moment, Qin Yi was holding a torch and burning it at the entrance of the cave. With the wind blowing in, the smoke drifted into the cave. TSK, 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 such a small hole, and Jieli Khan was able to squeeze in. Truly the demeanor of a king. Not bad, not bad. Smoke more cigarettes, otherwise you won't be able to enjoy them after you die. Qin Yi lit a cigarette and smoked it himself, then added a bunch of dry twigs. For a moment, the sound of faint coughing echoed throughout the cave. Qin Yi gripped the stick tightly. Finally, a head slowly emerged. It was the head of a Han Chinese. Qin Yi showed no mercy and brought the stick down. Perhaps this is what a traitor is. Throughout history, there have always been some people who betray their own people. Such people must die. After being hit with the stick, the man collapsed and fainted. Then, a person pushed himself out, panting heavily, and looking at the dawn, tears streamed down his face. Khan Jieli, you are wonderful. Chapter 55, The Imperial Seal. How could it not be great? The deep cave was no place for a human to stay, and Jieli Khan had never experienced such a humiliating moment in his life. At the height of his career, in a place like the Tang dynasty, facing a regime that had just emerged from turmoil, he believed he would absolutely not fail. But he never expected that the higher he stood, the more painful the fall would be. When he poked his head out, the young boy's voice still carried a hint of immaturity, but the coldness in his eyes was no different from the winter in the Turkic lands, equally bone-chilling and equally chilling. No, this young man's eyes are even more despairing. That's the look you give an animal. Who are you? Release me, and I'll give you 3,000 gold pieces. 3 daughters? Who do you think you are? At that time in the Tang dynasty, the ratio of gold to silver was only 1 to 5. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 5 taels of silver. You think you can bribe me with only 15,000 taels? Qin Yi shook his head and pressed Jelly Khan into the cave with a stick, showing no intention of letting him out. I'll add more money. I'll add more money. I am the Turkic Khan, Jelly, unparalleled in the world. Even the emperor of the Tang dynasty must submit to me. If I return today, I will bestow upon you the title of 9,000 years of the Great Tang, second only to the emperor. Believe me, no one dares to disagree with me. Qin Yi maintained a forced smile, his face carrying a hint of contempt. He gripped the stick even tighter. Jelly Khan screamed and shouted in agony. Young man, we are one family. Like the children of eagles in the sky, we would never fight with our own brothers. Jelly Khan was in despair. He was completely broken down in the face of Qin Yi. What's wrong with the people of Tang dynasty these days? Doesn't he have any desires? At this moment, Qin Yi smiled faintly. Hee, I heard you have something very good on you, and I'm very interested. The Tang dynasty is my homeland, and the people of the Tang dynasty are my brothers. You want me to betray them? Haven't you thought about that? Jelly Khan was stunned. He no longer wanted to speak. He was in despair. Qin Yi suddenly gave a cold laugh. You'll have to pay more. Upon hearing this, the hope in Jelly Khan's heart was rekindled. I'll add it. I'll add it. If Qin Yi were to ask Jelly Khan to sell his soul at this point, perhaps he would be willing. Giving him a glimmer of hope, even one that is extremely slim, is the best way to oppress him. The imperial seal of the state is also in my hands, in the package behind me. Qin Yi noticed that this Khan Jelly was burly and had a large pot on his back, as if he were carrying something on his back. Anyway, it's the middle of nowhere, nobody knows, you can say whatever you want today. Others might acknowledge it later, but I, Qin Yi, will not. Okay, give it to me. Jelly fumbled around on his back with difficulty, and soon a black package was slowly pushed out by him. Qin Yi glared at him, opened the package, and inside lay a large, square seal. TSK, TSK, TSK. The imperial seal of the state was made of Lantian jade during the Qin dynasty. Now, after hundreds of years, it has acquired a weathered and worn appearance. The missing corner looked quite good. It had been repaired with gold, making it square and neat. Below it, the 8 large characters, by the mandate of heaven, may your life be long and prosperous, were exceptionally imposing and orderly. This was a symbol of the emperor's status throughout history. If an emperor did not have this seal after ascending the throne, he would be called a blank emperor. Emperors were proud to possess the imperial seal of the state, regarding it as a rare treasure and a vital national asset. Gaining it symbolizes that one has received the mandate of heaven, while losing it signifies that one's fate has run its course. Wasn't this thing in the Sui dynasty's imperial palace? Suddenly, Qin Yi thought of something. Although the Sui dynasty had perished, the descendants left behind by the Sui dynasty were not all dead. Princess Yicheng, Empress Xiao, and others were still in the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, living a life of debauchery and deceiving themselves. They had become vassals of the Turks, fawning over them to the extreme and bringing shame upon the Chinese nation. Hee, not bad, Kagan Jelly. I am very satisfied with your gift. I agree to this deal. Young man, I see you have an extraordinary presence and act with composure. What is your name? I will certainly reward you when I return. My name? This person is holding a grudge. Kagan Jelly was known as the most vengeful person in Turkic history. He would retaliate if someone punched him or bite back if a dog bit him. He was extremely vengeful. Qin Yi suspected that he carried a small notebook with the words, "Remembering Vengeances," written on it. I am Ma Zhou of the Tang dynasty, and I will not change my name or surname. A grim smile appeared on Jelly Khan's face. Okay, Ma Zhou, I've got it. But he remembered it was all right. What awaited him was a heavy blow from a club, and he instantly lost consciousness. Qin Yi's servants searched for a long time before finally finding Qin Yi's location. At this moment, there was a person on each side of Qin Yi's stick, each of them tightly bound, like pigs tied up. Qin Yi used a stick to pierce the 2 people together, then carried them on his shoulders and walked on the snow. Yang Er shouted from afar, young master, look here. I'm here." Qin Yi took a look and saw that it was Yang Er and Tian Er who had come looking for him, led by Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou asked excitedly, Young master, are you all right? It's all right. By the way, put those two in sacks. They're our treasures. We can't let them get away. Qin Yi didn't intend to hand over Zhao Dian and Jelly Khan to the emperor yet. After all, given Li Er's nature, he wouldn't execute Jelly Khan. He would only imprison him and let this tyrannical Turk watch the Tang dynasty rise little by little. This thing has other uses in my hands. Hee, is everything all right at home? Don't worry, everything is fine at home. Ma Zhou sized up the two men. Who are they? The other one, the Turkic Khagan, was a traitor, wasn't he? Qin Yi sat in the carriage, leaned back, and immediately relaxed. When Qin Yi witnessed the war firsthand, he became tense. His composure began to vanish when several large fireballs flew into the Turkic camp. At that time, Qin Yi was tense all over, and he did not release his fear of war and his inner disgust. After tying up Jelly Khan and Zhao Dian and binding them to the frame at the back of the carriage, Qin Yi suddenly felt his eyelids droop. The car was warm inside, but the snow outside seemed to have returned. In the first year of the Jingguan era, the snow was sparse, and from Guangzhou to the interior and even beyond the pass, everything was covered in a white expanse. Li Jing had already gritted his teeth enough at the border, and when he heard that 100,000 Turks had entered Tang territory, he almost tore down the entire Turkic border. With a million-strong army, Li Jing was given ample power, enough to wipe out even the most powerful Turks, leaving not a single child alive. But it's clear that if that's the case, not many of his own troops will be left. War is a costly struggle, and it is certainly not worth fighting unless absolutely necessary. General, the young Yehu seems quite wary of us. Chapter 56. Qin Yi again? A kid like Yi who will never amount to anything. I'm worried about Jelly and the others. If His Majesty isn't prepared, then Chang'an will be in danger. Li Jing's eyes were filled with urgency and anger, and the scouts beside him dared not utter a sound. Where's the border? Binzhou. Opposite Binzhou, at the end of the Sui Great Wall, lay the territory of the Turks. Since ancient times, these regions have mostly been inhabited by Han people. However, after the chaos of the late Han dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period, the Central Plains were severely weakened, and the 5 barbarian invasions came. They occupied the land of China and did things that were intolerable to humanity and morality, like a sword hanging over our heads. Later, this sharp sword was taken away, but the sense of crisis remained. Li Jing certainly knew this part of history. When Wang Tong passed on the scriptures to him, he also told him one thing. When you have the ability, you must defend the land and never back down, even if it means death. At this point, Li Jing had made up his mind. Pass on my order to leave 500,000 men to garrison the area, and the rest will follow me to slowly bypass Binzhou and enter Turkic territory. The scout was stunned. General, you mustn't. Why not? The Turks are powerful. Once they leave the pass, it's no longer up to us to decide their fate. The scout looked troubled. In addition, with this freezing weather, the army's food supplies this year are only enough for the garrison. If war breaks out, we may run out of food. Upon hearing this news, Li Jing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Even if my army runs out of food, I will break the spine of the Turks. I have heard that they have entered the territory of the Tang dynasty and acted with impunity. As a Tang citizen, I, Li Jing, cannot stand idly by. However, deploying 500,000 troops is indeed a bit too much. We can only mobilize 50,000 troops and send small teams of 50,000 to launch a night raid on the Turkic royal court. Li Jing was certain that all the Turkic troops were stationed outside Binzhou and would not dare to make any rash moves. He also predicted that the Turkic royal court was currently in a state of emptiness. People who ride horses never have any attachment to their homeland. They go wherever they want. The grasslands are heavily fortified on the outside, but inside they are empty. General, are you really sure? How? Take me with you, sir. The snow on the grasslands is deep this year, and the Turks are probably having a hard time. I'll go and give them a boost. This isn't adding fuel to the fire. It's adding insult to injury. In the dead of night, the grassland was utterly silent. The moon was dark and the wind was high. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and the sound of horses' hooves was also covered by the snow, losing its usual sharpness. Outside Binzhou, a large and silent troop of people moved slowly through the snow into the depths of the grassland. Li Er didn't sleep a wink all night. He was so excited. Everything that happened on the Wei River yesterday morning caught him off guard. Just as he had gritted his teeth and made up his mind to sign the treaty, several large fireballs fell from the sky, and the grain transport officer Zhang Xiong suddenly waved flags and shouted, displaying considerable power. In an instant, the Turkic camp was thrown into chaos. Of the 100,000 troops, 70,000 were killed alive by the giant fireball. Their deaths were gruesome. When Sheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong led their troops over, the remaining 30,000 Turks were already terrified, as if they had seen a demon, and they urinated and defecated in disgust, giving up all resistance. Your Majesty, I was horrified when I saw the scene on the battlefield. The Turkic soldiers were either burned to death, crushed into mincemeat, or pierced through by dense iron objects, almost unrecognizable as human. It was extremely tragic. Du Ruhui's eyes were red with surprise this time. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were both Li Er's right-hand men. They went to the scene in person to reassure the Tang dynasty. What's going on? Why is such a miracle happening? Li Er asked. Your Majesty, I do not know. Fang Xianling sighed. Why don't we ask that grain transport official? I've met him. He's diligent and a good man. Zhang Xiong was quickly taken to the palace. Inside the Hanyuan Hall, it was warm and cozy. Zhang Xiong's face was still flushed, and his wounds had been bandaged. Facing Li Er, he knelt on the ground and wept uncontrollably. Your Majesty, all 100 of my valiant warriors were killed by those Turks the night before last. Li Er frowned. It's admirable that our Tang soldiers, with their iron will, did not retreat in the face of 100,000 Turkic troops. Good, good, good. Li Er said good 3 times in a row, and then helped Zhang Xiong up. Yesterday, you were on the hilltop, waving flags and shouting. Suddenly, a fireball flew out. Who did this? Li Er was certain that Zhang Xiong did not possess such talent. After all, he was a grain transport officer with a clean family background and high prestige in the army, yet his official rank was very low. He was clearly too upright and unyielding, and such a person would not be capable of hiding anything. Your Majesty, that night I did not wish to live alone, but the thought of my death, leaving behind 100 brothers whose great vengeance remains unavenged and whose bodies are still warm, compelled me to die. So I went to find young Master Qin Yi. Li Er's heart skipped a beat. Was it Qin Yi? Oh, you contacted Qin Yi? The Qin Yi you recommended last time. Li Er had to put on a show and not let Zhang Xiong know that he had been going to Qin Yi's house to freeload several times in a row. Zhang Xiong nodded, wiping away his tears. The fact that a soldier could cry like this showed how much the scene of 100 brothers being killed by the Turks that night had affected him. Young Master Qin Yi quickly came up with a solution, so he had me and his servants burn 5 large iron balls with a fierce fire. Each iron ball was as big as a person's arm around it. I brought small catapults from the camp and began setting them up overnight on the west side of the Turkic encampment. Li Er was no longer listening to what Zhang Xiong was saying. All he wanted to know was how much power Qin Yi still had. This unpredictable thing descended from the sky, and the Turkic army was instantly terrified, as if they had seen a demon from hell. What if the soldiers of the Tang dynasty had mastered this method? Hee, Zhang Xiong, I have decided that your 100 brothers are also my soldiers, and they will receive the best possible treatment. You will no longer be a grain ration soldier. Huh? Zhang Xiong was dumbfounded. Could it be that His Majesty was blaming him for surviving alone? Your Majesty, this humble general is willing to accept any punishment. I will not punish you, but will give you a good place to go. You can stay at home for now. Soon, a new marquis of the state will appear in our great Tang. You can go and follow him then. To follow a marquis who holds a state title? Zhang Xiong's eyes welled up with tears again in an instant, meaning that he would no longer have to worry about food and clothing and would no longer have to suffer from the wind and sun. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand, dismissing Zhang Xiong, and then began to ponder how to ask Qin Yi. Without realizing it, I lit another cigarette. Qin Yi also didn't sleep all night. This was only a war involving 100,000 people, yet it made Qin Yi feel nauseous all night. After all, he had seen the scene of the fireball smashing people into mincemeat all too clearly because of his excellent eyesight. Brother, have something to eat. You haven't eaten all day. Chapter 57 Post-Traumatic Stress Syndrome. It's nothing. I'm just feeling a little unwell. It's no wonder it's so distressing. A soul from a later life would never grow up in an environment where such a bloody scene would occur. Even if I see it, it's on TV. But isn't everything on TV fake? A true war is something that leaves an indelible mark on one's memory for a lifetime. Qin Yi has now witnessed it firsthand. It felt like I had developed post-traumatic stress disorder. Young master, you were too ruthless. Those 2 people are still unconscious. No rush. They can't possibly escape from that cellar anyway. Oh, and strip them naked and whip them with chilly water. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he started gagging again. Ma Zhou gasped, a chill running down his spine. After this incident, the young master changed drastically. The violent tendencies that had been hidden beneath his kind exterior seemed to have been unleashed. He used pepper spray on his whip to strike people, leaving chili peppers in the wounds. Others may not understand the pain of that thing, but doesn't Ma Zhou understand it? Once, he accidentally cut his arm. He was eating steamed buns with chili peppers when a little bit of the chili pepper got on his arm. That's when he learned what hellish suffering meant. The chili pepper clung to his arm like a leech, causing him unbearable pain. At that moment, Ma Zhou had a strange feeling. Why did the world have to bring him into this world? Looking back now, I still shudder. Young Master Qin Yi actually intends to use such methods to deal with that con jelly. That's too ruthless. After Ma Zhou went to the cellar, Qin Yi lit a cigarette and said slowly, "Get me some mutton and pickled garlic." Qin Yi shouted and rushed into his study. In his study, Qin Yi began frantically checking the progress of various projects over the past period. Lime and glass are still in their infancy. Production has not yet truly begun. It won't be long before Ma Zhou gets both of these things sorted out. With nothing to do, Qin Yi would draw pictures, drawing houses, trying to forget the discomfort of yesterday by falling into deep thought. The morning light shone on the tree branches in front of him, and a cold wind blew by, making Qin Yi shiver. Looking up again, I saw a man with bandages and a smile standing in front of me. "Young Master Qin Yi, I've come to find you." This time, Zhang Xiong did not wear armor when he came. He is now a free man, waiting for the new marquis to take office so that he can go and assume his post. "Oh, Commander Zhang, what brings you here today?" The moment Qin Yi saw Zhang Xiong, all the discomfort he felt vanished. War leaves many wounds on people, but none of them matter compared to the joy of victory. "Hee, I'm no longer a brigade commander. His Majesty has ordered me to go home and await orders, and to rest for a while. Hee, I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Zhang from now on." Zhang Xiong had one hand tied up, while his other hand was raised, revealing Lantian wine and pig's head meat. "I've come today specifically to thank young Master Qin Yi for his righteous help. My family is poor, and my gratitude is all expressed in this wine." The two sat in the small room next door. Zhang Xiong got drunk in no time today, and he also drank quite a lot of mutton soup. Eating too much pickled garlic makes the smell strong, which made Qin Yi feel embarrassed. After his physical attributes were enhanced, Qin Yi discovered that he no longer felt anything when drinking alcohol, and he could drink as much as he wanted, no matter who came. After the servants saw Zhang Xiong off, Qin Yi lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought again. Before noon, the weather began to brighten, as if something good was about to happen today. Upon entering the cellar, Qin Yi covered his nose. Ma Zhou had gone too far. "Mr. Ma Zhou, your methods are comparable to those of the Dali Temple." Ma Zhou smiled faintly. "When dealing with people who don't treat others as human beings, you naturally can't treat them as human beings either. I will make Zhao Diyin suffer terribly. As for Jelly Khan, we'll take it slow. There's plenty of time." Qin Yi understood Ma Zhou's thoughts. After all, when one's country is invaded, it is a blood feud, an irreconcilable hatred. In such a situation, it is easy to do something excessive in the heat of the moment. However, both Jelly Khan and Zhao Diyin are in good health. They can still persevere even in this condition. The two men were covered in extremely gruesome wounds. Ma Zhou didn't discriminate when he beat them. He specifically targeted vital areas. The cellar was filled with the smell of blood and the pungent odor of chili water. Upon closer inspection, the large vat contained a considerable amount of chili peppers. No wonder Yunyang complained today that Mr. Ma Zhou had taken away a large basin of chili powder. It turned out he had put it all in there. This concentration is enough to give Jelly Khan and Zhao Diyin a good drink. "Young heir, fill the container." Ma Zhou was clearly tired from beating people, and young heir didn't hold back either. The chili water in the ladle was extremely concentrated, even looking red, and he poured it directly into the mouths of Jelly Khan and Zhao Diyin. In an instant, the two were jolted out of their unconscious state, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with terror, and coughing incessantly. His face became extremely distorted and ferocious because of the chili peppers. "You little brat, you're asking for it. Hee, you speak without thinking at all. What was the name of your advisor before?" "Ji Shili. I've already handed him over to the authorities because he scared me," Qin Yi said calmly, without the slightest hint of anything unusual. The colder Qin Yi was, the more nervous Jelly Khan became. No wonder Ji Shili had disappeared. So it turns out this kid was behind it all, and even handed it over to the authorities? No, I can't be handed over to any government official, or I'll really have no way to survive. At this moment, he would rather endure physical pain here than be sent away. Zhao Diyin, standing to the side, remained silent, staring at Qin Yi with nothing but despair in his eyes. "Give this Zhao Diyin to Cheng Wenjin and tell him that he broke into my house at night, tried to kill someone, and was caught by me." "Yes." Yang heir grinned maliciously. "You traitor, I'll kill you." They used all their strength when binding him, almost making Zhao Dian breathless. Now only Jelly Khan was left. Qin Yi told Ma Zhou to sit down and rest, then lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. "Where are the Turkic troops concentrated now?" "Now, whatever Qin Yi says, Jelly Khan has to answer truthfully, but a tyrant is still a tyrant, and he still retains a cunning nature." For the entire morning, Ma Zhou recorded all the information. Regardless of its authenticity, the days when the Eastern Turks were so powerful that they could oppress the Tang dynasty were gone forever. "Kid, what's in this water?" Jelly finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Hee, it's just a fun thing that can make you fly. Don't worry, I'm not going to let you leave yet." Qin Yi tidied up the accessories on Jelly's clothes and placed them, along with the imperial seal, in a hidden compartment of a drawer in his study. "This is a treasure, and we'll have to hand it over later. Losing it while it's in our possession would have a huge impact." Chapter 58. Those silver coins were just a number. The lime kiln has been started, and a place for sand refining has also been established. Qin Yi is already feeling the lack of manpower. Godan is only a little over a month old, but he has already started to show the characteristics of a husky. Not to mention biting everything. Climbing over walls and roofs are minor issues. There are ladders for climbing over walls and roofs in many places in the house, and Godan was able to learn to do so entirely because of the two little girls. Following Qin Yi to the lime kiln, Godan kept sneezing, indicating that there was too much dust in the air. "We tried building houses with lime a while ago, and it worked really well, young master. This is a good thing." "Hee, is no one hurt?" Qin Yi asked with a smile. Of course, someone was injured. Among these workers, there must have been some who didn't know how strong the lime was. They got it in their eyes and washed them with water, or they accidentally stepped into it. This was very common in later generations. The instantaneous high temperature when quicklime comes into contact with water can cook an egg in a flash, which is quite terrifying. "Young master, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Only 2 people were slightly injured. It's nothing serious." Qin Yi nodded. "Mr. Ma Zhou, the lime kiln is a good thing. Let the farmers around here work here. You can decide on the wages, but don't skimp on them. There will be bonuses for good work, and meals will be provided. Masks, those thick gauze things, remember to wear them properly, and your clothes should also be thick. Don't be afraid of the heat." Qin Yi listed more than a dozen points to note, which Ma Zhou wrote down one by one. "After these things are done, let Yi Chun take over and let him go wherever he wants to open his lime kiln." Ma Zhou found Qin Yi's words rather strange. "Why don't we do this business ourselves?" Qin Yi waved his hand. "Not everyone can be a hands-off manager, Mr. Ma Zhou. We'll see, huh?" Turning sand into glass is indeed quite difficult. It requires improvements to the lime kiln before transparent glass can be produced. Old Lu, the craftsman in the family, is now focused on glass production. When Qin Yi told him how to make glass, he also talked about intellectual property rights and commercial warfare in later generations, explaining why, even though it was just sand, the glass from the Tang dynasty was so expensive. After hearing this, Lao Lu made up his mind that he would not go home until he created the glass. Despite the dead of winter, old Lu was drenched in sweat and lost in thought. "Young master, I'm such a useless old man. I've let you down." "Hee, Lao Lu, go on. If this thing could be made in a day or 2, that would be strange. Why do you think glass sells for such a high price?" The furnaces of that era had temperature limitations, making it difficult to produce glass. Old Lu smiled and said, "Young master, could I teach this to the children in my family?" "Hee, of course. Knowledge is power. Once your child learns it, they certainly won't be as poor as you are in the future, right?" Upon hearing Qin Yi's permission, old Lu became incredibly excited and continued to crawl into the earthen kiln. When Yi Chun came this time, his face was full of worry. "Qin Yi, I've discovered something. I've lost all feeling for money." Qin Yi wanted to hit someone. What the hell is wrong with this guy now? When I see large sums of money coming in, I feel like I'm an irrelevant person. That money is just a number. Yi Chun lit a cigarette, looking incredibly arrogant. "Hee, how about you try a new project?" Qin Yi grinned. He knew perfectly well why Yi Chun had lost all feeling for him. This guy feels that the businesses of alcohol, stoves, and coal mines are no longer interesting and needs something exciting to emerge. "Lime and glass, you should take over now. The craftsmen will be trained slowly. There may be many failures in the early stages, but as long as you persevere for a period of time, you will definitely be able to produce glass. Moreover, I have designed some tools that can make any pattern you want appear on the glass." In an instant, Yi Chun's eyes lit up. "Holy crap, that's glass." The Tang dynasty regarded glass as a treasure, but in Qin Yi's eyes, it was just glass, like trash. "What's wrong with glass?" Do you even know what glass is made of? Have no idea. Qin was honest and never lied. Qin Yi even suspected that this guy had never lied to anyone since he was a child. It's made of sand. Does the Tang dynasty lack sand? Qin was shocked, his mouth agape. No way. Sand can be so transparent. Hee. In a few days, the glass will be available. You'll definitely make a fortune then. Remember to produce more and drive down the price of the glass until it's as cheap as earthenware. That'll be a success. What's so precious about glass products? If Qin can get this workshop up and running, and a production line can be established, then it won't be a problem for glass to enter the homes of ordinary people in the Tang dynasty. My dad has been curious about what I'm doing lately. What should I say? I can't just tell him that I'm mining coal or brewing wine. Qin looked miserable. Hey, I thought it was something serious. Just tell the truth. Your dad isn't an ordinary person. How could he not know what you're doing? He's just asking you to see if you're serious about doing this. The two guys were smoking and drinking. Qin Yi drank in big gulps, as if it were water, and Qin couldn't keep up for long. Just kidding, that's strong liquor. At this moment, 10 miles outside Chang'an City, in a small village, wisps of smoke rose from chimneys, emitting a strong aroma of wine. The shopkeeper stood at the entrance of the village, thinking, I never imagined that this kid would actually create a whole village just to brew wine. My lord, you need not worry. Young master, he is doing a good job. Lantian wine has now become a divine wine in the mouths of the people of the Tang dynasty, and it is not expensive. Not bad. By the way, where is his coal mining business? My lord, His Majesty also said that most of the money from coal went into His Majesty's pocket, and the young master took 30% of it. Not bad. You know when to advance and retreat. Come on, father-in-law, let's go inside and take a look. Because of the shopkeeper's special status, Li Er would usually assign him a eunuch. This eunuch was a young man who was capable, clever, and quick-witted. This must be the place they were talking about for fermentation. It tastes good. The shopkeeper was also a heavy drinker, and he never felt that drinking was a waste of time. He had only two favorite things in his life, making money and drinking. Are you two customers here to buy goods? A man dressed in work clothes, resembling a waiter, walked over with a smile. Hee. Yes, I came to take a look today. You two have excellent taste. Our Lantian wine is world-renowned. If you buy it, it will definitely sell very well. Here, have something high-proof, let me try it. Chapter 59 Introduction to Mathematics and Physics. After Qin's visit, Qin Yi's family gained an extra 100,000 taels of silver. This speed is indeed comparable to a money-printing machine. Alcohol and coal are indeed extremely profitable. As for cigarettes, let's leave that aside. The people of the Tang dynasty haven't had many good days yet. Let's introduce them when the time is right. There are now another 100,000 taels in the warehouse, so my family now has over 100,000 taels of silver. Qin Yi had thought about this countless times when he first arrived in the Tang dynasty. Back then, I was even thinking about what kind of pose I should strike to look cool. My current feeling is just so simple, unadorned, and boring. Suddenly, Qin Yi sneezed, rubbed his nose, and thought to himself, my body is already so strong. I shouldn't be catching a cold, right? Is someone talking badly about me behind my back? At this moment, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Er looked at the dozen or so people that Cheng Wenjin had brought and showed a look of surprise and delight. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. An old minister has captured so many Turks. Cheng Wenjin smiled, his face flushed. Your Majesty, this old minister has no strength to do that. Qin Yi caught them all. Your Majesty, these dozen or so people were brought to my county office the night before last. They broke into Qin Yi's farmland, damaged the fields, and destroyed many crops. Qin Yi has captured them. One of them is named Zhishir Silly. This was sent by Qin Yi yesterday. It belongs to Zhao Diyan, the traitor in the eyes of the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Er frowned first, then became very pleased. As long as Qin Yi didn't die, everything was negotiable. Okay. Zhao Diyan, do you have anything to say? Li Er glared. Zhao Diyan's lips were cracked and bleeding profusely, but his speech remained sharp. Your Majesty, when you were in the Eastern Palace, it was I who advised the Crown Prince to spare you. Have you forgotten? Zhao Diyan is just spouting nonsense. Li Shimin knew far more than Zhao Diyan did. At that time, Li Shimin almost lost his life when facing the threat from Li Jianqing. This would not have been possible without your support, Zhao Diyan. I understand. You have some nerve, you idiot. Ji Shirsi was starving. At least he could drink water at Qin Yi's place. But when he arrived at the Lantian County Jail, he had nothing. He could only be tied up and sleep in a damp and cold cell. They were covered in lice. Your Majesty, Zhishir Silly is innocent. That Khan Jelly insisted on attacking, and I wanted to stop him, but he did nothing. Li Er thought for a moment and nodded. What Jishir Silly said was right. If Jelly Khan was determined to attack the Tang dynasty, then Jishir Silly would have no way to stop him. He's just a fence-sitter and can't control the situation. I understand. I'll grant you a complete corpse. Zhao Dian and Ji Shirsi were stunned for a moment. Then Ji Shirsi looked at Zhao Dian and said, Your Majesty, Zhao Dian is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves to die, but I have done my best for the Tang dynasty before. Have you forgotten? Li Er smiled faintly. If it weren't for the fact that you did things for the Tang dynasty before, I would have torn you apart by 5 horses long ago. Those crops are vital national assets. How dare you bring people to touch them? You're courting death. Moreover, you want to kill the person who brought hope to the Tang dynasty, which is adding insult to injury. Ji Shirley instantly understood. Dragons have their Achilles heel, and the Achilles heel of the Tang emperor was the grains and vegetables grown in the sheds, and that handsome young man with a beautiful smile. It's over, it's over. Li Er waved his hand. Zhao Dian, execute him by slow slicing. As long as you leave him with a complete corpse, you can do whatever you want with him. This is the true power and might of the great Tang emperor. Li Er sensed the change in the fortunes of the Turks this time. 100,000 men ventured deep into the Tang dynasty, only to be swept away by a suddenly appearing divine weapon, their efforts thwarted in an instant, giving the Tang dynasty a new opportunity. Li Er is in a great hurry. Spring, please come quickly. The people of the Tang dynasty need food. But suddenly, he remembered something Qin Yi had said before, that in the spring of the following year in the Tang dynasty, not only would all things grow, but locusts would also begin to grow. Locust. Li Er's face immediately turned ashen. Now that the crisis for the Turks has passed, with 100,000 men killed at the Wei River, the Turks will likely not dare to act rashly in the future. Locusts have been the most helpless creature throughout history. Where locusts appear, nothing is left. And most importantly, locusts are generally not edible raw. Poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese may be poisoned. The common people regarded locusts as a plague god, while the imperial court regarded them as a major disaster. Compared to floods and droughts, which are devastating disasters that instill despair, locusts are a calamity that brutally destroys people's hopes. It's getting late today. It's time to visit Qin Yi's house tomorrow. If he really has a solution to the locust plague, and if it works next year, then what's wrong with bestowing upon him a marquisate that will last as long as the country? There had never been a marquis at the age of 16 in the Tang dynasty, but Li Er thought it was possible. After 2 days of adjustment, Qin Yi was back to his best. Qin also built a lime kiln and a glass workshop. Qin only had one way of doing things: spend money. With hundreds of workers working together, a small workshop could be completed in 2 days without any problems. Ma Zhou, carrying the mature lime-making method and the semi-mature glass-making method, completed the handover with Qin. Same old rule as always. You get 70% and I get 30%. Don't worry. Qin and I know in our hearts that these things are yours, and we will definitely not let you lose out. Qin no longer splits the profits 50-50ths with Qin Yi. Qin Yi takes 70% and he takes 30%, which he considers the safest ratio. Qin Yi couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he agreed. There's a temple fair in Chang'an soon. I plan to have the workers hurry up and produce our own glassware, so we can catch those foreign merchants off guard. Qin's plan is good. It's just that Lao Lu will have to work harder. Old Lu, you are a servant in Qin Yi's household. I only have 2 people here. You take care of them, teach them, and how much they learn is up to them. Then you can go back. Young master he, rest assured. I, Lu de Bao, may not be able to promise anything else, but I will definitely teach you as much as you can. Okay. After saying that, he stuffed a large silver ingot into old Lu's hand. In an instant, old Lu was overjoyed. Working with the young master meant he could make money whether he stayed at home or went out. Qin Yi redeemed 50,000 points and kept searching for mathematical and physical knowledge from later generations in the system shop. He wouldn't need too much of this for the time being. It was mainly for teaching his 2 daughters. So expensive? Qin Yi was stunned. Intermediate math and intermediate physics knowledge combined amount to a total of 40,000 points. This is an extremely alarming number, and it's only at the intermediate level. What if it were at the advanced level? You should know that the grain seeds that can make you comparable to a saint are only worth a few hundred or 1,000 points, or at most 3 or 5,000 points. Knowledge is power. A faint voice came from the system. I'll buy it. I don't need the money. In an instant, a vast array of formulas and countless bizarre diagrams appeared in Qin Yi's mind. Qin Yi's eyes also brightened. He now believed that these 2 little girls might become the first mathematicians and physicists of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 60 Envy is a disease. Brother, Why does rubbing your hair attract small pieces of paper? When talking about friction, these two little girls never stopped asking questions. Finally, they started to reach out to Godan. Before long, Godan's fur went from being shiny and glossy with a hint of unruly freedom to being extremely messy and standing on end, like a frightened child. Dog Egg was only a little over a month old, practically a puppy among dogs, especially since it was genuinely frightened and kept nuzzling into Qin Yi's arms. The huge, wide wooden pole in the yard can slide back and forth, and the groove in the middle allows you to choose the length of the two poles, thus creating a large seesaw. The principle of leverage is amazing. In the days to come, the two little girls may need to use it at any time. Brother, I weigh more than you. Qin Yi shook his head. Have you forgotten what I just said? It's not that you're heavier than me. It's because of your weight and lever arm. Look at the pole in front of you. Isn't it very long? Qin Ruoyun glanced at it and immediately fell into deep thought. Qin Ruoyun nodded. Brother, I understand. This is what you meant by the torque result being the same. The two girls were very clever and quick to understand. Just as Qin Yi was teaching the two girls, Yang Er and Tian Er ran in from outside, their heads covered in blood. Young master, something terrible has happened. Qin Yi's face darkened instantly upon seeing the two of them. It looks like these two were beaten up and suffered a loss. His own servant was beaten at his own doorstep, at the very doorstep of the future richest landlord in Lantian County. This is outrageous. What happened? Having withdrawn from the ocean of knowledge and returned to reality, Qin Yi must now begin to solve real-world problems. What's wrong? Qin Yi became alert. The only time Qin Yi had encountered trouble since arriving in the Tang dynasty was when the Turks attacked. It was just a small squad of a dozen or so people among the 100,000-strong Turkic army on the Wei River. For a long time, Qin Yi felt that he was living too comfortably and was out of step with the times. Comfort is both a facade and a manifestation of a lack of recognition. It means you don't even have the right to be messed with. But now, someone has come knocking on our door. Young master, that man is a wealthy man from Xizhuang in Lantian, named Wang Dafu. Wang Dafu. Qin Yi recognized the name. After he transmigrated, he was one of the people who came to collect debts. Is he at the door? He's in the field. TSK, such good land. I gave it away without asking for money, and it has grown so many good crops. A large, fat man with a face full of fat, wearing a thick fur coat, pointed at the greenhouse in Qin Yi's farmland and shook his head repeatedly. If I had known, I wouldn't have given it to him. What a waste. Several lackeys dressed in blue immediately put on fawning smiles. Master is right. This land is ours. Good that you know. I just went out for a bit, and you were scared by some nobody county magistrate. So what if he's a county magistrate? My family has a prestigious lineage in Chang'an. What is Cheng Wenjin compared to me? Qin Yi, is that the stupid son of the gambling addict Qin Hu? The butler, dressed in a cotton coat and looking smug, immediately nodded. Master, it's Qin Hu's son. It's said that he sold off all the family's land and old house to pay off debts. The obese man's jade thumb ring gleamed from his constant touching. This man was Wang Dafu. Qin Hu's son. That's interesting. The reason Wang Dafu said it was interesting that Qin Hu's son was the one who brought Qin Hu into the casino was because he was the one who brought Qin Hu into the casino. He was also the one who lent Qin Hu money when he had none, and the one who sent Qin Hu into the abyss. Given Qin Hu's family's previous wealth, even if they ran out of money, they could still earn a considerable amount from those hundreds of acres of land in just a few years. But no matter how much money you earn, it can't withstand gambling and squandering. From a great distance, Qin Yi could see more than a dozen people acting suspiciously in his own fields. Roll! Qin Yi roared angrily, showing no mercy. Anyone who comes after me, Qin Yi, will not leave unscathed. If that's how it is with those Turkic soldiers, how much more so with an ordinary wealthy man like you? Wow, what a magnificent sight! Wang Dafu, with his protruding belly, touched the ring on his hand and smiled smugly. However, I forgive you. Everyone in Lantian County knows that Qin Hu's son is an idiot. Ha! That's right. Why bother arguing with an idiot? A group of henchmen burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs and doubled over with laughter. Qin Yi's face remained expressionless. Today it's Wang Dafu. Tomorrow it will be Lu Dafu, Chen Dafu, Li Dafu. These days are probably never going to end. We must establish our authority. No matter why you came here, whether you stumbled upon the business by chance or are dissatisfied with Cheng Wenjin's overbearing approach when acquiring the land, we will settle things today and put an end to your hopes. You can be arrogant, but you'd better keep your distance in front of me, Qin Yi. I'm not the kind of person who backs down when faced with trouble. Even high-ranking officials in the court have to give me some face. You lowly scoundrels? Hee. Wang Dafu, I have a question for you. Wang Dafu sneered. You? Asking questions? Fine, I'll teach you a lesson today, you fool. If I'm accused of being a fool and I hit someone, will the magistrate punish me? Wang Dafu was taken aback. It seemed so. There were a few crazy people in the county. Didn't they get away with it after beating someone up? At this moment, Qin Yi suddenly gave a cold snort and waved his hand. Go. The dozen or so servants behind Qin Yi were different from the servants in Wang Dafu's house. The servants in Qin Yi's household had eaten well during this year of famine, and each of them was full of energy. They could only release their energy by working like crazy. Now someone's come knocking on my door looking for a beating? Isn't this like a godsend? In an instant, chickens and dogs flew about on the entire field, and Wang Dafu's originally smug face suddenly turned ugly. When he saw his men fleeing in droves, he lost face and began to curse loudly. Go on, hit them. What are you afraid of? You eat so much every day, you're like pigs. I must have been blind. These lowly bastards are utterly worthless. Wang Dafu was getting anxious. He had only come to ridicule Qin Yi and watch the show, to see how Qin Yi, who had been so eager to claim the land, had ended up like this. This discovery revealed 100 acres of greenhouses and Qin Yi's estate. Upon entering the greenhouse, I was amazed to find it lush and green. It was teeming with good grains. If good grain can be grown in the dead of winter, it must be because the land offered to the county magistrate at that time was of good quality. Just then, they saw Qin Yi's two servants shouting and yelling. Wang Dafu's men showed no mercy and attacked without hesitation, drawing blood. At that moment, Wang Dafu looked into Qin Yi's murderous eyes and suddenly remembered Qin Yi's silly smile from before, and a chill ran down his spine. You're pretending to be stupid. I'm going to take this to the county magistrate. Qin Yi shook his head. No, I'm an idiot. Go ahead and sue me. The whole of Chang'an will know that you argued with an idiot and lost. Chapter 61. Tie him up with Jelly Khan. You just wait. Wang Dafu uttered a harsh threat and tried to escape with his bulky body, but unfortunately, he underestimated Qin Yi's speed. As Wang Dafu ran out, Qin Yi lit a cigarette. Ma Zhou, who was standing next to him, asked in confusion, Young master, given your methods, you shouldn't have let him leave. Hee, Mr. Ma Zhou, there's a saying that goes, treat your own people with the warmth of spring, and treat your enemies with the harshness of winter. Qin Yi smiled. No rush, let him run a little longer. The roads in front of Qin Yi's house, especially the roads at the end of the fields, were built to make it as convenient as possible to get into the fields. These roads are winding and twisting, and although they look very short, they actually take a lot of time to travel. Wang Dafu ran aimlessly along the winding path, but he couldn't get very far. Running towards the fields? Just kidding. With the deep snow piled up inside, even if Wang Dafu could walk on the snow, could he fly? He weighed like a pig. If he fell into the snow, he might die. Staggering, Qin Yi finished half a cigarette, and Wang Dafu had run less than 100 meters. Ma Zhou, standing to the side, immediately understood, young master is brilliant. It's nothing special. Qin Yi finished his cigarette in one gulp, threw away the butt, and moved with incredible speed. In the winter, Wang Dafu, dressed in a brocade hat and fur coat, kept looking back, feeling a chill down his spine. When he finally saw Qin Yi, who was far away from him, he breathed heavily and laughed heartily. You're still too green to fight me. Just you wait. Everyone who gave the county magistrate the land deed back then will unite and crush you, you brat, in the mud so you'll never be able to rise again. He had already devised 100 ways to ruin Qin Yi's reputation and burden him with debts and crimes. What does it mean to never be able to turn things around? Suddenly, Qin Yi's voice came from behind Wang Dafu. How could it be so fast? Wang Dafu was shocked. Wasn't Qin Yi just a little far away? How could it be that after only a few breaths? But he had no time to think. As if hit by a carriage from behind, his large body swayed, and he fell to the ground, face first into the dirt. A foot stomped heavily on Wang Dafu's head. What do you mean by never being able to turn things around? Explain that to me. Qin Yi's voice was extremely cold. Having experienced the baptism of the battlefield and personally orchestrated the carnage on the Wei River, those bloody scenes had already had a huge impact on Qin Yi's inner self. Especially when it comes to doing things, Qin Yi seems to have become even more ruthless. This is not Qin Yi's original personality. This effect will last for some time until Qin Yi completely lets go of this memory of the battlefield deep in his heart. You brat, you dare to kill me? If you don't kill me today, I will gather all the wealthy families together and plunder your house. Then, Your servants will become commoners, and your 2 sisters, TSK. I've been eyeing them for a long time. Qin Yi, who was still pondering why he had become so tyrannical, suddenly had his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ma Zhou, bring the knife. When Ma Zhou caught up, panting, he was holding a pig-slaughtering knife. Wang Dafu, right? Wang Dafu was still being stubborn. He was being trampled on the ground by Qin Yi, facing the ground, his mouth full of dirt, and he couldn't see what Qin Yi was doing at all. Upon hearing the words knife, come, Wang Dafu let out a sneer. You dare? I have connections in the court. Qin Yi smiled faintly, the butcher knife in his hand gleaming brightly in the cold wind. Ah, so your family has connections in the imperial court? You think you'd care about this little bit of land? You brat, I bet you won't dare do anything today. Wang Dafu struggled to raise his head, but Qin Yi stomped his foot down again. No matter how much his fat body twisted, he couldn't break free from Qin Yi's control. Do you know who my godfather, Wang Dafu, is? It's the current Duke, General Zhang Liang. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly had a feeling that what Wang Dafu said might not be false. Among the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion, only someone like Zhang Liang could do such a thing and become related to a wealthy family. It is said that Zhang Liang has more than 500 godsons. Although this is just a legend, it also proves that Zhang Liang's relationships are extremely complicated and that he is the pillar behind the arrogance of many people. Come to think of it, a duke's status in the court is indeed unmatched among the common people. This was a feudal society, and ordinary people didn't dare to look up at the duke. Even relatives of the duke can act arrogantly and cause trouble, and someone will always take care of it. Qin Yi laughed. Others might fall for that, but I, Qin Yi, don't care about all that. Even if your godfather is a duke of the current dynasty, he can't be more powerful than the emperor, can he? Under the whole heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the earth, all people are subjects of the king. How dare he defy his majesty's will? Qin Yi sneered. Besides, who do you think you are? Why should Zhang Liang recognize you as his godson? Wang Dafu spat out dirt, his face and words stubborn. TCH, back when the Duke of Yun was just a peasant, my elders helped him out. Humph, that's it. Qin Yi was stunned. Zhang Liang probably didn't even know that he had such a godson. No matter who's behind you, don't leave today. At this moment, Qin Yi's servants attacked together and quickly defeated Wang Dafu's men. After they all slunk away, Yang Heir and Tian Heir arrived with their men. Tie him up with Jelly Khan. In the cellar, Jelly Khan looked at the huge fat man who had suddenly appeared beside him. Even after the fat man's clothes were stripped off, he was still incredibly plump and could keep warm. Suddenly, he regretted that he hadn't accumulated more fat in the past. In just a few days, Khan Jelly had become as thin as a ghost. It wasn't that he was starving, but it was too cold. Qin Yi's men were ruthless, and they used chilly water 3 times a day, without even giving him clothes to wear. Upon seeing this large, fat man, Jelly Khan had a thought. Haha, hero, how did you get captured and brought here? Wang Dafu was furious and had nowhere to vent his anger when he suddenly saw a man who had been stripped naked next to him and burst out laughing. Hey, you dare ask me? Who are you? Who am I? For some reason, Wang Dafu's ego is now extremely inflated. Ever since he revealed that he is the adopted son of the current Duke of Yun, Qin Yi has not dared to make a move against him. Then he started cursing at Jelly Khan, who was standing to the side. Looks like you're still a barbarian from the grasslands. Hee. You look pathetic, don't you? I am the son of a dignified duke. What are you to ask me? Chapter 62 Trouble Never Ends. Jelly Khan felt his face was covered in that guy's spittle. This won't do. I can't run away from here. I can only wait to die. He wanted to escape. With his status, making a comeback would be no problem. Qin Yi's guard was not strict, in fact, extremely lax. As long as one had the chance, one could leave. Previously, when he was alone in this cellar, he had no chance at all. The ropes binding his hands and feet prevented him from moving or breaking free. In Qin Yi's house, few people would go directly into the cellar. Although his hands and feet were tied up, he still had a little room to move around, and this little room seemed just enough to touch the fat man in front of him. Hee. I just feel that we are in the same boat and can find a chance to get out. Jelly Khan raised an eyebrow. Don't you want to go out? These words struck a chord with Wang Dafu instantly. He was certainly not going to accept being humiliated by Qin Yi. But what's the use of his refusal? He's already a prisoner. Once he gets out, he'll surely bring people back soon and beat Qin Yi to a pulp. Thinking of this, Wang Dafu gritted his teeth in anger. I don't need to go out. My godfather is here, and Qin Yi will have to kneel on the ground and beg me to leave. Wang Dafu became defiant. Jelly Khan sighed. I've been tied up here for many days. I haven't had any food, only water to drink until I'm full. Do you know what kind of water that is? Kagan Jelly gestured towards the water vat. Wang Dafu glanced at it dismissively and said, I don't know. That's pepper spray. TSK. I never want to go through this kind of torture again in my life, but unfortunately, I'll have to go through it again in a little while. Jelly Khan looked at the whip marks on his body. See? These were all from whips dipped in chilly water. The feeling is like having a bug constantly biting inside your body. It's clearly on your skin, but the pain is in your heart. Even if you scratch your body until it's raw, it won't help. Hee. Looking at your delicate skin, you definitely wouldn't like that kind of thing, would you? Jelly Khan was practically stabbing him in the heart. With just a few words, Wang Dafu's face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver. Despite the cold weather, he was actually sweating from fright. Tell me how to do it. Wang Dafu didn't want to suffer, so why did he become Zhang Liang's godson? Isn't it all so that we can suffer less? He gritted his teeth. If you can let me out, I'll give you money so you can get revenge on Qin Yi. Jelly Khan sneered, but the sneer was hidden behind his back and Wang Dafu did not see it. Do I, the mighty Khan of the Turks, need your money? However, judging from your appearance, you must be very wealthy, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Forget about the money. If I don't avenge this, I'm not human. Money isn't important. What I really feel is that you shouldn't have ended up like this, and I'd like to make friends with you. If Wang Dafu knew he was dealing with a ruthless and cunning individual, would he still have agreed? After Yang Er and Tian Er had their heads bandaged, the two were dejected and kept chasing after Ma Zhou, insisting on learning how to fight. It's not your fault. It's just that there are too many of them. Ma Zhou said calmly, then looked at Qin Yi and sighed. Young master, Wang Dafu's servant ran away today, which may cause even bigger trouble. An even bigger problem? Is there anything more troublesome than the emperor coming to your door? The biggest trouble in the world is when the emperor gives you a death order. If you don't complete it, you die. The locust plague is now the real sword hanging over Li Er's head. Li Er cannot solve this problem on his own. The only person he can turn to for help is Qin Yi, who brought this up. It would be nice if there were more troubles, since dealing with all the troubles at once makes them less troubles. Qin Yi said something completely nonsensical. Young master, Wang Dafu might just be a pawn being tested, and he himself might not even know what he's doing. Ma Zhou's eyes were burning as he considered a possibility. This suggests that someone was behind the scenes instigating Wang Dafu to provoke them. What is the purpose? Is it the family's farmland? Qin Yi rubbed his head and went into the study. Qin Yi felt most relaxed when he was drawing. On the drawing board, Qin Yi was drawing a crescent-shaped object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a type of ironware. Ironware was quite common in the Tang dynasty, but the ironware in front of him would likely leave many people puzzled. They had never seen it before. After Qin Yi finished drawing, he folded the paper with satisfaction. The horseshoe was the key to taking control of the iron smelting industry from Li Er's home, so he had to be careful. Just past noon, the sun hit again, but the weather was not cold. Instead, it entered a state of being neither warm nor cold. Wouldn't the yellow worm eggs prefer this kind of climate? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. At that moment, Ma Zhou and Qin Yi exchanged a smile, realizing that Wang Dafu was indeed just a pawn. Qin Yi, you brat, release them. Release them now, or we'll trample your yard to pieces. We have already reported this to the authorities. If you release Wang Dafu, we will let bygones be bygones. Qin Yi, holding a stick, slowly walked out the door. Outside the gate, someone had already splashed chicken blood on the stone lions, and Qin Yi frowned. Who did this? Qin Yi was already thinking of a countermeasure, to turn the tables on Wang Dafu, who would surely die, but he couldn't be the one to kill him. Qin Yi can decide when to kill Wang Dafu, but he cannot make that decision himself. Using someone else to do the dirty work is the best strategy. The trouble at hand is considerable. More than 100 people are standing densely packed outside Qin Yi's manor. These 100-odd people did not appear to be from the same camp, and several people in the direction they were standing caught Qin Yi's attention. Those men carrying weapons are just thugs, you can tell at a glance. Those few elegantly dressed people stood in the crowd, in a secluded spot, seemingly unwilling to be exposed. Seeing that no one responded, Qin Yi immediately gestured to Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou waited a long time, and after seeing Qin Yi's approval, he rubbed his hands together like a ruthless bandit. In an instant, the steel fork in his hand seemed to have eyes, and he thrust it out. Ma Zhou charged straight into the crowd. Since you're not going to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Those who do not speak will lose the right to speak. In feudal society, losing the right to speak meant either falling into obscurity or being killed. Ma Zhou chose the third option. It's hurtful. Qin Yi's stick started moving at this moment, but his target wasn't those henchmen. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. To capture a thief, first capture his king. In the crowd, a man in fine clothes revealed an incredulous expression on his gloomy face. It's as if it's saying, "Why is Qin Yi being so unreasonable?" Without saying a word, they just started fighting. But he never considered that many things in this world are illogical. When he brought his people here, he never intended to reason with them. You've already swaggered over someone's head, and they're expected to talk to you politely? Why should they? He became the first one to be beaten. The moment his brow furrowed, Qin Yi's stick came crashing down on his head. With a single blow, the middle-aged man in brocade robes fell to the ground, blood gushing from his head. "How dare you? Do you even know who he is?" A young man who looked like a playboy shouted out. Qin Yi smiled faintly. "Do I need to care who he is?" The other party was speechless. Then the young master discovered that Qin Yi's stick was already at his neck. "Speak. I'll give you a chance to explain. Who did that, blood?" Qin Yi's eyes were filled with a nonchalant indifference and disregard for life. Chapter 63 Qin Yi's murderous intent. Humph. Didn't you ever consider how many of the people who came today are people you can't afford to offend? The young master-like man had a frivolous expression on his face and an extremely contemptuous look in his eyes. Needless to say, this is probably the offspring of some official in Chang'an. That's the downside of the area around Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty. If you threw a brick at random, you might hit a high-ranking official or nobleman. Ordinary people couldn't afford to offend them. If it were Qin Yi a few months ago, he wouldn't have been able to afford to offend these spoiled brats. But now, everything has changed. Hee, since you dare to come to my doorstep, I'm already prepared. The man smiled faintly. "We don't want anything. We just want to know how you make the land grow crops in winter. And by the way, take back these lands. Look at that one. He's the nephew of the Minister of Revenue. That one, he's the brother-in-law of the prefect of the capital. And that one, he's a relative of the prefect of Heshi Circuit. Which one do you think you can afford to offend?" Arrogant. Qin Yi frowned. Things were getting increasingly strange today. These people shouldn't be here. They're desperate to get their hands on the land and the grain grown in winter. What is Wang Dafu? He's just cannon fodder. These people are the real wolves. Most importantly, how do these people know about the status of their family's land? Suddenly, Qin Yi thought of a possibility. In an instant, he took a deep breath and felt the pressure. Could it be Zhang Liang? Didn't that old scoundrel just take a concubine? A dignified duke. Instead of enjoying beautiful women at home, he's going after an ordinary landlord? This doesn't fit Zhang Liang's personality at all. The man in front of him, with a stick held to his neck by Qin Yi, showed no fear whatsoever, staring directly into Qin Yi's eyes. "The person you just hit was my father's favorite adopted son. The others were my companions. I don't think you have the guts to do that. Threaten. This is outright robbery." 6 months later, Qin Yi finally had a close encounter with the most authentic aspects of the Tang dynasty. Feudal society was never a peaceful era. It was an era of cannibalism. In this era, big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and what about the shrimp? They can only eat mud. Farmers are like small shrimps. In years of disaster, they can't even afford to eat mud. Thinking about this, Qin Yi roughly understood some things. 100 acres of land is nothing, but where did you find out about this? Qin Yi's eyes were clear, and he asked directly. The man smiled faintly. "I, Zhang Heng, am naturally well informed." "Heh, you, a mere commoner, dare to not kneel and pay your respects to me. This is a crime punishable by the extermination of your entire family." Zhang Heng, true to his name, is incredibly arrogant. Both overt and covert schemes are involved. They intend to forcibly take everything from Qin Yi's family. Qin Yi nodded. It was indeed related to Zhang Liang. Now he needed to confirm whether it was Zhang Liang's doing or just a whim of these spoiled brats. Answer my question, and I can give you the things, but I need to know why. Qin Yi remained calm and unhurried. At this moment, Ma Zhou had already taken down more than a dozen people. Those people were lying on the ground, unable to move. When the crowd saw Ma Zhou's crazy eyes, they immediately dared not go forward. Instead, they surrounded him one by one, seemingly testing the waters. Zhang Heng chuckled. This place isn't some remote mountain forest, so naturally someone will see it. Just send a scout here under the cover of night to investigate, and we'll find out, won't we? In a year of great disaster, it is truly remarkable that you possess such extraordinary abilities. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. My elder brother said that anything the Zhang family sets its sights on, no matter whose it is, belongs to the Zhang family. Without hesitation, Qin Yi continued. You're a son of a duke, and you've done something like this today. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Zhang Heng laughed loudly. Losing your head? You'd only lose your head if you provoked a hereditary duke. I'll kill you, and that'll be the punishment of one string of cash. Zhang Heng is the kind of person who is a spoiled brat in the legends. Among Zhang Liang's own sons, there is actually such an unreliable one. As a hereditary nobleman of the Tang dynasty, you have committed a serious crime by forcibly seizing land. Qin Yi continued, trying to elicit more information. TSK, His Majesty doesn't concern himself with business matters. Which high-ranking official in Chang'an doesn't have some property at home? If you offer this to me, kneel down and beg for mercy, and then send your 2 younger sisters to my door, perhaps I will consider sparing your life. Qin Yi frowned. Did this guy not know the meaning of death? Threatening yourself? Threatening your family? You dare to covet my sister? For some reason, Qin Yi always had an urge to kill. At that moment, he finally understood why veterans who had retired from the battlefield suffered from mental illnesses. This kind of violent and vicious nature will seep into one's very bones over time and will not fade away with time. Then go die. Qin Yi used tremendous force in his hand. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. At that moment, everyone around was stunned. Of these 100 people, apart from a few sons of officials, they were all thugs. Where have the hooligans of Chang'an ever seen anyone dare to hit a nobleman? And he was just an ordinary citizen. Moreover, the lord seemed to be lying on the ground, having difficulty breathing, and was even somewhat. Oh no, the lord is dead. Qin Yi used a heavy hand. This blow broke Zhang Heng's neck, and the bones in his cervical vertebrae were shattered in the process. Sometimes, being gentle and refined doesn't mean being easy to bully. It simply means that the difference in one's level of understanding prevents one from behaving barbarically. But when faced with barbaric things, even the most refined person will reveal their fangs. Ma Zhou was also dumbfounded. Didn't we just hear that man is a lord? Zhang Liang's son. This is going against the Duke of Tang. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The other 3 young men in fine clothes began to tremble. Murder. Someone has killed the lord. Oh no. Run. Looking at Zhang Heng, who was struggling and writhing on the ground until he breathed his last, Qin Yi suddenly felt extremely happy. The crowd scattered and fled, and Qin Yi hung Zhang Heng's body in front of the door. Ma Zhou smoked a cigarette, his lips trembling as he stared at the corpse hanging in front of the door. Young master, I admire your character, but we can't afford to offend someone like the Duke. Qin Yi smiled faintly. What? Do you think I was reckless? When Qin Yi glanced at Ma Zhou suddenly felt that the person in front of him was not a refined young man, but a general fighting on the battlefield. Qin Yi's natural charisma sent a chill down Ma Zhou's spine. Alas, it's too late for regrets now. Ma Zhou stood up. Young master, if Zhang Liang makes trouble, just say that I, Ma Zhou, killed this man. Killing a hereditary nobleman is like the sky falling down. I, Ma Zhou, am tired of living. For so many years, I have been unappreciated despite my talents. In the dignified Tang dynasty court, there is not a single person who can compare to your eyes, young master. The time I have spent with you, young master, has been the happiest moment of my life. Qin Yi interrupted Ma Zhou. You and I will be fine. Do you believe that? Chapter 64. An ant trying to shake a tree? In Lantian County, a county town close to Chang'an, 2 huge events occurred today, yet everything seems as if nothing ever happened. The servants in Qin Yi's household went about their business as usual, and Qin Yi himself didn't seem to care. That's the Duke's son. Ma Zhou sighed inwardly. His legs were trembling as he walked. But when he entered the cellar and saw Wang Dafu and Jelly Khan, a look of resentment and anger suddenly erupted on his face. Why should we be forced to live under the tyranny of you powerful and wealthy people? Why can't we resist? Today's events are all because the sons of the Duke's family have harbored malicious intentions towards the property of the common people. In such a situation, are we only supposed to wait for the so-called nobles to plunder and then cry out for the Lord's benevolence? Ordinary farmers have no power to resist any high-ranking official or even a common yamen runner. In feudal society, an official was an official, and whatever he said was right. The people are the people. If the officials say you are wrong, then you are wrong. This is an era that is very unfriendly to ordinary people. Qin Yi was also pondering his own path. It seems impossible to become a free spirit completely detached from the Tang dynasty. In the world of martial arts, even if you don't provoke others, someone will always provoke you. What happened today was something Qin Yi never expected. The son of a duke, who holds a high position and great power, actually harbored evil intentions for these lands. Wang Dafu was just cannon fodder. The people behind him, Zhang Liang's son, and those so-called spoiled brats, were there to stir up trouble by using Wang Dafu's situation. then they could legitimately collude with the prefect of the capital. Perhaps their purpose in acquiring these lands wasn't just for money. What ability do they have to make money? Sometimes, it might just be for the thrill of conquest, or a bet made while drinking. Qin Yi gritted his teeth more and more as he thought about it. Fortunately, he was in the eye of the storm and managed to temporarily protect his family's possessions by relying on methods from the future. If other people were bullied by these spoiled brats on some unfounded pretext, they wouldn't know where to seek justice. At this moment, Ma Zhou suddenly said, "Young master, if you want peace and quiet, why don't you let old Li pull some strings? Doesn't he have an older sister who is the current emperor's concubine?" Qin Yi waved his hand. "That Li never tells the truth, okay? What sister? Li should just handle it himself. Old Li is a businessman, so naturally he won't get involved in this kind of thing. What we've done today is like a bolt from the blue. Looking across the Tang dynasty, apart from that one person, no one can take responsibility for it. Zhang Liang will probably call soon, so we need to prepare." Qin Yi suddenly stood up and went into the study. "Mr. Ma Zhou, go and find He Chun. Does young master He Chun have a solution?" "No, I had him make salt. Once this business starts, it's unstoppable. Salt production is a form of checks and balances. Although this balance could be easily broken by Li, Qin Yi believed that Li would never break this balance. Zhang Liang. He wouldn't dare. If he dares, from the day Zhang Liang takes action, the entire Tang dynasty will never have cheap refined salt again because of Zhang Liang. The common people will condemn Zhang Liang to eternal infamy, and his descendants will be scorned by others. From now on, we will work through the night to produce refined salt and sell as much as we can at a fair price. Once people have become accustomed to a certain price, a sudden price increase will inevitably provoke public resentment. How could an emperor like Li, who cared so much about his reputation, allow such a thing to happen? Qin Yi suddenly realized that in this vast world, he could only threaten Li. What? Who did this? How dare they? In the Duke of Yun's mansion, Zhang Liang, who was sitting in a grand chair, suddenly jumped up. His own son, the second young master of the family, although somewhat uneducated, was still a nobleman of the Tang dynasty who had been granted a title, and he was actually beaten to death. "Men, bring the troops." "Duke, you mustn't. His Majesty has summoned you to the palace today." Zhang Liang's wife, Li, looked worried and tearfully reminded him. "How could I possibly handle something this important? I will make that brat Qin Yi pay the price." Zhang Liang was furious, but who was Qin Yi? He had no idea. He acted as if he had never heard of this person's name before. Lady Li was heartbroken, but she knew that if she did not go to the emperor's summons, the pain would not be limited to the loss of her son. His Majesty is now very ambitious, and Zhang Liang is a veteran general who would not disobey His Majesty's orders. Pass down the order to escort the master to the palace. We'll discuss everything else when we get back. Lady Li was not Zhang Liang's first wife, but his second wife. The second son was her biological son. She was heartbroken, but she still hardened her heart and sent someone to escort Zhang Liang to the palace. Zhang Liang was trembling with anger and could only acquiesce. This decisiveness is what allowed an ordinary woman to enter a wealthy family. As soon as Zhang Liang left, Li collapsed to the ground, barely breathing. The pain of losing her son was truly unbearable. He Chun arrived quickly. Upon hearing that Qin Yi had encountered trouble, he brought over 100 workers with him. These workers were no pushovers. They were all hooligans in Chang'an. When they heard that their master, who was used to their livelihood, had run into trouble and might not be able to work here anymore and earn money, how could they not be furious? Moreover, these former thugs have all made money and are enjoying a peaceful life. They would rather die than go back to living a life of danger. "Master, tell me who's causing trouble. Just say the word, and I, Song Laosan, will chop him down right now." "That's right. We used to be ruthless people in Chang'an. Sir, don't be afraid. With us here, no one will dare to cause trouble. They'll be giving us a hard time." He Chun waved his hand, and the chattering workers quieted down. "Don't rush. Listen to what Qin Yi has to say." Qin Yi smiled faintly. "You are all hard-working and honest workers. I have seen your courage, and I am very grateful to you. But this time, the person who came is of very high status, and I have no choice. The reason I sent He Chun here today is to discuss a solution. You all rest where you are. Mr. Ma Zhou, fill the cups with good wine and food. We can't let everyone feel disappointed." After Qin Yi finished speaking, he clasped his hands in a fist salute and went into the house, with He Chun following closely behind. "No, I heard you killed Zhang Liang's son." "Second son? Isn't that Zhang Liang's son? How could you be so bold?" He Chun got anxious. He felt that his source of income might be about to disappear, and he panicked. Qin Yi is his treasure trove. As long as Qin Yi is around, all the world's wealth will flow in like water and sand. It couldn't be easier. He-chun, we're counting on you. Chapter 65. Everything is ready. Don't worry, go ahead and say it. He-chun lit a cigarette. Or I can go talk to my dad. I've always felt something was off about his business. A few days ago, I found a golden get-out-of-jail-free token at home. Qin Yi frowned. This was solid evidence. The shopkeeper was indeed no ordinary person. Actually, it's not that necessary. You just need to do something. All the workers, working day and night, desperately produce refined salt. He-chun gasped. In that instant, upon hearing the words, refined salt, he forgot about what Qin Yi had encountered and asked directly. You have such a good method? Qin Yi nodded, not denying it. This booklet contains the method of salt production. You can read it yourself and get all the workers to work. There are so many salt mines in Lanyu. Just find one and get a few thousand caddies first, then sell it for 5 copper coins a caddy. He-chun's lips twitched. Qin Yi, 5 copper coins a pound? Isn't this practically giving money away? He-chun, if I die, you won't even be able to earn these 5 coins anymore. Salt is always this price. It's a steady, long-term business. There are so many people in the Tang dynasty. If you earn just 1 coin from each person, have you ever calculated how much that is? He-chun's eyes suddenly lit up. But he quickly realized what was happening. What does this have to do with Zhang Liang? Qin Yi waved his hand. Time is of the essence, so just produce salt as much as you can. I'll take care of the rest. He-chun nodded, took a bag of refined salt, carefully put the small notebook into his pocket, and then strode out. Brothers, Qin Yi's suffering today is also our suffering. We are all ordinary people. Qin Yi has given us enough to eat, and we must not forget this kindness. He-chun started stirring things up here. Did you used to eat 3 meals a day? Were you able to get enough to eat before? Did your family have meat every day before? Now, you go home and look at your wives and children with such pride, but back then you were just as destitute. Tonight, gather all your brothers, double your wages, and we'll do only one thing. After He-chun finished speaking, and with the bonus of doubled wages, these young men roared with excitement, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Qin Yi watched as the crowd departed in a grand procession, heading towards Lanyu, before finally letting out a slow breath. Yang Taizhu, come with me. Inside Yang Taizhu's blacksmith's hut, it was extremely stuffy and hot. The molten iron in the furnace was bubbling. Qin Yi stared at his hands and watched the intense sparks that flew as the heavy hammer fell. Young master, what is this? This is a horseshoe. Young master, what is this horseshoe you're talking about for? I've been a blacksmith for many years, and I really don't know. Qin Yi looked at the old horses in the stable outside the window. Put shoes on the horses, iron shoes. Yang Taizhu's craftsmanship was quite good. In the latter half of the night, the clanging and banging sounds gradually slowed down, and finally, he took the shaped horseshoe out of the cold water. Come on, go try it on the horse in the yard. The thick hooves, or keratin, on a horse's hooves are of no harm to any horse throughout its life. However, people used horses beyond their limits, resulting in severe wear and tear on the hooves. Horseshoes are made by nailing sheet metal under the horse's hoof, inside the shoe, to protect the hoof. Over time, even if the hoof becomes worn or the horn on it thickens, it can be replaced, which is very convenient. The Tang dynasty did not possess this technology, which is why the warhorses suffered from severe wear and tear. Even ordinary horses often suffer from foot problems due to shoddy horseshoes, making them unable to continue working, and thus they have no choice but to be killed or released. Horseshoes can solve all of this. The last thing was the iron furnace not far behind the workers' dormitory. When Qin Yi saw Yang Heir and Tian Heir wearing thick leather coats and their faces steaming, he knew that the iron furnace was extremely effective. Deep within the palace, Zhang Liang's face remained somber. Li Heir's face was also gloomy, as if you could wring water out of it. Zhang Liang, what do you say? Your Majesty, I am but a military man and do not know how to deal with locusts, Zhang Liang said slowly. If locusts come, just kill them. Li Heir raised an eyebrow. All you know is killing, killing, killing. You're not Qing Yaojin, so how did you become like this today? Your Majesty, Zhang Liang, a grown man, suddenly burst into tears. Li Heir immediately sensed that something must have happened. Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling, who were standing to the side, also fell silent. Your Majesty, my son was killed by bandits in Lantian, and his remains are currently missing. Upon hearing this, Li Heir frowned instantly. Lantian's county administration is so strict, yet there are still thieves? Have they been caught? Your Majesty, that thief is extremely arrogant. I was summoned to the palace today and was unable to go. Tomorrow, I will personally go and bring that thief to justice. Lier nodded. Zhang Liang, why don't you go back first today? Lier certainly knew what it felt like to lose a son. Although he had never experienced it himself, his father had. Because of the infighting among his sons, Li Yuan is now depressed and withdrawn in the deep palace, spending his days in a daze, oblivious to worldly affairs and only knowing how to drink. He became a complete autistic person. As someone directly involved in the killing of all his brothers, Lier could naturally sense the resentment and bitterness in Li Yuan's heart. So he wanted Zhang Liang to go back and rest. Are there still thieves in Lantian who dare to kill a founding county magistrate of the Tang dynasty? Zhang Liang's eldest son, Lier, was granted the title of Viscount of Kaigwa County, and Zhang Liang's second son was granted the title of Baron of Kaigwa County. This was thanks to Zhang Liang's unwavering loyalty. Although these two titles were the worst, they were still hereditary titles, passed down from generation to generation, so at least they wouldn't starve. Now, the founding county magistrate he personally appointed has been murdered? What exactly happened to the Tang dynasty this year? Could it be that I, Li Er, have truly committed a heinous crime, and this is divine punishment? Zhang Liang, you will receive orders tomorrow to go to Lantian County, summon Cheng Wenjin, and escort that thief back to the capital and imprison him in the imperial prison. Li Er said calmly. Zhang Liang's eyes were filled with tears. Yes, thank you, your majesty. At this moment, Li Er sighed. How can we cure these locusts? I am deeply worried. Everyone says that these locusts are eating the hopes of the people. I would rather these things were eating my heart and liver instead. Li Er's voice was plaintive and tearful, which made Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were standing nearby, sigh with emotion. Suddenly, Li Er remembered that he was supposed to go find Qin Yi. We must go tomorrow. There is no time to lose. Moreover, it's time to give Qin Yi a title. Otherwise, Li Er feels he'll lose face over time. Chapter 66, Final Preparations. If the emperor of the mighty Tang dynasty were to seek help from a country boy when faced with a problem, people would laugh their heads off. But now that Qin Yi has a title, wouldn't everything be easier? We'll go tomorrow and see if Qin Yi has any good ideas. We need to prepare in advance for the locust plague. The sooner we know the methods, the more time the people of the Tang dynasty will have to deal with it. If Qin Yi truly has a solution, Li Er would rather break his newly enacted rule of no longer bestowing titles than grant Qin Yi a marquisate. Qin Yi was still not asleep at this time, but went into the warehouse. There were still nearly 200,000 taels of silver stored in the warehouse. After keeping less than 50,000 taels, Qin Yi directly exchanged them all for landlord points. System, redeem 150,000 points. Host, exchange complete. Landlord points, 171780. System, purchase improved poultry. The landlord's online store quickly opened and redirected to a flat surface displaying various small animals, poultry, and livestock. Host, all the livestock in the store have been improved. Can poultry eat locusts? Aren't they afraid of being poisoned? Host, the improved poultry can devour large quantities of locusts. The locust toxicity is not enough to kill the poultry. It will only make them stronger. After looking around, Qin Yi decided to start with chickens, ducks, and geese. Each type of poultry, chicken, duck, goose, is worth 100 points. First, buy 100 chickens, 100 ducks, and 100 geese. Buy 100 chickens, 100 ducks, and 100 geese. Host, are you sure you want to spend 30,000 landlord points? Sure. Host, please select a delivery location. In an instant, an aerial view of all the fields surrounding his home appeared in Qin Yi's mind. After searching for a while, Qin Yi directly pointed to the farmhouse that he had been asked to build. Host, the farmhouse has been deployed and constructed. Do you wish to upgrade it to a super farmhouse? Super farmhouse. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of something. If there are super farmlands, then there must be super farmhouses too. No conflict. Qin Yi had put a lot of effort into those 10 acres of empty land, having Yang Er and Tuan Er lead the way in building a bunch of farmhouses, but they had never been used. Now that 300 poultry have been released, it can be considered that the land is being put to good use. Upgrade. Are you sure you want to use 100,000 points to upgrade to a super farmhouse? Sure. In an instant, Qin Yi's landlord points decreased by 100,000. And in Qin Yi's house, he could hear the sounds of chickens, ducks, and geese coming from the previously empty farmhouse not far away. Host, the super farmhouse has a lot of space, and we can continue to deploy more. I understand, that's all for now. By the way, what's the purpose of the super farmhouse? Qin Yi rubbed his head. He still had over 50,000 points left. The system beeped, and a page with thick ink blots appeared, densely covered with text. Holy crap, that's amazing. Super farmhouses can raise anything. Things that fly in the sky, run on the ground, or swim in the water. As long as you create a suitable space in a super farmhouse, you can easily achieve a true ecological cycle. Most importantly, have you ever seen a chick grow up in 3 days and lay an egg in 7? Yes, it's that amazing. It still cycles every 7 days, and its reproduction rate is extremely fast. Qin Yi nodded. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The improved chickens, ducks, and geese quickly quieted down and began to sleep. Qin Yi looked at the night sky, lit a cigarette, glanced in the direction of Chang'an, and smiled slightly. People often say, are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? If you people hadn't caught up with the changes of the times, how could you possibly stand above ordinary people? Today you can ride roughshod over farmers, and tomorrow you will dare to burn, kill, and plunder them. The power of the nobles is so great that ordinary people are simply unable to resist. So-called resistance is nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree or an egg hitting a rock. Qin Yi had no intention of giving up so easily today. If Zhang Heng only wanted some land and property, he would give it to him. Give him what he has to give back in the future, and he'll have to pay double back. Things change, and a poor young man is not to be trifled with. But Zhang Heng should never have mentioned Qin Yi's 2 sisters. Wang Dafu suffered so much because he mentioned Qin Yi's sisters. Moreover, whenever Zhang Liang appears, Qin Yi will directly chop off Wang Dafu's head in front of him. System, how many points do you have for your Guqin skill? Host, mastering the Guqin skill requires 3,000 points. I bought it. Qin Yi secretly took a Guqin from the 2 maids' room and sat at the door. As dawn approached, the crowing of roosters came from the super farmhouse, along with the sounds of cattle and sheep bleating in the distance, and the howling of Dog Egg. Dog Egg nestled in Qin Yi's arms, poking its head out. Seemingly sensing the tense atmosphere, it kept nibbling at Qin Yi's hand. Outside the manor, on the stone steps, Qin Yi began to play the zither. Li Er left the palace early in the morning. He couldn't wait any longer to deal with the locusts. This time, he disguised himself and dressed like a real merchant. Behind him were Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji. Your Majesty, is it really necessary to go today? What if we run into Zhang Liang? He's also in Lantian. So what if Zhang Liang saw it? Qin Yi will definitely have a way. I don't want to wait a moment longer. Su Shiji naturally dared not disobey His Majesty's order. He mounted his horse and followed closely behind. The horse galloped away, kicking up a cloud of dust, and left through the south gate of Chang'an. Zhang Liang, led by his second son's men, had already arrived at the outskirts of Lantian County. Sunlight shone on his face, half purplish-red and half shadowy. His face was contorted with pain, his eyes filled with rage, and he gripped the long knife tightly in his hand, as if ready to draw it at any moment. General, we're at the front. Zhang Liang looked closely and saw a simple courtyard with clean stone steps. Sitting on the steps was a young man in white, a zither, and a black and white dog of unknown breed. Bring me the bow. In Zhang Liang's hands, a bow quickly transformed into a crescent-shaped arc. An arrow was knocked on the bow, carrying Zhang Liang's anger. What he needed to do today was not to crush Qin Yi. Zhang Liang didn't like the feeling of crushing someone. He was just an ordinary farmer in his early years, and he only joined the rebels in order to have a bite to eat. Zhang Liang endured countless hardships and groveled before finally achieving wealth and honor. Now, he no longer kills with pleasure, but rather tortures his enemies to death. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air and shot towards the dog lying next to the boy in an instant. Qin Yi was playing the piano when he suddenly felt a strange chill beside him and became restless. In an instant, Go Dan's fur stood on end, and he jumped up, reaching a height of more than a meter. Chapter 67 Murder in Person. Dog Egg was so scared he wet himself. Qin Yi saw an arrow stuck in the blue brick in front of him. The tail of the arrow carried a murderous intent and made a buzzing sound. Dog Egg's quick leap allowed him to nimbly dodge the deadly arrow. Qin Yi continued playing the zither, and the music remained flawless from beginning to end. Zhang Liang frowned, looking at Qin Yi as if he were a dead man. This guy probably doesn't know what kind of person I, Zhang Liang, am. On the battlefield back then, I, Zhang Liang, was known as the Butcher. I killed anyone I saw, and even Buddhas were killed. You, a mere child, with no family support and no power, dared to kill my son? The titles of Duke of the Great Tang and Baron of the Great Tang are both noble titles earned through life and death struggles, representing the dignity of the Great Tang. They are not something a commoner like you can insult. You wait here. Zhang Liang revealed a sinister smile. What he was going to do now was to torture the boy in front of him little by little. Hundreds of people were hiding deep in the fields and below the earthen slopes behind him. so as not to frighten passing farmers and prevent Qin Yi from escaping. I heard that Zhang Heng was tormented for a long time before he died and suffered a lot. Now you will have to go through everything he went through. Zhang Liang slowly walked over, holding a long sword in his hand. Qin Riyun and Qin Ruyu, the two little girls, had somehow slipped out and were glancing at Qin Yi while brushing their teeth. Brother, when did you learn to play the piano? I was wondering where my zither was. Turns out it was you who took it out. The two little girls didn't see a general in armor walking towards them. Facing the rising sun, Godan finally relaxed and threw himself into Qin Ruyun's arms, whimpering and howling as if he had encountered something terrifying. Zhang Liang waited for a while. According to the information provided by the steward, Qin Yi had two younger sisters. At this moment, Zhang Liang did not intend to frighten the two beautiful women. He would start with Qin Yi himself. As for the others, Zhang Liang revealed a cruel smile. He has 100 ways to torment everyone in the world with the surname Qin, except for Qin Xiong's family. Kid, are you Qin Yi? As the two women entered the courtyard, Zhang Liang came out. Qin Yi pressed the strings, raised his head slightly, and smiled as the sunlight shone on his face. That smile made Zhang Liang's heart skip a beat. A teenager seeing himself, and not a single bit nervous? The sound of her playing the zither hadn't been disturbed by her arrow. Such composure was extraordinary. How could my son have offended such a person? Zhang Liang, how dare you address this country's official by his given name? Hee, Zhang Liang, you're taking this too seriously. The so-called duke is just an empty title. Qin Yi stood up, slowly lit a cigarette, and when he looked up, a coldness began to emanate from his eyes. Zhang Liang had felt extremely comfortable when the warm morning sun shone down, but for some reason, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. That look in his eyes is a little creepy. Qin Yi pointed to a tree nearby, where Zhang Heng's corpse was hanging. Your son was also a founding county man. Didn't he die too? Everyone dies. Some people's deaths are heavier than Mount Tai, while others are as light as a feather. Qin Yi exhaled a puff of smoke. Which one do you think he is? Zhang Liang's chest heaved, and he glared at him coldly. Kid, you're asking for death. You came here just to kill me, didn't you? Qin Yi smiled. He had prepared everything and was taking a gamble. He bet that Zhang Liang, with his status and personality, would never lead a large army to bully others, but would personally intervene to avenge his son. Do you think I'm afraid of you when you're all alone? Zhang Liang sneered. Do you know that the person you've offended is almost as powerful as the emperor of the Tang dynasty? I, Zhang Liang, have fought countless battles and led armies to break through countless formations. On the battlefield, rivers of blood flowed, but I never even flinched. Only last night, when I heard that Zhang Heng had died at your hands, I felt like I couldn't stand up straight. I thought I could fight for the Tang dynasty for several more years, but I never expected that my son would die under mysterious circumstances. Qin Yi, do you know the pain of losing a loved one? Qin Yi chuckled. Heavens! Zhang Liang, you overestimate yourself. That'll get you killed 100 times over. Ma Zhou, bring your men up here. Wang Dafu had been tortured to the point of exhaustion. He was naked and covered in whip marks, especially after Ma Zhou discovered that Wang Dafu was trying to escape. Moreover, since they were plotting their escape together with Jelly Khan, Ma Zhou showed no mercy and became extremely ruthless. Is this your godson? Oh, I forgot, Zhang Liang. You are a duke, so naturally you wouldn't remember how many godsons you have or what their names are. Qin Yi's nonchalant demeanor only made Zhang Liang more puzzled. With his arrogant demeanor and otherworldly air, Qin Yi once gave Zhang Liang the illusion that there must be some powerful figure behind him. This person is threatening me, Qin Yi said calmly. At this moment, Ma Zhou handed him a pig-slaughtering knife. This knife was carefully crafted by Yang Taizhu and would not get blood on it when slaughtering pigs. Godfather, save me. Save me. It's this guy who refuses to hand over the land. Godfather, kill him. Sell his sister to the brothel. Wang Dafu's shrill scream rang out. Sure enough, fat people don't starve to death. Although he had lost a lot of fat, his voice was still very loud. Did you hear that? Qin Yi shook his head, threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground, stomped it out, and twisted it hard twice with the sole of his foot. Zhang Liang sneered. Qin Yi, you think he's wrong? I don't think so. Zhang Liang felt something was strange. He was clearly a duke, so why did Qin Yi seem to have the upper hand now? In the past, he would have rushed over and slashed him with a single blow. But today is different. He wants to plant fear in Qin Yi's body, so that when Qin Yi dies, he will be filled with fear of Zhang Liang. Does the Duke of Yin think he's right? Qin Yi said, his hand still moving. It was the first time he had killed someone with a knife, and Qin Yi was splattered with Wang Dafu's blood, with some blood dripping from his chin. Ma Zhou was stunned. No way, young Master Qin Yi, this is too sudden. Zhang Liang was even more dumbfounded. Qin Yi not only killed people, but he killed people right in front of him. He killed his own godson. This is intolerable. Zhang Liang took a deep breath and roared. Kid, I underestimated you. Qin Yi tossed the butcher knife to Ma Zhou, took out a rag, wiped the blood off his face and hands, and then tossed it aside. Zhang Liang, isn't my family's land very good? For no apparent reason, Qin Yi suddenly smiled and said this. In an instant, Zhang Liang frowned. For some reason, this young man possessed a kind of magical power. Zhang Liang couldn't help but look at that field. I'm going to die anyway, so why don't you come with me and see why your godson and your son are forcing me and why they want to die? Zhang Liang sneered. Huh, kid, don't try anything funny. Chapter 68. You dare to kill me? Qin Yi made excellent moves, having anticipated Zhang Liang's temperament. This general, who came from a peasant background, didn't have many fancy ideas in his heart. He only had a lot of anger to vent, but killing Qin Yi and so many people in Qin Yi's family could not satisfy his desire to vent. Therefore, he would choose a nouveau riche-style, perverse method to torture his prey. As expected, from the moment Zhang Liang appeared alone until now, every single one of Zhang Liang's reactions was exactly what Qin Yi had anticipated. Even when Qin Yi chopped off Wang Dafu's head right in front of him, Zhang Liang did not react. The deeper the hatred, the more terrifying it becomes when it erupts. Qin Yi knew that Zhang Liang's anger was nearing its limit. Then, keep your anger inside. Today, your rage won't burn me. Qin Yi, it will only burn you to death. This is tobacco. After lighting it, take a couple of puffs to refresh yourself and relieve fatigue. Qin Yi casually pointed to the things in the 10 acres of super farmland. They then entered the greenhouse, and Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment before following. Kid, are you trying to curry favor with me? Qin Yi turned around, smiled faintly, his body still covered in blood, his face still stained with blood, and his smile carried an air of arrogance. You think too highly of yourself. Qin Yi continued walking. These are potatoes. They yield over 3,000 jin per mu. You've probably heard of them. These are cucumbers, eggplants, and peppers. Qin Yi introduced them one by one, very carefully, as if he were telling an old farmer about crops. Yes, you read that right. These are all new grains and new vegetables from the Tang dynasty. Zhang Liang initially showed disdain, but as he saw more and more unusual things, a trace of unbearable pain appeared on his face. That anger began to transform into grief and indignation at this moment. These grains, often yielding several thousand kilograms per mu, are enough to feed people even if they were forced to eat their fill. Potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes, these three are truly vital national crops. Zhang Liang, being from a farming background, naturally knew how terrifying this crop was. Kid, your lies won't fool me. Zhang Liang sneered, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. You might as well come over and obediently accept your death. Does the Duke of Yun lack even this much magnanimity? Qin Yi knew that Zhang Liang couldn't stand being provoked. Confidence and arrogance stemming from inferiority complex cannot withstand any scrutiny. Continue. Zhang Liang snorted coldly. Qin Yi walked through each greenhouse, then stood on the high ridge of the field, leaning on his cane. Look at these things. Are they worth your son and godson getting their hands on? These are all things that will allow the people of the Tang dynasty to survive next year, and your son wants to take them for himself. Zhang Liang's heart skipped a beat. If what Qin Yi said was true, these crops really were that magical. Then his son Zhang Heng's actions were excessive. These things should not belong to any one person, but to the entire Tang dynasty. The only person who can be controlled is His Majesty, not any duke or his son. This isn't a business, it's a livelihood. The livelihood of all people. Oh, by the way, there's a lot of refined salt at the market today, and it's very cheap, only 5 coins a pound. Qin Yi smiled faintly. The salt that the Duke of Yun eats must also be refined salt. Zhang Liang gasped for a moment, then sneered. 5 coins a pound, trying to win people's hearts? Qin Yi, you've got it wrong. Qin Yi shook his head. Zhang Liang, you're only fit to fight. You're all brawn and no brains. You think I'm on the first level, but I'm actually already in the ozone layer. Zhang Liang, you're overthinking it. I won't do something meaningless, but I do know how to make salt. I may die today, but the people of the Tang dynasty will never again be able to eat refined salt that costs 5 coins a pound. Zhang Liang's lips began to twitch. He knew that if what Qin Yi said was true, Qin Yi could not die, at least not before he revealed the method of making refined salt. I can make you say it, but only if you can endure my torture. Zhang Liang squinted. Qin Yi smiled faintly. What's torture? If I want to die, no one can stop me. I want to live. No one can take me with them. Not even the king of hell dares to take me. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he pointed to the two horses and smiled slightly. Did you see what's on these horses' hooves? Zhang Liang stared intently and was shocked once again. He lifted the horseshoe and found a piece of iron, neither too thick nor too thin, nailed to it. This thing is called a horseshoe. I'll show it to you today. With this, the war horses of the Tang dynasty can avoid a lot of losses. When marching and fighting, won't it be a piece of cake? Zhang Liang's heart surged again. The anger he felt earlier was burning fiercely within him, but he dared not let it out. Without giving Zhang Liang a chance to speak, Qin Yi smiled and said, "You might think, blacksmithing. There are so many craftsmen in the world who can't do it. Hee, I can tell you, they really can't do it. Because the blacksmithing technique is also in my hands." Qin Yi smiled faintly. "You really think your godson and your son have taken a liking to my family's land?" Since both of them were dead anyway, Qin Yi could say whatever he wanted. The more terrifying the words, the more frightened Zhang Liang became. By this point, Zhang Liang would certainly know the weight of these things. But every word Qin Yi uttered completely blocked the anger he wanted to vent. Zhang Liang's face turned pale, then flushed red. After forcibly suppressing it, Zhang Liang groaned. "Kid, don't lie to me. The consequences of lying to me are not as simple as death. In my hands, death is easy, but survival is difficult." Qin Yi smiled faintly. "What? You, Zhang Liang, want to use your torture techniques on me? Your son said he wanted to take my two sisters for himself, so he has to die." Zhang Liang realized what was happening, and suddenly, a chill ran through him as a cold wind blew past. "Kid, all that you're saying isn't convincing at all to me. Even if it means going against the entire world, I will kill you. My son, Zhang Liang, cannot have died in vain. Today, I must let you know that the Duke's authority is not to be defied." Qin Yi smiled faintly, lit a cigarette, and said, "Come on, let's get started." The more relaxed he smiled, the less Zhang Liang dared to draw his sword, and his hand began to tremble. Having lived for decades, Zhang Liang found himself unable to pull out his knife for the first time when facing a 16-year-old boy. He was faced with a choice: to seek revenge and become the common enemy of the Tang people, or to forgive and bring peace to the land. The more Zhang Liang pondered, the more frustrated he felt, and the more flushed his face became. "Qin Yi, get out here. I have something to ask you." Qin Yi smiled and looked in the direction the voice came from. Who else could it be but Li Er? What a coincidence. "Laoli, what brings you all here today?" Chapter 69. Zhang Liang cried. Qin Yi watched as Li Er appeared and slowly exhaled. The main character has arrived. Qin Yi knew that Zhang Liang couldn't sit still. But Li Er couldn't sit still. Qin Yi hadn't expected that Li Er would be in such a hurry. "Qin Yi, why are you covered in blood?" Li Er frowned, and at the same time, he saw Zhang Liang. As soon as Zhang Liang saw Li Er, his expression changed instantly, and he was about to bow down and kneel in worship. After Li Er gave him a stern look, Zhang Liang knew that His Majesty did not want to reveal his identity. "Qin Yi, I heard that a villain committed murder in Lantian yesterday. Could you be the villain?" Qin Yi waved his hand. "How could that be? Old Li, you've been at my house for so long. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Li Er sneered and shook his head. "That's not necessarily true." Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth, while Su Shiji saw the bloodied human head scattered on the ground nearby. "Qin Yi, what's going on?" "Hee, Lao Su, a dog broke into my house and started biting me. I have to vent my anger." Su Shiji stroked his beard and instantly understood what had happened. He smiled, especially when he saw the person hanging from the tree branch, who seemed to be Zhang Liang's son. Cheng Yaojin finally understood. The villain who killed Zhang Liang's son was none other than you. Li Er waved his hand. "All right, I've come here today to ask you something." Lao Li, don't be so polite. "Have some, we're not strangers." Zhang Liang was about to cry. Judging from the situation, Qin Yi seemed to be very familiar with the current emperor, Cheng Yaojin, and Su Shiji. Moreover, the four of them immediately squatted on the stone steps in front of Qin Yi's house, without any sense of incongruity. "This guy looks like he's in the military. Come on, Qin Yi, don't be so stingy, give him one too." Qin Yi reluctantly tossed over a cigarette, took out a tinderbox, and lit it for Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang's hands were trembling. What's going on? Is His Majesty so familiar with Qin Yi? After taking a breath like His Majesty and Qin Yi, Zhang Liang instantly felt a violent throbbing in his chest. Cough, cough, cough. I coughed until tears streamed down my face. TSK, TSK, TSK. This soldier doesn't smoke often. You should learn from him and not waste his talent. Li Er spoke up, even addressing Zhang Liang as soldier master. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji almost couldn't catch their breath. Zhang Liang's legs went weak, and he finally managed to squat down on the ground to recover. Qin Yi, what are we going to do about the locust plague that's coming? Qin Yi smiled faintly. Old Li, what's the rush? His Majesty is the one who's most anxious. Isn't it our responsibility as citizens of the great Tang dynasty to have an older sister in the palace who shares the burdens of His Majesty? Li Er spoke in a very serious manner. Zhang Liang dared not utter another word. He could no longer understand the conversation. Qin Yi waved his hand. Come on, follow me. A huge farmhouse appeared more than 100 meters behind the manor. Inside, countless chickens, ducks, and geese were squawking and clucking, one after another, their calls rising and falling in a cacophony. Old Li, look at these. These are the improved breeds of chickens, ducks, and geese I've bred. If every household has one or two of them, they can eat up the locusts. Li Er frowned. Qin Yi, what kind of method is this? Do you think I don't know that locusts are poisonous? Li Er said coldly, looking at Qin Yi and then at Zhang Liang. Why are you opening your mouth? Sir, you're not here to steal anything, are you? Zhang Liang waved his hands repeatedly, remaining silent throughout. What did he say? His Majesty's gaze was stern, as if to say, if you dare to reveal my identity, I will kill you. Zhang Liang fought his whole life and only gained the title of duke by following the current emperor. Naturally, he could not possibly disobey the emperor's wishes. Hee, Laoli, you're obviously an expert. TSK. Locusts are strange creatures. They produce a toxin in their colony to prevent predators from catching them. Locusts are like an army. When they encounter danger, they will definitely send out a distress signal. In order to protect themselves, they will definitely release toxins to prevent birds from preying on them. Otherwise, think about it. With so many birds, if they encounter a swarm of locusts, wouldn't they be able to eat their fill? Li Er nodded. What you said makes some sense. Qin Yi laughed. This kind of thing is mentioned in biology textbooks from later generations. In order to defend against danger, locusts in a swarm release phenylacetonitril as a signal to spread their scent, which then causes each individual locust in the swarm to release highly toxic hydrogen cyanide. These gregarious locusts have turned a yellowish-brown color, and if humans, livestock, or poultry eat them directly, they will be poisoned. However, the solitary, green locusts do not have this toxin. They are not only delicious but also highly nutritious, with extremely high protein content. I have a large number of these improved poultry. Give me some time, and within 6 months, they will be everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, my poultry are not afraid of the toxins in the bodies of gregarious locusts. Qin Yi smiled and said, they just eat heartily without any fear, and they won't die. They'll just lay more eggs. By the way, we can just call on people all over the country to catch locusts. Don't eat them raw, cook them thoroughly, coat them with a batter, and deep fry them. That way, you won't get poisoned. Old Li, you don't really want to eat locusts, do you? Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Li Er felt his heart churning and his stomach churning. Suppressing his displeasure, Li Er rolled his eyes and continued asking questions. That's a good idea. What if we can't finish eating all the locusts? Of course, sell it to me, 3 coins a pound, fair and square. You don't know, do you? These locusts are extremely nutritious. I'll grind them into powder, and then both the army and ordinary people will need them. After being used in medicine, it can improve eyesight and cleanse the liver. TSK. Old Li, you're supposed to be in business, and you don't even know that. Li Er's face twitched. Fine, I don't know, okay. With a solution to the locust problem found, Li Er felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Suddenly, he remembered Zhang Liang's situation. Qin Yi, what brings this soldier to your house? Zhang Liang's face turned green. Your Majesty, you can't call me that anymore. It's going to kill me. Hey, it's nothing. It's just that this soldier seems convinced I've done something wrong. I'm showing him my things at home to prove I haven't done anything bad. Qin Yi spoke calmly, but Li Er was terrified, and Zhang Liang was on the verge of tears. What did you show him? It's nothing much. I just told him about the production of refined salt and stuff. It's already on sale today, 5 copper coins a pound, very cheap. TSK. There are even horseshoes. Qin Yi pointed to the things on the horse's hoof and showed them to Li Er. What's the use of this? Li Er asked curiously. This thing can prevent horses from wearing out due to excessive use, saving money. Qin Yi was straightforward. Moreover, the blacksmithing methods and techniques are all here with me. Old Li, do you think someone as capable as me would need to harm others? I'm worried about being harmed. Chapter 70 Zhang Liang vomits blood. Li Er was also momentarily stunned, but his eyes suddenly sharpened. Who would dare to harm you? I, old Li, would be the first to object. These horseshoes are good stuff. Lier stared intently at the iron plate on the hoof, lost in thought. If the war horses of the Tang dynasty had such things, how much military expenditure would be saved every year? That would allow for so much more military rations. It wouldn't have led to the national treasury being empty due to the war with the Turks a few years ago. The craftsmanship of blacksmithing, the craftsmanship of iron smelting. Qin Yi, do you really possess it? Old Li, have I ever lied to you? Lier nodded. Qin Yi hadn't lied to him. That much was true. I don't intend to let anyone know about this iron smelting technology yet. After all, I've said before that salt and iron can only be under His Majesty's control. Qin Yi gave a half-smile. Now Lier understood. Qin Yi's words had a hidden meaning. It seemed that Zhang Liang's son might have evil intentions and wanted to take Qin Yi's things. Lier was furious. Who did Zhang Liang think he was? Qin Yi intended to present these things to me one by one. But you, does your Duke of Yun's mansion have too little business? Or are you just lacking ways to make money? These are things meant to be shared with all people and benefit future generations. How dare you steal them? Zhang Liang glanced at Lier's eyes and instantly knew he was doomed. What Qin Yi said might be exaggerated, but there's definitely some truth to it. He knew his son's character better than anyone. At this moment, Qin Yi continued, Old Li, you've seen salt making before. I sell it for 5 coins a pound and only make a profit of 1 coin. But the people of the world can afford salt, and it's refined salt. If these horseshoes become common in the future, heaven knows how many people in the Tang dynasty will line up to thank me. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he fell silent. Lier calculated that salt production, iron smelting, horseshoes, and poultry that could eat locusts, all 4 things were indispensable. This would not only directly solve his biggest predicament, but also lay the foundation for the Tang dynasty's golden age. Qin Yi, no one is allowed to touch these things of yours. From now on, you can only work for me. These skills, those that astound the world, can only be controlled by me. That's right, Qin Yi, I'm starting to believe you've been framed. Lier glanced at Zhang Liang. At this point, Zhang Liang had already reached his breaking point. When he visited the greenhouse earlier, he was still doubting the truthfulness of what Qin Yi said. Now, seeing these things appear one by one, Zhang Liang felt like his heart was about to shatter into pieces. Especially since His Majesty actually approved it. This means there is absolutely no room for maneuver in what happened today. His good-for-nothing son had actually set his sights on these things. Lantian County is so big, with so many farmers. You can bully men and women all you want, but I'll smooth things over for you. Now, you want to seize the fate of the Tang dynasty. Isn't that courting death? Lier felt it necessary to emphasize this point and continued. Qin Yi, you must protect these things well. If anyone tries to take them, just kill them. I'm telling you. Zhang Liang felt a chill run down his spine. This meant that his son had truly died in vain. So be it if I die in vain. Now he's only worried about whether His Majesty will blame him. TCH, Old Li, you're just bragging. Your sister isn't even a concubine, let alone an empress. Even the emperor is subject to the same laws as commoners. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I can't do anything reckless. If he robbed me, so be it. As long as he doesn't threaten me or my family, I'll definitely let him go. This means that Qin Yi's life and the lives of his family were threatened. Upon hearing this, Lier raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that. Lier glanced at Zhang Liang, and the disappointment in his eyes could almost engulf the entire sky. Zhang Liang felt a tightness in his chest and a sweet taste in his throat. He fell backward with a loud thud as his armor collided violently with the ground. Then, mouthfuls of blood gushed from his mouth. Zhang Liang completely broke down today. His son was dead, and he originally came here to torture the murderer who killed his son to death. But the situation he encountered was beyond his imagination. Zhang Liang himself was tempted by every new and interesting thing he saw at the villain Qin Yi's place, not to mention his own wicked son. Zhang Liang was in despair. He could only keep the pain of losing his son to himself. The conversation between Qin Yi and His Majesty was like a heavy hammer, striking his heart again and again. Finally, he could no longer bear the resentment in his heart. His blood rushed to his head, he vomited blood, and fell into a coma. Old Li, this soldier can't get into trouble. Qin Yi said that, but his body language betrayed him. He didn't move an inch. They didn't even glance at it. Lier rolled his eyes, and Cheng Yaojin ran over to check on him. This guy won't die. If you're not going to die, just lie here, get some fresh air, and clear your head. Come on, let's go inside. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Lier frowned. Qin Yi, is someone shouting in your house? Qin Yi listened carefully, and his face darkened. Damn it, Someone must have left the cellar door open. One entrance to the cellar is outside, and the other is in the backyard. Just then, Li Er overheard Jelly Khan shouting. Well, it's nothing, he's just a madman. Old Li, let's have hot pot. Li Er smiled. He saw that Qin Yi was a little flustered, and he knew that things were not so simple. This kid is definitely hiding something. I've seen more people in all these years than you've eaten salt. You think you can fool me? Hee, let's go check out the backyard. If it's a bad guy, Old Li, will definitely not show any mercy. Before he finished speaking, Li Er walked towards the backyard. Qin Yi wanted to stop him, but he couldn't. Fine. What can you do when you're the current emperor? In the cellar, Li Er looked at the man in front of him, his face showing a mixture of emotions, his chest heaving. Qin Yi, what methods did you use on him? At this moment, Kagan Jelly squinted, his eyes squeezed together and swollen, and he had no idea who was speaking, but he vaguely felt that he had heard this voice somewhere before. Qin Yi pointed to the large water vat next to him. Li Er turned his head and saw a long whip in front of the water vat, which was clearly covered in blood. The water in the tank was bright red and emitted a pungent smell. In an instant, Li Er gasped in shock. A whole jar of chili water. Li Er knew what that tasted like. The last time he brought it back, it got into the imperial chef's eyes, causing them to swell for many days. Even Sun Simiao was helpless when he arrived. Qin Yi, this is going too far. Cheng Yaojin, standing to the side, grimaced, wondering if he could withstand the force of this thing. Su Shiji's face turned pale, and he fell silent. Actually, it's nothing. This person went too far and tried to kill my entire family, so I beat him up 3 times a day. Qin Yi today is quite different from the past, and Li Er has also noticed it. Qin Yi, if you have something on your mind, then vent it properly. Don't let your murderous intent arise so easily. Killing is easy, but saving lives is hard. All the men in the army have experienced it. If you kill in self-defense, Old Li, will let it go. But if it's intentional, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Chapter 71, Li Er's Dilemma. Li Er snorted coldly, his words clearly carrying a lecturing tone. Qin Yi nodded. Old Li, don't worry. I'm not a butcher. Why would I kill people every day? The two men spoke in cryptic language. Li Er knew that Qin Yi had inflicted terrible damage on the 100,000-strong Turkic army on the hill, and he also knew that Qin Yi would have to overcome that psychological barrier. After killing someone for the first time, Li Er had been depressed for a long time looking at the blood on the ground, which was a normal phenomenon. Everyone has a first time, and everyone grows. Qin Yi knew that Li Er knew he was on the hillside west of the Wei River at the time, and also knew that Li Er knew about the situation he had encountered. At this point, it's best to remain vague and tacitly agree. It seems that Li Er is not in a hurry to reveal his identity. Old Li, I found something good in this man. Qin Yi flicked his wrist, and a small bundle appeared. 3 jade ornaments, with fish patterns and wolf shapes. A huge square seal. Li Er suddenly jumped up. The imperial seal of the state. Upon hearing the words, imperial seal of the state, Khan Jelly's face contorted with rage. Tang people, you scum. I, Khan Jelly of the Turks, am now a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by dogs. If I ever get out of here alive, I will tear you to pieces. Li Er was taken aback. Huh? Jelly Khan? Cheng Yaojin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be true? We heard that Khan Jelly had fled, but we haven't heard anything about it from the Turks. Su Shiji's beard trembled as he calculated in his mind. If this Jelly Khan was real, then the Tang dynasty would definitely make a fortune. Jelly Khan is still here. Jelly Khan is still here. Qin Yi remained completely calm, speaking with an air of nonchalance and naivete, his heart pounding and his face unfazed. You guys are too kind. This guy keeps saying he's the Turkic Kagan, but Kagan is a king. How could he possibly crawl into a mouse hole? All right. It's obvious he didn't get enough to eat, Mr. Majo. Give this friend from the Turkic region a refreshment. Majo responded and walked over, picked up a leather whip, threw it into the chilly water, then took it out, a cold smile on his lips. Wait. Li Er spoke. Qin Yi, what if he really is Jelly Khan? Li Er is now a little panicked. The Turkic Khan is being held captive in the Tang dynasty. If no one else knows about it, that's fine, but if the Turks find out, then things will get bad. Moreover, Li Er felt somewhat uncomfortable that the dignified ruler of the Turkic royal court was being subjected to such inhuman torture here. Now is not the time to start a war with the Turks. All the grain here in Qin Yi can only be planted after the spring. Right now, the Tang dynasty only sees hope, but is not full of hope. Real. Qin Yi feigned surprise and covered his mouth. Yes, Old Li, if this is really Jelly Khan, then we're doomed. His Majesty will definitely not spare me. Qin Yi speaks with the flair of a master actor. Even seasoned actors of later generations could not match him. Veteran actors performing remotely are, after all, vastly different from reality. Qin Yi only has one chance to act. Facing a big tiger like Li Er, if he doesn't say a good word, he might really lose his head. Hee. Qin Yi, I think that if this is really Jelly Khan, you don't need to be afraid. Qin Yi pressed his advantage. Oh, oldly, do you know His Majesty? Li Er stroked his beard, squinted his eyes, and raised his index and middle fingers. Qin Yi looked at it and realized, wasn't this the gesture of asking for a cigarette? If you light one up for Li Er in a proper manner, Li Er will start to act pretentious. Heh, even His Majesty can turn a blind eye and a deaf ear. He doesn't know everything. Why don't you give me the Khaganate of Jelly and the imperial seal of the state? I'll present them to the current emperor. Don't worry, I will never steal the credit. Li Er stared at Qin Yi, but his gaze was not one of seeking credit. Rather, it was a dangerous signal. All right, things will fall into place naturally. His Majesty Li Er has successfully taken away the powder keg that is Khagan Jelly. From now on, if anything happens to Khagan Jelly, it will have nothing to do with me, Qin Yi. Qin Yi himself felt uncomfortable keeping this guy locked in the basement every day. If it weren't for the fact that the imperial seal of the state could not be easily exposed, and that the Turks had almost attacked Chang'an a few days ago, Qin Yi would not have bothered with this kind of person. Okay, Lally, you can take it with you. I have no use for it anyway. It's just a waste of chili powder. Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Li Er's face instantly darkened. You little rascal, you've got to be waiting for me here. However, Li Er also faced a problem. How to deal with the ruler of the Turkic court, who is now a prisoner, Jelly Khan. Qin Yi, what do you think His Majesty should do about this Khagan Jelly? As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin and Su Shirji's expressions changed. When the two men heard the prisoner announce his name, they thought he was talking nonsense. But when they saw the imperial seal of the state, their hearts sank. This is true. I have come here with His Majesty today and have gained so much. However, if Your Majesty takes Jelly Khan back today, what should be done with him? Kill them? The Turks will revolt en masse, and their army will press on the border. Should we not kill him? This kind of wicked person, who rides on the back of the Tang dynasty, is someone that every minister in the court would love to tear to pieces. Killing him would not appease public anger. They were naturally aware of the difficulties His Majesty faced. Lao Li, that's easy. You tell your sister to tell His Majesty from time to time how hard the people of the Tang dynasty are living, how they don't eat well, how they don't dress well, and how they can't keep warm in the dead of winter. Anyway, these are all facts. And then you're urging His Majesty to ask the Turks for cattle and sheep. Do you remember the method I taught you last time? Li Er frowned, then suddenly remembered. You said it was the method of piercing the nose of a cow. Yes, that's the one. Qin Yi waved his hand and led the three away from the cellar. After taking a breath of fresh air, the smell of blood in his nose disappeared. With more cattle and sheep, the people of the Tang dynasty can eat more meat, their health will improve, and they will no longer be afraid of the Turks invading. No matter how many cattle, sheep, gold, or silver the Turks offer in exchange, His Majesty only needs to stall and refuse to release them. What can they do? Li Er's face darkened. Wasn't this asking him to become a robber? How is this different from the Turks? How can the way of the Son of Heaven be so shameless? Su Shirji gasped. Qin Yi's actions had undoubtedly placed the Tang dynasty on the opposite side of the Turks. The Turks were hesitant to act rashly, while the Tang dynasty, holding hostages, was making exorbitant demands. Although it goes against morality, it is still a good method. Who is Su Shirji? He is a ruthless man who will stop at nothing to succeed. Old Li, I think it's a good idea. Shut up. Yes. Li Er sighed. Don't you have any other options? Chapter 72. Do you want to be an official? Or His Majesty could follow Cao Cao's example, detain the Turkic Khagan, and use him to command the various Turkic tribes, forcing them to submit. Just thinking about it is exciting. Jelly Khan is a hero who is rare among the Turks. How could the Turks let him suffer in the Tang dynasty? They will definitely do everything they can to rescue him. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Without the king, the Turks are just a pile of loose sand. When that time comes, Your Majesty only needs to support 1 or 2 Turkic tribes, and the internal strife alone will be enough to give them a hard time. Taking down the Turks is just around the corner. Li Er nodded, now somewhat satisfied. Robbery is not something a ruler of a country should do. But the idea of causing the Turkic Khaganate to collapse is not bad. Old Li, I have plenty of ways to deal with them. As long as those Turks have any disloyal intentions, I have 100 ways to make them disappear completely. In my eyes, they are nothing but foreigners. I am only responsible to the people of the Tang dynasty. If one day I own a large piece of land, my workers and my tenants will only be the people of the Tang dynasty. Seeing the people around me well-fed and clothed, with children receiving education and the elderly having support, is what makes me happiest. As for whether this Jelly Khan is real or fake, and how to deal with him, whether to kill him, torture him, or whether he lives or dies, that's none of my business. Qin Yi smiled faintly, picked up a piece of mutton, and happily put it into his mouth. If His Majesty were to hear you say that, it would be a grave act of treason, Li Er said solemnly with a stern face. In an instant, the atmosphere in the courtyard turned cold. All right, I knew I shouldn't have told you this. Qin Yi waved his hand. Yunyang, get something good to eat. We have guests. All right, young master. Yunyang swayed past the four men, glancing back at Lao Cheng as if this kind of strong and imposing man was the most attractive to her. Old Cheng shuddered instantly. He had a family, and he couldn't possibly let a widow into his home as a concubine. Qin Yi chuckled. Old Cheng, what's wrong? Yunyang's been flirting with you. Are you going to take it or not? Cheng Yaojin straightened up. Impossible. I, Cheng Yaojin, am that kind of person. Yunyang is a good woman. She needs to find a good family. TCH, all talk and no action. Qin Yi rolled his eyes, took off his outer clothes, which were covered in blood. Since Zhang Liang no longer had that kind of intention, there was no need for him to wear them anymore. He handed it to the maid, not forgetting to tell her to wash it properly. Oldly, come on, let's eat and chat. Li Er still holds the imperial seal and the possessions of Khan Jelly, but it seems he can't keep them today. The hot pot was served quickly, and Li Er had relaxed from the moment Qin Yi told him how to deal with the locusts. Because of the locusts, Li Er hadn't slept for a day and a night, nor had he eaten or drunk anything, and he was filled with worry. Oldly, just take this seal with you, and take that person with you too. Just present him to His Majesty, and don't mention me. Qin Yi was also hungry. After killing the man and scaring Zhang Liang for a while, Qin Yi felt a sense of emptiness. Courage is something that can only be developed through a lot of practical experience. Zhang Liang's aura was not weak. A military general appeared with a strong killing intent. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have wet themselves in fear. Such a person is almost unheard of, capable of making Zhang Liang vomit blood. Qin Yi accomplished this today, but it was extremely mentally taxing. Qin Yi finally felt a sense of satisfaction as he ate heartily. All I want to do is farm. Nothing else matters to me. Li Er took a bite of mutton and slowly said, Qin Yi, have you thought about this? If Zhang Liang's son can come and steal your things, other nobles will also take notice of you sooner or later. Aren't you afraid they will cause trouble for you? Don't forget, you're just an ordinary citizen with a little money. Li Er laughed. Qin Yi laughed too. There is righteousness between heaven and earth. If those nobles come, I will kill them. I will kill them one by one. Anyway, you, Old Li, will protect me. Qin Yi shifted the blame back to Qin Yi. Li Er's mustache twitched. What if the current emperor came? If he wanted everything you had, would you give it to him or not? Or are you saying you'd even dare to kill the emperor? A chill ran through the room. The temperature seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji felt a chill run down their spines. What's wrong with His Majesty? Why are you suddenly asking this kind of question? Su Shiji suddenly realized a possibility, and his eyes lit up instantly. His Majesty is considering giving Qin Yi a job. Qin Yi, think it over carefully, don't talk nonsense. Old Li is serious. Su Shiji was overjoyed. If Qin Yi became an official, he could get to know Qin Yi better every day, enjoy delicious food, and eat the latest vegetables and grains from time to time. TSK, you bunch of bumpkins who look down on me. I, Su Shiji, have the good fortune to enjoy such a meal, do you? Moreover, this is a capable person in His Majesty's eyes. Getting to know Qin Yi will bring him some benefits. Qin Yi peeled off the cabbage leaves and slowly tossed them into the hot pot. He poured himself a glass of wine, and the steaming pot on the table, weighed down by the cabbage, fell silent for a moment. I'm serious. The more land I farm, the better life will be for the people of the world without them even realizing it. Do you think I make money from these things? No, I don't. Qin Yi pointed to the various dishes and whole grains on the table. I, Qin Yi, would gladly do my duty to benefit the world. But there are so many people in the world. If I only earn 1 penny from each person, I could never spend it all in my lifetime. Money is just an external thing. If Your Majesty wants to take it back, it's just a matter of a word. But I believe Your Majesty is not the kind of person who goes back on his word, right, Old Li? As they spoke, Qin Yi's aura gradually gained the upper hand. At this moment, Li Er felt a sense of insecurity when facing Qin Yi. He was a dignified emperor, the current emperor of the Tang dynasty, exuding an aura of imperial dominance wherever he went. But when it came to Qin Yi, he was exceptionally cautious every time. He boasted of his omniscience, but none of the items Qin Yi had ever seen before were the ones he, Li Er, had ever seen. This would be a huge blow to an emperor's confidence. A true king should be confident in the world, but Li Er seemed a little hesitant to act in front of Qin Yi. All right, I've been thinking about it today. If possible, I'll have my sister talk to you and get you a minor official position. That way, it won't be a waste of my time knowing you. Upon hearing this, Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin immediately felt relieved. Things were settled. Qin Yi is definitely worthy of His Majesty's favor. From now on, this kid's chance to rise to prominence has arrived. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi immediately put down his chopsticks and shook his head like a drumstick. No, no, no. Old Li, I don't want to be an official. Being an official is so tiring. With so many official duties, it interferes with my farming. The two dukes had just picked up their chopsticks when they froze, their hands trembling. Qin Yi, think it through before you speak. Don't make empty promises. Exactly, being an official isn't easy, but it's still better than being bullied every other day, right? Qin Yi frowned, pretending to think. At this moment, Li Er, Cheng Yaojin, and Su Shiji all looked at Qin Yi. They were all waiting for Qin Yi to make a decision. The most powerful man in the Tang dynasty, along with the two most arrogant meritorious officials in the Lingyan pavilion, were now being completely suppressed by a peasant boy, and they were all nervously waiting for Qin Yi's reply. Qin Yi, have you thought this through? I really can get you a minor official position. Li Er was getting a little impatient. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. I, Old Li, am His Majesty. Li Er said earnestly. But what Qin Yi received wasn't shock, but a huge eye roll. Chapter 73, The Emperor's Test. Dog Egg came in at some point, and the husky had that arrogant, cocky look in its eyes. Old Li, are you kidding me? Are you the emperor? His Majesty is a great emperor of all time, full of domineering power. In the future, all nations will pay tribute to him. And you? Look at the look in my dog Dan's eyes. See, he doesn't believe it at all. Qin Yi's mouth is truly venomous. Li Er was so angry that his beard was crooked, and he was almost ready to jump up and point his finger at Li Er's nose to curse him. With his chest heaving, Li Er felt as if he couldn't bring himself to curse. Qin Yi seemed to have a very high opinion of himself. TSK, 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 what a troublesome brat. Humph, when did I, the emperor of the mighty Tang dynasty, start to care about the words of a peasant boy? You little brat, you've dug a hole for me to jump into. Li Er turned his head and saw Go Dan's suspicious eyes, and instantly became furious. Even you despise me. Hee, Lao Li, don't be angry. I was just saying. Your demeanor is indeed quite impressive, but it's inappropriate to impersonate His Majesty. Qin Yi was still digging a pit, all for the moment when Li Er spoke, so that he could become the most idle official in the Tang dynasty. Just as Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang 3 times to persuade him to join his cause, the Tang dynasty emperor was rejected 3 times by Qin Letian, yet his devotion remained unwavering, a story that has become a legend. It's wonderful to think about. Qin Yi, do you think His Majesty is capable of governing the Tang dynasty well? Li Er spoke. To speak ill of His Majesty is a serious crime, so please don't make a scene. Qin Yi declined for a moment. Kid, today I, Old Li, am going to talk about His Majesty. What's wrong with that? It's not like we haven't talked about him behind his back before. Li Er slammed his hand on the table. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji didn't get to eat a single bite of food properly today. They were both on tenterhooks. Qin Yi, you can't keep talking nonsense. This is not a fake emperor. Who would dare to impersonate His Majesty? Qin Yi's expression turned serious, as if he was thinking about something. But suddenly, he laughed again, a laugh filled with utter helplessness. The show can start whenever you want. Let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about this. His Majesty's affairs are His Majesty's affairs. How dare I, a mere farmer, speak of them casually? Li Er was angry, and his imperial face was filled with rage. Last time we had a brief chat, mostly flattery. This time, I want to hear the truth. The fur coat on his body trembled instantly. It had been taken from Qin Yi's house. You Old Li, are you trying to provoke me? Qin Yi frowned, tilted his head back, and downed a glass of wine. All right, if you want to hear it, then say it again, but just listen to it today and forget about it. Qin Yi sighed. His Majesty, among all the emperors of all dynasties, is at best considered above average. How about it, Old Li? Isn't this much more exciting than the last time we talked? Li Er's face was ashen, and his eyes were cold. You little rascal, you're finally starting to tell the truth. A layer of frost covered Li Er's face. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji dared not utter a sound. But in his heart, he was already cursing. Qin Yi, please stop talking. If you say another word, this courtyard might be stained with blood today. Zhang Liang is still lying outside. If His Majesty gets angry and gives an order, won't Zhang Liang's hidden soldiers come over and slice you to pieces? Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger, don't you know that? However, they suddenly realized that Qin Yi seemed to genuinely not know. You claim to be His Majesty the Emperor? Who would believe you? Old Li, why do you look so pale? Eat. None of the generals who founded the Tang dynasty were easy to deal with. They were all skilled in both literature and martial arts. They could pacify the country on horseback and maintain peace on foot. Their fortune was probably unmatched throughout history. His Majesty's ability to gather these people is what makes him so remarkable. That's why he was able to govern the Tang dynasty well. Li Er's expression began to soften. Although he was angry, he somewhat agreed with Qin Yi's words. If he were an emperor of all ages, then nothing Qin Yi said would have any effect on him. Have you ever seen an emperor arguing with a peasant boy? The reason he was angry was that some of the points he made touched on were indeed true, and Li Er knew that he was powerless to do anything about it. Moreover, Lao Li, I can guarantee you that even if I, Qin Yi, don't intervene, and even if these grains and vegetables don't appear in the Tang dynasty, His Majesty can still lead the Tang dynasty to a golden age. It's just a matter of time. This is the difference between people. You still claim to be the current emperor? Look at yourself, from head to toe. How do you resemble him? Li Er was so angry his hat almost flew off. He was blowing his beard and glaring. You brat, what do you think is different about me? It's nothing like anything. Come on, have a smoke. Qin Yi felt that it was about time. At this point, all that was left was for Li Er to seriously and thoroughly reveal his true colors, and then for Qin Yi to feign fear and then give a self-examination. Then Li Er put aside past grievances and gave Qin Yi a position. TSK, everything is under control. Li Er suddenly laughed, a laugh as warm as a spring breeze. All right, I got it, kid. Remember what you said today. Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin finally breathed a long sigh of relief. That's the downside of traveling with His Majesty. The ups and downs of life are too unbearable. If Qin Shubao were to come out with His Majesty, his old illness might relapse, and he would likely die. Hey, didn't I say I'd forget as soon as I left the house? You should come here often in the future. My place is going to become the agricultural research center for the entire Tang dynasty. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Li Er wasn't angry this time. Fine, whatever you say goes. Anyway, you can't escape my grasp. Here you go, Godan, have one. Li Er picked up a piece of cooked mutton and threw it directly into Godan's mouth. Dog Egg barked excitedly, and after finishing his meal, he was still not satisfied, so he nibbled on Li Er's hand. Qin Yi, if I were truly His Majesty, I would grant you the title of Marquis of the State, allowing you to cultivate as much land as you wish for the rest of your life. Still bragging, huh? Punish yourself with a drink, Qin Yi said with a smile. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji exchanged a wry smile. From now on, they should stop following His Majesty on his incognito visits. Qin Yi's conversation with His Majesty was too alarming, and they were afraid that they might inadvertently become the target of His Majesty's wrath. Ha, let's drink. Who's afraid of who? Li Er also came to terms with it and decided that from now on, he would let you farm every day, and on the land of the Tang dynasty, you would never escape his grasp. Li Er was very pleased with the feeling of having regained control of the situation. By the way, that Kagan jelly might be real, and this thing really is the imperial seal of the state. Li Er said with a smile. Old Su is the best at this. Su Shiji immediately smiled and said, Yes, Qin Yi, this is the real imperial seal of the state. Your achievement is quite remarkable. Qin Yi remained silent. At this moment, it's you who are anxious, isn't it? Li Er was pondering whether giving him a mere marquis title was too stingy after the 6 huge surprises Qin Yi had given him today. Chapter 74. Why aren't you surprised at all? How about appointing a marquis of the imperial decree? One who shares the fate of the nation? That's great. As long as the Tang dynasty exists, Qin Yi can become a marquis. Isn't that wonderful? An emperor cannot be stingy. Eat up, then go back. As soon as Li Er spoke, Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji immediately started eating. They had been starving all morning and were finally able to have a decent meal. Dog Egg returned to Qin Yi's arms. The little guy has started to bite and chew on things randomly, and the maid's shoes often mysteriously appear in its bed. The servants' clothes and such were no longer allowed to be placed in low places, otherwise they would definitely be lost within a day. Touching the dog's egg, Qin Yi fell into deep thought. After eating and drinking their fill, Li Er walked ahead, while Jelly Khan was lifted up by Chung Yaojin and followed behind Li Er. When he stepped outside, Zhang Liang was already awake. Li Er looked at Zhang Liang and sneered. What? Isn't this soldier leaving yet? Does he think we're also involved and wants to be questioned? These words, though sarcastic, carried a chilling undertone. Zhang Liang knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this old minister was unaware of this. Li Er gave a cold laugh. This is the thief you were talking about. Your son covets the Tang dynasty's most important treasures. Shouldn't he die? Li Er has already given Zhang Liang a way out. If Zhang Liang doesn't appreciate it, then he truly doesn't deserve the title of Duke. Your Majesty, my son deserves to die. That's good. Qin Yi is my man. You'd better stay far away from him. In the future, even if a dog in Qin Yi's house is missing a single hair, I will still come looking for you. Zhang Liang gasped. Who exactly was this Qin Yi? What is his relationship with His Majesty? Why is His Majesty so fond of him? Chung Yaojin and Su Shiji kept watching Qin Yi's expression. They noticed that Qin Yi showed no emotional fluctuations when listening to His Majesty speak and when Zhang Liang and His Majesty conversed. It's as natural and carefree as watching the sunrise and sunset. Li Er turned around and asked, Qin Yi, now you believe I am the current emperor, right? Su Shiji suddenly had a bold guess. Qin Yi probably already knew His Majesty's identity. Chung Yaojin was still completely bewildered, a huge question mark on his forehead. Why wasn't Qin Yi panicked at all? Shouldn't common people be filled with fear and trepidation when they see the emperor, as depicted in folk tales? Qin Yi simply said, Your Majesty, I believe you, okay? The clouds are light and the wind is gentle. The waves are calm and undisturbed. It also carried a tone of reluctance. Li Er, having failed to show off, became enraged and shouted, You brat! You just wait. He made those harsh words, but still felt unsatisfied, so he immediately pointed at Qin Yi's house. Su Shiji, go and get some more cigarettes. Li Er left with his men, and Zhang Liang followed them away. They took away the Khan jelly, and they also took away the imperial seal of the state. They took away Zhang Heng's body, and they also took away Wang Dafu's body and head. Qin Yi felt he was about to become famous. This Li Er was so unscrupulous. This game of hide-and-seek could have been played for a long time, but now, he was afraid he would have to leave the mountain ahead of schedule. After today, in Chang'an, among the small groups of high-ranking officials and nobles, there will surely be a question. Who is Qin Yi? Brother, I heard everything just now. Qin Ruyu appeared silently behind Qin Yi, her eyes crystal clear. If Uncle Li is the emperor, then Uncle Chung and Uncle Su must be high-ranking officials too. Qin Ruyan peeked out from the side and stuck out her tongue as well. These two little rascals are always causing trouble. What's wrong with the emperor? What's wrong with high-ranking officials? Is it important? This kind of thinking needs to be corrected. Doesn't His Majesty eat hot pot at our house? Doesn't the emperor smoke too? Didn't he get drunk after drinking? Didn't he get so angry at our dog that his whiskers flew off his face? So, whether it's the emperor or a high-ranking official, they're no different from us. They all have two eyes, one mouth, and one nose. You two need to study hard. Everyone is equal before knowledge, okay? After Qin Yi finished speaking, he sneezed while holding Godan. Who's talking badly about me behind my back? I've given you two a set of questions. Do them carefully. I'll check them in a bit. Several hundred soldiers surrounded 3 carriages. Inside one of the carriages sat Li Er, Chung Yaojin, and Su Shiji, with Zhang Liang serving as the driver. The second vehicle naturally contained Kagan jelly, while the third vehicle contained 2 corpses. Zhang Liang, I will pretend that today's events never happened. As for your son, I will make my own decision. From this day forward, as long as the Tang dynasty exists, Qin Yi must live. Zhang Liang, driving the carriage, felt a chill run down his spine. Your Majesty, I will certainly obey your decree. My personal guards have already reported on your second son's matter. The son of a duke, he actually likes to rob. Your son has done too many bad things over the years. Considering your loyalty, starting today, you must deal with them one by one. I have coveted these things for a long time. The fate of the Tang dynasty rests on these. How can a nobleman possibly lay a finger on them? Li Er's personal guards always hid in the shadows not far away, only emerging when Li Er was out of Qin Yi's sight. Li Er's personal guards naturally knew everything about Zhang Liang's son. Zhang Liang, who was driving, repeatedly agreed and dared not say another word. At this moment, Li Er casually exhaled a smoke ring and asked, Chung Jijia, what do you think of Qin Yi? Your Majesty, this old minister has accompanied you here several times. Qin Yi is neither humble nor arrogant, and has the demeanor of a hermit. His speech and behavior are unrestrained and free, but everything he does is for the benefit of the people. Su Shiji nodded, but quickly frowned. Why had Qin Yaojin become so scholarly? So he subconsciously said, Your Majesty, I suspect that he already knew your identity. Li Er was naturally unhappy because someone had touched a sore spot. Su Shiji, bring me 3 packs of cigarettes, humph. Hee. Su Shiji naturally knew he had spoken out of turn. How could His Majesty not sense such a person? It was a bit rash to point it out on the spot. Your Majesty, what official position do you intend to bestow upon that child? The Director of Agriculture or the Director of the Imperial Observatory? Su Shiji had already planned it out in his mind. Both places were relatively quiet, which was perfect for Qin Yi's work. But Li Er's next words made him feel completely dizzy. I intend to bestow upon him the title of Marquis of Quanming. Let him be called Marquis Letian. May he share the fate of the nation. Upon hearing this, Su Shiji's breathing slowed down instantly. Zhang Liang, who was driving, suddenly froze. Qin Yaojin didn't react at first, but then it suddenly occurred to him that none of his people received this kind of treatment. The Marquis of Quanming was second only to the imperial relatives, almost equivalent to the highest marquis in the world besides the royal family. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, no one has ever been granted the title of Marquis of the Mandate of Heaven. More importantly, His Majesty has broken the decree that he would no longer grant titles of Marquis since he ascended the throne. Just for a 16-year-old. The fate of the Tang dynasty is about to change. Chapter 75: The Restlessness on the Grassland. The 16-year-old Marquis of Quanming was still a little less than a duke of the state or a duke of the county. But the crucial problem is, Qin Yi is only 16 years old. This starting point in life is something that countless kings and generals could only dream of. Judging from His Majesty's temperament, Qin Yi will likely continue to rise in rank. He might become the Marquis of Letian, the Duke of Letian, or even a prince from the imperial family. In the Tang dynasty, the title of Marquis of the Mandate of Heaven differed from that of ordinary marquises. As long as there were still male members in the family, the position could be passed down indefinitely. Although ordinary marquises are hereditary, they can be taken back by any emperor at any time. The title of Marquis of the Mandate of Heaven signifies that as long as the Tang dynasty exists, Qin Yi's descendants will always be marquises of the Mandate of Heaven, with their lineage continuing endlessly. Putting all that aside for now, just thinking about a 16-year-old marquis is terrifying enough. Su Shiji and Qin Yaojin were filled with mixed emotions. From now on, they had to cultivate a good relationship with Qin Yi. There are many people in the court who help each other. Those with good relationships naturally become closer. The current situation in the court has not yet reached the point of forming cliques for personal gain, but the more allies one has, the more advantageous one will be in future conflicts. Deep down, they both knew that being a third-rank Marquis of Leisure was not Qin Yi's final goal. Moreover, given Qin Yi's achievements, he is second only to the emperor and above all others. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a saint. The most crucial issue is that His Majesty's 2 children, though still young, seem to be showing signs of a reconcilable conflict. If one day it comes time to choose a successor, Qin Yi will inevitably take the lead. Standing with His Majesty and standing with Qin Yi is definitely the right thing to do. In an instant, they both felt old, that times had changed, and that the Tang dynasty was about to change as well. Perhaps this is a good thing for the Tang dynasty. But if Qin Yaojin and Su Shiji knew what Qin Yi was thinking, they would probably be furious. Qin Yi never wanted to get involved in the court. Regardless of whether he was granted a title or not, he only did one thing: farm. Given their limited perspectives, it was simply unimaginable that a 16-year-old marquis with a promising future would only want to settle down and farm. Li Jing and his men have been on the grasslands for 3 consecutive days. In the freezing cold, the territory where the Turks lived was like a vast, empty plain, with no sign of human beings for hundreds of miles. General, we're lost. Upon hearing the scout's voice, Li Jing's face immediately darkened. The army did not see a single Turk for 3 consecutive days. The provisions they brought with them were only enough for 10 days, and water was extremely scarce. If I had known the Turkic steppe would look like this, I would have brought more military rations. Li Jing gritted his teeth. Scout again. Let's check ahead 20 miles. Li Jing stood in the wind, his face cracked and red from the cold. His soldiers were lightly armed and had already lost contact with the main force. No one knew what the situation was like in the Turkic Khaganate, whether Khagan Jeli had returned, whether Khagan Yabgu was still in the army, or whether Khagan Tuli and Khagan Jeli were in the same place. Everything became elusive and mysterious amidst the vast expanse of snow. General, let's keep going. I have a feeling we're very close to the Turkic royal tent. The Turkic royal tent was different from ordinary tribes. Ordinary tribes usually had a large number of civilians who were responsible for herding and protecting pastures, etc. The royal tent could not be in the same place as ordinary Turks. At least, the area within 10 miles of the royal tent would be a gathering place for the army to protect the safety of these Turkic nobles. The distribution of nobles is also unpredictable. People on the grasslands can set off on their journeys when they mount their horses and make their homes when they stop. As long as it is a vast grassland, they can camp and rest anywhere. The high mobility of the personnel, who frequently changed locations, naturally increased the difficulty for Li Jing to penetrate deep into the Turkic territory and find the royal tent. Ma Shixiang, what did you see? Li Jing valued this deputy highly. It is said that Ma Shixiang used to be a salt merchant. Salt merchants traveled extensively in the central plains and grasslands, and they were sometimes more experienced than the scouts in the army. General, I've always had a feeling that the Turkic royal camp is not far from us. General, you see, the soil here is quite different from the soil on the grassland before. It was hard and dry before, but we can now dig out moist soil here. Ma Shixiang grabbed a handful of soft soil from under the thick snow and sniffed it. General, there's no mistake, there are traces of water. The Turks not only relied on snow melt in winter, but they also stopped at places with water sources. If we can already faintly smell the dampness in the soil where our army is now, then there must be traces of Turks within a radius of 20 miles. General, if there are people within a 3 to 5 mile radius, then it means there is a small water source here. But if there's nobody within a 10-mile radius, Li Jing immediately understood when he saw Ma Shixiang smile. There was no one within a 10-mile radius. The moisture in the soil relied on a large water source. On the grassland, only nobles and the Turkic royal court were qualified to occupy such a large water source. All right, Ma Shixiang, if we capture the people from the Turkic royal court this time, you'll be credited with a great achievement when we get back. It's getting late, let's get going. On the grassland, the cold wind howled, carrying a mournful sound. The Turks outside the tent rubbed their hands and feet. The snow piled up around the tent for nearly 100 meters, forming a fortress-like mound that was high and rounded up, but it also blocked the view. Inside the royal tent, a Turkic man of average height stood with a cold expression on his face. Humph, my brother, Qin Yi, has been missing for several days without any news. Are the Turkic envoys in Chang'an just sitting around doing nothing? A Turkic man with a goatee bowed and clasped his hands in greeting. Khan, on the day Qin Yi disappeared, an army of 100,000 was wiped out on the Wei River. The envoy sent nearly 100 men to search for him, but they could not find Qin Yi's whereabouts. All right, from today onwards, the Turks will be on high alert. That boy Yabgo has quite the ambition. I, Tuli Khan, and Jelly Khan are ostensibly uncle and nephew, but in reality, we are true brothers. No one should even think of touching my elder brother's royal court. Tuli Khan gritted his teeth. Where is that brat Yabga now? Reporting to Tuli Khan, Yabga Khan is now heading to Binzhou. Tuli Khan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He's going to Binzhou. This is bad. He's going to usurp the throne. Men, 5,000 elite soldiers, follow me to Binzhou immediately. Tuli Khan was anxious. When Jelly Khan left with his army of 100,000, he gave him a task, to eliminate any disloyal people in the Turkic tribes while the army was gathered in Binzhou. Now, Tuli Khan has completed his mission, but Jelly Khan has disappeared without a trace. The Yabga Khan went to Binzhou to consolidate military power. Tuli Khan immediately realized the danger involved. Chapter 76. Are you interested in opening a bookstore? 5,000 men, lightly armed and with horses thundering, galloped off towards Binzhou. Suddenly, Tuli Khan saw a row of dark figures standing in the moonlight not far ahead of the army's advance. Behind the shadowy figure, there were countless silent figures. It was dark and ominous, appearing exceptionally terrifying on the grassland. Who is ahead? Khan, I do not know. Explore. The people ahead were naturally Li Jing's 50,000-strong army. Li Jing, who was originally at a loss, changed his strategy according to Ma Shixiang's idea. He no longer rushed to march, but instead proceeded steadily, checking and scouting along the way. After all, 50,000 people is a considerable number. If the formation is completely spread out and cut off in half, it will be a dead end. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, the sound of horses' hooves, and a whooshing sound. The wolves on the grassland had long since hidden themselves away, trying to escape the winter cold by relying on the little warmth they had left in a cave. Startled by the sound of hooves, it peeked out and let out a series of howls. Under the full moon, Li Jing suddenly smiled. Heaven is on my side. It looks like a big fish. At this moment, Ma Shixiang suddenly exclaimed, General, the clothes and banner of the leader look like those of Turkic Khan Tuli. The killings on the grasslands were carried out silently under the moonlight, and the city of Chang'an was also not at peace. Qin Yi arrived at He Chen's place tonight. The huge courtyard was extremely luxurious, clearly the home of a wealthy family. With the shopkeeper away, He Chen could practically be called a little tyrant at home. I never expected you to be making salt here. I thought you would be in Longyu. Qin Yi sighed. Your house is big, but it's not a long-term solution. Qin Yi, didn't you say that salt production should be controlled by the Tang dynasty? I'm waiting for the Tang dynasty to do business with me and Chan. You know what? As soon as our salt came out, the people of Chang'an went crazy buying it. We didn't earn much, less than 2 coins, but there were so many people in Chang'an. That's more like it. Salt is essential. Qin Yi nodded. Vinegar cloths and stuff are disgusting. Isn't plain salt better? Qin Yi, remember to take this silver with you when you go back later. This time it's not much, only 150,000 taels. Qin Yi suddenly realized that he now had more money than he could ever spend. He Chen, would you be interested in starting a bookstore? He Chen was still feeling melancholy when he suddenly heard Qin Yi's idea. He immediately jumped up, spilling the wine from his glass. Yes, why wouldn't I want it? Wait, what did you say? A bookstore? He Chen hesitated for a moment. Qin Yi, do you know what the bookstores of the Great Tang Dynasty are like now? Qin Yi didn't know much about this. Doesn't it make money? He Chen curled his lip. It's not just not making money, it's losing money. If it weren't for the huge number of books purchased by the Ministry of Revenue every year, those bookstores would have gone bankrupt long ago. Qin Yi hadn't expected this. Why isn't the bookstore making money? Hey, when printing, it needs to be carved into a block. You know, woodblock printing. If you make a mistake, the whole block is ruined. The bookstores in the world all print the 4 books and 5 classics, some commonly used books, and obscure books. After the woodblocks are made, they are used once or twice and then thrown away. How can they possibly make money? Besides, paper is expensive. We do business based on profit. If I can't make money, I definitely won't do it. Qin Yi finally understood. This guy was only interested in making money right now, and he didn't care at all what he would do with the money or how to continue developing his business after making money. He Chen's enjoyment lies in the process of making money. If it doesn't make money, there's no interest. Indeed, this spoiled young master, who had been pampered since childhood and never lacked food or clothing, was used to spending lavishly every day. Money might really just be a number to him. He Chen smiled shrewdly. If you insist on opening a bookstore, Qin Yi, then I'll reluctantly follow you. After all, I've made quite a bit of money with you. So losing a little bit now and then is nothing. We are friends. I never care whether someone is rich or not when I make friends, because none of them are as rich as me. Qin Yi's face twitched twice, and he laughed at the moonlight. Hee, that's an interesting statement. Qin Yi now had a feeling that He Chen's family background might be far more than just that of a grain merchant, or even just someone who followed a nobleman in the palace. Perhaps what He Chen said really wasn't wrong. The key to the bookstore lies in 2 things. Qin Yi said slowly as he stood up. The first thing is paper. Paper-making technology in the Tang Dynasty was not very advanced, and the cost was relatively high. Ordinary scholars used a huge amount of paper, and they couldn't afford Xian paper, so they could only use straw paper, which shows that the price of paper was very high. Upon hearing this, He Chen nodded repeatedly. That's right. When I was a child, I would take out some of my own money to buy Xian paper. My father was extremely strict with me. Back then, I missed countless opportunities to spend a night with the most beautiful courtesan at Ziyu Tower just to buy Xian paper. Qin Yi ignored him and continued. The second is the printing technique, which is extremely expensive. If you're not careful, you can spend several taels of silver. The cost of woodblock printing in the Tang Dynasty was not low. It was similar to rubbing, but on a larger scale, with 1 page per plate. It required a great deal of effort, and the production of each woodblock cost at least 1 tael of silver. A book with dozens of pages must cost at least tens of taels of silver. How much does a book cost? 1 or 2 coins for the most, 20 coins for the least. Only by selling more can we recoup our costs. At this moment, Qin Yi came up with a good idea. Since there was no mechanical printing like in later generations, why not try movable type printing? If these 2 key points are resolved, do you think we can make money? He Chen chuckled. How could that be? Qin Yi, so many great scholars couldn't solve it. How could you? This was the first time He Chen had questioned Qin Yi. It wasn't that he didn't trust Qin Yi, but rather that the limitations of this era restricted He Chen's imagination. He Chen, how many characters are there in the written language of our great Tang Dynasty? I don't know, But there aren't many, maybe a few thousand. That's right. We'll carve these characters out individually to form small seals, then create a mold and embed whatever we need into it. Then, just like woodblock printing, we can directly print it out. Qin's eyes lit up. He never imagined that printing could be done this way. Qin Yi, you're a true genius. All night long, Qin Yi was instilling in Qin the advantages of movable type printing. Low cost, convenience, and most importantly, they dared to print any book that others dared not. With a wider variety of books available, countless customers naturally came. The enlightenment of folk culture may begin at this time. Chapter 77: A Marquis Comparable to a Duke. When Qin Yi returned the next day, he was followed by 3 large carts full of silver. The car isn't big. It's for the sake of keeping a low profile. The silver was so heavy that it pressed deep ruts into the soil. As soon as Qin Yi arrived at his doorstep, he sensed something was wrong. Why was no one home today? Where are the servants? Where are the 2 little maids? Where's Godan? And Mr. Majot? After getting out of the car, Qin Yi immediately rushed into the yard. Then he froze. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man dressed in a fish dragon robe was holding Godan in his arms and occasionally feeding Godan a few bites of dried cured meat. Several eunuchs stood behind him, and a young soldier in full armor stood in front of him. No, Your Majesty. After Li Er confronted Qin Yi, he felt very frustrated. Despite being a big shot and capable of eliciting gasps of surprise from the other party at any moment, Qin Yi remained unmoved. His identity was that of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Was Qin Yi not surprised at all? This time, Li Er came to issue an oral edict. Qin Yi was the first person to have the emperor personally deliver an oral edict. Oh, Qin Yi, you're back. When the eunuchs saw Qin Yi appear, they cautiously and slowly raised their heads, not daring to raise them completely, and could only observe the young man through the gaps between their eyes and hats. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Li Er stroked his beard and put Godan on the ground. Why can't I come? Look at you. You're only 16, staying out all night. What kind of behavior is that? You're not even as good as your 2 younger sisters. Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu stood behind Li Er, not daring to utter a sound. Yesterday, she kept telling Qin Yi that emperors and high-ranking officials were all human, but today, seeing His Majesty come to the house again, the lively little girl is now frightened. I've come here today to tell you something. From today onwards, this place will be your fiefdom. No, Lantian will be your fiefdom. You will become the first marquis of the Tang dynasty to receive a mandate from heaven. Li Er looked at Qin Yi, waiting for Qin Yi's overjoyed expression. The eunuch beside him also had a smile on his face, bowed his body, raised his head, and looked at Qin Yi with a smile. Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu also looked at Qin Yi, their big eyes blinking, as if they wanted to see their brother's reaction. Majot was so unsteady on his feet that he could barely stand. What's going on here? An ordinary person suddenly becomes a king or nobleman in the Tang dynasty. Even ascending to heaven from flat ground couldn't be more amazing. But after waiting for a long time, their faces suddenly darkened. Such a joyous occasion. Qin Yi, why aren't you happy? Why don't you give me a smile? Li Er's face darkened. What? Qin Yi, you're not happy about it. Qin Yi sighed. Your Majesty, of course I'm happy, but more than happy, I'm worried. Li Er frowned. What are you worried about? Qin Yi smiled and said, I'm worried that I might be besieged in the imperial court in the future. The imperial court is a kind of martial arts world, a different kind of martial arts world, full of all sorts of traps. What are you afraid of? Just focus on farming. You don't need to do anything else. Besides, there are many things you can't do anyway. Li Er felt he had won back a point and immediately raised his face and said, Qin Yi was a little annoyed. What? You're the emperor and I dare not refute you. But it's no fun if you look down on people. Who says I can't handle those petty and despicable things in the court? It's simply unnecessary. Okay, I agree. The eunuchs standing nearby were dumbfounded. No way. Is there anyone in this world who would obey orders like this? This is an imperial edict personally issued by His Majesty. Even if you're royalty, you still have to kneel down to receive the imperial decree and express your gratitude. Qin Yi, you mustn't narrow your path. Li Er frowned. He realized that Qin Yi had never even considered kneeling down to express his gratitude. All right, you all go wait outside. I have something to ask Qin Yi. In Qin Yi's study, Li Er looked left and right, especially when he saw all sorts of blueprints, his face full of curiosity. What is this thing? It looks like something from a bookstore. Li Er tilted his head and asked, puzzled. Qin Yi did not answer directly, but instead took out a small wooden board from the drawer behind him. The board was covered with characters carved upside down, commonly known as negative printing. As long as ink was laid on it, A page of a book could be printed. Your Majesty, this is my own business. You can't take it from me. No, no, don't worry about it. When have I ever acted so domineeringly? Qin Yi smiled faintly. Not domineering? Why do you come to my house every day? Holding the wooden board in his left hand, he tapped it with his right. In an instant, as if snow had fallen from the board, things began to fall to the ground with a crackling sound. Upon closer inspection, Li'er discovered that they were long, rectangular blocks resembling seals. I understand now. In an instant, the confusion on Li'er's face vanished, and he understood what it was. Is this printing technology? Your Majesty, this is movable type printing. Li'er looked at Qin Yi, lay back in his chair, stroked his beard, and was extremely satisfied. Good. Qin Yi, what a fine young man. Modular type printing. Qin Yi, how much do you plan to sell it to me for? Your Majesty, can't you use money to measure the value of this thing? Upon hearing this, Li'er stood up and said, Don't think I can't see through your methods. They may seem simple, but any one of them could create countless riches. He-Chun has made a fortune by following you. I gave him some conveniences because he is an old friend. You can't keep this printing technology all to yourself. Qin Yi nodded. All right, Your Majesty, the old rules apply, but this time it's about paying taxes, and the taxes can be higher. After talking with Li'er for a long time, they finally negotiated the tax on book printing down to about 20%, and Li'er smiled with satisfaction. All right, tell me your requirements. I know you are a free spirit and don't want to get involved in court intrigues, haha, but Qin Yi, I'll say it again, you need an identity. I admire your talent, but talent also needs protection. Li'er was right, and Qin Yi knew that this was His Majesty's way of showing him goodwill. Your Majesty, I am just a commoner. I don't need too many requests. Just let me have land to cultivate. As for the court, I really don't want to get involved. Li'er took a deep breath. He had promised Qin Yi this before, but that didn't mean he would just go through with it. The official imperial edict has not yet been issued. You, Qin Yi, are still a commoner. Now that he has become a marquis, he can't avoid appearing in the court. Qin Yi, you've really given me a difficult problem. But then Li'er thought again. Since Qin Yi could produce all sorts of strange and wonderful grains and single-handedly defeat a 100,000-strong Turkic army, what difference did it make whether such a person was in the court or not? Your Majesty, I do not wish to attend court. Granted. Qin Yi, this is the first time I have compromised with someone. Chapter 78, the first person to negotiate with the Emperor. My life has lasted less than 30 years, but since I raised the army, I have never yielded to anyone. Back then on the battlefield, I was a master archer, and my arrows never missed. Back then on the battlefield, when the descendants of the Yang family saw me, they were so scared they wet themselves and couldn't even stand up straight. From that moment on, I told myself that I would never compromise in my life. Even if the Turks hit me in the face, I will not compromise. If there is truly no way out, there is only one possibility. For the sake of peace and stability for all the people, I will compromise once. Qin Yi, I never expected that even when the Turkic army of 100,000 reached Chang'an, I did not compromise in the slightest. But now that you are here, I am actually somewhat inclined to go along with you. Qin Yi smiled outwardly, but inwardly rolled his eyes. How dare you say that? A dignified emperor, a real man, should be able to bend and stretch. It's just a matter of not going to court. Under your rule, would the marquises of the land still need to attend court? Even if a dog were to become an official, it wouldn't affect the order of the world in the slightest. I will grant you 4,000 acres of fiefdom, Qin Yi. This is equivalent to that of a duke. You should make the most of it and avoid arrogance and impetuosity. Qin Yi nodded. Your Majesty, rest assured, don't you know what kind of person I, Qin Yi, am? So what if I know? You little devil, what if you have a sudden urge to do something rash and tear the palace roofs down? Li'er said irritably. You even dared to kill Zhang Liang's son, and you beat Jelly Khan into a fool. After I brought Jelly Khan back to Chang'an, he wept bitterly. Now he sleeps in the imperial prison as comfortably as if he were sleeping in the palace. This shows how cruel the tortures you used. Your Majesty, that Khan Jelly has been threatening me. At my age, I am full of vigor and cannot tolerate it. Your Majesty, where is my residence? You can go wherever you want. I don't care. Qin Yi slapped his thigh and said, Your Majesty, why don't we do it here? I'll pay for the construction of the mansion myself. You don't have to. With more servants, more food, and more silver in the household, the courtyard had become too small. Taking advantage of the winter, they quickly expanded the courtyard so that all the servants would be able to work in the fields next spring. Don't be fooled by your title being only a third-rank official. In terms of seniority, You're already on par with the likes of Cheng Yaojing. Li Er emphasized this point. Now you, Qin Yi, should be grateful. But Qin Yi still looked completely calm and collected. Your Majesty, thank you very much. A soul from a later era simply couldn't get used to the feeling of kneeling before an emperor. After being granted a title, it seemed that he only needed to kneel before the emperor and empress, while others only needed to offer a simple bow. If this were before he was granted a title, and he had walked through Chang'an, where he was surrounded by high-ranking officials and nobles, his knees would have been worn smooth. Qin Yi, ordinary marquises do not have personal guards. I have found you a personal guard commander. He will bring more than a dozen personal guards into your residence. TSK, I never expected that I would break so many conventions for you. Li Er sighed deeply, stood up, and lit a cigarette. When I ascended the throne, I promised not to confer titles of nobility, yet now I have broken my promise. I have issued an order that no oxen shall be slaughtered at will, and those who disobey shall be executed, but you have broken your promise. I have said that no noble or meritorious official in the land may oppress the people or set up private courts of punishment. I should have punished you, but I have let it go. I have said before that I will personally take back everything from the nobles in this land who do not do their jobs properly, but I have specially granted you the title of Marquis of the Mandate of Heaven. Qin Yi, from now on, you shall enter the palace once every 2 weeks to report your work to me, and bring some fresh fruits, vegetables, and grains with you. Li Er was very talkative today. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give his jade pendant to the 2 maids, one for each of them. This made the 2 little girls extremely happy. Uncle Emperor, will you still come to my house for hot pot? Li Er rolled his eyes at Qin Yi, as if to say, look at your sister, and then look at you. The imperial court was shocked, and in less than a day, a legend began to circulate among the officials of the Tang dynasty. A young man of humble origins rises to become the Marquis of the Tang dynasty. However, these rumors are all based on limited information. They can only speculate about the relationship between this Marquis of the Mandate of Heaven, Qin Yi, and His Majesty the Great Tang. At this moment, the emperor was in the imperial study, looking at the memorials in front of him. He looked up and asked, Old He, you should spend more time with Qin Yi. Of all the businesses he gave your son, salt and iron, you need to take them back. They can make money, but only a little, not more. He nodded to the shopkeeper. Your Majesty, I obey your decree. By the way, your son and Qin Yi want to start a bookstore. Do you see if there's anything you can do to help them? Li Er sighed. I am currently in dire need of talent. The scholars of the land are still observing. Although they yearn for fame and fortune, they do not yet trust me. Old He, once movable type printing is successfully developed, students all over the country will have access to books. This is a good thing. The shopkeeper listened to Li Er's words and nodded repeatedly. Li Er was talking a lot today, inexplicably overturning his own decrees. He was a little annoyed, so he lit a cigarette. As he was puffing out smoke, he slapped his thigh and realized that Chun had learned this habit from that kid Qin Yi. Hey Lao, he want one? The shopkeeper immediately waved his hand, saying he didn't like this stuff. It was a bit pungent. Old He, I have a question for you. The shopkeeper immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty, please speak. Conjieli, what should I do? The shopkeeper frowned. Your Majesty, that Conjieli is the ruler of the Turkic court, with 1,000,000 soldiers and immense power. Although he is now a prisoner, Your Majesty should still give him enough respect. The shopkeeper is a person of this era, so naturally he uses the methods of this era to solve problems. Oh, then tell me about it. Why don't Your Majesty invite that Conjieli into the palace, or arrange for him to be placed in a place like Pingkong Ward in Chang'an, ostensibly for protection, but in reality for imprisonment? Your Majesty, if you really don't want to see him, then kill him. He spoke very directly to the shopkeeper. If something was unusable, he would kill it. Li Er's eyes widened instantly. Kill. If I could kill them all, would I still be here worrying? Qin Yi told me to extort the Turks. Is this something a ruler should do? Li Er's eyes widened as he took a deep drag on his cigarette. However, Qin Yi also mentioned a method, using Jelly Khan as a bargaining chip to throw the Turks into complete chaos. The shopkeeper exclaimed with delight, Your Majesty, Qin Yi is right. Oomph. Now that the imperial seal has returned to the Tang dynasty, it doesn't matter if we kill him. Let me think about it some more. After Li Er finished speaking, he dismissed them and left the imperial study with the shopkeeper, both of them smiling wryly. Your Majesty, there is a memorial to the throne today concerning General Li Jing. Chapter 79, The Most Desolate Conferment of a Marquisate. Li Jing's memorial. Li Er opened the memorial, and his face instantly turned black. What's going on with Li Jing? Why did he lead 50,000 troops out of Binzhou? Doesn't he care about the safety of his soldiers? If the Turkic army makes any unusual moves, and he, the great general, is not in the army, this is dereliction of duty. Li Er got angry. However, when he saw Li Jing's analysis of the situation, Li Er suddenly felt that Qin Yi's second method was not impossible. If Li Jing could capture 1 or 2 Turkic nobles on the grasslands, the Tang dynasty would become the force behind these nobles, instigating them to further break with the Turkic camp. This strategy killed 2 birds with 1 stone. It not only dealt with the Turks, but also weakened their power, making the Turks a vassal state of the Tang dynasty. Qin Yi looked at the eunuch who came to deliver the imperial decree with a half-smile. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The imperial edict was so long and tedious, it was truly worthy of being written by Li Er himself. It was enough to make anyone drowsy. After finally listening to the whole story, the eunuch handed it over with both hands, and Qin Yi reached out and took it. The little eunuch was stunned. Lord Letian, you cannot accept the imperial decree like this. Receiving an imperial decree is like seeing His Majesty in person. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Yi said. Ma Zhou, who was standing to the side, stopped Qin Yi, saying, Young master, there are some rules that must be followed in front of outsiders. As soon as Ma Zhou said this, Qin Yi immediately understood. Every era has its own rules. In the Tang dynasty, the rule was that an imperial edict meant the emperor himself had to be present, and anyone who saw the emperor had to kneel down. Qin Yi couldn't bring himself to kneel, so he smiled at the eunuch and said, I told His Majesty the other day that I would not kneel before him from now on, not because I don't want to, but because I can't. After my parents died that day, I swore that I would kneel to heaven and earth and to my parents. Please don't worry about it. Just convey the truth to His Majesty. Qin Yi knew that Li Er wouldn't care about these things. After all, before Li Er revealed his true colors, Qin Yi had been mocking him all day long. Having said that, he stuffed a large gold ingot into the young eunuch's hand. The young eunuch looked melancholy, then suddenly beamed with joy. Lord Letian, I will certainly convey your message. There are some people in the palace who should not be easily offended. For example, eunuchs, palace maids, and some seemingly insignificant people who appeared around Li Er and his concubines every day. These people were of low status, even humble origins, but they had a natural advantage. They were closest to the power center of the Tang dynasty. Once you offend them, the consequence for anyone is that Emperor Taizong, the Empress, and the imperial concubines will frequently hear bad things about whoever is wrong. The palace was a closed-off little circle. What happened outside was completely unknown to those inside. They will believe whatever outsiders tell them. Some lies are obviously lies, but they can't stop being told every day. Throughout history, countless people have ruined their reputations and been beheaded by the emperor for standing up to various eunuchs, both high and low. Father-in-law, you've worked hard. This is just a token of my appreciation. Consider it a travel expense. Mr. Ma Zhou, please bring some of the best winter fruits and vegetables from your home, such as watermelons and cucumbers, for your father-in-law. Ma Zhou nodded and said to the young eunuch, Please wait a moment, sir. I'll pick them right away. The young eunuch's face immediately lit up with a smile. He had heard that only His Majesty was allowed to pick these fruits and vegetables, and he felt fortunate to be here today. This Marquis of Letian was so young yet so open-minded and knowledgeable about human affairs. He was sure to rise to great heights in the future. Thank you, Lord Marquis. Thank you, Mr. Ma Zhou. The young eunuch had only been serving Li Er for less than a month, but he had heard Li Er mention Qin Yi and Ma Zhou in his sleep more than once. So he subconsciously knew that Qin Yi and Ma Zhou were both rare talents. Carrying the things, the little eunuch left happily. At this moment, Qin Yi smiled and said, Young heir, Tian heir, prepare to open the gates to welcome guests, and gather the others in the canteen to prepare a good meal. Yes, young master. No, tui, my mouth. Young heir slapped his face. Yes, sir. When other families were granted titles, they would be decorated with lanterns and streamers, and many people would come to congratulate them, making it a very lively occasion. Qin Yi was the only one to be granted a marquisate, and the occasion was rather quiet. This was partly because Qin Yi had no connections in the court, and partly because the area outside Lantian was extremely remote and unpopular. Who would come here? People who suddenly appear late at night are instinctively assumed to be powerful ancestors from beneath the land of Lantian. However, customers soon arrived. He Chun, Cheng Wenjin, and Zhang Xiong all came. He Chun never gives gifts more than 1 or 2, but today it seems like there's only 1 carload. Cheng Wenjin, who was riding a donkey, saw He-chin pulling a cart full of things wrapped in red cloth. He thought they were some valuable items and burst out laughing. Today, Marquis Letian has become the Marquis of the Great Tang Dynasty. Cheng Wenjin has come to offer his congratulations. I, Zhang Xiong, have also come. My family is poor and I have no good gifts, but I have brought out my homemade daughter's red wine to celebrate with Brother Qin Yi. From now on, I am a member of the Marquis family. Zhang Xiong's previous statement referred to Brother Qin Yi, which was a way of settling things over with the past, since Qin Yi had already been ennobled. When she said that she had become a member of Qin Yi's family from now on, Qin Yi was also stunned for a moment. Zhang Xiong, what's going on? Didn't His Majesty tell you? I am your personal guard commander. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. All right, let's have a good drink today. Magistrate Cheng, don't stand on ceremony. If you don't leave lying down today, I won't let you go. The desolate Lantian, the bustling suburbs. The appearance of the first marquis in the history of the Tang dynasty who shared the fate of the country was uneventful and did not even cause a ripple in Chang'an. Cheng Yaojin was busy with the army during the day, and as soon as night fell, he rode his horse, carrying a gift box, and went to Qin Yi's house with Su Shiji. Along the way, they encountered various officials, who were also very curious as to why Lu Guogong and the Duke of Yinghua, both high-ranking officials in the court, were traveling light and carrying gifts when they left the city. Some people don't know, while others know a little. You're ignorant, aren't you? Today His Majesty issued an imperial edict, bestowing upon a marquis who will live and die with the nation, named Marquis Letian. From now on, Lantian will be Marquis Lishan's fiefdom. Really? Why isn't anyone saying this? This Marquis Lu was previously a commoner, unknown to anyone in the court. The other day at the Drunken Moon Pavilion, the prefect of the capital repeatedly questioned who Qin Yi was. It seems that this Qin Yi is Marquis Lu. That's incredible. A commoner becoming a marquis. This is unheard of. Hee. I have a brother in my family who is a member of the Left Guard. Do you know what big things that Marquis Letian did? Tell me about it. Article 80 Sioux Alliance. I heard from my relatives in the army that Qin Yi single-handedly defeated a 100,000-strong Turkic army. At this moment, the officials in Chang'an who had been laughing at Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji fell silent. The people of Chang'an all know that a long time ago, a large army came to the Wei River and set up camp on the other side of the river, acting extremely arrogantly. The people in and around Chang'an knew that on that day, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Blood flowed like a river on the Wei River. The frozen surface of the river was melted by the hot, wet blood, and the shrill screams kept countless people in Chang'an from going out. The smoke of battle filled the air, obscuring the sunlight. This was the first time that the people of Chang'an and the surrounding areas had experienced the atmosphere of war so closely. Some officials had never even seen war in their entire lives, but they all knew that the Tang dynasty had no chance of winning this battle on the Wei River. Everything changed because of one person, Qin Yi. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji ignored the words of others and rode their horses at full speed toward Lantian. The heavy snow on the road has melted today, and there is a chilly feeling in the air. Old Su, Old Cheng, am not happy to be associated with you, but why don't we shake hands and make peace today? Even on horseback, Cheng Yaojin didn't forget to mention this. Lu Guogong is joking. I, Su Shiji, am nothing but a treacherous villain. How could I possibly be worthy of the favor of a righteous general like you? Su Shiji started speaking in a sarcastic tone. He was unpopular among the founding heroes of the Tang dynasty, not because he did not fight alongside others. On the contrary, Su Shiji and these people were not only comrades in arms, but also opponents at the very beginning. Su Shiji's family was wealthy back then. The descendants of the Su family of Gaoping North were skilled in planning and well-versed in the classics from a young age. Most importantly, Su Shiji was also a doctor. In the entire history of China, Su Shiji participated in the compilation of the newly revised Materia Medica, the first medical classic in ancient times. Although the Pulse Classic was a work representing only one person's opinion, it had a great influence at the time, which shows Su Shiji's status in the early Tang dynasty. This person was disliked by others in the court, and the reason was quite strange. Su Shiji initially followed Wagongzai, later became Li Mi's subordinate, and only then became Li Shimin's confidant. As the saying goes, he was a slave to 3 masters. Su Shiji was kind-hearted, practiced medicine to help the needy, and was charitable. However, he was ruthless in his actions, which was an extreme. He was too cunning and scheming, which naturally made him unpopular. At that moment, Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin reached an agreement without hesitation. After all, There has never been anyone in this world who could be directly granted the title of Marquis of Chuanming by His Majesty, who was once a commoner. Qin Yi became a marquis at a young age, and there must be many people in the court who want to curry favor with him. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji, being so close to each other, had the advantage of being the first to benefit from the opportunity. Wasn't that wonderful? Old Su, stop being so sarcastic. Just tell me if it's okay or not. Even though Cheng Yaojin was still a bit stunned, he understood what Su Shiji meant, but he remained silent, letting the unspoken understanding suffice. You, Su Shiji, can't you speak properly? Is it my fault? Su Shiji chuckled and said, Cheng Yaojin, if I, Su Shiji, am polite to someone, then naturally I will distance myself from them. You don't even understand this? You really are a roughneck. So what if you're a roughneck? I'm the one who defeated you. If it weren't for me, old Cheng, protecting you, you would have gone to see the king of hell with Li Mi long ago. The two bickered all the way when suddenly a cold wind blew by, and a cheerful sound suddenly came from the secluded countryside of Lantian, not far away. We've arrived. Why is Qin Yi's house so remote? But that's all right. He's not the kind of person who likes the imperial court. Su Shiji stroked his beard, dismounted, tied his horse to a tree in the distance, and walked towards Qin Yi's courtyard with Cheng Yaojin. As Cheng Yaojin walked up the stone steps, he heard Qin Yi's voice. No one can back down tonight. All right, Zhang Xiong, Magistrate Cheng, someone has to leave lying down tonight. I've already had a wheelchair prepared. Qin Yi's voice was slightly slurred, but there was no sign of drunkenness. Hiss, Qin Yi must have drunk quite a bit today, but why doesn't he sound drunk? Su Shiji frowned, then suddenly his face relaxed. All right, Lao Cheng, let's go in. Qin Yi saw them as soon as they entered the room. Old Su, old Cheng, come on. Cheng Yaojin said irritably. You're all Marquis Lutian now. You can't be so disrespectful in your speech. Zhang Xiong and Cheng Wenjin were both quite drunk. Their faces were flushed, and they almost took off their clothes. Today Qin Yi is ennobled as a marquis, and in the future he will surely become a high-ranking official and a pillar of the court. How come there are so few people to celebrate with such a young marquis? Huh? He Chun. Cheng Yaojin suddenly saw He Chun hiding behind Qin Yi and exclaimed in an instant. You, He Chun, my Chuo was born with the talent of a general, but following you, he's become a complete scoundrel. Take this. Qin Yi sensed something was amiss. He Chun Yuan wasn't as innocent as he claimed. Perhaps the lives of the wealthy in Chang'an were something ordinary people like us, the newly appointed marquis, didn't quite understand. My lord, it has nothing to do with me. Brother Chumo is known for his integrity and uprightness. How could he be influenced by me? Someone must be forcing him. Yes, that must be it. Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard, accidentally plucking a hair, and smacked his lips, no longer speaking. Su Shiji laughed and said, Qin Yi, congratulations. From now on, we will serve in the same court and help each other out. Qin Yi's expression suddenly changed. No way. Was this a way of trying to win him over? That shouldn't be. Didn't we agree not to enter the imperial court? Don't overthink it. What I mean is, we need to keep in touch from time to time. When you have some free time, come over to my place for a visit, haha. Su Shiji's words always carried a hint of conspiracy, and Qin Yi almost misunderstood them. Hee, Lao Su, you're being too polite. Don't go back tonight. We have plenty of things here, especially rooms. It's much more comfortable than your duke's mansion. There's no noisy music to disturb your ears, and no paperwork to weary your body. How wonderful. After Qin Yi finished speaking, Go Dan, whose belly was already round and full, whimpered repeatedly. Go Dan started walking unsteadily, howling, and wouldn't stop no matter how much he was scolded. He was clearly drunk. Qin Yi turned his head and, sure enough, the two little girls, Qin Ryun and Qin Ryu, were peeking out from behind a pillar, watching Go Dan's every move, and occasionally covering their mouths to chuckle. What a wonderful husky. It's so rare to see one without the reckless silliness of its later generations. After having a few drinks, it instantly waddled back to its den, lay on its back, and fell asleep. The two little girls looked at Go Dan's belly and pointed at it. Qin Yi's face darkened. Hee, it's rare for everyone to come to my house. Yin Yang, bring 2 more plates of braised pig's head. Chapter 81 Black Jade Token. Oh, Qin Yi, you can eat pig's head. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened, and he had already picked up his wine glass. Before Qin Yi could answer, Zhang Xiong and Cheng Wenjin, who were standing to the side, were already laughing. Zhang Xiong, now a personal guard in Qin Yi's household, has acquired a certain air of authority. My lord, our Marquis Letian is no ordinary man. Anything he sets his sights on, no matter how unpalatable, will become a delicacy after he's put it to work. Yes, Qin Yi's cooking skills are absolutely top-notch in the Tang dynasty. He Chun added fuel to the fire, flattering. This is also my first time eating pig's head meat today. Uncle Chung, you should try it. If you don't flatter Chung Yaojin, you'll get beaten up, right? Chung Yaojin's title of Great Demon King wasn't given lightly. He was a fierce warrior who dared to fight anyone except the emperor. Chung Wenjin looked at the two dukes, smiled, his beard practically flying up, his eyebrows dancing with pride. Since you two dukes have come from afar, I, Chung Wenjin, am not a strong drinker and will take my leave first. Qin Yi, congratulations. From now on, if you want any piece of land in Lantian, just tell me. Chung Wenjin, a scholar of his generation, has now tasted the benefits of following Qin Yi. It can be said that if Qin Yi wants that piece of land or wants to do anything in the future, Chung Wenjin will absolutely support him unconditionally. This is an achievement. Confucian scholars who become officials often fail to achieve merit, but now, Chung Wenjin has discovered Qin Yi, a money-making machine for official achievements. Whatever Qin Yi does, Chung Wenjin will promote it in Lantian. Without a doubt, it will be a great achievement for the world. After all, Lantian is Qin Yi's fiefdom, so if he doesn't care, who will? Moreover, given Qin Yi's personality, he would never steal these credits. Who would have thought that I, Chung Wenjin, would one day achieve great things? May your excellency take care on your journey, Mr. Ma Zhou. Please escort you home. Ma Zhou didn't drink a drop of wine today, all for the sake of giving it away. Chung Wenjin took out a letter from his sleeve and tossed it to Qin Yi. This is a letter from a great Confucian scholar of the previous dynasty. He, Emperor Wuda asked me for it many times, which is why I became a county magistrate. His Majesty has also been eyeing it for a long time. I, Chung Wenjin, have never let go of it. It's yours today. Qin Yi stood up, cupped his hands in thanks, and expressed his gratitude. Chung Wenjin was a poor man, but being poor didn't matter. He was a typical scholar, and scholars often felt a pang of regret when giving away their most cherished possessions. If you asked them to give away gold and silver, they would do so without hesitation if they had the money. But when it came to books, especially rare and unique ones, they would absolutely spit in your face. Today, Chung Wenjin has actually given away a rare copy of his calligraphy, which is truly a rare find. Is it a calligraphy work by the venerable Yanji Tue? Su Shiji craned his neck. Chung Wenjin left with a meaningful smile, then turned and left, not allowing Qin Yi to see him off, saying, "You stay at home and entertain everyone well." He Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Qin Yi, this rare copy is all right. We can make a rubbing of it. As expected of a businessman's son, he's still thinking about making money even now. When faced with the pig's head meat, Chung Yaojin and Su Shiji completely lost their minds. Qin Yi, this is such delicious food. Why didn't you bring it out sooner? Has your Majesty tried it? Qin Yi waved his hand. If His Majesty hadn't come today, he certainly wouldn't have had this treat. You two arrived at my house late at night. How could His Majesty possibly go out in the middle of the night? The two dukes laughed heartily. Qin Yi, you're right about that. His Majesty is much busier than we are. Alas, His Majesty has it tough too. He has such a vast empire to govern. It's better for him to suffer a little and stay in the palace than outside. The two old men took turns saying a line, putting on a charade. Who says I can't leave the palace? Li Er's voice rang out instantly, clearly carrying a hint of anger. This time, only one person accompanied Li Er. Qin Yi looked closely and realized it was Manager He. He Chen panicked the moment he saw Manager He. Chung Yaojin and Su Shiji also panicked. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. Damn it. You two are both my meritorious officials. How could I bear to kill you? Qin Yi was stunned. The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty, when he got sarcastic and unpredictable, was no less than anyone else. Qin Yi, congratulations. Qin Yi hadn't expected that Li Er would come to congratulate him in person this time. He thought that as a newly promoted marquis, not many people would come to congratulate him. Unexpectedly, not only did He Chen come, but Chung Wenjin and Zhang Xiong also came, as did Su Shiji and Chung Yaojin. Most importantly, Li Er and the shopkeeper also came. His Majesty the Emperor of Tang personally visited the home of a marquis to celebrate the man's conferment of a marquisate. If this gets out, the entire Tang dynasty, no, the entire world, will be shocked. Come here. Qin Yi, what are you talking about? Something I've never eaten before. Your Majesty, this is pig's head meat. You are what you eat, so please try some. In front of others, one should naturally be more respectful to Li Er. Qin Yi didn't seem to feel anything, but the people around him, such as Zhang Xiong, He Chun, Su Shiji, and Chung Yaojin, had already knelt on the ground, waiting for His Majesty to speak. Old He, Bring out my gift. He nodded to the shopkeeper with a smile, took out a long scroll from his sleeve, and slowly unfurled it. It turned out to be a picture, no, a piece of calligraphy. May the family that carries on the legacy enjoy lasting peace and happiness. The 8 large characters were clearly written by Li Er himself, and the handwriting was exactly the same as that on the imperial edict, neither of them looking very good. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Yi smiled as he accepted the beautifully framed calligraphy, then rolled it up and had Yang Er carefully take it back. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. I am not the host today, so everyone please don't be nervous. Eat and drink as you please. Once Li Er let go, the others couldn't. Cheng Yaojin didn't even dare to pick up any more pig's head meat. Su Shiji smiled but said nothing, only casually moving his chopsticks. The shopkeeper looked at Qin Yi and nodded. You are a promising young man. When you first came to my shop, you were just a greenhorn. I never imagined that in just a few months you would become the youngest marquis in the Tang dynasty. Huh. You flatter me, Manager He. The shopkeeper happily took out a huge token, as big as 2 palms, with the 3 characters Black Jade token written on it. Qin Yi, take this token. Travel all over the Tang dynasty, and I doubt anyone will dare to do anything to you. Li Er nodded, still chewing the meat in his mouth. The Black Jade token is a unique token of my Black Cavalry. In this world, officials of all ranks should be careful when they see this Black Jade token. There are only 3 in the whole world, Li Er emphasized. At this moment, Qin Yi recalled some folk tales. Legend has it that His Majesty has a secret army that is invincible and will surely cause rivers of blood to flow when it makes a move. This army is called the Black Riders, formerly known as the Qin King's army. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper's status is not low, and he can actually command the Black Knights. Therefore, the relationship between the shopkeeper and Li Er is definitely not as simple as it seems. Then I shall accept it without hesitation. Come, let me toast you all. Chapter 82. Even emperors experience midlife crisis. This thing is not something you can use casually. There are Black Riders in every part of the Tang dynasty, so I know a little about everything that happens in this world. If you ever run into trouble in the future, just show the Black Jade token, and someone will naturally help you. However, I don't think you really need it. Since you only like farming, how could you possibly use such a thing? Qin Yi waved his hands repeatedly. No, Your Majesty, I need it. I really need it. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji, who were standing to the side, were both dumbfounded. The Black Jade token. I never expected that the Black Knight would still be around. This army struck fear into the hearts of the Turks, made rebellious armies throughout the Tang dynasty flee at the mere sight of them, and sent former princes and nobles running for their lives. Unexpectedly, His Majesty did not disband this army. As expected of the emperor, he has a whole repertoire of lies to tell. Su Shiji pondered to himself that when His Majesty first ascended the throne, he disbanded the Black Riders because of the excessive bloodshed, and vowed to be a wise ruler who would no longer resort to force. But now, this Black Jade token is still here. Heh, Your Majesty, you really can't let go. Come to think of it, the Tang dynasty was founded on military strength, and His Majesty is both a man of great literary and military prowess. How could he possibly abandon such a mighty army? Now that the Black Jade token has been handed over to Qin Yi, it means. Su Shiji felt a sudden chill run down his spine. How could His Majesty trust Qin Yi so much? Cheng Yaojin hadn't reacted, yet when he glanced at Su Shiji and realized the seriousness of the problem. It's true that there's a good thing about being simple-minded. If you can't figure something out, just eat more. Although the way he ate was unlike Cheng Yaojin's usual manner, there was nothing he could do. His Majesty was here. Old Cheng, old Su, you too, stop looking and eat. Also, Manager He, you should try this. Your son prepared this dish himself. The shopkeeper's brows furrowed with delight. He glanced thoughtfully at He-chun, then sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite. This cucumber salad tastes just right. It tastes exactly like the food prepared by the imperial chefs in the palace. When He-chun saw Qin Yi raise his hand, he immediately became excited. Your Majesty, uncles, Qin Yi, drink more, let's drink together. He-chun's carefree attitude stemmed from his wealth, while Manager He's carefree attitude stemmed from his indifference to money. As long as the business benefited the Tang dynasty, he was willing to forego making a profit, since it was all money from the national treasury. Zhang Xiong was in the most awkward position. He was a soldier, but Cheng Yaojin held a higher rank than him. You say he's Qin Yi's friend, but everyone here is Qin Yi's friend. You say he's Qin Yi's personal guard? TSK. He doesn't seem to have the right to sit with these people. Zhang Xiong, being quite sensible, saluted and said, Your Majesty, I am new here and need to make some connections with the servants. Please enjoy your meal. I apologize for my rudeness. It's all right, go ahead. Lier nodded, and then glanced at Qin Yi. By the way, I heard you've made quite a bit of money in the salt business. Qin Yi's face darkened. It's only been a few days, and you're still thinking about it? Can't we earn money a few more days? The shopkeeper smiled and said, His Majesty came here today specifically for this matter. Qin Yi, you and He Chun can complete the handover with me. You can continue mining the salt, and I will handle the sales. As for iron smelting, His Majesty said that you two little kids don't have the guts to do business with it. He Chun hesitated, feeling quite vulnerable in front of his father. Qin Yi's courtyard was like a small, cozy home. Everyone who came here, whether they were merchants, emperors, or court officials, quickly relaxed and started to do their own thing. After drinking too much, Lier wanted to gamble with Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji, but Qin Yi stopped him. If the Empress finds out that the Tang Emperor is gambling at a marquis's house, Qin Yi will be in big trouble. Back then, Qin Yi was an ordinary person, and the difference in their social status was too great, so the Empress naturally wouldn't care. But now that Qin Yi has become the Marquis of Letian, the Empress naturally has the right to discipline him, especially since Qin Yi is still young. If she summons him to the palace with a single edict, he will be subjected to severe torture. Qin Yi wasn't afraid of being scolded or beaten, since he was in good health and didn't feel any pain. But that's where the trouble begins. Who wants to be beaten at the palace every few days? None of the nobles in the Tang dynasty were kind-hearted people. They seemed harmless, but behind the scenes they were ruthless and decisive in their actions. A cold wind blew by, and the servants outside the courtyard chuckled to themselves. Look, we can brag about it when we get home now, saying we've eaten with His Majesty. TCH, we're in the dining hall. His Majesty is in the courtyard. So what? What's wrong with His Majesty in the main hall and courtyard? He's just a wall away from us. I've seen His Majesty a few times. Let me tell you, His Majesty is absolutely that of a true son of heaven. Shoo, don't talk nonsense, they haven't left yet. After eating and drinking their fill in Qin Yi's courtyard, the group ate hot pot in the main hall. No one got a good night's rest. The servants watched over them all night, and Yunyang served them all night. Lier and the others ate heartily, talking about everything under the sun, from the north to the south, about the battlefield. When they finally talked about Xuanwu Gate, Qin Yi suddenly felt that the stove in the room was no longer warm. Your Majesty, you are now the Emperor. Why bring up old matters again? Qin Yi spoke. It wasn't that he wanted to invite bad luck, but what if Lier asked him for his opinion after he finished speaking? That would be terrible. Qin Yi isn't Yuan Fong, so how would he know how to tell? Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji had already pretended to be drunk. They had drunk quite a bit, although it was strong liquor. Judging from their toasting manner, they had been drinking quite a lot on a regular basis. How could they have gotten drunk so easily? Manager He was also helped by He Chun and slowly fell asleep. Upon hearing that His Majesty was about to discuss these matters, He Chun immediately panicked and laid down on the ground. In the middle of the night, Go Dan waddled up with his forepaws and snuggled into Lier's arms. Qin Yi, don't you want to hear this? Of course I want to. Throughout history, it has always been others who have spoken of the Xuanwu Gate incident. No one involved has ever spoken of it. Qin Yi's gossip-loving nature has long been burning brightly. But now, doesn't it seem a bit excessive? Lier's eyes were like copper bells. Qin Yi immediately nodded. Your Majesty, please speak. Everyone says I'm a butcher, that I killed my own brothers. Do you think I'm a heartless person? Good grief, here we go again. Even drinking alcohol makes me feel uncomfortable. Fine, you're the Emperor, everything you say is right, and everything your Li family does is right. Your Majesty, how could you be a heartless person? Anyone who says that is talking nonsense. A heartless person wouldn't value the common people so much. Qin Yi poured Lier a glass of wine. At this moment, Lier looked at everyone fast asleep and felt tired himself. I'm so tired. But there are still many people who are dissatisfied. It's one thing for them to be dissatisfied, but they themselves refuse to do it and insist on forcing me to do it. Qin Yi, do you understand this situation? Qin Yi lit a cigarette for Lier, and in an instant, a middle-aged, greasy man with elderly parents and young children appeared in front of Qin Yi. Emperors are human too. They also experience midlife crises. Chapter 83 Guiding Lier. Your Majesty, you are the Emperor, so naturally you have the final say. As for those people, they are not worth mentioning. Qin Yi said with a smile, pouring himself a glass of wine. Anyway, Qin Yi himself can't get drunk. He can drink as much as you want, and he'll drink with you. At worst, he'll just have to go to the toilet a few more times. The task of the censors is to find fault and nitpick. Your Majesty's job is to accept all kinds of things in the court. In fact, it is already a good thing that someone is willing to speak up. Oh, what do you mean? Qin Yi nodded. Hee. The general trend of the world is that after a long period of unity, there will be division, and after a long period of division, there will be unity. Now the general trend is unity, and it is inevitable that the Tang dynasty will enter a golden age. Just think about it. The military elites of the Tang dynasty today, elites being the best among the talented, as well as cultural and political elites, all gathered together. Such a scene has never been seen in any other era. As for the censors, they need to do something. Their job is to impeach. As long as they don't attack or frame each other, the Tang dynasty court will be harmonious. Lier frowned. They accuse me of being harmonious? Qin Yi sighed. Lier was a seasoned military strategist and politician. How could he not understand this much? Or was Lier deliberately pretending not to understand? If this is an act, it's an act that's too convincing. At this moment, Lier was disheveled, gesturing wildly, which is typical of someone who has drunk too much. Your Majesty, if everyone performs their duties, what else is harmony but harmony? Moreover, you are still the one in charge, and your word is law. Even if those people want to disobey, a single decree will be enough to make them lose their heads. Even if your Majesty cannot discover it, there are many discerning people in the court. Anyone with the slightest disloyalty will surely reach your Majesty's ears. Therefore, listening to all sides leads to clarity. No matter what they say, just listen and select what is useful to implement. Lier's expression softened slightly. Well said, listen to both sides, and you will be enlightened. Lier now resembles an elder who has lost touch with society, cautiously seeking confirmation from Qin Yi about things he has answers to, but is unsure about. This was also the first time in the history of the Tang dynasty. For some reason, Lier always felt that no matter what happened, Qin Yi would always have a way. When the Turkic army of 100,000 reached the Wei River and was almost at the gates of Chang'an, Qin Yi simply used a few large iron balls to end the battle. Had he known this would happen, why would Lier have bothered leading his troops to fight and die for the enemy back then? Qin Yi is truly a treasure. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Your Majesty, governing the world requires caution and prudence. However, if you wish to implement any policies, you must make bold assumptions, carefully verify them, and be pragmatic. As Qin Yi spoke, he lit another cigarette for Lier. Yes, Qin Yi is right. I'm very happy today. It's not easy to get out here, and I can even smoke. It's great. Qin Yi sensed something different in those words. Could it be that the Empress had banned smoking in the palace? It makes sense, really. In later generations, men would quit smoking after getting married, especially when faced with their wives' shrewish behavior. In ancient times, with its beautiful mountains and clear waters and fresh air, no woman liked men who smoked, let alone a shrewish wife. The Empress is definitely a formidable wife. I heard she is skilled in both literature and martial arts, and that she conquered Lier with force back then. Thinking of this, Qin Yi's gaze towards Lier changed. Lier shook his head. Qin Yi, you've changed. He's become just like Godan. His eyes look very strange. No, Your Majesty, you can't swear. How dare you call me, Qin Yi, a dog? Early in the morning, before dawn, Lier got up and went back. He Chun and manager, he also completed the handover of salt and iron smelting. From now on, salt production will still be handled by He Chun, but the profit will only be 1 coin per caddy. The iron smelting industry was tightly controlled by Lier, and no one was allowed to divulge it. Blast furnace iron smelting is a technology developed in later generations, and after Qin Yi's improvements, it is no longer comparable to the ordinary white iron smelting of the Tang dynasty. When Lier left, he took with him a large box full of cigarettes, as well as those sharp weapons made of refined steel. The servants of Qin Yi's family had already begun preparing. Today was the day to start building the Marquis' mansion. It was an auspicious day. Yang Heir and Tian Heir each took a huge firecracker and started setting it off with their ears covered. Having grown accustomed to the firecrackers of later generations, Qin Yi felt that the firecrackers of the Tang dynasty were nothing compared to them. The sound was so soft that it wouldn't even scare Godan, let alone make a huge noise. In Lantian County, the people heard that a new marquis had arrived. In particular, the hundreds of households under Qin Yi's jurisdiction all gathered at Qin Yi's doorstep today. They were all farmers, and they stood there not knowing what to do, only managing to utter a few words of congratulations. Qin Yi didn't mince words and directly instructed Ma Zhou to announce. Everyone involved in the construction of the Marquis' residence would receive wages. Everyone helping out here would be provided with meals. Anyway, there was plenty of food at home, and soon a large group of teenagers appeared, each with a steamed bun in their mouth, running around carrying bricks. Qin Yi was speechless, because he saw a 3 or 4-year-old child sitting on the ground playing in the mud, which could be considered as him working. Remind them to be careful. The farmers were not good at talking, but when they learned that this young man was the Marquis, they were all very excited. Qin Yi smiled faintly. I will remember your kindness today. Since you have come, you cannot leave empty-handed. Everyone who helped build the Marquis' mansion will receive wages according to the amount of work done. There will be rice, steamed buns, and meat soup at noon. As soon as Qin Yi finished speaking, everyone cheered. The simple, honest people couldn't articulate their thoughts clearly, but they certainly cheered, shouting and yelling. They even dragged Godan, who was standing nearby, into the ditch. As Godan howled, 2 carriages appeared outside Qin Yi's house. Hee, this puppy is getting more and more cheerful. The speaker was Wang Tong, and behind him, Li Gang slowly got out of the car. 2 elderly scholars, trembling and wearing robes, stepped onto the stone steps. Qin Yi, come and get us 2 old folks some corn porridge. Wang Tong had reached the age of being unrestrained and carefree, so he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony with Qin Yi. Li Gang didn't mind. Qin Yi, hurry up, we've both been hungry all morning. Qin Yi was taken aback. No, gentlemen, did you set off too early? Hee, we came all the way back to celebrate with you. Now we're all packed up, so don't say a word. Let's get the cornmeal. The main hall had been cleaned spotlessly. Yunyang slept for less than 2 hours before starting a new round of work. Yang Taizhu smacked his lips. Luckily, there weren't many people celebrating at the Marquis' house. Otherwise Yunyang would have been exhausted. Hee, Taizhu, have you taken a fancy to Yunyang? You blockhead, what are you saying? Yunyang's skills were taught by the Marquis. She'll be in high demand wherever she goes. We roughnecks should just forget about it. Chapter 84. What is Earth? The 2 old scholars were beaming with joy. Qin Yi, although we are old, we are still quite capable compared to those young people. Look at this, Li Gang said smugly, his beard and eyebrows practically standing on end. Qin Yi looked closely and saw that they were actually 2 books, wrapped tightly in yellow cloth. The 3-character classic and the 100 family surnames. Upon opening the title page, I was surprised to find the author, Qin Yi, Qin Letian. Holy crap, that's a bit too much. Qin Yi blushed. Gentlemen, this is... Qin Yi didn't quite understand what this meant. He wanted his younger sister to study these 2 books as an introduction to academic subjects. But to his utter surprise, the 2 great scholars took it back and published it immediately. And the author is actually Qin Yi. Writing books in the Tang dynasty required money. Without money, where would the woodblocks come from? If you don't spend money, who will print your books? In an era when publishing a book required money, many writers relied on word of mouth to spread their works. There's no way around it. Scholars have always been poor and pedantic. Although one of the 2 old scholars was an imperial tutor and the other had trained a large number of outstanding individuals, they actually didn't have much money. Li Gang was all right, as he still had a salary to receive, but Wang Tong was in a different situation. This was a true scholar, extremely strict in his demands. He didn't care about his disciples' moral character, but he was extremely strict in disciplining his own children. No one may enter the court to serve as an official unless, after his death, his family is extremely poor and he may be eligible to take the imperial examinations. This seems to be the same as the tradition of the Confucius family in Shandong. The same seems to be true of Yan Jitui's family. These people are the backbone of Chinese literati, and they are figures worthy of being remembered for thousands of years. Wang Tong's family was poor, and Li Gang was not wealthy either. The 2 of them would have earned at least several dozen taels, maybe even 100 taels, from publishing these 2 books. After all, the woodblock printing alone would cost several tens of taels of silver. The 2 elderly scholars looked at Qin Yi with eyes full of joy and a sense of doting affection. This is the care and concern of elders for younger generations. Qin Yi stood up and bowed respectfully. He may not bow to emperors, and may despise kings and nobles, but he cannot disrespect the true pillars of the nation. A later person once said that in the face of culture, fame, fortune, gold and silver are all worthless. I will certainly not let down the kindness shown to you both. Good. Li Gang nodded in satisfaction. Keep it safe. This book is hard to print. Neither Li Gang nor I have many copper coins, so naturally we can't print many. Wang Tong stroked his beard as he spoke. Qin Yi was speechless. Hadn't he already developed movable type printing? This is perfect for showing to the 2 elderly gentlemen. Today, because of this matter, the 2 of us almost missed the day to celebrate your ennoblement. When others are ennobled, it would be a great honor for either of us to attend. On the day His Majesty ascended the throne, well, neither of us went. Wang Tong started showing off again, At this age, he can say whatever he wants. However, he was right. When Li Er became emperor, neither of them was really willing to go. Now that a young man has been granted a title, it is quite a remarkable event that the two of them have come in person. Qin Yi understood that these two great scholars had high hopes for him, and that these two books were paving the way for his future. Li Er once said that one must have military merits, political achievements, and literary talent to be worthy of being ennobled. Now, isn't everything complete? Gentlemen, I have figured out something that can reduce the cost of printing books. Please come with me. Qin Yi's study was extremely messy. Qin Yi himself didn't have time to tidy it up, and no one else dared to. Yang Er and Tian Er took turns guarding Qin Yi's door every day, afraid that someone would take away even a small part of it. They both knew very well that every piece of paper in this study was a treasure. Although the Marquis never said it, every time someone takes away a piece of paper, they can exchange it for countless riches. The two original tenants of Qin Yi's family have now become the family's deputy chief engineer and have seen more silver than they had ever seen in their previous lives. They're practically sleeping with money in their pockets every day. This is movable type printing. Only one character needs to be carved at a time. If one breaks, replace it. Being stuck in the template like this is like woodblock printing, which can be changed and combined at will, making it many times better than woodblock printing. In an instant, Wang Tong burst into tears. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have kept my manuscripts so precious. All those manuscripts at home should have been printed out so that students all over the world could study them carefully. Li Gang sighed. Qin Yi, if you had invented movable type printing earlier, I wouldn't have had to become an official in the court. Qin Yi smiled and said, Are you two gentlemen planning to publish a book? I've already decided. How about 1 tael of silver per book? As they spoke, Li Gang and Wang Tong's expressions changed instantly. You, Qin Yi, we just gave you a little treat, and you're already showing off. 1 tael of silver isn't expensive, but we two old geezers don't have that much money. The money we've saved over the past few years is what we've used to print these 2 books for you. Qin Yi laughed. It turned out that these 2 people thought Qin Yi was going to charge them money. Perhaps this is why writers of this era value their works so much. Publishing once costs too much money, so they are sparing with their words and naturally have to be cautious. What are you two gentlemen saying? From now on, for every book printed in the Great Tang Dynasty that is sold, a portion of the cultural property rights fee must be paid to the author. No one knows this rule now, but in less than a year, all the booksellers in the Tang Dynasty will abide by it. Qin Yi said with absolute certainty. What? Publishing a book is free now. You still want to give us money? Qin Yi gestured for the 2 erudite scholars to sit down and slowly said, Both of you have written extensively, and you are both prolific authors. You know how much effort it takes to bring a book from your mind to the page. The authors have poured countless hours of effort into it, so why don't they receive their due reward? If this rule didn't exist before, it does now. With incentives, more people will be willing to write books and share their knowledge. Only when culture flourishes can the Tang Dynasty become strong. This kind of strength is not the strength of weapons, not the strength of the court, not the strength of how much money is made, but the confidence from the bottom of my heart. I wish that the people of the Tang Dynasty would have 1,000 thoughts in their hearts, act according to their own will, and no longer be unable to afford to go to school. I wish that the men of the Tang Dynasty would all be skilled in both literature and military strategy, able to pacify the world on horseback and govern the country on foot. I hope that the students of the Tang Dynasty will be diligent and hardworking and truly apply what they have learned. I wish that the civilization of the Tang Dynasty would spread throughout the world and stand tall on earth. Qin Yi's opening remarks were full of tricks. The 2 old scholars had never seen anything like this before. A sage. This kid could definitely become a sage someday. The 2 elderly people were in tears, shouting and crying out in anguish. Suddenly, Wang Tong had a question. Even as his eyes were filled with tears, he still managed to ask, Qin Yi, what is Earth? Chapter 85 Tang Dynasty Women's Naming Conventions. The Chinese language is profound and complex. A single word can represent many meanings, and different words can represent the same meaning in many different ways. It took half a day to explain the word Earth to the 2 old gentlemen before the matter was finally considered closed. Looking at the various blueprints in Qin Yi's study, Wang Tong sometimes looked puzzled, sometimes frowned, and sometimes suddenly realized and laughed heartily. Li Gang, on the other hand, stared blankly at the movable type printing mold. Good stuff, good stuff. Li Gang praised him highly, saying, Qin Yi, if you can manage to print this book well one day, it won't be a problem for you to go down in history. Forget it, gentlemen. Qin Yi doesn't want to go down in history. Usually, People like him have to go through great hardships, such as being destitute and having their actions disrupted. I am a very easygoing person. It's good for everyone to be well. Qin Yi deliberately portrayed himself as very Buddhist, for no other reason than that in this world, if you show even a little ambition, it will quickly become a mark on you. Just like the labels that people in later generations put on each person to make it easier to distinguish them. Qin Yi didn't want to be labeled as competitive. If someone is competitive and then becomes indifferent, then people will talk behind their backs and trip them up from time to time. The more down on their luck they are, the happier those people will be. However, if a person is indifferent to worldly affairs and very Buddhist-like from the beginning, and one day is forced to rise up, and then returns to a state of indifference to worldly affairs and fame and fortune, then no one will dare to trip you up. On the contrary, they will praise you for being sensible, mindful of the big picture, indifferent to worldly affairs, and not conforming to worldly ways. You are a truly wise person. As expected, Li Gang was extremely satisfied upon hearing this. That's how scholars were in ancient times. In their eyes, vying for power was nothing more than a child's game. What they need is truly timeless literature, seeking only to leave behind indelible works. However, from now on you two gentlemen can concentrate on writing books. The publishing fees alone will be enough for you to enjoy your retirement years. Qin Yi patted his chest and assured him. Qin Yi, you are of good age. Have you considered marriage? Qin Yi almost spat out a mouthful of water. Sir, I am still young. How can I be thinking about this so early? Hee hee. Qin Yi, if you're not getting married at this age, when will you be? Wang Tong stroked his beard and said softly, my granddaughter has been staying at her aunt's house in Lantian County these days. Hee hee, you two can get to know each other better. She's about your age and has been studying classics and history since she was a child. Just bear with it. Can you just put up with it? These words made Qin Yi feel embarrassed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Over thousands of years of development, from ancient times to later generations, things have changed too quickly. Humanity's exploration of natural sciences has exceeded the imagination of the ancients. Even the prototypes of those gods and Buddhas are like children in the eyes of later generations, and have long been utterly crushed. Such a soul arrived in the Tang dynasty, naturally resulting in a crushing defeat. When Wang Tong said Qin Yi was wronged, he genuinely felt that few could match Qin Yi's talent. Moreover, a marquis of such a young age is truly rare in the Tang dynasty. Such extraordinary talent naturally delighted the two great Confucian scholars. Hee hee, remember to visit the Zhou family in Lantian County when you have time. My granddaughter has a good personality, but she has very high standards. She thinks that there are very few men in the world with talent, and I think only a boy like you, Qin Yi, can surpass her. Qin Yi was shocked, so she was a proud swan after all. Qin Yi knew many women like this in later generations. Before experiencing the harsh realities of the world, they all thought they were the best in the world, especially women with exceptional talent and beautiful faces. But Qin Yi knew that such a person was one in a million, extremely rare. Being both talented and beautiful is a luxury. For ordinary people, having even one of these qualities is already a blessing from God. Most people in the world are just ordinary people. Life is like a carving knife. Only when you peel away the superficiality and desires and see the most essential aspects of a person's heart can a person truly grow up. It turns out that there were strong women not only in later generations, but also quite a few in ancient times. Hee hee, I understand. Would you two gentlemen like to try the stewed beef offal with potatoes today? It's been cooked until very tender and has a nice chewy texture. Wang Tong nodded. Let's forget about that. We've almost lost all our teeth, so we need to use them sparingly. By the way, my granddaughter's name is Wang Zhuozhua. Upon hearing this name, Qin Yi instantly felt terrible. The way people named their children in the Tang dynasty was completely different from that in later generations. It doesn't matter much for men, but the key is the names of women. Names like Qin Riyun and Qin Riyu would be considered quite good in later generations. But in this era, it's just SOSO, even a bit vulgar, because it's too straightforward. The ancients liked to hide meanings and profound messages in names. In the Tang dynasty, good names always had repeated characters and had allusions and origins. They seemed casual, but in fact they carried allusions and a touch of playfulness. This is what makes a good name. Wang Zhuozhua. This name is obviously from the Book of Songs, Peach Blossom. Judging from Wang Tong's smug look, it was clear that he was the one who came up with the name. Wang Zhuozhua symbolizes the lush growth of all things in spring, representing unrestrained growth and the power of life. Qin Yi let out a breath. Wang Zhuozhua, I just don't know what kind of woman you are. Could it be that you're some kind of little sister who rides the waves? When Li Gang and Wang Tong left, they took with them the movable type printing templates. In Li Gang's words, although we don't know how to use these things, keeping them at home and looking at them every day can prolong our lives. At first, Qin Yi didn't understand, but Ma Zhou's overjoyed expression made Qin Yi realize that the cultural lineage of this era was the very breath of the Chinese nation. The inheritors of this tradition are these old men who have grown old and toothless. The farmers were not very skilled at the beginning, as they were all casual laborers, and the work was chaotic and disorderly, with occasional noise. After walking around the construction site for almost a whole time, Qin Yi said, "From now on, when you're working, remember that each of you should only do one thing. This is job specialization. As a result, each worker is like a worker on an assembly line, which greatly improves efficiency and quickly increases proficiency." The farmer's understanding was different from Qin Yi's. In their eyes, each person only does one thing, which means that no matter how well a person does the same thing, they can't build a good house. After much persuasion from Ma Zhou, a new round of orderly division of labor finally began on the chaotic construction site. This time, everything looks much more comfortable. Li Er has returned to the court. He returned yesterday morning, and when he attended court today, his face was filled with immense joy. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." The speaker was Cui Mingyan of the Cui family of Qinghe, the Grand Chancellor's office of the Tang dynasty, now the leader of the Cui family. Chapter 86 Chaotic Court. "Oh, Cui Mingyan, you have something to say?" The Cui family of Qinghe is the most prominent surname in the land, even surpassing the Li family. "Your Majesty, I believe that Marquis Letian has no virtue whatsoever and is unworthy of the position of Marquis of the Imperial Decree." As soon as Cui Mingyan opened his mouth, Li Er understood his meaning. Cui Mingyan was not familiar with Qin Yi's actions and naturally did not know what Qin Yi's achievements were. He's bullying people. Isn't it just because they think Qin Yi doesn't have any real achievements? Isn't it just that they think a 16-year-old boy shouldn't be granted a title? Do you think I'm blind? The Cui clan of Qinghe has been quite arrogant lately. It seems it's time for me to send a heavy snowfall. In an instant, Li Er smiled and said, "Good, Cui Mingyan, tell me in detail what's wrong with that Marquis Letian." Cui Mingyan sensed danger and suddenly fell silent. His Majesty is not like that now. When he says you can speak, you really can't. When he says you shouldn't speak, that's when you can speak freely. His gaze slowly swept over the area behind him, where many of the officials were his confidants. Cui Mingyan's eyes flickered, and naturally someone stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I believe that Qin Yi is young and ignorant, and his actions were accidental. He is not fit for great responsibility. Such a marquis is a scourge to our great Tang dynasty." Li Er, however, became interested. "Well, you people, it's one thing to gossip about me all the time, but today I appointed a marquis of imperial decree without your consent. Now look what's happened. You've stirred up a hornet's nest." Li Er smiled and said, "Minister Tian, tell me, how exactly did Qin Yi cause trouble?" The man who stepped forward felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing Li Er's reply. What emperor would ask such a question? Where is His Majesty, who is usually so majestic? Why does His Majesty seem to be digging a pit for his own officials when he talks about Qin Yi? Vice Minister Tian was a veteran official in the court. He entered the court in the first year of the Wuda era and served 2 emperors. He was able to stand firmly in the court because of his silver tongue and his ability to choose sides steadily. By clinging tightly to the Cui family of Qinghe, you can't help but feel secure. "Your Majesty, who is this Qin Yi? We have no idea." As soon as Minister Tian spoke, the entire court was abuzz with discussion. A buzzing sound began to spread. Recently, due to various natural disasters, Li Er's prestige in the court seems to have been shaken, and these people are becoming increasingly outrageous. Li Er's eyes grew even colder. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji stood together with smiles, remaining silent. "Old Su, should we too also have a word?" "No, His Majesty is just letting these people know today. Let's just watch the show." So far, not many people know that His Majesty has been granted a title of nobility. Only some of His Majesty's personal guards, palace eunuchs, people familiar with Qin Yi, and some well-informed civilians know about it. Most officials did not see His Majesty's personal edict and did not believe it at all. Some were even kept in the dark. Today, Li Er's announcement to these people was merely a formality, but it's clear that some are dissatisfied, especially the major aristocratic families. As a henchman of the aristocratic class, Minister Tian naturally bore the brunt of the attack. "I heard that Qin Yi is only 16 years old. It is too hasty to entrust him with such a great responsibility at such a young age. Throughout history, there has never been anyone who was granted a marquisate at such a young age. Even Hui Tsubing, a famous general of the Han dynasty, was only granted a marquisate at the age of 17. Your Majesty, what virtue or ability does Qin Yi possess that makes him comparable to Hui Tsubing? That's the problem with censors. They poke around and poke, but you can't understand what they're saying. They just focus on Qin Yi's age. It's like when young men and women meet late at night. They're in a hurry and don't know anything about human relationships, so they can only do something random. After Minister Tian finished speaking, beads of sweat rolled down his face. It wasn't that the hall was too hot, but rather that he genuinely didn't know who Qin Yi was. The sweat he was sweating was cold sweat. What are Qin Yi's achievements? What exactly did Qin Yi possess that won His Majesty's favor? Why has no one ever known these things? After Minister Tian finished speaking, Li Er waved his hand to dismiss him. You're a complete bum too. You can't even speak clearly. You're usually so eloquent, but today all you can say is these few words. Li Er wasn't angry at all. Ever since he had spent a long time with Qin Yi, he had come to understand one thing. What is anger? It's punishing yourself for someone else's mistakes. Li Er deeply agreed, and today was a good opportunity to see who in the court did not want the peace of the early years of Jingguan to be broken. No destruction, no construction. Does anyone else have something to say? Vice Minister Tian's face turned pale and then red. He didn't want to take the lead, but what could he do? The imperial court fell into complete silence. Your Majesty, I believe that Qin Yi used ingenious tricks to deceive and mislead Your Majesty, and his crime deserves to be beheaded. Just as Li Er was feeling smug, a few hairs of his beard fell out without him noticing. What's going on? I conferred a marquisate upon him without your consent, and you want to behead him? However, upon hearing this voice, Li Er immediately felt relieved. That's just how this guy is. Wei Zheng, the first bronze mirror of the Tang dynasty. No, the first loyal minister of the Tang dynasty. If Qin Yi knew that someone as stubborn and inflexible as Wei Zheng had his eye on him, he would immediately keep a low profile and never pay any attention to the court again. After all, Wei Zheng was known for his stubbornness and obstinacy. Even Emperor Taizong of Tang couldn't do anything about him, let alone Qin Yi. Wei Zheng, don't be so quick to resort to beheading. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Li Er stared wide-eyed. When Cui Mingyan saw Wei Zheng step forward, he immediately smiled slightly. His Majesty bestowed the title of Marquis of the Mandate of Heaven upon an unknown youth, which was a huge shock to these aristocratic families that had been established for hundreds of years. To ignore the long-established aristocratic families and powerful clans, yet bestow titles upon a mere youth, is a slap in their face. In Cui Mingyan's mind, if any young man in the world were to be ennobled, it would surely come from their Cui clan. Wei Zheng's face darkened. Your Majesty, I have heard some rumors in Chang'an that Your Majesty has been deceived by treacherous people. It seems that Your Majesty has indeed fallen for their trap. I, Wei Zheng, am not a very clever man, but I am determined to meet Qin Yi. As for the matter of bestowing a title upon him, I beg Your Majesty to rescind it. The imperial edict has already been issued. How can it be revoked? Li Er leaned back, instinctively reaching into his sleeve to pull out a stick and light it. But this was the imperial court, not some other place. Li Er rubbed his nose and held back. The imperial court was thrown into chaos by Li Er's official announcement, resembling a bustling marketplace. The ministers were in an uproar, but the veteran generals who had followed Li Er for many years remained silent and sided with Li Er. Those civil officials, the retainers of aristocratic families, those who had once been full of doubt and dissatisfaction with Li Er, now stood up one by one. Some even say that His Majesty's current moral character is flawed, which is why there is a severe drought across the country and floods that have spread for thousands of miles in Hebei province. Li Er was so angry that his beard flew up. At this moment, Qin Yi had no idea about any of this. No matter how chaotic the court was, what did it have to do with him? Qin Yi? You can argue all you want. I'm not going to court anyway. Young heir, when our tenants go home today, distribute these chickens, ducks, and geese. Tell them that I, the Marquis, like to eat eggs, chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, any kind will do. Let them take good care of themselves. Chapter 87 The Marquis's First 3 Actions Upon Taking Office. My lord, this is not a good idea. The farmers mentioned while they were working that they don't have enough food to feed their poultry and livestock this year. Mazhou put forward his own ideas. Qin Yi smiled and said, Mr. Mazhou, you've been too hasty. These chickens, ducks and geese only need to be kept by the farmers for a month. After that month, you'll see, every household will have eggs, duck eggs and goose eggs. Besides the ones they hand over to me, they'll still have quite a few left. This first step is the hardest. If you just persevere for a month, the chicken will lay an egg, and the egg will hatch into another chicken. Just think about it. TSK. This year's taxes will be almost paid off. During the Tang dynasty, eggs were relatively expensive. Qin Yi had just been in theft as a marquis and was not very familiar with the tenant farmers under his fief, but it was said that these 1,000 households were all honest farmers. These honest people aren't worth bullying. Qin Yi is now thinking about how to lead them to a better life. Centered on Qin Yi's current fiefdom, extending outwards for nearly 10 miles. All of it is his fiefdom, and these tenant farmers are distributed in these areas. Mr. Ma Zhou, tell them that these chickens, ducks, and geese must not be slaughtered. Grit your teeth and wait until spring arrives. Then let them all go out to graze. After they start laying eggs, every household must use eggs to pay this year's taxes. Ma Zhou suddenly understood Qin Yi's intention. The marquis is trying to give these farmers a new way to make a living. Farmers have always been the hardest working people. They toil in the fields, doing the most tiring work and receiving the greatest contempt. Even in the early Tang dynasty, many people used farmer or peasant as insults. Ma Zhou was very clever and immediately understood Qin Yi's meaning. He trembled with excitement. My lord, are you trying to make them rich together? Of course. I can't stand seeing poor people in such a state. Chickens, ducks, and geese are nothing compared to what we need to do. We also need to buy some piglets and distribute them to them. My lord, I will take care of it myself. Ma Zhou was even more excited this time. Qin Yi originally planned to distribute these poultry in the spring, but there was no way around it. The super farmhouse, which originally had 300 poultry, had already crammed every inch of space after breeding. In just 7 days, wings and feathers were flying everywhere. Chickens fight with chickens, ducks fight with chickens, but geese are the tyrants of the cage, so naturally they only fight with other geese. It was incredibly annoying to look at, especially the chattering noise so early in the morning. After each of them kept 100, the rest of the chickens, ducks, and geese were taken away by Ma Zhou and his men. Upon hearing the new marquis's excessive demand, the farmers instantly turned pale and miserable. Oh no, is this marquis a fool? He doesn't even have enough food for himself. Where would he get extra to feed his chickens, ducks, and geese? Raising pigs? No way. What are we going to use to raise them this year? Hearing the puzzled whispers of the crowd, Ma Zhou said, You people are really lucky. Heh, if someone like Marquis Letian had been in power when I was a wanderer, would I, Ma Zhou, be so old and still unable to find a wife or pass the imperial examinations? Upon hearing this, the farmers immediately laughed. Mr. Ma Zhou, you're a good man. How about I introduce you to a potential marriage partner? Ma Zhou's face darkened. The Marquis's words are a death order. He said that anyone who is unwilling can leave his fiefdom. Lantian is so big, and he only has 1,000 tenants. The others are none of his business. If some of you leave, others will naturally scramble to get in. Remember, whether it's pigs, chickens, ducks, or geese, all the eggs and meat they produce will be used to pay this year's taxes. As for how much, the Marquis said it's 2/10. For a moment, the entire construction site fell silent. Winter evenings are naturally dark, and a huge shadow loomed over the hearts of every farmer. But at this moment, that lingering shadow no longer bothered them. The Marquis's method of paying taxes seemed better than before. Out of 10 eggs, they could keep 8. The Marquis truly was the greatest benefactor in the world. Your Excellency is merciful. Thank you, Lord Marquis. Ma Zhou nodded. All right, you guys get back to work. Daytime workers should eat when they need to, and then hurry home. The night shift workers are about to arrive. To expedite the work, Qin Yi specifically assigned day and night shifts to these farmers to improve efficiency. Working day and night during this period was quite reasonable, since the farmers hadn't yet reached the fields. Since they're idle anyway, it's better for them to work, earn money, and supplement their household income. From the very first day they brought home the chickens, ducks, and geese, these farmers discovered a problem. The chickens, ducks, and geese distributed by the Marquis were too tough. They flapped their wings and climbed onto the roof, fell off, and were completely unharmed. The only downside is that the geese are too strong. Even the family's yellow dog is no match for them, and can only howl and run away. Young children became the preferred candidates for raising free-range chickens, ducks, and geese. In the dead of winter, where would there be a place for animals to roam freely? But coincidentally, these ducks and geese didn't go into the water. They just wandered around in the wild with the children, and when they came back, their bellies were round and full. Needless to say, the chickens don't even need to leave the house. They can roam freely within a mile radius of their own yard, getting incredibly fat. They lay eggs very quickly. In less than 3 days, the chickens, ducks, and geese had their first round of egg production, and each time it wasn't just 1 or 2 eggs, but 3 to 5 at a time. The farmers were delighted. Although there's less rest time each day, and my child often falls and gets bruised when letting the chickens, ducks, and geese roam around. What teenager wouldn't want to run around like crazy? Seeing my child's excited little face with bruises, I naturally stopped being angry. Some people followed the chickens, ducks, and geese all day just to see what they ate. When they came back, their foreheads were covered in sweat, and they were staggering as they walked. When the crowd asked him, his legs went weak. "Lord Marquis, you're saving our lives. Those chickens, ducks, and geese were eating locust eggs." After Qin Yi has collected enough tobacco leaves, he will use 10 acres of super farmland to cultivate seeds. How many can his family consume? There are at least 3 million households in the Tang dynasty, which is less than 20 million people. Assuming each household has 3 to 5 acres of land, the demand for seeds is enormous. Ma Zhou no longer asks questions when faced with novel things, especially when something grows from the ground. Isn't it a good thing that the Marquis has his own secrets? For some reason, Ma Zhou has recently felt that someone is secretly watching the still unfinished Marquis's mansion. "My lord, I have a feeling that someone is watching us." "Ignore them. They're all henchmen of the court, just trying to see who I, Qin Yi, am." "It's all right, let them see." Qin Yi finished a bowl of oil-splashed noodles, then asked, "By the way, Mr. Ma Zhou, would you like to enter the imperial court as an official?" Chapter 88, He Chun Encounters Danger. "My lord, I, Ma Zhou, used to believe that only in the imperial court could I realize my ambitions, but now I have come to terms with it." Ma Zhou smiled faintly and cupped his hands in greeting. Qin Yi felt that Ma Zhou was becoming increasingly polite to him. At first, he called him young master, then sir, and now they were directly addressing each other as superior and subordinate, which was not a good thing. "Mr. Ma Zhou, there's no need for us to be so formal. I'm still Qin Yi, and you're still Ma Zhou. Now that you're in charge of the household affairs, Qin Yi will naturally not waste your precious time for personal gain. With your talent, it's not impossible for you to become prime minister someday." Ma Zhou shook his head. "Talent? What is talent?" "My lord, talent is only real if it can be put into practice, take root, and bring benefits to the people. Otherwise, it is just empty talk." In the past, Ma Zhou always thought that one could only show his talent in the imperial court, but since following the Marquis, I have discovered that there is knowledge everywhere in the world. Whether in the imperial court or in the countryside, one can do things for the Tang dynasty. The more Ma Zhou interacted with the Marquis, the more he felt his own shallowness and realized that his so-called talents were just empty talk. Looking at how the Marquis does things and observing his magnanimity, one can truly benefit the people. In silence, Ma Zhou feels deeply ashamed. Qin Yi lit a cigarette. "Mr. Ma Zhou, you're overthinking it. Gold will always shine, even if it's buried deep in the ground for now. It will eventually show its talent. Since Mr. Ma Zhou doesn't want to serve in the court for the time being, I won't force him." According to historical development, Ma Zhou was working as a clerk in Chang He's household at this time. A proclamation he wrote was discovered by Lier, and from then on, his life took off like a rocket, from a commoner to a prime minister, which is very inspiring. However, his unexpected appearance in the Tang dynasty made Ma Zhou a member of his family, and naturally, the steward of the household had no chance to be recommended by others. The trajectory had changed quite a bit, and Qin Yi felt a little embarrassed. But judging from Ma Zhou's expression, he didn't seem to care. Dog Egg came over at some point. Recently, Dog Egg has been eating more and more. Bones and such are no longer enough to satisfy his desires. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the super farmhouse are his real targets. He often comes back howling after being bullied by the geese. After eating and drinking his fill, he is a good dog again the next day. It looks like Dog Egg won today. The predecessor of the husky was indeed quite capable in combat. Although it didn't grow much bigger, it was still a size larger than the huskies of later generations, and could be considered a large dog. "My lord, I shall take my leave now." "Okay." Just as Ma Zhou left, the two young girls, Qin Ruyun and Qin Ruyu, came in. The two little girls are arguing. Qin Yi burst out laughing the moment he saw it. "Brother, my sister and I had a math problem-solving competition, and I won, but she's not happy about it." Qin Ruyu's eyes widened, and as she spoke, her gaze shifted to Go Dan. As soon as Go Dan saw the two female demons, he immediately trembled with fear. Recalling the days when he was tortured by them every day, Go Dan clung tightly to Qin Yi's leg. "Are you making a bet?" "Well, our bet is that bottle of hot sauce. Now that glass production has officially started, there are many more glass bottles at home. Yunyang has gotten used to using glass, and naturally, things like chili sauce should be stored in glass bottles and then sealed. The taste was good too, It seems the two little girls made a bet using the chili sauce. You two little devils, do you think we're short of hot sauce at home? Qin Yi patted the two girls' heads. Come on, let's see how you did on the test. When Qin Yi took a look, he gasped in shock. Qin Ruoyu's test paper actually had a perfect score. Keep in mind that the two of them had only been studying physics for a few days. Qin Ruoyun missed one question, which, according to the standard Qin Yi had set, would have resulted in a deduction of 3 points. It seems the two girls are quite talented, despite the difference of just one question. Both of you are fine. What are you two arguing about? And you, Ruoyun, a loss is a loss. People of the Qin family must accept defeat. But from now on, there can be no more betting. Have you forgotten why your family declined? Qin Yi's gaze turned cold, and in an instant, the two little girls were trembling with fear and dared not utter a sound. From now on, there can be rewards for winning and punishments for losing. This is the spirit of striving for improvement and the way to progress, but gambling is strictly prohibited. Yes, brother. The weather was a bit strange today. Qin Yi felt a chill on his neck. Even though the sunlight was shining brightly and the warm sun was shining on his face, why did he always feel a chill on his back? As night slowly fell, an anxious person came to the house. This person was Qin's steward, and also a palace official in charge of managing Qin's business. Qin called him Old Huang. Something terrible has happened, my lord. When Lao Huang appeared, his face was covered with scattered scars. What happened? Qin Yi knew things weren't simple when he saw that even someone like Lao Huang was injured. Qin must have run into some tough nut to crack. Given how stubborn Qin is, it's perfectly normal for him to start a fight with someone after just a few words. Young Master Qin drank too much last night and went to a gambling den. Today, he was detained by the people at the gambling den, who said they wouldn't let him leave until he paid up. I went there, but young Master Qin owes a full 1 million taels of silver. It's all written in black and white. You know young Master Qin and Lord Marquis. They definitely wouldn't admit it, and then they were detained. Qin Yi frowned. How could Qin gamble? He and Qin had known each other for a long time, and Qin Yi knew him pretty well. He was definitely not the kind of person who enjoyed gambling. Does he go to gambling dens regularly? My lord, young Master Qin never gambles. He just drank with a merchant from the western regions last night, and then the merchant took him out to play. Qin Yi's eyes turned cold. You weren't with me? Qin Yi knew that Old Huang was someone arranged by the shopkeeper. How could someone like him, coming from the palace, possibly leave Qin? Given Qin's current status and abilities, their strategy would inevitably be to accompany him around the clock. Qin couldn't afford to get into trouble. However, Old Huang didn't follow, which seemed a bit off. Young Master Qin didn't mention that the Western region merchant wouldn't let me follow, and I lost him from behind. Oh no, these guys are definitely veterans. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lao Huang. Do you know what will happen to you if something happens to him? Old Huang, who had been looking like a servant, suddenly stood up straight. My lord, I have no choice. This has happened, and we can't let the palace know about it. I can only ask you for help. Qin Yi nodded. This was not bad. Old Huang seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation. Qin is now in charge of various new industries of Datong, and is essentially Datong's chosen agent. He cannot afford to cause any problems. Chapter 89. Qin Yi personally takes action. Qin Yi was also puzzled. Logically speaking, Qin should have had guards from the Tang dynasty by his side. Otherwise, if something happened to Qin, the salt and iron, coal and liquor industries would all face huge problems. Ultimately, these were all Qin Yi's ideas. As long as Qin Yi doesn't get into trouble, these problems will be easy to solve. Qin is not important. Qin Yi is the most important. But it is very difficult to cultivate someone like Qin. Things in the palace are moving a bit slowly. The shopkeeper probably never expected that his son would become the target of public criticism. Qin Yi waved his hand and said, Mr. Ma Zhou, Zhang Xiong, leave one veteran at home. The rest of you come with me. Li Er assigned 20 veterans to Qin Yi's household. They were all men who had come from the battlefield, each one rugged and bold, with muscles all over their bodies and sharp eyes, all of whom had seen blood. At this moment, they were fully armed, wearing armor, riding horses, and following behind Qin Yi. Qin Yi couldn't ride a horse, so Ma Zhou pulled him up directly. My lord, you'll have to ride a horse from now on. The Tang dynasty has a vast territory, and you'll need a fast horse to travel. Qin Yi's body was held tightly by Ma Zhou, who took the lead, and the dust raised by the 20 riders behind him led towards Chang'an in the night. Chang'an is a bustling metropolis, and tonight, fish and dragons dance together in a lively and festive atmosphere. At the south gate, soldiers directly stopped more than a dozen fully armed men. Who goes there, and why are you leading troops into Chang'an? Zhang Xiong's lips curled into a smile. You brat, it's me. The soldier was very young. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, Brigadier General Zhang? No, he's now Commander Zhang. I wonder what Commander Zhang wants to do. Zhang Xiong took out a token from behind his back. Lord Letian is in Chang'an on business. We are responsible for protecting his safety. The soldier picked up the token, immediately stood up straight, and gave a military salute to Qin Yi, who was being held in front of Ma Zhou. Others may not know what happened on the Wei River, but the garrison in Chang'an knows very well. There was even a saying among them that Marquis Lutian alone was worth an army of 100,000. My lord, please enter the city. Qin Yi nodded. Thank you for your hard work. For the glory of the Tang dynasty, the soldier shouted in a very serious tone. As soon as they entered the city, old Huang dismounted. My lord, the gambling den is near the south gate. The southern part of the city is the furthest place from the imperial palace, and it is also the most unstable place in the entire Chang'an. Entering from the south gate, I didn't see the so-called riotous flowers. Only the distant sky was illuminated by lights, and the afterglow fell on the houses in the south of the city. The lights here were extremely dim, and a foul odor emanated from the air, making one want to cover their nose, like that of dead fish. Qin Yi frowned and walked forward, with Lao Huang leading the way. Qinglongfang is not a good place, but it looks exceptionally clean and tidy. The moment you arrive at Qinglongfang, you are greeted by an exotic atmosphere. My lord, this is Qinglongfang, one of the most complicated places in Chang'an. If young Master He Chun encounters trouble here, it will be really difficult to take action. What makes it difficult to take action? My lord, there are many gangs here, each backed by high-ranking officials in the court, and some are even relatives of the emperor. Qin Yi sneered. So what if you're a member of the royal family? Does that give you the right to run a casino and detain people? I don't think things are that simple. Someone come here. Qin Yi shouted angrily, and Zhang Xiong immediately stepped forward. Unless His Majesty personally intervenes tonight, anyone who dares to obstruct us will be killed, no matter who is behind them or what their status is. Even if they are members of the royal family, if they dare to make a move, they will face my wrath. These past few days, Qin Yi had been annoyed by the watchful eyes of these people in the court. He was already furious. It was no surprise that He Chen's accident was orchestrated by those people. Whenever a new, highly profitable business emerges, everyone will keep a close eye on it, wanting to get a piece of the pie, and these high-ranking officials and nobles are no exception. It was perfectly normal for nobles in the Tang dynasty to do business. If they set their sights on a business, they would quickly get their hands on it. The reason why Zhang Liang's son was so domineering before was partly because of his powerful connections, which made him completely inconsiderate of the lives of others. Secondly, Zhang Liang, as a duke, also had to do business. An ordinary person who owns a special business will naturally become the target of public criticism. The shopkeeper's identity was quite secretive, and He Chen's identity was also well hidden. The nobles in Chang'an thought he was just an ordinary merchant. My lord, young Master He Chun is being held at the Qinglong gambling house. Let's go to the Azure Dragon Casino. Qin Yi exuded murderous intent, slowly unfurling the staff in his hand. Behind him, Zhang Xiong and 19 guards, a total of 20 men, were on high alert, fully armed and menacing. Ma Zhou stayed close to Qin Yi, prepared to stand in front of him no matter what happened that night. Ma Zhou knew clearly that people were different, and Qin Yi could change the Tang dynasty with a single word. He himself was at best a tool of the Tang dynasty. The location of Qinglong gambling house was very conspicuous. Although the Tang dynasty did not prohibit the opening of gambling houses, it strictly managed private gambling houses. There were very few gambling houses like Qinglong gambling house that swaggered around in the city. In order to better manage these gambling dens, the Tang dynasty even dispatched officials from the Ministry of Revenue to verify them one by one, resulting in extremely high taxes. But small gambling dens persist despite repeated crackdowns and are still everywhere, especially in the slums of the south of the city. The Green Dragon Casino clearly has connections and an extraordinary background. The wide street connects to Zhuke Avenue. At night, luxurious carriages are parked haphazardly outside, and the people coming and going are dressed in fine clothes, clearly the wealthy playboys of Chang'an. When Qin Yi led his men to the entrance of the gambling house, a servant immediately came to greet them. Sir, would you like to come in and have some fun? When he saw the person behind Qin Yi, his expression changed instantly. Sir, what are you doing? Is it wrong for me to bring my personal guards with me when I go out gambling? The servant's eyes darted around. All right, sir, please come in. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. This gentleman is probably not a true nobleman. Traveling with personal guards is a privilege usually reserved for kings and dukes. At the same time, He gave a wink to the people inside, and someone immediately came up. Please wait outside. Our Qinglong casino will absolutely protect this gentleman's safety. Ma Zhou nodded. Commander Zhang, you stay outside, I'll go in. Zhang Xiong nodded, squinted at the servant, and said, Humph, if I find out what happened inside today, I'll raise your gambling den to the ground. The servant, with a forced smile, was terrified, gambling with his personal guards. This was unprecedented in the world. Qin Yi was in front, Ma Zhou was behind, and Lao Huang followed them in. My lord, it's over there. Qin Yi waved his hand. Don't panic. Now that I'm here, I'll make this Azure Dragon Casino pay a price. Chapter 90, Unrivaled Gambling Skills. Qin Yi casually found a place to sit down, and the people next to him had already prepared tea. The tea in the Tang dynasty was just some simple flour tea, and it hadn't gone through the later stage of tea frying, so the taste was extremely strange. Qin Yi didn't like it very much, but Ma Zhou enjoyed this kind of tea very much. As soon as he took a bite, Ma Zhou frowned and looked at Qin Yi. My lord, there's something wrong with the tea. Qin Yi was taken aback. What's the problem? There seems to be something in the tea that makes one's blood boil. Qin Yi took a deep breath, and a fragrant aroma wafted towards him. This fragrance is wrong too. In an instant, Ma Zhou realized what was happening. The tea and incense tantalized every nerve in Ma Zhou's body. My lord, I really want to rush up there and play with them. It's a wonderful feeling, just right, not too much or too little. I have no idea what kind of methods they used. I'm just ignorant. Old Huang snorted coldly. I knew it. Young Master Chun has never gambled since he was a child. How could he possibly be in this situation? How could he possibly be involved in gambling? Qin Yi smiled and said, You two take good care of yourselves. I'm fine. At this moment, Qin Yi opened the landlord mall in his mind. System, where are the gambling-related skills? Host, there is only one supreme level of gambling skills, and that is the Master Cheater. Are you sure you want to learn it? Qin Yi smiled and said, Of course, it has to be the most ingenious one, so that no one can tell. 5,000 landlord points are required. But the king of gamblers' techniques are being fused. Ding dong, fusion successful. In an instant, Qin Yi felt that the sound coming from his ears seemed to have a different flavor. The sensation of each die spinning in the dice cup is exceptionally subtle. Qin Yi's ears twitched, and he knew the numbers inside. You two wait here, I'll be right back. Qin Yi stood up, took out 2 gold ingots from his sleeve, and threw them directly onto a table. The top-tier gambling table only had 3 people, 1 dealer, and Qin Yi, making a total of 5 people. These 3 men were clearly seasoned veterans. They were dressed smartly, all looked to be in their 40s, with wrinkled faces and lifeless eyes, probably from drinking too much tea. Oh, this guest is generous. What would you like to play? The dealer looked up and said with a smile. Qin Yi smiled and said, The simplest way is to compare sizes. It wasn't because Qin Yi didn't know how to play complicated games like Pai Gao. It was just that comparing sizes was the fastest game. In the blink of an eye, a game was over, and the outcome was clear at the table. The croupier who shook the dice was a blue-faced man with a thick blue birthmark on half of his face, which in ancient times would probably have been a source of humiliation or even contempt. It's important to know that people in the Tang dynasty placed great importance on appearance. Having a birthmark on one's face basically meant being excluded from most things. There's a reason why Zhong Kuei, who is so ugly, was eliminated in the imperial examination. The dice clattered, and the other 3 closed their eyes. Wow, they're all experts. A smile involuntarily crept onto Qin Yi's lips. Give me some water, your tea tastes terrible. Qin Yi spoke to the servant who was waiting nearby. The servants at the top-tier gambling table were completely different from those at the other ordinary tables. Their attire and appearance were more like those of a nobleman's butler. After the servant brought over some water, Qin Yi took a sip and, sure enough, Ma Zhou was right. There was something in it. The dice stopped rolling, and Qin Yi was able to discern a set of numbers. Hee, you 3 are veterans, you go first. The 3 men were stunned when they heard Qin Yi speak. Does this kid know how to gamble? Wang Er, you go first. Okay, Boss Wu. Wang Er took out a huge silver ingot and threw it directly onto the ground. At this moment, Boss Wu also followed. Another person slowly reached out their hand, intending to place it on a small spot, but hesitated to do so. Finally, he sighed. Fine, I'll trust you 2 this once. It landed over a large area. Qin Yi, on the other hand, found it extremely pleasing to the eye. Hee, the 3 of you are underestimating the Azure Dragon gambling house far too much. Just as the 3 of them placed their bets on the high, Qin Yi heard a barely audible clicking sound. The dice moved, changing from 5, 7, and 8, high, to 1, 2, and 3, low. Qin Yi smiled and said, I like to be different from others. You guys bet on big, I'll bet on small. The dealer smiled faintly. Place your bet now? 1, 2, 3, small. In an instant, the three of them started shouting and cursing. Damn it, I'm always winning at gambling. So why is it that I can't win here? That's right, Boss Wu's gambling skills are renowned far and wide. How could he possibly make a mistake? The servant brought the money to Qin Yi, who was very satisfied. He earned 100 taels. At this moment, the three men stood up, disappointed. Young man, there's a problem here. We're leaving now. You'd better take care of yourself. At the gambling table, only Qin Yi and the dealer remained. Come on, Qin Yi smiled. I'll place my bet as well. The other person smiled faintly, the blue birthmark standing out brightly under the light. No problem. Please go ahead, sir. The reason Qin Yi said that was to create a flaw, making the other party think that Qin Yi had gone in the wrong direction. Qin Yi deliberately prevented the other party from touching the dice cup in order to divert their attention. You think I'm on the first or second level? Actually, I've been watching you from the atmosphere for a long time. Qin Yi already understood the trick here. The mechanism wasn't on that person, but under the table. Without touching the cup, that person could still manipulate the numbers they wanted. As for where the mechanism was, Qin Yi had already spotted the protruding wooden block out of the corner of his eye, which was only 2 meters away from him. You shake the wheel, I'll open the draw. I'll bet on small first. Qin Yi tossed a huge silver ingot up, and the other party, with a smile, began to shake it. Bang! The dice came to a stop. Qin Yi's ears twitched. The number was indeed low. Qin Yi smiled faintly. It's my turn to open it. Qin Yi stood up, reached out, and just as he picked up the dice cup, the other person's hand moved slightly, and the number on the dice changed from small to large in an instant, a complete reversal of fortune. All of this was not hidden from Qin Yi's ears and eyes. This time, Qin Yi decided to let him have his way for now. Just as Qin Yi opened the dice cup, the other party smiled faintly and said, Guest, you've lost. Qin Yi shook his arm, looking puzzled. How is that possible? I clearly heard it was small. The other person shook their head. Sir, your ears might be deceiving you. Continue. Qin Yi smiled. Humph, you dare to open a gambling den like this? You'd better take a look at your traps, or I'll make you pay. As he swung his arm, Qin Yi crushed the wooden block controlling the mechanism with a single slap. In other words, everything that happens at the gambling table from now on will be under Qin Yi's control. Chapter 91 The Gambling Den tries to renege on its debt. Small. Big. Small. Wow. At first, everyone was utterly shocked, but then they all sighed in disbelief. Open. Power. Another murmur of dismay rippled through the crowd. After 15 attempts, the blue-faced croupier panicked. What happened? Why can't the office be used? According to the rules, the dealer cannot speak and can only accept challenges from bettors. This means that once the opponent can confirm what the dice in the cup are, the dealer will undoubtedly lose. The dealer broke out in a cold sweat, which glistened and trembled on the blue birthmark. Guest, would you like to stop here for today? The man chickened out. Running a gambling den wasn't charity, so he couldn't play like that. Moreover, Qin Yi bet everything he had each time, and the stakes kept getting bigger and bigger, so the bookmaker could no longer afford to lose. On the table, now as long as there are 100,000 taels of silver notes, it won't take more than a few rounds to turn them into 1,000,000 taels of silver per round. I haven't had enough fun yet. If you want, come find someone else. Let's play like this, simple and straightforward. Qin Yi leaned back, his face calm and composed. I never imagined that the renowned Qinglong gambling house in Chang'an would be such a sore loser. TSK. Who would have thought? The green-faced croupier smiled faintly. Hee, the customer just won quite a bit, which is a small token of our respect. From now on, I won't hold back. Suddenly, the blue-faced dealer picked up the dice cup and shook it up and down, his technique comparable to that of a gambling god. The people who came here to play all watched this scene and exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, I knew it looked familiar, it was him. Who is this? Someone asked about it. A middle-aged man sitting in a chair sighed. He is none other than Chang Sanqian, the Shadowless Hand, who is known for winning every bet and is invincible. Chang Sanqian, isn't he dead? That's right. I heard that back then. Chang Sanqian went into a gambling den with a prince. After that, the prince left with a dark face, and no one has seen Chang Sanqian since. The middle-aged man who had been speaking stood up at that moment, and whoosh. He opened his folding fan and looked at the top-ranked gambling table. That Chang Sanqian is no ordinary person. Back then, the prince of the Sui dynasty and he were just putting on a show. Do you remember when the Azure Dragon Casino first appeared? At this moment, a trembling voice came. Former Sui dynasty, during the Day era? That's right. Humph. I knew I'd always lose at the top-tier gambling table. Turns out he was the one pulling the strings. The middle-aged man sighed. Forget it. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. I know that all too well. A little gambling is harmless fun. I'm leaving now. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a gasp came from the top-ranked gambling table. Holy crap. We won again. He won again. That's amazing. The middle-aged man squinted at the young man sitting in the spacious chair with his back to him, a look of confusion on his face. Ma Zhou and Lao Huang were already standing behind Qin Yi, ready to make a move at any moment. Chang Sanqian gritted his teeth. Guest, you're cheating. Qin Yi frowned. Oh, a gambling den, if it can't beat others, accuses them of cheating. Hee. I, Chang Sanqian, have never lost. Although you have the upper hand today, I am confident that the dice I just rolled did not land on the ground, but leaned against the other dice. If I roll to the left, it will be small. If I roll to the right, it will be big. If you weren't cheating, how did you know what number the die landed on at that moment? Chang Sanqian knew he had met a master, but he couldn't lose face for the casino. Moreover, this bet is worth 200,000 taels of silver. How could the gambling house possibly afford to lose it all? In a gambling den, even if you lose, you have to accept it. That's the rule. However, if evidence of the other party cheating can be found, it means that it is justifiable to cut off the other party's hands and feet. Qin Yi already understood what the other party meant. Wasn't it just an attempt to smear him? Qin Yi suddenly stood up. It's only right to accept the consequences of a bet. This Qinglong gambling house has such a narrow mind, huh? Guest, have fun. We'll keep you company to the end, but we've seen plenty of underhanded tricks. Chang Sanqian waved his hand, and a dozen thugs appeared on the side, each holding a machete hidden in their sleeves. The entire casino was in an uproar. So he was cheating. No wonder he was so good at it. That doesn't seem like it. That young man didn't touch the gambling table at all. How could he have cheated? That's right. If we're talking about cheating, it's definitely Chang Sanqian who's the master cheater. Qin Yi smiled faintly. By the way, did someone owe you 1 million taels of silver last night? I'm here today to collect the debt. If you want to continue running the gambling den, hand the people over to me. Kneel down and apologize, and give me 200,000 taels of silver, and I'll consider letting you go. What if we don't? Chang Sanqian sneered. From today onwards, even children in Chang'an will know the tricks of your Azure Dragon gambling house, Qin Yi said confidently. As he spoke, Qin Yi picked up the cup of tea, then pretended to smell it in the air and shook his head. This aroma is truly exhilarating. Chang Sanqian's face was gloomy, and he wanted to explode, but he couldn't figure out the other party's strength. But the other party had already seen through their gambling den's true nature. Please wait a moment, guest. A dozen or so axemen were now eyeing Qin Yi menacingly. If given the order, they would swarm him and hack the boy to death. Young man, why don't you leave? You can't afford to mess with the people behind the Azure Dragon Casino. An old gambler, clearly deeply addicted and unable to extricate himself, whispered to Qin Yi with dark circles under his eyes. Qin Yi didn't turn around to look at him, but said loudly, let him step forward to find out who's behind the Azure Dragon gambling house. Hiding in the gutter, afraid to face anyone, yet trying to intimidate others with power, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Hee. Besides, the money you lost isn't unjust. Anyone who comes here to lose money is an equal victim. Qin Yi's words, delivered with a half-smile, caused an uproar among the surrounding gamblers. They were all seasoned gamblers who had been gambling for years. They all understood what those words meant. Knowing full well doesn't mean you can cause trouble here. After all, anyone in Chang'an who loves gambling knows about the Qinglong gambling house, and any gambler knows that behind the Qinglong gambling house are high-ranking officials in the imperial court. Sometimes keeping quiet is a good way to survive. The guest has gone too far. Our Qinglong casino has always been fair and just. The guest's words have a hidden meaning, which I do not agree with. A scholar dressed in a long robe and carrying a folding fan descended the stairs on the second floor. The scholar was tall and had bright eyes. He did not look like a heretic at all. Oh, where's he, Chun? The man smiled faintly. I don't know this person you're talking about. There doesn't seem to be such a person in the Azure Dragon gambling house. They were denying it, not wanting to give Qin Yi any way out. Qin Yi smiled faintly and shrugged. I was originally planning to send over that 1 million taels, but it seems you don't want it anymore, he. After saying that, Qin Yi turned and left without any hesitation. Ma Zhou and Lao Huang followed behind, striding towards the entrance of the gambling den. Wait. Finally, just as Qin Yi was about to step out the door, the person spoke. Guest, please come upstairs for a chat. No need, it's right here. Qin Yi didn't even turn his head. Instead, he lit a cigarette. If you can't say, then forget it. He Chun is in trouble. The best outcome is that you'll all be buried with him, haha. Chapter 92 The Power Behind the Trap. The middle-aged scholar's expression changed the moment he heard the words, to be buried with the deceased. Previously, their superiors had instructed them to keep a tight rein on He Chun and not let him leave the gambling den. But Na Huchun neither gambles nor visits prostitutes here. Instead, he falls asleep as soon as his head hits the pillow. Fortunately, after the medicine and the tea took effect, the group was able to set up a trap. When He Chun woke up the next day, he found himself signing the agreement and lying on a large bed, where a woman was softly sobbing. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "Guests, there is a written agreement between He Chun and the gambling house here. It is only right to pay back debts. You can all be witnesses. Now these gamblers can tell something's wrong, so why are they being asked to be witnesses?" They all remained silent, simply watching everything unfold, almost as if they were holding half a watermelon in their hands. Tell the person behind you that if he doesn't want to die a terrible death, he should hand the man over to me. Maybe he can save his life before dawn. In a moment, he will realize that there are always some things in this world that he cannot touch, even if he is a member of the royal family. Qin Yi spoke without any emotion. He had already sensed that He Chun had fallen into the other party's trap, and that the other party seemed to have no intention of releasing him. If the soft approach doesn't work, then we'll have to use the hard approach. If hard doesn't work, then try something even harder. Anyway, who in the world would dare to touch a hair on his head? The emperor himself made the promise, and besides, Li Er still needed him to do many things. Fearless, a confidence that comes from the heart. Outside the gambling den, there was a great commotion. A young man staggered in through the door. Huh? Did I go to the wrong place? Why is the Azure Dragon Casino so deserted today? When he saw pairs of eyes staring at him, he felt a chill run down his spine and almost sobered up. Why aren't you all saying anything? The young man staggered to a spot to lean against, his breath reeking of alcohol. We agreed to fight you gentlemen for 300 rounds today, what's wrong? Are you all chickening out? Upon seeing this, the middle-aged scholar sighed and said, Young master, please come in. Su Zhong, what the hell is wrong with you? Qinglong Gambling House is Mr. Chui's old business. Don't you even know the rules of opening the door to customers? How the hell are you going to make any money? The middle-aged scholar was named Su Zhong. At this moment, he closed his folding fan, walked down the stairs, and slowly looked at the young man who was speaking. Lu Shabu, this matter is a bit complicated. Why don't you go upstairs and have some fun first? Snort. Lu Shabu was clearly an official from Chang'an, but it was unclear which region he belonged to. Yet he was acting so arrogantly in the gambling den. Ma Zhou frowned. My lord, Shabu is just an official of less than the 9th rank. How could he be so arrogant in the gambling den? It seems that someone is behind him. Lu Shubo nodded and swayed as he tried to push Qin Yi aside to go inside. But in that instant, he saw Qin Yi's face. They also saw Ma Zhou standing next to Qin Yi. Thump. The sudden sound completely shocked everyone. Lu Shubu actually knelt down on the ground, pleading, Sir, spare my life. I just happened to be passing by and came in to have some fun. I absolutely did not cause any trouble. Qin Yi smiled. Where have we met before? Lu Shubu looked troubled. It turned out the other party didn't remember him. That was good, as it would allow him to maneuver a little. I am the adopted son of Duke Zhongliang. That day, I accompanied my godfather to your residence and was later responsible for taking care of him when he was suffering from a sudden heart attack. Qin Yi still couldn't remember. Ma Zhou remembered that the man was the one who came to meet Zhongliang. He was quick and steady, but he seemed to have a wicked heart, with shifty eyes and a slightly lewd look. It was him, the one who picked up Zhongliang that day. The three spoke very softly, but the others could vaguely hear some of what they were saying. So he's Zhongliang's godson. I knew the gambling den was being too polite. No wonder. But why would Zhongliang's godson kneel before this young man? Could this young man be of extremely high status? All eyes turned to Qin Yi once again. Get up, Qin Yi said. Yes. Lu Shabu immediately bowed and said, Uncle Ho, my name is Lu Chang. You can just call me Xiao Lu. He knew perfectly well about Qin Yi being granted a marquisate. Zhongliang had told him about it personally. Little Lu, this gambling den has made me very unhappy today. They accused me of cheating, they refused to admit defeat, and they even want to erase the money they owe me. What should I do? Lu Chang's eyes widened immediately. When His Majesty and the Duke appeared together that day, it scared my godfather so much that he vomited blood. From then on, my godfather repeatedly told him to hide whenever he saw Qin Yi on the street, Otherwise, His Majesty would blame Zhang Liang if Qin Yi was threatened in the slightest. Moreover, my godfather said that Qin Yi will inevitably become the second most important person in the court after His Majesty, and we absolutely cannot afford to offend him. If we can give him face and do him a favor, we must give him a favor when we have the chance. Who is this person? How dare they disrespect you? What's wrong with your gambling den? Of all people to slander, why slander this old man? Do you even know who he is? It's a blessing for your green dragon gambling den that he's here to gamble. Lu Chang was hysterical. He was scared. He hated himself for having to walk through that door. Why did he have to run into Qin Yi, whom he couldn't afford to offend? Zhang Liang has already mentioned Qin Yi's current status. He is the Marquis of Chuanming. Thinking of this, Lu Chang's eyes turned red. If these idiots really attacked Qin Yi today, it would mean that His Majesty would hold Zhang Liang responsible. This must never happen. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and fulfill this old man's request. Lu Chang was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling with sobs. At this moment, Su Zhong fell into deep thought. He sized up Qin Yi, thought about He Chun for a moment, and looked puzzled. Na Hechen's business was indeed too profitable, and Chief Secretary Chui had been eyeing it for a long time. As a member of the Qinghe Chui clan, a prominent family in Shandong, Chui Changshi's role was to amass wealth for the Qinghe Chui clan. Although He Chun was not particularly conspicuous in Chang'an, the Chui family had already noticed his movements when Lantian wine first appeared. They conducted various investigations into He Chun and discovered that He Chun was just the son of an ordinary grain merchant with no background whatsoever. They were envious of the profits from Lantian wine, but what they envied even more was what was to come: coal, stoves, and later, salt production. With the advent of lime, construction costs were greatly reduced, and the mud from the lush soil was no longer needed. These were not enough to sway the Chui family, until they learned that He Chun was already capable of manufacturing glass with excellent quality. Glass was a valuable currency from the western regions, and Chui couldn't resist any longer, so he sent people to take action. That's how He Chun fell into their trap. As Su Zhong pondered how to deal with this stubborn fellow, Lu Chang spoke again. Fine, since you won't listen, I'll leave first. If I can't afford to offend you, I'll avoid you. Chapter 93 is a slap in the face to the Chui family. Lu Chang bowed to Qin Yi, then glanced around, and suddenly noticed a huge, abandoned wooden stick placed at the doorway. He rushed over with a smile, picked up a wooden stick, and in an instant, Lao Huang and Ma Zhou's expressions tensed up. Lu Chang gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, swung his sword twice, gathered his strength, and slammed it down on his own head. Oh! Everyone in the gambling den was amazed. Some people vomited instantly upon seeing the blood. Blood was streaming down Lu Chang's forehead. He grinned at Qin Yi and then collapsed. Qin Yi's face twitched twice. As expected, none of Zhang Liang's godsons were good people. At this time, in order to sever ties, they actually resorted to such shameless means. Now, Qin Yi could roughly guess what His Majesty had said to Zhang Liang back then. What a pity. Ma Zhou and Lao Huang were both stunned. Su Zhong was even a little unsteady on his feet, someone Zhang Liang's godson dared not provoke. Did I somehow provoke a little tyrant? This person looks to be no more than a teenager. Could he be a descendant of some super big shot in Chang'an? If not, how could Zhang Liang's godson, such an arrogant person, have been driven to knock himself unconscious? Hiss. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Qin Yi was stunned. This smooth way of shifting blame was absolutely top-notch. No wonder Zhang Liang valued him so much at such a young age. One last time, should I hand it in to Chun or not? Qin Yi lit another cigarette and said calmly. This time, Su Zhong hesitated. He was merely an advisor and retainer, tasked with managing the Chui family's businesses. This gambling den had been operating for many years, and he had made contributions, but those contributions were also due to the Chui family's behind-the-scenes support. If he really got into a fight with a big shot today, the Chui family would definitely abandon him immediately in the future. Su Zhong was anxious. Why don't we? Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yi interrupted him. That means they won't agree. Men, break in, find He Chun, and take him away. As soon as Qin Yi spoke, 20 men, including Zhang Xiong, rushed in. When Su Chongyi saw the 20 soldiers in full armor, exuding a murderous aura like tigers and wolves, he suddenly realized that this young man was actually a member of the army. No wonder, no wonder. Compared to the younger generation in the families of high-ranking military officials, this young man was already very polite. It's over, it's over. Young master, sir, I'll talk. I'll hand over the person. Too late. Zhang Xiong gritted his teeth. Humph, do you even know what our marquis does? Our lord is the one who killed 100,000 Turkic soldiers, and you dare to kidnap my lord's friend." Su Zhong was stomped to the ground by Zhang Xiong, his face contorted in a mournful expression. Suddenly, he heard the words Lord Marquis and Turkic army, and he understood. This person is the one who has recently been rumored in Chang'an to have been granted the title of Marquis of Chuanming. He was known as the Marquis of Joy, but no, why would this Marquis of Joy have any connection with He Chun? Judging from what they said, they're still friends. It's over, it's over. Soon, Zhang Xiong found He Chun. He Chun looked tired but was not injured and seemed to be in pretty good condition. Facing Qin Yi, He Chun suddenly burst into tears. "Qin Yi, you don't know how fierce these people are. They're always trying to scare me. I'm a coward." Qin Yi's face darkened. "You're kidding me. You're a coward." At this moment, the gamblers in the Azure Dragon Casino began to slip away. "The army has arrived. What are you still doing here, just standing around watching the show? It's not worth getting accidentally injured." After the sweep, each of the men behind Zhang Xiong was carrying a box of silver, which looked to be about 200,000 taels. Qin Yi was very satisfied. After all, he had earned the 200,000 taels himself, so even if you complained, it wouldn't make sense. Before leaving, He Chun excitedly walked up to Su Zhong, looking at Su Zhong's bruised and swollen face, and said, "I know I didn't write that I. Do you know why?" "Humph, you idiot. Chun and I never sign or put our fingerprints on anything, okay? I have the official seal in my hand." After saying that, He Chun took out an exquisite seal from his waist behind his back, on which were written 4 characters. He Chun's exclusive seal. Su Zhong finally realized that the scheme he had painstakingly set up could not cause any harm to the other party at all. "Please spare my life, Lord Marquis. Please spare my life, young Master He Chun." He Chun kicked the door open, cursing under his breath. "I was perfectly sober last night. I knew those tricks of the Western region merchants inside and out since I was 13. If I remember correctly, I wrecked this place once." He Chun smiled strangely and said to Qin Yi, "When I was 13, Chung Chumo and I came here to gamble and were cheated by these people. How could Chung Chumo tolerate it?" He immediately showed his left guard token. "Qin Yi, you don't know. This guy in front of you was so scared that he wet his pants." Qin Yi nodded. "You knew they were setting a trap, and you still walked right into it?" He Chun resumed his carefree and nonchalant demeanor. "Hey, our business will be targeted sooner or later, and those who want to take it will have to pay the price. If I don't stay and put on an act, why would the people behind them be afraid? Don't worry, after today, it's just that the people behind the Green Dragon Casino won't bother me anymore, but the businesses of other high-ranking officials will continue to trip me up. Who would want to talk about something so shameful? We can use that to extort even more money from other people." He Chun's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. "Brothers, smash this place up." Qin Yi nodded, which was taken as tacit agreement. Su Zhong burst into tears. "No, Lord Marquis and Master He Chun. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Even before midnight in Chang'an, while the revelry was still going on, Chui Sansai's household was already in chaos. What kind of behavior is this? What kind of behavior is this? A dignified marquis of the great Tang dynasty, who shares the fate of the nation, has actually gone gambling. I will definitely report this to His Majesty tomorrow. Su Zhong, he smashed it, and you just let him smash it? Su Zhong knelt on the ground. "Master, that guy has a military token. Who dares to stop him? He Chun is no pushover either. He and Chung Chumo once wrecked our gambling den." Upon hearing Su Zhong's words, Chui Sankai immediately realized the problem. Isn't He Chun the son of an ordinary grain merchant? How could he be hanging out with Chung Chumo? Chui Sankai raised a question. Su Zhong's expression changed, and he repeatedly cowed out on the ground, crying out, back then. Chui Sankai sighed and said sternly, "I will forfeit a year's salary." Yes. Needless to say, when investigating the 2 people who smashed up the gambling den, they only knew Chung Chumo's identity and did not investigate He Chun's identity in detail. By the way, thoroughly investigate He Chun's identity. A merchant's son and a duke's son are getting along so well. There must be something fishy going on. Su Zhong lay on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. And as for Qin Yi's matter, you exaggerated and spread it around Chang'an. I don't believe that a 16-year-old boy could have much ability. Yes. Back home, He Chun lay on the carpet in Qin Yi's house and started drinking. "Qin Yi, I've already realized that it was a mistake to ask you to do business with me. Those idiots only know how to target me. I'm afraid my days are numbered." Chapter 94 Tang Dynasty Version Trending Search. "Hey, are you scared?" Qin Yi ignored him, but merely provoked him. In an instant, He Chun's eyes turned red. "What am I afraid of? I've lived for over 20 years, and only now do I realize that my father has a close relationship with the current emperor. I was trembling with fear like an idiot when I was a child. Now I finally understand why I can play with the crown prince, hunt birds with the second prince, and ride horses with Qing Chumo and Chang Sun Chong. I've been kept in the dark all this time. He Chun is also a pitiful kid. Despite having incredibly powerful family connections, he only knows that he is a rich man. When he frequented brothels and caused a ruckus in Chang'an with members of the imperial family and descendants of dukes, he didn't even realize why two people from different classes would be together. The social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants was so low in Chang'an that he never wondered why he and the crown prince could play together. Qin Yi, what do you think I should do? Should I ask my father for a few guards? Qin Yi shook his head. You're just a businessman. Your father is His Majesty's businessman, so naturally you enjoy His Majesty's guidance. As for you, if His Majesty didn't take care of you, our business would have long since become the royal family's property. How could he possibly let you continue doing this? Qin Yi, was just an ordinary person before. If you were also an ordinary person, why should we earn so much money? So you can't ask them for bodyguards. Old Huang is from the palace, and His Majesty probably won't send anyone else. You'd be better off finding some well-trained veterans and expensive bodyguards yourself. He Chun was momentarily dazed upon hearing Qin Yi's words. Yes, just find them. It's all my fault. How could I not understand such a simple principle? It's all my fault, it's all my fault. That night, He Chun became like Xianglin's wife. After the Qinglong gambling house was vandalized in Chang'an, the news spread throughout the city's streets and alleys in an instant. Early in the morning, people in the East Market started discussing it. Hey, have you heard? It seems that Qinglong Casino offended some big shot last night. It was smashed to pieces. How could that be? You never tell the truth. The Chui family is behind Qinglong gambling house. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Brother, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself today. The Qinglong Casino will definitely not be open. I was there last night. Oh, you're not lying. A group of people had already gathered around. Amidst the rampant spread of various rumors, an old man with a mustache began telling stories on the street in the East Market. Today, I'll tell you about how Marquis Lutian became famous at a young age and how arrogant and domineering he was. The East Market was originally incredibly noisy, but as soon as the storyteller began to speak, the entire East Market fell silent in an instant. The Chinese people have loved gossip since ancient times, and this has never changed. The East Market was a gathering place for all sorts of people. Compared to the prosperity and foreign trade of the West Market, the East Market was more like a general store. Speaking of that Marquis of Letian, for some unknown reason, he received a title from His Majesty and was promoted directly from a commoner to the Marquis of Letian of the Great Tang Dynasty. He was young and successful, enjoying great prosperity. But this man of high status committed atrocities in Chang'an last night. The old storyteller was a master of sensationalism, always leaving the onlookers in the East Market with suspense from the very first word. Give the result first, then explain the process. This is similar to clickbait headlines in later generations. Once they attract attention, everyone's attention is instantly drawn to them. Even if someone didn't have time to hear the specific details, they would still believe that Marquis Letian committed atrocities in Chang'an. That's the brilliance of clickbait headlines. This method has existed since ancient times. The old storyteller smiled faintly and said, Please wait a moment, everyone. I need to have a drink of water. In an instant, the crowd in the East Market erupted in cheers. Hurry up and tell us. Come on, let me get you some water. Come on, everyone, don't be shy. Let's pay for the tea first. Sir, we're waiting for you. Hurry up and tell us. Immediately, the crowd began to chatter and jeer. Seeing that everyone's mood had calmed down, the old man coughed twice, picked up a teacup, took a few sips, and then smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Gentlemen, I apologize for keeping you waiting. So, this Marquis Lutian is actually a wealthy man from Lantian County. The old man spoke slowly and methodically, explaining Qin Yi's family situation in great detail. In the Tang Dynasty, this would have been quite an extraordinary matter. You see, unless a person is extremely famous and many things about their life have been passed down in the world, the details will not be known to others. Qin Yi was just an ordinary person. Before he was ennobled, he had never made a ripple in the vast ocean of the Tang Dynasty. How could this old man possibly know such details? The truth behind this is probably only known to the elderly person. After all, the official in charge of investigating household registrations in the Tang Dynasty, the person who compiled the information in Chang'an, and the person in charge of putting it into the treasury was surnamed Chui. In the imperial court, Li Er stroked his beard, and lately he had been enjoying watching these ministers make trouble for Qin Yi. Qin Yi repeatedly claimed he would not enter the court, but these ministers seemed unwilling to let it go, especially Cui Mingan's subordinates, who seemed quite hostile towards Qin Yi. The debate in the imperial court has been going on for 3 or 4 days, but there is still no result. Everyone was rushing to the Ministry of Revenue, since all the household registration information was there. They all wanted to know what Qin Yi had done. Today, Li Er smiled faintly. Those who have matters to report today, please do so. Otherwise, the court is adjourned. Your Majesty, wait. Your subject has important matters to report. Cui Sankai stepped forward directly. Li Er raised an eyebrow. He, Cui Sankai, even you, a man of few words, have something to say? Perfect, let's all listen today. As soon as Cui Sankai opened his mouth, especially after hearing His Majesty's words, he regretted it. What's going on? His Majesty isn't like this. Why has His Majesty, who is usually so serious, been so frivolous lately? Forcing himself to calm down, he still managed to say those words. Your Majesty, rumors are spreading throughout Chang'an today that Marquis Letian is abusing his power and committing atrocities, beating and smashing the people. Li Er scratched his head. He was already used to it. These days, these officials had been smearing Qin Yi, practically digging up Qin Yi's ancestors for 18 generations. But nothing ever had anything to do with Qin Yi. Even if his ancestors for 18 generations had committed heinous crimes, what did it have to do with Qin Yi? Who among you can grow potatoes? Who among you can produce 3,000 caddies of rice per mo? Who among you can bring sweet potatoes, cucumbers, and eggplants to the people of the Tang dynasty? Who among you can ensure that the people of the Tang dynasty will not suffer from locust plagues next year? Joke. Okay, you can continue. Li Er smiled faintly, took out a cigarette, and now he dared to smoke in the imperial court. Cui Sankai glanced in Cui Mingan's direction, and after receiving an affirmative look, he continued. Your Majesty, the Emperor's grace is boundless and does not tolerate treacherous officials. That Marquis of Letian is only 16 years old, yet he dares to act so recklessly. What will we do if he robs, burns, and kills in the future? Chapter 95 The Care of Old Chung and Old Su. Li Eru curled his beard and exhaled a puff of smoke. You say he did something shady. Do you have any evidence? It's one thing for you to spout nonsense these past few days, but you even have to spout nonsense about this kind of thing? Li Er has been so bothered these past few days. How could he possibly know what happened last night? So I inadvertently gave them a topic to discuss. Your Majesty, Marquis, you smashed up shops in Qinglongfang, south of the city, last night. There were many eyewitnesses, and the evidence is overwhelming. I have not uttered a single falsehood. Li Er frowned. Could it be that Qin Yi had really gone to cause trouble? Didn't we agree not to enter the imperial court? Why are you getting restless now? Hee. All right, I understand. The advantage of being an emperor is that you can completely suppress everyone's scheming and treacherous thoughts with a simple, I understand. Qin Yi's mansion is already taking shape. There are no standards for the Marquis of Lishan's mansion, and Li Er has not given Qin Yi any specific standards or restrictions. Now, Qin Yi is making full use of his vast fiefdom and relying on the architectural techniques of later generations to build it. Although it's not a luxurious courtyard, it's clear that it has a sense of design. From a distance, Qin Yi's original courtyard is now in the middle, surrounded by a square, conforming to the concept of a round heaven and a square earth. Looking down from the hill not far away, this layout, situated amidst mountains and water, blends seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Qin Yi was very satisfied with the result. After all, the construction of the Marquis's mansion should not be high profile. Without entering the Marquis's residence, one would naturally not know of Qin Yi's high profile. From the outside, it simply looked like an ordinary cluster of houses. Ma Zhou smiled and said, I understand your intentions, Lord Marquis. True masters hide in plain sight. You intend to conceal your mansion amidst the mountains and rivers. Next spring, when trees are planted around it, it will truly blend into the landscape of Lantian County. Qin Yi looked at Ma Zhou and felt that Ma Zhou seemed to have gone a bit mad lately. It's really cheesy to hear people say, I understand, or I figured it out, all the time. Mr. Ma Zhou, I didn't really think that much about it. I just felt that I should keep a low profile and blend in with ordinary people. Ma Zhou blushed and fell silent, as if to say, You're right. I saw it all. How you explain it is your business. The heavy snow has long since melted away, and the weather in Lantian today is cold with a hint of warmth. The winter of the second year of the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty should not have been so short. Qin Yi stood on the high ridge of the field, looking at the 4,000 acres of land he had been granted, and smiled with unusual joy. The two people walking on the ridge of the field seemed very familiar. Aren't these Lao Su and Lao Cheng? The two men, each leading a horse, swaggered towards Qin Yi's residence. Their steps hurried, as if they had some urgent business to attend to. Old Cheng, old Su. Qin Yi stood on a high place, waving and shouting. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji looked up and saw Qin Yi. Hey kid, come down here right now. We have something important to tell you. Sitting at home, Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji looked worried. Qin Yi, you brat, you've just been ennobled. Can't you behave yourself? Cheng Yaojin started cursing without even realizing it. Su Shiji said calmly. Qin Yi, old Cheng just has a short temper, don't mind him. Hee, of course I'm fine, but Lao Cheng and Lao Su, you two are both in your 50s or 60s. Can you not be so anxious? Is the sky falling down? Su Shiji restrained Cheng Yaojin, who was about to erupt, and said, Qin Yi, do you know that there are many people in the court who have a lot of complaints about you? Huh? They're already starting to find fault with me. Qin Yi looked at the screen with a big question mark. Hey, you silly boy, even when others are ennobled at 16, they keep a low profile. But you went to Chang'an to commit violence a few days later, causing a huge uproar in the city. Not only that, the people of Chang'an now know that His Majesty's newly ennobled Marquis likes to smash things. Cheng Yaojin's chest heaved. These two had long regarded Qin Yi as their own nephew, and now they had traveled dozens of miles to personally persuade him, which could be considered as protecting their own. Humph, that Chui Sankai is a piece of trash. He found a few storytellers and spread rumors throughout Chang'an about you smashing up people's shops. It's infuriating to me, old Cheng. I see. Qin Yi laughed. Old Cheng, don't be in such a hurry. Do you know what I smashed? It's a gambling den. Qin Yi remained calm, lit a cigarette for Lao Cheng and Lao Su, and then lit one for himself. It seems that the Chui family is behind that gambling den. TSK. You two can rest assured. I, Qin Yi, am not the kind of impulsive person. But they've set their sights on He Chun and His Majesty's business, so I, Qin Yi, can't just sit idly by. Originally, Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji were unaware of the inside story. The storytellers in Chang'an described the matter in a very vague way, and the whole of Chang'an thought that Qin Yi was only destroying ordinary people. Upon hearing that it was a gambling den under the Chui family, Cheng Yaojin's eyes instantly widened like copper bells. Damn it! These people, of all the businesses they could do, they had to go and run gambling dens. That stuff has ruined so many families. Su Shiji ignored Cheng Yaojin's cursing and remained relatively calm. Qin Yi, this is actually not so bad. I suddenly feel that no one will do anything to you. Qin Yi nodded. Su Shiji was indeed a smart man, much more astute than Cheng Yaojin. Huh? What are you two laughing at? I, old Cheng, don't understand. Su Shiji laughed heartily. Old Cheng, Qin Yi's family has fallen on hard times. Do you think that's why? It's all because of gambling. Also, Lao Cheng, Qin Yi's business belongs to His Majesty. Anyone who tries to take it away, TSK, they've got some nerve. Cheng Yaojin instantly realized. So that's how it is. Ha, come. Qin Yi, get some wine. Let's have a drink. Smashing ordinary people's shops is definitely unacceptable, but smashing gambling dens is acceptable. Most importantly, wasn't Qin Yi's father, Qin Hu, the one who committed suicide after accumulating a mountain of gambling debts? More importantly, who in this world dares to steal His Majesty's business? Qin Yi's possessions represent the very fate of the Tang dynasty. His Majesty himself has spoken. Who dares to touch them? Just as the three of them were about to eat and drink, the two young girls, Qin Ryun and Qin Ryu, squeezed in. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Su, may I test you? Women, from a young age, are quick-witted and clever. The two little girls are going crazy from doing homework at home every day. Whenever outsiders come over, they naturally want to show off their knowledge, especially in mathematics and physics. Su Shiji chuckled and said, All right, Uncle Su is from a prestigious family. If you two little girls can stump me, I'll give you a gift. Qin Yi's face darkened. Oh no, it seems a problem related to gravity is about to arise, something the two little girls have been learning about recently. Sure enough, the two old men didn't even drink any wine. Half an hour later, they left on horseback with a huge pile of papers. No matter how hard Qin Yi tried, he couldn't keep him. Chapter 96: The Birth of Bamboo Paper. How many questions did you two ask? Qin Yi said irritably. The two little girls pouted, tugging at their clothes with a pitiful expression, looking extremely unwilling. Brother, we only asked 2 questions. What question did you ask? These things need to be clarified. Otherwise, if Lao Cheng and Lao Su become irritable or depressed one day, I can't take the blame. Actually, it's nothing. Qin Riyun's eyes were already starting to wander. Qin Riyu went straight to the point. Brother, here's a question. Which is heavier, a pound of cotton or a pound of iron? Qin Yi was taken aback. This was nothing serious. Two dukes of the Tang dynasty wouldn't necessarily flee in panic, would they? The second question is, if cotton and an iron ball, both weighing the same weight of 1 pound, are dropped from a height, which will hit the ground first and why? Qin Yi's head was spinning. This was a dead end. According to the thinking of two people who don't know the concept of gravity, the iron ball would definitely fall first. If you ask Lao Cheng and Lao Su why, the answer is obvious. The iron ball is heavy. Wait, isn't it supposed to weigh 1 pound? Qin Yi could almost imagine that these two elderly people, who were considered elders, had been tormented by their two younger sisters for half an hour, their ears filled with things they couldn't understand or see, but which were indeed real problems. Qin Yi sighed. People in this era need to improve their scientific literacy. Go Dan led the way like a mighty general, while Qin Yi held on tightly to the rope from behind, afraid of losing his grip. Everyone on the construction site was working enthusiastically. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and in just a few days, the entire mansion was already taking shape. Dog Egg was filled with longing for the newly appeared huge building. In its eyes, the previous yard was its world. Now, the world seemed to have expanded in Godan's eyes. Before Qin Yi could react, Godan broke free of his leash and disappeared. Soon after, shouts could be heard from the construction site. Where did this dog come from? Ouch! Bang! Thump! That neurotic streak in their genes has been there since ancient times. No wonder they're called Siberian Huskies. My lord, you've arrived. Yang Er ran over from the side, wearing thick gloves made of layers of cotton cloth, with an outer layer of waxed oilcloth to prevent burns from the lime. Is lime easy to use? Qin Yi asked. Upon hearing this question, Yang Er was about to pat his chest in pride, but he forcibly restrained himself when he thought of the lime on his gloves. He didn't stop bragging. My lord, you have no idea how excited the workers were when they first saw lime. There was this brat who didn't know his place and tried to stick his hand in to test it. TSK, I kicked him away. By mixing lime and sand, we no longer need to dig soil from the ground. Look at that wall. It's very sturdy. Qin Yi nodded. Although this large area of buildings wasn't the most numerous in terms of size, it was definitely the most densely packed. Apart from the original courtyard of his own family in the central area, everything around was a collection of small courtyard houses built with the ideas of later generations. With mountains and water, grass and trees, and a continuous flow from front to back, it's very comfortable. Li Er specially sent a craftsman to learn construction techniques from Yang Er and Tian Er. Qin Yi also saw the official from the Ministry of Works. May I have your name? My name is Niu Gang, my lord. The guy's voice had a strong regional accent, and Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, unable to make out what he was saying. Niu Gang? The gang from earlier? Yang Er, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh. It was true that normal people would easily get Niu Guang's name wrong. My lord, his name is Niu Guang, the Guang in Guangmong meaning. Dialects are not conducive to communication, so Qin Yi felt it was necessary for him to improve his Mandarin. Qin Yi noticed a dark mark on Niu Guang's face. The mark looked somewhat familiar. Scattered like stars, resembling plum blossoms. What's going on? Niu Guang chuckled sheepishly. Hee, Lord Marquis, a vicious dog charged at me just now, and I fought with it, but I was accidentally left with a small wound. A vicious dog? Wounds. You don't look injured at all. In the blink of an eye, a dark figure let out a howl and rushed out, throwing itself into Qin Yi's arms. It's this vicious dog. Niu Guang scratched his head. My lord, I'm going to work. After Niu Guang left, Yang Er cautiously reported. My lord, the leftover fine sand from the glassmaking process, mixed with lime, becomes sticky and even better than clay. Should we tell the farmers about this? Tell me. Why won't you tell me? Qin Yi wasn't a saint. He would never give alms so easily. But this technology will eventually be noticed by those who are interested. Instead of keeping it hidden, it's better to openly let those in the construction industry know about it. Furthermore, once these farmers learn this secret, the land on the Guangzhou plain will be saved. Clay is something that is used up little by little, and the natural production process cannot keep up with the rate at which humans consume it. The Tang dynasty was an era rich in land resources. Just look at Longyu, where vast forests are densely packed. But Qin Yi knew that if the population of the Tang dynasty grew rapidly, the forests of Longyu would become a plain in less than 30 years. Once the ingenious uses of lime and sand become widespread, won't you be the one making money? Qin now has complete control over the lime business, and people in a region centered around Chang'an have already started using lime in large quantities. I've heard that the swordsmen of Guangzhou have now learned a trick, using lime as a hidden weapon to launch a sneak attack, instantly blinding their opponent and then killing them with a single blow. The feeling of lime getting into your eyes. TSK. Qin's papermaking workshop was located outside Chang'an City. The papermaking technology was a combination of flax paper and Xian paper technology provided by Qin Yi, and the materials used were not as picky as those used in papermaking in this era. Most scholars in the early Tang dynasty, if from poor families, could not afford paper and could only write and draw on the ground when they were young. In order to make paper affordable for every scholar and to make money, Qin Yi, after careful consideration, came up with an improved papermaking technique suitable for the current era. Others used hemp cloth and silk as raw materials, but Qin Yi's papermaking technique used the method of papermaking from Wuyi Mountain in later generations, which involved making paper from bamboo. Bamboo paper is inexpensive to produce and readily available. Bamboo is found everywhere, and its rapid growth, like sesame flowers blooming higher and higher, makes it an inexhaustible source of raw materials. In the Guangzhou Plain, many people love to plant bamboo. The ancients loved plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, which symbolized elegance. If only a few hundred acres of land are specifically allocated for bamboo forest cultivation, the paper consumption of the entire Chang'an area can be met very quickly. Looking into Qin's workshop, Qin Yi suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That's right. Buy some bamboo and plant it." Upon entering the system, Qin Yi opened the landlord mall. "System, give me some bamboo rice." Bamboo rice is the seed of bamboo. Host, 5,000 points. Would you like to purchase? I bought it. Chapter 97. Someone's got their eye on me again. There are still 5 acres of vacant super farmland. Should we plant seeds directly on it? Sowing. Qin Yi is currently in the brewing town that Qin built outside Chang'an City. There is now a village there, which is located by the river and is the most convenient place for papermaking. However, the system prompted Qin Yi that he could proceed with the planting. System, do you mean it's possible to plant seeds remotely? Yes, host, but it will cost 5,000 landlord points. Qin Yi's face twitched. So expensive? But thinking about it, it makes sense. It's almost like you can complete farming operations without lifting a finger, and then you just have to wait for the harvest. All right, let's plant it. After changing his clothes and being covered from head to toe with burlap, Qin Yi was finally allowed to enter the workshop. My lord, look at this paper. Qin Yi opened his eyes wide and looked through the gap in the curtain at the paper hanging in the workshop, a smile appearing on his face. Dozens of workers, starting from soaking the bamboo, had dedicated personnel responsible for inspecting and implementing each task, much like the assembly line work of later generations. Datong had no factories, but this rudimentary form of engineering management had already emerged. My lord, these bamboos are from near Lantian. Although there is a drought this year, there is still a surplus of water. There is a pond behind us. Soak the bamboos for 100 days, then bring them here and boil them in a large pot for 8 days. By the way, the bamboos will be boiled in the lime water you requested. Not bad. I only had Qin involved in papermaking for a few days. Where did you get bamboo that had been soaked for 100 days? Haha, my lord, you don't know? There is a bamboo forest in the back mountain. For some reason, it has been soaking in the pond for 3 months. I took it and used it. This is the first batch. The rest may take a little longer. How long will it take to build? This is the issue that Qin Yi is concerned about now. Next year, the Tang dynasty will surely be a time of flourishing flowers. At that time, our own seeds will begin to spread throughout the Tang dynasty. As soon as one season passes, the whole world will know how terrifying Qin Yi's achievements are. Once everyone is well-fed and has money, it's time to start studying. When cheap paper is invented, wow, it will definitely be in short supply. With the invention of printing and these new papers, it goes without saying that future scholars will be blessed. Woodblock printing existed in the Tang dynasty, but only nobles could afford to collect books. Therefore, throughout history, most of the so-called great writers came from wealthy families, while most ordinary people were illiterate. It takes a lot of effort to cultivate a few literary figures, such as Ma Zhou. Moreover, Ma Zhou's parents died early, which means that he broke through the limitations of his class with his own passion. Human history is a history of information becoming increasingly cheaper. The decreasing cost of printed materials means that the dissemination of information is becoming more and more convenient. 2 days ago, Those in Chang'an who had reservations about being granted a title tried to discredit him through storytellers. They could only rely on word of mouth, for no other reason than that paper was too expensive and the production cost too high. The cost of disseminating information is terrifying. Later paper manufacturing relied on industrial assembly lines, resulting in low costs and low prices, thus enabling everyone to read. What a sight it would be if this could be accomplished in the Tang dynasty. Historically, the Tang dynasty only lasted for 300 years. During its existence, it was incredibly glorious, like a dazzling pearl in the history of Chinese civilization. The decline of this glorious dynasty is something that later generations deeply regret. Qin Yi watched as the workers toiled in the workshop, sweating profusely. Even in the dead of winter, their bodies radiated heat, and their eyes held a burning desire. This is the very spirit of the Chinese nation. My lord, a batch has already appeared, but it's not mature yet. There are still some problems with the filtration process after the bamboo is mashed into mud. I would appreciate your guidance, my lord. The old man was clearly an experienced craftsman whom He-chun had poached from other paper mills. He was very familiar with the entire process. Qin Yi nodded. Let's go take a look. He-chun arrived late and looked smug when he saw Qin Yi writing crookedly on the paper. Qin Yi, I never knew your handwriting was so bad. Qin Yi's face darkened. I've only ever written with charcoal pencils since I was a child, never with a brush. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. He-chun, a spoiled brat, had no idea of the wonders of charcoal pencils. He was adept at drawing and doing homework, while brushes, being soft brushes, still had their limitations. What is a charcoal pencil? He-chun persisted, seemingly having discovered another secret to wealth. Qin Yi didn't answer him, but stared at the scars on He-chun's face. What? You got into a fight again? He-chun blushed, his eyes darting away. No, I just scratched myself by accident. Qin Yi shrugged. He couldn't lie to He-chun at all. He didn't have the same calm and composed demeanor as the shopkeeper. Above the workshop, there is a loft where He-chun has been staying for the past few days. The loft is exquisitely constructed, perfectly shielding it from the winter winds and allowing a panoramic view of the entire brewing town and papermaking workshops. Do you know about Princess Yang, the wife of Prince Chao? He-chun finally told the truth. Looking up at the stars in the sky, Qin Yi suddenly realized that He-chun really knew how to enjoy himself. The roof above his head was made of glass, and he could see the moon and stars in the sky while lying in the chair. Have no idea. She was the former wife of the king of Qi, and is now the princess consort of the king of Chao, Sai. He-chun sighed and said slowly, Qin Yi, I really shouldn't have gone into business recklessly. He-chun's face showed a hint of bitterness. They're all pressuring me. As soon as they see me making money, they all reach out to me. That Princess Yang of the Chao kingdom is now a concubine in His Majesty's harem. She has a younger brother who set his sights on me a couple of days ago. Qin Yi frowned. Shouldn't Princess Yang, the wife of the Prince of Chao, not be too favored in the palace? Besides, doesn't Li Er have a cleanliness obsession? This is the wife of your own brother Li Yuanji, whom you killed with your own hands. The Li Er that Qin Yi had seen in history books and historical dramas was completely different from the real Li Er he knew. TSK, how thirsty His Majesty is, he'll eat anything. Qin Yi lit a cigarette and said quietly. He-chun waved his hand and covered his head. Qin Yi, listen to me. We don't know what His Majesty's hobbies are. The key is that Princess Chao's brother, Yang Fun, who is His Majesty's brother-in-law, has already taken over the East Market in Chang'an by using the name of the imperial relatives. A few days ago, I took out a new stack of papers and was chatting with my father in the shop when Yang Fun saw it. Yang Fun is a tyrant in the East Market. He's a complete fool, but there's someone very powerful in front of him. That person could tell at a glance that the paper in my hand was unusual. Chapter 98 Princess Yang of the Nest King. Huh? How is that possible? Qin Yi had some questions. This paper looks no different from ordinary paper, except that it has a finer texture and a better appearance than hemp paper. If you weren't a paper maker, you would never immediately know the preciousness of bamboo paper. How domineering is Yang Fun in the East Market? Tell me. Qin Yi became somewhat interested in Yang Fun. After all, when the fire of gossip is lit, one is willing to eat anyone's melon. Qin Yi, I'm not trying to be mean, but Yang Fun started acting like a tyrant back in the Wuda era. Even though the current emperor has ascended the throne, it hasn't affected Yang Fun's business at all. He owns 3 brothels, 2 gambling dens, and 1 restaurant. In the East Market, anyone who wants to open a shop or do business has to pay him protection money first. If there are any gangs in the East Market, then the biggest gang must be his. This guy rose to power back in the day by relying on the crown prince. and firmly controlled this place in the East Market. As you know, the East Market is where the poor make money. How can the poor compare to the power of the nobles? They can only be slaughtered by others. Qin Yi suddenly realized something. Why this good-for-nothing could become the little tyrant of the East Market. Li Er's current entourage consists of impoverished youths or people from the lower classes who lack education but are exceptionally skilled in combat. There's no other way. If you can't win, you just have to wait to die. Li Jianqing's circle of followers was truly filled with talented individuals. Such a favorable situation could be turned around, which shows how incompetent Li Jianqing was. At that time, Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji were completely in cahoots, and Li Yuanji's brother-in-law naturally received more guidance and preferential treatment. In Chang'an, who dares to provoke princes and nobles? This domineering behavior is therefore understandable. I just don't know what Li Er was thinking. After becoming emperor, he still gave Yang a title for the sake of face. Now, Yang Fun, someone that He Chen looked down on, has actually become a local tyrant. And then Yang Fun came to you? Humph, that good-for-nothing dares to say a word against me and Master Chen? But his strategist is too formidable. Even my guards can't beat him. He Chen clearly felt he had been taken advantage of. Yang Fun said that no matter what, he must get 60% of this paper business. Qin Yi sneered. Heh, as expected, there are people in the world who are not afraid of death. He Chen, go ahead and do it with confidence. Leave Yang Fun to me. Qin Yi is currently thinking about this matter. Papermaking is an extremely profitable craft, yet Qin Yi didn't even give it to Li Er, only sharing a portion of the profits from movable type printing with the Tang dynasty's national treasury. This is one of Qin Yi's most profitable industries in the true sense. It is a steady and long-term business. Compared to the short-lived industry of glassmaking, the demand for paper and the continuous supply and demand relationship are what Qin Yi values. After bamboo paper became widespread, Qin Yi and He Chen could make money effortlessly. Although it is unknown what gives Yang Fun and Princess Yang of Chao their confidence, their arrogant behavior suggests that someone must have secretly benefited from it. Otherwise, given Li Er's temperament, he would have killed Yang Fun after learning about these things. By the way, I've planted a lot of bamboo. Every 7 days, you should take some people to collect the bamboo. Do you have enough money now? The initial investment in papermaking is huge, and Qin Yi is also a little worried. Qin Yi, we've made way too much money, okay? I reckon you'll get 300,000 taels this time, when we split the profits. The two looked at each other and smiled. Back home, Qin Yi couldn't wait to start making plans. He had gone to He Chen's place today and brought back a full 400,000 taels of silver. That's 400,000 taels. The deep ruts along the way, plus the more than 20 fully armed guards with sharp blades, meant that even if someone coveted it, they wouldn't dare to make a move. After moving the silver, Zhang Xiong and his personal guards were all rewarded, each receiving a silver ingot. Thank you, Lord Marquis. These veterans were all survivors of the battlefield. It was good enough that they had survived. They all had some hidden injuries. After bestowing the silver, Qin Yi said calmly, I'm giving you this reward so you can go to Chang'an and indulge in debauchery. You're all getting on in years, so you should find a wife and have a son as soon as possible. As for any hidden ailments you may have, go get them treated. If you need more, ask Mr. Ma Zhou for help. He can deduct it from your salaries. The veterans' faces were all beaming with smiles. My lord, we're going to get married right now? I've had my eye on that tofu-selling girl in the East Market for a long time. We have to marry her and teach her a lesson. Everyone burst into laughter. Qin Yi's face darkened. Fine, then, normal night watch. Yes. In the imperial study, Li Er looked at the memorials before him with great excitement. Great, great. You two prime ministers have worked hard. I am in a very good mood today. How about we have a few drinks? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were both a little confused. What was going on? His Majesty wasn't like this before. When he was in a good mood, he would take the two of them for a walk around the palace, chatting about everyday matters, the state of the nation, and the future. Why are we talking about drinking now? Your Majesty, you must not drink alcohol. Why? Your Majesty, there is an early court session tomorrow. Du Ruhui looked awkward. Neither of them had ever imagined that the words of advice to His Majesty not to drink would come from their own mouths. Oh, I forgot about that. I was too careless. When did you two receive this news today? Your Majesty, at sunset, this old minister and prime minister do receive General Li Jing's memorial and immediately rushed over from the cabinet, untouched. Li Er smiled faintly, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, This Li Jing has indeed lived up to my expectations. Li Jing led 50,000 men into the heart of the Turkic territory and captured Tuli Khan. This was exactly the news that Emperor Taizong, Li Er, like the most right now, without exception. What demons and monsters, what court intrigues, get out of my way. The Turks are my greatest worry. That's why Lier was so excited to drink. That guy was Jeli Khan's younger brother, his nominal nephew. With him captured, the Turks were left with only a small Yabgu Khan. This kid is only in his early 20s, what kind of trouble can he cause? Lier puffed out a cigarette, and a palace maid opened the window beside him. The two old ministers also sighed. Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty is getting better and better. Hee, you two have followed me for a long time, so you should know that I have never truly submitted to the Turks. Why is it that the Turks can rule the Central Plains? Why was my father forced to submit to the Turks? Why should I? Chapter 99. Even royal relatives are fools. Lier was naturally angry. The decline of the former Sui dynasty was a choice made by history, a point that Lier had heard many times in his conversations with Qin Yi. However, one thing that Lier was not happy about was that during the historical window of opportunity, the Turks rose to power. As a vassal of the former Sui dynasty, they launched an attack on the Central Plains forces during the Wuda era. The barbarians on the grasslands had no idea how much the Han people cherished their homeland. After burning, killing, and looting, they did not forget to burn the crops in the fields. At that time, Lier was still a reserved and low-key young talent. Lier was furious as he watched Li Yuan sign various unequal treaties with the Turks. Once the flames of anger are ignited, they are not easily extinguished. From that time on, Lier fought against the Turks for 5 consecutive years without a single defeat. However, in areas where Lier was not present, the Tang army suffered more defeats than victories, and the general trend could not be defied. Historians used various methods to whitewash the situation, saying things like the Tang dynasty rewarded the Turks with 10,000 taels of gold and 10,000 bolts of red silk. That was just blatant tribute to ensure peace. The news about Li Jing is another encouraging piece of news following the news about Jeli Khan a few days ago. The Tang dynasty finally stood up. My two ministers, I will not keep you company today. I want to see the map of the Tang dynasty's territory. Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling were both shrewd people. As soon as they heard that His Majesty wanted to be alone, they immediately got up, bowed, and took their leave. As soon as the two left, Lier called to the eunuch beside him. Go, 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 call Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji over. A young eunuch stepped out from behind Lier. He was the same eunuch who had previously delivered the imperial decree to Qin Yi. Your Majesty, should we summon Marquis Yuetian? Lier smiled faintly. Go and inform Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji to assemble at Xuanwu Gate. Yes, Your Majesty. The young master ran out in a flash. When Qin Yi was woken up in the middle of the night, he was furious. Who was it that was disturbing him at night? I am a marquis now. Can't they show some respect? Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Yi chickened out and swallowed back the curses he was about to utter. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Bring the wine. I'm going to drink a lot today. Su Shiji and Cheng Yaojin, standing to the side, shrugged helplessly at Qin Yi, indicating that it was none of their business. Yunyang also got up to cook, but she didn't complain at all, because she knew that if she got up late at night to do chores, the marquis would definitely reward her. During this period, Yunyang received quite a lot of rewards. She saved them up so that when she remarries in the future, she will have a financial foundation and won't be worried at all. Qin Yi was completely baffled and lit a cigarette for Lier. Your Majesty, is there any joyous occasion today? Lier tilted his head, looking smug. Qin Yi, can't you come if there's no happy occasion? No, that's not what I meant. Your Majesty, please don't exaggerate. Lier blew his horn. Li Jing led 50,000 men deep into the grasslands and captured Turkic Kontuli. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji already knew the news, and their excitement had long since worn off. Qin Yi's expression changed the moment he heard the news. Holy crap, is this Li Jing really that powerful? Qin Yi, you're still young. You'll have plenty of opportunities to lead troops into battle in the future. When Kagan Jeli arrived at the Wei River, Li Jing had already sent out troops. Lier tossed a memorial to Qin Yi. Qin Yi opened it and was initially calm, but after a while, a smile appeared on his face. Lier was incredibly lucky. These people in the early Tang dynasty were all among the most powerful and influential figures in history, and they were all in his presence. When Jeli Khan's army approached the Wei River, Li Jing already knew some rumors. He then set off from outside Binzhou with 50,000 men deep into the grasslands, where he encountered Tuli Khan on an attack and captured him. Now that Tuli Khan is being held captive in Binzhou, the million-strong Turkic army on the other side doesn't dare utter a single word. With everything it could wish for, The Tang dynasty had completely reversed its passive position on the Wei River and seized the initiative. If Kagan Jelly was under house arrest in Chang'an, Li Er, Emperor Taizong of Tang, would be unable to threaten the Turks or take action against them. Now that Tuli Khan is also a prisoner, things are different. With the two most important people in the Turkic court gone, Emir Yabgu Khan could not possibly suppress the barbarians of those old tribes. Turkic chaos was imminent. Your Majesty, congratulations. Qin Yi calmed himself down, leaned back, and looked at the memorial in his hand. The memorial looked like it had been sent by express courier, with all sorts of marks on it, and even some bloodstains. It's unknown how many horses died from exhaustion while the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were trying to deliver such a crucial battle report to boost morale in this backward era. Qin Yi, you deserve some credit for this. If it weren't for you, I might have breathed my last and signed a treaty with that Kagan, Jelly, and endured for a while. Li Er looked at Qin Yi and said slowly. Qin Yi smiled and said, Your Majesty, Qin Yi is also a citizen of the Tang dynasty, so naturally I cannot sit idly by. The Turks are going too far. They are passing by my farmland, and they actually want to destroy the foundation of my Tang dynasty. This is intolerable. Li Er chuckled. You brat, don't tell me you only did this because the Turks ruined your fields. Qin Yi shrugged. Who can argue with that? The smiles of the three men gradually froze as they looked at Qin Yi's expression, which did not deny anything. That kid is ruthless. They still vividly remember the scene of 5 large iron balls soaring into the sky above the Wei River and rampaging through the Turkic army. If anyone offends you in the future, you'd better go easy on them. Not everyone is as quick-witted as you. Su Shiji said in a low voice. Qin Yi waved his hand. Old Su, you'd have to ask His Majesty, wouldn't you say? Li Eru twitched his beard and said, Qin Yi, I have said that if anyone dares to provoke you or covet the foundation of my great Tang, you may take action. But remember, do not kill indiscriminately. Qin Yi nodded. That's more like it. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Yang Fun is like a lamb to the slaughter right now. Of all people to mess with, he had to mess with Qin Yi. Papermaking was key to the rise of the Tang dynasty. Only nations with cultural heritage have hope. What if they are royalty? Imperial relatives? Heh, I've long disliked some of them. If you can get rid of those scum for me, I'll reward you. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, he was about to drink, but when the wine cup reached his lips, he froze for a moment. Qin Yi, has someone in the palace offended you? As expected of an emperor, his political acumen is incredibly sharp. Qin Yi shook his head. Your Majesty, you're overthinking it. Come, let me have a drink with you. At this moment, Qin Yi was absolutely certain of success. So what if you're a member of the royal family? As long as His Majesty doesn't like you, you're nothing but a fool. Chapter 100. You can just laze around and wait to die. In this era, heaven is the greatest. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning are all blessings from heaven. The emperor is the most powerful person in the world, and no one would do anything that offends him. Qin Yi was already starting to think about how to make Yang Fen die legitimately. Qin Yi is not a reckless man. He would never do something like killing someone in the street. Even if he were to do it, he would have to disguise himself so that no one could tell who the killer was. Ideally, he would look like someone else. Li Er stared at Qin Yi, seemingly lost in thought. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji also looked at Qin Yi, and they both realized that something was not quite right. They were all seasoned veterans, and their experience and knowledge far surpassed Qin Yi's, whether in the imperial court or in the world. Some of them learned this lesson from the brink of death. Just by looking at Qin Yi's buttocks, they knew what kind of fart might be about to occur in Chang'an City, and that fart might be quite loud. Li Er laughed heartily. Forget it. We are all elders. It's not right for us to bully a half-grown boy. Ha ha ha. Come on, have another drink. Li Er chuckled and brushed the matter aside, giving Qin Yi a way out. But clearly, Li Er's eyes seemed to say, good luck, you'd better kill all the imperial relatives who hate me. Li Er's alcohol tolerance has recently increased. After getting used to drinking strong liquor, Li Er craves it every day. Qin Yi, I really like what you made in the iron smelting last time, but your craftsmen are not good enough. Several of the triangular spikes they made were crooked. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji were also staring at Qin Yi. One was a big shot in the military, and the other was a powerful figure in the imperial court. Kid, did you do this on purpose? Li Eru's beard perked up again. Qin Yi was speechless. You are the ruler of a country. How come you come to my house like a robber every day? Forget it. Which emperor in history wasn't a robber? Which emperor didn't seize someone else's throne? Your Majesty, it wasn't intentional. It's normal for a few spikes on a triangular dagger to be irregular. Think about it. Are irregular triangular daggers more powerful or regular ones? Qin Yi pointed out the key point. The problem with this thing is not the craftsmanship or design, but whether it is easy to use. Discussing principles without considering real-world issues is utter nonsense. These things are for fighting, and Li Er really wants to equip all the Black Armor Army with these weapons. Kid, I tried it on a pig. TSK. The blood kept flowing until the pig bled to its last drop, and the three-edged thorn still wouldn't come out. I've tested that dagger myself. There are still several holes in the pillars of the Imperial study. Li Er spoke casually, but Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji, who were standing nearby, gasped in astonishment. Qin Yi, of course, felt nothing. If these bumpkins had seen the real steel-forged weapons of later generations, they would probably be terrified. But he still had to give a verbal response. That's because of His Majesty's imperial might. What nonsense about dragon might? Tell me, what exactly is this so-called dragon? Qin Yi didn't want to answer anymore. This thing was endless to talk about. Besides, shouldn't the emperor know the most about dragons? As a soul from a later era, I have never even seen a dragon, let alone understood the ancient descriptions of dragons. Li Er had drunk quite a bit of wine. With an hour left before the court session, he staggered away with Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji, leaving behind a memorial stained with oil and faint bloodstains, which he placed with Qin Yi. In Li Er's words, this credit comes from Qin Yi. Qin Yi initially refused, but under the power of Li Erlong's clause, he had no choice but to submit. Li Jing's deep penetration into the Turkic territory was a good thing, but what if Khagan Jeli hadn't been placed under house arrest in Chang'an? If Jeli Khan had not been placed under house arrest, Li Jing would not have encountered Tuli Khan, who was rushing to Binzhou, and would not have been able to capture Tuli Khan alive on the grassland with less than 50,000 troops. If Khagan Jeli had not been captured and had swaggered back to the Turkic Khaganate, Li Jing's actions would have plunged the Tang dynasty back into war. The Turks are unreasonable. They haven't reasoned with anyone for many years. The Turks were like thugs and hooligans. When they were young, they were obedient children, but as they grew up, they found that obedient children didn't get any good things. On the contrary, those children who were always making a ruckus got more meat, more candy, and more snacks. Thus, the Turks, who had been well-behaved since childhood, became arrogant and domineering. Taking advantage of the gap when the Central Plains dynasty, the parent, had dealt with the other children, the Turks developed. They discovered that the more unreasonable and forceful they were, the more benefits they gained. Especially when they discovered that the parents of the Central Plains people were preoccupied with internal and external troubles and couldn't take care of him. Every time he made a request, the parents would have no choice but to comply. This is why, during the Wuda era, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Er, faced the Turks with gritted teeth and deep hatred, yet still treated them as brothers. Because local thugs are unreasonable, Li Er had no choice but to apologize at first. It wasn't just Li Er who was hurt, but also the people under his jurisdiction. Li Er's strategy at that time was to be patient, keep a low profile, and wait for an opportunity. During a meal with Li Er, Qin Yi uttered a phrase that should have come from Wei Zhong, but which had now become Qin Yi's own. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. What does it matter if the emperor suffers some losses or injustices in order to protect the people? But Li Er had had enough of this humiliation and only wanted to see the Turkic Khaganate perish. They happened to witness Qin Yi's miraculous skills on the Wei River, as well as Li Jing's successful surprise attack on the grasslands. Li Jing's boldness and meticulousness were crucial to his military achievements, and he made outstanding contributions. But it all started when a dozen or so Turks ran amok in Qin Yi's fields, and it all began when Qin Yi stood on the hilltop and pierced through the Turkic camp with 5 red-hot iron balls. After seeing Li Er off, Qin Yi lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The East Market of Chang'an is a peculiar place. The wealthy don't come here. The wealthy people who do come here are all merchants who make money off ordinary people and the poor. People with no money flock to the East Market, since there was nowhere cheaper than the East Market. Chang'an was the economic, cultural, and political center of the Tang dynasty. In such a place, every inch of land was precious, and prices were not low. Ordinary people, lacking substantial wealth, naturally sought out things suitable for their lives in the East Market. Hichin sat in manager he shopped today, looking utterly speechless. Father, please give me a chance. I'm telling you, this paper can absolutely change the entire Tang dynasty. You don't need to do anything behind the scenes. Just use your reputation from years of business to guarantee it. The shopkeeper wasn't stupid. He certainly knew the importance of the paper. But after Yang Fuan's visit once before, he was filled with worry about Hichin's safety. You can make paper first, but you can't sell it for now. At the very least, you can't sell it until the dangerous people and things are gone. This kind of thing will attract too much attention. My son, as long as you're alive, you're better off than most people. As for you, you can just live a life of idleness and waiting to die. Listen to what kind of talk this is. He-Chin was speechless. Chapter 101. He-Chun gets beaten up again. He-Chin was speechless. Father, are you worried about Yongfen? Who does Yongfen think he is? Manager He's face turned cold. When the usually amiable manager he got angry, his whole demeanor became unusually sharp, and his two eyes were like two sharp knives, piercing straight into people's hearts. In an instant, He-Chin fell silent. Even Princess Yang, the wife of the Prince of Chao, is no better. I have been a close friend of His Majesty for many years. Do you think I don't know why he kept Princess Yang around? Finding a good wife will be the greatest comfort to your father. Stop thinking about making money all day long. You've already made quite a bit. He-Chin became unhappy as soon as the shopkeeper mentioned home. They keep pressuring me to get married. I'm only 21. Qin Yi said that a man of the Tang dynasty should have ambitions beyond his hometown, establish his career first, and then start a family. It's not too late to get married at 30. Upon hearing this absurd logic, the shopkeeper was so angry that his nose almost twisted out of shape. You brat, I'll beat you to death. Come on, hit me. I'm not afraid. You only have one son anyway. He-Chun, feeling confident and fearless, raised his head. After a moment of redness and embarrassment, the shopkeeper finally let out a sigh of relief. My status is special, and there are many things I cannot do for you. This is my fault. But while this identity brought wealth and power to my father, it also came with many restrictions. You need to understand your father's good intentions, and don't be so stubborn all the time. You are different from Qin Yi. Qin Yi is already the Marquis of Chuanming, and he will continue to rise in the future. A 16-year-old Marquis has unlimited potential. Sometimes what he says may not be a problem for him, but it may not be suitable for you. Child, face reality. The shopkeeper spoke earnestly to He-Chun, whose face turned red and who was trembling with anger. Why should I? Qin Yi is certainly better, but Chun and I are no less capable. At least I'm the best at making money, okay? Look around this year. Has anyone made more money than me? He-Chun shook his head, sat down at the entrance of the grain shop, and smoked. The East Market was bustling with people and incredibly noisy. He-Chun's attention quickly shifted. His biggest problem now was how to sell paper. Too many people in the Tang dynasty make a living from the paper and printing business. If I make cheap paper and printing technology more widespread, will those people who rely on these things starve to death? He-Chun had just fallen into deep thought when everything went black before his eyes and his nose stung with tears. Looking up, he saw Yang Fun's face with a mocking expression, his hands still stained with He-Chun's nosebleed. Heck, kid, have you thought it through? I want your paper business. Yang Fun knew that papermaking was a technical skill, so he still couldn't do without He-Chun. He was now trying to seize the business by coercion and enticement, and then give He-Chun a little something in return. He-Chun scrambled to his feet, his face ashen. Yang Fun, are you looking for trouble? Oh my god, you lowly commoner, how dare you call me by my name? Guards, beat him up. Yang Fun had no idea who He-Chun was. All he knew was that He-Chun could make paper. Having become accustomed to extortion and plunder, they no longer took the other party seriously. A saying circulated in the East Market. Even if you are the king of heaven, you have to leave me a tuft of hair when you pass through the East Market. Yang Fun saw He-Chun again today, this time bringing a bunch of thugs with him. The Chonglin Army, a civilian group formed by Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji with hooligans from Chang'an in their early years, still exists today, and Yang Fun is one of its members. When He-Chun saw that they were about to hit someone, he immediately tried to run into the house, but it was obvious that he was no match for those thugs. After they grabbed him by the neck, he was completely pinned to the ground. Hee, have you made up your mind? Despite being punched, kicked, threatened, and bribed, He-Chun remained unmoved. You wish. Fine, I like people like you who are stubborn. Add some more stuff? TSK tisk TSK. At Yang Fun's command, another round of fists and kicks erupted in an instant. These thugs don't hit people hard. Their aim is to scare them, teach them a lesson, and then achieve their own goals. Moreover, Yang Fun specifically instructed that unless it was a special person or situation, there was no need to go to extremes. Even so, He-Chun couldn't last 2 rounds. When the shopkeeper saw what was happening outside, he frowned and his eyes flashed with anger. Then, he closed the shop door. When He-Chun saw his father close the door, despair filled his eyes. That was true despair. He was beaten in front of his father's shop, and his own father did nothing. He-Chun didn't understand. Inside the door, the shopkeeper's eyes sharpened. Old Huang, prepare the carriage. I'm going to the palace. Manager He, Does His Majesty really need to handle this matter personally? No, I'm going to see Princess Chow. Yes. Qin's face was bruised and swollen, and snot and tears were streaming down his face, but his eyes still showed defiance. What kind of skill is it for so many of you to gang up on me? Isn't what you want the papermaking technique? Come with me, and I'll tell you who owns this papermaking technique. If you take him down, I'll have no objections. Qin wiped his nose, and blood began to flow down his sleeve. In the East Market, people had seen Yang Fen beat people so many times that they were no longer surprised. Now, seeing a man with a bloodied face being surrounded by Yang Fen's men, they naturally dared not utter a sound and simply watched silently from the sidelines. Get out of here. What are you looking at? Don't want to do business anymore? Yang Fen's voice rang out, and in an instant, everyone retreated. The distance between commoners and nobles cannot be explained in a few words, but a very obvious example is that any commoner in this era could only kneel on the ground and kowtow in gratitude when faced with the methods of nobles. This is the power of authority. Qin rode a donkey in front, while Yang Fen and a dozen others followed on horseback. He mocked Qin relentlessly along the way. When they left the East Market, the soldiers guarding the city saw this and wanted to go up and ask what was going on. But upon seeing that the person who came was Yang Fen, he immediately shut his mouth. Boss? Who's that person? Hey, don't ask, okay? Those are royalty. We lowly soldiers should just keep our heads down. I knew it, they were so arrogant. As soon as Yang Fen walked away, the soldiers guarding the city began to discuss it. That man was beaten really badly. He was covered in blood. You don't know this, do you? Yang Fen can hit people with just a flick of his finger. That person was really miserable. Not necessarily. I remember, the person who got beaten up seemed to have returned to Chang'an with several important figures. Oh, Qin Yi was inspecting the construction progress of the Marquis's residence at the construction site. In principle, a Marquis should not personally supervise construction, but unfortunately, the farmers' skills were limited, and Qin Yi needed to teach them little by little to achieve the desired effect. Chapter 102: The Familiar Pitfall Scene. Dog Egg was barking loudly at the gate of the courtyard not far away, while the servants were preparing to hang a plaque on the gate. Qin Yi had just breathed a sigh of relief after explaining to a farmer why it was necessary to wear 3 layers of insulation to improve the insulation effect, when he suddenly heard Go Dan barking. Whoa, wah. First came excited shouts, then came mournful whimpers. Yang Taiju immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Qin Yi looked at the source of the sound, and his eyes immediately turned cold. He saw Chun, saw Go Dan being kicked away, and saw a young man in purple with a crooked mouth, head tilted back, belly sticking out, pointing at his servants in his house, extremely arrogant. Qin Yi slowly walked over. Chun was covered in blood, a cold smile on his lips. Yang Taiju, go and call Qin Yi over. I've been beaten up by these thugs. Upon hearing this, Yang Taiju sized up the bloodied man before him and exclaimed, Young Master Chun? Holy crap, who the hell has the guts to hit you? Yang Fen frowned. I don't change my name or surname. Yang Fen, have your master come out, kneel down and kowtow 100 times, and I will spare him. Yang Fen's gaze swept over the huge mansion, and he immediately licked his lips. Not bad, this place is very quiet. Chun, your friend has quite the nerve to build a mansion of such a scale. If the prefect of the capital finds out, Yang Fen was so focused on looking at the courtyard that he didn't see the red lacquered plaque drying in the sun next to the courtyard, nor did he see the 4 large characters on it, Lord Lishan's residence. Yang Taiju, standing to the side, rolled up his sleeves and said, How dare you cause trouble at the Marquis's house? You're courting death. You even beat up the Marquis's friend, adding insult to injury. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, Yang Taiju realized that he had never been fierce or arrogant since childhood, and he didn't know how to say it if he wanted to uphold the dignity of the Marquis's mansion. In an instant, he was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Just then, a voice came, You can go down now. Yang Tieju's heart skipped a beat. My lord, you've finally arrived. Qin Yi walked over and looked at Chun. Didn't you say that you can just give him whatever he wants, so at least you won't have to suffer? Are Chun and I those kinds of people? Chun's face lit up with a fanatical expression. I've brought the person. Anyway, there's no one in this world you're afraid to hit. Qin Yi nodded, then looked at Yang Fen, who claimed to be a member of the imperial family. He was somewhat handsome, but clearly a bit sleazy, and his unsteady gait suggested he had been indulging in excessive sexual activity for a long time. You're Yang Fen. Qin Yi spoke calmly, his aura overwhelming. Yang Fen hadn't even spoken yet when he was suddenly addressed by his name, which immediately annoyed him. Who do you think you are, daring to call me by my name? You're not worthy. Do you deserve it? These 3 words made Qin Yi burst out laughing. Hee, a name like yours would be ridiculed in the Tang dynasty. Yang Fun, sheepdong. I'm calling you by your name because I think highly of you. Yang Fun's expression changed. This was the thing he disliked the most since he was a child. From childhood, his friends called him sheepdong, and he would retaliate by punching and kicking them. His tyrannical nature was developed from that time. As he grew up, he relied on his sister's connections and his own ruthlessness to gradually rise to the position of the overlord of Chang'an East Market. Even after all these years, he still couldn't get used to people calling him sheepdong. He would even cut out the tongue of anyone who mentioned the word sheepdong. Qin Yi not only said it now, but he said it several times, with a disdainful sarcasm. Yang Fen got angry. Men, no matter who he is, beat him to death today. My sister is an imperial concubine, and the current emperor is my brother-in-law. Humph, even if the sky falls, I'll have someone to back me up. Yang Fen's mouth twisted into a ferocious grin. Qin Yi felt that someone like Yang Fen must have done something really good in his life to be reborn with such a unique identity. He sighed. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Qin Yi was stunned. As expected of the little tyrant of the East Market, and as expected of Yang's younger brother, this kind of simple-minded fool is perfect for him to establish his authority. Hee, don't make a move yet. Today, I want to know clearly, what exactly do you want from my house? Qin Yi feigned weakness, his face displaying genuine terror. Seeing that Qin Yi was scared, Yang Fen smiled and said, Humph, want to beg for mercy? Heh, that won't change the fact that I'll beat you to death. Yang Fen's gaze swept around, taking in the huge house and the many farmlands. Not bad. Who owns this plot of land in front of your house? The bamboo is growing so well. Oh, there's a patch of lush green vegetables over there. Yang Fen's eyes lit up. He wished he could rush up and take all of these things for himself. Qin Yi had seen this situation before. Wasn't it the same for Zhang Liang's son, Zhang Heng? Indeed, human nature is inherently greedy. It's just that sometimes circumstances don't allow them to reveal the worst aspects of their humanity. Given the chance, they will intensify their venting of their desires. These are all mine, Yang Fen said smugly. And you'll be my assistant. TSK. Such a precious technology as papermaking shouldn't fall into the hands of roughnecks like you. Qin Yi smiled. Yang Fen, do you think your words carry any weight? Why should I give them to you? Qin Yi was setting a trap again, and this kind of tactic immediately made He Chen's eyes light up. He Chen was already laughing. He knew that Yang Fen was probably not going to be able to leave Lantian today. Qin Yi is the kind of person who, when he speaks, is always setting traps. Facing someone as arrogant as Yang Fen, every word Qin Yi utters is a huge snare. At this moment, Go Dan let out another piercing howl. The sound was very loud. Yang Fen frowned. Damn it, this damn dog. I'll cook you in a bit. Dog meat smells so good, it'll make your intestines ache. You're not allowed to say that. Qin Ryu heard Go Dan's barking and ran out of the house. Upon hearing that someone wanted to eat dog meat, she immediately glared at him and said. When Qin Ryu appeared, He Chun felt reassured. Qin Yi's sister is Qin Yi's Achilles heel. Yang Fen's character is such that he's going to harass her. If he dares to say anything provocative, Yang Fen's death today will be perfectly justified. Sure enough, Yang Fen's eyes widened when he saw Qin Ryu. Oh, there's a young girl too. Qin Yi, I'll take the girl. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Are you sure you want to do this? Qin Ryu frowned. Brother, is this person even more powerful than His Majesty? All right, you can go back now. I'll take care of things here. Qin Ryu was extremely intelligent. Although she didn't smile, she knew that her brother was about to get down to business. 2 little maids peeked out from the high wall, watching everything happening outside the mansion from afar. Dog Egg also poked its head out from the wall, sticking out its tongue and looking outside. Chapter 103 Killing Yang Fen. Oh, here you go? Who do you think you are? You think you can refuse what I, Yang Fen, want? A dozen thugs immediately burst into laughter. He Chen slowly walked up to Qin Yi, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Blood had already stained the cigarette on his face, but he remained unmoved. Qin Yi, we brothers are going to work together this time. There's something I've never told you before. I've been a martial arts genius since I was a child. Stop talking, I don't believe you. Qin Yi waved his hand. He Chun was standing in front of him, staggering backward, a sign of fear. What martial arts genius? This was just a plea for help, a charade. He's so boastful even when asking for help. He's so obsessed with saving face that he suffers for it. A spoiled brat like him doesn't need to lift a finger. He's been playing with people like the current crown prince since he was a child. Where would he encounter anyone who dares to provoke him? Even if a fight were necessary, would they take matters into their own hands? You two stop arguing. Kneel down in front of me and kowtow until I'm satisfied. As for that girl, I'll take care of her myself. Qin Yi sneered. Where is Ma Zhou? At that moment, a person stood up from the high roof ridge. It was Ma Zhou. Earlier, when Qin Ryu heard Qin Yi speak, she knew that something might be wrong, so she told Ma Zhou. While Qin Yi was digging a pit for Yang Fun, he also saw Ma Zhou setting up crossbows on the roof, so he gestured to him. At this moment, Ma Zhou shouted, Ma Zhou, a man of the Tang dynasty, is here. You petty scoundrels, do not act rashly. Upon hearing this, Yang Fun looked up and saw a man in black on the roof with a resolute expression and a look of intense hatred for evil in his eyes. The object he held seemed to be, an 8-ox crossbow? The jet-black surface, the enormous crossbow string, the bulging mechanism. Yang Fun had seen this thing on the city gate before. Holy crap. In an instant, Yang Fun's expression changed. You, He Chun, and you brat, how dare you hoard weapons? Humph, if I, Yang Fun, don't kill you today, the prefect of the capital will surely come to arrest you and throw you into the prison one day. Yang Fun felt confident. He couldn't understand how these two ordinary citizens of the Tang dynasty could run such a profitable business. The feeling of having the cultural heritage of the Tang dynasty in his hands after the invention of papermaking was wonderful. Yang Fun thought about it for a long time. Now he never expected that these two guys would actually dare to manufacture weapons. TSK, aren't they just courting death? You can't blame me, Yang Fun, for that. Qin Yi smiled and said, Yang Fun, if you have any guts, then step back and leave my house, or you'll be shot through by a crossbow bolt today. Oh, what the hell are you talking about? Who are you trying to scare? You dare. Yang Fun strode forward, taking a step forward, and said, so what if I walk forward? I'm going to enter your yard. I'm not only going to enter your yard, but I'm also going to rob you of everything and take all the women in your house. Qin Yi said coldly, don't push your luck. If you're so capable, take another step. Yang Fun sneered and took another step forward. Yeah, what can you do to me? Before he could finish uttering the word he, a dark shadow, accompanied by a whistling sound, pierced through Yang Fun's body. In an instant, Yang Fun's body flew straight out with the shadow. It was nailed straight to a crooked tree. You? The terror in Yang Fun's eyes was indescribable. His body was pierced through the side by an arrow from the 8-ox crossbow. The arrow, as thick as a wrist, was a powerful weapon for long-range attacks in the Tang dynasty. Qin Yi's family shouldn't have had such a thing, but Lier had Zhang Xiong bring two back from the army early this morning. He said that Qin Yi's family had too many treasures and was too far from Chang'an, so there were always some fools who wanted to covet them. With the 8-ox crossbow, many things would be easier to solve. Perfect timing, this will come in handy. The thick arrow was still vibrating and buzzing, and Yang Fun's body had completely lost its life. At that moment, 20 veterans rushed out from the slope beside them, and in an instant, fully armed, the dozen or so thugs were surrounded. Kneel down. Disarm, and you will not be killed. Zhang Xiong's voice was filled with a terrifying roar, like a sound from hell. The dozen or so thugs were so scared they wet themselves, kneeling on the ground, their legs trembling. Spare us. Spare us. Yang Fun sent us here. We dared not disobey. Qin Yi waved his hand. Send these people to Chung Wenjin. As for Yang Fun, have his death scene drawn up, and have He Chun take it into the palace. He Chun was chilled to the bone when he saw this scene. He hadn't even had time to react when he heard that he was to bring things into the palace himself. When he thought carefully about Qin Yi's words, he realized that he had brought a portrait of Yang Fun's death into the palace. In an instant, his face turned ashen. Qin Yi, what are you doing? I'm not doing it. He Chun, if you want to do business, you have to have good relationships with the big shots. Even if you don't have good relationships with them, you have to make them fear you. Take this portrait into the palace and show it to that princess consort of Chao. I reckon she won't dare to harm you again. Qin Yi had long figured out why He Chun was being targeted. You don't even have an identity, yet you suddenly become rich overnight. How could you not be targeted? The laws of the Tang dynasty protected the nobility. No one would protect someone with no status. A wealthy merchant is just a merchant, unless you have enough power to shake the entire Tang dynasty, and the Tang dynasty cannot function without you. It's obvious that He Chun might become that kind of person in the future, but he isn't now. If you play it safe and become ruthless, those people will naturally not dare to act easily. Develop slowly, and fortunes will change every 30 years. To go or not to go? He Chun looked into Qin Yi's eyes, gritted his teeth, and said, go. I've trusted you so many times, and I'm sure you won't betray me. After leaping down from the rooftop a few times, Zhou slowly said. My lord, I have had someone write down what Yang Fan said and affix your official seal to it. This matter is now considered closed. Qin Yi is now holding this confession, which bears the official seal, and giving it to Lier. No matter who wants to punish Qin Yi, it will be impossible. Zhang Liang is probably laughing out loud now. His son and godson died without cause, but he never expected that someone would dare to touch Qin Yi, this hedgehog. Inside the palace, Manager He stood bowing in the Qingxin Hall. A woman who looked like a wealthy lady reclined in a chair. Old He, are you saying my brother is trying to steal your son's business? Yes. He, your son doesn't have your talent for business. I reckon the business will fail in a few months. My younger brother has some talent in this area. It would be best if he took over. The shopkeeper coldly watched Princess Yang, the wife of the Prince of Chao. Princess consort of the Nest Kingdom, this is not appropriate. What's wrong with it? The virtuous should be in charge. Don't you understand that saying? You have served His Majesty for so many years. We also had dealings when I was still in the Prince of Qi's residence a few years ago. Let's not bring this up again. Princess Chao gave the order to leave, and the innkeeper frowned the entire time. The Queen Consort of Chao is going to protect her brother, and things are getting complicated. Chapter 104 Meals, Court Sessions, Impeachment of Qin Yi. Queen of the Nest, don't forget who saved your life. The shopkeeper's face darkened. He had been showing some respect to the Princess Consort of Chao, but in an instant, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. How dare you, to run wild in the inner palace? Guards. Before the Queen Consort of Chao could finish speaking, the guards at the door rushed in. Zheng. 2 knives were held to the shopkeeper's neck. Things are different now, old man. Let's forget about the past. He nodded to the shopkeeper, then turned and left. In Qingxin Palace, just as the shopkeeper left, Princess Consort Na Chao stood up and said, Someone, summon my brother to the palace. I have something to ask him. A palace maid slowly approached Princess Chao and asked, Your Highness, what does this mean with the shopkeeper? This is a maid who has been with Princess Yang of Chao for many years. She is clever, quick-witted, and knows her inside and out. Humph, that old man is threatening me with things from the past. Manager He, do you intend to bring up old matters again? Only a handful of people knew about that incident. The situation was critical at the time, and if it weren't for that choice, Yang would have been a corpse long ago, not to mention Yang Fan. After leaving the palace, Manager He went straight back to his residence. Old Huang, standing beside him, asked nervously, Manager He, you didn't mention that matter, did you? Old Huang was also an old man in the palace, but due to his age and declining strength, he was not very capable of handling the heavy tasks in the palace, so Li Er sent him out to follow Manager He. He knew a little about what happened back then. He knew why His Majesty, who already had an absolute advantage at the time, easily let go of Princess Yang, the wife of Prince Chao. Old Huang wasn't stupid. If no one told him, he wouldn't say a word. It was mentioned, but the Queen Consort of Chao seems to be fearless. He Qin is my son. He may only be my one son in my whole life, and I don't want him to be threatened. He spoke slowly to the shopkeeper. Old Huang smiled faintly. Manager He, I don't think so. Although He Chun is in the eye of the storm, don't forget that Qin Yi is even more unpredictable than him. At this moment, the shopkeeper suddenly remembered Zhang Liang and Zhang Liang's son, Zhang Heng. Although he didn't see how Zhang Heng died, after hearing the reasons from others, he became certain that Qin Yi wasn't as innocent as he seemed. Behind his warm smile always lurked an unfathomable mystery. This boy was only 16 years old. Impeachments against Qin Yi never ceased in the imperial court. This time, officials from Shandong finally listed Qin Yi's real crimes. The court was in an uproar. Wang Lianli, think it through before you speak. After all, Qin Yi is the marquis of the great Tang dynasty. An official standing nearby offered a reminder. Wang Lianli, his neck stiff and face flushed, said, Your voice is so soft. You've completely lost the uprightness of a scholar. People like you are parasites of the Tang dynasty. Upon seeing Wang Lianli's expression, the person who had been speaking immediately fell silent. Sometimes, when two people are not on the same level, their conversations can be utterly ridiculous. Those who can enter the imperial court as officials are not stupid. They naturally know how to restrain themselves. They also know not to argue with fools. Lier, on the other hand, showed no reaction whatsoever. He smashed up a shop, which was a gambling den at that. Why did you leave things half-said? Qin Yi has committed a heinous crime? He conspired with others to privately discuss the current emperor? Wang Lianli, you don't know? That other person is me. The third place startled even Lier himself. Murder without cause. Wang Lianli spoke with reason and evidence. Your Majesty, Qin Yi killed the son of the current Duke of Yun without distinguishing right from wrong that day. Many people were terrified and dared not mention it. I'm afraid the Duke of Yun had some reservations. But I am not afraid. Even kings and nobles are subject to the same laws as commoners. Moreover, when Qin Yi killed the son of the Duke of Yun, he was just a commoner. Zhang Liang's face turned green. He had finally forgotten the pain of losing his son, but Wang Lianli, in order to impeach Qin Yi, actually dragged him down with her. Okay, Wang Lianli, you don't need to go home tonight. Zhang Liang's face was dark, and his hands were trembling. Wang Lianli glanced at Zhang Liang, completely disregarding Zhang Liang's emotions. In political struggles, anyone, anything, any scar is a weakness that will be constantly exposed. They don't care if you feel pain or not. What they want is to strike at Qin Yi. Wang Lianli, I'm so glad I know what kind of person you are. Otherwise I would have thought that Qin Yi dug up your ancestral graves. Li Er has become unreasonable. Having spent so much time with Qin Yi, he has developed a knack for arguing. He simply seizes on the loopholes in your words to attack you, using witty banter, angry words, and sarcastic remarks. Your Majesty, that's the first point, and the second. That Marquis of Latian, Qin Yi, ruthlessly killed even members of the imperial family. This news naturally spread after He Chun entered the palace. Instead of her younger brother, Yang received a portrait, a gruesome image of a person nailed to a tree. It was Yang Fun. Therefore, Yang quickly used her years of accumulated followers and influence to launch an impeachment against Qin Yi. The reason Wang Lianli spoke at length earlier was mainly to use Qin Yi's fabricated charges to attract everyone's attention and distract them. Suddenly, after such a bombshell, everyone instinctively thought that Qin Yi was the root of all evil. At this moment, Wang Lianli took out a memorial from his sleeve. Yang Fun, the younger brother of Princess Yang of Chao, is one of the imperial relatives under the law of the Tang dynasty. Although he does not hold any real official position, he is definitely not the kind of person who can be slaughtered at will. Qin Yi, yesterday outside the Marquis's residence, you shot and killed Yang Fun, violating the laws of the Tang dynasty. Your crime is unforgivable. After Wang Lianli finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji were speechless with astonishment. Qin Yi's question that day was indeed full of hidden meaning. Qin Yi had previously asked His Majesty what to do if any members of the imperial family came to seize his belongings, and whether they should be killed. His Majesty just laughed it off without answering, which was tantamount to acquiescing. By default, it's allowed. At this moment, the two of them couldn't help but tremble. Du Ruhui, who was standing to the side, was shrewd and calculating. When he saw the expressions on Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji's faces, he knew that this matter was not simple, so he immediately shut up. Du Ruhui also pulled back Fang Xianling, who was about to speak, his eyes conveying the same message. Don't get excited, let's wait and see. In the imperial court, none of His Majesty's right-hand men uttered a sound, their ranks as impenetrable as an iron barrel. The officials, mainly from Shandong gentry and Guangzhou aristocratic families, went back and forth countless times, claiming that Qin Yi was a complete fraud. Even Cui Mingyan personally stepped forward to force Li Er to take action against Qin Yi. Is Li Er that kind of fool? On the dragon throne, Li Er lit a cigarette. Hee, your story is quite good. I will personally ask Qin Yi about this matter. Chapter 105 The Bad Guys. Your Majesty, Qin Yi killed Yang Fun with an 8-ox crossbow. In an instant, the entire court was in an uproar. The ministers, who had just calmed down, were still wondering whether they should continue to question His Majesty. After all, Qin Yi is a marquis. If the facts are unclear and he is wronged, everyone's path in the court will be narrowed in the future. Everyone is smart enough to know what kind of future Qin Yi, a 16-year-old marquis, will have, and no one wants to be Qin Yi's enemy. But suddenly, Wang Lianli uttered these words. The 8-ox crossbow is a powerful weapon in the army. Without His Majesty's personal allocation, it will not easily appear among the common people. In an instant, the ministers, who had been in an uproar, fell into a deathly silence. After too many meaningless remarks, here comes a truly substantial piece of evidence. Li Er squinted and said with a smile, An 8-ox crossbow? Who gave it to you? Upon hearing that even His Majesty was unaware of this matter, Wang Lianli immediately seized the opportunity, saying, Your Majesty, the 8-ox crossbow is a national treasure and should not be easily allowed to fall into the hands of others. Qin Yi, as the Marquis of Latian, has already received Your Majesty's favor, but now he is privately manufacturing the 8-ox crossbow, which is treason. The charge of rebellion has been useful in any era. The words spoken by censors have always been based on hearsay and speculation. That is their job. For the emperor, the existence of such a person was justified. On the one hand, discussions from various angles, regardless of whether they were right or wrong, could broaden the emperor's access to information. But such people also have their downsides. With all sorts of miscellaneous arguments coming out, being an emperor becomes a painful experience. Because most of the words spoken by the censors were useless. To only talk about the problem without offering solutions is to act like a rogue in front of the emperor, and to act like a rogue with a legitimate reason. Lier sneered. Fine, you can just spout off like that. I personally assigned those 8-ox crossbows to Qin Yi, just in case someone deliberately comes looking for trouble. Fortunately, I bestowed the title upon Qin Yi in a low-key manner, and the officials and civil servants of the court did not know much about Qin Yi at that time. All right, Princess Yang's younger brother is dead. Let him die. I don't think he's of any use. Hiss. The entire court suddenly realized a problem. The current emperor of the Tang dynasty has truly changed a great deal. Court adjourned. At this moment, Lady Yang was in the Qingxin Palace, furious. Although she came from a wealthy family and was well-mannered, she could not sit still in the face of her brother's death. Especially when she saw the portrait in front of her, her anger burned fiercely. He-chan must die? Men, find the bad guys and kill He-chan. A palace maid standing nearby reminded her. Your Highness, the one who committed the murder was Marquis Letian. Then kill him along with Marquis Letian. I am a concubine of His Majesty the Great Tang, a lady in the harem. Don't I even have this right? The palace maid hesitated, as if she wanted to speak. The concubines in the imperial harem may appear to have a noble status, but in reality, they have very little power. When faced with problems, one can only feel anger and whisper in His Majesty's ear, but unfortunately, His Majesty seems to have little interest in Princess Yang, the wife of Prince Zhao. After ascending the throne, he only gave Princess Yang a title, and she never appeared again. The only thing the Yang family could turn to for help was external forces. In the Tang dynasty, there was an organization that was neither an official nor a commoner, called the Bad People. In historical novels, the bad guys are the government's henchmen, assassins hidden in the shadows, doing things for the court that they can't do directly. But the reality may be more complicated than the story in the novel. This is a group of true outlaws whose creed is to do things for money and kill without hesitation. Furthermore, their methods were extremely vicious, resorting to any means necessary. During the early Sui dynasty, the Bad People emerged, initially with unusually high profile, constantly appearing among the 18 rebel groups under the banner of resisting tyranny. When Wang Shichong and Liu Haida needed manpower, they repeatedly borrowed people from the leaders of the Bad People, namely the Bad Commander. As Yang Guang's tyranny intensified, the Bad People reached their peak, and by then Lier had already taken notice of their existence. In the early years of the Tang dynasty, Lier, Emperor Taizong of Tang, discussed with others in the Tiansu mansion how to bring the Bad People under his command. But here's the problem. The Bad Guys organization had gone completely underground by then, no longer as high profile as before, with an unprecedentedly large number of members, and their goal was no longer to protect the world. Instead, they provided assassination services for those vying for power. Among the villains, there are all sorts of people. Some are highly skilled in martial arts, capable of taking on 100 enemies single-handedly, while others are refined, unpredictable, and cunning. Manager He was once a member of the Bad People, but when he was bribed by Li Mi to assassinate Lier, he was captured. At that time, Manager He was still very young. Without firing a single shot or killing anyone, he simply explained his assassination plan, which amazed Empress Zhongsun, who is now Empress Zhongsun. Empress Zhongsun then pleaded for him, and Emperor Lier decided to recruit Manager He. It was from that time onward that the shopkeeper became a hidden pawn in Lier Shu's game. Yang was unaware of these matters. All she knew was that the assassins of the Bad People rarely failed. When Li Yuanji was alive, he had dealings with the unruly people active in Chang'an, and Yang naturally knew a thing or two about it. Now that her younger brother has been killed, she is isolated and helpless. Faced with this situation, she chose to let the villains take action. Your Majesty, we don't have much gold and silver. The palace maid reminded her again. When shady characters make a move, the price is extremely high. Every time they make a move, they target the wealthy and powerful, people with significant status, influence, hence the hefty price tag. If the person is a wealthy merchant, the shady characters will send someone to conduct a price assessment and give a final figure. If the employer does not accept, it is considered a waiver. If you accept, you can make a one-time payment and then go home and wait for our response. Where would the concubines in the palace get so much money? Yangfen should have quite a lot of resources. Let Qi Ping handle this matter. He has been with Yangfen for quite some time and knows how much wealth Yangfen has. It wasn't Yangfen's death that made Yangshi sad. Her brother's death was naturally heartbreaking, but rather the way Yangfen helped her amass wealth was what she valued most. Qi Ping was the person she sent to Yangfen. This man was cunning, bold, and quick-witted. It was Qi Ping who noticed the unusual nature of the paper in He Chen's hand and advised Yangfen that they must take it down. When Yangfen escorted He Chen to Qin Yi's house, Qi Ping did not appear. At that time, he was in the palace reporting Yangfen's recent movements to Yangshi. Yes. The palace maid left, and Yang looked at the portrait, gritting her teeth. In an instant, she smashed the teacup she was holding, scattering it on the ground. When He Chen returned to Qin Yi's house, he lay heavily on the ground. He Chen never wanted to see that look in Princess Chao's eyes again. Chapter 106: A Trip to Jade Mountain. Qin Yi, that Yang family member, is definitely not a good person. Looking at He Chen, who was lying on the carpet and unwilling to get up, Qin Yi couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with her? Why are you so scared?" My goodness, that look was the most vicious I've ever seen. It was like a venomous snake I saw when I was hunting in the mountains as a kid. It stared at you but wouldn't make a move, yet you were too scared to do anything. What did she say after seeing the portrait? He Chen shook his head. She didn't say anything. She just told me to get lost. But as I was leaving, I saw that murderous look in her eyes. Oh my heart was pounding. Qin Yi sighed. It is said that there are many treacherous tricks in the harem. The concubines may seem harmless, but in reality, they are all shrewd and cunning. It's already quite good that Li Er was able to keep the crown prince in check. The key is that Empress Zhangsun is powerful. She is both literate and martial, and she is the most powerful woman in the harem. Who would dare to disobey her? Don't worry, this matter is already half done. The Yang family probably won't let it go, but at least they won't directly suppress you or your businesses. I'm afraid of one thing. He Chen was stunned. Qin Yi, tell me quickly, I'm very scared right now. I'm afraid she won't dare tell His Majesty. He Chen was a little confused. Why was it a problem if the princess consort of Chao didn't tell His Majesty? Tell me about it. Qin Yi nodded. This matter is actually nothing. If His Majesty finds out, he will definitely give an opinion. If Lady Yang doesn't inform His Majesty and acts on her own, TSK, then the two of us will be in mortal danger. You did so many immoral things when you were young, and you don't even know how to accumulate good karma. He Chen's eyes widened. Life-threatening? Holy crap. Qin Yi, I'm not leaving your house. Qin Yi smiled and said, don't worry, after today, your father will definitely add more guards for you. Real guards. Him? Humph. That day I was in front of the grain shop in the East Market, and Yangfen beat me up like that. He just closed the shop. I really don't understand. Although Qin Yi couldn't put himself in He Chen's shoes to understand what had happened, he knew that manager, he definitely had something on his mind. Perhaps your father had his reasons. With Yangfen gone and Qin Yi's repeated assurances, He Chen finally dared to go out. Today is the bamboo harvest time, and the workers from the paper mill have all come to the super farmland in front of the Marquis's mansion. My God, so many. Haha, perhaps this is the Marquis. Have you ever seen so many bamboos growing so densely and so well in winter? That's right. No wonder he's a 16-year-old Marquis personally appointed by His Majesty. He Chen swaggered out and directed the workers to cut bamboo. Once the fear is gone, there will be no more fear. Qin Yi has instilled in He Chen the idea that he should be careful when he goes out the door, but a real man should not be afraid. If you're afraid of even a woman, how will you ever get a wife? Upon hearing this, He Chen's manly spirit immediately surged forth. What's there to be afraid of? I am, after all, the sole representative of the great Tang dynasty. When I go out, I represent His Majesty. I refuse to believe that any villain would dare to lay a hand on me. Qin Yi chuckled to himself, thinking to himself that this guy really fell for the chicken soup for the soul. The bamboo problem has been solved, and the paper problem will soon be solved as well. Movable type printing has already begun. Currently, the type molds for many books, such as the Analects and Lao Tzu, have been collected. As the books begin to be printed, more and more type molds will be available, and more spares will be available. Qin Yi roughly estimated the output. Once the workers had a solid foundation and were skilled, it would only take 1 or 2 days for a book to go from initial preparation to final production. The two little maids are already causing a bit of trouble. The Marquis's mansion is basically taking shape and will soon be completed. Considering the technology and engineering management of later generations, this speed is already considered very fast. Today, Qin Yi took his two little girls out. Underneath their thick fur coats, Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu clapped their hands excitedly. Inside the huge carriage was a small stove with a chimney running through it, emitting plumes of smoke as it traveled. Qin Yi opened the curtains on the window, looked at the scenery along the way in Lantian, and breathed in the pure, unpolluted air. Suddenly, he felt a little nostalgic for the smell of car exhaust in later generations. Actually, there wasn't much scenery along the way, but Qin Yi and his two younger sisters had been staying at home these days and hadn't been to any other places, which made the two little girls very bored. The weather is starting to warm up. Although there is still about a month until spring, some places have already begun to see the ice and snow melt. Standing on a high slope, you can already see the gurgling water flowing in some crevices. Brother, look, there's a spring here. Lantian County is located on a mountain called Yushan, Jade Mountain. As its name suggests, the ancients mined a lot of beautiful Lantian jade here. The saying, "the sun warms the jade in Lantian and smoke rises from it," is not without basis. Beside the spring, two little girls peeked out from their sleeves, one by one putting their hands inside to feel the coolness, and then stealthily walked towards Qin Yi, shivering. Qin Yi, who was facing away from the two little girls, suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Hiss. The icy spring water flowed down Qin Yi's neck and through the gaps in his clothes, down his spine and into his pants. Qin Yi smacked his lips and turned around. The two little girls had already run far away, giggling. With Ma Zhou watching over the two little girls, there shouldn't be any problems. Qin Yi began to walk along the paths surrounding Lantian Jade Mountain. Lantian is now considered his fiefdom, and the farmers here should, in principle, be the ones he will need to govern in the future. Marquises could not simply sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. They also needed to pay taxes and increase the population. But Qin Yi's goal was not like that. How could someone who aspired to become the biggest landowner in the Tang dynasty be satisfied with such a small ideal? If the people within the fiefdom only care about having enough to eat and wear, then they are underestimating Qin Yi and the super landlord system. Looking around, Qin Yi saw flat farmland everywhere, with excellent terrain. The springs and rivers flowing down from the high mountains became natural irrigation sources. This place is indeed suitable for farming, suitable for growing all sorts of things. Not far away, two teenagers were chasing after a large goose. The goose had a red rope tied around its neck, but it was clear that the two children were no match for it. One of the children, rubbing his nose and with his face flushed, was panting heavily, but he kept a close eye on the goose, preventing it from going to the edge of the cliff. Behind the two children, Qin Yi saw a woman. The moment this woman appeared, Qin Yi felt as if he had grown up. They say no, but their actions tell a different story. Chapter 107. This is the taste. Before Qin Yi transmigrated, he wasn't very good at flirting, and in a feudal society like the Tang dynasty, he had even less opportunity to practice. But the girl in front of me had an otherworldly air about her. How to put it? It wasn't because of her outstanding appearance, figure, or anything else. It's a feeling. The girl just stood there. She was different from everyone else. Qin Yi couldn't help but complain about his 16-year-old body. What was going on? Did he start thinking about women involuntarily at this age? Something felt off, but Qin Yi still went up to her. Although Qin Yi hadn't really flirted with girls much, he had seen countless TV dramas depicting how to strike up a conversation with a girl. "Hey, young lady, you're looking at the sun too?" The moment he opened his mouth, Qin Yi knew he was in trouble. There was no sun at all today. It's clearly just a cloudy day. But even a real man can't resist thick skin. Who is Qin Yi? He's the kind of person who can chat and laugh with Lier, so naturally he can't show any weakness. Women in the Tang dynasty had never experienced such a scene before. For a moment, the woman blushed, rubbed her face with her small hands, and turned to leave. "Don't go, girl. Let's go hiking together." The girl stopped, turned around and glanced at Qin Yi, her eyes flickering as if she was thinking about something. "Who are you?" "They don't ask your name. They ask who you are. That's a detail." Judging from the girl's clothes and appearance, Qin Yi knew she came from a well-mannered family, so this question was naturally meant to ask Qin Yi which family he belonged to. "Hee, my name is Qin Yi. What's your name, young lady?" Two mischievous kids rushed over. A goose was running wildly in front of them, and the two kids kept chasing it. Just then, the goose passed by Qin Yi, and Qin Yi grabbed the goose by the neck. Rolling, rolling. The goose let out a fearful cry, much like a duck's, but unlike the duck's light and cheerful quack, the goose's cry was unusually heavy. Upon seeing these geese, Qin Yi immediately smiled. They were the kind produced in his own super farm and distributed to farmers in Lantian County. The two mischievous kids standing nearby looked at Qin Yi with admiration. "Big brother, you're so amazing." "Haha, when you grow up, you'll be just as amazing as me." The little rascal couldn't carry the goose by himself, It took two people to barely manage to hold it. He jumped and skipped excitedly before going off to play elsewhere. Are they your brothers? Qin Yi looked at the girl and asked, his breath swirling in the air. The girl's expression clearly relaxed a bit, and the previous look of disgust lessened. Hee, I'm also from Lantian. I just happened to bring my two younger sisters out to play today. Qin Yi pointed to Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu, who were playing not far away, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. The girl's face was flushed, whether from the cold weather or from talking to the boy. It was hard to tell. After all, women in the Tang dynasty still rarely left their homes and had only seen a handful of men from childhood to adulthood. When boys her age talk to her, her heart starts to flutter. Which girl doesn't dream of love, and which boy isn't impetuous? My name is Wang Zhuozhuo. Qin Yi's smile froze. Wang Zhuozhuo? Isn't this Wang Tong's granddaughter? Holy crap, this works? When Qin Yi encountered the woman Wang Tong wanted to arrange a marriage for him in the middle of nowhere, his face immediately turned red, and he felt a little dumbfounded. What a great name, haha. A smile is the best remedy for embarrassment. If you don't know how to defuse an awkward situation, a hearty laugh can always lighten the mood. Miss, would you like to take a walk together? Qin Yi noticed a detail. Although Wang Zhuozhuo appeared somewhat wary of Qin Yi, her eyes were constantly glancing at him furtively. After all, Qin Yi was handsome, and although he was still a bit naive, he was exactly the type of girl that young girls were most interested in. He spoke logically and elegantly, with a hint of awkwardness, but it was passable. Wang Zhuozhuo glanced at Qin Yi, then nodded. Suddenly, Qin Yi remembered something else. Wang Tong had said that his granddaughter had high aspirations since childhood, excelling in both literature and martial arts. Her uncles and aunts were all nobles of the Tang dynasty, so naturally they wouldn't let her education be out of touch with reality. Moreover, Wang Tong mentioned that although Wang Zhuozhuo was young, he was extremely domineering. As she walked forward, Wang Zhuozhuo kept her head down and remained silent, occasionally kicking at the withered grass and stones with her feet. Qin Yi then started to find a topic to talk about. Wang Zhuozhuo, you look like an educated girl, am I right? Wang Zhuozhuo paused for a moment, then finally spoke properly. Qin Yi, how did you know? Qin Yi smiled inwardly. See, this is what information asymmetry is all about. Hee, I have a very keen eye, and I'm good at judging people. I see the air of someone who has read a lot of books in you. Only someone with a wealth of knowledge can stand on the withered earth in winter, like a bright and blooming green. Qin Yi's corny words gave him goosebumps. Wang Zhuozhuo, who was standing to the side, was stunned for a moment. She turned to look at Qin Yi, then looked at the desolate winter scenery around her. Glib talker. Qin Yi wasn't afraid of what the girl would say, but rather what she wouldn't say. There's no way to guess what a girl is thinking if she doesn't talk. The girl who spoke had her thoughts conveyed in every word. Do you like the countryside of Lantian? Qin Yi asked. Wang Zhuozhuo nodded, looking at the empty mountains in the distance, where thick fog floated and blew towards them in the wind, soon reaching them. A cold wind blew by, and Wang Zhuozhuo spoke. Do you also like the countryside? Qin Yi suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, that's the feeling of awkwardness mixed with an attempt to defuse the awkwardness. That's right, this is what first love feels like. Qin Yi had a relationship during high school, although it only lasted a month. But he remembered clearly the feeling of being infatuated and unable to control the pounding of his cells during his first love. It's not about two people knowing each other inside and out. What young men and women want when they meet is that innocent, fluttering feeling. I don't like home, so I'm fine with going anywhere. Wang Zhuozhuo suddenly spoke, and a hint of longing appeared in the girl's eyes. Qin Yi glanced at that look, and then remembered how Qin Ryu and Qin Ryun always clamored to go out and play at home, and instantly understood. Women of every era yearn for freedom. You can come visit me anytime. My home is in the largest farmland at the foot of the mountain. You'll know it's my home as soon as you see it. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he turned and left. When Qin Ryu and Qin Ryun watched Qin Yi talking to a girl by the carriage, they felt a little displeased for some reason. Chapter 108 Sharp Edge and Heavenly Wrath. Wang Zhuozhuo stood there, then suddenly remembered something. Qin Yi? Could he be the bad boy Grandpa was talking about? A young man who has been granted a marquisate must be no good. The way he spoke just now, he must be a lecher. A few days ago, her grandfather told her that there was a young hero named Qin Yi who was going to become a marquis in the Tang dynasty. If nothing unexpected happened, the two of them might get engaged. Wang Zhuozhuo immediately expressed her opposition, believing that her husband should not appear so mysteriously and that he should be tested by her. Thinking back to her previous stubbornness and recalling how Qin Yi had teased her, Wang Zhuozhuo felt her face burning. Wang Zhuozhuo stomped her feet and muttered to herself, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at Qin Yi's back. This boy doesn't seem so bad. Inside the carriage, the two little girls were thoroughly jealous. Brother, who is that? Qin Yi smiled faintly. That's your future sister-in-law. Qin Ruyu looked puzzled. Brother, we don't want a sister-in-law. We want to stay with you forever. Qin Yi's forehead went black. These two silly girls, family affection and romantic love, are two different things, okay? Ma Zhou laughed out loud outside the carriage. My lord, that girl seems to be interested in you. How did you figure that out? Ma Zhou smiled and said, how could a man possibly understand a young girl's thoughts? As long as she doesn't dislike you, it means she has feelings for you. Qin Yi was taken aback. It seemed to make sense. Thick skin gets you something. As long as the girl didn't dislike him, he had plenty of opportunities to win her over. The truth is always strikingly similar throughout history. The road back to the manor from Yushan was long and flat. As they passed through a rustling pine forest, Qin Yi suddenly heard a strange sound. Ma Zhou suddenly pulled on the horse driving the carriage, bringing it to a steady stop. My lord, someone is here. Do you know who it is? My lord, why don't you leave first? Ma Zhou's gaze swept across the pine forest. In the winter, the lush pine needles made it impossible for light to penetrate. The ground was covered with withered yellow pine needles, blending into the earth. Ordinary people could walk on them without making a sound. However, deep within the pine forest, the faint sound of breathing seemed out of place amidst the tranquility of the pine forest. This person is probably after me. Qin Yi smiled faintly, took out the stick from under the seat behind him, and slowly leaned out from under the curtain. Ma Zhou slowly extended the horizontal sword in his hand, blocking in front of him. The sound disappeared again. A deathly stillness. Qin Ruyun and Qin Ruyu were already fast asleep. The two little girls had been playing wildly all day and were now a bit tired. That's perfect. We shouldn't let those two see these bloody things. Buzzing. A resounding tremor echoed from the pine forest, and Ma Zhou's expression suddenly changed drastically. My lord, retreat. This is divine wrath. Qin Yi's eyes were fixed on the pine forest, and at first he couldn't see where the buzzing sound was coming from. Suddenly, Qin Yi saw specks of light shooting out from the gaps in the pine needles in the pine forest, reaching within 5 meters of him in an instant. The densely packed steel needles, about the same size as pine needles, numbered nearly dozens at a cursory glance, according to Qin Yi. Dozens of silvery white needles, carrying a chilling aura, arrived in an instant. This is indeed a divinely inspired act of violence. These hidden weapons are incredibly powerful. Hide. Qin Yi could certainly dodge. But Ma Zhou and the two maids in the carriage are doomed to die. This person is an assassin, targeting Qin Yi, and his methods are exceptionally sophisticated. Should he not dodge? Qin Yi didn't know if he could truly block the impenetrable needle-like sharpness with his stick. Snort. Qin Yi snorted coldly, stepped forward, and stood in front of the carriage. Behind him was the carriage compartment, where Qin Ruyun and Qin Ruyu were. The stick in his hand spun violently, and in the blink of an eye, it became an impenetrable wall. Ding 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 ding. A dense cacophony of sounds rang in my ears and around me. The rustling sound was incessant as the snow fell to the ground, and upon contact with the hard, frozen ground of the evening, it was like metal rubbing against ice, crisp and chilling. At that moment, Qin Yi didn't think twice. His body pushed itself to the limit in an instant, and the stick in his hand spun rapidly like a windmill, creating an invisible wall. At this moment, Qin Yi was panting heavily. Looking at the dense steel needles under his feet, which were still shimmering with a light blue mark, his expression suddenly changed. Poisonous. Qin Yi turned around abruptly and peered into the carriage. Qin Ruyun and Qin Ruyu were fast asleep, their bodies completely unharmed. Qin Yi let out a long breath, but then heard Ma Zhou groan. My lord, you must leave quickly. I'll hold off the assassin. Ma Zhou was panting heavily. He was injured and his speech was unsteady. Qin Yi looked closely, helped Ma Zhou up, and leaned him against the wide wheels of the carriage. The cold ground was already starting to feel chilly. Although the winter days in Guangzhou were not very cold, by evening, it could freeze your ears off. Don't speak. Qin Yi's first aid knowledge was learned when he graduated from university. With one hand, he directly tore open the clothes of the place where Ma Zhou was hit. In an instant, Qin Yi exclaimed, Holy crap, that's toxic. Ma Zhou was hit in the arm by a poison needle, just one poison needle. Ma Zhou's arm is now red, swollen and blue, with a transparent moisture in the blue mark. It's highly poisonous. Qin Yi has no idea how to detoxify. At this moment, Ma Zhou slowly extended his left hand. My lord, cut off my arm, or I will die completely. As long as I'm alive, even with only one arm, I can hold off the assassin for a while. Qin Yi shook his head. You have an antidote, right? You've been wandering around for so many years. Don't you have any protective medicine? Ma Zhou looked exhausted, and suddenly he cried out, My chest. It's in my chest. Qin Yi immediately touched Ma Zhou's chest, and a small porcelain bottle appeared in Qin Yi's hand. What kind of antidote is this? I don't know, but I feel there's snake venom on this needle. Since it's snake venom, we'll use this to treat it. We won't die. Ma Zhou gritted his teeth, his face turning deathly pale. As soon as Qin Yi opened the porcelain bottle, a pungent smell wafted out. Ma Zhou's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he pushed Qin Yi away with a sudden force of his left hand. In Ma Zhou's hand, there was only the possible antidote that Qin Yi had just taken out but hadn't had time to give him. Above them, in the blinding light of the sky, a masked man in white robes thrust his weapon straight at Ma Zhou, reaching Ma Zhou's chest. The moment Qin Yi was pushed away by Ma Zhou, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, and his whole body turned into a shooting star. With his enhanced physique and unparalleled fighting skills, facing this assassin shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 109 Forced to Study Medicine. Just as the assassin's blade was about to pierce Ma Zhou's body, Qin Yi's staff arrived. It struck first, hitting the man squarely on the head. Bang! Qin Yi's strength was so great that the person's body, which was originally beautifully shaped as it fell in midair, instantly became like a vine being whipped and twisted, and was directly thrown out. Ma Zhou closed his eyes, and then heard a deafening bang very close to his ear. Then, there was another sound of someone falling heavily to the ground. There were also sounds of people's bodies hitting trees and clothes rubbing against the tree bark. Qin Yi gripped the stick tightly in his hand and walked step by step toward the man. After being hit on the head by Qin Yi's stick, he's probably already unconscious, or maybe he's on the verge of death. Cough, cough, puffed. Qin Yi never expected that the man could actually get up. Blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, and his cold expression was just like that of the guards around Lier. The man had a youthful face and didn't look very old, but the viciousness he displayed just now was definitely not something someone his age should be like. Pa pa pa. It was obvious that an ordinary person would not be able to withstand such a blow from Qin Yi. The young man in white rolled over like a lazy donkey and instantly realized what was happening, frantically spitting out the cold, stiff dirt from his mouth. Who are you? Why are you trying to assassinate me? Qin Yi tapped the ground with his stick, his gaze sharp. If you take someone's money, you're obligated to solve their problems. You don't know who I am? You are Qin Yi. Qin Yi laughed. Didn't the person who hired you to kill someone tell you who I am? The young man in white looked puzzled, and his sharply defined face began to show hesitation. I am the first Marquis of the Great Tang Dynasty to be granted the title of Marquis, a title personally bestowed by His Majesty. At that moment, a look of confusion appeared on the man's face. So what if I'm a Marquis? I'm worth more. I need to make money now, sorry. The young man in white was sharp-tongued, and although he no longer had a blade in his hand, a strange cracking sound erupted from his body. In an instant, he charged towards Qin Yi like a large bird. Qin Yi stepped back, his eyes catching sight of Ma Zhou, who had just taken the antidote. He sighed inwardly. Fine. It's only today that Ma Zhou is poisoned. I won't waste any more time with you. With a body improved by the system and powerful fighting skills, he was far superior to this assassin. In the blink of an eye, the assassin was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and his eyes rolling back. Qin Yi didn't go too hard. Just as the opponent's bird-like figure was about to strike, Qin Yi simply moved forward and struck the tendon deep in the opponent's thigh with his stick. Perhaps the positioning was slightly off, hitting it a tiny bit. Whether the opponent would suffer any after effects was not important. They found a rope, tied the person up, and hung him under the car. Qin Yi helped Ma Zhou up and drove away. When they got home, it was already late at night, and the stars were few. Godan smelled the blood and rushed out, howling incessantly. Yang Er and Tian Er turned pale upon seeing this scene. Just drag this person into the cellar, torture, and interrogate him. Prepare a basin of hot water. Mr. Ma Zhou is injured. Ma Zhou entered the house, and Qin Yi also went into the study. Birth, aging, sickness, and death always require some medical treatment. Now Qin Yi suddenly realized that the danger was not over yet. Although he was a Marquis of the Tang Dynasty, he was different from others. Other dukes either served as generals or prime ministers of the Tang Dynasty. As for himself, he was just a leisurely Marquis with no real power or military authority, and he only had 20 guards, which were given to him by Lier as an exception. I'm fairly good at fighting right now, so even if someone tries to assassinate me, I can avoid danger. But what if my family gets hurt? Qin Yi would be unhappy if anyone in the manor got injured. Even if you were to hire a doctor, it would be dozens of miles away from Chang'an, which is no joke. Sometimes, life is about a hair's breadth away from a decision. In moments of extreme urgency, you just wish there was more time. Why not study medicine yourself? Although studying medicine certainly won't save the common people. Qin Yi then entered the study. System, how many points do I have for medical knowledge? Suddenly, a huge light screen appeared on the panel of the super landlord system, and a line of text appeared inside the light screen. Knowledge and skills category, proficient in medical skills, worth 30,000 landlord points. I still have 33,780 points left. Wow, I have to spend 30,000 points in one go. That's incredibly expensive. Qin Yi made the purchase order without hesitation, but at the same time, he was also planning to accumulate more points. Holy crap, that's amazing. Suddenly, Qin Yi felt as if a deity had touched his head, giving him the sensation of an immortal stroking his head and granting him eternal life. In an instant, he was enlightened. He rushed to Ma Zhou's room without stopping, where Yang Er and Tian Er were cleaning Ma Zhou's wounds. On Ma Zhou's arm, the wound had become infected, and the brown pus now emitted a foul odor. My lord, the poison was only suppressed for a short while by my medicine. To have met you, Lord Marquis, I, Ma Zhou, would die without regret. Qin Yi frowned and picked up a small knife that he had prepared beforehand. Yang Er, hold Mr. Ma Zhou down. Tian Er, tighten your grip on Mr. Ma Zhou's arm. Don't let go. At this moment, Qin Yi took a deep breath, and the red-hot knife suddenly felt familiar in his hand. It was as if this knife was an integral part of Qin Yi's body from birth. Sizzle sizzle. The moment the red-hot blade touched Ma Zhou's skin, a burnt smell began to emanate from it. It was nauseating. Yang Er and Tian Er both came from poor families, so they were completely unaffected by the unpleasant smell. What surprised them both was why the Marquis showed absolutely no reaction to the smell. His face didn't turn red, he wasn't out of breath, and his eyes didn't even move. Ma Zhou screamed in a heart-wrenching voice, and Go Dan outside howled in response. Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu fell asleep the whole way and didn't know what had happened, but in the darkness of night, the two of them found it hard to fall asleep in the house. Half an hour later, Qin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. All done. The knife, radiating a scorching heat, continued to burn the wound on Ma Zhou's arm, after which the alcohol extracted from strong liquor took effect. Each time Qin Yi squeezed the bruises out of Ma Zhou's arm, he would disinfect it with alcohol. The poison on these silver needles is not ordinary poison, but some kind of snake venom, similar to that of the five-step snake. It has a fishy and foul smell, but you can't smell it at all unless you burn it. Qin Yi prescribed a medicine for this poison. He had prepared a lot of medicine at home beforehand, and Sun Yunyang had prepared the soup. Chapter 110 The Bad Guys, Bamboo Leaf Green. After nearly 2 hours of turmoil, Ma Zhou finally woke up, and when he did, he seemed completely unaffected. The house was still warm in the dead of winter. When Ma Zhou saw Qin Yi, who was covered in blood, sitting in front of the bed, he suddenly jumped up and knelt on the ground. My lord, Ma Zhou's life now belongs to you. Qin Yi waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. You'll be the prime minister someday. I wouldn't dare let you owe me your life. All right, get some rest. I'll go ask that person. Ma Zhou gritted his teeth. I'll go too. My lord, I refuse to believe he can last an incense stick's time under my thumb. Qin Yi couldn't help but glance at Ma Zhou, whose eyes were now filled with coldness. The result of this chill was that the methods previously used on Jelly Khan would now be used on this assassin. The assassination attempt on a Marquis of the Tang dynasty was a major event, one that should not be underestimated by anyone in the court. But for Qin Yi, who lives in Lantian County, this matter might not be a big deal. The assassin's face was cold and stern, his mouth tightly shut, and his head held high, conveying a message to Qin Yi and Ma Zhou. He would never yield. Ma Zhou held a whip in his hand, and after soaking it in chilly water for a long time, he slowly extinguished the cigarette. His right arm, which had just been operated on by Qin Yi, was still bandaged, so he couldn't move it around. He would use his left hand instead. Smack, smack, smack. The 3 whips fell swiftly, like dragonflies skimming the water, and the sounds were almost simultaneous. The assassin sneered. That's it. Ma Zhou wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he smiled faintly and sat down in the chair behind him. My lord, to use your words, let the bullets fly for a while. My lord, what exactly is that bullet? Qin Yi smiled and said, you might see bullets in the future, but you probably don't need them right now. He turned to look at the assassin, and sure enough, after only 2 breaths, his eyes began to turn red. The veins on his face were bulging, and the wounds on his body from being whipped were beginning to turn outwards, with brownish-red bloodstains that sent chills down one's spine. I asked Yunyang for more than 1 basin of chili powder for this vat of water. Ma Zhou said coldly. At this moment, the man could no longer hold back. Although he had been stripped naked and the cellar was extremely eerie in the winter, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like beans. What did you do to me? You despicable scoundrel, kill me if you want. The terrifying scream sent chills down the spines of the entire Marquis residence. The maid covered the ears of the 2 young girls, but it was obvious that their hands were trembling. Who are the people that Lord Marquis is arresting every day? Why is there always such a big commotion? From the backyard, at the entrance to the cellar, sounds kept coming out. The man gritted his teeth, but the smell of the chilly water had already overwhelmed him. Especially when Ma Zhou poured the cold chilly water into the assassin's mouth. The assassin could no longer keep the secret. Did you want to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Unfortunately, Braces had already stretched his mouth open, leaving his soft tongue inside, barely allowing him to speak. But his mouth was too strong to bite off his tongue. I'll talk. Stop hitting him. Qin Yi chuckled. Who are you? Codename, Bamboo Leaf Green, Assassin. Oh, are you a lone assassin? Or do you have your own organization? I belong to the bad guys. Bamboo Leaf Green roared, its voice hoarse like that of a wild beast, its eyes fixed on Ma Zhou and Qin Yi. So what if you know? The bad guys are the strongest organization in the dark underworld. Even the Emperor can't find their traces. What makes you think you can? He's being stubborn again. Qin Yi slowly lit a cigarette and sneered. I have no interest in knowing what the bad people are, but I do want to know who sent you. Zhu Yeqing looked at Qin Yi, a hint of fear unconsciously appearing on her face. You devil, I'll haunt you even after I'm dead. Don't worry, you won't die. Or at least not too quickly. I am a merciful man. If you speak up, I will let you go. Zhu Yeqing sneered. I said, give me a quick death. Once a bad guy is forced to talk, there's no point in him living. Even if I can leave here alive, I'll be hunted down and killed by countless bad guys around the world. And I hiss. Zhu Yeqing winced in pain, gasped, and continued. Besides, we bad people have a strict hierarchy. How could I possibly know who my employer is? Ha. At this moment, Ma Zhou shook his head. You did tell me, but that information isn't enough. I know something about your bad people organization. As an assassin, you couldn't possibly not know your employer. Ma Zhou said calmly. My lord, the bad people were a special group during the Sui dynasty. They were established to resist the tyranny of Emperor Yang Guang and to advocate for the people. They were considered heroes in their time. But later, after the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the bad people disappeared without a trace. I heard that they became the most mysterious organization in the entire Central Plains, and also the most feared existence among underground organizations. They specialize in assassination, using any means necessary, and their methods are despicable and despised by people. Qin Yi frowned. How does it compare to the Black Knights? Ma Zhou chuckled. Lord Marquis, you overestimate the bad guys. They're just a bunch of Jianghu people from the martial arts world. Even if they're highly skilled in martial arts, they're not even as good as a child compared to the Black Riders trained in hell. Even the Bamboo Leaf Green has no chance of winning against the Marquis today, let alone the Black Riders. At this moment, Zhu Yeqing coldly became anxious. The current Emperor's Black Knights? They'll have to put in some effort to defeat us. Still being stubborn. Ma Zhou sneered, and the whip came again. Bamboo Leaf Green is about to cry. You shameless bastard. I told you I'd done my part, so just let me finish this quickly. Why are you still doing this? Don't you guys have any sense of reason at all? The Bamboo Viper got anxious and roared. The martial arts world has its own rules. Are you trying to break those rules? Qin Yi exhaled a smoke ring and sneered. You've come all this way to attack me. Talking to you about rules? That would be irresponsible to me and to everyone else in the manor. Besides, whether you talk or not, whether I release you or not, whether I give you a quick death, it all depends on my mood. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he threw his cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it out, picked up a small knife, and walked straight toward Zhu Yeqing. What are you doing? Zhu Yeqing was terrified of Qin Yi and Ma Zhou, and now, in his desperate eyes, he only wanted to die a quick and painless death. Who is Qi Ping in Chapter 111? No. Hero, Lord Marquis. Show mercy. I was just testing your strength. Now I'm serious. I'll answer whatever you ask. Zhu Yeqing's expression suddenly changed, and in an instant, as if he were someone who felt no pain, his eyes softened as he looked at Qin Yi. Qin Yi stopped holding the knife. Oh, looks like you figured it out. Zhu Yeqing had completely lost his previous sinister and arrogant demeanor, and suddenly became righteous and awe-inspiring. I was forced into it. If I could live a good life, why would I become an assassin? The bad guy's organization is now deep within the Tang dynasty. Even if His Majesty wanted to eradicate it completely, it would be impossible. I am one of the bad people of Chang'an. Our leader is the bad marquis. Well, there is only one bad marquis in each place. The person who truly controls all the bad guys in the world is called the bad guy commander. He is a mysterious person, and to this day, apart from a few bad guy marquises, no one knows his identity. Qin Yi nodded. Then who sent you to assassinate me? Zhu Yecheng sighed. I heard it's a man named Qi Ping. He's incredibly influential and, most importantly, very rich. It's just that they concealed something when they talked about your identity, Lord Marquis. So the price I offered was 50,000 taels of silver, which is not as high as the price offered by your friend He Chen. Qin Yi continued. Oh? How much is He Chen's head worth? 500,000 taels. Ma Zhou was stunned. Qin Yi was immediately unhappy. Was He Chen's head more valuable than his own, the dignified marquis of the Great Tang dynasty? Could it be because He Chen has a big head? Ma Zhou smiled knowingly. My lord, it's fortunate that your head isn't expensive, otherwise the person you sent wouldn't be this incompetent fool. Hee. Sir, you are injured. Ma Zhou blushed. What? Want to try again? Hee. Sir, you underestimate my magnanimity. I just want to tell you that I have an antidote. Zhu Yecheng's face remained unchanged, but his legs were trembling. He was absolutely terrified. This guy is a bit of a drama queen. After he's completely convinced, he always says the most cowardly things in the most arrogant tone. Ma Zhou's expression softened slightly. Who is Qi Ping? The person who is close to Yang Fan, the little tyrant of Dongshi, has just not been seen with Yang Fan recently. Qin Yi chuckled inwardly. Yang Fan had already been shot dead by the 8-ox crossbow. Did you need to tell him? Could Qi Ping be the same person who noticed the unusual nature of the paper in He Chen's hand at a glance? Mr. Ma Zhou, investigate this person. Yes. It was the middle of the night, and Qin Yi didn't want to bother anyone anymore. He wanted to sleep. This time, when Ma Zhou went to Chang'an, Zhang Xiong and the other 20 guards learned that Qin Yi had been assassinated and Ma Zhou had been injured. They were so eager to rush into Chang'an, find those scoundrels, and skin them alive one by one. Qin Yi calmed everyone down, saying, just guard the Marquis's residence. Yes, Zhang Xiong will certainly live up to the mission. 20 personal guards, fully armed, with swords, spears, and halberds in their hands, and an 8-ox crossbow set up at the highest point of the Marquis's mansion. Within the mansion, or even within a mile away, any disturbance could be easily killed by the 8-ox crossbow. Early the next morning, Ma Zhou returned with very dark circles under his eyes. He held a booklet in his hand, placed it in Qin Yi's hand, and then fell into a deep sleep. Yang Er and Tian Er carried Ma Zhou back to the house to rest, while Qin Yi opened the booklet. Qi Ping was a descendant of the king of Qi during the northern and southern dynasties. Originally surnamed Liang, he changed his surname to Qi to conceal his identity and to remember the shame of his country's destruction. Starting with Qi Ping's father, there was a close relationship between them and the Longxili family, a prominent family in Guangzhou. He once served as a behind-the-scenes strategist for Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji, but due to his status, there are no records of him. How could Ma Zhou actually get this information? It seems money really can make the devil turn the millstone. Ma Zhou went out last night and carried a huge bag of gold. After the deaths of Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji, Qi Ping became Princess Yang's tentacles outside the palace. Through his machinations, he successfully controlled many businesses, including restaurants, casinos, and the East Market. At this moment, Qin Yi finally understood that Yang Fan was nothing more than a puppet. This Qi Ping is definitely not the kind of strategist that someone like Yang Fan could have. Qin Yi even had a vague feeling that Qi Ping's abilities were beyond the control of the Yang family. Qi Ping kept an exceptionally low profile in Chang'an, so low that no one knew his whereabouts. Since Yang Fan's recent disappearance, Qi Ping has not appeared again, except for one time at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Zuihalu was the largest brothel in Pinkangfang, and a place where romantic scholars would get drunk, compose poems, and have fun. Qi Ping was a scholar, so he was naturally unremarkable and easy to hide among them. Zuihalu and Zula seemed to be quite famous places in Chang'an. Qin Yi had heard of Zula from He Chen, but Zuihalu was rarely mentioned by He Chen. The booklet records the reasons why Qi Ping went to Zuihalu, and what Qi Ping usually did in Zuihalu. This news was so detailed that Qin Yi subconsciously thought that Qi Ping himself had written it. Their living habits, daily preferences, and whereabouts are all known, except for where they live. At the end, Qin Yi noticed a line of text, made by bad guys. Holy crap, Ma Zhou is buying information from the bad guys. No wonder he didn't have much gold left when he came back. I've never heard of Ma Zhou being able to contact the bad guys before. It seems he spent a lot of time and effort last night and made some connections with quite a few people. It's time to meet this Qi Ping. Princess Yang of Chao is not scary. Li Er will treat her words as farts. But what Qi Ping was doing in the shadows seemed to be more than just a simple matter. According to the booklet, Yang Fun had disappeared, but everything in the East Market was in good order, and the merchants paid their protection fees as usual, without any change whatsoever. It is clear that someone in the East Market is still controlling all of this. Qi Ping and Qin Yi, members of the bad guys, lit a cigarette and slowly walked out. Qin Yi, it's me, Lao Cheng here. Come out quickly. Just as Qin Yi picked up the bowl, he heard Cheng Yaojin shout. Upon stepping outside, they discovered that Cheng Yaojin had not come with Su Shiji this time. Instead, the person accompanying Cheng Yaojin was a burly man. The man's face was deeply lined with wrinkles, giving him an air of self-assurance. Let me introduce you. This is General Niu Jinda. You can call him Old Niu from now on. Niu Jinda. Qin Yi smiled knowingly. So it was this bull demon king. Old Cheng, General Niu, why are you in full armor? What brings you to my residence? Cheng Yaojin didn't speak, but nodded at Niu Jinda. Niu Jinda, clad in full armor, wore the most imposing armor of the Tang dynasty, the bright armor. His armor gleamed in the sunlight, and thankfully it wasn't summer, otherwise Qin Yi felt his eyes would be blurred. Chapter 112 Bull Demon King Niu Jinda. Lord Lutian, General Cheng, and I have come here today on orders. Firstly, to convey His Majesty's oral decree. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi immediately bowed. He was not yet familiar with Niu Jinda, and he did not want to kneel down to receive Li Er's decree, but he still had to show basic courtesy. Niu Jinda frowned slightly, but seeing that Cheng Yaojin seemed unfazed, he nodded. His Majesty's decree is here. Qin Yi, you brat, you've stirred up a huge mess. Remember to prepare a banquet these next 2 days. I'm tired of the food in the palace. If I don't eat well, I'll punish you. Niu Jinda was stunned when he looked at the words on the imperial edict. He wasn't exactly a scholar. He would read whatever he saw without paying much attention to anything. Only after reading it did I realize that His Majesty's edicts were always very serious. Why did it change when it came to Qin Yi? Cheng Yaojin sighed. Qin Yi, His Majesty truly treats you like his own child. Qin Yi was taken aback. No, I don't want an elder like Li Er. He seems upright and noble, but he is actually very cunning. He is indeed domineering, but he is too ruthless. Yangfen was promised this by Li Er himself, so why is he now trying to extort a meal from him? The second matter, Qin Yi, this is not His Majesty's decree. His Majesty said that he will come in a few days to take away what he needs. Qin Yi was quite clear about this. Li Er had once said while drunk that he wanted to take away a large number of seeds, regardless of what kind of seeds they were. It seems that this marquis title wasn't given for nothing. Li Er used the marquis title to obtain seeds of various crops from Qin Yi's family and began planting them in the Tang dynasty. Well, a man's word is his bond. Besides, with more seeds, the people of the Tang dynasty will be richer, making it easier for me to do business later. What's coming? Niu Jinda took off his general's hat, and the soldiers behind him slowly retreated. Niu Jinda flipped off his horse and said to Qin Yi, You brat, I've had my eye on you for a long time. Huh. Qin Yi was a little confused. He had never had any dealings with Niu Jinda before. How did he end up offending him? Cheng Yaojin smiled knowingly. Qin Yi, you don't know, do you? Zhang Xiong was Lao Niu's subordinate. Now look what you've done, you've snatched him away. Also, Lao Niu has a severe smoking habit now, so you should prepare some for him. Qin Yi laughed. Hee, I see. Then I'm sorry for offending you. Today, I've come to your home. I wouldn't dare say that the food is the best, but it's certainly comparable to the imperial kitchen in the palace. Yang Air, Tian Air, prepare the wine and entertain the guests. Yes, my lord. At the round table, Niu Jinda looked at the steaming hot pot and fell into deep thought. TSK. This taste, no wonder old Cheng has been thinking about it every day. Niu Jinda was a truly honest man. Historically, he was also a man of great martial prowess and high status. He came from an official family. His father was Niu Han, the former registrar of Puyang during the Sui dynasty. His family suffered many calamities and lost countless relatives, leaving him the only survivor. Qin Yi still had great respect for people like Niu Jinda. Just looking at the guy's upright and honest actions, he was worthy of admiration. Previously, he and Cheng Yaojin and others participated in the Wagong uprising. After the failure, they were accepted by Wang Shichong. Then, in front of Li Er, these generals, faced with Li Er's demeanor, directly submitted and surrendered to the Tang dynasty. Emperor Taizong, Li Er, valued Niu Jinda highly. During the battles against Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda, Niu Jinda was a fierce general who was loyal to Emperor Taizong and never forgot the kindness of Emperor Taizong in recognizing his talent. Others looked down on him for being rude, thinking that as the son of an official, he didn't study the classics and had become a complete bore. However, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Shubao admired Niu Jinda's generosity. Qin Yi sighed. Don't advise others to be kind if you haven't experienced their affairs yourself. When Niu Jinda was almost starving to death, why didn't those of you who made sarcastic remarks go and save him? General Niu. Huh? What did you call me? Qin Yi's face darkened. Why was this guy so overly familiar? Uncle Niu? Yes, that's more like it. Cheng Yaojin was displeased. You old ox, trying to take advantage, huh? Qin Yi calls me old Cheng, and Su Shiji that bastard old Su. Even when His Majesty hadn't revealed his identity at first, Qin Yi called him Old Li. How come you've become uncle? Niu Jinda glared and puffed out his cheeks. That's personal charisma. Lao Cheng, you should learn from him. Come. I've long heard that the fine wines of the Marquis of Lution's family are beyond the reach of ordinary people. I, old Niu, thought that Lantian wine was already an unparalleled celestial brew, but old Cheng has been bragging to me every day. I'm not convinced. It's fate that we meet today. Cheers. Cheers. Niu Jinda showed no intention of being a guest. On the contrary, he acted as if he were the host. Before the three of them had even started eating, the wine in Qin Yi's house, which had a higher alcohol content than Lantian wine, had already been reduced to the bottom of the jar. After finishing his drink, the old ox repeatedly exclaimed how delicious it was. Eating hot pot so early in the morning. This kind of thing only happens at Qin Yi's house. When Yunyang looked at Niu Jinda, she always had a smile on her face, and the old ox was also happy. Yunyang was also quite beautiful and had a good figure, which made the old ox very happy. Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. That's how it is with ugly people. If someone glances at them, they'll always be presumptuous. In fact, Qin Yi knew in his heart that Yunyang was just curious. She also knew her own identity and would never dare to have any improper thoughts. This dish. Niu Jinda was amazed by what he saw. He had never seen many of these vegetables, fruits, and grains before, and he was very excited. The bold demon king spoke, and soon the plates piled up like a small mountain. Today, Lao Cheng stole the show, making sarcastic remarks about Niu Jinda and offering all sorts of unsolicited advice. You don't even know this? This is broccoli, and this is cucumber. TSK. You're such a novice. You obviously don't know how to eat. You're like a cow chewing on a peony. Cucumbers should be eaten raw with icing sugar. Qin Yi stood by, pouring wine and lighting cigarettes. After a few rounds of drinks, Niu Jinda let out a satisfied burp. That was great. That was satisfying. Qin Yi, I'm not here today for nothing. If anything happens in the future, just let me know. The court is full of scheming scoundrels who speak rudely and are all cowards. They just talk nonsense behind people's backs. If you're angry, just because you called me Uncle Niu, I'll teach them a lesson. Thank you, Uncle Niu. What about me? Uncle Cheng, were those two doing this on purpose? At this moment, Cheng Yaojin said calmly, you did a good job with Yang Fun's matter. Now for the important stuff. This time, Lao Cheng and Lao Niu will definitely bring good news. His Majesty has long disliked Lady Yang, but out of consideration for face and the opinions of the court officials, he had no choice but to grant her a title. However, Lady Yang's brother went too far. Qin Yi, now you are truly a marquis of the great Tang dynasty. The majesty of kings and nobles is inviolable. Chapter 113, ensuring the people of the Tang dynasty have enough to eat. Is that really what His Majesty said? Qin Yi frowned. He didn't believe Cheng Yaojin's empty words. At this moment, Niu Jinda nodded seriously. Qin Yi, you don't know, Wang Lianli submitted a series of memorials that day, all saying bad things about you. It's true what they say, these censors are all good with words. I, old Niu, know perfectly well that you haven't done that many bad things, but after hearing what they say, I almost really thought you were a villain who committed all sorts of evil deeds. But do you know what His Majesty said later? Qin Yi smiled and lit a cigarette for Lao Niu. Hee, I really didn't know. Niu Jinda gave a mysterious smile, a crack appearing on his rugged face. He had laughed until he was creased. His Majesty said at the time, Yang Fen was no good anyway, so he's dead. All right, I know very well what you've been doing all day long. Court adjourned. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda were both completely bewildered. Qin Yi, what are you laughing at, you brat? Qin Yi waved his hand. No, uncles, Just call me Old Ox. All right, Lao Niu, Lao Cheng, His Majesty is actually quite upset about this. Qin Yi said earnestly, then added, think about it. What does His Majesty dislike the most? Ambitious and full of hypocrisy. Cheng Yaojin said, full of empty talk, absurdity throughout. Niu Jinda asked doubtfully. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. What His Majesty dislikes most right now are the censors. Old Niu, Old Cheng, the Tang dynasty is now at a critical stage. What it needs are a lot of people who can get things done, not cowards who only talk the talk. Think about it. Next year will be His Majesty's second year on the throne. By then, those tribes outside will have been watching for a while. If His Majesty had not won on the Wei River, next year His Majesty would have to face more than just the Turkic tribe. Qin Yi blinked and smiled mysteriously. Niu Jinda and Cheng Yaojin were both veterans in the army, having experienced countless battles, large and small. They were extremely knowledgeable about the internal and external troubles of the Tang dynasty, what the tribes outside were like, and what unstable factors still existed within the Tang dynasty. They were very clear about these things. His Majesty may seem to have unified the country now, but there are still many forces that have not been pacified. The remnants of Li Jiansheng, the 9 Sogdian clans, and former rebel kings, such as Wang Zhengqiu, are still observing the situation. If things go wrong in the second year of Jingguan, some people may become restless, and the Tang dynasty's empire could face a crisis in an instant. In such circumstances, a capable minister who can govern a peaceful and prosperous era is more important than anything else. When peace and prosperity arrive, those officials can boast as they please, but now, if anyone continues to spout nonsense and empty rhetoric, His Majesty will definitely take decisive action to show those hypocrites what it means for imperial authority to be inviolable. Qin Yi, I didn't expect you to be so insightful at such a young age. Niu Jinda showed an expression of admiration, clasped his hands and said, although I, old Niu, am old, what did the ancients say again? There is a sequence to hearing things, and there is a specialty for everything. That's the gist of it. Qin Yi, although you are young, you are not naive at all. Cheng Yaojin looked at Niu Jindao with an air of nonchalance, a hint of smugness on his face. Old Niu, I'm not trying to criticize you, but Qin Yi has accomplished quite a few great things since he was ennobled. They say a new broom sweeps clean, and in my opinion, Qin Yi's 3 fires after being ennobled are no small feat. Cheng Yaojin picked up a piece of mutton, then stuffed it into his mouth, not caring that the sauce stuck to his beard. This is indeed unusual. After others are in theft, they are all careful to please the emperor and govern their fiefdoms. But you are different. I heard that you distributed your chickens, ducks and geese to the people of your fiefdom for free. Hee, this is a good thing. Qin Yi waved his hand. It's not free. The people in the fiefdom need some things to get through this difficult time. Hey, Lao Cheng, do you remember when I talked about the locust plague? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. Qin Yi, you're not lying? You are now a marquis of the Tang dynasty, and your word is law. If you talk nonsense, I, Old Cheng, will be the first to not let you off the hook. I distributed the chickens, ducks and geese I raised to the people. Don't be fooled by how busy the people in the fiefdom were for the first month, working like dogs. But once the chickens, ducks and geese started laying eggs, they would realize the benefits. I only take 2 out of 10 eggs, and they keep 8, so we have enough to eat. The people of the Tang dynasty were emaciated and sallow. They ate a lot, but their bodies were not strong enough. Do you know why? Qin Yi asked, and Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao were completely confused. Eating more would naturally give them energy, so they shouldn't be looking pale and thin. It's because they don't eat meat. Whether it's pork, beef, mutton, or chicken, duck, or goose eggs, they all contain the things that the people of the Tang dynasty need most to strengthen their bodies. Only by eating more can they become strong. When children have meat and eggs during their growth process, they naturally become tall, strong, and robust. When the youth are strong, the Tang dynasty is strong. Although Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao were rough men, as soon as they heard Qin Yi finish speaking, they immediately realized that the so-called impeachment of Qin Yi for trying to win people's hearts in the court was a shallow understanding. Distributing chickens, ducks, geese, and piglets was not intended to make the people in Qin Yi's fiefdom work themselves to death for the purpose of gaining merit, nor was it intended to win people's hearts. It's a real strategy, one that may seem insignificant, but once it's rolled out, wow, I can't even imagine. Looking at the terrified faces of Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda, Qin Yi immediately laughed. Besides, the contents of meat and eggs can help children develop their brains better. If the youth are wise, then the Tang dynasty will be wise. Without giving the two a chance to think, Qin Yi continued. These things are actually based on very simple principles. Why are the Turks so strong in battle? It's because the millions of Turks were able to develop fully at the end of the Sui dynasty. In less than 20 years, everyone supported those young people, which also made the generation of strong people like Jili Khan. As a nomadic people, the old, weak, sick and disabled would go out to die every winter, leaving only the grain and beef and mutton for those young people. After more than 10 years, how could those who survived not be strong? At this point, Qin Yi began to use a historical perspective to explain the path to national strength to the two veteran generals. Qin Yi, you know what? It seems to make sense. Also, Lao Cheng, Lao Niu, haven't you noticed a problem? The people of the Tang dynasty have had enough of war. As long as they are given food and allowed to survive, only a fool would follow others in rebellion. Qin Yi sneered. So, my goal is very simple, to ensure that all people in the world have enough to eat. After eating and drinking to our heart's content, let's roll up our sleeves and create a glorious Tang dynasty. It all started with meat and eggs, and later there will be milk. In my fiefdom, every family's children will drink plenty of milk from childhood to adulthood. Chapter 114, The Young Man's Tale of the Tang Dynasty. Niu Jindao's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. Qin Yi, good boy. Old Niu's trip was worthwhile. I thought old Cheng's boasting to me was all lies, but after this conversation, I'm completely convinced. As expected, those who are ennobled at the age of 16 are no ordinary people. Qin Yi, I can't guarantee anything about others in the Tang dynasty, but as long as I, old Niu, am here, no one will dare to touch you. Qin Yi laughed. Old Niu, come on, have a smoke. There will be fewer and fewer opportunities to fight in the future. This world belongs to you now, but it will belong to us young people in the future. In the end, the prosperity of the Tang dynasty belongs to every hard-working person. Look at that arrogant servant outside. That's Yang Heir, my former tenant. Everyone else left, but he and Tian Heir stayed. When I, Qin Yi, earned my first fortune, I rewarded the two of them with a large sum of silver. At that time, these two simpletons planned to let their children get married first. Qin Yi looked at Yang Heir, who was busy at work, and shook his head. Do you know what they said when I asked them why they wanted their child to get married so early? Old Cheng and old Niu have now entered Qin Yi's state of mind and are completely confused. Although I couldn't understand a lot of it, I vaguely felt that it was really impressive. Moreover, my heart was surging with excitement and my blood was boiling. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda grew impatient. Speak up, kid. If you keep keeping me in suspense, we'll beat you up. Qin Yi lit a cigarette for himself. The two of them gave the same answer. Of course, the purpose of marrying a wife is to have children. I asked again, what about after you give birth? They replied, we'll be your tenants, young master. We won't starve if we follow you. I continued, and what about after that? They both said they wanted to keep having children and continue being tenant farmers. Qin Yi laughed at this moment. I told them all to get lost and immediately sent their children to study with the best teachers in Chang'an. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao were stunned, like wooden chickens. What they said about Qin Yi is wrong. These two uncultured men still don't understand the importance of education. Qin Yi sighed. Both of you are generals who fought your way up from the battlefield, 1 in a million, but others are not so lucky. This world is not about luck, but about ability. If children want to stand out and contribute to the Tang dynasty, they must study. They must have their own independent personalities and enrich their minds. This is the essence of when the youth are independent, the Tang dynasty is independent. When the youth are wealthy, the Tang dynasty is wealthy. When the youth progress, the Tang dynasty progresses. When the youth are powerful throughout the world, the Tang dynasty is powerful throughout the world. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda had never heard such words before. Every word Qin Yi uttered felt like a heavy hammer blow to their hearts. Every time Qin Yi uttered a word, both of their hearts skipped a beat. Good. Qin Yi, you truly live up to my expectations, old chum. Come on, have a drink. Although the two military officers were not very literate, they had already memorized Qin Yi's words. Hee. That's why I want to ensure that the people in my fiefdom have meat, eggs, milk, and grain to eat. If they don't become wealthy, there can be no peace in the world. The world is so big, how can all the countries submit to the Tang dynasty? What do you think the future of the Tang dynasty will be like with such people and such youth? Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao were panting heavily, drinking one cup of wine after another, their faces flushed, their eyes deep and moist. The Tang dynasty will surely become a world power. The two said it almost in unison. At this point, Qin Yi felt it was about time. So he slowly smiled and said, Old Chung, Old Nyo, let's not talk about anything else today. Come on, eat more. All right, for the sake of the Tang dynasty, I must eat well and have a few more big, healthy sons. Cheng Yaojin said loudly. Qin Yi's face darkened. Didn't you already have Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chubi? Both of these kids are big, strong, and capable of lifting a cauldron. Niu Jinda had several sons, but they were all too young. His only son, Niu Jinhu, disliked martial arts and only liked classical texts, which worried the old man Niu. Now, Niu Jinda is no longer in a hurry. He knows how important it is to be both literate and skilled in martial arts. But he always felt that he wasn't good enough, and that his son might not be cut out for it. Now, after hearing Qin Yi's words, Niu Jinda is even more determined to make sure his child continues to study hard. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Cheng Yaojin suddenly grabbed Qin Yi's hand. He was already quite drunk, and the intoxication on his face was unmistakable. You rascal, last time I came to your house, your two younger sisters asked me, Old Chung, a question. Qin Yi's heart tightened. Oh no, this troublesome 10,000 Ys has appeared. A 1-pound iron ball and a 1-pound cotton ball. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Cheng Yaojin collapsed headfirst. Niu Jindao was already fast asleep. Seeing that the sun was high in the sky and it was almost noon, Qin Yi summoned the soldiers outside to carry the two generals onto the carriage. When the soldiers saw Zhang Xiong, they all gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Xiong had good judgment. He saw the potential in the young Marquis, and now he was rising to prominence. When they saw Qin Yi, they became excited. Greetings, Lord Letian. You are all talented soldiers. Although Qin Yi is not good at leading troops, he has always had great respect for the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Have you eaten and drunk well today? Tian Air, who was standing to the side, immediately nodded. My lord, a 10-bowl feast has been arranged. The soldiers have official duties to attend to today and have not been able to drink. It's all right, just bring them some of our homemade wine. Among the soldiers, an older man stepped forward. My lord, I've heard that you seized the power of heaven and earth on the Wei River, summoned heavenly thunder, and annihilated the Turkic army. Is that true? Seeing the man's admiring gaze, Qin Yi decided not to ruin his glorious image in the man's heart. These are just minor matters, nothing more than a small favor for the Tang dynasty. No need for further words. Gentlemen, I'll trouble you all to escort the two generals back today. In an instant, the soldiers who didn't know what had happened all looked at him with worship, as if they were looking at a god. The soldier bowed and said, Please rest assured, my lord. The two generals had already made arrangements when they came, and they had no intention of returning sober. These two troublemakers devoured half a cow, a sheep, and a whole bunch of fruits and vegetables at Qin Yi's house today. Fortunately, Lao Cheng was drunk, otherwise Qin Yi would not have wanted to explain to him what gravity and gravitational pull are. The more I explain, the more confused I get. After seeing the others off, Qin Yi went to Ma Zhou's room. Ma Zhou was fast asleep, snoring loudly, and his face was rosy, no longer as pale as before. This is truly a national hero of the Tang dynasty. We must give Ma Zhou a chance to go out and promote him. It's a waste of his talent to keep him at home. Chapter 1:15 Yang Tieju's Method. On Ma Zhou's table was an iron box, or more accurately, an iron tube shaped like an iron box, resembling a pen holder, but with fine texture and exquisite workmanship, its interior filled with countless pores. These pores were about the thickness of an embroidery needle. Suddenly, Qin Yi remembered the assassin Zhu Yeqing he had encountered in the pine forest before, and the dense, vicious silver needles. What's this thing called again? Right, Heaven's Wrath. That's a very creative name, but unfortunately, it's just a mechanism. Once inside the courtyard, they found Yang Taizhu and asked him to make a copy based on the contents of the book. This stumped Yang Taizhu. My lord, the mechanisms inside are extremely ingenious. I'm just a rough blacksmith. I could make other things for you, but I don't understand these things. Didn't you learn from that person from Lu Ban's family since you were a child? Yang Taizhu looked miserable. My lord, I was just bragging. If I could learn from the Lu Ban family, would I need to make a living as a blacksmith? I wouldn't be starving and have to ask you for help. I'm giving you a death order, Qin Yi said calmly. Here is 100 taels of silver. Go find someone to ask questions and learn from. You have 7 days to master everything here. Although the Lu Ban family doesn't pass on their skills to outsiders, I can see that some of your craftsmanship is far superior to that of ordinary blacksmiths and craftsmen. If you do a good job this time, you'll be richly rewarded. Yang Taizhu was about to cry. My lord, I am just a blacksmith. How could I possibly learn such profound things? Well, the Marquis gave a death order, and I had to learn it even if it meant death. If it weren't for the Marquis's help back then, providing wages and food, I would have starved to death long ago. After being ennobled, the Marquis never asked anything of me. Now that the Marquis has made a request, Yang Taiju, how could you be so ungrateful? Study. With bloodshot eyes, Yang Taiju rushed out with 100 taels of silver. Two little heads peeked out of the window. Brother, where did Yang Taiju go? He went to study and made progress. Oh, can we come along? No, you two already played around yesterday. Starting today, focus on your studies. Have you finished your junior high physics homework? As soon as Qin Yi spoke, his face darkened, and the two little girls immediately stuck out their tongues, hugged Go Dan, and closed the window. Qin Yi is the kind of person who is extremely lenient with others, but extremely strict with himself, not only with himself, but also with his family. When Qin Ryun and Qin Ryu grow up, they can't just know how to embroider, and they can't be curious about everything they see. Knowledge and wisdom are a woman's most beautiful qualities. If they get married and have children in the future, how can they teach their children if they lack wisdom and knowledge? Forget it, I won't think about it too much. Although these two little girls are not my biological sisters, they grew up together since they were little, and the bond of kinship is already in this body. The education of these two little girls is of utmost importance. As evening approached, Yang Taiju excitedly knocked on the door. My lord, I found a way. Qin Yi was taken aback. Huh? Yang Taiju, are you kidding me? At this moment, Yang Taiju smiled faintly. My lord, I went to Chang'an and asked many people, all of whom were experienced masters, but they didn't know how to do it either. Later, after I came back, I met Mr. Ma Zhou, who had just woken up. Oh, does Ma Zhou know what kind of mechanism is inside? My lord, Mr. Ma Zhou doesn't know either, but he told me to go to the cellar and ask that person. Qin Yi's face darkened. He had forgotten about that. Zhu Yeqing was still imprisoned. My lord, I bought that man a lot of food and wine, and he really did say it. I tried it with a large bamboo tube, and it really worked. But at the last step, the man seemed to hesitate, so Mr. Ma Zhou asked me to feed him water. Qin Yi was drinking water at the time, and when he heard those two words, he spat out his water. What kind of water? It's just water mixed with chili peppers. The man had only taken a sip when he exclaimed and explained the secret. Qin Yi was speechless. Ma Zhou seemed to have changed since he started following him. Historically, Ma Zhou was upright and righteous, with a strong sense of justice and integrity, which even Emperor Taizong admired. And now, following me, Ma Zhou has completely turned into a cunning old fox. After acquiring pepper spray, Ma Zhou has become fond of interrogation, getting accurate information every time, and using all sorts of methods. First it was Zhao Dian, Wang Dafu, and Jelly Khan, and now it's this Awakens. These people will probably never forget the suffering they endured in Qin Yi's cellar that day, even in death. Alright, now that you know what to do, go and make one. Like I said, there will be a reward if you succeed. Yes, my lord. I'll go right away. Yang Taiju excitedly ran out and went into his blacksmith's shed, where he began the clanging and banging process. On the Turkic steppe, as the cold, strong wind blew through the tents, women with deeply lined faces stepped forward. They were still alive, but they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. For the Turks. For the Turks. The women's voices were deafening. They shouted as they took off their wool coats and tossed them to the young children. They knew that after this winter, the Turkic people would face disaster. This year's pasture had frozen to death in the snow, and no new pasture would grow on the grassland next year. The entire Turkic people would not have enough food for everyone. At this time, someone had to sacrifice. This has always been the rule on the grasslands. It was through this method that the Turks overcame difficulties and ushered in a period of prosperity. During their most powerful period, the Turks were so powerful that even the people of the Central Plains had to submit to them. But now, both Khans have disappeared. The only remaining Yabgu Khan, although a young and promising man, is too young, only in his 20s, and cannot quell the internal strife within the Turkic Khaganate. In addition, the snow this year was too heavy. The Turks went from being extremely powerful and confronting the Tang dynasty to now being in question whether they can even survive until next year, all in less than 3 months. Dozens of elderly and weak men and women, as well as men disabled from war, stepped out one by one into the depths of the distant grassland. They were clearly going to their deaths, and they knew that they would really have no chance of surviving if they went there, but their eyes were resolute and they showed no fear. For the Turks, someone shouted. Following closely behind, shouts rang out continuously. On the grasslands, dozens of people from one tribe and hundreds of tribes are doing the same thing. This is how people on the grasslands preserve fire. But they didn't know that after this natural and man-made disaster, the Turks would never have a chance to recover. Chapter 116: Cruel Rules on the Grassland. Tang Jian, who was hiding deep in the grassland, burst out laughing when he saw this scene unfold. Hee, fortunes change every 30 years. Next year will be the time for me, Tang Jian, to return to the Tang dynasty. The wind and snow swirled, and the world was like a giant furnace, melting everything into silver. Amidst the vast expanse of white snow, Tang Jian huddled in a cave, warming himself by a fire. Inside the cave, it was warm as spring. Outside, it was like purgatory. Heaven and earth are ruthless. The earth is like a chopping board, and all living beings are like fish on a chopping block. There was no meat in front of Tang Jian, only wine. Tang Jian pulled a flask of strong liquor from his waist and muttered to himself, "His Majesty should have received my letter by now." Li Er received a letter, one he had been waiting for 3 years. 3 years ago, Tang Jian, the man in the Tang dynasty most skilled at dealing with Turks, disguised himself as a Turk and appeared on the Turkic grasslands. At that time, Tang Jian was full of vigor and was only in his early 30s. In less than 3 years, Tang Jian had already integrated into the Turkic community. Since the day Li Er ascended the throne, Tang Jian has remained silent. At that time, Li Er had already abandoned this secret line and was determined to cultivate more people like Tang Jian in the future. The pieces that Li Er placed back then have finally sent back news. Your Majesty, this letter is as if we were face to face. Your subject, Tang Jian, was overjoyed and wept upon hearing of your Majesty's ascension to the throne. With your Majesty in power, a golden age is surely on the horizon for the Tang dynasty. The Turks are currently embroiled in war. 2 months ago, I met with General Li Jing, who recounted your Majesty's predicament. I know that since leaving Tang territory and entering the Turkic lands, I have faced no attacks and have been filled with trepidation. Times have changed. The Turks are in turmoil. 2 Khans have disappeared one after another. The Yabgu Khan is isolated and helpless, and various tribes are frequently at war. Heavy snow blankets the land, and the grasslands are frozen solid. Next year will be the perfect opportunity for the Tang dynasty to strike. Tang Jian's letter was very long, as if he wanted to say all the things he hadn't had time to say in one go. Li Er's expression turned solemn, and his eyes welled up with tears. In the imperial study, Empress Zhongsun pressed Li Er's head, sighing deeply. With selfless ministers like Tang Jian and capable ministers like Qin Yi, how can my empire not prosper? Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty, when will you summon Qin Yi to the palace? I would like to meet him and see what kind of young hero he is that your Majesty values so highly. Guanyin, you don't know. After Qin Yi was ennobled, he started making a big fuss. Now, there are more people in the court who are impeaching him than those who forced me to abdicate after I ascended the throne. Isn't this a good thing? Qin Yi has taken on the burden of those harsh words from the censors for His Majesty. That's true. I think highly of Qin Yi. Guanyin, how about we leave the palace together one day and visit Qin Yi's home? His Majesty. Li Er stood up, in high spirits due to the joyous occasion, and picked up Empress Zhongsun, intending to rush into the inner palace, but was stopped by Empress Zhongsun. Your Majesty, you haven't finished telling me about Qin Yi yet. Li Er chuckled, stroked his beard, lit a cigarette, and, facing Empress Zhongsun's tiger-like gaze, finally spoke slowly. After Qin Yi was ennobled, the first thing he did was distribute chickens, ducks, geese, and even pigs to the tenant farmers. The second thing he did was kick down the gambling den controlled by the Cui family, which was very gratifying. The third thing, which I quite like, was that I took pity on Yang Shi and spared her life. Her brother was poisoning the people outside. This time, Qin Yi has removed a thorn from my side. Li Er became more and more excited as he talked, and before he knew it, it was already late at night. Today is the day of the family's assessment. Ma Zhou stands in front of all the servants, holding a thick stack of papers and a charcoal pencil that Qin Yi specially asked Yang Taizhu to make. The servants of the Marquis's mansion all knew how to use charcoal pencils. There was no other way. They hadn't been able to write since they were young. Even after they finally started to recognize characters, they didn't know how to hold a brush, so Qin Yi taught them how to use charcoal pencils. The charcoal pencils, made of charcoal and wood, were about the same thickness as later chalk. Paired with whiteboards and paper, they were sufficient for their needs. Today is the day of our monthly assessment. Last month, each of you learned one character every day. I don't know how it went. The Marquis said that the top 3 in today's assessment will each receive a reward of 10 taels of silver. Hiss. The servants in the Marquis's mansion were already used to the Marquis's rewards, But this time the top 3 people each received 10 taels of silver. As expected of the Marquis, he was very generous. Just because the Marquis values it so highly, we need to work even harder. When they first started learning to read, the servants were all resistant. They were all farmers. Why should they learn to read? But after they learned a dozen or so characters, they discovered that these characters appeared with extremely high frequency, and they were even able to understand some things on the construction side of the Marquis's mansion. After they learned to read, their wages seemed to be higher than others. When illiterate farmers came to the construction site, they always showed respect to the literate servants. This feeling made them feel extremely comfortable. He had suffered his whole life, yet he gained a strange sense of pride because he could read. Humans are creatures of need. If it's just mechanical, repetitive labor without the motivation of a sense of accomplishment, then we're just living corpses. Qin Yi understood this principle well. Seeing how the servants were initially unwilling but later came to appreciate it, Qin Yi himself was also very happy. As Ma Zhou led the group through the assessment, a hard shadow appeared on the distant horizon. The reason this person is described as tough is that, despite walking in the cold wind and having his face red from the cold in the morning sun, he still pretends to be cool by leaving his coat open, showing no concern for keeping warm. It is described as firm because when this person walks, his feet are not very stable, and there is a feeling of staggering. But no matter how much he stumbled, he always managed to walk steadily on the road without falling or tripping. After Go Dan barked twice at the distance, Qin Yi picked up Go Dan and walked out. The Marquis's mansion is now very large. When the man led his horse to the front of the mansion, his eyes were sharp as he looked coldly at the 3 characters, Lord Letian, and revealed a smile. "Sir, since you're here, why don't you come in and have a seat?" Without a doubt, this person must be an official in the Tang Dynasty court. Judging from his attire, he is probably an honest official. The man's angular face immediately turned sharp. "Heh, I never expected that Marquis Letian, a mere 3rd-rank Marquis, would possess such a large mansion. Is His Majesty aware of this?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's forehead was immediately covered in black lines. "What's going on? They haven't been impeaching me enough in court lately, so now they're coming to my doorstep to hurl insults? Who are you?" Qin Yi asked. The man sized up Qin Yi, frowning. "Please inform Marquis Letian that Wei Zheng has come to visit." The voice was powerful and resonant. "Wei Zheng? Holy crap. How did this smelly and hard rock get here? Is he here to cause trouble?" Chapter 117 Wei Zheng's Visit. "So it's you, Minister. My apologies for not recognizing you. No need to announce your arrival. Please come in." Although Qin Yi didn't want Wei Zheng to come to his home, he had no choice. After all, Wei Zheng was a renowned minister throughout history, a man of high moral character who truly risked his life to offer advice. It is worth noting that Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li wanted to behead Wei Zheng more than once in history, but he restrained himself after much consideration. When Li came a few days ago, he mentioned Wei Zheng, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. A person who could make Li so angry must not be a kind person. Humph, a mere page dares to make decisions? The Marquis of Lutian's household is far too unruly. Wei Zheng snorted coldly and walked in through the main gate. When he arrived at the gate, he saw the servants who were taking the test. What are these people doing? Qin Yi smiled faintly, without revealing his identity. These servants are currently undergoing assessments. Assessment? Why is the servant assessment held in front of the desk, like a provincial examination? Wei Zheng frowned, unable to understand, and was about to walk over when Qin Yi stopped him. "Your Excellency, it's best not to get too close. The test only involves simple words and phrases, which are not up to your standards." Wei Zheng gaped in astonishment. The servants of Marquis Letian need to be literate? Your Excellency, you flatter me. In order to improve the quality of all the servants, the Marquis now requires them to learn 1 character a day. They must not only know how to read and write it, but also what it means and how to use it. Wei Zheng nodded, his stern expression softening slightly. Indeed, Marquis Lutian must be a visionary. Come, let me go take a look." Qin Yi stopped Wei Zheng once again. If the minister goes there, it will disturb their assessment. Wei Zheng finally understood. This wasn't to say that simple words and phrases were beneath one's notice. It was all a lie. The young page only spoke one truth. "I'm afraid you'll disturb the servant's assessment." Wei Zheng blushed and said, "I was being presumptuous. Young man, please lead the way." Even the dog in Qin Yi's arms knows to keep quiet. So why is Wei Zheng so clueless? Once inside the yard, Go Dan started singing, with a tune that was clearly a unique Shanxi accent. I wonder who's been humming in front of Go Dan's kennel every day. Wei Zheng stared at Go Dan and Qin Yi's arms for a long time before finally asking, "Does Marquis Letian keep dogs or wolves at home?" Qin Yi was speechless. "No, Minister, you can't speak carelessly. Although you are a high-ranking official, my Marquis's official position is not small either." Wei Zheng blushed again, mainly because he was too interested in Go Dan. This black and white puppy's posture is not only hilarious, but it also has a silly charm that makes you want to burst out laughing. He originally wanted to ask for one, but after walking through 2 or 3 courtyards, he couldn't find an extra one, so he had to give up in disappointment. "Where's your lord?" In front of the main hall, Wei Zheng's face darkened again. Looking at the densely packed houses around him, and thinking about how far he had traveled to finally reach the main hall of the Marquis of Lishan's house, he couldn't help but feel angry. After receiving the title from His Majesty, this Marquis of Joy has become so arrogant and extravagant. His mansion is so large, how much land does that represent? Farmland was still very scarce in the Tang dynasty. How could it be wasted like this? My lord had already anticipated that the minister would be returning today and told me to entertain him. Wei Zheng frowned. "How did your lord know I was coming? Does he look down on me?" "No, that's not true. It's just that my lord went to visit the tenants today and hasn't returned yet." Qin Yi deliberately revealed a mysterious smile. "My lord is a man who can predict the future. Last night the stars were shining brightly, and the lord said that a high-ranking official would definitely come to visit tomorrow. He is not suitable to receive guests, so he went to inspect his fiefdom." Wei Zheng's beard twitched. It was clear that Qin Yi's words had deeply upset him. Qin Yi did it on purpose. Wei Zheng wasn't so petty. If he didn't tease him now, when would he? If this guy starts speaking recklessly in court again, it will be difficult for Qin Yi to tease him. "All right, how does your lord want me to be treated?" Wei Zheng took a deep breath. Although he was displeased, he knew that Marquis Qin Yi was no ordinary person when he saw that even the servants of the Marquis of Lishan's mansion needed to study. Since he is a young hero, he naturally has an unconventional side. Oh well. On the contrary, this page boy looked handsome and dignified, with a refined demeanor. He spoke with neither arrogance nor servility, and seemed to be a promising talent. "Your Excellency, please don't be alarmed. Haven't you had breakfast yet? How about we have breakfast together in a moment with my servants?" Wei Zheng was taken aback. Was the Marquis of Lishan's mansion really that arrogant? The Minister of State came to visit, and he actually ate with the servants. That's just too much. This is an insult. Seeing the change in Wei Zheng's expression, Qin Yi immediately added, "Minister, the Marquis said that we must not be arrogant, extravagant, or wasteful. Everything should proceed as usual." "I forgot to tell you, my lord eats with his servants. It's not mealtime yet, so what should we do?" Wei Zheng then began to wander around Qin Yi's residence. When he saw the servants' quarters, he suddenly asked in alarm, "Does Marquis Letian not know about the rule of rights? Why is this building to the side, and much taller than the main hall?" Your Excellency, this is the servants' quarters. It has 2 floors. Let's go in and take a look." The servants' quarters were clean and tidy. The stove was burning in the winter, and the room was warm and cozy. You couldn't feel any cold at all. The blankets were thin, and there was no need for thick ones. Each quilt was folded into a neat square like tofu blocks, and the sheets were also neatly arranged. Each person had their own room, which contained charcoal pencils, paper, tools for work, and the servants' clothes for changing. But no matter what Wei Zheng saw, he could only think one word: unbelievable. The Marquis of Lutian's mansion was terrifying, yet the servants' quarters were spotless and perfectly tidy. When Wei Zheng thought about how his family couldn't even use a stove in the winter, and how his 2 children were suffering from the cold, Wei Zheng blushed. "Your Excellency, please take one of these stoves with you when you go back. We have plenty of coal here. I'll have someone deliver it to your residence." The Marquis said that the minister is the backbone of the Tang dynasty and deserves this treatment. "We cannot let the loyal ministers of the Tang dynasty feel disheartened." Qin Yi had already noticed Wei Zheng's interest in the stove, and immediately seized the opportunity. Wei Zheng sighed. "If someone else were to give me something, I really wouldn't dare accept it. But Wei Zheng, thank you for your gift, and I will never forget your words. I will strive to become a pillar of the Tang dynasty." Chapter 118 Wei Zheng suffers a setback. When Wei Zheng came out of Qin Yi's servants' quarters, the sigh on his face had obviously faded a lot. "Young master, why are the workers who built your lord's mansion so lax?" Qin Yi looked closely and saw several workers in the distance finishing up the construction of the Marquis's mansion. Each of them was doing only one thing. Although the speed was not fast and the efficiency was average, it was in line with the division of labor in Qin Yi's mind. How did it become so lax? Your Excellency, it's just a division of labor. When Qin Yi proposed this concept, Wei Zheng immediately fell into deep thought, his expression shifting between light and shadow, as if he were processing and understanding it. Dog Egg howled in Qin Yi's arms, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with the restriction on its freedom. After all, it was a growing dog and didn't want to be held tightly. It always longed to run wild outside. So Qin Yi loosened his grip, and Dog Egg darted out like a sharp sword. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the marquis's courtyard. Qin Yi's face darkened. Go Dan had gone in the direction where the maids usually gathered. Your Excellency, why are you silent? Qin Yi lit a cigarette and asked slowly. Wei Zheng was currently troubled by the division of labor. Upon hearing the question, he sighed. This old man is somewhat unable to understand the reason behind it. Everyone says that all principles in the world lead to the same goal, but why can't I see that? What's so special about this division of labor, young man? Have you heard your lord mention it? Qin Yi smiled and said, My lord, I have certainly heard about the intricacies of this matter from my master. My lord said that no matter what we do in the future, we should think things through carefully and use our brains more. We shouldn't just do things without thinking. It's not only tiring, but it's also useless. Oh, what did your lord say about this division of labor? Wei Zheng asked eagerly. He has now become fixated on the division of labor. In the worldview of ordinary people in the Tang dynasty, a craftsman would inevitably keep his skills hidden, and the person building the house would do all the important parts from start to finish by one person. A blacksmith works alone from start to finish. Even if he takes on an apprentice, the apprentice can only do some insignificant tasks. Wei Zheng's eyes held a mixture of doubt and curiosity. Qin Yi said calmly, Minister, my lord said that progress in labor production, as well as improvements in proficiency, skills, and judgment, all stem from the division of labor. Wei Zheng was completely bewildered. Qin Yi continued, To put it simply, it means that each person is responsible for a specific task. Think about it. If 10 people are building a house together, regardless of how many people are needed for a large project, just consider that different people are working at the same time. One mixes the mortar, one lays the bricks, one lays the tiles, and one builds the walls. In this way, the people in front only need to do what they are most familiar with and best at. Isn't this much faster than having 10 people each build a wall and take on everything? Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng began to understand. Qin Yi himself was confused, but Wei Zheng was clever enough to stop him. Most historical records describe Wei Zheng as a straightforward and honest man who dared to offer advice. If he wasn't honest, how could he have risked his life every time he offered his advice? Little did Qin Yi know that the reason Wei Zheng, such a stubborn and incorrigible person, appeared was partly due to his sense of justice and his innate ambition to serve the country and its people. On the other hand, Wei Zheng understood that this was his position. In charge of administration? No. Go to the Ministry of Industry to do research? No way. Within the Ministry of Revenue, calculating money and maneuvering to please everyone? That wasn't exactly his forte. A clever person who is full of passion but only has knowledge of sages and virtuous books must have an irreplaceable position if he wants to gain a foothold in the court. Therefore, after Li Er ascended the throne, Wei Zheng established himself as a persona, a fearless advisor. The more forceful the advice, the more stable Wei Zheng's image becomes. Even if His Majesty is furious, he won't find fault with him. Qin Yi thought about it and estimated that Wei Zheng would continue to rise in rank for some time to come. During the Jingguan era, Wei Zheng eventually became the prime minister, which was quite a miracle. Even on his deathbed, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Er, missed Wei Zheng, which shows how profound an impression Wei Zheng left on him. The saying, listen to both sides and you will be enlightened, ignore them and you will be misled, greatly benefited Li Er. Such a person quickly understood the meaning behind Qin Yi's words. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Your words, so simple, have made this old man feel utterly ashamed. Why couldn't I understand such a simple principle? If one person focuses on one thing, 10 people can work together to complete a large project. Qin Yi continued, Minister, actually, it's only the Marquis who talks about this when he has nothing else to do. The Marquis said that the people and officials of the Tang dynasty don't understand what an assembly line is. The division of labor and distribution of workers are like an assembly line, and I wonder how much benefit it can create. Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng sneered. Heh, your lord is said to be able to turn stones into gold, so this is the trick he uses. Qin Yi did not answer, but smiled faintly and led Wei Zheng to some of the workshops in the mansion. Yang Tieju's workshop was quite simple, consisting of a blacksmith's workshop and a carpentry workshop. On Yang Tieju's desk, Wei Zheng saw a round iron cylinder and picked it up out of curiosity. Qin Yi's expression changed. No, you can't touch this. But it was too late. Wei Zheng still peered inside, determined to see what was inside. This thing is a replica of the heavenly wrath. Although it is not as refined as the one in Zhu Yeqing's hand, it is already quite convincing. I just don't know if it has any mechanisms inside, or if it will emit silver needles. Wei Zheng examined it for a long time, looking through the gaps inside, and sighed. Your family's craftsmen are quite skilled. Wei Zheng casually placed it on the table, and in an instant, the heavenly wrath model trembled. Whoosh. Laugh. Qin Yi's face darkened. There really was one. Wei Zheng's face tightened instantly. He lowered his head and looked behind him. He saw an embroidery needle embedded deep in his flesh near his buttocks. What kind of behavior is this? It's a hidden weapon. Your lord is being incredibly unscrupulous. I must report this to his majesty. Qin Yi looked at him and said, Someone, get some alcohol for the minister to treat his injuries. Wei Zheng's wound was just a small hole. Fortunately, Yang Taizhu didn't apply anything like chili water to it. Wei Zheng was just a little unsteady on his feet after the needle went in because of his age, but otherwise he was fine. Let's go, Your Excellency. Let's go have dinner. Qin Yi watched as Ma Zhou treated Wei Zheng's minor injury and disinfected it before taking Wei Zheng out for a meal. When Wei Zheng appeared today, Qin Yi instructed Ma Zhou that no one should bow to the Marquis today, but only nod slightly. No one should say an extra word or reveal the Marquis's identity. Wei Zheng remains completely unaware of the truth. Chapter 119, Qin's Interference. There are still not many servants in Qin Yi's mansion. Including Zhang Xiong and others, there are no more than 40 people. When these people are eating together in the dining hall, the lively atmosphere immediately whets Wei Zheng's appetite. The anger that had been building up due to the various wastes and injuries in Qin Yi's family dissipated almost completely upon seeing the 10-bowl feast served. The palm-sized steamed buns, fresh out of the steamer, looked incredibly fragrant and sweet. Wei Zheng picked one up, broke it in half, and handed one half to Qin Yi. But he suddenly noticed that the little page boy was already holding one. When everyone ate, they all held a huge steamed bun in their hands, and then picked up food from the so-called big bowl. This dish is just as good as the imperial cuisine in the palace. The aroma of the food is so enticing that Wei Zheng felt as if something inside him was about to be released. That's human instinct. Even if you don't want to eat, your body won't lie. Wei Zheng was over 40 years old, and his appetite should have been average, but he ate quite a lot today. These bean sprouts have flavor. This bright red tofu, how come it's so soft and chewy, and has a spicy aroma? Wei Zheng couldn't help but ask as he looked at the red oil. Young man, did your lord ever mention what this red oil is? Hee, this is chili oil. The chilies are over there, look. Qin Yi pointed to the cooking table next to him, where a whole row of red chili peppers were arranged. Although Wei Zheng didn't know what was going on, the fiery sensation upon tasting it made him feel warm all over. Crispy fried pork, the taste is all right. Wei Zheng ate 2 large steamed buns in front of Qin Yi, which were comparable to the steamed buns of later generations. Even Ma Zhou, an injured man, couldn't eat that much. Even the servants would only eat 1.5 at most. After eating and drinking his fill, Wei Zheng felt his face was shiny with oil, so he went to find a well. Beside the well, 2 little girls, Qin Riyun and Qin Riyu, were staring at a basin of water. Brother, why is this water freezing so slowly? Oh no, we've been exposed. Wei Zheng frowned, and his expression immediately became quite interesting. Are you Marquis Letian? How could someone like Wei Zheng not realize this? The court thoroughly investigated Qin Yi's family history, even going so far as to dig up every detail of Qin Yi's household servants. It was discovered that Qin Yi was the only person with a sister. In Qin Yi's house, when these 2 little girls called him brother, weren't they referring to him? Qin Yi smiled faintly, lit a cigarette, and said, Minister, are you satisfied today? Qin Yi couldn't deliberately cause trouble for someone like Wei Zheng. Going against Wei Zheng would only result in Wei Zheng keeping a close eye on him every day. Now he still needs to do business and grow things, and he needs to use too many concepts from later generations. If Wei Zheng targets him, it means one thing. The simple values of the Tang dynasty cannot accept Qin Yi's behavior, and endless impeachments will attract Li Er's attention. Even if Qin Yi doesn't care, won't Li Er be annoyed? So it is Marquis Letian. I was too presumptuous today. No wonder everything I saw for half a day was so harmonious and logical. Today's 10-bowl feast is quite good. Seeing the servants in the Marquis's mansion working hard, I feel that this trip has been worthwhile. Qin Yi smiled and said, That's good. I was just worried that the minister hadn't eaten and drunk enough. How about we go for a couple of drinks? Wei Zheng's old face twitched. He really wanted to try the Lantian wine from Qin Yi's family. Several big mouths in the court talked about it every day, which made him yearn for it. Now that he was here, it would be a shame not to try it. However, due to his important position and responsibilities, Wei Zheng suppressed his craving and waved his hand to decline Qin Yi's invitation. I cannot drink alcohol today, but I hope that Marquis Letian will tell this old man about the ins and outs of this manor later. Wei Zheng washed his face, glancing back at the two little girls watching the water freeze every now and then. Qin Yi, your two younger sisters are incredibly clever, much better than you. Qin Yi shrugged. Fine, whatever you say is right. Just because I lied to you once, you suffered a loss you couldn't speak of. If I can't afford to offend them, can I at least avoid them? Wei Zheng stayed at Qin Yi's house for a whole day. From sunrise, when the sky was clear and blue, to sunset, when a light mist began to appear in the sky. It looks like there are signs of winter rain, and it might snow if it gets any colder. Qin Yi finally breathed a long sigh of relief after managing to change Wei Zheng's initial prejudiced attitude. Wei Zheng was about to leave when he stood at the door of Qin Yi's house, unusually happy. Lord Lu Tian's methods are indeed unparalleled. Just the fact that his servants can read shows his magnanimity and wisdom, which is truly admirable. Qin Yi didn't do anything. He simply repeated to Wei Zheng what Niu Jinda and Qing Yaojin had said verbatim. At this point, Wei Zheng was completely convinced. After hearing Qin Yi's explanation of education, he never mentioned smashing the gambling den or killing Yangfun again. Would someone who can ensure that all the people in the world have enough to eat and where kill a complete stranger over a trivial matter? Therefore, anyone who offended Qin Yi must have a problem. Wei Zheng was now even more certain of this. A stove and a sack of coal hung on Wei Zheng's horse, and he didn't forget to ask Qin Yi for a pot of wine. Just as he was about to mount his horse, several carriages approached Qin Yi in the setting sun, and He Chen's voice carried from afar. Qin Yi, just as I thought. A real man is fearless when there is no danger. These past few days, Chen and I have been completely open and honest, and no one has come to assassinate me. When Wei Zheng saw He Chen, he immediately wondered who this person was. Qin Yi's face darkened. I've already caught the assassin, so of course you're safe. Hee, this time, I made a full 200,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi knew he was in trouble. Wei Zheng's previously satisfied expression instantly changed. Lord Letian, what is going on? Officials of the Tang dynasty are not allowed to accept bribes. What you are doing is a provocation against the laws of the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing this, He Chen immediately flew into a rage. I made money by using Qin Yi's methods, and I should be entitled to a share of the profits according to the agreement. What do you mean by bribery? Who do you think you are? Don't leave until you've explained yourself clearly. Qin Yi frantically winked at He Chen, but He Chen was clearly too excited to see it. He was in a state of blissful ignorance, like someone who had just escaped death and felt like the greatest being in the world. Qin Yi had no more words to say. The moment he learned that the visitor was Wei Zheng in the early morning, he had already begun to set a trap. This trap was finally pulled off by evening. From now on, Wei Zheng will definitely speak up for him in the court. Well, thanks to He Chen's meddling, I've wasted a whole day's work. Wei Zheng's face turned ashen. I am Wei Zheng, personally appointed by His Majesty the Great Tang as the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Chapter 1:20 Palace Turmoil. He Chen initially looked at him with disdain, thinking he was just a poor, shabby old man. He probably didn't understand that any seemingly ordinary old man who came out of Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty, could be someone who held the power of life and death in his hands. Suddenly, he noticed the jade pendant at Wei Zheng's waist. During the Tang dynasty, only officials were allowed to wear jade ornaments on their waists, and these ornaments had zodiac animal patterns on them. For a moment, He Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Who was Wei Zheng? Even if he didn't know him in his daily life, he had heard rumors about him. According to the rumors, he was a ruthless person. According to popular legend, even before His Majesty ascended the throne, Wei Zheng was already Li Jianxing's man and even suggested that Li Jianxing eliminate the current emperor. Later, His Majesty disregarded past grievances and even promoted Wei Zheng, demonstrating his power. I've heard that Wei Zheng is someone who dares to criticize even the emperor. How did we end up running into each other here? At this moment, He Chen's eyes darted around, his face neither flushed nor out of breath. What's wrong with the minister? Qin Yi was helpless. Wei Zheng sneered, as if to say, go on, keep talking. Does the minister only have the option of riding a horse when he goes out? Doesn't the minister need a stove at home? Who made that rule? These are loyal and virtuous officials of the Tang dynasty, great figures praised by the common people. He Chen almost cried. Minister, please take these things with you. They are all homemade wine, dozens of times better than what is sold on the market. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi immediately added, "The brewing recipe is mine. He Chun is only responsible for processing and selling it. Your Excellency, according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Wei Zheng pondered for a while, and his expression softened considerably. "I didn't expect you, Marquis Letian, to be such a person with so many ways to make money. The evaluation in the court that you can turn stones into gold is indeed not an exaggeration." He Chun is a shrewd person. He immediately knew what to say. "Your Excellency, we don't sell this wine for a high price. We just want the people of the Tang dynasty to be able to afford our own wine. It's sold in so many places throughout the Tang dynasty now, and after several months, we can only make this much money. After deducting the cost, there's really not much left. Anyway, the cost is in their own hands. It's a messy account, and they can justify it to anyone who comes to investigate. If the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Revenue come to investigate, they can just dismiss them with a single sentence. One of the secret recipes requires a large sum of money, enough to satisfy everyone." Wei Zheng was skeptical. He was all right when looking at Qin Yi, but when he looked at He Chun, his face almost froze into an ice cube. "All right, the people of the Tang dynasty are fortunate to have such a good meal. You have done a good deed. Lord Letian, until we meet again." Wei Zheng left, and with another jar of wine on his horse, he staggered into the cold wind. As He Chun watched Wei Zheng's departing figure, his legs went weak in an instant. "Holy crap, Qin Yi, you didn't even tell me. I can't get a word in edgewise. Your mouth is like a machine gun." "What is a machine gun?" He Chun brought 200,000 taels of silver and put it in Qin Yi's warehouse. So far, Qin Yi has 600,000 taels of silver. This is a rough calculation. The construction of the Marquis's mansion only cost a few thousand taels, less than 10,000 taels. Although the project seemed huge, the building structure was extremely economical in terms of materials. Household expenses were not high, and most of the money was saved. When you have plenty of money, some things become much easier. He Chun said sullenly, "I slipped a lot of silver to the palace to have them keep an eye on Yang Shi. You know what? Yang Shi has recently been banished to the cold palace. Would Li Er be so ruthless?" Qin Yi wondered. That shouldn't be the case. Both morally and logically, Li Er gave Yang a way out to silence the censors and provide a safety net for Yang and her son. Unfortunately, Yang's son died young, and less than a month after Li Er ascended the throne, the boy accidentally fell into a well. Whether it was an accident or not is not important, but isn't the result exactly what Li Er wanted? Now Li Er actually dares to defy public opinion and banish Yang Shi to the cold palace. TSK, this is not the Li Er I know. What Qin Yi didn't know was that ever since Li Er started coming to Qin Yi's place to relax whenever he had free time, he had become much more carefree. Being an emperor is not an easy job. One must think carefully before acting on matters big and small. Now, Li Er is doing everything for the sake of the country. As for matters of the harem, if anyone offends him or hinders the great plan to prosper the country, they will all die. Not executing Yang was already a favor. The palace is now filled with fear and trembling. Empress Zhongsun has said that all the concubines must remain chaste and pure. Anyone who dares to collude with wealthy families in Chang'an and disrupt the order of the Tang dynasty will be executed without mercy. Empress Zhongsun was also a ruthless person. Her orders were tantamount to killing someone's spirit. In the aftermath of war, which of the noble families of the Tang dynasty didn't have a business? The concubines in the palace also lived frugally, and when they had no money, they naturally couldn't accomplish anything. Information about where Li Er spends the night throughout the year can only be obtained by giving red envelopes to the eunuchs and palace maids. It was normal for them to use their relatives to do business outside the palace. No one had said anything about it before, because Emperor Li Er tacitly approved of this situation. Li Er's bottom line was simple. You can do business, but if the high-ranking officials of the Tang dynasty are capable, they should fill the national treasury for me. But if you use your power to eliminate dissidents in business or engage in despicable acts of bullying and monopolistic practices, then don't blame the rules of the palace. Whom did you bribe? Qin Yi was somewhat puzzled. Not many, just some stewards and guard commanders that my father knows. That's not all. These people are all important officials in the palace. If the manager isn't backing you up, you might be dragged out and beheaded tomorrow. You've made up with your father? Upon hearing this, He Chun immediately scoffed, not at all, but arrogantly saying, "My father heard that you killed Yang Fun, and he didn't sleep well all night. After I got back, he specifically talked to me about it. I'm coming clean. I'm a newly minted wealthy merchant in the Tang dynasty, and I'm not pretending anymore." He-chun was incredibly arrogant, saying, "My father has already started sending me guards. These guys are all top-notch. TSK. Qin Yi, want some for yourself too?" Qin Yi shook his head. "Forget it. Your guards are not as good as my 20 veterans. Now that the Yang family's problem is solved, even if you make a huge fuss in the court, no one will pay attention. As long as Lier doesn't speak up, no one can get even a little benefit from me." "Qin Yi, something strange happened in Chang'an today." "What's strange?" "It seems that the manager who used to be Yang Fun has taken over Yang Fun's power. The East Market has been quite a commotion these past 2 days, and some people are even saying that the West Market is also his territory." Qin Yi curled his lip. This Qi Ping has played a very big game. Chapter 121. Within the fiefdom, everyone learns to read. According to the information booklet of the bad guys, Qi Ping should be a descendant of a fallen noble family. As a descendant of a king or nobleman, he must know how to be patient and tolerant. After years of keeping a low profile and enduring hardship, and seeing no hope left by Li Jianqing's side, he became Yang's right-hand man. As soon as Yang was banished to the cold palace and Yang Fan died, Qi Ping immediately took action. No one would believe that Qi Ping hadn't had this idea before. This is what they mean by everything being ready except for the final push. However, He-chun was unaware of the intricacies involved and simply enjoyed the moment. "The coal mines are starting to expand now. I've done the calculations, and one city can contribute tens of thousands of taels of silver a day. My brother and I will be able to make money while lying down. The most troublesome thing right now is the edict issued by His Majesty regarding iron smelting. There are many restrictions, and the majority of salt and iron have been taken by the palace. Currently, apart from Chang'an and Luoyang, we haven't made any money anywhere else, but that will be soon. This year's harvest is not good, everyone is short of money, and there are few people building houses. Although lime is selling well, it is still far from our target. Qin Yi doesn't care about that right now. Why hasn't something like glass appeared yet? Where is Liuli?" He-chun smiled and said, "You think you're the only one who remembers this? Haha, He-chun and I may not say anything else, but we can make all the glass in the world as cheap as sand. I've already collected tens of thousands of pieces of glass, and in a while it might reach hundreds of thousands. When that happens, I'll send people all over the Tang dynasty, and those merchants from the western regions will go bankrupt." Qin Yi is now finally starting to look at He-chun with a newfound respect. This idea is both genuine and quite audacious. "Oh, you don't mean to let those merchants from the western regions starve to death, do you?" He-chun looked at Qin Yi in horror. "How could you have such a thought? Am I the kind of person who is cold and unsympathetic? I have my reasons for doing business this way. I'll just give them the travel expenses when the time comes." He-chun stood up, exhaling smoke rings. "Think about it," he said. "Those people came to the Tang dynasty and gained nothing, even losing money. They certainly wouldn't dare go back. At this time, I'll make them take back Tang dynasty glass one by one to make a profit, take back Tang dynasty wine, take back Tang dynasty lime, and take back our paper." After hearing all this, Qin Yi finally confirmed one thing. He-chun wasn't without talent. It was just that no one had ever discovered his talent. Give him a stage, and he can do even better. It's a pity that his family background hindered his development. Fortunately, he met Qin Yi. Otherwise, He-chun might still be that spoiled brat, spending his days drinking in brothels. "Sure, but I think we can add some other conditions. Come on, let's have a drink, and I'll tell you about it." In the middle of the night, when He-chun came out of Qin Yi's room, he seemed to have obtained some kind of unparalleled secret manual and excitedly headed towards the paper-making workshop. Qin Yi's suggestion was not difficult. To use special molds to create special glass products, similar to limited editions in later generations, and to take the commercialization path more thoroughly. When merchants from all over the world came to the Tang dynasty, they had to go through this process of exploitation. If they wanted to make money, they had to serve the merchants of the Tang dynasty and He-chun. The winter of the first year of Jingguan passed too quickly. Every day, Qin Yi did nothing but wander around the farmland or count money. 600,000 taels of silver quickly turned into 1 million taels in less than a week. Qin Yi got up early this morning and stretched his body in the morning sun. The two little girls were doing radio calisthenics on the side. Although they looked crooked, it was partly because Qin Yi hadn't taught them well. The construction of the Marquis's mansion was finally completed. The entire building was neat and uniform, with farmland in front, farmhouses behind, a small bridge and frozen stream on the left, and a long official road on the right leading in all directions. Qin Yi was a person without any ideals. Before he transmigrated, he simply hoped to find a decent job, with low requirements, just enough to support himself, then meet a girl he liked, and have a warm family to take care of his parents in their old age. A bolt of lightning caused Qin Yi and later generations to disappear completely, but Qin Yi in the Tang dynasty was essentially still that Buddhist soul. He was content as long as everyone was well. Farmers are handing in all kinds of eggs today, and the free-range grazing program, which has lasted for more than a month, seems to have been effective. 300 tenants were waiting in the cold wind. Ma Zhou sat at the table, while Yang Er and Tian Er were in charge of counting the tenants. Behind them were other servants who were responsible for collecting and sorting the eggs, which had to be separated from the chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Seeing Qin Yi approaching, the farmers rubbed their hands excitedly, their faces flushed, caught off guard, and exclaimed, "Greetings, Lord Marquis." Qin Yi nodded. "These farmers should have eggs to eat now, right? Are you still short of food at home? These people should be able to eat their fill now, since a considerable amount of grain has been transported from the south. The crisis caused by the famine has long passed, and everything is just waiting for next year to restart and get back on track. My lord, my family has enough food to eat. The wages you pay are quite generous, and my family doesn't need to spend that much money." "That's good. Has the child started school yet?" Qin Yi didn't want these farmers' children to continue being farmers. People should have dreams, otherwise what's the difference between them and salted fish? "My lord, what kind of school do children from farming families go to?" "Just learn a trade so they won't starve in the future." Qin Yi immediately frowned. "This won't do. If you don't let the child go to school, he'll get out of my fiefdom right now." The moment Qin Yi spoke, the old farmer's face froze. The other farmers were also bewildered. "What's going on? Why did the Marquis suddenly get angry today?" Qin Yi shook his head. "What do you people know? The Tang dynasty is about to enter a golden age. A skill can keep your child from starving. But is that your original intention in having children? Is that what you have children for? You'll probably live like this your whole lives, toiling in the fields. But don't you envy the literate servants in the Marquis' mansion? I'm telling you, more and more farmers will be able to read in the future. Not only should you send your children there, but you should also learn a few words yourself when you have time." After Qin Yi finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Their faces showed difficulty, but faced with the class difference, they still chose to nod. Don't be skeptical. Literate servants can earn more wages. Even if you go out to work in the future, those who can read will always be the first ones chosen. You yourselves suffered this loss. Do you want your children to suffer the same hardship as you? After Qin Yi finished speaking, Ma Zhou immediately smiled and said, "My lord, how would these roughnecks know these things? They don't want their children to stand out from the crowd, so let it go." These farmers all had a sense of shame. Although the people of the Tang dynasty did not know the implications, Ma Zhou's provocation made them instantly understand. "My lord, don't worry. We'll send the children to school as soon as we get back." Chapter 122. A girl's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Yes, we've also started teaching the children to read, so they can learn and then teach us. That's right, we survived so much hardship and exhaustion. What's a few coins compared to that? We can't let the Marquis down. Ma Zhou's well-timed provocation instantly ignited the passion of these farmers. At this moment, Ma Zhou said calmly, "Is it certain that your family can't produce a top scholar? Throughout history, how many scholars from poor families have come from families like yours?" "Hee, my parents left me a long time ago, but I still persisted in my studies. Although I can't say I'm very learned now, if I want to enter the imperial court one day, I certainly can." Ma Zhou spoke with absolute confidence. This confidence was the same confidence Ma Zhou had when he first arrived in Chang'an. At that time, Ma Zhou, though dressed in rags, was full of vigor and exuded an air of arrogance that rivaled that of kings and nobles. Having stayed at Qin Yi's house for a long time, Ma Zhou's sharp edge gradually faded away. With Li Er, Cheng Yaojin, and Su Shiji visiting more and more often, Ma Zhou gradually came to understand that some things in the imperial court were far more complicated than he had realized. Amidst the seemingly peaceful meal, drinks, and casual conversation, every word was sharp and laced with murderous intent. Furthermore, the impact Qin Yi had on Ma Zhou was so great that Ma Zhou immediately concealed his talents and devoted himself to learning from Qin Yi. Now, the flame that had been rising in Ma Zhou's heart seemed to be stirring again. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Sure enough, the world was the place where Ma Zhou could display his talents, while his own home was just a small temple. "Mr. Ma Zhou, after you finish your work today, write a policy essay on land. It will be of use to me." After Qin Yi finished speaking, a smile appeared on Ma Zhou's face. Finally, the Marquis is finally going to use me. Ma Zhou was extremely excited. "Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely finish it before tomorrow. Everyone, let's continue." The crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Yi walked ahead, with Go Dan following behind. In a place where the land of Lantian was extremely flat, a river flowed slowly down from the high mountain. It's only 3 miles from Qin Yi's home, but the scenery here is completely different. Dog Egg got so excited when he saw the water that he rushed in for a swim. If Qin Yi hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed him, the little guy would definitely be crying out in the cold stream. It's too deep here, and Go Dan is still too small. Dog Egg struggled, nibbling at Qin Yi's hand, feeling itchy. All right, then let's build you a small swimming pool in a shallow area upstream. How could a husky be afraid of the cold? It's even less likely that they're afraid of water. This is something that is innate in our genes, and no one can take it away from us. As long as we encounter water, everything will fall into place naturally. Qin Yi looked up, and suddenly a bright white light appeared upstream. It was a color as white as snow, and it also had a sacred aura. Upon seeing that shadow, who else could it be but Wang Zhuozhuo? Wang Zhuozhuo wasn't short, but she was still a girl, and even though the horse behind her was getting tired, she was still urging it on. Hurry, I need to find Qin Yi. Couldn't you walk a few more steps? Humph, you're already this tired after just a few steps. Suddenly, a voice startled Wang Zhuozhuo, who then immediately smiled. Hello, little girl. Wang Zhuozhuo initially thought it was a robbery, since in the Tang dynasty, highway robbery was not uncommon, and she was already prepared to pull out the knife from her sleeve. But upon hearing that voice, Wang Zhuozhuo immediately smiled. It was Qin Yi's voice. After returning home last time, Wang Zhuozhuo no longer enjoyed wielding swords or writing. She sat by the window, looking at everything outside, her mind filled with images of Qin Yi. Winter birds flew across the sky, shivering, their shapes seemingly forming the likeness of Qin Yi. The leaves on the ground were swirling in the wind, and the more they looked at them, the more they resembled Qin Yi. How despicable. Why do I keep thinking about his face without realizing it? Wang Zhuozhuo set off early this morning. The Zhou family's manor was quite a distance from the so-called marquis's residence, so Wang Zhuozhuo chose to ride a horse. The horse was too weak. It was already in this state after less than 10 miles. Snort. Upon hearing Qin Yi's voice, Wang Zhuozhuo let out a cold snort. Trying to scare me? No way. Qin Yi laughed when he saw the little girl's expression. Her true colors were revealed. Your horse is too thin. Let it eat some hay. It won't run far anyway. Wang Zhuozhuo nodded and let go of the reins. At this moment, Go Dan and Qin Yi's arms caught Wang Zhuozhuo's attention. As expected of a girl, she falls for small animals, especially kittens and puppies. What kind of dog is that? It's so cute. Dog Egg was very cooperative this time, not making a fuss, and snuggled into Wang Zhuozhuo's arms, blinking its eyes and swaying its ears, no longer acting silly. Qin Yi was speechless. What the heck? This husky is so clever now. Why is he so silly at home, but so well-behaved in a girl's arms? Oh no, even dogs are starting to be treated differently. What's wrong with this world? When will the men of the Tang dynasty stand up again? Anger, cold, trembling. Is your house just up ahead? Wang Zhuozhuo suddenly asked, her face flushed red, whether from the wind or some other reason was unclear. Yes, would you like to come over and sit for a while? The mansion was just built, it's still new. Wang Zhuozhuo wanted to nod, but suddenly stopped herself. How can a woman be so proactive? It's the man who should be taking the initiative. No, I need to be more reserved. No, let's just go for a walk outside. Qin Yi was stunned. No, you were about to agree before. Why did you take it back? Do I have to invite them a few more times? It's cold outside. I was wearing a fox fur coat. Let me go inside and get a drink of water. I brought a bottle of water. While Qin Yi and Wang Zhuozhuo continued their awkward conversation, deep within Chang'an, the heart of the Tang dynasty, inside the imperial palace, Emperor Li'er craned his neck, reading each word of the memorial with fervent excitement. Well done, Qin Yi. What a fine young man from the Tang dynasty. This time, Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda glanced at Su Shiji, seemingly showing off. Su Shiji didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. Anyway, Qin Yi is there. He can't run away. Let you be smug for now. I, old Su, have to personally unlock the treasures hidden in this kid Qin Yi. Your Majesty, the story of the young Tang dynasty is indeed incredibly amazing. I believe it should be popularized. Li'er nodded in agreement. Su Shiji, go find Feng Xiang and Du Xiang and put them in charge of this matter. Yes. Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda. You too. Prepare 100 large carts tomorrow, carrying 100 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk, and come with me to the Marquis of Lishan's residence to pick up the goods. Chapter 123 Imitation of Heaven's Wrath. Your Majesty, are you sure you want to go see that boy yourself? Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao exchanged a glance, and then spoke. Li'er lit a cigarette, glancing towards the back hall. Seeing that no one was there, he immediately started puffing away. Empress Zhang's son has been quite fierce lately, so we should lay low for a while. Besides, if it weren't for that brat Qin Yi introducing us to smoking, who would know that there's such a thing as enjoying smoking? You two will not only go by yourselves tomorrow, but you will also gather 3,000 men from the left guard to accompany me. Although the two roughnecks were a little slow to react, His Majesty's troop deployment was no small matter. They said they were going to see Qin Yi, but both of them felt that there was definitely more to it than met the eye. Your Majesty, please tell me what you're going to do. I'm so eager to find out. Niu Jinda is like a curious child. Of course, this is normal. Niu Jinda didn't know the inside story, while Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji could guess a little from His Majesty's previous actions. Hehe, Niu Jinda, do you know why I value Qin Yi so highly? Niu Jinda shook his head. Your subject is all ears. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, this was the first time His Majesty was going to evaluate Qin Yi. I visited Qin Yi's house quite a few times, but His Majesty never said a word more than a few words of praise. At most, he would offer a few words of praise, which was like an elder praising a junior, and it didn't really count. Now, judging from the way Lier is holding a cigarette, he's probably about to evaluate Qin Yi. Cheng Yaojin is also extremely curious, since he's not as good at judging people as the current emperor. Hehe, Qin Yi is a kind person. I don't need to say more about this. The previous drought caused grain prices in Chang'an to skyrocket. Qin Yi gave Zhang Xiong's troops, which is your left guard, 5,000 caddies of grain. Niu Jinda nodded. Your Majesty, are you referring to the 5,000 caddies of slightly different brown rice? Old Niu, you're not stupid. That kind of rice costs a string of cash per bushel in the East market. You can imagine how expensive it is. Niu Jinda was also deep in thought at this moment, and couldn't help but smack his lips. I knew it. The rice that Zhang Xiong brought back was so fragrant, and it was very filling and kept me full. This was sent by Qin Yi, not purchased by Zhang Xiong. Niu Jinda finally realized that he really didn't know about this. The only thing he knew was that His Majesty had personally summoned him and instructed him to make proper arrangements for this batch of grain. Oomph, you didn't even know about this? You're a very derelict general. Qin Yi seems kind and unassuming, but there's one thing about him that I find extremely puzzling. His apparent obsession with money. Lier exhaled a smoke ring. At first, I didn't expect that farming could be so profitable, but Qin Yi made me realize that what I thought before was wrong. Do you think Qin Yi is greedy? Lier's question was extremely mysterious, and both Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda looked puzzled. Is Qin Yi greedy? It's obviously not like that. Your Majesty, is Qin Yi not greedy for money? Yes, Your Majesty, that's what I think too. Lier smiled mysteriously. You two are both half right. Half right. This kind of thing became a problem in the minds of Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda. Lier remained calm and said, that's because Qin Yi isn't greedy, but he can make money when he needs it. You don't know, Qin Yi's small business is not the kind of small business you think it is. Cheng Yaojin suddenly remembered the shopkeeper's son, He Chun, and his eyes widened immediately. Your Majesty, you mean He Chun? What is He Chun? He's just someone who rose to power by relying on Qin Yi. Qin Yi's family now possesses at least 1 million taels of silver. The amount from Lantian wine alone is exceptionally staggering, and coal sales are also booming in winter. Lier did not continue speaking, but Cheng Yaojin had already thought of many things. For example, the salt business, the lime business, and the delicious rice and potatoes that someone mentioned in court the other day. That's terrifying. In the Tang dynasty, even if someone only earned 1 coin, these things would amount to an astronomical sum. I never would have guessed. This kid is such a good material for turning lead into gold. Niu Jinda rubbed his hands together. Your Majesty, I'll have the left guard prepare in a moment. We'll depart first thing tomorrow morning. Yang Taiju was criticized today. In such a large mansion, everyone performed well in yesterday's assessment, and Yang Tieju's assessment score was still third, only behind Yang Air and Tian Air. But he is extremely depressed now. My lord, I've put a needle in there to test it out. Qin Yi's face darkened. Don't you know how dangerous that thing is? Didn't Mr. Majo tell you? Aren't you afraid of hurting someone if you just leave it on the table like that? Yang Taiju lowered his head, clearly looking dejected. You've made great progress. You figured out how to manufacture this thing in just 1 night. I should reward you. But this time, I won't reward you. You need to understand that any weapon, once it's made, needs to be strictly guarded. We can't let it be left lying around because of your mistake. That old man yesterday was the minister of the imperial court. Luckily, it only got stuck in his buttocks, and Wei Zheng didn't say anything. If he had investigated, Do you think you could have escaped unscathed? Yang Taiju became frustrated. My lord, did this thing succeed or fail? I want to try filling it with embroidery needles. Upon hearing that he had to work, Yang Tieju's emotions vanished instantly. He was an optimistic person. Otherwise, his mindset would collapse when faced with difficulties. No focused blacksmith can afford to break down. They need to face everything with a calm mind. There's a saying that goes, craftsmen make a living through their skills. Even if the sky falls, they can't lose their craft. Before long, Yang Taiju had gathered all the embroidery needles from the maids in the house. This time, he took out another cylinder from under the table. My lord, I made another one last night. Qin Yi held one in his hand, examining it closely. Not bad. Except for not being as pretty as the bamboo leaf green, it's pretty much the same. How powerful is it? Have you tried it? Yang Taiju smiled sheepishly. My lord, how could I dare to try so easily? I don't know anything about this, and if I accidentally break something, I can't afford to pay for it. Before long, the embroidery needle had disappeared, and the two imitations of the heavenly wrath seemed to be filled with murderous intent. My lord, let me do it. Qin Yi waved his hand. I'll do it myself. Chapter 124 The Wrath of Heaven. Qin Yi knew a little about why it was called Heaven's Wrath. The silver needles emitted from it possessed immense power capable of piercing through wooden planks, which was no joke. A silver needle pierced through the hardest part of Ma Zhou's arm. You must know that Ma Zhou was a strong man who practiced martial arts every day, and his muscles were almost as hard as iron. If you don't have some skills, how could you possibly survive coming from Bortala to here? Right there, Ma Zhou's arm was almost pierced through. At this moment, Qin Yi slowly squeezed the switch that the mechanism emitted, which was a round lump hidden in the pattern on the side. Although Yang Taiju did not polish the other textures as finely, the only place he polished and made was the switch position. The switch is quite thick, about the size of a thumbnail, and the entire cylinder is stuffed with nearly 70 embroidery needles. Qin Yi faced Yang Tieju's workshop, reached out his hand, and extended it through the door, the firing port of the mechanism pointing directly into the room. Yang Taiju, if you don't control this direction well, I'll make you run a lap around Chang'an naked. Qin Yi grunted, and Yang Taiju, who was standing next to him, was so frightened that his legs trembled. My lord, please be careful. Qin Yi took a deep breath. The thing in his hand was just an ordinary counterfeit. Even if an accident occurred, he couldn't say anything because he was the one who had researched it. Moreover, Yang Taiju simply copied the function of the Zweiking hidden weapon without understanding the intricacies of its manufacturing process. So Qin Yi was still a little worried, but oh well, he had to test what he was going to force himself to do, even if it meant getting injured. From now on, this thing will be indispensable in the Marquis's mansion. It's not appropriate for everyone to carry knives, spears, swords, and halberds when they go out. Do the women need to carry a large cleaver when they go out? Walking down the main street of Chang'an, she was harassed by a lecherous man. Her maids laughed and pulled out a large cleaver from the side, shouting angrily, You lecherous man, don't be so arrogant. There's only one outcome. The knife will be taken from him. Therefore, it is necessary for divine wrath to occur. Qin Yi pressed the switch, his heart clenched suddenly, and his hearing was at its peak. There was complete silence around, except for the click of the mechanism switch. In an instant, Qin Yi felt a violent vibration from his fingertips and instinctively gripped the cylinder in his hand. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of air being pierced rang out continuously in Yang Tieju's blacksmith hut. In less than 3 seconds, dozens of silver needles, accompanied by a whooshing sound, were completely shot out. Immediately afterward, the room was filled with clanging and banging sounds, and the crackling noises clearly indicated that Yang Tieju's privately hoarded bottles and jars had fallen over. The buzzing sound must be the restless aftershocks from when the embroidery needle pierced the wood. Yang Taiju stood behind Qin Yi, covering his mouth, his eyes sparkling. This was the first time he had worked with the Marquis on something so impressive. He was very clear about the difference between his past and present self. If it weren't for the Marquis, he wouldn't be where he is today. Thanks to being mentored by an expert for a period of time, Yang Taiju had extremely high comprehension and understood this heavenly wrath thing perfectly overnight. Now he is the one who least wants to fail. He understood perfectly well why the Marquis had gone to such lengths to create this thing. After a series of hissing sounds, Yang Taiju opened his eyes, his mouth gaping open as if it were about to reach the sky. My lord, what is this? Yes, it worked. Qin Yi immediately rushed into the room. At this moment, the small workshop was filled with countless pinholes. Qin Yi was manipulating the inner wall, and behind this wall was a small compartment where Yang Taiju stored miscellaneous items. At that moment, Countless pinholes on the wall emitted slivers of light from the storage room. Hiss! Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This is a good thing. Now, where did the other embroidery needles go? On the wooden pillar, on the cloth bag at their feet, and on the ground, there were some needles scattered around, but the needles were clearly bent out of shape, as if they had hit something hard iron and bounced back. Overall, it's not bad. Although the angle at which the needles are shot out is not easy to control, it is basically within a certain range, and it seems to be similar to the effect of the previous day's rage. Like shotguns of later generations, scattering bullets like a shower of flowers, everyone except oneself is an enemy. My lord, it's really done. Ha ha, I never thought I, old Yang, would have a day like this. I can help you, Lord Marquis. Yang Tieju's excited shouts echoed throughout the entire Marquis's mansion. Most of the mansion was now empty, with very few servants and guards. The sound reverberated, startling everyone. Zhang Xiong was on duty on the roof when he was suddenly startled awake. Holy crap, what is Yang Taiju up to? Many people peeked out from the rooftops, watching Yang Taiju laughing and crying in the courtyard. Ma Zhou came out, rubbed the bandage on his right arm, and smiled slowly. My lord, you've created heaven's wrath. Congratulations. Qin Yi laughed and said, from now on, everyone in the Marquis's mansion must take one with them when they go out. Although we, the people of the Marquis of Lishan's mansion, do not bully others, we absolutely cannot let others bully us. Ma Zhou laughed heartily. As expected of the Marquis, I admire you. By the way, this is my strategy report. Please take a look, Marquis. Upon hearing on land tax, Qin Yi was immediately startled. It was indeed that thing. Historically, Ma Zhou successfully attracted the attention of Emperor Taizong of Tang with his policy essays similar to on land tax. At that time, Ma Zhou was full of vigor and truly talented. Because of his rich experience, enterprising spirit, and steady demeanor, Li Er valued Ma Zhou's talent highly. After he transmigrated here, he seemed to have heard the term land tax theory mentioned twice, and it seems Ma Zhou remembered it. Now, Ma Zhou has endured hardship, but his spirit and composure remain. Especially after spending so much time at Qin Yi's house and experiencing all sorts of things, the ink in his heart has gathered into boundless passion and a deep love for the world. Qin Yi was thrilled by what he saw. After examining it for a long time, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Ma Zhou, when you become Prime Minister one day, remember to invite me to dinner. You must cook for me yourself. Ma Zhou smiled faintly. Since your excellency has spoken, Ma Zhou will certainly live up to your expectations. Just then, a voice rang out. Who is it, talking so arrogantly? Qin Yi almost jumped up. Holy crap, Li Er is here. So fast. They arrived at the perfect time, just as I and Ma Zhou were discussing our future plans. Oh no, will this affect Ma Zhou's career? Qin Yi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 125 Ma Zhou's Opportunity. Yeah, I just heard someone say that he'll become Prime Minister someday. Who is it that's so arrogant? Li Er walked out from the side courtyard corridor, followed by two fully armed generals, none other than Niu Jinda and Cheng Yaojing. Your Majesty, you have arrived. Greetings, generals. Qin Yi grinned, and immediately hid the policy essay written by Ma Zhou behind his back. The movement was a bit too big, and for a moment, Li Er's eyes narrowed. What is this? You brat, how dare you deceive the emperor? Qin Yi was stunned. What was going on? Li Er was indeed unreasonable. His big, rough hand grabbed Qin Yi's shoulder. When he found that Qin Yi was extremely strong, he was surprised. But his target was the booklet in Qin Yi's hand behind his back. Qin Yi could certainly resist, but this person was Li Er. If it were an ordinary person, Qin Yi would have slapped him right now. But the Tang Emperor was not someone to be trifled with. If he were to slap Li Er, there would be only one outcome. Qin Yi would be beheaded, and the policy proposal would still end up in Li Er's hands. Since we can't resist, why not enjoy it? Li Er looked at Qin Yi with disdain, his eyes seeming to say, You little brat, trying to mess with me? When he opened the booklet, Ma Zhou was extremely nervous. He stood behind Qin Yi and kept giving Qin Yi meaningful glances. Qin Yi smiled and nodded, comforting Ma Zhou. Both of them understood what this meant. Relax, it's all a minor matter. Cheng Yaojing and Niu Jinda glanced at Qin Yi and sneered. Qin Yi, you still say you're strong and can take on 100 men single-handedly? I think you're just bragging. Cheng Yaojing said with a smile. Qin Yi's face stiffened for a moment. You noticed that? But when did I ever say such a thing? Could I have drunk too much? No way. How could I have drunk too much? Oh no, Lao Cheng must have misremembered. You old Cheng, it's fine if you remember it wrong, but you had to say it at this time to stir up trouble. Qin Yi smiled faintly. General Cheng, I never said that. Think about it again. Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes. A real man keeps his word. I'm not talking about you, Qin Yi, but you should learn from His Majesty what it means to have the world in your heart, what it means to be unconcerned with trifles, and what it means to promote talent without being bound by convention. Qin Yi understood instantly, as did Ma Zhou, and even Niu Jinda, who rarely visited Qin Yi's home. Everyone suddenly realized, including Li Er, but Li Er only frowned slightly and stopped worrying about it, continuing to read the policy essays. Ma Zhou cast a grateful glance at him, and Cheng Yaojin nodded and smiled, as if to say, it's nothing. It seems that after Ma Zhou got Cheng Yaojin drunk last time, he quickly subdued this troublemaker. Cheng Yaojin was flattering Li Er and also giving Ma Zhou an opportunity, implying that Ma Zhou was a talented person. Li Er was well aware of these things. When he came to Qin Yi's place for drinks, he would always observe Ma Zhou's actions and speech from time to time, and would even ask Ma Zhou for his opinion on a matter. Ma Zhou naturally wouldn't hide anything. He'd picked up this bad habit from Qin Yi. He'd say whatever came to mind, because only when everyone knew could they better carry out their work. Ma Zhou was suddenly extremely nervous, and the group waited for Li Er to read the policy essay. Finally, Qin Yi couldn't resist any longer. He lit a cigarette and handed one to Li Er, lighting it respectfully. Li Er exhaled a smoke ring, closed the booklet, and rolled his eyes. Qin Yi, you little brat, you haven't even grown your hair yet, but your family has quite a few talented people. I noticed that the blacksmith in your family is quite skilled. The craftsman in the palace said that this kind of craftsmanship is not something that ordinary people can do. Qin Yi remembered that when Li Er took the cigarettes, he also took a cigarette box. The huge cigarette box was insect-proof and moisture-proof, and it was Yang Taizhu who made it. I never expected that the small marquee of Lishan's mansion would be full of hidden talents. No, it's getting late. It took me about half an hour to walk from your doorstep to here. Qin Yi chuckled awkwardly. Your Majesty, isn't this all so that more people can have a place to live? Besides, I need to store seeds in many places at home. The cellar is too damp, and it would be bad if they sprouted. Li Er hummed and nodded, which was taken as tacit agreement. You just said that Ma Zhou could enter the court as an official. I was skeptical at first, but after reading this, I believe it. Qin Yi grinned. There was no other way. Before Li Er's identity was exposed, he could be a little more unrestrained, but now he couldn't be so direct. After all, he still had to show some respect for imperial power. Your Majesty, there is a poem that says it well. The vitality of the land depends on the wind and thunder, but the silence of 10,000 horses is truly lamentable. I urge heaven to rouse itself again and send down talents without regard to convention. The old order of the Tang dynasty is about to be broken by your Majesty's own hands. The new order naturally needs the heavens to send down talented people. There's a saying that goes, only when there's a discerning eye can one recognize a fine horse. Mr. Ma Zhou has been in my home for quite some time now, and I've always believed he could be a prime minister. Qin Yi spoke frankly about his views, even including some famous quotes. There's no other way. If you're not good at humanities, you have to rely on these things to fool people. Gong Zizhen and Han Yu haven't come out yet, so even if you plagiarize, we'll burn more incense for you later. Li Er's face, which had been carrying the air of an elder teasing a younger man, suddenly froze. What a great sentence. Looking Qin Yi up and down, Li Er clicked his tongue in amazement and kept shaking his head. Qin Yi, this isn't like you. Oh, what makes your Majesty say that? Qin Yi's eyes flickered. The two of them were like a comedian, with Li Er as the straight man and Qin Yi as the supporting man. You've never been one for sentimental talk, so why are you using such inspiring phrases today? Heh, have you finally seen the light? Qin Yi's face suddenly took on an aura of righteousness. Your Majesty, seeing your Majesty appear today, I feel ashamed. Suddenly, it was as if someone had touched my forehead, and those words just popped into my head. This is your Majesty's dragon might flourishing, and heavenly blessings descending upon you. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda, standing to the side, were grinning from ear to ear, gasping for breath. Holy crap, Qin Yi really dares to brag. Li Er laughed heartily, quite satisfied, and exhaled a smoke ring. All right, entering the Marquis's residence is like coming home. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go in and have a few drinks. If Qin Yi could live from the Tang dynasty to the present day and then tell his descendants that Emperor Li Er of the Tang dynasty was a heavy drinker, they would absolutely not believe it. Despite his injured arm, Ma Zhou possessed incredible strength today. After digging out the wine jar that Qin Yi had treasured all winter, he began pouring wine for everyone. Qin Yi, have you been assassinated? Chapter 126, Shocking Li Er. Drinking and peanuts still couldn't shut Cheng Yaojin up. Qin Yi smiled. Old Cheng, how did you know? Cheng Yaojin smiled mysteriously. The other day, the shopkeeper asked me how many people I needed. I thought it was a small matter, but when I heard that it was you who had been assassinated, I realized that He Chun might also be being targeted. Li Er's face darkened. What kind of behavior is this? A marquis of the great Tang dynasty, assassinated? How can this be justified? Niu Jinda, Cheng Yaojin, starting today, you will assign Qin Yi more personal guards. 20 seems insufficient. Such a large manor is poorly guarded. Zhang Xiong is standing on the rooftop sentry post, constantly watching the courtyard. I have my men right in front of Qin Yi, and he still hasn't reacted. Cheng Yaojin immediately nodded. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will take care of it as soon as I get back. Li Er nodded. Qin Yi is the key now. With just a little effort from someone like him, the Tang dynasty can become even stronger. Niu Jindao was trembling with fear and dared not utter a sound. He roared, his voice like thunder. Zhang Xiong, get down here. A rustling sound came from the sentry post on the roof of the high hall, followed by the sound of someone jumping down with a thud, landing on the ground, and walking in through the door. Qin Yi's face twitched. Wasn't this guy afraid of me, Pain? General, you called me. Why didn't you know when we came in? Niu Jindao remembered this incident. Zhang Xiong was bitter inside. It's not my fault. It's just that the Marquis and that Yang Taizhu were too excited. They made me think that some great joy had happened, and I was so engrossed in watching. Qin Yi smiled and said, Old Niu, you've misunderstood him. Something good happened today, so naturally everyone's attention was on me, and they didn't see you come in. Niu Jinda's expression softened a bit. Zhang Xiong, you're a veteran too. Although you haven't been on the battlefield many times over the years, you're highly regarded in the left guard. Tomorrow I'll send another 80 soldiers. You'd better keep a close eye on any movement at the Marquis of Lishan's residence. If anything happens to Qin Yi, you'll have to answer to me with your head. Such is the arrogance of a soldier. At this moment, Zhang Xiong felt a jolt in his heart. General, Zhang Xiong will definitely do it. All right, you may leave. At this moment, Ma Zhou poured wine for everyone again, and Li Er waved his hand, dismissing Zhang Xiong. Qin Yi, it doesn't matter if He Chun is assassinated. I think as long as you are here, there are plenty of He Chins in the world. You were assassinated without even a word. This is against the rules. The title of Marquis of the Great Tang is bestowed by me personally. It is not to be trifled with. You must remember this from now on. Qin Yi cupped his hands in greeting. Li Er was showing concern for Qin Yi. In the Tang dynasty, a marquis, apart from having a special title and the privilege of conveying imperial orders that other marquises had, was also given 100 personal guards. This had never happened before in history. The ultimate privilege. By the way, what happy thing happened today? I heard you shouting and yelling in your courtyard. Li Er squinted his eyes, knowing that anything that could make the entire Marquis' mansion shout with excitement was no small matter. All the major events in the world are minor matters in front of Qin Yi. But if the major events in Qin Yi's family were to be discussed in the context of the world, they would probably cause an uproar. It's nothing much. The weapon that assassin used during the last assassination attempt was recreated by my family's blacksmith. He made 2 replicas, and they were just testing them out. Your Majesty, this thing is called Heaven's Wrath. As for its effects, at this point, Qin Yi left everyone in suspense. Li Er frowned. Heavenly Wrath? What dares to call itself Heavenly Wrath? It is my anger that is called Heavenly Wrath. After seeing Qin Yi's look, Ma Zhou immediately understood. After going outside, he talked with Yang Taizhu, and soon Yang Taizhu was ready. Your Majesty, that thing is ready. Shall we try it again? Let's try it. I don't believe that the assassin can't even kill a weakling like you. How powerful can his hidden weapons be? Li Er is being stubborn. But his eyes betrayed him. He stretched his neck out and strode ahead, as if afraid someone would snatch it from him. A huge wooden plank appeared on the wall, a full 10 centimeters thick. The small wall of Yang Tieju's storeroom was made of wooden planks, so it was easily penetrated. This time, the plank was pear wood, thick and heavy. Your Majesty, look, this little thing has a mechanism on it. Once pressed, dozens of silver needles will be launched out, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, impossible to dodge. Ma Zhou explained. Li Er examined the little gadget in his hand, then looked at Yang Taizhu, who was terrified, and said, this must be your family's blacksmith. Yes, Your Majesty, Yang Taizhu is a promising talent. He learned a few skills from the Liu Ban family before. Oh, are Gongshu Ban's family still alive? Yang Taizhu stammered. This humble subject doesn't know. Only that those people are skillful and ingenious. Their craftsmanship is beyond compare. Seeing that Yang Taiju was speechless, Li Er stopped asking questions. Your Majesty, please stretch your hand further away. This thing is still in the experimental stage, and it's hard to say whether it will make a mistake. Li Er twitched his beard. A mistake? What will happen if there's a mistake? Qin Yi's face darkened. Generals, you should protect His Majesty a bit later. Old Neo and Old Chung nodded, their expressions serious, and stood in front of Li Er. Even if a needle bounced back, their armor would be able to block it completely. The two had just stood still when Li Er shoved them aside, saying, You look down on me, huh? Humph, a mere hidden weapon. How could I be afraid? I was so mighty on the battlefield back then. Even with my warhorse blinded by a bullet, I was still invincible. Lu Haida was terrified. Qin Yi's face darkened. Didn't Li Er say last time that his warhorse had been shot and had one leg crippled? How did it become eyes again? That's enough. Before Cheng Yaojin and Neo Jinda could react, the cylinder in Li Er's hand suddenly began to vibrate. Swish, swish, swish. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The intense shaking almost made Li Er lose his balance. Qin Yi had been indoors during the experiment and hadn't felt the wind generated by his fingertips. Now, there was almost a gust of wind in front of Li Er's finger. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, a dense barrage of sounds was deafening. In an instant, Li Er withdrew his hand, then stared dumbfounded at the embroidery needle on the thick pearwood board. His face began to show a look of utter disbelief. How is that possible? Li Er raised a question. Cheng Yaojin and Neo Jinda finally breathed a sigh of relief. Holy crap, Qin Yi, this thing is amazing. Where did you get this? Qin Yi tilted his head and said, The assassin said he bought it from a master, and there's only one in the entire Tang dynasty because the person who made it is dead. The assassin seems to be able to replicate it, but unfortunately the craftsman's skills are not enough. He only knows how, but not why. Chapter 127, Another Blooper. This is the wrath of heaven. Ma Zhou suddenly felt that it was truly a stroke of luck that he had survived. If this thing were modified by the Marquis, it would probably pierce him completely. Fortunately, all the targets were the Marquis, not himself. Ma Zhou was sweating profusely, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Emperor Li Er was overjoyed. Good. Yang Taiju, from today onwards, you shall forge more of these things, and I will reward you handsomely. Such a small mechanism, yet it holds a world within. It is not easy to forge, Your Majesty. Qin Yi began. Cheng Yaojin and Neo Jinda had been thinking that this thing could be a powerful weapon if used properly, but now, upon hearing Qin Yi's words, their faces darkened. What? You little rascal, you really dare to say that? Bargaining with His Majesty? You're asking for it. Li Er laughed. Ha ha ha. It really is you, Qin Yi. You brat. You've made quite a bit of money. How come you've become so greedy again? Qin Yi scratched his head. Your Majesty, the day I was assassinated, I went through countless hardships and barely escaped with my life. Mr. Ma Zhou was shot in the arm with a needle to protect me. The needle was poisoned. I had to use all my strength to scrape the bone to remove the poison before I was able to successfully replicate it today. This has been very difficult. Your Majesty, you cannot let Mr. Ma Zhou be injured in vain. Ma Zhou was taken aback. How did this involve me again? What does it have to do with me? My lord, you can't do this. Li Er smiled knowingly. All right, build it well. I won't treat you unfairly. Your Majesty, I would like to arrange marriages for the women in my household. After all, when you are out and about, you may encounter people with malicious intentions. If something happens, it won't be fun. Granted. The effects of Tian Nu's experiment sent chills down Li Er's spine. While sitting in the room, Li Er drank 3 cups of Lantian wine. This thing should have been made by the Gongshuban family. One of Li Er's brothers was named Li Yuanba. He possessed immense strength, was born invincible, and it was said that his pair of purple gold hammers were forged by a descendant of Gongshuban. However, he died young. Heaven gave him innate superhuman strength, but also deprived him of his wisdom, causing him to die an untimely death. What a pity. That was the only brother who treated Li Er extremely well, protecting him in every way. Now that the artifacts of the Gongshuban family have reappeared in the world, Li Er has the idea of creating another powerful weapon. Your Majesty, this thing has limited destructive power after all, and it is easy to cause friendly fire on the battlefield. Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Li Er's beard bristled. Then how do you explain the time you used a giant iron ball to pierce a hole in that 100,000-strong Turkic army? It's finally here. Qin Yi knew that this day would come eventually. After all, he was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, a dynasty founded on military might. Li Er had been pondering these words for a long time, and finally uttered them today. Cheng Yaojin and Neo Jinda immediately fell silent. while Ma Zhou simply poured wine and lit cigarettes without offering any further comment. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Your Majesty, that's all fate. It has nothing to do with me. Heaven's will. What kind of heaven's will? I can have someone test it out. After the iron ball was heated red hot, it didn't have the miraculous effect you had that day. Of course not. What did Qin Yi use to burn the large iron ball that day? He used the blast furnace iron smelting method. It took an hour just to build the furnace for burning the iron ball. If he hadn't set off early, he wouldn't have made it in time for this. The ordinary furnaces or iron smelting methods of the Tang dynasty were simply not hot enough to make the iron oxide inside the large iron ball active. Your Majesty, the temperature isn't high enough. Zhang Xiong and I arrived in the middle of the night that day, and it took us a long time to build the furnace. The 5 large iron balls were in an unstable state and were about to explode at any moment. It's like a person who is highly skilled in martial arts, intelligent and brave, but gentle in nature. When someone completely provokes them, the hidden ferocity and tyranny within them suddenly erupt, and they will stop at nothing. This kind of person is the most terrifying because you never know what means they will use to take revenge on the world. That iron ball is the same principle as this kind of person. If it's about chemistry, Li Er definitely wouldn't understand. Qin Yi might even have to go through all the junior and senior high school chemistry today. But it's much easier to give a similar example. As for the reasons behind it, I dare not say much. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Qin Yi patted his chest, making a solemn vow. Li Er's expression softened. That's right. Qin Yi, this thing must be kept strictly a secret. Absolutely. Your Majesty, don't you know me? I'm a tight-lipped person. How I handle this kind of thing is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Just as Qin Yi finished speaking, a commotion arose outside. Brother, I understand. Brother, I know too. When energy bursts violently in a confined space, it will cause an explosion. 3 black lines appeared on Li Er's forehead, and his tiger-like eyes stared intently at Qin Yi, as if he wanted to devour him alive. However, upon seeing the newcomer, Li Er immediately dropped his imposing manner, glanced at Qin Yi, as if to say, Kid, you wait, I'll settle the score with you later. Ring, you, come here, let me see you. You've grown into beautiful young ladies in just a few days. Huh? Uncle Emperor is here too. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 2 young girls weren't lacking in manners. That's how Qin Yi had taught them. However, Li Er didn't mind and continued to ask, what were you talking about earlier? Tell me. Uncle Emperor, this is the principle of an explosion. My brother told us in class the other day that if something can burn intensely in a small space and release energy, it can burst that small space and then unleash a huge amount of energy. Yes. Brother also said that as long as we use it well, there is no city in the world that we can't take. Even if we want to strike another place from thousands of miles away, it's not impossible. Oh no, how did these 2 little girls get out here? Didn't we agree to review our lessons today? Li Er didn't blame him, but smiled and said sarcastically, Qin Yi, look at him, and then look at you. The Marquis of the Great Tang Dynasty, a man, is actually inferior to 2 little girls. Qin Yi sighed helplessly. Fine, you are the emperor, and everything the Li family says is right. After meeting the uncles and receiving a reward from Li Er, the 2 little girls were overjoyed and immediately took Go Dan out to play. Now, Li Er only cares about one question, whether what Qin Yi's sister said is true or not. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao remained silent, while Ma Zhou coughed and ran out. Qin Yi felt a chill run down his spine under Li Er's gaze. Although Li Er's aura wasn't particularly intimidating, he couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable under Li Er's stare. Chapter 128 Li Er's Obsession with Explosives. Your Majesty, why are you staring at me like that? Do I look handsome today? Li Er sneered. You brat, do you think you're funny? What is that thing? Since the beginning of the day, Li Er had become interested in weapons. The 2 children's unintentional boasting instantly stirred up Li Er's excitement. If the soldiers of the Tang dynasty had some invincible weapons, wouldn't they suffer fewer casualties when they pacified the surrounding areas? Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao stared at Qin Yi, their eyes practically telling him that if he dared to hide anything, he wouldn't see the sun rise tomorrow. At this moment, Qin Yi smiled faintly. I thought it was something else, just that thing? Qin Yi certainly knew what the appearance of explosives in the Tang dynasty would mean, but wasn't it a bit too early for them to appear now? I've only just transmigrated here and haven't even settled in yet. This kind of magical artifact is being revealed too early. I'm afraid I'll suffer a loss. It's just a simple firecracker. Don't tell me you've never played with firecrackers before. Qin Yi rolled his eyes. And immediately Lier and the two generals' chests began to heave. You mean the explosive strike? Cheng Yaojin frowned. Hasn't that always been there? The prototype of firecrackers is this kind of stick, which is first struck into the bamboo joint, then lit by hand and explodes. This thing existed in the Tang dynasty, but it had not yet reached its peak. It's said that the Chinese invented gunpowder to set off cannons, and that's certainly true. Ahem, that stuff is too weak. The one I'm talking about, made from a mixture of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, is quite powerful. Your Majesty, you wouldn't be interested in something like that, would you? The Tang dynasty has just stabilized, and you, as emperor, are not governing the country properly, but suddenly become interested in weapons. Didn't I provide you with the method for blast furnace iron making before? Isn't forged steel already available in mass production? Lier was about to slap him, but at the last second, he held back. You, Qin Yi, how dare you keep this kind of thing to yourself? Everyone who has met you says you are kind, but who would have thought that with one move you would take away 100,000 Turkic soldiers? Now those surviving soldiers are either crippled or have been scared out of their wits and become complete idiots. Hee, calling you a devil wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lier spoke rapidly. Hee, I never expected you to have something in your possession. The devil? Am I the devil? You're the devil. It's not easy to achieve peace in the world. Even though the rebels are still observing, everything will fall into place once next year is over. Giving you the explosives now would be a real sin. People of this era could not comprehend the ferocity of explosives in later generations. C4, synthesized from chemical reagents, could raise an entire skyscraper to the ground in an instant. There are also various types of time bombs, powered by electricity and magnetic fields, enabling remote strikes. It would have been virtually impossible to achieve all of this in the Tang dynasty. Even assuming it were possible, what then? The earth is only so big. How much territory could you possibly conquer? Fine. If you want it, then you can have it. Anyway, this world belongs to you, not to me, Qin Yi. How you use it is your business. Your Majesty, this is a top secret. I believe that only trusted confidants should be selected to conduct the research. Lier didn't speak, but the meaning in his expression was clear. You don't need to tell me. Qin Yi, I'm here today to collect the seeds. Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, have the gold and silk arrived yet? Cheng Yaojin stood up, bowed, and reported. Your Majesty, the gold and silk have arrived. The 100 taels of gold and the 100 bolts of red silk have been handed over to the servants of Qin Yi's household and are now in the warehouse, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Qin Yi, where's what I asked for? Qin Yi smiled and finally stopped talking about explosives. This Lier was no different from a child. There's a truth to that saying. People in ancient times, due to their limited perspective, could not compare to any mediocre person in later generations. This statement is applicable to any time traveler. But there is another point. People from later generations may not necessarily have a good life in the feudal era. After all, the principles of conduct passed down through Chinese civilization since ancient times still require much study by future generations. Your Majesty, rest assured, I have already made preparations. The seeds for potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes have begun to be assembled and are still being cultivated. The others have also been loaded onto the large carts of the left guard. Humph. Lier snorted, picked up a heavenly wrath pill, and stuffed it into his pocket. By the way, about that explosive you mentioned, I'll give you 3 hours. Can you handle it? Qin Yi was taken aback. This chemistry knowledge wasn't simple, was it? However, Qin Yi had only purchased knowledge and skills from the system in physics and mathematics. Chemistry, well, you know what, it really had some problems. Your Majesty, this is very difficult. Stop talking nonsense. If you can get it done in 3 hours, I will immediately reward you with 10,000 taels of gold. Well, Lier is going to use money to bribe his way out. Fine, I'll grant your wish this time, but some things can't be so easily obtained. Otherwise, would you, Lier, cherish it? Your Majesty, this thing? Well, I'll give it a try. Qin Yi said helplessly. Upon seeing Qin Yi suffer setbacks, Lier immediately became excited. Quick, go and get it done. By the way, have your cooks serve the dishes. I'm so tired of eating that pig swill from the palace every day. Yunyang has been very busy lately. 1 or 2 important people come over every now and then, making a fuss about wanting to eat the best food. Yunyang was alone, but when important figures from the court came, they would come in groups of several. At this moment, Yunyang rubbed her eyes, got up, and began preparations. Qin Yi had Ma Zhou prepare saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur before he went into the cellar. Inside the cellar, as soon as Zhu Yeqing heard someone coming, She immediately burst into tears. My lord, just kill me. Your people are too terrifying. They keep coming to force me to drink water, and I really can't drink anymore. Shut up. If you dare say another word, I'll make you drink another vat. Upon hearing Qin Yi's cold voice, Zhu Yeqing immediately shut up. Although her eyes were swollen, a glimmer of light still shone in them, like green beans. In Qin Yi's mind, the system slowly opened. Where is the chemical knowledge? Host, intermediate chemistry knowledge, 30,000 points. Why is it so expensive? Host, physics and mathematics are rudimentary in this era and cannot have a significant impact. Only chemistry can easily and directly have an impact in this era. 30,000 landlord points are a bargain. Qin Yi's face darkened. He only had a little over 3,000 landlord points left, and it was time to redeem them. He dashed into the warehouse, knowing he had plenty of silver anyway. Exchange for 500,000 landlord points. Chapter 129, The Man Who Made Ma Zhou Call Him His Teacher. 500,000 landlord points can last a long time. Now, the speed of making money is faster than the speed of spending it. Before Qin Yi even notices, the warehouse is already piled with silver. Now there is also gold and silk sent by Lier. These things are just a burden to keep. Money was a good thing in the Tang dynasty, and it is a good thing in any era, but money that can't be spent is a huge pit. People in later generations have money and will never worry about not being able to spend it, but that was not necessarily the case in feudal times. If you spend your money poorly or in the wrong places, people will be watching you. If you spend too much, bandits will start to covet you. If you spend too little, they won't be satisfied. After redeeming 500,000 landlord points, Qin Yi's warehouse was missing more than half of its contents. It suddenly became empty. Purchase intermediate chemistry knowledge. Purchase complete. Integration successful. For a moment, Qin Yi felt a chill on his forehead, followed by a slight pain. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I see. It's not that this era couldn't produce more powerful explosives. It's just that knowledge was limited by theoretical knowledge and the excessive impurities in raw materials. In the cellar, Qin Yi smiled as he looked at the large pile of charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur on the ground. Mr. Ma Zhou, you should study this carefully. If you ever become an official in the court, this will be your foundation. As long as you live, His Majesty will grant you supreme power. Ma Zhou smiled faintly. My lord, I, Ma Zhou, am just a commoner. I don't need such great power. Being able to serve by your side is already very good. Since your excellency is willing to teach me this recipe today, I will consider you my teacher. From now on, I will keep this secret and never forget it. Qin Yi nodded. I'll remember. Saltpeter can be improved because it requires not only saltpeter, but also oil. We mixed lard and saltpeter together. Keep a close eye on the amount of charcoal. Even a fraction too much or too little could reduce its potency. The sulfur isn't pure enough and needs to be purified, which is where we need lime. After spending a full hour explaining the intricacies to Ma Zhou, Qin Yi discovered that Ma Zhou wasn't very quick to grasp chemical knowledge. It's not his fault. People in this era don't have a concept of material foundation. They don't know that humans are carbon-based organisms, nor do they know that everything in the universe is made of carbon. But whenever certain points are mentioned, Ma Zhou remembers them very clearly. Another hour later, the materials I wanted finally appeared. Watch closely. Today we're going to make one type of explosive. This is ferrous sulfate, which we'll call sulfuric acid from now on. It's this stuff, just mix it with saltpeter, and then add this cotton. The amount involved is indeed difficult to control. You can try more in future experiments. The key point is that the concentration of sulfuric acid is not easy to control. Ma Zhou seemed to understand, but he remembered it firmly, his eyes shining with wisdom. My lord, you are truly a shining beacon of wisdom. How did Ma Zhou know this word? My lord, don't be surprised. This is what you said in your sleep. I heard it, and I'm wondering what the lighthouse in it is, and what the sentence means. Qin Yi's face darkened. He was dreaming about playing games, and those lines suddenly popped into his head. All right, now it's up to you. Since Qin Yi doesn't handle explosives himself, it's most suitable for Ma Zhou to operate them. Qin Yi already sensed that Ma Zhou would likely leave the Marquis of Lishan's mansion after today. His future was the stars and the sea, while Qin Yi's future was the universe. Everyone has their own dreams, so let's live our own wonderful lives. Qin Yi came out, followed closely by Ma Zhou. A little over 2 hours had passed since the time Lier had agreed upon. Oh, Qin Yi so fast. Lier looked incredulous. He had no idea about making explosives, but he felt that given the extent of Qin Yi's predicament, 3 hours might not be enough. But to everyone's surprise, Qin Yi finished in less than 3 hours. Ma Zhou stood behind Qin Yi, holding two huge bundles of firecrackers, with a cotton thread sticking out from inside one of the firecrackers. Hee, Your Majesty, this thing is not that difficult, but the materials required are extremely special. Any small mistake will make it impossible to achieve a perfect explosion effect. Li Er smiled faintly. I will give it a try. No, Your Majesty, please try it yourself when you return to the palace. Don't try it here at my house. Qin Yi was unhappy. Who knows what this thing looks like now? If it accidentally blows up the Marquis's mansion, that would be terrible. Your Majesty, the nation's most powerful weapons should not be shown to others lightly. Qin Yi cautiously reminded him. These words struck a chord with Li Er, who immediately nodded and said, Ma Zhou, from today onwards, you will no longer be in the Marquis of Lishan's residence. My office is short of a vice minister, so you can take over the position for now. Ma Zhou, who was holding the explosives, was stunned for a moment, then knelt on the ground. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ma Zhou will not fail you. He's just a vice minister, nothing special. But you're being wasted on Qin Yi. That simpleton has no idea how talented you are. Whether you can become prime minister in the future is your own business. Li Er rarely offered his opinions on people, but Ma Zhou's on land tax completely stunned him. It was clearly just using the land planning in Qin Yi's family as an example, yet it was able to be extended to the land of all the people in the world, with reason and evidence, truly making every word worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The aspects involving land reform were even more closely linked to politics and economics. Li Er forcibly suppressed his excitement at such a talented person, waiting to make Qin Yi lose face before taking him away. Now, Li Er finally couldn't hold back anymore. He stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. You have to come with me. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Your Majesty, I have already taught Mr. Ma Zhou how to make explosives. From now on, Your Majesty does not need to ask me anymore. This stuff is very easy to cause trouble. Qin Yi smiled and said, and there's also 10,000 taels of gold. The feeling of betting against His Majesty and winning was quite peculiar. Sheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao were dumbfounded and couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up. Qin Yi, you're really something. There were 2 large firecrackers, which are essentially fiber bombs in later times. The manufacturing process was a bit complicated, but it was at least barely feasible. I just didn't know how effective they would be, and they certainly couldn't explode in my house. Qin Yi specifically instructed Li Er to keep the item in a stone box along the way and to avoid it from being exposed to open flames, otherwise no one within 100 paces would be able to escape. Li Er waved his hand impatiently, telling Qin Yi to get lost, and then got into the car himself. 3,000 left guards and 300 large carts arrived empty and returned fully loaded. Chapter 130, Li Er demolishes the house. This time, they practically emptied all the rooms in Qin Yi's house where the seeds were stored. Next, given Li Er's usual approach, with Chang'an as the center, it will radiate outwards in all directions. It's only a matter of time before the people of the Tang dynasty want to use the seeds cultivated by Qin Yi. Qin Yi watched as everyone slowly left, his heart filled with unease. He didn't care about seeds or anything like that. After all, he could make seeds anytime, anywhere. What he is worried about now is the safety of Li Er and the palace. Given Li Er's nature, the palace is the safest place. Why go out to conduct experiments? Impossible. This magical artifact is right there in his sight and touch. Qin Yi sighed. It's over, we've let a demon out. Since there's a shortage of people in charge of the household, we need to find someone to take over. Yang Er and Tian Er are a bit simple-minded, so it seems they won't be suitable. We'll just let the 2 of them manage things temporarily. Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu were being punished by Qin Yi by standing in the corner. Some things shouldn't be said carelessly, and sometimes, it's not the time to show off your knowledge. One should be humble. Today's events have disrupted some of Qin Yi's plans. Explosives, such a dangerous beast, should not have appeared so early, and even if they had appeared early, they should not have been used for military purposes. Do you 2 know you were wrong? This was the first time Qin Yi had ever lost his temper with his 2 younger sisters. Brother, I understand. Qin Riyun was more mature and naturally understood why Qin Yi was angry. The 2 little girls spent a lot of time reading and memorizing texts every day. Qin Yi would teach them the textbooks that were popular in the Tang dynasty every day. Brother, pride goes before a fall. Humility brings benefit. Isn't that the truth? Qin Yi's face darkened. What are you talking about? Physics, mathematics, chemistry. These are things that only the 3 of us in the entire Tang dynasty know. If some of the wisdom within them is discovered and used for evil purposes, it could be devastating. Can you keep your smugness to yourself behind closed doors? Don't flaunt your wealth or your talent, understand? These two little girls don't understand the reasoning behind it yet, but Qin Yi does. When Qin Yi was in college, he realized that in a crowd, remaining mediocre is the best way to protect yourself. As later generations have already seen, in feudal society, if your wisdom is too sharp and ostentatious, it will inevitably attract the covetousness and resentment of others. From now on, you can only discuss mathematics, physics, and chemistry with me alone. You can do your own experiments and try different methods, but neither of you should reveal anything when there are outsiders around. Qin Yi himself felt that this was too greasy and that he was being too cautious. But there's nothing we can do about it. My two younger sisters are still young, and they speak without thinking. Once something is said, it can't be taken back. Today's statement about achieving a strike from 1,000 miles away nearly enraged Lier. All right, you're going to copy the 100 family surnames 10 times tonight. You're not allowed to sleep until you've finished. This is already the most severe punishment. The two little girls are still young, so Qin Yi can't be too serious. When a powerful ruler like Lier encounters something good, his first thought is to possess it for himself. Talk of resource sharing is just nonsense. He will only share with you if you can share with him. When Lier first came to the house, he looked at everything with curiosity. Others might not know, but Qin Yi knew that behind that curiosity lay a possessiveness. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the land, all people are his subjects. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is still mine. This is Lier. The purpose of educating the two young girls was not to make them greasy at such a young age, but because Qin Yi knew that he was not yet at the point where he could look down on the world and laugh at kings and nobles. Besides, no matter how high your rank is, without real power, you're just a marquis who knows how to farm. Qin Yi repeatedly stated that he did not want to enter the imperial court, and the reason was very simple. His soul from later generations had no interest in the imperial court. On the other hand, mystery is a good thing. The court is treacherous and unpredictable, and Qin Yi felt it was unnecessary to get involved in such a murky place. Even if he came out completely innocent, he would inevitably come out with some taint. Mystery can also protect him. Watching the two girls' dejected figures, Qin Yi sighed. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to showcase your talents in the future. For now, just bear with it. Inside the palace, Ma Zhou's attire attracted everyone's attention. The palace guards looked at this unfamiliar person with puzzled expressions. Why isn't this guy shy at all? He's always so carefree and uninhibited around the palace with his majesty. Who exactly is he? Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao were both visibly terrified, their tension palpable, which made Lier feel tense as well. Let's do it here. Lier pointed to Hanlu Palace. He had long disliked this place. Before the Sui dynasty, it was a cold palace. After the establishment of the Tang dynasty, no one paid attention to it. Later, Li Jiansheng lived here, which was close to Yao Palace. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, no one dared to approach this place. Legend has it that countless concubines of the imperial harem died here, and it was eerie, with strange noises often heard at night. Lier was also very wary of the Hanlu Palace. He dared not stay in it alone. Since ascending the throne, he had repeatedly ordered his ministers to demolish it. Some people said it was bad for the feng shui of the palace, so the matter was put on hold. Now the opportunity has arrived. I'm going to tear it down myself now. You don't think you can stop me, do you? Li Junxian, disperse the people inside the Yi Ting. The people next to Hanlu Palace should also be driven away and temporarily placed elsewhere. No one is allowed within 100 paces of the cold Dew Palace. Upon hearing this, Li Junxian immediately stood at attention. Yes, your majesty. Before long, only Lier, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Su Shiji, Ma Zhou, and Lier's bodyguard remained on the scene. Ma Zhou, do you know how to do it? Lier asked. Ma Zhou was taken aback for a moment. Your majesty, the marquis didn't tell me how to use it. I suppose you just need to light the cotton thread. Lier frowned. This Qin Yi, he didn't explain himself clearly. Never mind. Huang Li, you come here. Huang Li was a eunuch serving Emperor Lier. He was a eunuch who was almost 50 years old. Although eunuchs of all kinds in history did not live long and were generally not in good health, after all, after losing some parts, few people could withstand the punishment for defying the will of heaven. But Huang Li seems to be an exception. You can't see this person normally. No matter where Lier goes, Huang Li is actually nearby, waiting for him in a place where he can see Lier. Huang Li's face was etched with wrinkles, a result of years of looking down. Your Majesty, please take everyone and leave first. Hee, I'm right here. Once you've lit it, leave immediately. Yes. Ma Zhou then spoke up. Your Majesty, why don't we lengthen the cotton thread a bit? Chapter 131. The palace has exploded. This is a good idea. Although Lier didn't understand how this thing could explode, He knew from the cotton thread that it might have been lit and then ignited the contents inside. Lier had never set off firecrackers, but he had seen others do so. Okay, Majou, let's do it. At this moment, Eunuch Huangli led 2 objects into the Hanlu Hall. As Lier requested, one was placed in the corner of the South Hall and the other in the corner of the North Hall, precisely where several main pillars were located. A long, thumb-thick line stretched from the inside out, nearly 50 meters long. Although Eunuch Huangli didn't know what it was, judging from His Majesty's expression, he felt a chill run down his spine and was somewhat frightened. Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that there is no one inside the Cold Dew Palace. We can proceed. All right, Majou, you light the fire. Now that the cotton thread has been extended, there's no need to worry about Majou getting injured or having an accident. This person is much more useful than the old Eunuch Huangli. The grease-stained rope was in front of Majou. Majou lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then blew on the tinderbox, and a flame immediately leaped out. As Majou cautiously lowered his body, all the guards behind Lier gasped in shock and began to back away. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jindao were naturally unaware of fear. Today, Tiannu was already so terrifying. Could there be anything more powerful than that? Could it be similar to the iron fireball in the Wei River? Su Shiji was much more sensible. Your Majesty, this thing was created by Qin Yi? It was this kid who did it. He tried to hide it at first, but how could he escape my eyes? Upon hearing this, Su Shiji grabbed Lier and ran back, saying, Your Majesty, Qin Yi's actions are anything but benevolent. Have you forgotten those Turkic soldiers on the Wei River? Lier thought it made sense. He immediately took small steps backward, and Majou then placed the tinderbox on the rope, and the fire instantly ignited. In the dead of night, a small fire dragon appeared in the palace and began to spread deeper into the Cold Dew Palace. Upon seeing the speed, Majou immediately frowned. Oh no, so fast. Your Majesty, run. The Marquis said there can be no one within 100 paces. The crowd stumbled and stepped in front of Lier, crowding around him as he ran forward. Lier was starting to get anxious. Qin Yi didn't explain things clearly. He's just trying to scare people. Majou hadn't expected that the fire would spread to the interior of Hanlu Palace in the blink of an eye. He had thought it would take a while longer, giving him ample opportunity to get within 100 paces. But now it seems the chances are slim. My lord, I just hope you can keep this up a bit now. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs suddenly exploded out, carrying a deafening force that swept out in an instant. A blast of air rushed towards them. Clearly, the group of people hadn't even escaped within 100 paces when the blast slammed into them, sending them sprawling face-first to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. After various shockwaves violently struck the walls and pillars, the Cold Dew Palace collapsed like a robust giant. The Hanlu Palace was quite large, and when it suddenly collapsed, the entire palace shook. This tremor was completely out of control, and in an instant, everyone was subjected to another baptism. In an instant, covered in dust and dirt, Majou, who was the slowest to run, was the first to be affected. His body was covered with broken tiles and dust, with only his eyes showing and dust spitting out of his mouth. My lord, why didn't you tell me earlier that this thing was so powerful? I would have released them one by one. Lier fared slightly better, as Su Shiji blocked his way completely, but even so, he was still quite frightened. His expression changed drastically. Well done, Qin Yi. Luckily, I discovered this in time. Otherwise, how long would that brat have kept it hidden? Su Shiji was in the worst condition. Niu Jindao and Cheng Yaojin at least had armor on their bodies, but Su Shiji was only wearing ordinary official clothes, which were now covered in dust. He was already quite old, and he couldn't withstand such a commotion. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. When he finally caught his breath and was breathing heavily, he heard a rumbling sound of collapse behind him. Li Junxian and his men were terrified. They drew their swords and stared in that direction. Even though their eyes were filled with fear, they were still determined to protect Lier. Your Majesty, what is this thing? Su Shiji exclaimed in surprise. Lier patted the dust off his clothes, a smug look on his face. 2 people, and they have such power. Hee. A place like Hanlu Palace can be razed to the ground. Qin Yi was right. Majou jogged over at that moment. Your Majesty, are you all right? Lier waved his hand, and Majou immediately took out a cigarette and lit it for Lier. Chaos erupted within the palace. The palace, which was already brightly lit, was suddenly filled with screams and exclamations. Empress Zhangsun, with her hair disheveled, led several guards, each wielding a long sword, and exuded a menacing aura. Who's causing trouble here? Who? Upon seeing Lier, Empress Zhangsun paused for a moment, then immediately came over to pay her respects. Guanyinbi, it's all right. This is just a little trick that Qin Yi gave me to play. Knowing he was in the wrong, Li Er naturally couldn't admit to doing it himself, so he could only pin the blame on Qin Yi. Since you don't attend court anyway, you'll have to take the blame and don't try to get rid of it. Qin Yi, it's Qin Yi again. That brat. I'm going to chop him down. Empress Zhang's son gritted her teeth, and more than half of the palace guards were in a panic. None of them had ever seen such a huge scene. Li Er remained calm and composed, saying, "Disperse, everyone back to your posts." In an instant, the densely packed guards on the square dispersed in an orderly fashion. At this moment, Li Er exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Hee, Qin Yi, since you've already taken the blame, why don't you take it for me for a few more days?" Qin Yi, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly sneezed and woke up instantly. Who is it that's swearing at night instead of sleeping properly? But none of that matters anymore. Ma Zhou went to Li Er's side, and something seemed a little off at home. After all, the entire Marquis mansion was well organized under Ma Zhou's management before, but now, everything has become difficult. Late at night, a shout came from outside the gate. It turned out that the soldiers from the left guard, sent by Li Er, had come to report for duty. Zhang Xiong frowned, and Qin Yi also came out. "Why are you reporting to the Marquis' residence so late? Wouldn't it be better to do it tomorrow?" Reporting to the Marquis. The leader was young, but he was clearly a capable man. He carried a long sword, and behind him were soldiers pushing 3 8-ox crossbows. As soon as General Niu gave the order, I set off immediately. "Your safety, Lord Marquis, is a matter of great importance to the Tang dynasty, and I dare not delay." "What's going on with these 3 8-ox crossbows?" "My lord, this was sent by imperial decree." Qin Yi nodded. "All right, go and hand over the duties to Zhang Xiong. 2 shifts, the Marquis' residence won't need that many people." Chapter 132 Qin Yi, the Scapegoat. In the imperial court, countless people are now silent. "Your Majesty, last night the palace was filled with thunderous sounds and deafening shouts of battle. What happened?" Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling became anxious. The two woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't fall back asleep. How could His Majesty possibly sleep when such a momentous event has occurred in the palace? "It's all right, it's all just a small matter," Li Er said calmly. "By the way, I have something to tell you. I originally did not intend to demolish Hanlu Palace, but something happened last night, and Hanlu Palace is gone." After Li Er finished speaking, the entire court fell silent. In an instant, all sorts of sounds erupted at once. "Your Majesty, the Cold Dew Palace is gone. Should it be rebuilt?" "Your Majesty, the Hanlu Palace is the vital energy center of the Imperial Palace and should not be disposed of arbitrarily. Why not order the Ministry of Works to rebuild it today?" Amidst the dense murmur of voices, one voice boomed loudly. "Your Majesty, who is so audacious as to dare to demolish the Cold Dew Palace right here in the Imperial Palace?" Upon hearing this, Li Er immediately became furious. "What? Are you going to pursue the matter further?" The speaker was Wei Zheng. Li Er and Wei Zheng had been at odds for a long time, their relationship a mix of love and hate. "Hee, Your Majesty, Hanlu Palace is the throat of the palace, and matters of great importance are here. Now that Hanlu Palace has been demolished, I do not believe that no one knows about it." Li Er sneered, his eyes filled with chilling intent. Wei Zheng unconsciously shrank back, but for the sake of fairness and justice, he had to stand up. "Last night, Marquis Qin Yi lent me something. I accidentally tried it, and the Hanlu Palace was instantly reduced to rubble. Is this answer satisfactory, Minister Wei?" Wei Zheng's face twitched twice. What was going on? Why was it Qin Yi again? Didn't Qin Yi say he wouldn't enter the imperial court? How come he's starting to meddle in the affairs of the Tang dynasty's imperial palace? The Hanlu Palace was an extremely important place in the palace in the earliest days, and it was where emperors of various dynasties lived. However, when the Tang dynasty was established, the Hanlu Palace was abandoned because of its unusual location. The palaces with excellent feng shui and unobstructed views of the surrounding area became mere decorations. His Majesty has repeatedly requested that it be demolished, but the ministers have consistently opposed it. Wei Zheng was certainly aware of the significance of Hanlu Palace. Another reason why His Majesty disliked it was that Crown Prince Li Jiansheng had previously resided there. "Qin Yi, it's you again. If it weren't for the fact that you still treat me with respect, I would have reported you to the authorities long ago." Wei Zheng's eyes darted around. "Your Majesty, I am aware of the matter at Hanlu Palace. I urge Your Majesty to handle it properly and not disappoint the ministers." Li Er looked at Wei Zheng with a puzzled expression. Did the sun rise in the west today? How could someone like Wei Zheng not be so stubborn? In the past, if I had encountered such a situation, Wei Zheng would probably have driven me to my death. Why was it all resolved with just a single sentence today? as if nothing ever happened. Cheng Yaojin and Su Shiji looked at each other in disbelief. Even Wei Zhang, who was known for his remonstrances, had backed down. The other court officials, however, were completely unimpressed and were all eager to take action. They had long disliked the current emperor, given all the events that had transpired this year. However, most of the issues were resolved relatively well, which suppressed the voices of the officials, especially those of the Shandong gentry and the Guanlong aristocratic families. But today, the Hanyuan Hall is gone, and like a fuse, the entire court is in turmoil in an instant. Seeing this, Li Er sensed something was wrong and said calmly, "I didn't know about this idea at first. It was done by Marquis Letian, Qin Yi, and had nothing to do with me. By the time I found out, it was too late. What a pity, the Cold Dew Palace is such a fine palace. I was planning to give it a good rest and renovation." Upon hearing this, Niu Jindao felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that Qin Yi was about to be completely ruined by his majesty. That's all right, though, since Qin Yi doesn't seem to attend court. Qin Yi had been sneezing nonstop all day. During the lecture, the two girls thought he had caught a cold. "Brother, have you caught a cold? I heard you can now have the legendary Dr. Sun Simiao come and treat you." "Don't talk nonsense, my brother is perfectly healthy." "Has Ma finished reciting it?" "I've already memorized it, bro." "You said there would be a reward for memorizing it." Qin Ruyun, that little girl, is always thinking about rewards. Now that she doesn't get a reward, she won't study properly. Although Qin Ryu didn't say anything, the expression on her face clearly said that she would cause trouble if she didn't get a reward. Qin Yi was completely baffled. At this moment, Yang Er ran in and said, "My lord, there is a woman knocking on the door." Qin Yi frowned. A woman? When had he ever provoked a woman? Qin Ruyun and Qin Ryu pouted. "Brother, you can't go. You have to play with us." Qin Yi waved his hand. "You two be good. Listen to me. I'll check your homework when I get back, and there will be a reward." Outside the gate, a woman dressed in white stood facing the rising sun. "Qin Yi, come out here." "They're here. They're here." Qin Yi knew it was Wang Zhuozhua as soon as he heard it. No, weren't women of the Tang dynasty supposed to be extremely graceful and demure? Why are they standing at the door shouting? "You should be more reserved. My servants are watching." Qin Yi gestured with his chin, and Wang Zhuozhua noticed that some servants and soldiers on the roof were peeking out and smirking. Zhang Xiong whispered to the soldier beside him, "See this? This is our marquis. He's a handsome man. Even when he goes out for a stroll, women come to him. Indeed, unlike me, who is still a bachelor at this age. TCH, can you compare to the marquis? But now that you're here at the marquis's residence, I'll protect you. As long as you protect the marquis, everything else is negotiable." Qin Yi waved his hand, and the soldiers on the rooftop shrank back, refusing to look. "You still say that I told you to come see me a couple of days ago. Why didn't you come?" Qin Yi was stunned. Damn, he had forgotten about that. Before leaving that day, Wang Zhuozhua told Qin Yi to go to the Zhou family to see her, saying it was to meet his aunt or something. Humph, what kind of woman takes the initiative like that? You're a grown man. Can't you take the initiative a little? Qin Yi's face darkened. "Let's go home and sit for a while. I'll go with you in a bit." "Humph, no need. I just came to tell you that you have to go tomorrow." Before Qin Yi could react, Wang Zhuozhua rode off on her horse in a flash. This horse seemed more energetic than the last one, had eaten more, and ran faster, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. "My lord, this girl is probably asking you to propose marriage." Yang Er smacked his lips and squatted down at the doorway. Qin Yi's face darkened. "You're already a steward in the marquis's mansion. Can't you pay attention to your image?" "Hee, isn't this just like you?" Chapter 133 Fallen Kings. Judging from this, it's time for the manor to have a steward. These servants were all originally from farming families and were tenant farmers. They seem to follow the rules in many ways, but some of their habits are still hard to change. For example, if he was extremely thirsty, he would disregard the rules of the household and drink unboiled water directly. This person is a big problem. Before leaving, Ma Zhou left Qin Yi with a choice. Qi Ping. Qin Yi, carrying 2 heavenly wrath weapons and a 3-section staff that had been opened from a stick, rode his horse towards Chang'an. Inside the Drunken Moon Pavilion, the noise of people was deafening. Although it was just a small brothel, it attracted high-ranking officials and nobles from all over Chang'an. It was afternoon, but the place was as bustling as if it were the middle of the night. No place in Chang'an can compare to this place. The girls stood on the high pavilion, watching the elegantly dressed noblemen coming and going, their eyes sparkling as if they were carefully selecting their guests. The servants all opened their eyes wide and shouted, "A distinguished guest." The sound could be heard throughout the entire Pingkangfang neighborhood. In Pingkangfang, a wide street stretched all the way to Zhuke Street. A man pushed open the door of a pork shop and slowly walked out. As soon as he appeared, 3 or 5 serious-looking young men with wandering eyes surrounded him. "Brother, everything is normal today. Brother, everything is normal in the south of the city as well." The man in blue had a gloomy face, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. "Good, keep a close eye on them. These people don't live in the shadows. After anything happens, let's keep things peaceful." The man in blue is Qi Ping, a fallen nobleman, a descendant of an emperor who held power during the northern and southern dynasties. The world's affairs are always unpredictable. From the day Qi Ping was born, he began his decline. Recently, Princess Yang of Chao was banished to the Cold Palace, and her younger brother Yang Fen died, instantly giving Qi Ping an opportunity. From childhood to adulthood, he endured many years of hardship. When the world was in chaos, Qi Ping, who valued his life as much as gold, chose to keep a low profile and endure hardship. Even later, when he was in the Crown Prince's residence, Qi Ping remained extremely low-key. It wasn't until His Majesty executed the Crown Prince and the Third Prince and ascended the throne that Qi Ping finally realized he was drifting further and further away from the aura of power. No sooner had Lady Yang been banished to the Cold Palace than Qi Ping began his plan. The East Market is Yang Fen's territory. Over the years, Yang Fen has acted recklessly in the East Market, and Qi Ping has watched from the sidelines but has no intention of stopping him. The wicked will be punished by the wicked. His goal is to restore his family's glory. How could someone as insignificant as Xiao Yang Fen possibly catch his eye? After Yang Fen died, the rules of the East Market changed. The protection fees that merchants had to pay were reduced, and the frequency of those vicious thugs appearing on weekdays decreased. They even started to smile, no longer acting like they were some kind of menacing monsters, as if everyone owed them a few taels of silver. West Market? This place is where nobles spend their money. It has long been Qi Ping's territory under his arrangement. Just because a few people know about it doesn't mean no one knows. As for those restaurants, Qi Ping is better suited to be the behind-the-scenes boss than Yang Fen. And let's forget about casinos. Earning this kind of money is not something to be proud of. If you were targeted by a powerful figure, you would probably have to hand over your life and fortune immediately. The pride of a fallen king or nobleman lies in the principle that a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. But Qi Ping's ambitions went far beyond that. He knew he could never return to the family's heyday, and he no longer wanted to be a king or nobleman. He is now eager to find a suitable opportunity to showcase his talents and manage the entire East and West markets of Chang'an in an orderly manner behind the scenes. Few people in the world can do it better than him. Qi Ping stepped into Ziyu Tower, a place he visited every day. Ordinary people come here to seek pleasure, to flirt with women, to chat with girls, and to enjoy a moment of happiness. Qi Ping is different. He is a regular and a distinguished guest here. Above the 3rd floor, there is a unique pavilion with excellent scenery. You can see Huaqing Pool and Furong Garden in the distance. You can see the crisscrossing streets and the surging crowds on Zhuke Avenue. This feeling of vitality is what Qi Ping likes the most. He reads and practices calligraphy here every day. His men were all hooligans from Chang'an. They had no idea why Boss Qi would do nothing but read and practice calligraphy here. Aren't these girls beautiful? Isn't the wine delicious? Aren't the songs and dances beautiful? Qi Ping would only shake his head at such matters. How could a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? What he wanted was completely different from what these people wanted. Qi Ping wanted to have some power, which could be to become an official or to manage affairs like Yang's subordinates. But it was clear that the Tang dynasty would not give him that opportunity. When His Majesty was still the Prince of Qin, he once appeared at the residence of the then Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, and Qi Ping suggested poisoning him. A person who isn't ruthless can't stand firm. At the time, Qi Ping felt he could become a prime minister. To become prime minister, one must ensure the Crown Prince's successful ascension to the throne. If the Crown Prince ascends the throne, the King of Qin will undoubtedly die. Therefore, that was the most difficult moment in His Majesty's life. It is said that after drinking the poisoned wine, he pretended to be unable to hold his liquor, returned to his residence, and vomited, and had diarrhea, vomiting a whole basin of blood. Qi Ping became disheartened after that incident. Today he felt uneasy. While writing the 4 large characters, Jingsui Usen, still waters run deep, he accidentally used a little too much force on the character sun, deep, making the water droplet appear thicker. This made Qi Ping even more restless. Looking out the window, I saw people coming and going, bustling about. The market in Pingkangfang was known as the Little East Market, and its population was second only to the East Market and the West Market, with the largest flow of people. Qi Ping sensed that someone was watching him from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a young boy with a youthful face and a smile on his face. The smile was as warm as a spring breeze. In an instant, Qi Ping felt that the smile entered his heart, and his restless mood calmed down instantly. He lifted the pen, and the 4 large characters appeared as if divinely inspired. The strokes were graceful and subtle, concealing the true beauty of the characters. At first glance, they seemed ordinary, but in reality, they were full of danger. This is the beauty of calligraphy. Suddenly, Qi Ping heard a commotion outside. Oh my, what a handsome little brother. Come and play with your big sister. Little brother, come here, I'll teach you to play the piano. Little brother, don't trust them. I'll give you a big red envelope. This younger brother was none other than Qin Yi. Following the brochure containing information about Qi Ping, Qin Yi found Ziyu Tower and saw the man on the roof of the tower looking out over Pingkong Lane. Chapter 134. The man reading and writing in the brothel. Qin Yi was not used to anything inside the brothel. Having been bound by poverty and morality since childhood, Qin Yi didn't have many ulterior motives. However, the brothels of the Tang dynasty seemed to be a little different. These women had gleaming eyes, like hungry wolves, but their bodies were completely still, displaying an impressive level of composure. Brothels weren't just about selling sex. In this era, courtesans who sold their art, but not their bodies, were waiting for infatuated scholars to redeem them. Unmoved by the swaying, voluptuous bodies of the women, Qin Yi slowly walked up the stairs. Whenever someone tries to pass by Qin Yi, a sharp aura will appear. Zhang Xiong is like a leopard, staring intently at anyone who appears around Qin Yi. Whether the person is a man or a woman, as long as the person poses a threat to the marquis, he is no longer a person, but a dead man. After knocking, an unpleasant voice came from inside. Didn't we say that irrelevant matters today would be reported tomorrow? Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yi smiled. The speaker possessed an inherent arrogance and pride. This kind of pride is different from the pride that ordinary children feel when they do something outstanding. It is a spirit that will never be extinguished, no matter what hardships one experiences or how long one struggles in the mud. The pamphlet was right. Qi Ping did indeed retain the aristocratic air of a fallen king, though he mostly concealed it. Qin Yi knocked on the door again. This time, the voice calmed down. When he opened the door, Qin Yi saw a face that looked like that of a strategist. This face appears angular, but it's actually surrounded by round, fleshy features. When the sunlight shines on it, it looks round and chubby, exuding a friendly charm. His skin was very well protected. Although a few wrinkles could be seen in some barely visible places, Qi Ping didn't seem to be as unpopular as one might imagine. His expression was a bit too gloomy. A more sunny look would have been much better. Instead, he looked so bitter and resentful, like someone owed him money. Who are you? Qi Ping asked a question. He remembered that smile and face. It was the same smile that he had seen when he looked down from upstairs, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze and a face with a unique brilliance that belonged only to a young man. Not many people know about this place. Not many people manage to get here smoothly. Who is this young man? Qin Yi. Qi Ping, who was still examining the door, was suddenly startled and instinctively reached out to close it. However, the door to the attic room was firmly held shut by Zhang Xiong's large hands, like a pair of pliers, making it impossible to break free. Your Excellency has come to see me. Is it because of what happened before? If you've never done anything wrong in your life, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking at your door in the middle of the night. Qi Ping felt extremely guilty facing Qin Yi. He was the one who instigated Yang Fan to seize He Chen's business. He could tell at a glance that the paper was unusual, but he didn't know that behind He Chen was a newly promoted marquis of the Tang dynasty. By the time they found out, it was already the Yang family who had given the order to find the bad people and kill Li Shenhou. Princess Consort Chao is a palace woman. How could she harbor such deep resentment towards a marquis? Until news of Yang Fan's death came, Qi Ping was busy organizing his business in the east and west markets while also investigating this suddenly appearing marquis. However, all information about this marquis of Lei Tian is blank, and there is no way to find out anything. All that is known is that Qin Yi's family used to be a wealthy family. After being cheated, his father, Qin Hu, hanged himself, and the family was destroyed. The moment Qin Yi opened his mouth today, Qi Ping knew things were going to get bad. What? Now that you're here, aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of tea? Qin Yi was just a teenager, but his tall stature and otherworldly demeanor made people feel an unconscious sense of identification with him. Oh dear. My lord, please come in. It's easy to refuse an ordinary person, but it's extremely difficult to refuse a marquis from the Tang dynasty. Qin Yi looked around the small attic and saw 4 large characters on the table, as well as a piece of Xian paper lying on the ground, and a mistake made in the thick ink on the Xian paper. I heard that you previously worked for the princess consort of Chao. After Qin Yi sat down, he lit a cigarette. Zhang Xiong, who was standing next to him, withdrew and stood guard at the door. There was a lot of noise outside the door, but it was quiet inside. Qi Ping was once a nobleman, and as long as he is a nobleman, that kind of status and temperament will never disappear. Facing the marquis of the Great Tang Dynasty, his face showed absolutely no emotion. This made Qin Yi extremely satisfied. It seems that the person Ma Zhou was talking about isn't so bad after all. My lord, please forgive me. Previously, Madame Yang sent someone to deliver a message to me, instructing me to hire an assassin to target you, my lord. The only way to solve the problem is to tell the truth. At this moment, Qi Ping does not seem to be afraid of Qin Yi suddenly killing him. For nobles of the Tang Dynasty, killing a commoner was as easy as crushing an ant. But Qi Ping had fallen from grace, and the disappointment and despair that followed had long since taken hold of his heart. If he couldn't realize his ambitions, what difference would it make from death? To live a life of mere survival, unable to realize one's ambitions, is worse than death. Did you find that bamboo viper? Upon hearing this, Qi Ping's face showed a hint of fear. No wonder so many days had passed, and there had been no movement from Zhu Yiqing. No wonder Lady Yang was banished to the cold palace. It turns out that all of this was due to the power of this young marquis. A 16-year-old marquis. Back then, only Hua Zubing could achieve the feat of being ennobled at such a young age, and Hua Zubing was a year older than Qin Yi when he was ennobled. Those who can be compared to Hua Zubing possess a maturity and composure beyond their years. Especially after Qi Ping sensed the irresistible yet unapproachable aura emanating from Qin Yi, he became even more at a loss. Your Excellency, it was this humble citizen who sought it out. Qin Yi nodded. Then do you know why I came to see you today? Qi Ping remained fearless in the face of death. Facing Qin Yi, he slowly said, It is my fault that you, Lord Marquis, have made trouble today. The majesty of kings and nobles cannot be challenged. Qi Ping knows he was wrong first. Even if it wasn't Qi Ping's own intention, wrong is wrong. Lord Marquis, you may kill or torture them as you please, but please let Qi Ping take good care of his men. They are all unfortunate souls. Qi Ping sighed. Chang'an is a magnificent city, and the Tang emperors were great rulers, but behind the glory are people who struggle in the mud, and even the common people look down on them. But these people shouldn't be like this. They could live. Qi Ping knelt down. My lord, give me one day. After I've made the arrangements, I'll come to your door to accept my death. Qin Yi waved his hand. I didn't come to find you to let you die. Based on the information in the document, Qi Ping is not a completely bad person. His existence allows some people to live better lives. Chapter 135 Recruiting Qi Ping. Qi Ping didn't arrange such a place at Ziyu Tower just for the sake of refined tastes. Rather, it's to calm one's mind at all times. A person who can maintain a calm and peaceful mind even in the midst of a bustling city is certainly not an ordinary person. Such a person is capable of great things. Ma Zhou is an example of this. Like Ma Zhou, Qi Ping was no different from Ma Zhou from childhood to adulthood, except for the aristocratic halo that his parents talked about every day. He studied the 4 books and 5 classics diligently, acquired a set of skills, and sold them to emperors and generals. He did not seek fame and fortune, but only hoped that he would not have come into this world in vain. Qi Ping, a man of deep thoughts, misunderstood Qin Yi's meaning upon seeing his playful expression. Does your excellency insist on forcing me to this point? Although I, Qi Ping, may not be considered a hero, I still know the importance of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and a sense of shame. At this moment, Qi Ping stood up and looked out the window. My lord, do you see King Longfang in the south of the city? That place should have been a harmonious place. I grew up there. But then a man named Chui appeared, and from then on, there was no place for me in the south of the city. But my lord, look at those people. Following the direction Qi Ping pointed, Qin Yi saw some people hiding in the streets and alleys, their eyes tense, like street thugs. Are these people your subordinates? Qin Yi frowned. The behavior of these people in Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty, was unusually strange. My lord, Chang'an is not only home to His Majesty and the kings and generals, but also to an underground world. These people can't even reach the surface no matter how hard they try, so they can only live underground. Their status is self-evident. They are nothing more than commoners. Qin Yi was taken aback. That was indeed true. In feudal times, the lowest caste were the descendants of criminals, and if I'm not mistaken, Qi Ping probably had that status as well. Your Excellency must have already thought of it. I am also a commoner. Qin Yi neither denied nor answered. The default is the best answer. I came here today to assess this guy. Ma Zhou is very good at judging people. That goes without saying. Moreover, Ma Zhou probably understands Qi Ping better than Qi Ping understands himself. That's what makes the bad guys so formidable. Finding shady characters is indeed a good method. I am of humble origin and can hardly be called a hero, but my ancestors were once glorious kings and nobles worshipped by thousands. But these people are different. Unlike me, they can go to school, they can do things, and there are people who will acknowledge my ancestral identity. But what do they have? Qin Yi smiled faintly. Qi Ping, how will you help them? This question is essentially pointless. How can Qi Ping help these people? But what Qin Yi wanted wasn't Qi Ping's method, but rather Qi Ping's emotions. As the saying goes, don't pursue a cornered enemy. And people in despair often unleash boundless power. History is full of people like this. Zhu Yuanzhang, born into a peasant family, and Qin Yuliang, born into a lowly background, both eventually fought for control of the empire at Yiyang Lake. Weren't they just driven to desperation? The Tang dynasty has just been established, and many things have not yet begun. For these people of low social status to completely shed this label, it will take some effort. Qi Ping sighed. My lord, these people only have one way out, and that is to make money. Going into this quagmire of the underworld is just suicide for these people. The underworld is also controlled by some big shots. Wasn't that gambling den you smashed up earlier one of the Chui family's properties? If there really is a way, fame and fortune are the only options. People like us who are not born with a silver spoon in their mouths are only fit to find food in the mud. Qi Ping always spoke with a melancholy tone. However, he wasn't wrong. This was feudal society. Even if you have extraordinary abilities, if you are a commoner, then I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with you. Even someone as capable as Qi Ping, who was well versed in classics and history from childhood, was not allowed to take the imperial examinations, which shows how severe the hierarchy of contempt was in feudal society. At this moment, Qin Yi remembered what Qin Hu, who was still alive when he first came into this world, had said. I've made so much money, yet I'm still just a lowly businessman. What's the point of my life? I just want my child to have the identity of an ordinary citizen. That's enough. These were Qin Hu's words after he had drunk too much, but soon he lost everything in the casino, including the hopes of his family. Qin Yi smiled at this moment. Do you have any other ideas? What? My lord, you wish to save them. Hee. It's not about saving them, but the destruction of the old always requires the emergence of the new. Qin Yi felt that he might not be able to help them in other ways, but if they worked for him, would their identity still be a problem? Ma Zhou is now a favorite of His Majesty. No one knows about Ma Zhou's past, nor does anyone ask what he did before or what his identity was. Only in impoverished and remote places does one's status act as a shield to distinguish oneself from others. In any slightly more enlightened place, status is less important than creating real value. This has been true from ancient times to the present. Qin Yi pondered. You can give it a try, but let me make this clear beforehand. At this moment, Qin Yi stood up, his back to Qi Ping, and said, 9 out of 10 will die. After failure, all that awaits you is death. Having been bullied by Li Er so many times, I felt like a punching bag. The reason for this was that I had no power of my own. Li Er had previously stated that Qin Yi was allowed to expand his power on his own. Qin Yi felt annoyed after his two younger sisters were caught by Li Er for showing off their chemistry knowledge and were forced to take away the explosives. You may be the emperor, but this world ultimately belongs to generations of ordinary people. Therefore, Qin Yi planned to do one thing: make these people his retainers. The term household retainer carried immense weight in the Tang dynasty, representing absolute loyalty. A retainer would not flinch even if faced with mountains of knives and seas of fire at the master's command. So what if we face 9 deaths and 1 life, my lord? We have no choice. If such an opportunity were to come, Qi Ping would be the marquis's man for life. Actually, Qi Ping isn't a difficult person to deal with. All he needs is an opportunity to showcase his talents. Ambition? That's not ambition. He just wanted to turn the tables. Qi Ping, a person shouldn't want too many things in this life, and this applies to everyone. Qin Yi said calmly, and at that moment, Qi Ping's expression turned somewhat disappointed. I used to think that way too, but then one day, an opportunity arose. I finally understand one thing. My life has been a life of struggle. Chapter 136: The Poor Li Chengqian. In an instant, Qi Ping's eyes, which had dimmed, suddenly lit up. It felt like a light that was almost extinguished had been refueled. My lord, you are right. A life of struggle. How can we win without fighting? Qin Yi nodded. Take your men to Lantian tomorrow. There's a venue outside my manor. Hee. How many people you can get through will depend on your luck. When Qin Yi arrived in Chang'an, he didn't forget to buy some things. Although Zhang Xiong wasn't fully armed, his imposing appearance still made people keep their distance. Qin Yi's face darkened. What are you doing acting so arrogantly in the East Market? You're practically walking around like a madman. The people in the East Market weren't bothered by Qin Yi, but when they saw Zhang Xiong's appearance, they immediately kept their distance. Rouge, face powder, silk and satin. These things aren't expensive, so we shouldn't be stingy. Qin Yi had always been unhappy about this ill-advised blind date, but Wang Zhuozhuo wasn't all that bad, was she? At least, she had some charm. Qin Yi couldn't help but question the boy's body. How come you can't control yourself? A whole cart full of things was ready. Zhang Xiong followed behind, while Qin Yi rode in front on horseback. Just as we left the East Market, we heard a gasp. Watch out. Holy crap. Then came an angry roar. Those who block the way shall die. Good heavens, what a show of power. The man on horseback made no attempt to avoid the crowds on the streets of Chang'an, charging recklessly, scattering vendors' stalls all over the ground, and leaving peanuts, soybeans, and scattered wild vegetables everywhere. Those who buy and sell these things in winter are all poor people. How could they withstand such a sudden downturn? However, upon closer inspection of that fellow's horse, it seemed to be something special. It appeared to be a horse of high status and wealth, with hooves as large as bulls, strong and powerful, clearly a fine horse from the Turkic region. Zhang Xiong stood in front of Qin Yi. My lord, should we stop them? Before Qin Yi could answer, the man had already rushed in front of him. Just then, Zhang Xiong had been blocking the middle of the road the whole way, and the carriage behind him was also blocking the middle of the road. The man couldn't stop in time, and the horse and man were thrown off. People and horses were thrown into chaos. The man got up and yelled, You blind fool, do you know who I am? Zhang Xiong frowned. No matter who you are, according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, anyone who rides a horse recklessly in the street shall be punished with 50 strokes of the cane. The man was in good health. He didn't get hurt from the fall, though his face and body were covered in dirt. After patting himself off a few times, he said coldly, I am a page to the crown prince. I have important business to attend to today at Qingyun Temple outside the city to invite physician's son to the palace. You have delayed this important matter, so you can just wait to die. The crown prince's study companion? The crown prince's study companion is that powerful? Why are you looking for Sun Ximiao? At this moment, Zhang Xiong stepped forward and said, Humph, a mere attendant to the crown prince is so arrogant. He's asking for a beating. Zhang Xiong is a soldier. What is a crown prince's study companion? They are merely someone who uses the power and influence of Crown Prince Li Chengxian to bully others. These incompetent soldiers have delayed the crown prince's important affairs. You all must die. Qin Yi pondered for a long time, wondering why the crown prince would need Sun Ximiao. But soon, he thought of something. Historically, Li Chengxian seems to have had some psychological issues. The reason for this was a serious illness he suffered as a child, which left him with some lingering problems that later made it difficult for him to walk. Could it be this? Zhang Xiong let him go. Qin, he didn't want to pay any attention to him. What did Li Chengxian's leg have to do with me, Qin Yi? I didn't want to take the blame. The man snorted coldly, and just as he was about to cause more trouble, Qin Yi spoke up. The crown prince must have run into trouble by now. TSK. It's probably too late for you to go find Dr. Sun now. Li Chengxian is probably only 10 years old now. He has polio. This disease can be caused by colds or bacterial infections. In feudal and ancient societies, there was no cure for it. As soon as Qin Yi spoke, the crown prince's attendant's eyes immediately turned cold. Spouting nonsense. Who do you think you are? Humph, how dare you speak to the marquis like that? Who do you think you are? The moment Zhang Xiong opened his mouth, he was already a seasoned military veteran. For a fleeting moment, a hint of doubt flashed in the man's eyes. Lord Marquis? Which family's marquis is so young? The prince's attendant was stunned for a moment, a flicker of redness and embarrassment crossing his face. Consider yourself lucky. He turned and left without giving Qin Yi any chance to speak. Who could such a young marquis be? It must be the Marquis of Joyful Heaven, who has already shocked the court. What others didn't know was that he was the crown prince's study companion. Every day, while accompanying the crown prince, he could only hear his majesty speaking to his favorite son, word by word. Look at Qin Yi, and then look at you. Qin Yi's name was already widely known. I heard that Marquis Letian even killed Yang Fun. We can't afford to mess with them. All right, let's go. Qin Yi isn't that kind of person. He just doesn't want to take the blame for Li Chengxian's situation. This disease won't kill you, but it will definitely leave you with a lifelong disability. I just hope you're doing well, Li Chengxian. Otherwise, who will I bully in the future? Outside the city gate, the setting sun had already begun to shine down. Qin Yi had just left the city when he encountered Ma Zhou. My lord, you've come at the perfect time. Ma Zhou was returning from the direction of Lantian. Upon seeing Qin Yi, he immediately jumped off his horse and said, My lord, the crown prince is seriously ill, and the imperial physicians in the palace are helpless. Please, my lord, take action. Qin Yi smiled and said, Mr. Ma Zhou, there's no need for such formalities. What illness does the crown prince have? I can't quite put my finger on it. It looks like a cold, but my whole body is constantly burning up. I get chills from time to time, and I'm coughing up blood. Holy crap, this is serious. Qin Yi believed that the cold caused the polio, but the coughing up blood, was it possible that it was tuberculosis? Suddenly, Qin Yi thought of something. Could this guy be poisoned? In the midst of court infighting, there are always some who are blind to the dangers. Li Er is currently under immense pressure. After hearing Lao Cheng describe how Li Er recently confronted his ministers in court, Qin Yi felt something was amiss. You are an emperor, not a contrarian. Could someone have made a move? My lord, there have been some rumors circulating among the court officials lately, saying that His Majesty has lost his moral character. In that case, have His Majesty bring people to my house. It's only a few dozen miles away. Qin Yi said calmly. Tell His Majesty that this has nothing to do with virtue. On the contrary, those who talk about virtue should be watched carefully. Qin Yi considered many possibilities. There were only a few people in the harem who could poison someone. Could it be Yangshi? Or a remnant of Li Jianxing? These people are still not completely dead. After Qin Yi finished speaking, Ma Zhou immediately rushed towards the palace. Ma Zhou's trust in Qin Yi far exceeded everything. If the Marquis said it was okay, then it was okay. Chapter 137, Rejuvenating Needle. Li Chengxian was actually a pitiful person. Such pitiful people are few and far between throughout history. Especially compared to a formidable figure like Li Er, this crown prince appears so useless and weak. At this time, Li Chengxian's brother-in-law suddenly brought him a man who was the most famous eunuch in history. That's it. The gay romance got out of control and ended in a dismal failure. As Qin Yi leisurely made his way back, he kept pondering the difference between historical records and the truth. Historically, Li Chengxian's problems only occurred 2 or 3 years later, so it's likely not due to illness, but rather that he was indeed plotted against. TSK. Royal affairs are such a mess. In short, the entertainment industry is truly chaotic. As soon as he arrived home, the guards who had been lying in ambush near Qin Yi's house jumped out one by one to report that Ma Zhou had been there that day. Just as I dismounted, a hurried sound came from behind me. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as a tall man rode a magnificent horse straight toward Qin Yi's residence. Who else could it be but Zhang Liang? How dare this guy come here? Looking at the person behind Zhang Liang, thin, young, with a pale face and barely breathing. Could this be Li Chengxian? Lord Lutian, please start quickly. His Highness the Crown Prince is dying, and His Majesty and the others will be here soon. Zhang Liang was much gentler this time, with a pleading look in his eyes. Duke of Yun, you've worked hard. Zhang Xiong, take the Crown Prince back and place him on the couch in the main hall. Yes, my lord. Qin Yi held the silver needles in his hand, his face remaining calm. This is clearly poisoning, and not just any poison. Chronic poison. Generally speaking, ancient poisons were either snake venom, mountain herbs, or substances like arsenic and arsenic trioxide. In essence, it is nothing more than sulfides, mercury, and the like. Sulfides were a major discovery in ancient alchemy, offering both offensive and defensive benefits, and could refresh the mind, but with serious side effects. Mercury is a highly toxic substance, and to have it mixed in with the elixir of immortality is deadly. What has the Crown Prince eaten recently? What does your daily diet consist of? Zhang Liang had no idea about these things. He had just offended Qin Yi some time ago and was filled with regret. Now he just wanted to become a familiar face and leave a good impression on Qin Yi. There will never be another marquis at the age of 16 in the Tang dynasty. Such a prodigy must be currying favor with. Just look at His Majesty's attitude to see how much he trusts Qin Yi. Now, unable to answer any questions, Zhang Liang's face turned bright red. No rush, Duke of Yun, please sit down. I will begin the acupuncture. Among the vast knowledge of medicine, there is an acupuncture method that can be used for detoxification, but it needs to be combined with other things. Young heir, get some milk, a lot of it, preferably with a fishy smell. Zhang Liang's face turned green. He had never heard of Marquis Lutian being able to treat illnesses before. It was only when he entered the palace today that he heard Ma Zhou repeatedly recommend Marquis Lutian, Qin Yi, which aroused his curiosity. Li Er was furious today, and Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda dared not utter a sound along the way. The crown prince had a problem during a lecture, which terrified the old manly gang. All day long, the imperial physicians in the palace still couldn't figure out the cause. This is simply the greatest insult to the most skilled doctors in the Tang dynasty. They finally managed to send someone to invite Dr. Sun, but he was offering free medical consultations at a Taoist temple outside the city. In desperation, Ma Zhou suggested that Marquis Lutian, Qin Yi, take a look. Ma Zhou recounted his experience after being injured and poisoned. Li Er thought there was a chance, so he had Zhang Liang carry the crown prince all the way to Qin Yi's house. As soon as he dismounted, Zhang Xiong had been waiting for him for a long time. The most prestigious man in the Tang dynasty has now become an anxious father. Many people have experienced this kind of attitude. He was an emperor and the ruler of the world, but in front of his children, he was just an ordinary father, a man who hoped his children would be safe and sound. As soon as Li Er entered the main hall, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Qin Yi placed his child on his lap in a strange position, with his back covered in silver needles. "Qin Yi, how is he?" Li Er asked. Qin Yi smiled faintly. He had been practicing acupuncture for a long time. This acupuncture technique was risky and only came about after the Ming dynasty. It had almost been lost in the rare books of traditional Chinese medicine. It was only with great difficulty that this kind of rejuvenating needle could be found in later medical classics. In traditional Chinese medicine, the human body is associated with yin and yang and the 5 elements. Rejuvenating acupuncture utilizes the body's self-healing abilities to stimulate its potential. Nobody wants to die. After the silver needles entered Li Chengqian's body through several major acupoints on his spine, Qin Yi could clearly feel that the pale white color on Li Chengqian's body was turning yellow. Then a large amount of milk began to be poured in. Sulfides and mercury both need to be eliminated with milk. Qin Yi had seen many of the employees in the early days of the alchemy plants and later generations, who were left with aftereffects and were all holding baby bottles. Sure enough, shortly after the milk was poured in, Li Chengqian's body began to react. When Li Er appeared, Li Chengqian was vomiting violently. "Go ahead and vomit. Vomit it up. It's a good thing to get it out." "All right, Your Majesty, the crown prince has nothing to worry about today." Qin Yi stood up with a solemn expression. "But only for today. The crown prince has had poison in his body for quite some time now. Your Majesty needs to investigate this thoroughly." Li Er's eyes widened. "Ma Zhou, your subject is here. Can you handle this matter well? At this point, you have to be able to, even if you can't. If I say you can do it, you can, even if you can't." Ma Zhou stood ramrod straight in an instant. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I am skilled at investigating cases. Without a doubt, there are still some former dynasty forces involved in the palace causing trouble." When Li Chengqian recovered from the extreme vomiting, he immediately burst into tears and cried out, "Father!" Upon hearing this, Li Er's face showed grief and indignation. "If I do not find the person who poisoned me, I swear I am not worthy of being called a man." At this moment, Qin Yi smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the crown prince should stay at my house for the next few days. If he stays in this poison for too long, there may be long-term side effects." Qin Yi was right. Li Chengqian's body couldn't withstand any more strain. Besides, how could such a smart child as Li Chengqian in history have become so arrogant and domineering, taking pleasure in homosexuality? It's all because the education in the palace was wrong. Tomorrow, Xi Ping and his men will arrive, so let this brat see how men are trained. Only by undergoing the test of manhood can he avoid those troubles. Li Er sat at the doorway, squatting on the threshold, constantly smoking. "Qin Yi, what do you think might be the problems?" "Your Majesty, please take a look at the things the crown prince often drinks." Qin Yi's reasoning was simple. The royal family's food was tested for poison by special personnel, and the only chance of poisoning was in the water. Chapter 138 Sun Simiao, the Medicine King. Although Li Er's life has only lasted 30 years, the trials and tribulations he has experienced are unparalleled by ordinary people. He had long seen through the intrigues and treacherous schemes within the palace, and Qin Yi's reminder immediately made Li Er realize the dangers involved. It seems some people think I'm too merciful." As soon as Li Er finished speaking, everyone around him gasped. Niu Jinda and Cheng Yaojin remained silent. Su Shiji seemed to be contemplating life, and Zhang Liang, with a shameless expression, didn't know what to do and could only lower his head, looking like a taciturn person. The one who was most distressed at this moment was Li Chengqian. The little guy couldn't sleep. There was nothing he could do. No one who had just escaped death could sleep soundly without a care in the world. Father, I want to eat something. Li Er's heart of stone melted instantly, his eyes filled with deep affection. All right, Chengqian, what would you like to eat? Li Chengqian's youthful face showed a hint of confusion. At this moment, Qin Yi smiled and said, Young heir, have Yunyang make something light. By the way, mainly vegetables, with plenty of spinach. Spinach is excellent for detoxification as it's rich in vitamins. For a child like Li Chengqian who has just recovered from a serious illness, eating more vegetables is the best thing for him. Oh, and a bowl of hot milk. Forget about the meat, it's hard to digest. Qin Yi was extremely meticulous. Li Chengqian was a strange person, a pitiful person, and someone who deserved sympathy. For some reason, Qin Yi always had an urge to change history. After all, since his time travel, Qin Yi had changed more than just one or two things. Qin Yi, when did you become a doctor? Li Er was somewhat perplexed. He thought he knew Qin Yi inside and out, but now he suddenly realized that Qin Yi, this 16-year-old boy, was shrouded in a fog. The part that was revealed was only what Qin Yi wanted them to see. Behind the fog, who knew how many secrets were hidden? He, Your Majesty, is that even a question? Qin Yi said casually, handing him a cigarette. Li Er had just experienced a roller coaster of emotions, and now that his mood had stabilized, although he was still irritable, he was unusually kind in front of Qin Yi. You brat, you won't tell me unless I ask. I really don't know how many bad ideas you have in your belly. Li Er joked. Qin Yi waved his hand and exhaled a smoke ring. Your Majesty, you're mistaken. That's not bad water. Li Er laughed heartily. You brat, just say what you want to say, stop beating around the bush. What else could you possibly be but a wicked schemer in your belly? One explosive and 2 large firecrackers were all it took to raze my Hanlu palace to the ground. TSK. Your Majesty, that is wisdom. Qin Yi slowly said. Wisdom is something that cannot be explained or defined, but all things in the world are constantly using wisdom. The only difference is that some people are extremely intelligent, while others are not. Your Majesty, in your opinion, who is the wisest among all the people in the Tang dynasty? Of course it's me. When Li Er spoke, Qin Yi rolled his eyes and sent him an expression that said, keep bragging. Fine, you can think that way if you want. Anyway, whatever the Li family says is right. Going against you is like going against the entire history of the Sui and Tang dynasties. I can't do something like that. Besides His Majesty? Well, I have actually thought about it. That person's talent has been underestimated. When Li Er spoke of this person, his eyes lit up. Qin Yi couldn't quite figure out who this person could be. That man is Yuan Tiangang, and he is the current imperial advisor. Qin Yi's facial muscles stiffened for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. Seriously? Yuan Tiangang, that old charlatan, can be considered the wisest person? Is the history I've been reading fake? Your Majesty, who exactly is this Yuan Tiangang? Li Er gave Qin Yi a disdainful look. The Grand Preceptor of the Tang dynasty, a peerless diviner. How could you not know such a prominent figure? Your Majesty, I really don't know. But how old is this Yuan Tiangang you mentioned? Li Er smacked his lips. About the same age as me, right? Qin Yi fell into deep thought. Wait a minute, wasn't Yuan Tiangang very old in history? And then he lived to be over 100 years old? If he were 30 years old at this time, then by the time Wu Zetian ascended the throne, Yuan Tiangang would have no chance. Could it be that after I transmigrated here, I changed some basic information about this world? Is that even possible? Your Majesty, would you like to introduce him sometime? Qin Yi gave Li Er plenty of face, and his curiosity and longing for the mysterious made Li Er very excited. No need to wait, the imperial advisor is on his way here. By the way, physician's son should be arriving soon as well. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Chengqian lay down in a warm little house and fell fast asleep, with 2 palace maids staying to serve him. Li Er, on the other hand, sat in Qin Yi's courtyard, braving the cold wind and sighing. Ma Zhou stood by, ready to give Li Er his instructions at any moment. Today's Li Er is different from any other time. Since something happened in the palace, he is naturally the one who is most distressed. Such a thing could happen in the very place where the emperor resides, and the victim is none other than Emperor Li Er's own child. He absolutely cannot accept this. Ma Zhou has already made a solemn pledge, so investigating cases is not difficult for him. All that's needed is an imperial edict from Li Er or an imperial sword. In Chang'an, where kings and nobles abound, a mere gatekeeper official inevitably encounters difficulties when facing such powerful figures. Ma Zhou, don't worry, I have already drafted the decree, and there is also my personal sword. You can take it with you. and anyone can investigate. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Yi didn't think much of it. After all, staying up late didn't harm him. Besides, he was only a teenager, so why bother with such health concerns? Voices came from outside the door, and two people who looked like Taoist priests walked in together. As soon as they entered, one of them looked anxious. Your Majesty, Sun Simiao is late. Please forgive him. Li Er waved his hand. Dr. Sun, you flatter me. Chengqian is out of danger now, and I will have to ask Dr. Sun and Marquis Letian to take care of the child together. Sun Simiao looked up and sized up the people. He recognized Niu Jinda, Cheng Yaojin, and Su Shiji. He had also seen the man who was about the same age as His Majesty a couple of days ago. He seemed to be a newly arrived vice minister of the front gate. As for the absent-minded young man with an air of indifference to the world, he was undoubtedly the Marquis. This humble subject, Sun Simiao, greets Your Excellency. Note that it says seen, not visited. Qin Yi immediately understood the implication. If it were anyone else, Qin Yi would have slapped them long ago, but he wouldn't hold a grudge against someone like Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao in history was just like that. He was indifferent to fame and fortune and laughed at kings and nobles. Everyone is equal before a doctor. Chapter 139, The Bloody Tang Dynasty. Good evening, Dr. Sun. Qin Yi smiled faintly. I've long heard that Dr. Sun is a miracle worker with unparalleled skill and a compassionate heart. Seeing him today, I can confirm that his reputation is well-deserved. Qin Yi could show no respect to kings and ministers, but he still showed some respect to Sun Simiao. Every era has people worthy of respect, and their existence has a significance more important than their empty fame. Sun Simiao chuckled. At his age, he had long seen through it all. Hee, I heard today that Marquis Letian is quite knowledgeable in medicine. I will have to learn from Marquis Letian in the future. Qin Yi clasped his hands in a fist and said, Dr. Sun is too modest. Qin Yi, will answer all your questions without reservation. The two had now officially met, and Qin Yi finally found an excuse not to have to stand in the cold wind with Li Er. Dr. Sun, you've just arrived. Why don't we go inside and discuss the Crown Prince's condition? Very good, very good. Sun Simiao rubbed his hands, his face red from the cold. He was already quite old, and Li Er didn't seem to care about him at all. Fortunately, Qin Yi was considerate. Inside the room, Sun Simiao listened to Qin Yi's narration, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Outside the house, Li Er frowned. Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, you two will cooperate with Ma Zhou. Starting today, anyone who does not cooperate with Ma Zhou's investigation will be killed without mercy. Niu Jinda and Cheng Yaojin looked at each other in disbelief. No way, is His Majesty really going crazy today? Was he blinded by anger? His Majesty should not be like this. Your Majesty, isn't this inappropriate? What's wrong with that? Su Shiji asked a question, but Li Er countered with a question that stumped him. I fear that some people in the court are dissatisfied and will take this opportunity to attack Your Majesty. Li Er gave a cold laugh, lit a cigarette, and started smoking more and more frequently tonight. Investigate those who are dissatisfied, one by one. If I find even the slightest evidence that they are detrimental to the Tang dynasty, kill them without mercy. The ruthless methods had been dormant for a long time. The Xuanwu Gate incident happened only a few months ago. At this moment, the courtiers seemed to have forgotten that this gentle and refined emperor, who listened to their nagging every day, was a bloodthirsty monarch. Imperial Preceptor, I see you have something to say. Why don't you speak? The Taoist priest standing nearby was not very old. He had the urge to speak several times, but he managed to hold back. At this moment, Li Er asked him to speak, and Yuan Tiangang showed a look of dejection on his face. Your Majesty, the court officials are probably already avoiding this matter, so even if there is a thorough investigation, nothing will be found. Oh, does the Imperial Advisor have a direction? Your Majesty, after I heard about the Crown Prince's incident, I realized that this might be the work of remnants of the previous dynasty. When Yuan Tiangang spoke of the remnants of the previous dynasty, he was not referring to the hidden dangers left over from the Sui dynasty. Those people had long been killed by the current emperor and dared not show their faces. The remnants of the previous dynasty, he referred to, were the remnants of Li Jinqing's faction. In fact, Princess Yang, the wife of Prince Chao, was one of them, but Li Er did not take it seriously at first. Under pressure from the censors, he actually chose to give Princess Yang a chance. Now that Lady Yang has been banished to the Cold Palace, it must have affected the interests of some people. Tonight in Chang'an, bloodshed is likely to erupt once again. Yuan Tiangang knew that time was running out for the Tang dynasty, and also for His Majesty the current emperor. Li Er smiled faintly. Grand Preceptor, you and I are like brothers. Today, I will introduce you to a young hero. Yuan Tiangang raised an eyebrow, and a meaningful smile appeared on his handsome face. Qin Yi discovered a problem. Although Sun Simiao was a doctor and a scholar in feudal society, he was not rigid at all. My lord, the word surgery sounds familiar to me. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Oh, Dr. Sun, this must be what Ma Zhou said. Yes, that's what Ma Zhou said in the palace that day. Sun Simiao nodded. It seems that Hua Tuai used this method during the Three Kingdoms period, but I wonder how you, my lord, knew about it? Qin Yi smiled and lit a cigarette. Sun Simiao immediately frowned. Your Highness, this is not a good habit. His Majesty has been coughing up phlegm a lot these days, and I've noticed that it's a sign of excessive smoking. It's all right, Dr. Sunday. When I treated Mr. Ma Zhou's injury that day, I actually used basic surgery. I cut open the layers of skin on his arm, scraped away the poisoned parts, and then used herbs to expel the toxins from his body. Then just bandage it up, right? Sun Simiao asked. No, it requires sutures made with catgut. During the procedure, you must soak your hands in strong liquor for disinfection. Sun Simiao was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. In ancient Chinese medicine, many medical techniques had undergone countless trials. Medical techniques in the Tang dynasty were not as advanced. Whenever Qin Yi mentioned something that Sun Simiao did not understand, Sun Simiao would immediately take out a small notebook from the medicine box on his back and carefully record it. 2 hours passed quickly amidst the clash of wits. Sun Simiao was still eager for more, and if Li Er hadn't urged him from outside, he might have talked with Qin Yi all night long. Amazing, amazing! Sun Simiao exclaimed in amazement. The Marquis of Lishan's understanding of medicine is beyond my comprehension. No, I feel that after talking with Dr. Sun, many things have become clear. Anyone can flatter each other, and besides, Sun Simiao deserves this praise. It's not a skill to stand on the shoulders of giants to pick apples, but it's a real skill to become a giant yourself. Sun Simiao was the one who wanted to become a giant. Qin Yi, come here for a moment. Qin Yi arrived in front of Li Er and found that Su Shiji and the others had already gone outside to wait. At this time, there was only a Taoist priest left with Li Er. Needless to say, this Taoist priest was probably Yuan Tiangang. This must be Marquis Le Tian. I've long admired your name. Qin Yi glanced at the charlatan and thought, damn, so young and handsome, with sharp features and an ethereal air about him. Why does he remind me of him? That won't do. The Tang dynasty won't allow any man more handsome than me. Qin Yi, it's all just empty fame. Qin Yi said modestly. Li Er, standing to the side, gloated. Qin Yi, you're not famous for nothing. Everyone in the court knows that you, Qin Yi, are audacious and reckless. You destroyed the Ganlu Palace, and there are people watching you every day to impeach you. The imperial advisor attends court every day, but he just listens without saying a word. Li Erxiao's evil appearance is ugly, at least that's what Qin Yi thinks. You, Li Er, don't think I don't know. You've been stirring things up and watching the show. You can think this in your heart, but you can't say it out loud. You must be a liar when you talk, but in practice, you must be an honest and good young person. How could this be? Your Majesty, who is slandering me? Chapter 140, Meeting the Parents. Who is slandering me? Qin Yi, just admit it. Li Er's words were a blatant attempt to persuade Qin Yi to surrender, not wanting him to speak. This is the proverb, the sun doesn't let ghosts make noise. Although it's a bit vulgar, it makes sense. Faced with such a cunning Li Er, Qin Yi could only shrug helplessly. You keep jumping around for now, and all the ministers in the court should also keep jumping around for now. In a few days, you'll all have to behave yourselves. Yuan Tiangang looked Qin Yi up and down, his face full of surprise. A 16-year-old marquis, with a promising future. The imperial preceptor is so young, yet already a pillar of the Tang dynasty. Shouldn't he be deified and have a monument erected in his honor in the future? Qin Yi would give Li Er face, but why should he give face to a charlatan like you? Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangang's face stiffened. This was completely irrelevant. Why is Qin Yi acting like he's on fire? He's coming at me the moment he opens his mouth. As expected of Marquis Le Tian, even his way of speaking is so peculiar. All right, the imperial advisor will be visiting your home frequently these days. You two can have a good chat then. Li Er was a little sleepy, so he yawned and prepared to leave. After everyone had fallen asleep, Qin Yi finally lay down. He looked at the clock and saw that it was already around 3 or 4 in the morning. The nobles of the Tang dynasty really liked to be busy, making a ruckus until now. The most troublesome one was Li Changqian. Oh well, what can you do when he's the crown prince? Early the next morning, Qin Yi got up, rubbed his eyes, did what he considered to be a standard set of radio calisthenics, then slowly changed into a scholar-like outfit and set off with Zhang Xiong and his subordinates. Qin Yi galloped on his horse. The weather was excellent today, with not a cloud in the sky. At first glance, it looked like spring had arrived. More than 1,000 years from now, there would be no signs of global warming. The weather at that time would only be a false warmth, and the true nature of the situation would be revealed in just a few hours. It turns out that even the heavens have always been deceitful. It's no exaggeration to say they're as unpredictable as a child's face. Along the way, Qin Yi leisurely strolled around, enjoying himself immensely. Zhang Xiong and the others followed behind him in their horse-drawn carriage, which was loaded with a full load of goods, and they were even more delighted. Every now and then, he would sing a line or two of the song Qin Yi had taught them. The yellow river flows on, my sister is in my heart. If I don't see you for a day, the yellow river will dry up and flow backward. Later square dance songs had distinct rhythms. Qin Yi saw that Zhang Xiong and the other soldiers were bored, so he casually taught them a few lines. That's it. Today is not a blind date or a marriage proposal, but a home visit. In ancient times, this was considered as letting the other party's relatives meet and give their approval. At this moment, Zhang Xiong and his idiots started singing this song. Wasn't that mocking Qin Yi? Oh well, such beautiful weather shouldn't be wasted. Qin Yi was very familiar with the area of Lantian. Sheng Wenjin had already sent a map of Lantian County to Qin Yi's home a long time ago. He hadn't been around lately and never came over to visit. As he was pondering this, Qin Yi spotted a huge village. The Lus Plateau, where it meets the vast plains, is a bit different. The first 30 or 40 miles were still flat, but in the last few miles, the scenery changed instantly, and everything began to take a turn for the better. As the terrain of the Lus Plateau became rugged, Qin Yi's horse began to slow down. Zhang Xiong and his group slowed down their movements in the rear. A quarter of an hour later, a small but wealthy mansion came into Qin Yi's view by the roadside in the distance. According to Wang Zhuozhua, this should be her aunt's house. Why did it have to be at her aunt's house instead of her own? It was an arranged marriage, so why didn't she mention her parents at all? The two large characters of Zhou Mansion are like splashes of ink, clearly the work of a famous calligrapher, possibly Wang Tong, or one of his disciples. On the steps at the entrance, a woman dressed in red tilted her head, rested her chin on her hands, and looked worried. Suddenly, she heard the sound of horses' hooves and carriages, and she raised her head. Qin Yi. Wang Zhuozhua had clearly been waiting for a long time. The dust on her shoulders was visible. Nowadays, sandstorms are still quite rampant on the Lus Plateau. In winter, the cold wind on the plateau is often mixed with dust. After going out for a while, you always feel like there is something in your mouth. I am coming. Why didn't you come sooner? Wang Zhuozhua was unhappy. Women, they really are hypocrites. Upon seeing me arrive, he became incredibly excited, his smugness practically reaching the heavens. Yet, he remained unforgiving, reprimanding Qin Yi while simultaneously trying to pull him off his horse. You know how far my home is from yours. This is my first time here, and I don't know the way. Qin Yi smiled and dismounted. Wang Zhuozhua immediately pouted. All right, I forgive you. Your aunt and uncle are all home today, and your uncle is here too. You'd better behave yourself. Wang Zhuozhua was extremely serious, and it seemed that her aunts, uncles, and the like were the elders she remembered. Where are your parents? As soon as Qin Yi asked the question, he knew he was in trouble. A look of confusion crossed Wang Zhuozhua's face. My parents, my grandfather said they left this world when I was a child. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Wang Zhuozhua smiled faintly. It's all right, these people are all my parents. They treat me like their own daughter. No wonder she was so rebellious from a young age. No wonder she was such a strong-willed woman. Now I understand. Suddenly, Qin Yi thought of Ma Zhou. Perhaps the two of them had similar experiences in their fates, but Wang Zhuozhua was much happier. Let's go in. Wang Zhuozhua stopped Qin Yi, who was about to leave, and said, I'll go in first, and then we'll have them come and pick you up. Qin Yi was taken aback. Yes, according to etiquette, that's how it should be done. Zhang Xiong and the others listened to the conversation between the two from behind, and they couldn't help but laugh. I really don't know anything about Tang Dynasty etiquette, so what if I'm embarrassed? It doesn't really matter anyway. Others laugh at my madness, but I laugh at their ignorance. Inside the Zhou residence, a commotion soon arose. Two women walked in front, followed by a middle-aged scholar-looking man, all craning their necks to look in Qin Yi's direction. Upon seeing Qin Yi's appearance, the three of them instantly showed surprise and delight. Qin Yi smiled faintly. These three elders of Wang Zhuozhua seemed a bit serious. Why were they all dressed so formally? You must be Qin Yi. As soon as he came up, a woman grabbed Qin Yi's hand. looked up at him, and sized him up. It is indeed Qin Yi. And you are? I am Zhuozhuo's aunt. Another woman smiled faintly. I am Zhuozhuo's aunt. Needless to say, that man was Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle. Chapter 141 Special Forces Training begins. We heard from the old man that this child is a man of exceptional talent and outstanding ability. Indeed, what a handsome young man he is. The two women seemed unaware of Qin Yi's identity. The middle-aged man beside him was somewhat reserved, with bright eyes, but he didn't say much, only nodding slightly to indicate his satisfaction. Thank you all for your kind words. Qin Yi didn't know how to explain it either. This was his first time experiencing this before, both in his past and present lives. This so-called arranged marriage wasn't really arranged. It was just a whim of Wang Tong and Li Gang. But this girl is really nice. Come, Qin Yi, let's go inside. Don't be shy, just make yourself at home. Qin Yi followed the three into the mansion and discovered that what appeared to be a simple, wealthy family courtyard from the outside was actually quite extraordinary. There were all sorts of decorative corridors, artificial mountains and rocks, and numerous screens painted with various exquisite patterns. This is the work of Zhuozhuo's uncle. He's an artist. Suddenly, Qin Yi remembered that no one from the Wang family, whether related by marriage or of the same surname, could hold an official position in the imperial court. Is your uncle a famous painter? Looking at the plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, Qin Yi felt that the technique and skill involved were not simple. Not at all. It's all talk and no action, nothing special. Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle began to be modest. Don't listen to his nonsense. He has a little reputation, but he only makes a living by doing some calligraphy and painting in Chang'an. When the group sat in the main room, Qin Yi always felt somewhat uncomfortable. On the one hand, the chairs in the Zhou family's house are completely different from those in the Qin family's house. The craftsmen in the Tang dynasty made chairs for grandeur, not for practicality. On the other hand, the feeling of being watched by all these people is extremely uncomfortable, especially in this kind of occasion. This must be Qin Yi. What a handsome and intelligent young man. A woman slowly walked out. Needless to say, this was Wang Zhuozhuo's aunt. Where is Wang Zhuozhuo now? Hiding in the corner, picking at his hands. It is said that a day in heaven is equivalent to a year on earth, but Qin Yi felt that his day had been as long as a year. Fortunately, the conversation went quite well in the end, and Wang Zhuozhuo's relatives developed a good impression of him. After all, it was Wang Tong who gave the order, and once the old man made the decision, they were just going through the motions. As they were leaving in the evening, Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle suddenly discovered several glass statues among the goods on the carriage. Qin Yi, this is... Clearly, the patterns and designs on the glass caught his attention. Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored Ksitigarbha, Prajna Buddhas. Qin Yi blurted it out without realizing it, then felt it was a bit inappropriate. It was too awkward. At that moment, Qin Yi seemed to see a bald man standing on a high mountaintop, facing the surging river, shouting, "Demon, you dare to disrupt my composure?" Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle nodded. Qin Yi, this thing is very valuable, so it shouldn't be shown to others easily in the future. There have been many unusual activities among Buddhists lately. You need to be careful since you have something like this on you. Wang Zhuozhuo's aunt immediately became unhappy. What are you saying? Qin Yi is such a good boy. How could he have encountered such things? Why are you saying such discouraging things on such a good day? Qin Yi smiled and said, it's all right. I think even if the Buddhist sect knew I had this, they wouldn't come looking for me. They were unaware of Qin Yi's identity and were naturally worried about him. But can the Buddhist sect provoke the Marquis of the Great Tang? If Buddhism makes money from these things, why can't Qin Yi make money from glass? It's just a market. It's fair competition. The journey back was much more leisurely. By the time I got home, it was already evening. In the vast open space outside the door, dozens of people were standing in neat rows. It was extremely eerie to remain silent in the darkness. Dog Egg hid behind the door, occasionally letting out a fearful howl, but it was clear that it dared not take a step out. The person in the lead was Qi Ping. I had some things to take care of today, so I came back late. Qi Ping's face remained expressionless. We have no right to interfere in what the Marquis does. Are you guys ready? Reporting to your excellency, everything is ready. Have you eaten yet? My lord, we are not hungry. Qin Yi waved his hand. All right, since you're here today, let's officially begin our training. Zhang Xiong stood in front of Qin Yi and handed him a large megaphone. Qin Yi stood on the high platform, his fur coat billowing in the wind, the downy fur flying everywhere. You are all prominent figures in Chang'an. I don't know why you would come looking for a nobody like me, a marquis. But since you want to change your identities and break away from your current situation, I will not hesitate to do so. Qin Yi smiled faintly. The training period is 7 days and 7 nights. If you feel it's too long or you can't stick to it, you can leave now. After Qin Yi finished speaking, none of the dozens of people wavered in the slightest. Qi Ping looked at Qin Yi, and everyone's eyes were also focused on Qin Yi. Hee, it seems that this time is not important to you. Secondly, anyone who falls behind without a valid reason will have to leave on their own. Anyone who disagrees with this rule may leave first. Qin Yi never forces anything. If these people are willing to become his retainers, then let them come. After all, once they become his nominal retainers, many things will need to be investigated slowly, whether their background is clean, whether they have done anything illegal or disorderly. These are important. Qin Yi didn't want to leave a bunch of time bombs around him. During the 7-day training, anyone who violates the rules will be immediately expelled. Zhang Xiong, how's the stuff I asked you to prepare coming along? Zhang Xiong shouted from the side. My lord, everything is ready. Qin Yi nodded. The things he asked Zhang Xiong to prepare were all items needed for Special Forces training. Qin Yi didn't need to buy these training methods from the system, since Qin Yi before his transmigration was a true military enthusiast. He was already very familiar with the many rules and methods of Special Forces training. All right, let's announce it then. Qin Yi nodded. At this moment, Zhang Xiong picked up the megaphone and shouted angrily. Aren't you all very dissatisfied? Why can a 16-year-old boy order you around? This is a marquis from the Great Tang Dynasty, 16 years old. Do you know who the last marquis in his teens was? The crowd began to discuss, and Zhang Xiong's eyes turned cold. What's Yubing? The marquis who sealed the wolf's lair during the Han Dynasty. He was more than a year older than my lord when he was ennobled. After Zhang Xiong finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. Qi Ping nodded. These people still knew shame, but he deserved some credit for that as well. Of the several hundred people in the group, many left this morning because they were driven by profit and didn't trust Qi Ping. Now, less than 100 people remain. Chapter 142 Hope in the Mire. These past few days have been some of the most difficult days of your lives. I, Zhang Xiong, am a soldier. I don't think you can hold out. As soon as Zhang Xiong spoke, the crowd became agitated, their eyes seemingly spitting out fury. On the first day, what you have to do is extremely simple. Each of you carry 100 pounds of sand and hop 2 miles. Then carry your weapon, which is that wooden gun, and roll 1 mile. And each of you push a 500-pound cart 2 miles forward. Doesn't it sound pretty ordinary? Zhang Xiong is incredibly arrogant right now. Qin Yi said that they need to focus on cracking down on those people's confidence. Regardless of anything else, as long as these people can persevere, they will become experts. Without superhuman willpower, how could they endure a week of such grueling training? Once the first day of training is over, I want to see which of you will walk into the second day with your heads held high, and which of you will leave this land like stray dogs. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, those who leave will never have the chance to come back. TSK, that's the only chance for you lowly people to turn your lives around. After Zhang Xiong finished speaking, Qi Ping remained calm, and those people, seeing that Qi Ping did not make any move, also forcibly suppressed the anger in their hearts. Qin Yi waved his hand, signaling Qi Ping to come over, while Zhang Xiong continued to wait there. Zhang Xiong, along with 10 men, became the instructors for these dozens of underground figures in Chang'an. From that night onward, both inside and outside Chang'an, things became exceptionally extraordinary. In Chang'an, Ma Zhou, with a cold and stern expression, led the left guard army as if entering an empty land, and no clue could escape his eyes. Inside and outside the palace, Ma Zhou had spies everywhere, and even the Black Riders became his manpower. All of this surprised both Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling. Officials were on edge, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Er also issued some orders to Ma Zhou, namely, to completely eliminate any officials who had connections with the previous dynasty. That night, in Chang'an, the army was in turmoil, and the people could hear the sounds of horses' hooves and shouts everywhere in the dead of night. From the east city to the west city, and even the south city, the entire city of Chang'an was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. The only one who remains as stable as Mount Tai is perhaps the one in the palace. Outside the Marquis of Lishan's mansion, in the winter, those people just stood there, thin clothes, dry lips, and stubborn expressions on their faces. Do you know why you can't do it? It's not that you have a bad background. You're all spineless. Zhang Xiong mocked these people from time to time. Behind him, 100 soldiers had already prepared 4 8-ox crossbows. If anyone dared to make any unusual move, the 8-ox crossbows would definitely pierce that person's body immediately. Inside the Marquis of Lishan's residence, in the study, Qin Yi was quite satisfied with the arrangements that Qi Ping had spent a day making. If those people are not satisfied, let them make a fuss on their own. Qin Yi exhaled a smoke ring. After some time, I will give you a chance to take back what you have lost. Qi Ping's eyes flickered. He had gone to great lengths to make this promise, only to be angrily denounced by his subordinates as ungrateful. Having stayed in the mire for so long, for some reason, some people have become accustomed to that life without identity. People are always inclined to be lazy and unwilling to work. Once they get used to everything, they can no longer tolerate change. Qi Ping's notice to those scoundrels in Chang'an was like a death knell, forcing them to step out of their comfort zones. How could they possibly do that? They're used to bullying small vendors. How can they possibly get used to being ridden on by others? Having earned a shady income and spent their days scheming against gangs, how could they possibly give up the territories they had worked so hard to seize? Especially in places like the East Market and West Market, where there's a lot of money to be made. Even if Qi Ping doesn't want them anymore, we still want them. In the underworld, there is only one word: profit. Many people are willing to risk their lives for this. How could they possibly be willing to give up what they've worked so hard for? Of course, some people are willing to give this opportunity a try. Most of these people appeared in the open space in front of Qin Yi's house. Most of these people don't live well in the underworld either, but they are full of hope for the future. They looked up at the sky and saw no hope. They looked down at their feet and saw only abysses and traps everywhere. At this moment, someone offers a lifeline. This hope may seem slim, but why not give it a shot? Qi Ping looked pained, but still said, "My lord, I will definitely try to make amends for these things in the future." That's right, it's just a matter of keeping a low profile for a few days. Besides, the underworld in Chang'an is full of rabble and nothing to worry about. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he let Qi Ping leave. Special forces training has begun, and everyone is in the same boat. Although Qi Ping is a scholar and a strategist, he is no exception. Retainers don't necessarily have to go to the battlefield to fight, but in critical moments, it's essential that one person can do the work of 10. This is Qin Yi's own power. Any nobleman, any wealthy household, or even an ordinary person can have retainers. The prerequisite is that you have to have the capital. Inside Hanyuan Palace, Emperor Lier had not slept all night. Empress Zhang's son was worried and said, "Your Majesty, you should rest." "I can't sleep." Lier lit a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and looked very tired. "Now that my son is safe and sound, we can focus on finding the culprit. You are in charge of the affairs of the world, and you cannot let this ruin your health." Lier smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "Guanyinbi, you don't know. Everyone says the world belongs to me, but I can't even manage this small plot of land in the palace. What kind of emperor am I?" Qin Yi once said, "People are in a panic all for a few pieces of silver. But what am I after?" Lier was caught in an endless questioning of life. Empress Zhang's son burst out laughing. "Your Majesty, you've been bewitched by Qin Yi, haven't you? The affairs of this world are simple in a way. It's all about the result. But what about the process before that result? Isn't that exactly what you want?" Empress Zhang's son had been with Emperor Taizong for many years and was well aware of the contradictions and struggles in his heart. Li Chengqian's matter is important, but isn't Li Chengqian alive and well now? Instead, Lier fell into deep self-blame, which was not a good thing. An emperor should act like an emperor. "Oh, Guanyinbi makes sense," Lier said frankly. The Empress Dowager was not allowed to interfere in politics, so Empress Zhang's son never asked about political affairs. But it was clear that Lier was worried about more than just Li Chengqian's affairs tonight. There were other things as well. For example, the Shandong gentry who have always opposed Lier. Chapter 143: The Cruelty of Imperial Power. Whether it was the Shandong gentry or the Guanzhong aristocratic families, these people who had existed for hundreds of years were always so annoying. Before he became emperor, Lier always thought that these people were all cunning and shrewd and could be used by him. But once he became emperor, Lier discovered that these people, who had initially seemed kind and benevolent, had finally revealed their true colors. They all wanted to get their own pastry from Lier's plate. They started doing this before the Tang dynasty was even stable. What will happen in the future? The Xuanwu Gate incident had a great impact on Lier, and normally he would never want to mention this past event in any situation or at any time. But after meeting Qin Yi, Lier suddenly felt relieved about the Xuanwu Gate incident. It was simply a power struggle. There were no moral constraints or divine calling involved. Qin Yi never said anything about the winner taking all, but every word he uttered conveyed the message. You and I are just ordinary people. So Lier figured out what a profession is and what the job of being an emperor is. This job requires doing things that no one else dares to do, and touching interests that others dare not touch. If Li Er lets these people go today and misses this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, then in the days to come, he will not be facing the gentle breeze and fine rain that follow these people's perilous situation. These people began to manipulate the world's affairs during the northern and southern dynasties. At that time, powerful clans and aristocratic families were at the pinnacle of power. The emperor of any small country was usually appointed by these people, who then became the representatives of the aristocratic families and their representatives of power outside of history books. The northern and southern dynasties period was the peak, because China at that time was in a period of chaos. After the Sui dynasty, these aristocratic families began to decline, and many of them, which had existed for more than 100 years, eventually disappeared. Among the surviving families was the Longxi Li clan, a prominent family from the Guangdong region, from which Li Er, Emperor Li Er, originated. After Li Yuan came to power, the Li family of Longxi began to plunder extensively, wanting to interfere in any interest within the Tang dynasty. After Li Er ascended the throne, he was very dissatisfied with the status quo. Li Er has been plotting against his own family for quite some time. Empress Zhongsun had known about Li Er's thoughts for quite some time. Li Er couldn't sleep tonight, so she stayed with him in the imperial study. This was indeed not an easy decision to make, as everyone has a deep-seated desire to trace their roots and ancestors. In the dead of night, under a bright moon and sparse stars, Li Er slowly rose and asked, "Guanyinbi, do you think I was wrong?" "Your Majesty, you are not wrong." Empress Zhongsun also came from a prestigious family, and even if she didn't concern herself with politics, she still knew a little about the state of the world. Doesn't she know what a truly peaceful and prosperous era looks like? Having read so much of the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood, her knowledge and courage far surpassed that of most men in the world. Although I am reluctant, since the people of the world have chosen to trust me, I cannot let them down, Li Er said fiercely, his eyes revealing a ferocious look. No matter what kind of relationship they have with me, anyone who is detrimental to the people of the world cannot exist. Qin Yi is right. The emperor's position does not rely on the power of the aristocratic families or powerful clans. Perhaps their power can provide temporary assistance, but in the end, it still depends on the people and officials. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Empress Zhongsun looked surprised. "Your Majesty, this is a good saying. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. It means that the people are the water and the ruler is the boat." Within the imperial city, apart from where the emperor resides, the area is not necessarily peaceful. After Li Junxian understood His Majesty's meaning, the knife in his hand was already stained with blood, and he had used several cloths to wipe the steel blade. "General, what should we do with Lady Yang's head?" Lady Yang was beheaded by Li Junxian, who broke into the palace in the middle of the night and killed her. Even the palace maid who knew martial arts couldn't block Li Junxian's long sword. However, Li Junxian didn't seem to be having an easy time either. He never expected that the palace maid of Princess Yang of Chao would be such a ruthless character, managing to survive several rounds against him. Most importantly, Li Junxian himself also fell victim to her schemes. A footprint on his face made his nose tingle and swell. "Pooh!" Spitting, Li Junxian waved his hand. "His Majesty has given an imperial edict to bury it on the spot without leaving a trace." The palace has many gardens, each of which is forbidden to ordinary people. Even the eunuchs who manage the gardens dare not set foot there easily, since no one knows what those bright red flowers are fertilized with. Many people get used to being in the palace for a long time. Li Junxian knew this as well, of course. The earth is silent, and it will conceal all secrets. Let's go to the next place. Li Jinxing's remnants were definitely not just Princess Chao, but also some old eunuchs in the palace, as well as those hidden in the Yi Ting. Looking at the moon overhead, Li Junxian couldn't help but smile. With the bright moon shining, wouldn't all the demons and monsters have to reveal their tracks? If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Ma Zhou is no saint either. This is the 4th time he has been implicated in the vice minister's office. When the left guard army is stationary, they are like law-abiding citizens. Although they may look fierce, they will not resort to violence or intimidate people. But once these people start making their move, it's over. How could the army under the Demon King be a pushover? Of the 4 vice ministers, one was in the Ministry of Revenue, one in the Ministry of War, one in the Ministry of Works, and the other was even in the Court of Judicial Review. Faced with the impending storm, these people either panicked and fled in terror, or had already prepared for death. The man from the Dali Temple had prepared the poisoned wine long ago. The moment Ma Zhou entered his house, he drank the poisoned wine in one gulp, his ferocious smile like that of a devil from hell. The man from the Ministry of War was still practicing his swordplay under the moon when Ma Zhou entered his home. Ma Zhou gave him plenty of face, and only after the man finished his last move did the left guard troops rush in and capture him. Bloodshed is a normal phenomenon after a change of regime. Peace and harmony may simply be a cover for some turbulent events. In the middle of the night, a cold rain suddenly fell from the sky. Perhaps it was because the heavens could not bear to see the bloodstains on the ground. This cold, torrential rain was like a tool that God deliberately used to wash away the superficial evils of the world. After the rain stopped, the sun slowly rose from the east. Standing in the sun, Qin Yi felt an even more unbearable chill than yesterday. In the dead of winter, if it doesn't snow, what kind of rain will it bring? Zhang Xiong didn't sleep much last night, and the dozens of people in the open space in front of Qin Yi's mansion didn't rest either. They stood there all night. Qin Yi stepped forward and looked at the faces that were soaked by the heavy rain, disheveled but resolute. Chapter 144: Hope in Desperate Circumstances. These faces, which should have been full of strength and hope, suddenly became somewhat unpredictable after being washed by a heavy rain. Even though the sun had already risen, their faces showed a bewildered look, as if they had no hope. Zhang Xiong stood to the side, holding a bowl of millet porridge, slurping his food, while a huge steamed bun was stuffed with braised pork. Qin Yi smiled and said, "See, this is what my personal guards eat for breakfast every day." In an instant, those people's faces changed. In front of those people, Qi Ping was like an emotionless killer, closing his eyes to rest. He was not someone who was good at fighting or physical strength. He needed to conserve his energy as much as possible so that he could use it at the crucial moment. You stood guard all night last night. Now, I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Pack your gear, eat your fill, and take the rations you'll need for the next 3 days. Then set off. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is not short. For special forces and later generations, an incense stick is enough time for them to do a lot of things. The reason is simple. On the battlefield, every second is extremely precious. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is roughly between 10 minutes and an hour. The incense used for training is all very short, so it only lasts about 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, the battlefield can change in an instant. If you want to become my retainers, you will have to pay the price. As soon as Qin Yi finished speaking, Qi Ping opened his eyes. He finally understood why the Marquis had said that these few days would be a trial that would be like walking out of hell. Last night's sudden downpour, which came without warning and carried the chill of winter, nearly killed dozens of people. But what made Qi Ping even happier was that none of these dozens of people had escaped. They had managed to hold on. "Let's go, brothers. The Marquis wants us to eat." Dozens of people followed Qi Ping and in an instant walked neatly toward the shed on the side. Inside the shed, several servants, led by Yang Er, were distributing bowls and chopsticks, steaming millet porridge, steamed buns, vegetables, and braised pork. They never dreamed they would have such a life. Looking at everything inside the huge iron pot, Qi Ping's eyes welled up with tears. The others were even more moved. In Chang'an, in the underground world, there were people who couldn't even get enough to eat. Despite their unwavering resolve, they knew in their hearts that they were afraid. They fear that such a beautiful morning, this tranquility after weathering the storm, will never return. In the underworld, these people are the kind whose end is predictable. They have no power, no authority, and no support. They can only be tools for others, cannon fodder who charge into battle and risk their lives, exchanging their lives for the hope of tomorrow every night. But is there any hope? At the very least, this young Marquis gave them all hope. At this moment, they held bowls in their hands, and the relaxed expressions on their faces seemed to be a merciless mockery of the person who left. Every weed has the right to grow into a towering tree. Don't worry if you leave, we will persevere. Qi Ping swallowed hard. He knew that compared to the cruelty of last night, today was just the beginning. Even though he was tired and hungry, he did not slack off in the slightest. Sure enough, the incense stick burned for about 30 minutes, and at the moment it went out, Zhang Xiong's voice was like thunder. "Get up, you scum of the earth. Now, it's time to see what you're really capable of." Zhang Xiong wore a smug look on his face, and those who had been awakened by his roar instantly snapped out of their slumber. "From now on, you will have no food at all. The only food you can eat is the dry rations in your backpacks and the spring water. Of course, if the spring water freezes due to the cold weather, don't blame me." Zhang Xiong smiled coldly. He was already very familiar with the military's training methods. But when Zhang Xiong saw Qin Yi's training methods, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that these things were designed for people. In his memory, This training method was far too brutal than any previous military training, and it was simply impossible to stick to it. Qin Yi told him that human potential is limitless, and people in dire straits can unleash boundless power as long as they are given hope. At this moment, Zhang Xiong believed that the longing in these people's eyes had suppressed their previous anxiety. Go on, carry those sandbags. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps filled the entire playground. Most of these dozens of people couldn't lift 100 pounds of sand. They gritted their teeth, watching the others slowly hoist the sandbags onto their backs and take a step forward, and instantly felt disheartened. Those who jump out also suffer, with many falling instantly. Qin Yi shook his head. These people seemed too weak, but they had a strong will in their hearts, so they were not bad. They just needed time. Zhang Xiong's opportunity has arrived. You bunch of trash, you can't even do this? I could do it when I was 15, and you guys who call yourselves towering men are acting like girls. Women. This was the greatest mockery of the men of the Tang dynasty, causing the eyes of these dozens of people to turn bloodshot and veins to bulge instantly. Why are you looking at me? If you're so capable, handle these things and pass the test. Make me swallow my words. Rubbish. In the kitchen, Li Changqian, who had gotten up early, was feeling better this morning and was clamoring for pig's trotters. This terrified Yunyan. The Marquis had specifically said that pig's trotters were considered meat, so how could he possibly give them to her? Li Changqian had just put on his crown prince airs when Qin Yi slapped him on the head, saying, "This isn't the palace. His Majesty has entrusted you to me. You're just an ordinary child now. If you want to live, eat vegetables properly. Yes, spinach. If you can't finish 3 pounds of it in a day, you shouldn't eat rice." Li Changqian's face turned red, and he suddenly realized something. This place seemed different from the palace. This place is not only different from the palace, but also from many other places in the Tang dynasty. Li Changqian divided the spinach he ate each day into 3 portions. The portion he ate in the morning was stir-fried, and it tasted delicious, even more so than the spinach served in the palace. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Changqian heard someone reading aloud. Looking up, he saw 2 girls staring at him unhappily, holding a dog whose eyes held a hostile glint that made Li Changqian feel very uncomfortable. You must be Uncle Li's son. Qin Riyun and Qin Riyu, the 2 little girls, are extremely gentle to their brother, but they are incredibly sharp-tongued to men other than their brother, especially boys. Who is Uncle Li? Li Changqian frowned. He was indeed the crown prince, but at his age he was just a child. How could a 10-year-old know so much about the world? Chapter 145, Taking the Crown Prince as a Student. Haha, Uncle Li is the emperor. You didn't know that, did you? In an instant, the arrogant laughter of the 2 little girls echoed throughout the entire inner courtyard. Li Changqian's face turned pale and then red, but as the crown prince, he had seen too much in the palace since childhood and had long developed a condescending attitude. Childish. Li Changqian's calm voice sounded more like he was just being stubborn, as he had originally intended to use those 2 words as a perfect retort. But clearly, it had no effect whatsoever. The 2 little girls didn't care about any of that. Say whatever you want, as long as we can't hear it. Li Changqian was raised with imperial ideology from a young age, while his 2 little girls, who were used to being wild, have recently begun to embrace a material-based, natural scientific mindset. Naturally, they don't take a prince like you seriously. Li Changqian suffered a setback. However, since he was the crown prince, he naturally had his own methods. He used several large jade pendants and told many interesting stories, which instantly made the 2 little girls put away their disdain. My father, the current emperor, charges into battle alone on a white horse. There are tens of thousands of people on the battlefield, and they all run away in fear when they see him. Father's horse has 2 limp legs, yet it still runs like the wind. Qin Yi overheard this as he passed by, and his face instantly darkened. Sure enough, this was something Li Er boasted about every day, and even the children had learned it. However, it is obvious that the 2 versions are completely different, and it seems that there is more than one version of Li Er. Since you are the crown prince, do you know what gravity is? Do you know what air pressure is? Do you know why water freezes and why it rains and snows? Qin Riyun's chatterbox left Li Changqian speechless. Li Changqian's face turned red, and he couldn't react for a long time. How could he possibly know these things? Do you know why? Just ask me. Li Changqian was displeased. Before Qin Riyun could speak, Qin Riyu's cold laugh rang out. Little crown prince, you are too ignorant. We already knew these things a long time ago. Li Changqian was unconvinced, swaying his body as he pondered how to retort. Qin Yi stepped out at this moment, unable to bear it any longer. These 2 little girls are clearly bullying people. In feudal society, who would bother to understand things like the natural material basis. These are all things that came about in later generations. Now, just because you know a little bit about them, you look down on others. That's not good. From now on, Li Chengqian will study under me, just like you. Qin Yi patted Li Chengqian's head and said, actually, it doesn't matter if you don't know those things, but as the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, it would be against the rules if you didn't know anything about them. Qin Yi is not the kind of person who can reason with someone or appeal to their emotions. Li Chengqian received imperial education from a young age, so as long as you tell him that if he doesn't learn this, he will be scolded and despised when he becomes emperor, and he won't be a good emperor, Li Chengqian will naturally take the initiative to become Qin Yi's disciple. With the crown prince becoming his student, many things in this world fall into place naturally. Would you be willing to learn from me? Li Chengqian looked up at Qin Yi, his face showing confusion. Lord Letian, I already have a teacher. Mr. Li Gang teaches very well, and he even praised me for being intelligent. Hee. Mr. Li Gang has mentioned you to me, but he said that you only have some cleverness, which is nothing more than being able to memorize things faster than others. True wisdom lies between heaven and earth. In all things, that is true wisdom. Just now, Ryun and Ryu asked you why water freezes. You only know that it freezes when it gets cold, but you don't know how it freezes after it gets cold, or how cold it gets to freeze. Your Highness, this is a subject of study. A hint of confusion appeared in Li Chengqian's eyes. He was the crown prince, and the first word that came to mind for him was confidence. This was also Li Er's request. But now he has become insecure. I want to learn. I'm not just all about clever tricks. Student Li Chengqian greets teacher. After saying this, he bowed deeply. Qin Yi took it very seriously and accepted Li Chengqian's generous gift without hesitation. This was your own choice. I didn't force you. When Li Er asks about it, well, he'll have no choice but to listen. Okay, today's lesson is math. Chengqian, you're progressing slowly, so just listen to as much as you can. I'll teach you some basics later. After Qin Yi finished speaking, this destruction of self-confidence made Li Chengqian begin to doubt life. In an instant, a seed was planted in his young mind. The Marquis of Optimism, his teacher, is invincible. If Qin Yi were to take Li Chengqian as a student, Li Er would be furious. At noon, Li Chengqian, having eaten and drunk his fill, sat in Qin Yi's carriage and followed Qin Yi to a high hill. Within 100 meters ahead lay a flat expanse of land, muddy and slippery. Under the midday sun, the ice formed from the rain that had fallen the previous night began to melt, clinging to the people in the dead of winter. Teacher, why aren't those people cold? Qin Yi smiled and said, Chengqian, those people aren't immune to the cold. They have a deep-seated desire that makes them forget about the cold, fight against it, and eventually stop fearing it. Li Chengqian shook his head. Teacher, I don't understand. If you don't understand, just remember it. Okay, teacher. Qin Yi took out a cigarette, and Li Chengqian lit it for him in a very professional manner. It felt great to have the crown prince of the Tang dynasty lighting his cigarette. These people on the muddy ground have only been able to jump a few dozen meters since morning. It's not that they're not doing well, but the sandbags are indeed quite heavy. If they can't even bear 100 pounds, what will they do if they have to carry 1,000 pounds in the future? Qin Yi quickly spotted Qi Ping. Among everyone, he was the slowest, yet he jumped a much greater distance than the others. Qi Ping was covered in mud. His face was also covered in mud and water, but his feet were unusually steady. The 100-pound sandbag on his back was already a heavy burden for him. Normally, if he were asked to carry something weighing 100 pounds, no matter what it was, he would just pay someone else to do it. Of all these people, he was the weakest, but he was extremely serious about every move he made. He bent his knees, then slowly gathered his strength, leaped with all his might, landed steadily, and then fell down smoothly. The sandbag fell in the exact direction it was meant to hit him. Where he went, there were craters everywhere, all big craters made by him and sandbags. But he simply stood up slowly, straightened his back, and gasped for breath, waiting for his strength to return. And so it goes. The problem is that you have to persevere. It's not that you're afraid of not doing things well, it's that you're afraid of not doing things well at all. Many strong people had already reached the front, but now they were all too anxious and had no strength left. Chapter 146. Look at them, then look at yourself. They always thought they were tall and strong, so they rushed forward impatiently. They seemed to have forgotten that this stretch of road was not a few dozen meters, not 100 meters, but 5 li, or 2,500 meters. This is a long process. With each jump, you must carefully recover your strength and avoid bumps and injuries so as not to affect the progress of the next jump. Qi Ping had thought it through clearly. This was only the first day, and there were still several days of training ahead. He needed to plan and calculate everything for the first 3 days, including allocating his physical strength. When Qi Ping jumped 100 meters, the others were still resting dozens of meters away. At this moment, Zhang Xiong was riding a horse, wandering back and forth in the mud, swearing and speaking with a hostile air. That's it. Is this all the strength you have? You think you can pass the test this way? When I, Zhang Xiong, was still a kid, I could lift 100 jin with one hand. You guys are only fit to roll around in the mud. Following Qin Yi's teachings and his own years of cursing, Zhang Xiong completely disregarded the psychological resilience of these people. Give up, it's no use. If you give up now, there will be delicious food waiting for you over there. Eat and drink your fill, then go home. When you return to Chang'an tomorrow, you will be heroes again, continuing to dominate the East and West markets. How wonderful. Why bother? If you give up now, you'll at least get my cold shoulder. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi immediately laughed, realizing that Zhang Xiong had definitely added that line himself. In the afternoon, Yuan Tiangang and Sun Simiao arrived together. This time, Yuan Tiangang didn't say much. It was Sun Simiao who appeared with 100,000 questions. Qin Yi, what's going on? Sun Simiao was a doctor, and when he was in a hurry, he didn't care about anything else and just called Qin Yi by his name. Huh. Qin Yi looked over and saw that Sun Simiao had listened to his explanation of surgical principles and was now operating on these small animals. And unsurprisingly, these small animals became infected. Dr. Sun, why are you operating on a rabbit? The rabbit's fur needs to be shaved clean first, otherwise the stuff in the fur will cause the wound to fester. Qin Yi patiently explained, and Sun Simiao listened and took notes. Yuan Tiangang, standing to the side, clicked his tongue in amazement. The person he admired most in his life was Sun Simiao, and now there was another one, Qin Yi. There's no way around it. The fact that Qin Yi could earn the humility of Sun Simiao, who had dedicated his life to medicine, to humbly ask him questions is enough to make Qin Yi extraordinary. Finally, Sun Simiao smiled with satisfaction, stroked his beard, and was about to eat. Only then did Yuan Tiangang say calmly, Marquis Le Tian has quite the methods. You flatter me, Imperial Advisor. I am just an ordinary person. Hee, if Marquis Le Tian is an ordinary person, then what am I, Yuan Tiangang? There's a hidden meaning in his words. Grand Preceptor, you are wrong. All things in the world have spirits, and every person is born different. How can you put them together and compare them using the same standard? Qin Yi's tone held a hint of displeasure. Oh, Marquis Li Shen's words seemed to carry a thunderous resonance, a wake-up call that has given this humble Taoist some insight. Could you elaborate? Yuan Tiangang was a man well-versed in divination and numerology. Qin Yi did not believe in things like yin and yang, the 5 elements, or Qi. Throughout history, people have had very little control over information. In the postmodern era, people have broadened their channels for controlling information by relying on computers. Since then, Qin Yi has discovered a problem. As long as you have studied sociology and know about big data, you can easily judge when a person will do what and what events are likely to occur. Qin Yi sized up the charlatan, a troubled look on his face. Grand Preceptor, you don't know, the principles of this world are all interconnected. At this moment, Qin Yi smiled faintly, lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes, and acted as arrogant as could be. All beings suffer. We are all just ordinary people. Since we are all ordinary people, we will make mistakes. Greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, aversion, and desire. Aren't these all mistakes made by the general public? Even kings and generals, are they immune to making mistakes? Yuan Tiangang looked at Qin Yi and fell into deep thought. Even kings and generals make mistakes. They are already at the top of the world. But if corrupt officials weren't corrupt, why would those high-ranking officials in the court be willing to risk their lives for Qin Yi for such petty gains? When the officials in charge of remonstrance were constantly causing trouble in the court, it was fortunate that Qin Yi was not there, otherwise everyone would have thought that Qin Yi was an extremely wicked villain. This includes anger, an obsession with money, resentment towards Qin Yi for taking away business, and an insatiable chasm of desire. In an instant, Yuan Tiangang's gaze towards Qin Yi changed. If what was before was merely a test, a polite greeting to Qin Yi based on the face of Emperor Lier of the Tang dynasty, now, his eyes are filled with reverence. Ah, the younger generation is truly formidable. I never imagined that a 16-year-old boy would have such insights. So what did Marquis Letian do? Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but ask. Having learned the reason, he naturally wanted to know how to solve it. Taoists emphasize being free from desires and wants, and not competing or grabbing. But that doesn't mean they don't compete for anything. When it comes to life and death, they will still fight for it. They don't fight for small gains. They only want the big prize. Yeah, I'm just an ordinary man. I make these mistakes too. So what if I know them? Qin Yi exhaled a smoke ring nonchalantly. How many people know so many principles, yet still can't live a good life? If officials know that the people will love and respect them if they are honest and upright, how can they control themselves? Merchants know perfectly well that as long as they sell more at a lower profit margin, they will have the key to wealth, but are they willing to give up short-term gains? The scholars knew perfectly well that as long as they worked hard and had a clear conscience, they could leave the final decision to His Majesty. But they still went to great lengths to send gold and silver treasures to the chief examiner. The farmers know perfectly well that no matter how hard they work, the yield of the land is finite, but they just can't stay idle. Me too, but the difference is that while I am in it, my heart is set on the truth. Yuan Tiangang raised an eyebrow. He had been listening intently, feeling his Tao heart closer to everything in this world. But when he suddenly heard Qin Yi say, though physically present, one's heart is drawn to the truth, his forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. What a fickle person he is. What? You're not happy about it? That's life. Old Yuan, you still need to get out into people's lives and into every household. Look at Dr. Sun and then look at yourself. Taoist priests in temples can't become immortals. Dr. Sun has spent less than half the time you've spent in the temple, yet he's called a divine doctor. That's the difference. Chapter 147, The Shocking Yuan Tiangang. Qin Yi didn't actually have any ill intentions towards Yuan Tiangang. He just wanted to give him some inspiration after learning about Yuan Tiangang's new world, which he had changed. Yuan Tiangang was a man who had read extensively in history books and was knowledgeable about almost everything in the world. As a result, he was able to summarize local customs and human events into a set of rules applicable to the feudal era. Similar to some folk proverbs, such as, wealth doesn't last 3 generations. These things have existed throughout history and even into later generations, all within a large framework, much like a big data calculator. If you can grasp even a few of these elements, you can find clues to the development of history. Is Yuan Tiangang lying? This isn't lying. He simply helped those people fulfill their fantasies, successfully making them deceive themselves. Ultimately, Yuan Tiangang was also a remarkable person. The words of Marquis Letian have given me new insights. Indeed, His Majesty has not deceived me. Qin Yi stopped talking. Let's go inside and talk. When Sun Simiao examined Li Changqian started to boast. Grandpa Divine Doctor, I learned numbers today. Oh, what number? I've never heard of it before. Sun Simiao was most skilled at coaxing children. Otherwise, how could so many sick and crying children in the Tang dynasty be treated? Some herbal medicines are not suitable for children, as all medicines have some degree of toxicity. Sun Simiao certainly knew what numbers were, but the numbers Li Changqian spoke of were not the same as the numbers he understood. It's that number. It's this one. Children naturally have a desire to show off. No matter what kind of education Li Changqian received in the palace, he instantly reverted to the behavior of a child when he arrived at Qin Yi's house. This is a good state. This is the normal growth process for a child. Moreover, after watching those people writhing and struggling in the mud, Li Changqian actually felt an urge to go up and try it himself. When Sun Simiao saw the paper that Li Changqian took out, he was instantly dumbfounded. This paper is quite nice. Why do the symbols above look so strange? Li Changqian tilted his head back and carefully said, Grandpa Divine Doctor, this is 1. This is 2. This is 3. Sun Simiao suddenly fell silent. He turned his head and glanced at Qin Yi, who was smoking, and immediately understood something. This Lord Letian seems to possess his own set of wisdom, which is interconnected with all things in the world, but is independent of the current cultural system of the Tang dynasty. Yuan Tiangang was visibly intrigued by the Arabic numerals and suddenly asked Qin Yi, Lord Letian, are these numbers of any use? Qin Yi nodded. Grand Preceptor, of course it has a wonderful use. If you don't believe me, I'll have my 2 younger sisters come, and you can test them. Yuan Tiangang chuckled to himself. No way. Could there be other extraordinary talents in Qin Yi's family? Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu both looked at Yuan Tiangang with disdain. Uncle Yuan, this is too simple. My brother taught us how to do it a long time ago. The chicken and rabbit in the same cage problem, a type of linear equation with 2 variables, has become a game for the 2 little girls. Eating, sleeping, and doing math problems are no longer a problem for them. Yuan Tiangang blushed. The elegant Taoist priest, who had captivated countless young women in the Tang dynasty, was now speechless. After holding it in for a long time, he finally uttered, The younger generation is truly formidable. Even those at the Imperial Academy, who specialize in divination and numerology, are no better than this. Do you know about the He Luo 2 River Luo diagram? The two little girls rolled their eyes and recited in unison. 4 and 6 make the shoulders, 2 and 8 make the feet. Yuan Tiangong's values, built upon feudal society, were shattered at this moment. Aren't these things top secret? I myself have gone to great lengths to learn even a little bit of it. So how come these two children, two girls, know it so clearly? Qin Yi, who are your two younger sisters' teachers? We can forget about politeness, and it wouldn't be wrong to call him by his name. After all, he is the imperial advisor. Old Yuan, that's not right. I definitely taught my two younger sisters. They learned these things in less than 2 months. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he let the two little girls leave. As they left, the two little girls didn't forget to turn back and make faces at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian was also confused. Did he have to learn all of these things? That must be incredibly difficult. I heard my father say that there are people in the Imperial Academy who specialize in calculating all things in the world. These things are top secret. How could I have learned such a secret? In an instant, a look of curiosity, bordering on lust, appeared on the little guy's face. Yuan Tiangong sighed. Qin Yi, give me one too. Sun Simiao also wanted to smoke, but Qin Yi stopped him. After all, he was getting old. At this age, Sun Simiao was at the peak of his medical skills and experience. The people of the world were hoping that he would live a few more years, so smoking was out of the question. After all, as long as Sun Simiao was alive, the people in the Imperial Medical Academy could learn from him, and the medical skills of the Tang dynasty would spread throughout the entire territory of the Tang dynasty through official channels. It seems that Su Shiji and Sun Simiao had a lot in common. Why don't we publish a book based on their two medical books? Recently, movable type printing has reached its peak. The workers' skills have matured rapidly, and paper production has entered a normalized process. The speed of printing books is now dozens or even hundreds of times faster than before. Talking to Yuan Tiangong and Sun Simiao was exhausting. Qin Yi felt time was passing very slowly. Both of them had a lot of questions, especially Yuan Tiangong. When ancient and modern philosophies clashed, Qin Yi suddenly realized that postmodern philosophy actually had many optimal solutions in ancient times. Chinese culture is profound and extensive. Qin Yi couldn't imagine how Yuan Tiangong's learning ability and talent would be displayed if he were alive in later generations. Most importantly, if this thing's understanding of the world were combined with future big data and all sorts of information, the result would be terrifying. At the very least, he should be a popular public intellectual, and a positive one at that, someone who knows everything and has some expertise. Sun Simiao seemed to belong to a different world from the two of them. His heart seemed to be filled only with medical skills. Curing the sick and saving lives was his lifelong ideal. Qin Yi then raised an idea. Dr. Sun, I have a question. Sun Simiao smiled faintly. Hee, it's rare that you, Qin Yi, also have questions. Tell me about them. Dr. Sun's medical skills are unparalleled. Why not write down his medical skills and experience into a book to teach doctors all over the world and enable them to cure diseases and save lives? Sun Simiao was in a dilemma. His face twitched, and he sighed. Qin Yi, this old man has no money. Sun Simiao was in a dilemma. I can't afford to publish the book, and besides, many medical books require illustrations. What should I do? Chapter 148, Li Jing returns. Dr. Sun, money is no problem. You can have as much as you need. When Qin Yi said money wasn't a problem, he meant how much money he would give to Sun Simiao once the book was published. If authors don't get paid, they won't write books properly in the future. Wisdom should be encouraged. I think Su Shiji is also a medical practitioner. Why don't you two take a look at the manuscript and contribute a little to benefit the world? After Qin Yi finished speaking, Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. The manuscript in my hand is called Prescriptions Worth 1,000 Pieces of Gold, but I don't have the money to make the printing plates. Yuan Tiangong patted his chest and said, Uncle Master, how about I pay for it? Forget about you. You've only just become famous, and you're already having trouble supporting yourself. Sun Simiao's words completely shut Yuan Tiangong down. Wait, is Yuan Tiangong really that poor now? Old Yuan, you are the grand preceptor of the Tang dynasty. How come you are so poor? Qin Yi asked with a hint of wicked amusement. Yuan Tiangong sighed. You are a marquis of the Tang dynasty, with no worries about food and clothing, but in my Taoist temple, many people rely on incense money to make a living. I am a soft-hearted person. Do you think I can accept money from poor peasant women who come to ask for divination? There are many poor people in this world, and the richer people are, the less they lack money. Although Yuan Tiangang is famous, the good days of the Tang dynasty have just begun, and he has not yet started to make money. Even if one or two wealthy households come up the mountain to draw lots, it can't stop the entire Taoist temple from being drained. From now on, we'll have to change the rules for publishing books. Qin Yi stood up and looked up at the western sun. Anyone who publishes a book can be exempted from the woodblock printing fee at the bookstore that Chun and I run, but they need to grant us the right to sell it. For every copy sold, we will give the author 30% of the profits. If anyone else prints it, then it is piracy, and we will definitely sue the authorities and make them compensate us for our losses. Dr. Sun, Lao Yuan, don't think that publishing a book is expensive. To be honest, as long as the volume is large, the cost is very low. Of course, the profit from selling books is not high either. Qin Yi smiled and said, even if the profit is not high, the author should still receive 30%, and that's after taxes. I can't guarantee for others, but for books published by Chen's bookstore, they will definitely follow this rule. These words made the two Taoist priests' eyes flicker. Is this true? Yuan Tiangang understood the difficulties best. If he had money, he would definitely spread his books to the whole world and let the whole world know that he was a learned Taoist. Looking into Yuan Tiangang's eyes, Qin Yi immediately understood that he had changed some of Yuan Tiangang's fate in the wormhole. This guy had just become famous, but he wasn't that famous yet. The reason he became the grand preceptor of the Tang dynasty was only because Emperor Taizong valued his talent. Moreover, Li Er needed a figure like a national advisor by his side to facilitate his actions. A Taoist priest who needs to become famous and renowned throughout the world, and a bookseller who has to pay authors for writing books, exchange a knowing smile at this moment. Sun Simiao was overjoyed. Qin Yi, this is a great idea. I've long felt that writing books is too expensive and doesn't fit the current social norms. Sun Simiao raised both hands in agreement. The Tang dynasty court was unusually quiet today. Emperor Taizong, Li Er, had not been bothered by anyone from morning till night. Today he is to meet with two Turkic Khans. This man is the younger brother of Jelly Khan, but for some reason, he can only address Jelly Khan as uncle and nephew. Now Jelly Khan is imprisoned with him, and Tuli Khan has a mocking look on his face. Li Jing returned from the border, but this time, in addition to bringing back Tuli Khan, he also brought back another person. Tang Jian. This was the person Li Er had been dreaming of meeting. Tang Jian, as the Tang dynasty's envoy to the western regions, had been lost in the Turkic lands for more than 2 years, and news only came back when Li Er ascended the throne. Tang Jian, Jelly Khan, Tuli Khan, and Li Jing looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Er arrived at the imperial prison, looked at the group of people, and smiled. Khan Jelly, Khan Tuli, how have you been? Jelly Khan looked dejected. He knew his fate, and that he had lost any chance to turn the tide. To this day, he still cannot understand why his army collapsed in an instant. He still doesn't understand why that boy is targeting him. Tuli Khan and Li Er had a pact and addressed each other as brothers. Your Majesty, Jelly knows he doesn't have long to live. He only begs for a quick death. The king of the steppes cannot be humiliated. Jelly Khan became defiant. Li Jing sneered. Jelly, you're still being stubborn. The grasslands are in chaos. You know about the heavy snow in the Turkic Khaganate this year. Tang Jian has been in the Turkic Khaganate for so long. He has long seen through your Turkic ways. If the Turkic Khaganate doesn't survive this year, it will surely decline. Tuli Khan smiled faintly. General Li Jing is absolutely right. I am very interested in the culture of the Tang dynasty. The saying what goes up must come down is a very simple and easy to understand principle. I just didn't expect that this decline would happen so quickly. Tang Jian, standing to the side, had a dark complexion, and when he saw Li Er, he was extremely excited. After Li Er vented his anger by demonstrating against the two Turkic Khans, his eyes instantly welled up with tears when he faced Tang Jian, his favorite envoy to the western regions. I have a national hero, unparalleled in the world. If Tang Jian is not a national hero, then what is he? He could have lived a life of luxury in Chang'an, and he could have welcomed the golden age of the Tang dynasty, but he insisted on leaving Chang'an, leaving the familiar land, and stepping onto that unknown and dangerous land. 3 years have passed, and Tang Jian has gotten tanned, his face looking like it's been smeared with coal. Tang Jian, I'm so sorry. Tang Jian knelt on the ground in an instant. Your Majesty, I have failed your Majesty's trust and deserve to die. If you haven't fulfilled my request, who has? Tang Jian, you've done well. Li Er treasured every item Tang Jian sent back, including letters and a map of the Turkic territory. These items became Li Jing's weapons on the Turkic battlefield. In less than a month, the entire battle situation was completely reversed. From now on, you will never have to leave Chang'an again. Li Er helped Tang Jin up, then said fiercely to Jelly Khan, "You can die now." Jelly Khan remained unfazed. He had obtained what he sought. Since he had asked for death, then so be it. "Your Majesty, Jelly is still useful. Let's keep him for now," Tang Jin immediately reminded him. Li Er pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. At this moment, Tuli Khan's expression changed. "Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have always sought peace. Peace is the best state for both the Tang dynasty and the Turks." Tang Jin stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Tuli Khan's methods are indeed as described. He did not lie, but in the Turkic Khaganate, his word alone does not count." "Oh, so now who's in charge?" "Yaga Khan," Tang Jin said in a deep voice. "This person is also a proponent of war." At this moment, Li Jing drew his sword and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go to Binzhou and cut off the head of that Yabga Khan." Chapter 149, The Bewildered Li Jing. The atmosphere in the imperial prison was tense. The important officials of the Tang dynasty and the two Turkic Khans, who were prisoners, faced each other, and some decisions were made in the process. Great people are also human, and serious moments only exist a small fraction of human life. Even historians who have studied the past and present are like this. When these people get together, they start by discussing some serious issues, but soon their topics turn to who bought a new car when, and who cheated on their wife. At first, Jelly Khan and Tuli Khan were burdened with the heavy responsibility of being reprimanded by Li Er, but in the end, all that could be heard were idle chatter between Li Er, Li Jing, and Tang Jin, which consisted of nothing more than family matters, the appearance of the Tang dynasty, food and drink, and even the topic of beauties from the western regions. No matter how important or insignificant a man is, he is still a boy until the end. The three, the emperor and his minister, sat on the ground in the prison without any pretense, completely disregarding the damp and cold ground and the unpleasant environment. They had all come from the war-torn years, and even though they were now living in comfort, they could not forget the heroic spirit they had when they first started their uprising. "Li Jing, I am extremely happy today. I never imagined that I would feel more comfortable in this small prison than in the palace. This is normal. When people are in high spirits, all external considerations disappear. Your Majesty, the Turkic army is still in a stalemate, but its numbers have dwindled by nearly 400,000. What do you think should be done?" Upon hearing Li Jing's reply, Li Er fell into deep thought. "The Turks are a big problem. If I follow the Turks' past practices, bullying the Tang dynasty when it was weak and then submitting to them when it was strong, then what difference is there between my Tang dynasty and the Turks? I do not like war, and I have never liked it." Li Er's words make sense. He realized long ago that war cannot save the world. The world is developing, especially after he met Qin Yi. Qin Yi's words and actions are like a warning bell, constantly striking his heart. Development is the ultimate question of this world. Qin Yi's statement that the world will eventually unite and then divide, and will eventually unite and then divide, made Li Er realize that although he was the emperor, he still had limitations. At this moment, Li Er's eyes suddenly turned cold as he remembered the two huge firecrackers, or explosives, that Qin Yi had Ma Zhou bring over. "Li Jing, I have a powerful weapon that can traverse mountains and valleys and level the Turkic steppes. What do you think?" Li Jing didn't quite understand. It seemed a bit unrealistic to think that something could raise the Turks to the ground. He is a military expert and a veteran who has been on the battlefield for many years. How could he not know about the existence of such a thing? "Your Majesty, I do not yet know what this weapon is." "Hee, I can guarantee that this weapon is real and incredibly powerful." Li Er became smug and glanced at Jelly Khan and Tuli Khan. "Hee, a place of the size of Hanlu Palace, just two, only two, was instantly razed to the ground. I don't know how many people in Chang'an heard this sound that day." Li Jing looked surprised. That's how people in ancient times were. They didn't seem to have this concept in their minds. They only thought of cold weapons when it came to weapons with great power. But firearms upended their entire mindset. If Li Jing knew that explosives had countless variations and that they would destroy almost half of the Earth's inhabited areas during World War I and World War II, he would not know what to think. Not to mention nuclear weapons like atomic bombs. "Your Majesty, who presented that item?" Li Er smiled slightly. "Hee, this person is actually just a child, but he is already the Marquis of the Great Tang Dynasty, personally conferred by me, a Marquis at the age of 16. Li Jing and Tang Jin gasped in shock, while the two Turkic Khans pricked up their ears, their eyes filled with terror. Jelly Khan roared, "Is it that brat? I'm going to kill him." He was already at his last gasp, so he had no burden in his heart. He was going to die anyway, but the person he hated most before he died was that boy. Heh, Kagan Jelly, do you think I would give you that chance? That Marquis Lutian is a precious gem of the Tang dynasty. He only used a few large iron balls to wipe out your army of 100,000. Do you think I would allow you to get close to such a talent? You have no chance. After Li Er finished speaking, he waved his hand and left with Tang Jian and Li Jing. In the imperial prison, Jelly Khan and Tuli Khan looked at each other, tears streaming down their faces in the darkness. Brother, have you seen that person before? I've seen more than just it. Jelly Khan gritted his teeth, his heart filled with endless rage every time he thought about what he had experienced at Qin Yi's house. Flames burned in his chest and churned in his stomach. When the whips, covered in some unknown substance, fell on his body, they always brought him unbearable pain, a piercing, bone-deep agony, like a maggot clinging to his bones. Even scratching or clawing with his hands had no effect. Even with the skin and flesh torn to shreds, nothing could stop the excruciating pain that seemed to come from the depths of hell. Upon arriving at the heavenly prison, he felt as if it were paradise. As long as he didn't see the terrifying boy's smiling face, he felt that nothing in the world mattered to him. Qi Ping was panting. At midnight tonight, everyone finally accomplished everything that Marquis Lutian, Qin Yi, had asked for. Because he conserved his energy to the extreme, Qi Ping still had some strength left after the frog jumps. The excruciating muscle tearing became numb after eating some dry rations. Taking advantage of the numbness, he seized the time and began the grueling training that followed the first day. This time, the heavy sandbags showed him no mercy. Every time he fell, he would roll away with the sandbags. The sandbags landed heavily on him, almost piercing through his chest. Although the night wind was cold and made him shudder, he felt that hope was just ahead, and a flame was burning in his chest. That was the scent of hope. Behind Qi Ping, there were dozens of people, but only 2 of them had collapsed from exhaustion tonight and had to withdraw from this ordeal. But Zhang Xiong did not expel them directly. Instead, he gave the 2 men another chance. It is not shameful for any man to fall down in order to protect his ideals. At midnight, Qin Yi was still awake, sitting on the hilltop, watching the people below him panting in the darkness. Their clothes were already tattered from rolling and crawling on the ground, and their bodies were covered with congealed blood. These people sat there silently as their guards disinfected them with alcohol, without uttering a single groan. These people had eyes like tigers and wolves. Zhang Xiong watched this scene with a sigh. He wondered what would happen if he and his 100 personal guards had to undergo such grueling training. Chapter 150, He Chen's Troubles. You're not cowards after all. Heh. I'll give those 2 unconscious people another chance. If they can finish all yesterday's tasks by 5 a.m. tonight, they can continue with you the next day. The Marquis said that this is not shameful. A real man walks between heaven and earth with a free and open mind. He would rather die than bow his head in the struggle. Even if he dies, he will have no regrets. Those 2 idiots, even though they were exhausted, insisted on pushing themselves to the limit, and they didn't know any strategy. The Marquis's mansion needs these kinds of blockheads. Remember this, in the Tang dynasty, you are the first people to receive such training. You are more fortunate than those in the army. Following Qin Yi's instructions, Zhang Xiong used his persuasive techniques to strike at these people, who had just calmed down and were exhausted, and now they were showing signs of fanaticism. Qi Ping's chest heaved as he gulped down water, which turned out to be warm water. This feeling seemed much more comfortable than the icy cold water. Li Chengqian peeked out from the side at some point and said, "Teacher, I don't want to sleep. I want to watch them train." Qin Yi patted Li Chengqian's head and said, "You are going to be the emperor in the future. How can you not get some rest?" Li Chengqian is still young and doesn't know that in the future, if he becomes emperor, staying up all night will become the norm, and at that time he may feel that life is rarely a chance to rest. Time cannot be fast-forwarded, and no one can see their future. Would you like to give it a try? A hint of excitement appeared on Li Chengqian's face, and he nodded vigorously. But Qin Yi had no intention of letting him try. You're only 10 years old, and your development hasn't even started yet. If the training is too intense now and your body gets damaged, Li Er will be crying and begging for mercy in front of the Marquis's mansion every day. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Li Chengqian spends every day in the palace with those maids and eunuchs, so he lacks masculinity. This period at Qin Yi's residence will probably be one of the rare times in Li Chengqian's life to go out. If he is allowed to be exposed to the stench of those people in the palace, it wouldn't be surprising if he eventually starts having homosexual relationships. But it's impossible for Qin Yi's disciples to experience this situation, nor should it happen to them. Once Li Chengxian returns to the palace after studying under Qin Yi and goes back to his old ways, Qin Yi will not hesitate to break his legs. Fine, if you want to try, then try it. Starting tomorrow, you'll carry your backpack and train with them. Li Chengxian's school bag was made of cowhide, and it was no different from school bags in later generations. Li Chengxian carried it with him wherever he went in Qin Yi's mansion. The textbooks and books inside were printed by He Chun based on Qin Yi's manuscripts and then sent to him. Qin Yi's family currently has 5 or 6 sets of these textbooks. The 2 little girls didn't care about this at all, because they knew that knowledge and wisdom were only truly possessed when they were learned and internalized. The knowledge in books is just cold words, devoid of any warmth. The 2 little girls can now use basic physics knowledge, such as the lever principle, and simple calculations to help the household servants with their chores. Yang Taizhu, in particular, would often have 2 maids do calculations for him to make ironware. He would operate using the drawn diagrams and calculated data, and it seemed that he would never make a mistake. Li Chengxian went back to his room and fell fast asleep. Qin Yi yawned at this moment and looked up to see He Chun looking dejected. Qin Yi, I'm collapsing. Qin Yi frowned. What's wrong? The biggest merchant in the Tang dynasty is so dejected today. Is it that we don't have enough money, or is business getting worse? Qin Yi said in a sarcastic tone. He Chun sat on the steps, but as soon as he sat down, he found his bottom was cold, so he immediately stood up, grabbed 2 small stools from the side, squatted on them, and looked melancholy. Business wasn't difficult, and I made a lot of money, but now I suddenly can't feel the joy of making money anymore. Qin Yi's face darkened. How much silver was delivered today? Not much, only 500,000 taels. Damn, He Chun really knows how to do business. But it's normal. If an industry monopolized by the Tang dynasty didn't have strong vitality, how could it spread everywhere? 500,000 taels is just this year's situation. By tomorrow, which is the 2nd year of Jingguan, it may be even more terrifying. He Chun spends so much money each time he comes, and after a while, even he himself feels bored. I used to think that the process of making money was the most enjoyable, but now I suddenly realize that making money isn't so enjoyable anymore. I want to do something meaningful. Qin Yi laughed loudly. You've already brought warmth to countless families. Isn't that meaningful enough? Many people in the Tang dynasty no longer suffer from the severe winter cold because of your stoves and coal. Students in the Tang dynasty no longer had the opportunity to study because of paper and movable type printing. Thanks to your efforts, the people of the Tang dynasty can enjoy delicious Lantian wine. Isn't that wonderful? Thanks to lime, the construction workers of the Tang dynasty have been spared many troubles. The emergence of glazed tiles has made them affordable for everyone. Isn't that significant enough? He Chun sighed at this moment. Qin Yi, you don't understand. Actually, I've always known that all of these things belong to you. What have Chun and I done to deserve this? How could we have come up with so many ideas? He Chun lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke slowly rose into the night and was then blown away by the wind. Actually, I know that without you, Qin Yi, Chun and I would just be spoiled brats who don't even know how rich our families are. I've been making money too fast lately, and I feel like my life has become meaningless. No, this is just a small amount of money, and you're already asking philosophical questions. This isn't right. The expression on He Chun's face was exactly as he had described. When Qin Yi arrived in the Tang dynasty, he encountered for the first time someone who needed the guidance of philosophy in life, and he couldn't help but chuckle. You've made money too fast, and you've missed the hard-won experience of making money. When everything comes too easily, you can't feel any gratitude. Qin Yi sighed. Since you want to do something beneficial for the people of the Tang dynasty, why not find Dr. Sun and Su Shiji, publish their medical skills into books, and spread them throughout the Tang dynasty, so that everyone can learn medicine? This is a good thing. People in later generations are no different from people in ancient times in any place. The only difference lies in their living environment and sanitation. Even so, the average lifespan of people in later generations has far exceeded that of people in ancient times. There is no car exhaust, no industrial wastewater, and no pollution. The reason is the level of medical care. Chapter 151, this kind of happiness can be passed on. If a medical system could be established in the Tang dynasty, or if enlightenment could begin now, then given Li Er's temperament, within 2 or 3 years, everyone in the Tang dynasty would become wealthy, and good hygiene habits would gradually develop. It's said that people in later generations live longer because they don't drink unboiled water, don't eat random things, and have all sorts of medicines to treat illnesses. What about the Tang people? Raw water contains a large number of parasites and few medicines, with only various herbs and most folk remedies available. often only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. This was also the reason for Sun Simiao's headache. If things continued like this, the Tang dynasty would simply not have enough doctors. When Qin Yi suggested that He Chun participate, He Chun's face lit up instantly. The sudden appearance of this bright light in the middle of the night sent chills down Qin Yi's spine. Can. He Chun suddenly stood up, pulling the stool he was sitting on away, which rolled around on the ground with a gurgling sound. I knew it. So it wasn't helping anyone, haha. Qin Yi, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I'm missing right now. Enough money to get by. What would I need so much money for? But using money to change some people's lives is still quite important. He Chun was as happy as a 200-pound child. Now He Chun's weight is getting bigger and bigger. When he first met Qin Yi, He Chun was a handsome young man. Now, I don't know if it's because he's overworked or because he's made more money and is too carefree and fat. Now He Chun is fat, and his face looks much more haggard. He is much whiter than before. Qin Yi, don't you think it's a bit stingy to just print books? Qin Yi was taken aback. Was he stingy with printing books? This is a selfless act that benefits the world, and don't you know what the cost of printing books is? Of these books, you can sell the ones by Dr. Sun and Su Shiji. As for the other ones, like the health manuals, you should carefully distribute them for free. It's best to make sure that everyone who can read can understand them. That way, word will spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and they'll be known by word of mouth, right? The people of the Tang dynasty need to be well-fed and clothed right now before they think about such things. When you promote it, just do it in the name of Physician Sunday. Implementing a sanitation program requires first promoting it in the cities of the Tang dynasty, and then spreading it to areas outside the cities, which requires a large number of officials of all ranks. But Qin Yi, this matter seems to be taking a long time to show results. I can't wait until then. He Chun looked dejected. He is becoming increasingly restless, just like the young people of later generations who are addicted to their phones and can no longer bear the sense of accomplishment that comes after long periods of patience. Qin Yi sighed. Things don't happen overnight. If you're patient, you can wait for a while. Do you really think that all my money-making methods are things that suddenly appeared overnight? Qin Yi recalled his studies in his later life. In that small town, he spent day and night studying his textbooks, constantly practicing until he was finally admitted to university. Although it was only a third-rate university, Qin Yi was already very satisfied. Going to university means you've separated yourself from the past. It means you now possess the key to unlocking the doors to this world. Although there is still a huge gap between him and truly outstanding talents, Qin Yi is already very satisfied. Senior year of high school is exceptionally difficult. I spent countless hours immersed in a sea of practice problems before I finally developed an indelible knowledge system that I firmly remembered. He Chun, however, was somewhat skeptical. Isn't that right? My father said that your family used to be just an ordinary wealthy family, not even worth a speck of dust compared to my family. There are countless families in the Tang dynasty just like yours. Secrets, of course, cannot be told. The only way to resolve secrets that cannot be told is to provide a reasonable method. Fine, there's nothing I can do if that's how you think. Would you like to open a pharmacy with someone of the caliber of a duke, like the legendary physician Sun or Su Shiji? A pharmacy? Yes, as long as you open your pharmacy, the price of the medicine can be lower. Don't be afraid of losing money. You're going to lose money anyway. Qin Yi's eyes flickered. Charity might be the only way to quickly make people experience the joy of helping others. At that time, you should invite Dr. Sun to come here for a consultation every 7 days. Anyone who wants to get medicine or see a doctor at your pharmacy can do so on credit if they don't have the money. You just need to tell them that you'll pay them back when you have the money at the end of the year. It's a matter of helping the poor and providing emergency relief. I think this is a simple matter for you, right? He Chun nodded vigorously. The idea had struck him like a chord. It couldn't be more perfect. He now needs to see those people receive help in his pharmacy. You can't just tell them you're helping them, or you can tell them you're doing charity. If they can't pay back the money they owe by the end of the year, just send them a string of meat, a few melons, or a few pounds of grain, whatever it is, and say it's enough. As Qin Yi spoke, he lit a cigarette for He Chun. This guy was starting to experience the dullness of the rich man's life. It was time to give him a little thrill. Once the pharmacies in the Tang dynasty open, there will inevitably be various competitors. With He Chun's status, he will inevitably suffer losses when competing with those pharmacies that have powerful backers. If anyone tries to cause trouble or beat you up, just let them. As long as you don't die, greet them with a smile. Wouldn't that make me a complete idiot? How frustrating would that be? He Chun was unhappy. Trust me, would I lie to you? He Chun was skeptical. You have to let the whole of Chang'an know that there's a fool who opened a pharmacy that doesn't make money. it only loses money. Every time Dr. Sun comes, you should charge a higher consultation fee. No matter who it is, they can see a doctor here, regardless of their social status. In less than a month, no one in Chang'an will dare to offend you. After Qin Yi finished speaking, He Chun had almost remembered everything. At this moment, he suddenly asked a question. Qin Yi, you're saying that this will bring me happiness? He Chun, you must understand that this kind of happiness is not the happiness of giving alms, nor the happiness of pity, but the happiness of transaction and exchange. Qin Yi's eyes flickered as he continued his brainwashing. Use your compassion to make these people understand that there are many good people in this world. Let them understand that in front of doctors, there is no distinction between men and women, or between those of high and low status. Let them understand that no matter whether they are poor or rich, there will always be some people in this world who will not abandon them. This kind of happiness is contagious. Everyone can gain happiness, health, and well-being from this simple transaction. After Qin Yi finished speaking, He Chun was already drooling. Chapter 152: The Shock of Body Tempering Techniques. He Chun gained a lot that night, and Qin Yi continued to give examples after finishing his explanation. Think about it, there are many similar things. For example, you can set up a guild that is specifically for the poor people in Chang'an, especially those in the south of the city, to earn money by doing manual labor. Or, you could set up a place to auction items, and all the money raised from each auction would be donated to the places in the Tang dynasty that need the most help. Qin Yi rattled off a list of many methods that could be implemented in this era, methods that would be applicable to people from later generations. The dejection in He Chen's eyes had completely disappeared, transformed into boundless motivation. Qin Yi, I really understand now. This world isn't just about you and me. There are other people in it too. I've also come to understand a principle. All of this is still your method, but I'm implementing it. He no longer cared who was pushing this or who came up with the idea. As long as it was being done, regardless of who was doing it, it was a way to make him feel excited and joyful. Qin Yi didn't want to pay attention to this person who was stuck in a rut, so he immediately went inside to sleep. He Chun left satisfied, but he didn't forget to wake up the soundly sleeping Go Dan before leaving, causing Go Dan to howl desperately in the middle of the night. Li Chengxian had walked less than 100 meters through the mud when he began to complain incessantly. For today's training, he carried his small school bag, which contained only 2 pounds of mud. Today's training program is no longer yesterday's weighted running and jumping. Today's project has become a strenuous climb. Zhang Xiong shouted and yelled from the side, making Li Chengxian's face turn red and then pale with anger. But these people in the mud, each carrying a 50-pound sandbag on their back, did not hesitate at all. They supported their bodies with their arms like push-ups and slowly crawled forward, much like four-legged animals. Dog Egg appeared here at some point and started crawling like these people. Zhang Xiong, who was standing to the side, immediately mocked. Look at you guys, even a dog would laugh at you. If anyone else heard this, they would probably have exploded. Li Chengxian finally understood what masculine charm meant. However, when he heard Zhang Xiong's words, he really wanted to go back and tell his father to cut off this man's head. His mouth was too foul. If you give up now, this puppy won't laugh at you anymore. You can join this puppy in laughing at those fools in the mud. Only a fool would train like this in this freezing weather. Li Chengxian howled in pain. He was just running forward with his school bag on his back, but the weight was already making him feel overwhelmed, especially on his shoulders, where bloody marks had appeared. See that? That little child is His Highness the Crown Prince. A 10-year-old child is better than all of you. Did he complain? Did he give up? Zhang Xiong's tone turned cold in an instant. He was starting to curry favor with Li Chengxian. He is, after all, the Crown Prince. You can't not curry favor with him, but you can't exactly attack him relentlessly. As Qin Yi walked out yawning today, he had just stood in front of the training field when a pair of large hands grabbed his shoulders. You, Qin Yi, how dare you make my son suffer like this? Needless to say, the one speaking was Li Er. Your Majesty, when did you arrive? The two people next to Li Er were people Qin Yi had never seen before, except that one of them had a dark complexion, as if he had been pulled out of a coal mine. The other one was much better. He was tall and imposing, and his face was covered in frostbite, but it didn't detract from his handsome and dashing appearance at all. This is Tang Jian, and this is Li Jing. Tang Jian, Li Jing. Holy crap, these two are big shots. Li Jing is now a general of the Tang dynasty, and previously he was in a standoff with the Turks. Tang Jian, the envoy sent by the Tang dynasty, left a significant mark on history. Without his 3 years in the Turkic Khaganate, Emperor Taizong, Li Er, would have known nothing about the situation there, as if he were groping in the dark. the probability of getting the Turks to submit would be greatly reduced. Hee, greetings to both of you. Qin Yi simply cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. He was now a marquis of the Great Tang dynasty, so his status was naturally no less than that of the other two. Tang Jian didn't seem to mind, and smiled faintly. Greetings, Marquis Letian. Li Jing was different. After all, he was a general who had followed the heir for many years. When faced with a half-grown boy like Qin Yi, he instantly erupted in anger. Lord Letian, although you are a marquis of the Tang dynasty, you must not be disrespectful before His Majesty. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. General Li Jing, you've gone too far. When have I ever been disrespectful to His Majesty? Besides, do you see the slightest displeasure on His Majesty's part? Li Jing was speechless, and upon seeing Li Er, he shut up. His Majesty was currently watching the people who were scrambling in the mud with a half-smile. Qin Yi, what are these people doing? Why are they making Chengxian go with them? Hee, Your Majesty, these people are training. General Li Jing should be quite interested in what they are training on. Li Jing calmed down and took a closer look, only to be dumbfounded. A soldier-looking man rode a horse nearby, shouting and uttering vulgarities, almost cursing the entire family and ancestors of these people. It wasn't the kind of harsh, swearing tone you'd expect, but it was still so unpleasant to hear, so sarcastic and strange, that it made you feel an uneasy, itchy feeling inside. Then, looking at those people who were roaring and crawling forward, 3 words popped into Li Jing's mind. Body tempering technique. Your Majesty, this is a body strengthening technique. Li Jing was well aware of the importance of body tempering techniques, and at this moment, the way he looked at Qin Yi changed. No wonder the Marquis of Letian and His Majesty exchanged glances like 2 old friends. No wonder His Majesty didn't blame the young Marquis at all, nor did he pursue the matter of his rudeness. It turns out he possessed such a terrifying existence. Upon hearing this, Li Er's expression instantly turned cold. Qin Yi, is this a body tempering technique? Li Er wasn't in such a hurry. Having suffered many losses at Qin Yi's hands, he would naturally ask a few more questions. In any case, this kid couldn't escape his grasp. Qin Yi smiled faintly, not even glancing at these 3 important figures of the Tang dynasty. What is body tempering technique? They are receiving training as servants of the Marquis of Lu Tian's household. Your Majesty, General Li Jing, Duke of Zhu, these servants are all poor people in Chang'an. I am a kind person, so I can't bear to see them without food. Please don't take it seriously. Qin Yi finished speaking with a smug look on his face, which made Li Er want to hit him. Li Er is now certain that this is the method of body tempering, and Qin Yi was not telling the truth at all. What a waste. Li Er was furious, especially seeing Qin Yi being so smug, which made him even more anxious. The method of body tempering is a powerful tool in the military, and you're using it to train your household servants? You're not going to give this away? Li Jing was a big-headed man, and seeing the emperor's attitude towards Qin Yi, he dared not speak. Chapter 153 Arguing with Li Jing. Qin Yi, what's this move called? Push up. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Your Majesty, you wouldn't like to give it a try, would you? Li Er blew on his beard and glared. What? You also want me to participate in your household servant selection? Also, why is Chengxian inside? Give me a reasonable explanation. Qin Yi waved his hand, lit a cigarette, and lit one for Li Er as well. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's health is too weak. He has been confined in the palace for too long and is being restricted too much. Letting him get some exercise will greatly benefit the Crown Prince's development. Besides, the palace is full of women. Boys need to grow into men, so they need to be with men. Li Er grunted and didn't say anything more. Tang Jian, who was standing to the side, began to smooth things over. For some reason, he felt a natural liking for this young marquis when he first saw him. This child is so endearing. He is neither arrogant nor humble, and his reasoning is sound. Unlike others who fawn over His Majesty's son to pave the way for their future careers, he does what is right and wrong, and his strictness is actually a sign of his good intentions. If the Crown Prince were in the court or any other household, he would likely be treated like an ancestor, with everyone showing him utmost care and concern, fearing that if anything went wrong and the emperor questioned him, he would be filled with trepidation and dare not answer. But here, everything seemed completely out of step with the Tang dynasty. Of course, the Crown Prince could not possibly appear in any official's home, except for Qin Yi, who was standing right in front of him. At the very least, in His Majesty's mind, he was an unexpected figure, as if this Marquis of Letian, although a Marquis of the Tang dynasty, had no connection with the Tang court. Your Majesty, Marquis Letian is right. If a man has too much effeminate nature, he will surely become indecisive and dare not make decisions in the future. What the Tang dynasty needs is a wise ruler like you. Tang Jian was an important minister, especially after the Turks had suffered for 3 years. In Li Er's heart, Tang Jian was more important than anyone else. Li Er wasn't angry, he just rolled his eyes. Qin Yi, I'm entrusting this child to you. Besides having him follow these people around all day, do you have anything else to teach him? Li Er had long coveted Qin Yi's vast wisdom. Every time he dreamt at night, he would imagine himself possessing the wisdom within Qin Yi, after which the Tang dynasty would soar to great heights and become a world leader. Everyone who has ever been in contact with Qin Yi knows what's going on in his head. Putting everything else aside, just look at He Chun, that spoiled brat who has brains but no experience. With Qin Yi's guidance, he has become the most profitable businessman in the Tang dynasty. Doesn't this kind of thing make people envious? Moreover, after witnessing Qin Yi's military prowess, Li Er repeatedly tested Qin Yi's limits. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has already acknowledged me as his teacher, so you don't need to worry about what he will be taught. Qin Yi smiled faintly and waved towards Zhang Xiao. The sun shone on his face, making him appear as innocent and naive as could be. This is not bad. Li Jing and Tang Jian, who were standing to the side, were completely stunned. The Crown Prince's teacher must be a great Confucian scholar in the court. Even if he is not a court official, he must be a great Confucian scholar who enjoys prestige among scholars throughout the country. Qin Yi is only 16 years old, while the Crown Prince is almost 11. Is this appropriate? The young prince's mind is unstable, and he is still in the period of learning. If he makes a careless move, he will go astray, which will affect the future of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please reconsider this matter. Li Jing couldn't stand Qin Yi. Why could he be so arrogant in front of His Majesty? Even if His Majesty didn't blame him, he still had to be careful. Qin Yi was the current emperor, the one who laid the foundation for the Tang dynasty, and was the emperor to whom all the people were devoted. It seems General Li Jing doesn't like the Crown Prince very much. Qin Yi speaks without thinking. If you want to criticize, we'll criticize. If you want to argue, we'll argue. Li Jing's head was jolted. What's going on? I was talking about your attitude. How did it get involved with the Crown Prince? Qin Yi, stop talking nonsense. What does this have to do with the Crown Prince? Qin Yi smiled faintly and exhaled a smoke ring. General Li Jing, don't you know something? Children around 10 years old love to imitate. If I treat His Majesty with utmost respect every day, then the Crown Prince will follow suit. Li Er frowned. Tang Jian was also surprised, and Li Jing felt even more confused. There is only one emperor in the world, but emperors will die. Your Majesty, please don't blame me for talking nonsense. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all part of the natural cycle. The Crown Prince will one day inherit Your Majesty's throne. Do you think the emperor of the Tang dynasty needs to be respectful to everyone? Qin Yi is using a fallacy of semantics. The current Crown Prince and the future Crown Prince, who has already ascended the throne as emperor, are different concepts. But it was clear that the three people didn't understand. The Tang dynasty is a vast and resource-rich country, and it has never been one to be respected. His Majesty of the Tang dynasty is not the kind of person who is polite and courteous to everyone. The Tang dynasty is one to be awe-inspired. The Crown Prince now needs to toughen his body and cultivate his mind, so that he can be worthy of the country that His Majesty has built today and can shoulder the heavy responsibility of ensuring that the people live in peace and prosperity. Tang Jian's face twitched. Could he really say that? Li Er was even more satisfied, immediately ignoring Qin Yi's earlier remarks about birth, aging, sickness, and death. Didn't he know that the emperor was also a human being? Li Er was very clear about this, and he also knew that after his death, it would be extremely difficult for the Crown Prince to reach his peak. But we can't change what happens to future generations, so we might as well educate them properly now. Li Jing's brow furrowed slightly at that moment, then relaxed in an instant. I see. I was overthinking it, Lord Letian. Li Jing apologizes here. Qin Yi waved his hand. We are all officials in the same court, and we care about the people of the Tang dynasty. Why should we care about each other? General Li Jing's ability to speak out, to question directly, and to offer his thoughts is far superior to that of those censors. Popular legend says that General Li Jing was both a scholar and a warrior, but today Qin Yi feels that there are some inaccuracies in the rumors. General, you are clearly a man of both literary and martial prowess, a rare talent in the Tang dynasty. Qin Yi's string of praises made Li Jing blush instantly, and he stood there feeling somewhat uneasy. Qin Yi's tactic always works, a slap followed by a sweet treat. Li Jing is now completely convinced. The only person who could leave the mighty general of the great Tang dynasty at a loss is Qin Yi. Even Li Er did not possess such power. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has done well. Chapter 154 Huskies as Military Dogs? No parent is indifferent to their child, even if the child is from an imperial family, who is supposedly required to undergo various trials and tests. The moment Li Er heard Qin Yi mention the Crown Prince, his eyes immediately locked onto Li Chengqian. On the playground, Li Chengqian finally reached the finish line, collapsed onto the ground with a thud, gritted his teeth, touched his thigh, and showed a pained expression on his face. Li Er's heart clenched immediately. Just as he was about to walk over, Qin Yi stopped him. Your Majesty, let him do this himself. I have taught him. After Qin Yi finished speaking, Li Er took a deep breath, looked coldly at Qin Yi, and then turned his kind gaze to his child. Li Chengqian rolled over and got up, emptied the sand from his school bag, then walked to the well and drew a bucket of water. Clearly, his strength was waning, and drawing the bucket of water was too difficult for him. Anyone watching would want to lend a hand. After finally managing to fetch a bucket of water, Li Chengqian carefully poured it out and rinsed his school bag, being extremely frugal. Finally, the school bag was washed clean, but his body was covered in mud. Zhang Xiong roared. Even the Crown Prince has completed the mission. Are you all not even as good as a 10-year-old child? Look at them, and then look at you. Zhang Xiong had a very loud voice. After hearing it, Li Jing silently memorized these filthy words and decided to try them out in the training of his soldiers in the future. Only in such extreme despair and humiliation can a person's potential be greatly stimulated. Li Jing was well aware of this, but he never knew how to use it, nor did he have any body-strengthening methods to support him. When he saw this scene in front of the Qin Yi mansion, he had already begun to silently memorize those body-tempering methods. He would try them out as soon as he got back. When Li Er saw Li Chengqian carrying a satchel walk up to several soldiers, take off his clothes, and jump into a wooden tub, he immediately laughed. This child is growing up quickly. Li Chengqian was shouting and yelling in the bucket. This was a special herbal concoction prepared by Sun Simiao to wash the prince's body, detoxify him, and strengthen his bones. Li Chengqian soaked for nearly half an hour, and Li Er also smoked one cigarette after another for half an hour. Your Majesty, does the Empress forbid you from smoking? Qin Yi suddenly asked. Li Er didn't react at first. Yeah, how did you know, kid? In an instant, Li Er realized something was wrong. You brat, what are you trying to say? Do you think I, the Emperor, can be controlled by a woman like the Empress? Qin Yi sneered. Still being stubborn. Look at how you haven't been smoking for the past day or two. You're practically telling me right now. Hee hee. Of course, Your Majesty, the two dukes. Let's go to your residences for a chat. When Qin Yi reached his doorstep, he waved, and the guards on the rooftop all made gestures in response. Qin Yi meant for them to be on guard, and the person on the rooftop replied with an affirmative answer. As soon as Godan saw Li Er appear, he rushed over. For some reason, Godan seemed to grow up faster than the huskies of later generations. During this period, he changed every day, and his fur began to fall out over time. The moment Li Jing saw Godan rushing forward, he was almost ready to draw his sword. But Li Er squatted down and picked up Godan directly. Hey, Qin Yi, you've grown up so much, you've gotten so much heavier. While Godan was snuggling in Li Er's arms, he didn't forget to cause trouble. By the time they walked from the mansion to the main hall, Li Er's robes were already showing signs of tearing, and he was covered in dog hair, making quite a scene. Huskies at this age can be incredibly destructive. Unless you have a very strong mentality, it's best not to keep one. Inside the main room, Li Er's face darkened. That damn Godan. How did my clothes get torn? After succeeding, Godan disappeared in a flash. Tang Jian, who was standing to the side, laughed instantly when he saw Godan's appearance. Lord Latte, your puppy is very adorable. Haha. Yes, would the Duke of Zhu like one? But there's only one in the Tang dynasty right now, and Godan is a male, so it's hard to find a mate of the same kind. Qin Yi joked. Li Jing smiled and said, Lord Letian, the army has a habit of raising intelligent wolfhounds. How about we consider making your dog, Godan, a military dog? Qin Yi looked at Li Jing as if he were an idiot. A husky as a military dog? Are you out of your mind? Countless people in later generations have tried to tame huskies. They may have succeeded in taming them, but the husky's inherent goofiness is impossible to get rid of and will always resurface when it comes to carrying out a task. What about making friends with robbers and shaking hands with thieves? General, you're overthinking it. This dog is naturally roguish, and even if it were tamed, It wouldn't be able to handle some of the military's espionage missions. Li Jing asked in confusion, why not? Qin Yi shrugged helplessly. It seems someone tried this before, but the result was not good. Li Jing remained silent. Li Er's expression finally turned serious. Qin Yi, what do you plan to do with that body tempering method? Your Majesty, the method of body tempering is just ordinary training, only different from the training of the Tang army. The result is the same. Qin Yi is talking nonsense and just laughing it off. If you knew how powerful this was, you'd lock me up tightly, preventing me from spreading it outside, and forbidding even my personal guards from practicing it. What would be the point then? Once the Special Forces training is over, wow, Qin Yi will have a small squad of several dozen people. Li Er stopped asking questions, took a sip of water, picked up a small stool from Qin Yi's house, and assembled it in a rather professional manner, instantly turning it into a thick wooden board. I'm taking this. Oh, right. I also sent Qin Ke and Kur over later. Since you like being a teacher, you can teach them together. Qin Ke is Li Tai, and Kur is Li Ku. Both are restless individuals. Qin Yi was at his wit's end. He had plenty of time, and the house was big enough for the children to run wild. But the problem was that he was leaving the most important princes in the entire palace with him. If problems arose later, and the brothers started fighting over power, they would all say in unison, my teacher is Qin Yi. Your Majesty, education within the palace is indispensable. I know that, so they spend half a month here with you each month, and the other half studying in the palace. After Li Er and the other two took a lot of cigarettes, they left. Li Chengxian came over, and as Qin Yi applied medicine to him, he calmly asked, would you like to have your brothers study with you? Li Chengxian was already in pain, and he cried out, what? Are they coming too? Chapter 155 The Bearded Stranger. What? You're not happy about it? Qin Yi smiled faintly. Could it be that children from imperial families have this kind of consciousness of vying for favor from a young age? Li Chengxian shook his head. Teacher, it's not that I don't like them, but they are always very reserved in front of me. They don't dare to play with me or play with me. Duzi is still young, but Xiao Tai and Xiao Ke seem quite afraid of me. Qin Yi felt a headache coming on. He had underestimated the influence of the imperial world and overestimated his knowledge of history. These children are all so young. How come they all have such deep thoughts? Don't worry, once you're at my home, there won't be any barriers based on social status. You'll all just be ordinary boys. Sure enough, before the afternoon, 2 half-grown boys were brought over by a eunuch, and they didn't bring anything with them. Qin Yi stared at him curiously for a long time. Was Li Er really that fond of taking advantage of others? One of the children was clever and mischievous, while the other was somewhat timid and cautious, not daring to utter a sound. Greetings, Lord Marquis. The 2 children were clearly frightened by Li Er. This Li Er must have said something to these 2 little guys. Hee, you 2 don't need to be afraid, just call me teacher. Teacher. Qin Yi patted the 2 little ones' heads and said, your older brother is here too. You brothers haven't played together for a while, have you? Go play. Li Chengxian stood in the courtyard, looking at his 2 younger brothers with curiosity, his face showing anticipation and longing. At first, the 3 of them just sat there without saying a word. It wasn't until Li Chengxian revealed his trump card, which was Gamoku, 5 in a row, which he had learned from the 2 young girls, Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu. The world is finally in harmony. The 3 children, all still young, instantly let their childlike innocence overcome all fear and the rules of seniority. Qin Yi sighed. This is the only place where you still have a sliver of a chance to catch your breath. They are children of the imperial family after all. They all seem too rigid. Outside the Marquis's residence, shouts shook the heavens. Needless to say, these people were practicing fighting. Inside the Marquis's residence, Qin Yi was having a class with several children when he suddenly noticed a problem. Both Li Chengxian and Li Tai were extremely intelligent. They understood things quickly and learned quickly. Li Ku is relatively late to the game and seems to be falling behind. It's not his fault. He's only 8 years old, while the other 2 are 9 and 10, so naturally he's more lively. Even though Li Er's 3 sons were so intelligent, they still cried and howled like ghosts when faced with the clutches of the 2 girls, Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu. Just as night fell, 2 mournful cries rang out. Li Chengxian was all right. After all, he was a trained boy, and he couldn't be the same as his frail younger brother. Li Tai and Li Ku were scolded to tears by the 2 young girls. Qin Yi covered his head and went to sleep. Do whatever you want, he thought. These are just growing pains anyway. The journey through life is long and arduous, and the sea of knowledge is boundless, but one must first be well fed. Qi Ping was resting when his subordinates gathered around him, saying, Brother, we're sticking with you. This Marquis seems like a good man. What do you mean? Qi Ping frowned instantly. Stop with your dirty thoughts. Marquises in the Tang dynasty are not so simple. What we need to do is pass the test, become the Marquis people, and serve the Marquis. You people don't understand that our identities can only be changed in this way. Qi Ping sighed. Those brothers who left will definitely regret it later. There aren't many opportunities in life to change one's social class. After Qi Ping and the others went to sleep on the spot, a pair of bright green eyes emerged from a pit on the plain. This family must be very wealthy. They must have a lot of grain. I'm starving. The man slowly stood up. If anyone were standing in front of him, they would notice that he was extremely tall, strong, and fierce, like a small mountain. Most importantly, his untamed spirit was impossible to conceal, and the ferocity at the corner of his mouth sent chills down one's spine under the moonlight. He stroked the broadsword in his hand, a grin spreading across his face, and slowly walked toward the Marquis's residence. His steps were nimble, yet his figure was extremely ghostly. The soldiers on the rooftop seemed unaware that this person had suddenly appeared. He leaped into the courtyard and, looking at its intricate layout, fell into deep thought. What's the owner of this place like? Why did they build the yard like this? The man's stubble was covered in dust and dirt, and his face was filthy, as if he hadn't washed it for many days. He moved cautiously, back and forth in the courtyard, concealing himself well in the shadows. Despite his tall stature, he moved with the agility of a rabbit, leaving no openings. Before long, he finally saw light coming from inside the house. All the houses are the same, so the person who is not sleeping at night must be the owner. It's unbelievable that there are such wealthy people in the Tang dynasty. Their mansions are comparable to those of marquises. The man approached quietly, and suddenly, he heard a rustling sound coming from above. Looking up sharply, there was nothing unusual above, only the sound of two people talking. Give me a mint leaf, I'm sleepy. TCH, you're already sleepy? Commander Zhang hasn't had a proper rest in ages, and he doesn't complain about being tired. How can we compare to Commander Zhang? Let's have one, no more nonsense. You owe me a pack, remember to pay me back. The man's heart was already pounding, thinking he had been discovered. Suddenly, he realized that this family's identity seemed to be more than just ordinary. Command? Isn't it only in the families of those who lead troops that there are commanders? Then he heard a cold voice in his ear. Move again, and within a breath you will see your own brains. In an instant, the man trembled all over. The voice was to my right. It was a boy's voice. The voice appeared suddenly and silently. My hearing is excellent, yet I didn't even realize that this guy had appeared. Brave warrior, I have gone to the wrong place and mistakenly entered your residence. You think you've just gone to the wrong place. I am Chiu Ranku, and I have been starving for many days. I saw the lights on in your esteemed residence and wished to come in to find some food. That's true. That's exactly what he meant. Murder and robbery? He used to dare to do this, but now he really doesn't. After Lier, who had fought alongside him in the past, became emperor, he was filled with apprehension towards this kind of wandering knight and also gave up his idea of killing people indiscriminately in the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi thought, the bearded guest? How could it be such a formidable person? Damn it. How did Li Jing's brother end up stealing from his own house? Put down your weapons. All right, brave warrior, please don't be impulsive. I'll surrender right now. Qin Yi whistled, and a dozen people instantly descended from the rooftop. One of them chuckled. You've been climbing around outside for 3 days now. I've noticed you a long time ago. Chapter 156 Fictional novels are all deceptive. The bearded man was bound hand and foot, a bitter smile spreading across his face. He traveled thousands of miles from the distant seaside to Chang'an to seek refuge with his brother, Li Jing. But he had a huge appetite along the way, and coupled with the various droughts in the Guangzhou plain this year, he hadn't eaten for several days. Others might die if they don't eat for a few days, but he won't. He's lost a lot of weight. Bare-bearded stranger. I never thought that a dignified wandering knight would do such petty theft. Qin Yi lit a cigarette and sat on a chair in the cellar. When Zhu Yeqing heard the name Chiu Ranku, his eyes lit up instantly. Haha, Lord Marquis is mighty. You even managed to capture Chiu Ranku. My lord, the government will reward the captive Chiu Ran with 10,000 taels of gold. Qin Yi's face darkened. The 10,000 taels of gold that Lier had bet on last time had not been delivered yet. Not only had he not delivered the gold, but he had also dumped several children here, acting as if he were the children's elder. The bearded man looked dejected. Qin Yi sized up the rough-looking man and suddenly remembered the description of Chiu Ranku in the drama. This is a rich kid, but he was abandoned because he was too ugly at birth. There are many people in this world who are abandoned because of their ugliness, especially in the Tang dynasty. Many officials were extremely talented, but unfortunately, they were not good-looking, which even made the imperial examination process extremely complicated, such as the Zhong Kuei, who died by crashing into a car. Xiao Ranku was adopted, raised, and taught martial arts by Kunlun slaves. Many people believe that Kunlun slaves were black people, but according to Qin Yi's understanding, Kunlun slaves were actually brown-skinned people from Southeast Asia during the Tang dynasty. Some of them had dark skin and were extremely strong, so they probably immigrated from the African continent. The origins are hard to pinpoint, as human civilization has only accounted for a tiny fraction of Earth's history. In the long river of Earth's history, human civilization is not even a ripple. This bearded man possessed immense strength and was once a fierce general who should have made waves in the world. However, after meeting Li Shimin, he felt inferior to him and left on his own. There seems to be a beautiful story between this guy and Li Jing, namely the three-person trip of Hong Fu Nu and Li Jing. Did you return to Chang'an just to see your brother Li Jing? Qin Yi asked. The bearded man was taken aback. Had he mentioned Li Jing before? He seemed to have mentioned him before, but then again, he seemed not. Oh well, he was too hungry to remember. I'm just a rough man. Li Jing and I were like brothers back then. Now that I'm in some trouble, I naturally hope he can help me out. Qin Yi frowned, pondering the whereabouts and trajectory of the bearded man in the story. Some say that this bearded man became the master of 72 islands in the South China Sea, while others say that he became the ruler of a country in southeastern China during the Tang dynasty. If we follow this line of reasoning, then the bearded man must have encountered trouble. Could it be that he failed in his power grab? Hee, what's the story behind you being wanted by the Tang dynasty? Before the bearded stranger could speak, Zhu Yeqing said, this fool saw a little girl being killed by a spoiled brat from Luoyang, and in a fit of rage, he slaughtered dozens of people from that brat's entire family. Huh. Bamboo Leaf Green laughed loudly, as if in front of the bearded stranger, he was still a person with dignity. At least he didn't say he was an assassin, so no one would think he was an assassin. Zhang Zhongjian was an upright and honorable man throughout his life. How dare you, a petty scoundrel, discuss him? You're courting death. The bearded man's real name was Zhang Zhongjian. At this moment, he sighed. I don't know why, but last year when I planned to start a rebellion in the southeast, I went to war with the people of that country. Just as we were marching in triumph, suddenly some people appeared. They were a real army, seemingly from Japan. Although they couldn't compare to the Tang army, they were far more capable than my scattered soldiers. I could only try to save my life and escape back home. So, do you have a crush on Hong Fu Nu? Qin Yi's gossipy nature began to stir. Hong Fu Nu? My sister-in-law. Zhang Zhongjin laughed loudly. Boy, if you're going to accuse me of murder, I won't refuse. After all, I've killed countless people and I don't even remember who I've killed. But my brother Li Jing's wife is a heroine. I, Zhang Zhongjian, am an upright man and would never do such a thing. No, don't you have any other thoughts at all? Qin Yi continued to press for answers. Zhang Zhongjin sighed. I had a girl I loved, but she was killed by the army of the 18 Rout rebel kings. At this point, Zhang Zhongjian, the bearded man, gritted his teeth and became extremely angry, as if he were about to break free of the ropes binding him. I see. Qin Yi nodded. The interpretation was indeed nonsense. I heard from that person that you are a marquis. What kind of marquis are you? As far as I know, there is no marquis this young in the Tang dynasty. The bearded man looked unconvinced. You brute. Qin Yi is the first young man in the Tang dynasty to be granted a marquis title. Even Hua Tsubing couldn't compare. How could you possibly know that? The bamboo viper is starting to show off again. You son of a bitch, I'll tear you to pieces after I've eaten and drunk my fill. Bamboo Leaf Green mocked and ridiculed, while bearded guest became increasingly exasperated. As the two continued their bickering, Yang Er arrived with food. Have something to eat first, you two together. Having been imprisoned for a long time, Zhu Yeqing has gotten used to it. After all, being imprisoned in the Marquis's mansion, although he occasionally suffers some torture, the food seems to be better than outside. Seeing that the bearded man didn't know where to start, Zhu Yeqing took the initiative. Chicken legs were very filling, and Zhu Yeqing was skin and bones, having been tortured quite a bit. Being able to eat chicken legs was already a great blessing. My lord, I've thought it through. If I survive, I will definitely come and follow you. Life would be so much better. Why be a rogue or an assassin? The bearded man frowned, his hand pausing as he looked at the lamb leg in his hand. Are you a member of the bad guys? Exactly. No wonder you're so well informed. But the bad commander is nothing more than that now, just a coward hiding underground. You're the coward. I am a peerless hero, invincible. You're kidding me. Even the invincible couldn't get enough to eat and had to run all the way back. After the two had eaten and drunk their fill, Qin Yi left. Capturing the bearded man was not a good thing. If Li Jing found out, he would make a scene, cry, and threaten suicide, which would be troublesome. Qin Yi wasn't sound asleep to begin with, when he suddenly heard footsteps and Zhang Xiong's warning whistle. So when he went outside, he saw the bearded man searching everywhere for the kitchen. At this moment, Zhang Xiong was standing in Qin Yi's study. "My lord, this guy hasn't made any unusual moves these past 2 days." At first, he was keeping an eye on the people being trained, but later he seemed to have tried to enter the manor several times. "It seems that I have finally made up my mind only after today." Chapter 157, The Turkic Problem. Did that person intend to kill? Reporting to the Marquis, I couldn't tell. If this guy had any murderous intent, the 2 brothers who were guarding the roof would have been dead long ago. Moreover, you, my lord, may also be injured. Zhang Xiong sighed. This man was once a prominent figure. I once thought that Xiu Ranku was one of the great heroes of the world. Who would have thought that he would end up like this today? Qin Yi rubbed his head and smiled. This is a big problem. We need to appease him and hand him over to Li Jing, otherwise he'll cause trouble later. Before they knew it, dawn had broken, and the cellar was filled with the sounds of bickering all night. Qin Yi and Zhang Xiong guarded the cellar all night. The next day, when they came to Qin Yi to report, they were still laughing uncontrollably, clutching their stomachs. That bearded man was really unfortunate. He was doing very well, but for some reason, in June or July of the 9th year of Wuda, he seemed to have a run of bad luck. Everything he did resulted in heavy casualties, and in the end, he was completely routed. Bamboo Leaf Green is also a man who doesn't speak properly. The bearded stranger almost broke his neck last night. Qin Yi was taken aback. Could this be another effect of the wormhole? After Qin Yi appeared in the Tang dynasty, he found that many things had already been affected. For example, Li Chengqian's poisoning happened a little earlier than expected, and Wang Tong, who died young, was still alive. The relationship between Li Er and the Turks was not harmonious at the beginning and later turned into war, as the historical record suggests. Instead, it was one of constant conflict and irreconcilable differences from the start. Thinking of this, Qin Yi laughed out loud. He felt like a butterfly that had flapped its wings from a future time and space, and the world of the Tang dynasty began to change dramatically because of his appearance. This change was initially subtle, but now it's become so obvious. Forget it. It's more interesting to watch Li Chengqian train Li Tai. In the imperial court, Li Er was in a dilemma. He heard 3 different opinions regarding the Turks. The first opinion came from the ministers, who favored letting these Turks learn the culture and customs of the Central Plains, giving them some land, allowing their nomadic nature to be gradually worn away over time, and letting them live among the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Er did not object to this, but he always felt that the Tang dynasty at present did not seem to need such a gentle approach. Enemies on the grasslands, and those surrounding the Tang dynasty, should all feel the Tang dynasty's fear before they will obediently submit. Only if they submit will the Tang dynasty show them mercy and give them a chance. The second argument differs from the first. Emperor Wu of Han settled these Turks in the same way he settled the Xiongnu, but his strategy was to send them to some sparsely populated areas of the Tang dynasty and establish protectorates there. The third argument, put forward by Qin Yi, is to defeat them until they submit. Li Er highly praised this point, but he also strongly agreed with Wen Yanba's second suggestion. Just as Qin Yi said, at the beginning of the Tang dynasty, these people were all capable ministers who governed the country well, and every method they devised was the result of careful consideration. Whether or not to go to war has now become a dilemma for Li Er. In the imperial court, no one dared to answer for a moment. Your Majesty, I believe that hesitation will only lead to more trouble. Since the Turks are already facing decline, we should press our advantage and then adopt Wen Yanba's strategy. Ma Zhou did not attend court, but listened from the sidelines. At this moment, he boldly stepped forward and, facing the gaze of dozens of eyes in the court, expressed his thoughts. Ma Zhou was always by Qin Yi's side, expressing his deep hatred for the Turks, who were barbaric and brutal, completely unaware of the power of civilization. Ma Zhou remembered Qin Yi's words, civilization is a kind of inheritance. The Turks have no inheritance of civilization. They only rely on human instincts to live. Such people are the most dangerous. Do not give them benefits easily unless you defeat them completely. Ma Zhou's opening remarks in the imperial court caused a stir, and various opinions began to emerge. Li Er's headache is nothing to worry about, as long as Qin Yi is relaxed. Teaching a few kids math is still quite simple. At first, Yuan Tiangang thought that he was not in touch with these top secrets, But he soon discovered that Qin Yi did not seem to be avoiding him. Instead, he invited him to listen in together. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangang, a clever man, was able to apply what he learned to other situations, as if he had discovered a new mystery of the universe. Qin Yi, the methods of mathematics are of immense benefit to me. You know, if my sister were to replace you now, she would do everything better than you except for not being able to deceive people. Qin Yi smiled and tossed a cigarette to Yuan Tiangang. The handsome Taoist priest fell into self-doubt and now really didn't want to leave. Qin Yi, why is that number replaced with an unknown variable? Isn't this just positive and negative thinking? Your assumption is just that it's easier to calculate. After all, if the thinking is correct, the rest is just a matter of calculation. Qin Yi, what if our thinking is wrong? You can even get this wrong? You don't deserve to be the imperial advisor. You're not even as good as Li Ku. Although he's a bit younger, he works so much harder. Despite being looked down upon, Yuan Tiangang felt no discomfort whatsoever. Today I'm going to take a look at that body tempering method. When His Majesty asked me about it in the imperial study last night, I thought it was a hoax. If there were any extraordinary methods for body tempering in the world, the Tang army would have known about them long ago. How could we allow the Turks to be so arrogant? But the moment he arrived at the playground, Yuan Tiangang noticed that those who had been complaining just 2 days ago were now showing signs of improvement. While they weren't exactly walking like the wind, they were at least much faster. They were even crawling on the ground as fast as he was walking. What's even more impressive is that they were carrying tens or even hundreds of kilograms of sand on their backs. That's terrifying. Li Chengxian and Li Tai also practiced alongside them, their determined faces showing stubbornness as they encouraged each other. Qi Ping was physically weak, but after 2 or 3 days of training, he underwent a transformation. In Qi Ping's eyes, the misery of a fallen nobleman was no longer visible. There was only boundless longing and hope for the future. This guy is not bad. Yuan Tiangang saw Qi Ping and noticed that the people behind Qi Ping seemed to be following in Qi Ping's footsteps, advancing steadily and surely. The cold air in the mud did not seem to hinder their progress. Qin Yi suddenly shouted, "After this training session, we will have a pull-up competition. The person who does the most pull-ups will get an extra pound of meat for lunch." In an instant, everyone moved even faster. These people are still eating dry rations and haven't had any meat for almost 3 days. They're incredibly impatient. The Special Forces training has put their willpower to a terrifying test. If it weren't for Qi Ping, many of them might not have been able to hold on. Chapter 158 Purple Qi comes from the east. Yuan Tiangang looked at these people and suddenly sighed. Qin Yi asked, puzzled, why did the imperial advisor sigh? Yuan Tiangang was a good person in many ways, but his only flaw was his penchant for mystification. Perhaps this is typical of Taoists. After all, if they don't do something fancy, it seems the believers will doubt their professional competence. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang waved his hand and said seriously, Qin Yi, if these people all become your people in the future, will they still be loyal to the Tang dynasty? Yuan Tiangang had an extremely keen eye and could always spot the key points in certain issues. Are these people Qin Yi's men, or the people of the Tang dynasty? This is a serious issue. Qin Yi said seriously, you are the grand preceptor of the Tang dynasty. Do you think these people belong to the Marquis of Lishan's mansion or to the Tang dynasty? Yuan Tiangang was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. If these people belong to the Marquis of Lishan's mansion, then they must belong to the Tang dynasty. Since these people belong to the Tang dynasty, what other problems are there? But Yuan Tiangang always had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Actually, the flaw in this statement is obvious. Does Qin Yi necessarily belong to the Tang dynasty? There is absolutely no need to question this. Yuan Tiangang did not understand Qin Yi's deep-seated vision of a powerful Tang dynasty, nor did he understand why Qin Yi acted like a selfless sage in the face of the current situation in the Tang dynasty. A sage refers to a person in Taoism who possesses a pure and innocent heart. After a long while, he sighed. Perhaps I was too preoccupied. This body tempering method is truly rare, and it is the first time I have ever seen it. I lost my composure. People who haven't seen much of the world tend to get stuck on trivial matters. Anyway, He Chen often does this, and even someone as strong as Li Er often does it. It's not their fault. Li Er was just an emperor in ancient times. People who haven't been exposed to big data and the complete education system of later generations might not understand what universal education means. However, it seems that Yuan Tiangang still has a knot in his heart. The happiest people right now are Li Chengxian and Li Tai. The two princes are vying for the lead and have struggled to the edge of victory. For them, the line drawn by Zhang Xiong is their finish line. Brother, Why are you using such an indecent posture? Seeing Li Chengqian's slightly bent hips and protruding buttocks, Li Tai was instantly puzzled and asked breathlessly. Li Chengqian didn't answer him, but instead gestured towards the people who were training. Li Tai felt as if he had discovered a new continent. He imitated Li Chengqian, hunching over slightly in exhaustion. Suddenly, the weight on his body seemed to lighten considerably. Although it didn't look very good, the posture was really comfortable. He took big strides forward without affecting his speed at all. 8-year-old Li Ku was pulled out by Qin Riyun and Qin Riyu. Someone had to take the bird eggs from the tree. His older brother had said that climbing trees was dangerous, but now it was fine. The emperor's son seemed to be very good at this kind of thing. In no time, he was up in the tree and took the 3 bird eggs out of the deep nest. Li Ku stood on a tree branch, a victor's smile on his face, before realizing his face was covered in a sticky substance, bird droppings. When the mother bird returned from foraging, she found her home destroyed. She was instantly enraged and attacked, even though the attacker was a huge creature. This is the greatness of motherhood. But obviously, the bird droppings attack only disgusted Li Ku for a moment and then had no effect. Li Ku ran away, leaving the mother bird chirping on the branch. In the cold winter wind, the chirping of the earth sparrow sounded even more desolate. During his lecture, Qin Yi noticed a problem. Yuan Tiangang not only wanted to study mathematics, but was also very interested in physics. He was now full of questions about torque and lever arm. Qin Yi, you're saying a child can weigh more than me? Qin Yi rolled his eyes and pointed to the seesaw in the side yard. It was a custom-made seesaw with a long wooden board that could slide back and forth. Once it was slid to the position where he wanted to stop, he could tighten the latch and conduct various experiments on the principle of leverage. Yuan Tiangang was quite heavy, while Li Ku weighed less than a third of Yuan Tiangang's weight. When Qin Riyun and Qin Riyu volunteered to adjust the seesaw, Yuan Tiangang was surprised. Old Yuan, don't look at me like that. I'm not a monster. These are all principles that exist in the world. Don't be alarmed when you find out that even a kid like Li Ku can make you stand up high. After Qin Yi finished speaking, Li Ku was about to sit down when Qin Yi pointed to the spot on the other side with a cotton cushion, and Yuan Tiangang sat down there. The Grand Preceptor of the Tang Dynasty refused to believe it and remained nonchalant, thinking Qin Yi was talking nonsense. But after he sat down, he realized something was wrong. He was clearly much heavier than the third prince, yet he was being lifted high up, and no matter how hard he tried, the board beneath him remained firmly in place. Carefully observing the distance from the middle of the seesaw to her side, and then looking at the distance from the center of the seesaw to Li Ku's side, it was clear that Li Ku's side was much longer. Old Yuan, this is how you use your strength. It has nothing to do with your weight, but with how you use it. Of course, if you are infinitely heavy, it doesn't matter who is in front of you. Qin Yi smiled, then said seriously, you guys start calculating, don't slack off. Yuan Tiangang jumped down from the high seesaw, his face beaming with excitement. Qin Yi, is this your teaching method? Yuan Tiangang had never seen experimental teaching before, nor did he know the principles behind it, so he was naturally even more puzzled. All the teachers in the Tang Dynasty taught in the classroom, and none of them used a method like Qin Yi's, which used achievable external objects to inspire students. Old Yuan, some things can only be understood by stepping out of the house, going outside, and experiencing them firsthand. As the saying goes, what you learn from books is never enough. You must put it into practice to truly understand. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he left with a meaningful expression and turned to leave. Li Chengqian and Li Tai then tugged at Yuan Tiangang's clothes, saying, Grand Preceptor, we want to give it a try too. Yuan Tiangang suddenly laughed. The scholars of the Tang Dynasty have been talking about war on paper for too long. If they were all like Qin Yi, how wonderful that would be. What a profound truth it is. Knowledge gained from books is ultimately superficial. True understanding requires personal experience. Marquis Lu Tianho is indeed extraordinary. Okay, you two, one at a time. This winter seems a bit strange. It's warm on one hand, but cold enough to freeze your teeth off on the other. You might say it's cold, but clearly, most of the time, this winter is quite pleasant. At the very least, in the past few days, the sky has been warm due to the high sun, and even places like Jade Mountain are now shrouded in purple mist. As a result, Jade Mountain in Lantian is crowded with people, and dignitaries and nobles alike come to admire and pay homage. The crowd stood on a valley with a great view atop Jade Mountain. The wind was so strong at the edge of the high peak that it could almost blow people away. People coming and going into the wind gap had to hold on tightly to the ropes that were barely buried in the ground and tied to the boulders, gasping for breath, just to catch a glimpse of the purple aura coming from the east. Outside the crowd, Two people stood with piercing eyes. One was tall and imposing, like a small mountain. The other was slender and light. Chapter 159 Test. Zhang Zhongjian. Are you sure the Marquis said he would let us go as long as we can dig out the purple jade from here? Zhu Yeqing doesn't trust Qin Yi at all now, but he can't go out with the title of assassinating a Marquis of the Tang dynasty. Qin Yi generously allowed the two of them to go into the mountains to collect jade. Although it was called collecting jade, it was actually to learn about the distribution of jade stones in the Jade Mountain. Zhang Zhongjian felt that although his previous actions had not caused any harm, stealing from the Marquis' mansion was ultimately not a gentlemanly act, and he felt guilty, so he readily agreed. Zhu Yeqing, who had attempted to assassinate Qin Yi, was now in a dilemma. Look, no one's been watching us along the way. Why don't we go our separate ways? Zhu Yeqing asked again. Zhang Zhongjian, the bearded man, had long since shaved off his beard. After washing up, he exuded a heroic aura, which amazed Qin Yi. At this moment, Zhang Zhongjian smiled faintly. If you dare to run, I will immediately go to Chang'an and tell those bad guys that even if you run to the ends of the earth, they will find you. Zhu Yeqing shuddered. It seemed to make sense. His assassination attempt had failed, and he should have been dead by now. But not only did he not die, he also revealed some of the secrets of the bad people. If the bad people in Chang'an find out, they will probably fight to the death. He himself was a member of the bad guys, so how could he not know their methods? Thinking of those cruel and ruthless methods, and recalling the suffering of a familiar colleague who had been exposed for leaking secrets, the way he was in a state of wanting to live but not wanting to die, Zhu Yeqing broke out in a cold sweat again. Bamboo leaf green. Once these people have dispersed, you can climb down from this rope. I have already tied the rope to the boulder. Is there really no other way? Zhang Zhongjian, don't think there's only one way here. Zhang Zhongjian shook his head. If there were a road, would I need to wait for them to leave one by one? He had already thoroughly explored the area within a 10-mile radius. On Jade Mountain, there was only this one place to descend. In the past, jade miners often entered the valley. The tall mountain was not considered steep. Under normal circumstances, it would have been easy to climb down the high rock face. But it's winter now, and the entire rock face is freezing cold and incredibly slippery. Some of the higher areas are even covered with icicles, making it impossible to stand, let alone slowly descend. Zhang Zhongjian had encountered all sorts of situations in the southeast over the years, but while the southeast had its perilous terrain and treacherous shoals, it did not have the problem of high mountains freezing over, as it was a hot southern region. Bamboo leaf green sighed. All right, just remember to hold my hand later. Your agility is definitely not as good as mine. You know, I was a thief back in the day, moving like the wind and disappearing without a trace. Keep bragging, you still got caught by the Marquis. Hee, it was an accident, okay? The reason Qin Yi sent Xiu Ranku and Zhu Yiqing to search for jade mines wasn't actually for jade mines. What couldn't be made in the super farm? The purpose of sending these two was simply to see if the bearded man was truly capable. For someone like Zhu Yeqing to fall into the bearded man's hands was a testament to his skill. Not only did the two bicker while being imprisoned in the cellar, but they also argued countless times along the way. These past few days, the summit of Lantian Jade Mountain has been shrouded in purple mist, which has truly excited countless people. When the court officials heard about it, they all rushed to see it. Qin Yi felt that all he needed was a camera, otherwise he could have captured that beautiful moment. As for going to the mountaintop to see the purple aura, are you kidding me? On such a cold day, isn't it better to stay at home and eat watermelon? Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu ate a lot of watermelon today, and they wanted more after they finished. You two are girls, aren't you afraid of getting stomach aches from eating so much watermelon? Brother, how could that be? My sister and I eat one every day. Qin Ryu let it slip. No wonder Yunyang always complained that there were always a few watermelons missing from the kitchen. Brother, are you getting married? Qin Ryu suddenly asked. Qin Yi was also stunned. What's wrong? Brother, you can't get married. Qin Yi frowned. Why? I'm a man. Men should marry when they're old enough, and women should marry when they're old enough. You'll all have to get married eventually. The two little girls pouted, their faces practically dripping with oil. Brother, we're not getting married. We want to stay with you forever. Yes, when you were silly before, the two of us took care of you. You can't abandon us. Oh no, they still remember this. After Qin Yi transmigrated, this boy named Qin Yi suddenly became smart. Not many people know about this. Only these two little girls know. Don't say things like that in the future. You guys are still young. After saying that, Qin Yi tilted his head back, lit a cigarette, and said, the reason why love is so entangled and lasts until death is something you two little girls would never understand. He was indeed getting married soon. and Wang Tong had given him an ultimatum. He had to come and propose marriage as soon as spring arrived. Wang Zhuozhuo couldn't sit still at home anymore, and she kept clamoring to play with Qin Yi, but it was obvious that this was against the rules. How could a woman from the Tang dynasty possibly show her face in public? It was one thing that she hadn't been disciplined before, but now that they were getting engaged, it was natural not to let Wang Zhuozhuo run around. What woman runs around before marriage? She might get drowned in a pig cage. After learning about this situation, Qin Yi suddenly felt as if he had traveled from the future to ancient times, yet he still couldn't escape the process of being pressured to get married. Wang Zhuozhuo seems to be a nice girl. She just had a bad temper. Wang Tong didn't tell her the details at the time, only that the girl was proud and not easily tamed by ordinary men. This was no longer a matter of taming. Wang Zhuozhuo's uncles and aunts were all military generals in the court. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts from a young age and was very easygoing. Fortunately, he was strong and healthy, otherwise he would have been tricked by Wang Tong. Brother, after you get married, will you stop talking to us? Although Qin Ruyu is generally quiet, she is extremely dependent on Qin Yi. The quieter a girl is, the more clingy she is. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Qin Ruyu nodded frantically. Brother, you really do seem to be. Go, I need to rest. You two better go back to sleep right now, or you'll have to copy the 1,000-character classic 10 times. Upon hearing that they had to copy a book, the two little girls immediately stuck out their tongues and ran off in a flash. The night was cool and still, with a howling wind. Outside the Marquis's mansion, the lights were bright, and the torches illuminated the faces of those training, like lighthouses at sea guiding the way of hope. Zhang Xiong finally realized a problem. One day, his 100 personal guards might also be involved in these training exercises. The Marquis seems to want quite a lot. Zhang Xiong sighed. Keep going, pull-ups. Okay. The crowd roared, startling Go Dan awake, before he fell back into a deep sleep. Chapter 160 Li Yiri asks. Li Er was filled with anticipation for the Turkic affairs. After dealing with the Turks for so long, the Tang dynasty had always suffered setbacks, but in these two instances, the Tang dynasty gained an absolute advantage. Jelly Khan and Tuli Khan are no longer in the imperial prison. They are under house arrest in a top-secret place in Chang'an, heavily guarded, where even a moth could hardly fly out. But even late at night, Li Er still couldn't fall asleep. Li Junxian, get in here. Li Er was furious when Li Junxian pushed open the door to the imperial study and entered. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Li Er's face showed anxiety. I'm going to fight the Turks now. Do you think I can win? Li Junxian is a veteran. Although he is not old, only in his 30s, his battlefield experience is unmatched by ordinary people. After Li Er ascended the throne, Li Junxian became Li Er's right-hand man, holding the position of left guard general. This official position may seem insignificant, but it allowed him to stay by Li Er's side every day. Li Er was very confident in this person. He was a fierce general who had followed Li Er in defeating Song Jinggang back then. He was brave, resourceful, and quite capable. Li Junxian's control over the battlefield surpasses that of others. In this respect, even Li Jing and Zhang Liang might not be his match. Upon hearing Li Er's question, Li Junxian sighed and said, Your Majesty, have you forgotten? The Tang dynasty is currently powerless to fight. If we rashly start a war, we will definitely lack soldiers and food. Li Er suddenly remembered that spring hadn't arrived yet, and the seeds he brought back from Qin Yi hadn't been sown. The people of the Tang dynasty would certainly have enough to eat next year, and the army wouldn't lack rations. But that was next year, not now. If we attack now while the Turks are weak, the chances of victory are extremely high, but the losses will also be very heavy. If a stalemate is formed, can the Tang army hold out for more than 5 months? In 5 months, those crops should be ripe, and then the army will no longer lack food. Good heavens, why does time have to play such a cruel trick on us? You gave me Qin Yi, a talent sent from heaven, but you have also blocked the Tang dynasty's hope of destroying the Turks. Li Junxian, if I lose, will I be condemned by the people? Upon hearing Li Er's words, Li Junxian dared not answer. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. Despite his usual imposing manner, the price of his power was that he would constantly face Li Er's probing questions. If he did not answer well, he might lose his head. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Li Er slapped his thigh and said, I knew you people wouldn't speak properly, hiding your true intentions. Come with me out of the palace. I'm going to Lantian. Your Majesty, it is already late at night. I can't sleep. On the official road in Lantian, 2 horses galloped past, attracting the attention of many people under the moonlight. They were all people who had rushed to Yushan to see the auspicious purple clouds coming from the east. A wise man said that this strange sight could only be seen in winter and could not be seen at other times of the year. Now that the Grand Preceptor of the Tang Dynasty was personally overseeing it, one had to pay 10 coins to go up. But when they saw someone riding a horse galloping in the opposite direction, they all showed surprise and disdain. Hee, what a clueless person. Such a great opportunity, and you don't even appreciate it. The Jade Mountain scenery is a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Exactly. Bring your concubine all the way to the top. TSK. Find a secluded place. Enjoy yourself. How exciting would that be? Haha. So that's what you were thinking. Li Er and Li Junxian ran frantically towards Qin Yi's house, oblivious to the words of the people around them. These people simply couldn't understand that the world was in utter chaos. At the very least, the Tang Dynasty hadn't yet fully escaped that chaos. The reason they had the time, the opportunity, and the leisure to climb mountains and see the wonders of the world was because of the silent sacrifices of people like Li Er, Li Junxian, and Li Jing. Who knows what the future holds for the Tang Dynasty? But Li Er is now completely convinced that as long as he can bind Qin Yi to the Tang Dynasty's worship, the Tang Dynasty's worship will be invincible and fearless. When Qin Yi was woken up by Li Er, he was still dreaming, drooling all over his pillow. It wasn't because he was dreaming about anything, but because that's how boys his age usually sleep. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Qin Yi rubbed his eyes, extremely displeased, his tone filled with reluctance. Upon hearing this, Li Er frowned. What, you brat? I have something to discuss with you late at night, and you respond with this attitude? Do you think I can't handle a sword? Your Majesty, please keep your voice down. Dan is asleep. If you wake him up, the entire Marquis mansion will probably be unable to sleep. Let me ask you, if I were to attack the Turks now, what do you think my chances of winning are? Qin Yi suddenly shuddered. What's going on? Didn't we talk about the Turkic problem before? We just need to wait a while before launching a major offensive. The Turks, after this winter, will be completely defeated due to hunger and mountains of corpses. Is Li Er anxious? Why is that? Qin Yi hesitated and said, Your Majesty, the great threat from the Turks will soon be resolved. Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Yi, just tell me, what are my chances of winning? Qin Yi looked at Li Er's anxious yet domineering eyes and immediately understood that Li Er was facing a problem. The various problems that have arisen in the Tang Dynasty this year have not been fully resolved. Only solutions have been found so far. Internal conflicts are intensifying, and the previous bloody purge, which took advantage of Li Chengxian's poisoning, has left the court in a state of panic. The purpose of attacking the Turks was nothing more than to stabilize public sentiment. I am in a difficult situation right now. Li Er sighed, and Qin Yi immediately lit a cigarette and handed it to him. Li Er exhaled a smoke ring, his brows furrowed with worry. But it was clear that water could not flow from between his brows. The Tang Dynasty needed a surge of vitality, inspiring military achievements, and events that would subdue those restless officials in the court. It's important to understand that Li Er's 3 years of biding his time were fraught with danger. Apart from his trusted old subordinates, most of the others were henchmen of powerful families and aristocratic clans. If Li Er hadn't taken drastic measures, it would have taken at least 30 years, let alone 3, for the Tang Dynasty to rise to prominence. I already carried out a brutal crackdown 2 days ago, and blood flowed like a river in Chang'an, but I suddenly realized that it didn't even cause any serious damage. Those people are despicable. They betray their own people. I don't like them. Qin Yi shook his head and said calmly, Your Majesty, there is a way. If Your Majesty is not afraid of being infamous, you may implement it. It will be entirely beneficial. Li Er's eyes lit up. None of the court officials dared to utter a word, and Li Junxian also tried to evade the issue. Only Qin Yi dared to speak. Li Junxian, who was outside, also heard these words, and his eyes widened in terror in an instant. Chapter 161, the Tang Dynasty version of Qin Hui. Throughout 5,000 years of history, countless monarchs have faced this problem. Which of them doesn't want to have absolute power? Which of them doesn't want to solve this problem? But the problem isn't something they can simply solve. The resistance is too great, and there are too many vested interests involved at all levels. There was a department in the Tang Dynasty that was subordinate to the Tang court, but was responsible for negotiating peace with the Turks. This special department was equivalent to a temporary strategic department in later times. The person in charge of it was a man surnamed Tian named Tian Yi. This man was high profile and extremely domineering. Relying on his ability to negotiate peace with the Turks and the fact that the Tang Dynasty was powerless against the Turks, he amassed an untold fortune and power in the court. But precisely because of this kind of person, Li Er dared not act rashly. Qin Yi is a two-faced person. He has no powerful backing whatsoever. But which official in the court hadn't received gifts from him? Even the prime minister had received some bribes from him. So apart from a few ministers who spoke frankly, most others remained silent. The generals had followed Li Er for many years, and although they wanted to cut off his head at all times, the problem was, if he died, who would have the nerve to negotiate with the Turks? That was the case before because the Turks were powerful, but the situation has now reversed. If Li Er wanted to attack the Turks, the first person he needed to deal with was Qin Yi. Qin Yi learned about this person from Ma Zhou. At first, he was furious, but soon he understood the reason. Qin Yi had no real ability and could only rely on peace talks with the Turks to maintain his position in the court. If war were to break out with the Turks, his interests would inevitably be threatened. For his own benefit, he would certainly incite the censors to impeach Li Er, under the guise of "Please listen carefully, Your Majesty." Li Er couldn't touch this man because he had made significant contributions during the fight against the Turks and the confrontation with them. When the Turks were at their peak, if it weren't for Qin Yi's mediation, the pressure faced by the Tang dynasty's border troops would have been far more severe than it had been in the past. As Qin Yi spoke, he stared at Li Er's expression. Seeing that Li Er was truly determined, Qin Yi immediately said, "Your Majesty, let bygones be bygones. A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Besides, this is a disgrace from back then. If Your Majesty can't bring yourself to do it, let someone else do it. I have a brave warrior here." Qin Yi had an innocent and naive expression on his face, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Li Er knew what Qin Yi meant. "You little rascal, you dare to do this?" "Hee, why wouldn't I dare?" Qin Yi stood up. The wheels of history roll ever onward, and anyone who tries to stop the tide of history will be crushed like a stone. "Your Majesty, since the wheels of history are bound to turn, whether it's sooner or later doesn't really matter. Kill him, the Turks will be pacified, and everyone will shut up." Li Er gasped. He would never have dared to act rashly against someone like Qin Yi before. Although Qin Yi was arrogant because of his achievements, he had never done anything outrageous. Of course, Li Er also knew that a person like Qin Yi was only suitable to be a diplomat, and could only provide a fig leaf for the Tang dynasty when seeking peace. The Tang dynasty no longer needs such people. Gritting his teeth, Li Er finally hardened his heart and said, "Qin Yi, I'm entrusting this matter to you." "Haha, Your Majesty, I have no problem with it, but I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the pressure from the ministers. Come, take some cigarettes back with you this time." Li Er's face darkened. "You brat, how dare you mock me? How could my heart be so fragile? And cigarettes? How could I possibly be bothered by those censors to the point of smoking every day? Never mind, I'll still take the cigarettes with me." Li Er was only in Qin Yi's house for a short while, then slowly left, smoking a cigarette and making a delicious sound. As he was leaving, Li Junxian glanced back thoughtfully at the Marquis of Lishan's residence, his expression quite intriguing. "Your Majesty, why did you come to Marquis Lishan's place tonight?" Li Junxian, of course, knew nothing about the relationship between Li Er and Qin Yi, but he knew that the current emperor often went to Lantian and was always exceptionally happy when he returned. Li Er blew on his beard and wrapped his robe around himself. "Hee, Li Junxian, you're an old general, yet you're not even as good as a 16-year-old. Li Junxian immediately became trembling with fear and said, "Your Majesty, this old minister is guilty." What crime have you committed? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? It seems that only someone like Qin Yi, who is out of step with the court, can see things clearly." Li Junxian dared not utter a sound. Li Er said quietly, "Those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly. Let's go back to the palace." The next morning, Qin Yi got up early and went to find Qi Ping. "My lord, I'm training." Qi Ping has begun to enjoy the training. It's already the 4th day, and Qi Ping feels that after his body adapts to the training, his mind has become more resolute. "Today is field training, you don't need to participate. I have something for you to do." Qi Ping's eyes lit up with surprise. "Yes, Your Excellency." Standing at the door of Qin Yi's study were Zhang Xiong and a dozen personal guards. Today, no one was allowed to approach within a dozen meters of the study door. Even the 2 young girls, Qin Riyun and Qin Ruyu, could only watch from a distance. In the study, Qin Yi's expression was serious. "Kill someone." Qi Ping frowned. "My lord, I will not kill anyone. You can hire someone to kill me." "My lord, when I, Qi Ping, decided to enter the Marquis's mansion, I had already thrown those schemes to the winds." Qi Ping cupped his hands and said that his idea was simple. Once he entered the Marquis's mansion, he should not cause trouble for Marquis Letian. As for the past, he didn't care. All right, if I asked you to plan the murder of someone, do you have a way to do it discreetly? Qin Yi frowned and asked. Qi Ping pondered for a long time before finally asking in a daze. Is the Marquis testing me? Qin Yi laughed. Qi Ping, do you think I need to test you? Qi Ping lowered his head, a look of pain on his face. My lord, my current status is not appropriate, so I dare not speak recklessly. Hee, you are now the head steward of the Marquis' mansion. From today onwards, you will be in charge of arranging most of the affairs in the mansion. Qin Yi stood up. I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. Qi Ping let out a long breath at this moment. He knew that he had entered the realm of normal people in this world. He was no longer the dregs in the quagmire, nor was he a lowly commoner without status in Chang'an City. My lord, you can do it this way. For Qi Ping, such dirty deeds were nothing new. Planning a murder without anyone knowing was not difficult for him. However, when Qi Ping learned that the person was Qin Yi, his expression turned serious. My lord, this man is extremely cautious. Chapter 162 Zhang Zhongjian, a born hero. Oh, how cautious is this person? Qin Yi couldn't help but ask. Qi Ping sighed. Qin Yi was the person who negotiated between the Tang dynasty and the Turkic envoys. He was very clever, but too scheming. I had a brief encounter with him back then, and I remember it vividly. His daily life is unpredictable. Even if he appears in Chang'an, his whereabouts are unknown. He owns 31 residences, and no one knows where he will spend the night. Normally, the places where Qin Yi appears are heavily guarded, making it extremely difficult to take action. After Qi Ping finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up. No, my lord, I understand. Qin Yi knew that Qi Ping had a solution. At Xiu Tower, this man would sit in the pavilion on the 3rd floor of Xiu Tower every day, facing his subordinates across the distance, gazing into the distance from the railing. If you were in charge, what kind of person would you choose to carry out the assassination? This person must have extraordinary courage, the spirit of a bandit, and even more so, the heroism, Qi Ping said leisurely. Qin Yi likes to befriend heroes from all walks of life, and values heroes highly. What's his character like? Well, my lord, this kind of person has no morals to speak of. He has done many abhorrent things in Chang'an. Most of his 31 residences were seized from ordinary people. During the Wuda era, many families were ruined and killed because of him. That's right, the best way to kill is to kill without any psychological burden. Outlaw heroes are hard to find. By the way, isn't Xiao Ranku at home? Qin Yi suddenly thought of a way to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Well done, bearded traveler. Bamboo Leaf Green squatted on the steps, its face extremely depressed. My lord, since you intend to spare me, why not let me do this? I am very skilled at killing. Qin Yi exhaled a smoke ring. You can't even kill me, and you call that being good at it? Bamboo Leaf Green's face turned green. It's not that I can't kill you, it's just that you're too strong, okay? There are very few people in this world who can fight with such power in their teens, even if you search the entire Tang dynasty. Is this my fault? My lord, I may not be able to help you, but I can help the others in Chang'an. Qin Yi smiled and said, your appearance is a little too obvious. Zhu Yeqing is no ordinary person. As an assassin, he is actually at a great disadvantage. Anyone with eyes can see that he is a ruthless person. His face was so angular it was almost protruding, and his expression always carried a chilling aura. Anyone who saw him would be terrified. Only Zhang Zhongjian could do this, not only because of Qin Yi's plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, but also because Zhang Zhongjian has the air of a rough-and-tumble hero. Such a person will be the center of attention wherever he goes. As long as Qin Yi can notice him, the opportunity will naturally arise. Zhang Zhongjian is more suitable for this task than you. My lord, won't you let me show my loyalty? Zhu Yeqing felt like a useless person, and even now, facing Zhang Xiong's army, he still felt it was meaningless. These rough men in the army didn't understand the art of assassination at all, and they couldn't get along. The children in the courtyard were nice, but they all ran far away when they saw a bamboo viper. There was no other way but to speak to the head steward, Qi Ping, but Qi Ping had just taken over the affairs of the Marquis' mansion and was very busy. Just then, Bamboo Leaf Green noticed a head popping out, sticking out its tongue, and breathing hot air onto its face. That little dog. Hello, my name is Awakens. A woo. Dog Egg barked a couple of times in a very serious manner, as if it had received a response. Qin Yi's face darkened. This guy actually hit it off with Godan at first sight. Today, there are no trainees on the training ground. They have all gone into the mountains, carrying their packs and weapons. The 3 days in the mountains are a necessary process for them. No one follows them, and no one asks them anything. But to survive 3 days in the mountains without food or water, and to be able to complete the 3 days of routine training after returning requires extremely high standards of wilderness survival. What kind of special forces soldier would you call someone who becomes listless and lethargic in the field? As Qin Yi was pondering, Li Chengqian grabbed his clothes and pulled him away. Teacher, I don't know how to do triangle calculations. You haven't learned it yet, so of course you don't know it. But teacher, I really want to learn. Qin Yi patted Li Chengqian's head, thinking, what a studious little fellow. No sooner had Qin Yi finished teaching Li Chengqian the angles and lines of a triangle than he noticed a problem. There seemed to be a giant kite on his roof. The kite swayed precariously in the strong wind, its triangular shape. So that's what they were waiting for. All right, go ahead and do whatever you want. As long as you don't die from the fall, everything is fine. Suddenly, Qin Yi heard an excited shout. Xiao Tai, look, it's flying. Quick, hold on tight. The sentry on duty on the roof immediately rushed over, leaped forward, and grabbed Li Tai, who was clinging tightly to the rope. The kite was a size larger than Li Tai and Li Chengqian. The two of them used oilcloth to make the kite surface and used their newly learned knowledge of triangles to complete the frame design. When the winter wind blew, the two of them actually wanted to hold on to the rope and fly up with the kite. Qin Yi's face darkened. The two little ones were made to stand as punishment. Because Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu mocked Li Chengqian and Li Tai, Qin Yi started punishing them by making them copy the 3-character classic. Li Ku remained quiet, but Qin Yi didn't notice that what Li Ku was holding was a small glass bottle containing dry lime. Finally, Qin Yi, who was in the study, heard a loud bang and jumped up. Mischievous kids need to be punished severely, otherwise they'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off tiles if left undisciplined for 3 days. Zhang Zhongjian entered Chang'an with the identity token made for him by the Marquis's mansion. Upon entering Chang'an, Zhang Zhongjian immediately felt the breath of freedom. Great! This is the Chang'an we're looking for. Breathing deeply, with a fragrant aroma in the air, Zhang Zhongjian took out some loose silver coins and began to eat heartily the food from the street vendors. Not long after, Zhang Zhongjian let out a burp and finally remembered that he had important business to attend to today. Zuyu Tower is not far away. Pinkong Ward is under strict guard, with soldiers patrolling from time to time. The Marquis is right. It is indeed not easy to make a move. Zuyu Tower had already opened, and shortly after noon, the entire tower was filled with the excited shouts of the girls. Zhang Zhongjian was a burly man, and as soon as he stepped into Zuyu Tower, he attracted gasps of surprise from the girls. In an instant, the iron tree blossomed. Zhang Zhongjian, who hadn't been with a woman for a long time, suddenly felt an itch in his heart. Men, bring wine, food, and girls. He was born a hero. He didn't need to pretend at all. His very words exuded a rough and untamed air. Chapter 163. Today's expenses were paid by Mr. Zhang. The servants of Zuola, who had been observing him, suddenly became enthusiastic, as if they had heard some kind of signal. There was no other reason than that the prohibition against wandering nights was extremely strict in Chang'an. It had been a long time since such a bold and unrestrained person had been seen. The moment he sat down, his voice carried an air of arrogance that looked down on everything in the world, as well as a domineering and unrestrained nature. This is the taste. The people of the Tang dynasty, from the highest to the lowest classes, whether commoners or scholars, always had a deep longing for chivalrous heroes. The core of the Tang dynasty's early civil and military achievements was the Tang people's reverence for martial arts. After shaving, Zhang Zhongjian no longer called himself the bearded guest. As he sat down, the servant chuckled. Sir, what would you like to order? Whatever feels good, come on. No need to worry about money. When Zhang Zhongjian came out, Qin Yi specially allocated a sum of silver and hid it in his loose clothes. 300 taels of silver could last a long time in Chang'an. The servant tossed 2 silver ingots onto the table, and his face lit up even more. Before long, a dozen or so girls rushed down. Zhang Zhongjian's physique and demeanor were too striking. In other places, such striking appearance might be mistaken for that of a vicious person, but in a brothel, such a person meant one thing: a wealthy man had arrived. The girls knew all too well how much money the rough man could spend. They had heard that Xiao Hong, the former courtesan at Zuyu Tower, had fallen for a rugged-looking man. The man was from a wealthy family and spent lavishly. Although he wasn't good-looking, he was a truly honest man. The two of them were inseparable, which made all the girls extremely envious. Hero, come. Let me have a drink with you. Brave warrior, do not be afraid. I have no ill intentions. I simply admire your bearing. As she spoke, her soft, boneless hand had already climbed onto Zhang Zhongjian's chest. In an instant, The ruthless, unflappable killer had become Zhang Zhongjian, his face flushed red and his heart pounding. The men watched with envy, exclaiming, "Is this what the heroes of the Tang dynasty are like? Drinking the strongest wine, playing with the most wanton women, riding the fiercest horses, and fighting the most vicious bandits." Before long, Zhang Zhongjian was drinking one glass of wine after another. At this point, Zhang Zhongjian realized that something was wrong. This wine is the same as the wine from the Marquis's mansion. It was lacking in flavor, but the alcohol was really strong. With the thought that something was wrong, Zhang Zhongjian straightened up and put one hand on the table. "Today we're here to kill, not to have fun. These women, indeed, are a source of trouble." In the basement of the Marquis's house, Zhang Zhongjian drank quite a bit, but here's the problem. He unknowingly finished a whole jar of wine today. The world before my eyes began to blur. Other people's voices became louder, their movements seemed to slow down, and even the girl's face became indistinct. Hee, that's great. Zhang Zhongjian glanced at the third floor, but there was still no movement. Wasn't it said that Qin Yi liked heroes and heroines? Why is there not a sound at all? Zhang Zhongjian shouted, his voice like thunder, and placed a hand on a girl's sleeve and shoulder. "Little girl, I've taken a liking to you." The girl's expression changed instantly after Zhang Zhongjian's actions. Her delicate, flushed face took on a dreamy look. "Brave man, she's still young, don't be like this." Zhang Zhongjian's gaze was fixed not on this place, but on the upstairs. Outside the house, Qi Ping mentioned, several men in black stood, and the door remained closed the entire time. Zhang Zhongjian was extremely anxious, knowing that his actions were too insignificant. Fueled by alcohol, Zhang Zhongjian made a decision to have a girl in his left hand and a girl in his right. Although he had long since given up on women, it didn't stop him from playing along. From his reeking of alcohol, he slowly uttered a few words. "Everyone, please have fun today. All expenses will be covered by me, Zhang." Arrogant. As soon as Zhang Zhongjian finished speaking, a cheer suddenly erupted from the previously noisy Ziyu Tower. The servant covered his mouth, his body trembling. "Young Master Zhang is very generous. Everyone here should enjoy themselves to the fullest today." "Wow." The servant repeated Zhang Zhongjian's words, and cheers erupted throughout the Drunken Moon Pavilion. "Young Master Zhang is truly awe-inspiring. Young Master Zhang is so arrogant." And there were still whispers and discussions. "Who is this person? I don't recognize him. He's not a regular customer, is he? That's definitely not a regular customer. I don't know any of the regulars here. TSK. This man is truly a man of boundless generosity. Such a gesture is a model for us all. If you have money, you can do it too." Outside Ziyu Tower, the streets were filled with bewildered crowds. The bewildered onlookers, as well as those who had longed to visit Ziyu Tower but lacked the funds, excitedly peeked out from inside the tower upon hearing the shouts. "Who? What are they so happy about? Hee, there's a shrewd wandering swordsman who's going to pay for all the guests at Drunken Moon Pavilion. Holy crap." A gleam appeared in the eyes of a group of perverts. Zhang Zhongjian didn't care about all that. To put it simply, this was fraud. He killed someone and then left. Who would pay the money later was none of his business. But then another silver ingot appeared in his hand, which he tossed to the servant, saying, "This is a reward for you." The servant's hands went limp the moment he received the silver. He carefully placed it to his lips, bit down hard, rolled his eyes, and then fainted from sheer joy. Zhang Zhongjian was anxious, but he didn't notice that a small window in a corner on the third floor had slowly opened. In that extremely well-hidden corner, when the small window opened, a pair of cunning eyes appeared, their gaze piercing as they stared intently in Zhang Zhongjian's direction for a long time. Qin Yi had not seen any wandering knights dare to come to Chang'an for a long time. After all, Chang'an was heavily guarded, especially since the Turkic army seemed to have reached the Wei River some time ago. His Majesty had ordered that weapons and armor were not allowed to enter the city. Many wandering knights used to spend their days indulging in extravagant pleasure quarters throughout Chang'an, but nowadays, you can hardly find any of them. "Call this person up here for a chat." "Yes, Lord Tian." The man standing to the side, who was like a clerk, was extremely respectful. He backed out of the door and carefully closed it. Then, Qin Yi suddenly smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, this person must be a chivalrous hero. He's so bold and dares to enter Chang'an alone. It seems he's not wanted by the Tang dynasty." But when Qin Yi looked at the person again, he felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. "But I can't remember." Zhang Zhongjian was already slightly tipsy, and he couldn't let the alcohol fumes get too strong. Suddenly, he heard a whisper in his ear. "Brave warrior, a distinguished person wishes to get to know you. Here it comes. The opportunity has arrived." Zhang Zhongjian's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 164: The Righteous and Awe-Inspiring Tian Buoguang. A distinguished person? Zhang Zhongjin chuckled, his face displaying an absurd and unrestrained mockery. Is there anyone in the world more noble than His Majesty the current emperor? Upon hearing this, the messenger's face darkened. That's Lord Tian. Although his official rank isn't very high, his influence in the court is no less than that of the current prime minister. Even His Majesty needs Lord Tian to negotiate with the Turks. What are you, a wandering knight, pretending to be here for? In an instant, the clerk who delivered the message turned pale. Zhang Zhongjin smiled faintly. Who are you trying to impress with that stern face? Even if a distinguished person wants to see me, he has to come out and invite me in person. Ha ha! This noble person is acting recklessly and refusing to board the boat, yet he calls himself the immortal of wine. This sentence was taught by Qin Yi. Qin Yi and Qi Ping's plan was very thorough. Basically, Zhang Zhongjin used Tian Yiwei's admiration for wandering knights to attract his attention. If one day isn't enough, then 2 or 3 days will do, as long as no one recognizes Zhang Zhongjin's identity. In the Drunken Moon Pavilion, it's easy to wait for someone to come to you, but attracting Tian Yiwei's attention is not so simple. At this moment, Qin Yi offered a suggestion, instructing Zhang Zhongjin to clamor to pay the bill for the entire event, displaying his domineering and arrogant attitude. If this still doesn't attract that person's attention, there are other, even more outrageous and arrogant methods to follow. But as soon as that person makes a move, Zhang Zhongjin's performance begins. At this point, Qin Yi specifically emphasized that you must not immediately accept an invitation from the other party. Zhang Zhongjin remembered this very clearly, even though he was drunk, because Qi Ping had specifically said that even if you were unparalleled in martial arts, you would unknowingly lose your life if dozens of axemen were desperate to take a piece of your flesh. So he immediately became arrogant. You want me to go, and I'll just go? Where's my pride then? Just as the clerk was frowning and at a loss, a voice suddenly came from the 3rd floor. Would you be so kind as to come up here for a chat, brave warrior? His voice was clear and bright, without any trace of being immersed in intrigue and deceit over the years. Zhang Zhongjin squinted, looked up, and realized. That's right, it's this person. This is what Tian Yiwei looks like in the portrait. He was handsome, with a mustache, and spoke with a strong voice and upright manner. No one could refuse his requests. Zhang Zhongjin slowly stood up at this moment. Come down. At this point, the clerk could no longer hold back. My master saw that you have a lot of passion, which is why he wanted to invite you upstairs for a chat. Who do you think you are, that you are worthy of making my master come downstairs? Zhang Zhongjin didn't even glance at the clerk, just smiled faintly, and the woman beside him fed him a cup of wine. Where did this dog come from? Its barking is so annoying. Whoever kicks it out will be handsomely rewarded. Originally, the people in Zuyu Tower did not notice the appearance of the advisor, nor did they notice Tian Yiwei on the 3rd floor. After all, Tian Yiwei kept a low profile. Although he was at Ziyuola, he had no intention of showing his face. What he wanted was probably only known to the master behind Ziyuola. At this moment, no one was surprised. They had been stunned by Zhang Zhongjin's actions. One by one, the male guests were eager to rush towards the clerk. Wait. Zhang Zhongjin waved his hand and sighed. Never mind, I appreciate your kindness, but when someone does something for another, they have no choice. I acted impulsively just now. Come, let me, Zhang, toast you all. In an instant, cheers erupted throughout the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Everyone knows that the young Master Zhang and Lord Zhang who appeared today are absolute heroes, and their style of doing things is quite similar to those wandering knights, but also quite different. Young Master Zhang is truly a hero. After finishing his drink, Zhang Zhongjin waved to the crowd. At this moment, the advisor's face turned ashen. He looked up at Tian Yiwei's expression, while Tian Yiwei, who was sitting on the 3rd floor, simply nodded, indicating that he should continue to invite him. Brave warrior, my master cordially invites you to come upstairs for a chat. The advisor was much more respectful this time. If what happened just now had actually happened, it wouldn't have been pleasant for him to be hit by the fists of more than a dozen people on his frail body. These people have taken advantage of this young Master Zhang, and they're probably eager to show off. Zhang Zhongjin smiled slowly this time. You say your master is a noble person, but what kind of noble person is he? When the advisor heard that Zhang Zhongjin had actually answered, he thought there was hope. His eyes immediately lit up. My master is a hero between the Tang dynasty and the Turks. Without him, more people in the Tang dynasty would be bullied by the Turks. Zhang Zhongjin was stunned. What a shameless person. However, if you're going to put on an act, you have to be convincing. The Marquis himself came up to teach you. If you still can't learn this, wouldn't you be too stupid? Zhang Zhongjin, who considered himself clever, stood up abruptly and clasped his hands in a fist salute to his advisor. The misunderstanding just now was due to my rudeness. So you're a hero of the Tang dynasty. I, Zhang, have always admired the heroes and valiant men of the Tang dynasty the most. Please lead the way. Upon hearing this, the clerk immediately laughed, and beads of sweat dripped down his face. If he can't be invited up, I don't know what punishment Lord Tian will give him. Lord Tian is meticulous in his work, and he has extremely high standards for his advisors. If there is even the slightest dissatisfaction, they will be immediately dismissed. And now, there is no news of the previous advisors. With the Wei River flowing mightily and the Guanzhong Plain vast and boundless, it's easy to drown a few people, bury a few, or silence a few. Zhang Zhongjian waved to the crowd. I'm going to meet a real hero. You all, enjoy yourselves for now. A few cheers erupted from the crowd, and Zhang Zhongjian had already reached the third floor. The door to the small attic slowly opened, and the clerk carefully retreated out. Inside the attic, the man stood tall and upright, exuding righteousness. Just by looking at his figure, one could tell he was a person of integrity and great stature. If Zhang Zhongjian hadn't known what Tian Yi had done, and hadn't known that this guy was a hypocrite, a wolf in sheep's clothing, he would have been completely fooled. Please sit down, brave warrior. Tian Yi turned his head with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. His mustache swayed in the breeze. The sandalwood incense in the room rose gently from the incense burner, and the stovepipes led outside. The attic was warm and cozy. A plan was laid out in front of him, with Xian paper spread out flat and ink flowing freely. Zhang Zhongjian looked closely and saw several large characters written on it, upright and awe-inspiring Tian Boguang. My surname is Tian Xiong, courtesy name Yiwei, and pen name Boguang. So it's Brother Tian. Zhang Zhongjian smiled faintly. I've heard that Brother Tian is a great hero who fought against the Turks. Although I am insignificant, I would like to offer him a toast. Brother Zhang, please sit down. Let's have tea instead of wine. If Qin Yi were here, he would definitely burst out laughing. This guy actually calls himself the upright and righteous Tian Boguang? Whether it's a coincidence or intentional, there are plenty of upright and righteous people in this world, and he's definitely not Tian Yi. Chapter 165, A Fleeting Opportunity. He's not exactly a hero. Tian Yi poured Zhang Zhongjian a cup of tea. He just did a tiny, insignificant thing, sigh? Zhang Zhongjian burst into laughter. He knew that with an old fox like Tian Yi, he had to use some radical methods. If he chatted with him in a calm and collected manner, he would definitely be exposed. I've heard that His Majesty is helpless against the Turks. If you weren't a great hero, the Turks would have already marched on Chang'an. Zhang Zhongjian spoke without thinking, but Tian Yi listened with great interest. It was not yet night, and the Drunken Moon Pavilion was not noisy enough. Zhang Zhongjian needed to wait for an opportunity, until the noise started, before he could make his move. How could the Turks possibly be a match for His Majesty of the Great Tang? It's just that His Majesty takes pity on the Turks' difficult life and gives them a little treat. Zhang Zhongjian sneered inwardly. What a silver tongue. This matter was not a good thing, but you've made it into His Majesty's achievement. Don't you know that His Majesty is also troubled? Yes, I encountered a few Turkic soldiers that day, and I showed no mercy and killed them on the spot. Zhang Zhongjian smiled faintly, but a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. Those Turks are too arrogant. I can't stand them. Upon hearing Zhang Zhongjian curse, Tian Yi burst out laughing. Have you encountered the Turkic army before, brave warrior? It's fine if we don't talk about the Turks, but just mentioning them makes me angry. I was eating, sleeping, and practicing martial arts in the village, when the Turks came and burned, killed and looted, doing all sorts of evil. I couldn't stand it, so I killed more than a dozen Turks. Now I've been targeted and have to flee all the way to Chang'an. Tian Yi's eyes remained calm, but his heart was already beginning to stir with excitement. This brave warrior must possess extraordinary martial prowess. Tian Yi desperately needs someone to protect him. He can already sense that some people in the court are dissatisfied with him. Although His Majesty has not explicitly stated his recent plans toward the Turks, it seems that every word he speaks is loaded with implications, and all his remarks point to the word war. He was now a thorn in His Majesty's side, and all the generals wished for his early demise. If what the person in front of me says is true, then let him be my bodyguard. Even if someone tries to assassinate me, I can be guaranteed not to die. Tian Yi firmly believed that His Majesty would not take any overt action against him. After all, he was a meritorious official, and taking direct action would cause a huge uproar in the court, which was absolutely inappropriate. But the fact that His Majesty will not punish him does not mean he will not be killed. Many people could kill him, and his recent caution is a precaution against this potential crisis. The moment Qin Yi saw this burly man, he ordered his axemen to keep an eye on him. After observing him for a long time, Qin Yi became interested. Such a person clearly possesses extraordinary martial arts skills, especially when he sees the calluses on the strong man's hands, which further confirms his belief that this man is a master. At this moment, Qin Yi tentatively asked a question, and Zhang Zhongjian immediately waved his hand. Hero, my martial arts skills are just so, not worth mentioning. Alas, a brave man should not underestimate himself. I see that your aura is as imposing as a mountain. Even when you are drunk, your feet are still as firm as solid ground. You must have experienced countless trials. I wonder if you would be interested in doing some business with me. Zhang Zhongjian's eyes lit up. The Marquis was indeed a prophet. While at the Marquis's residence, the Marquis specifically mentioned that Qin Yi might try to lure him in by talking business, but he never expected that Qin Yi would be so impatient. It's not that Qin Yi was in a hurry. Time was of the essence, and now it was all about spending money to save his life. When people are desperate to save their lives, the most likely thing they do is try any treatment they can find. Hero, what kind of business are you interested in? Although I, Zhang, am not good at doing business, I have traveled all over the country and experienced countless things and seen countless things. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not let it go. Zhang Zhongjian smiled coldly. If it's a business of murder, it's not impossible, but my price is extremely high. An inscrutable look appeared in Qin Yi's eyes. He looked at Zhang Zhongjian and grinned. Money is not a problem. Zhang Zhongjian stood up. No way, a hero. It really is a business of killing people. It's not a business of killing people. It's just about having strong men follow me. Whoever comes to kill me, I will kill them. A ruthless glint appeared in Qin Yi's eyes, and his previous righteous demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a distorted gloom prevailed. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness, as if anything in the world that entered his gaze would be obliterated. This state was extremely terrifying, and Zhang Zhongjian felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at it. He had always thought that the most vicious people in the world were at sea or in remote border regions. He never imagined that the most ruthless people in the world were actually in the imperial court, and so hypocritically so. Why did they keep pressing us? If it weren't for me, the Turkic army would have already invaded and burned and killed everywhere. It was because of me that the Turks stopped. Qin Yi laughed wildly. Brave warrior, is this business deal feasible? Zhang Zhongjian smiled faintly and remained silent. He didn't answer, not because he was afraid of going against the Marquis's instructions by agreeing, nor because he was afraid of damaging his reputation by going back on his word. He only heard a commotion coming from the street, and from the three-story building, he could still hear the buzzing and clamor from downstairs, like bees. Someone's treating us, so we should go in. Why can't we go in? Exactly. Is this the nature of Zeula? You people are all just trying to take advantage, a bunch of bumpkins. You don't know anything. It's scholars like me who should be in there. It turned out that the group had gotten into a fight with the servants of Ziyu Tower over how to get into the tower. When they heard that someone was going to treat them to a meal, the servants became anxious. There were so many girls in the tower, and they had all wanted to get close to them for a long time. Those who usually lack money or status and cannot enter Ziyu Tower are all making a scene outside today, creating quite a commotion. Zhang Zhongjian knew that the opportunity had arrived. This was the moment he had been waiting for. At this time, Ziyu Tower was extremely lively. The outside was bustling, and the people inside were laughing and watching the excitement. That's just how the world is. People who are clearly from different worlds insist on squeezing together. Qin Yi frowned. Zhang Zhongjian was already waiting, but he didn't answer. Qin Yi was waiting for his reply. Brave warrior, how is it? Zhang Zhongjian smiled without saying a word and continued to close his eyes to rest. Suddenly the noise outside rose sharply, and Qin Yi's gaze became increasingly urgent. Zhang Zhongjian's closed eyes snapped open in an instant. His eyes were like lightning, piercing and bright, with an aura of hell emanating from them. A pair of large hands, like iron clamps, gripped Qin Yi's throat tightly. Chapter 166 The Murderer, Young Master Zhang. Everyone was celebrating and waiting for young Master Zhang to pay the bill. After some struggle, Zeula finally started to let people in. Today Zeula is the busiest place in its history, which is why the owner of Zeula looks worried. Who is this young Master Zhang? Reporting to the master, I don't know, but that man was very generous. The servant in the building only flattered him a couple of times and received a reward of 30 taels of silver. Could this person be a young master from some family? The head of Zeula was a worldly man. Anyone who could run a brothel in Chang'an had the support of nobles behind them. Otherwise, soldiers would come to check the accounts every day, and the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works would keep finding fault with them. This is precisely why Zeula has gone the furthest and has the most resounding reputation. The reason is that the person behind Zeula is someone that no one else can afford to offend. And what about young Master Zhang? They went to the attic on the 3rd floor. Lord Tian's attic? It's the one to the north. The servants at Ziyu Tower called out a few times at the door, but found no response from inside the pavilion. That's not right. Normally, whenever someone comes to deliver something, Lord Tian always opens the door. He's kind and approachable, and doesn't put on airs at all. Why is it closed today? After eavesdropping at the door for a long time, which greatly displeased the clerk, the servant finally said timidly, "Why don't you go in and take a look, clerk?" Creak. The door opened. Screams echoed from the 3rd floor throughout the entire Drunken Moon Pavilion. Lord Tian, Lord Tian. The clerk's roar sounded like he had lost his parents. Tian Yiwei's body was slumped on the table, but his head had been twisted behind him. He looked like a little wooden puppet in a folk puppet show, with his head and body completely twisted and separated. His neck was obviously broken. Blood and foam kept bubbling out of his mouth, like water that had just been boiled in an iron kettle, gurgling and bubbling. The terrifying sound instantly silenced the entire 3rd floor of Ziyu Tower. Downstairs, countless people were celebrating, while the few people upstairs, witnessing this scene, were filled with terror. It's over. A high-ranking official in the imperial court is dead at Ziyu Tower. The murderer is none other than that young Master Zhang. There's no doubt about it. And it was that Mr. Zhang who was treating us. Zhu Yeqing sat on the steps and waited all day until Zhang Zhongjian finally returned. You, Zhang Zhongjian, I told you to let me go, but you insisted on going. Even killing someone is such a hassle. You can't even get through the door. Qin Yi sat in a rocking chair by the door, while Li Chengxian played with his 2 younger brothers. Zhang Zhongjian clasped his hands in a fist salute. Your Excellency's predictions are truly astute. Zhang Zhongjian has lived up to your expectations. Good. But my lord, Tian Yiwei is dead. What am I supposed to do? Qin Yi stood up. Would you be willing to become my subordinate? Qin Yi is a straightforward person who never beats around the bush. If Zhang Zhongjian is unwilling, Qin Yi will simply give him a sum of money and let him go far away. After all, the small countries and islands along the southeast coast are where his ambition lies. Zhang Zhongjian paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth. My lord, Zhu Yeqing sneered. You still think your plans for the southeast will succeed? Haven't you realized? You're only suited to conquering the world, but even if you do, you can't hold on to it. Zhang Zhongjian's expression turned cold. He had thought of the Marquis's intention to recruit him, but he never expected the Marquis to be so direct. My lord, I have many ideals in my life. Zhang Zhongjian spoke slowly. Qin Yi smiled and said, perfect timing. I also have many ideals that I can't achieve without you. The project at sea may be implemented in the next few years. If you go there now and try to do it alone, you may perish. But if you follow me, your opportunity will come soon. The Tang dynasty will be your support, and I, Qin Yi, will be your greatest reliance. Your banner, the bearded guest, will be invincible and unstoppable. Making grand promises is a skill every boss needs to learn, and Qin Yi, like bosses in later generations, naturally brainwash the people in front of him. But if the bearded man is unwilling, he can leave at any time. Once you leave, you'll be known as the bearded stranger. Stay, and you will become Zhang Zhongjian. The burly man, fearless between heaven and earth, was now faced with a difficult choice. My lord, let me think about it. Zhu Yeqing said sarcastically, what are you thinking? I'm not leaving anyway. Whether the Marquis kills me, tortures me, or uses me is up to him. I'm just a worthless life. I can't do anything but kill people. Aren't you right, dog egg? Qin Yi was against the relationship between Zhu Yeqing and Go Dan, but it seemed that apart from Zhang Zhongjian, Go Dan was the only one in the entire home mansion who would pay attention to Zhu Yeqing. After Go Dan let out 2 impressive howls, Zhu Yiqing smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Xiong went out today to check on the people who were training. He didn't know how these people survived in the mountains, but it was clear that they were much better at finding food and water than the servants in the Marquis's mansion. Qi Ping is now inspecting all the fiefdoms of the Marquis's estate in Montian County. Such a large family business needs someone like Qi Ping to maintain balance. Li Er received the news of Tian Yiwei's death in less than an hour. After the people in front of Li Er left, Li Er laughed heartily in the imperial study. Qin Yi is indeed efficient and decisive, but I wonder who he hired. Just as Li Er finished feeling smug and lit a cigarette, he noticed someone was about to come in. Your Majesty, your subject Li Jing requests an audience. Li Jing was in a great hurry today, as if he had swallowed a bomb. Oh, what brings you here today, my dear minister? Li Jing looked distressed, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, damn it. Does your Majesty still remember my brother, the bearded stranger? Li Er's eyes lit up. Hee, of course I remember. That bearded man is an upright and honorable man. What's wrong? My brother was fighting evil and upholding justice in Luoyang, and not only was he wanted by the authorities, but today there are rumors spreading like wildfire in Chang'an that the person who killed Tian Yi was Qiu Ranku. News of Tian Yi's death spread quickly. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels fast. The news of Tian Yi's death quickly became one of the most exciting topics of conversation in Chang'an, just like gossip. Li Jing knew about it, of course, but when he saw the murderer's portrait and the facial comparison provided by the Ministry of Justice, he was instantly enraged. My brother isn't that kind of person. How could someone like Qiu Ranku become a weapon in someone else's hands and participate in the struggle for power? The rage in Li Jing's chest nearly overturned the entire Ministry of Justice, but he quickly calmed down. This matter can only be resolved by His Majesty. After all, Tian Yi was someone His Majesty had always wanted to get rid of, and Li Jing had been waiting for a long time. Hee, your brother is quite a character, Li Jing. Don't be angry. I will give you an explanation. Chapter 167, Li Jing's questioning. Li Er was wondering who Qin Yi had hired to assassinate him, but he never expected it to be this bearded man. Li Er was deeply impressed by Qiu Ranku. After encountering this hero on the battlefield, Li Er's ambition was ignited, and he became arrogant and looked down on everything. Becoming the emperor became Li Er's lifelong goal. At that time, the bearded man was arrogant and only recognized his brother Li Jing. But when Li Er appeared, the bearded man was instantly convinced. The bearded man considered himself incredibly brave and unparalleled in spirit, yet he was still captivated by Li Er, which shows Li Er's charm. The bearded man waved goodbye and led several dozen people southeast. Li Er clearly remembered that the bearded man said in person, "When trouble arises in the southeast in the future, I, the bearded man, will surely be the one to lead the way." Li Er looked at Li Jing before him and couldn't help but sigh, pondering in his heart how to properly handle the matter if it really was the work of the bearded stranger. The best has come to pass, and everything else falls into place. Tian Yi is dead, a bearded stranger, whom the court officials will forget in a few days. Li Jing, put aside the matter of Qiu Ranku for now. Starting today, assemble the army and prepare to attack the Turks. Li Jing was extremely loyal to Li Er, but he also knew that no one would have attempted the assassination without Li Er's authorization. Tian Yi's position is crucial. Although he is somewhat of an eyesore and a hindrance in the current situation, he is not someone who can be easily moved. Thinking of this, Li Jing knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, my brother was extremely strong-willed throughout his life, but he was only ever convinced by Your Majesty. Today, my brother has become a wanted man. Your Majesty, could you please tell me who is the mastermind behind this? Li Er remained expressionless, his face as calm as still water, though a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. Life is like a play, and even an emperor has to put on an acting show. Oh, I was deeply saddened to hear of Tian Yi's murder today. He was a man who made great contributions to our Tang dynasty. I have a headache now. Li Jing, you should go back first. Li Jing's eyes widened. Your Majesty, it's one thing to lie to others, but why lie to me? Are you heartbroken? Devastated? Who would believe that if I told them? Before I even reached the imperial study, I heard your hearty laughter. This is hardly a sign of deep sorrow. It's a sign of universal celebration. Your Majesty, Li Jing has read many books, including many military treatises. In just 2 sentences, the meaning is almost clear. Even if you are the current emperor, I have seen through your tricks. Li Er blushed. He had a certain air of authority, but at this moment, being thick-skinned was useless. Li Jing was a smart and sensible man. Hee, never mind, I won't hide it from you anymore. Li Er stood up, lit a cigarette, and blew a smoke ring. A few days ago, I had Marquis Letian do some things. If you have any questions, go ask him. Li Jing was about to explode in an instant. Marquis Letian? That Qin Yi. At first, he had no idea what Qin Yi had done, but after returning to Chang'an, he inquired from time to time about what Qin Yi had done before. The most widely circulated version in the court was that Qin Yi used 5 large fireballs to wipe out a 100,000-strong Turkic army. Not many people know about this. If Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda hadn't been drunk, they would never have told him despite Su Shiji's objections. The Cold Dew Palace is a completely different matter. Although he had never seen the power of that weapon with his own eyes, just seeing the ruins of Hanlu Palace made Li Jing tremble with fear. His Majesty entrusted Qin Yi's affairs to Qin Yi? So, the murder was arranged by Qin Yi? Li Jing's gaze was unfocused and enigmatic. You've already killed someone. Why drag my brother into this? My brother is a hero of unparalleled skill. Although he is a rough man, he is loyal and courageous, and is definitely not a villain. Why should heaven treat such an honest person like this? Your Majesty, I take my leave. Just as Li Er was about to speak, he realized that Li Jing had already left. He could only sigh helplessly. Qin Yi, Li Jing is not someone who can be easily persuaded. I hope you are all right. But don't worry, that's Qin Yi. How could anything happen to him? Li Er was a little confused. If a fierce person like Li Jing were to question Qin Yi, it would at least cause a conflict or even a serious clash. Why was he not worried at all? Suddenly, Li Er's brow relaxed. He understood. Deep down, he trusted Qin Yi completely. He had long accepted the fact that Qin Yi was far superior to Li Jing, and that Li Jing's mission would likely end in failure. As night fell, a long line of torches stretched for nearly 100 meters along the official road in Lantian County. The massive crowd surged toward the location of the Marquis of Lishan's residence, with Li Jing riding a tall horse at the front, his expression cold and aloof. The soldiers looked grim. They had no idea what the general was thinking, only that he was unusually angry tonight and had ordered 1,000 soldiers to follow him to Lantian. Outside the Marquis of Lishan's residence, Li Jing sneered. Qin Yi, if you don't give me an explanation tonight, even if you are the Marquis of Chuanming, I will make you suffer. The sentries on the rooftop had already noticed the army's approach. They had seen them from 5 miles away, so openly. The entire Ho residence was on high alert. Qin Yi stood at the main entrance, unaware of who the visitor was. As night fell, the tall horse slowly emerged. Qin Yi was taken aback. General Li Jing, how have you been? Qin Yi, stop trying to get close. Give me back my brother. Qin Yi was still puzzled. Even if Li Jing knew about Qiu Ranku's murder in Chang'an, it would take him some time. He didn't expect Li Jing to arrive so quickly. Qin Yi was already prepared. Now that Li Jing had arrived, the trap was already set, waiting for him to jump in. I thought it was something important, but it turns out it's just about Zhang Zhongjian. Li Jing's eyes widened. Boy, tell me, where's my brother? Is he alive or dead? His Majesty entrusted the matter of Tianyi Wei to you. So why did he intervene? There are too many questions about this, and Li Jing wants to know them all. One thing he is certain of is that Zhang Zhongjian, the bearded man, is in Qin Yi's hands. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Brother, don't act rashly. Zhang Zhongjian was half asleep when he was awakened by the sound of horses' hooves. During his time on the run, he was unusually sensitive to sound. After killing someone, he was completely relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Even when he was sound asleep, he was still disturbed by the sound of horses' hooves, which shows Li Jing's imposing manner. Upon stepping outside, Zhang Zhongjian was surprised to find his brother, Li Jing, speaking directly to him. Instantly, a surge of warmth welled up within him. The two brothers met, their eyes welling up with tears. Come in, it's been many years since you two brothers last saw each other. Chapter 168 Deep Brotherhood. Li Jing and Qiu Ranku now embraced each other, tears welling in their eyes, gazing into each other's eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. This couldn't be seen by the soldiers, so Qin Yi waved his hand towards the army behind Li Jing, and a scout ran over. What are your orders, Lord Marquis? You can set up camp here and return together after the general is finished. If you are thirsty or hungry, just ask Yang Er. I am not a stingy person. Qin Yi recognized these people. They were from the left guard. He had seen them once before when Niu Jinda and Cheng Yaojin came. The scout was extremely young, clever, and quick-witted, exuding a lively spirit. Yes, Your Excellency is very generous. Everyone in the left guard knows this. I will go and arrange for the soldiers to set up camp immediately. That's right, we're all acquaintances, why fight each other? Inside the Marquis's residence, the 7-foot-tall, bearded man was weeping uncontrollably, and Li Jing was also sobbing incessantly. The two talked about the events of recent years, especially when they were in dangerous situations. Li Jing became furious and said, "That bastard went too far. He dared to torture my brother. One day I will definitely fight my way to Japan and kill all those scoundrels. My dear brother, there's no need to worry. I've already settled down in the Marquis's mansion. Who knows what the future holds?" Zhang Zhongjian smiled faintly. After Zhang Zhongjian finished speaking, Li Jing spoke, and after Li Jing finished speaking, Zhang Zhongjian spoke. When Li Jing recounted the war against the Turks, Zhang Zhongjian gritted his teeth and said, "Those hateful Turkic traitors don't treat the people of our great Tang as human beings. If I, Zhang Zhongjian, ever go to the battlefield, I will definitely cut off those Turks' heads and use them as chamber pots." History is prone to misunderstanding, and interpretations are even more fictitious. Only what actually happened is truly credible. Qin Yi sat to the side, not saying a word, just smoking and pouring wine. As the two men drank too much and howled in pain, Godan struggled in Qin Yi's arms, howling along with them. No one in the entire Marquis mansion, whether servants or others, dared to utter a sound. Zhu Yeqing originally wanted to take Godan out with her, since she was woken up at night and couldn't sleep, so she could only confide in Godan. Godan is just a dog, not a person, so Zhu Yeqing isn't worried at all that Godan would leak secrets. But Godan is currently kneeling in front of the Marquis, so never mind. On the rooftop, Zhu Yeqing asked Zhang Xiong, "Commander Zhang, is that person the Grand General Li Jing of the current dynasty?" "Eh, you idiot, you're only just realizing that now." Zhang Xiong naturally looked down on people like Zhu Yeqing who would shoot arrows from behind, but you have to admit, the heavenly wrath that Zhu Yeqing and Yang Taizhu created together was really useful, and Zhang Xiong and his 100 personal guards each had one. Ah, this is what brotherhood is all about. What? You, an assassin, are envious of this? Zhang Xiong clearly had a sarcastic air about him, while Zhu Yeqing didn't want to say anything more, only sighing softly. Doesn't he want a friend? However, he used to be a member of the bad people, which meant that everything had to be done according to the orders of the bad leader. Whether it was a friend or a relative, as long as it was an order from the bad leader, they would be killed without hesitation. Zhu Yeqing was tired of that kind of life. The time he was imprisoned in the Marquis mansion was the most relaxed period of his life. Now he wants to pledge allegiance to the Marquis. Although the Marquis has not given him any definite answer, at least he has not directly denied it. Those days as a scoundrel were truly unhappy. Killing is not something that brings joy. The feeling of a blade slicing through someone's neck and getting splattered with thick blood is disgusting. Especially when the knife gets stuck in the gap of someone's large bone, it can't be pulled out. Even if it is pulled out, it makes a hoarse metallic scraping sound, which is even more disgusting. Zhang Xiong didn't want to understand this scoundrel's thoughts. He was a soldier, and all he had to do was fulfill his mission. Seeing that the servants in the Marquis mansion were living better lives than he had before, more bright, happier, and full of hope, Zhu Yeqing naturally wanted to become a part of it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from the house below, and it seemed like something was making a commotion. Zhang Xiong and Zhu Yeqing frowned immediately and listened intently. Inside the main room, Li Jing and Qiu Ranku, two grown men, stripped off their shirts. After drinking too much, they stood on stools, one using a table as a drum and the other using a stool as a weapon. They were babbling incoherently, their tongues slurring, but you could still vaguely make out that it was a motivational song sung before going into battle. How can you say we have no clothes? We share the same robes. The king is raising an army. Let us prepare our spears and shields. How can you say we have no clothes? We share our garments with you. The king is raising an army. Let us prepare our spears and halberds. Qin Yi finally understood that these two guys were using war songs from the Book of Songs. Of course, this rhythm is incomparable to later works of art, and Qin Yi didn't really like listening to it, so he turned his head to the side. After the song ended, Zhang Zhongjian shouted loudly, "Brother, from now on I, Zhang Zhongjian, will no longer be a wanderer. I will stay in the Marquis mansion and follow the Marquis. From now on, the two of us brothers can meet anytime." Li Jing nodded excitedly, but suddenly, he realized something. This was the second time Zhang Zhongjian had mentioned staying at the Marquis of Lishan's residence. Li Jing had been too excited to notice before. This time, he looked puzzled. "Brother, why don't you go to my residence? Everything I have is given to me by you, and what's mine is yours." Hee, why bring up what happened back then? Why should we, brothers, care about such things? Back then, I, Zhang Zhongjian, only left my family fortune to you and didn't help you much. As your older brother, I often felt guilty while you were adrift overseas. Now that I'm back in the Tang dynasty, back in Chang'an, I can't just sit around doing nothing. I know you're thinking of me, but one can't live a life of mediocrity. Zhang Zhongjian sighed. That day I had just returned to the vicinity of Chang'an and was hungry. I saw a huge mansion in Latian that was brightly lit, so I had the idea of going in to get some food. Haha, I consider myself a hero, yet I actually had such thoughts. It was really wrong of me. Li Jing's eyes widened. Did this kid ever lay a hand on you? Zhang Zhongjian waved his hand. Lord Letian is a good man and did not blame me. As you know, I need some time to sort things out overseas. Brother, you are an official in the court, and I can't be a carefree wanderer. Otherwise, if someone frames you in the future, they will definitely use me as an example, which would implicate you. I'm staying at the Marquis's residence for a while, a temporary rest and recuperation. Li Jing sighed. Since you've made your decision, I'll fully support you. If this brat dares to disrespect you, Li Jing, will definitely come after him. Qin Yi yawned. The general speaks with such domineering power. Qin Yi's words were quite blunt. How could I, a mere idle marquis, possibly deserve to have General Li Jing personally lead his troops to my door? Chapter 169 Qin Yi's Trap. Li Jing's beard twitched. Although he was upright and honest, he subconsciously became a little angry when he heard Qin Yi's words. You are a marquis of the Tang dynasty, yet you speak with a strange tone. He is somewhat similar to those pedantic Confucian scholars in the imperial court, but also quite different, seemingly more direct. Hee, my good brother, don't get angry. That's just how the marquis is. He's sharp-tongued when he's right, but he's the kindest person in the Tang dynasty at heart. Zhang Zhongjian pointed outside and said, those people are all unfortunate. The marquis could have found better people to be his servants, but he gave these people the opportunity. I only just found out about the people who were causing trouble during training a few days ago. They are lowly commoners in Chang'an City, whom no one dares to offend. These people are pathetic. The marquis has given them a chance to get out of that quagmire. Brother, you can't judge a book by its cover. The marquis is only 16 years old. Compared to us who call ourselves heroes, he is more like a hero. Li Jing, his eyes blurry with drunkenness, sized up Qin Yi. Lord Letian, are all of these true? Qin Yi waved his hand. Whether it's true or false, you, General Li Jing, can find out with just a question. Why do you need to ask me? It seems Li Jing was overthinking things. Marquis Letian, Li Jing apologizes to you here. Qin Yi stood up. General, you flatter me. As I said before, we all care about the Tang dynasty and our kindred spirits. Looking at the young man before him, Li Jing felt increasingly old. If young people these days are this terrifying at this age, then when he gets to his age, won't he become a monster? The world has changed. Li Jing is still strong and at his peak, but in a few years, will he still be able to fight on the battlefield? At that time, it will truly be a world for young people. Li Jing left early the next morning. After their nighttime conversation, Li Jing had completely let down his guard against Qin Yi. Zhang Zhongjian watched his brother leave, a hint of disappointment on his face. My lord, our story as brothers is quite a legend, isn't it? Qin Yi smiled and said, it's not just the two of you brothers. You, your brother, and your brother's wife are known as the three heroes of the wind and dust, and you're even more famous than His Majesty. Zhang Zhongjian then cupped his hands and said, my lord, from now on I am one of your men. Please give your orders. Well, there's no need to do anything for now. By the way, keep an eye on Zhu Yiqing. That guy's been gloomy for too long, and we need a hero like you to influence him. Zhang Zhongjian laughed loudly. If that Zhu Yiqing dares to have any ideas, you don't need to say anything more. I will just snap his neck. What? Someone snapped your neck? That's considered a normal death. The prefect of the capital, Shangwan Mingyue, had a face as still as death. My lord, news of Lord Tian's death has spread throughout Chang'an. Although we do not know who did it, several people came during my investigation, and one of them said it must have been a natural death. Is this the result of your all-night effort? My lord, someone has also provided a portrait of that young master, which seems to resemble the notorious thief from Luoyang. Shangwan Mingyue looked at the portrait and fell into deep thought. This isn't just similar, it's clearly the same person. The man from Luoyang had a scraggly beard, but his eyes, nose, and expression were very distinctive, making him easily recognizable. The portrait of young Master Zhang and the notorious bandit of Luoyang are exactly the same person. Could this person be Qiu Ranko? Could the rumors circulating in Chang'an be true? Shangwan Mingyue was in a dilemma. That was Li Jing's brother, someone whom His Majesty had personally granted permission to pass through back then. How could such a hero kill someone so easily? Tell me in detail about what happened in Luoyang. The constable sighed. There is a wealthy family in Luoyang surnamed Hu, descendants of nobles from the former Sui dynasty. They have countless riches and silver, and many of their sons are spoiled brats. It is said. The constable stammered. He knew he couldn't hide the truth from the other party, but the question was whether he should tell the truth or not. After all, Lord Shangwan is the prefect of Jingzhou and has no connection with Luoyang. Besides, I bought this information myself. Tell me quickly, what is it that you've heard? Shangwan Mingyue couldn't sit still any longer. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, rolling up her sleeves. This is very important. If this person is indeed Qiu Ranku, then from now on, we both have to be careful in our actions. Don't you know what kind of person Li Jing is? Every Yamen runner knew Li Jing, the highest-ranking general in the court, in charge of border affairs, and one of His Majesty's most trusted men. A high-ranking official of the state, his brother was someone who could not be offended. Sir, it seems that the Hu family lads raped and killed a farm girl. The constable said tremblingly that he had no choice. These things were meant to be kept secret from everyone, and it was impossible for everyone to know about them. Then the bearded man, out of indignation, killed dozens of members of the Hu family. Shangwan Mingyue's face darkened. A commoner girl, an entire family. As expected of Qiu Ranku, who else could do such a thing but him? What kind of good person could someone be wanted by the entire Tang dynasty's Ministry of Justice? How did you let him in? Shangwan Mingyue was about to cry. He dared not attend court today. Before dawn, he began to worry that if someone had to be blamed for Tian Yiwei's death, it would probably be him. Even if His Majesty is extremely unwilling, he still has to find someone to take the blame. Xiao Lu, come here and do something for me. Shangwan Mingyue's face twisted in a grimace, while the constable Xiao Lu was completely dumbfounded. Sir, what are you doing? What are you doing? See that sleeper? It's going to hit me on the head. Xiao Lu was dumbfounded, but Shangwan Mingyue said sternly, hurry up, there's no time left. Fine, I'll do it myself. Shangwan Mingyue picked up the sleeper, gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and smashed it down on her forehead. It said that the officials in Chang'an are all ruthless. In an instant, blood began to gush from his forehead. Blood was gushing out. Sir, what are you doing? Quickly bandage it up. No need, no need. You can go out now, just pretend you never saw me. In the imperial court, Li Er was also very depressed. Tian Yiwei was dead, and someone needed to take the blame, but it was just a symbolic one. But it seems the most suitable candidate, the prefect of the capital, did not attend court today? What's going on with Shangwan Mingyue, the prefect of Jingzhou? Li Er questioned. The eunuch standing nearby cautiously said, Your Majesty, Shangwan Mingyue was busy all night last night. This morning, while reviewing the files, she fell down the stairs, suffered a head injury, and is unconscious. Heh, what a fine case of being unconscious, Li Er sneered. At this moment, he looked up and saw Cheng Yaojin, who was dozing off. Lord Lu, tell me, what happened to Tian Yiwei? Cheng Yaojin, who was dozing off, suddenly heard Li Er's words and was instantly jolted awake, his eyes swollen. Your Majesty, what's wrong with Tian Yiwei? Chapter 170 Wei Zheng's nonsense. Li Er's face turned black. Su Shiji, come here. Su Shiji yawned at this moment. Your Majesty, I slept all day yesterday. This cold is too exhausting. I still don't know what happened. They're all cunning people. They don't want to talk, and they don't want to take the blame. Cheng Yaojin was a simpleton, but he wasn't stupid. Su Shiji, needless to say, had already guessed Li Er's thoughts. This trap is so obvious, we mustn't fall into it. But at this very moment, someone stepped forward. This man was 7 feet tall with a resolute face. Who else could he be but Wei Zheng? Your Majesty, I heard yesterday that Tian Yiwei died in Zuyu Tower. I have something to say. Li Er, as if grasping at a lifeline, said, Hee. All right, Wei Qing, tell me. Just when everyone was worried that no one would speak up, Wei Zheng couldn't hold back any longer. Li Er had already begun to think. If Wei Zheng demanded a thorough investigation, he would definitely mobilize the left guard and Ma Zhou to investigate every little clue in a seemingly legitimate manner, and finally bring the matter to a halt. At this moment, Wei Zheng spoke with righteous indignation and a cold expression. Your Majesty, I have long disliked Tian Yiwei. Wow. The entire imperial court was in complete uproar. Does Wei Zheng mean that he dislikes Tian Yiwei? Is he going to take the blame voluntarily? No way. Wei Zheng was a man who would die for his principles, but he would never intentionally seek death. Why is that? Wei Zheng smiled faintly at this moment. Although I don't want to say much, I must speak today. Your Majesty, Tian Yiwei, relying on his position as the peace envoy, has been deceiving the public and making exorbitant demands to plunder the people's wealth. I have been unable to find any evidence against him. But a few days ago, I discovered that Tian Yiwei actually had a dragon robe in his home. Li Er was completely dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? I just want to normalize Tian Yiwei's death. Since you've brought it up, just speak normally. Wei Zheng, you truly understood me. With your words, Tian Yiwei will lose his reputation after his death. In an instant, Li Er understood Wei Zheng's intention. Wei Zheng knew perfectly well what Li Er was trying to do, so he took the initiative to speak up, even if he was talking nonsense, in order to divert the criticism from the censors. Being by your side, worrying about you, This is what it means. Your Majesty, Tian Yi is plotting a rebellion. Upon hearing this, the court fell completely silent. Many people had received favors from Tian Yi, so they naturally couldn't stand it anymore. Tian Yi wasn't stupid. How could he possibly make dragon robes at home? Besides, that guy only wants money. Wei Zheng, you're talking nonsense. But they dared not refute him. Tian Yi was already dead, so why bother arguing with Wei Zheng over a dead man? Seeing that no one objected, Wei Zheng continued, his voice booming like thunder. Tian Yi is ruthless and often bullies the good people. Since he has the intention to rebel, he deserves to die. That Drunken Moon Pavilion is a brothel. What is the intention of a subject of the Tang dynasty who lives in a brothel and sets up a study there? Deserves to die. Wei Zheng was truly ruthless. He immediately decided to erase Tian Yi's reputation after his death. Lier's face remained unchanged, but he was already laughing out loud in his heart. As expected of Wei Zheng, this move of cutting off the fuel supply from under the cauldron was brilliant. Everyone knew Wei Zheng was talking nonsense, but who dared to respond? Anyone who responds will be accused of conspiring with Tian Yi to rebel. For the dead, maximizing their value is the best thing to do. On the Ba Bridge, Li Jing is setting out with his troops today, and Zhang Zhongjian has come to see him off. Qin Yi didn't want to come, but he couldn't resist Zhang Zhongjian's persuasion. Li Jing had shared many heartfelt words with Qin Yi last night, and since they were no longer outsiders, he should naturally come and see. On the Ba Bridge, Li Jing was fully armed, his armor extremely heavy, but his spine remained straight. Lord Lutian, elder brother, I'm heading to the border today. You too await my good news. General, please take good care of yourself on this journey. The craftsmen in my family have crafted some hidden weapons today. Although you are upright and honorable, you will stop at nothing on the battlefield. These can be used to guard against villains. Lier looked down on things like heavenly wrath, and most generals looked down on it too, but Qin Yi didn't think it was useless. In a critical moment, it can really save lives. Li Jing picked up the cylinder and examined it. Exquisite craftsmanship, not bad. These are all steel needles coated with poison. The general can use them to save his life when he is alone in a critical moment. Qin Yi smiled. At this moment, Zhang Zhongjian pulled out a flask of wine from behind his back. Brother, drinking is not allowed in the army, I know. Today, I will drink this flask of wine first, and when you return in triumph, I will host a banquet to welcome you back. Li Jing had just met Zhang Zhongjian when they had to part ways, which was very difficult for two men with such a deep friendship. Li Jing's wife did not come. It is said that because Li Jing was in a hurry to leave, Hong Fu fell ill, and Sun Simiao was treating her. On Ba Bridge, the wind howled fiercely, but the soldiers of the Tang dynasty stood tall and straight like poplars in the cold wind. No matter how fierce the wind and sand were, they remained upright and unyielding. This is perhaps why the Tang dynasty was able to prosper. A strong military is the cornerstone of a nation's strength. As Li Jing's horse rode further and further away, and the traces of the army were covered by the sandstorm, Zhang Zhongjian sighed. My lord, I have found that purple jade mine, but it is not actually purple jade, but a strange stone. Not Ziyu. Zhang Zhongjian took out a long, transparent purple stone from behind his back. Qin Yi touched the stone and suddenly thought of something. Isn't this crystal? It's still purple. They were all useless things. In an era like the Tang dynasty, glass was far more practical. At this moment, Qin Yi began to feel sorry for the people on Jade Mountain. These people who worshipped the gods of heaven and earth never realized that what they were worshipping was just a stone that was worthless and discarded like a worn-out shoe in human society. Qin came again today, and at Qin Yi's residence, Qin felt right at home. Not bad, Qin Yi. I heard you've built a very large business now. Qin stood with his hands behind his back, holding a piece of jerky in his hand, and would tease Go Dan every now and then. Hee, it's nothing special. TCH, you're being modest again. I've heard these days that the tenant farmers on your fiefdom in Lantian are all raising chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, and with good results. The eggs and meat of the tenant farmers from Lantian have already appeared in Chang'an. Qin Yi smiled and said, That's good. Spring is coming soon, and locusts are rampant. These things are the key. With thousands of chickens, ducks, and geese working together, they simply can't eat all the locusts. The development of super farmhouses is progressing at a limited pace. The most critical issue now is how to get more places to raise these Qin Yi's variant poultry. Chun, how much silver is it this time? Not much, only 500,000 taels. Chapter 171, Chun starts a newspaper. Oh right, I also brought you something good. Chun reached behind his back, and a book appeared. Qin Yi recognized the characters on it. It was the Qin Fong, prescription worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I've already printed hundreds of copies of Dr. Sun's book. TSK. Many doctors in Chang'an are scrambling to buy them. Qin Yi picked it up and took a look. It was good. The paper was sturdy, had a faint scent of ink, the handwriting was clear, and the layout was carefully planned. How was the above graphic created? How did you create this graphic? Qin Yi couldn't help but ask. He-Chin smiled mysteriously. I found an artist surnamed Zhou and had him draw it out. Anyway, this thing is simple, and he is extremely skilled. He charges 1 penny per drawing, and I'll take as many as he draws. Qin Yi's mouth dropped open. His surname was Zhou, and he was a famous painter. Could he be Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle? That guy surnamed Zhou must have some connection with you. I heard his niece is going to marry you. He-Chin now understands the importance of information. He has 1 or 2 people under his command who are specifically responsible for gathering all kinds of information in the Tang dynasty, including everything from astronomy and geography to everyday gossip, except for classified information. Qin Yi's matter was hardly a secret. Many people in the court knew that Wang Tong's granddaughter was getting married. It was said that His Majesty wanted to personally act as matchmaker, but Li Gang strictly forbade it, saying that the emperor should do the emperor's things and that Li Gang should handle such matters. This matter even caused a rift between His Majesty and Li Gang. He-Chan smiled faintly. I will definitely take care of your relative in the future. He has good skills, but he is poor. He has a large family to feed, so this is a way for me to give him a livelihood. By the way, a lot of storybooks have come out. Qin Yi, would you like to get a batch? To pass the time when you're bored? He-Chan grinned lewdly, and Qin Yi knew exactly what it was at a glance. You haven't experienced the influence of those teachers of later generations, have you? A mere storybook can excite you so much. He-Chan, we're doing legitimate business. Those kinds of storybooks are no longer allowed. No. Qin Yi, do you really think selling books makes money? We don't earn much. Storybooks sell the fastest. They have illustrations and text. TSK. Many book lovers enjoy them. Qin Yi's face darkened. This kind of thing couldn't be brought into the light and couldn't be presented in public. He-Chan, we can work on these things later, but not now. Right now, we need to build a reputation and make our books sell all over the Tang dynasty. Find some great scholars and have them publish our books. Manuscripts and books available at high prices. This is part of the cultural industry of the Tang dynasty, and we can't just create something indecent for the sake of money. Once you have a reputation, it doesn't matter anymore. After all, as long as the Chinese nation recognizes you, you can keep making money. Oh, right, there's something else I want to tell you. In Qin Yi's study, He-Chin felt like the muscles on his face were about to stiffen from smiling. Qin Yi took out something interesting, a newspaper. However, unlike ordinary newspapers, the content of newspapers in the Tang dynasty needed to be carefully considered. You spend your days publishing local customs, gossip, stories about who's doing what on the streets, melodramatic tales, whatever will grab people's attention. At first, it was given away for free. After a while, people developed the habit of reading newspapers every day and couldn't live without them, so we only charged them 1 penny. He-Chin's face lit up. Qin Yi, can we publish the news that the Minister of Revenue has taken a concubine? Absolutely. The people love watching this. Can I publish business information? Sure, but not now. Once you've built up your reputation, merchants will come to you. For example, the largest rouge shop in Chang'an will charge you 10 taels for advertising just once. Qin Yi smiled and said, if any scholar writes a new poem or something, you can publish it in the book for free and let it circulate among the scholars first. He-Chin wasn't stupid at all. He immediately realized how terrifying it was inside. One day, when scholars of the Tang dynasty could no longer live without newspapers, and each person spent 1 coin a day, it would bring us back to Qin Yi's theory of 1 coin. For He-Chin and Qin Yi, 1 coin of the common people of the Tang dynasty was a mountain of gold and silver that can never be spent. By the way, how about the pharmacy? Qin Yi asked, but seeing how relaxed He-Chin looked, the medicine must have been very effective. Qin Yi, you really are a prophet. Sure enough, all the poor people in Chang'an came to ask about the price at the beginning. I immediately said that I would not make money, but only to restore everyone's health. TSK, the other pharmacies are getting anxious, and they're causing trouble at their doors every day. Which clerk or apprentice in the pharmacy hasn't been beaten? There were even thugs who tried to set it on fire. He-Chin spoke lightly, but Qin Yi knew about the crises that might be involved. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. In this era without competitive rules, if you dare to cut off someone's livelihood, someone will immediately come after you with all sorts of methods, regardless of the consequences and without any bottom line. However, In Chang'an, the people in the East Market all like it, and the people in the South City seem to like it even more. Dr. Sun went there a couple of days ago, and the line of people waiting to see him stretched all the way to the East Market. That's exactly the effect I wanted. By the way, I also released Lioli. Hee, I just happened to run into the 8 treasures Lioli from India. It was so cool. He-chun was up to his old tricks again. The 8 treasures glazed glass was made in India and symbolized the Buddha. It seemed to be quite popular among the people of the Tang dynasty. But with He-chun's meddling, it's like a game changer. Wouldn't the Indian merchants go crazy? Glass is actually very good, but it is too expensive. The people of the Tang dynasty need to achieve freedom in terms of glass and food. Qin Yi said calmly that these 2 freedoms were not something he could just say offhand, but rather the most crucial things. If a nation can't even afford tools, yet things made from sand can cost exorbitant prices, then that nation's manufacturing industry is doomed to fail and it's destined to be exploited by others. The most crucial point is that the foundation of everything is having enough to eat. He-chun muttered about freedom from displacement and food freedom, a smug smile on his face. He would burst out laughing whenever he found a place where he could do business. He-chun smoked a cigarette and then left. He had many things to do. Winter in the Tang dynasty is almost over, but for He-chun, the real test has just begun. For Qin Yi, for Li Heir, for the Tang dynasty, and for the most powerful empire in the world, a new test is brewing. Qin Yi knew very well what the first few years of the Jingguan era had been like for Li Heir. Severe droughts, floods, locust plagues, one after another. This spring, Li Heir and Qin Yi were looking forward to it, and the people of the world were also looking forward to it. Chapter 172 Tenfold Compensation, Cause and Effect. Compared to the affairs of the world, the minor figure of Tian Yi was insignificant. After Wei Zheng's outburst in the court, everyone at the top of the Tang dynasty realized a signal. This signal came without warning, but it was as swift as thunder, catching everyone off guard. His Majesty was about to take action against the Turks. People like Wen Yanba naturally sided with His Majesty. Although the Cui family of Qinghe still had something to say, their influence was steadily diminishing. The matter of Tian Yi was left unresolved, and the atmosphere of panic in Chang'an returned to normal after Shangguan Mingyue, the prefect of the capital, woke up. Shangguan Mingyue issued a notice today, and Yamen runners are posting notices all over Chang'an. What is this? Is there anyone who can read? As soon as the constables left, the crowd swarmed around them like a tide. Their eyes gleamed with excited fervor. It's often said that the people of Chang'an were mostly idle. When the pressure of survival wasn't too great, they naturally thought more about entertainment and gossip. Official announcements were one of their ways of gossiping. Ahem, I can read. I'll do it. A young man who looked like a scholar walked out slowly, his hands behind his back, with an air of aloofness. This? You can do that? The scholar looked puzzled and muttered to himself. This muttering was enough to start a chorus of voices and urging from the crowd. Hurry up, what are you doing? That's right, we're waiting for you to speak. What's on this? An old man waved his hand anxiously and said, How can you talk like that? He then bowed to the scholar and said, Young master, please read what is on the table. Everyone is listening. The scholar realized what was happening, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd and said, All right, I'll read it now. It is written here that in the winter of the first year of the Jingguan era, a notorious bandit committed a crime in Chang'an, and the Tang official Tian Yi was killed. The bandit has now been captured, and His Majesty has personally ordered his execution overnight. Martial law in Chang'an has been lifted. After the scholar finished reading, the crowd cheered. I knew it. The murderer would never escape the eyes of His Majesty of the great Tang dynasty. That's right, Lord Shangguan, the prefect of the capital, is an expert in solving cases. This kind of person can't escape. Sure enough. Haha. All right. Don't worry, this is a good thing. Come on, let's go have a drink. These people only knew one side of the story, and in their excitement, they failed to notice the scholar's gloomy expression. A public beheading suffices. Why the need for a secret execution? Shouldn't such a person who endangers Chang'an be despised by all the people? That doesn't make sense. The scholar didn't look very old, probably around 23 or 24, but there was a shrewdness and wisdom in his eyes that was not usually seen at his age. Some people's wisdom shines through their eyes even when they keep their mouths shut. No, this shouldn't be happening. The scholar muttered to himself as he walked to a tea house and sat down. He looked up and saw people coming and going on Juke Street, and suddenly he smiled. Ha, I see. The boy in the tea house next door was completely baffled and didn't know how to respond. Tea, please. At the end of the street in the eastern part of Chang'an City, a slightly overweight young man, was constantly smiling obsequiously. It wasn't because he had done anything wrong, but because he could only offer a helpless, flattering smile in the face of a dozen or so thugs. This fat man is He-chun. He's gaining weight every day. If this continues, he might become the fattest man in Chang'an in less than a year. There's something wrong with the herbs in your pharmacy. They're underweight, and you won't let people say it? A thug grinned, his eyes full of provocation. He-chun remained unfazed, still smiling obsequiously. This guest, if you have any dissatisfaction, our shop will compensate you tenfold. The thug's face twitched, and no one knew what he was thinking. A murmur began to ripple among the dozen or so people nearby. Tenfold compensation? Now that's good. Let's make him pay for it, and see if he can afford it. Yes, that's it. The pharmacies will close down sooner or later. In an instant, a dozen or so thugs surrounded them. So you're admitting there's a problem? He-chun frowned. This was a difficult question to answer. If you say there are no problems, the other party will say you are making excuses, that you are indifferent to the problems that have already occurred, that you don't care about the people of Chang'an, don't value their trust, and don't take Dr. Sun's reputation seriously. If you say there's a problem, that's it. They'll repeat the same thing as above, and then countless people will come knocking on your door demanding compensation. If it were a poor family lying to demand compensation, that would be one thing, since it wouldn't be much money anyway. But what if it's the same people every day? At that moment, a thought popped into He-chun's mind. If it were Qin Yi, what would he do? Yes, if it were Qin Yi, how would he handle it? He-chun suddenly realized that he might have fallen into a misconception. Who says there has to be a problem for compensation? Who says there has to be a problem for compensation? If there's nothing wrong with the medicinal herbs and the diagnosis is fine, does that mean we can't spend money to avoid disaster? Thinking of this, He-chun smiled faintly. You all worry too much. Regardless of whether there is a problem or not, as long as you are dissatisfied, you can come and ask for compensation. My shop will definitely make you satisfied. After He-chun finished speaking, the onlookers erupted in uproar. These words were powerful and magnanimous, revealing a broad and open mind. In an instant, the way those who had received medical treatment here, as well as the onlookers, looked at He-chun changed. They had previously wondered why a pharmacy in Chang'an was so cheap, wondering if there was something fishy going on. But seeing him today, offering tenfold compensation without batting an eye, they instantly blushed at their previous suspicions. When they looked at those thugs again, a hint of indignation appeared in their eyes. He-chun was a master of conversation. Even though he had previously been unruly and full of resentment towards his father's concealment, once he entered the realm of business, his true nature began to emerge. In just a few words, he managed to turn the tide among the onlookers. In an instant, the image of the entire pharmacy in people's minds became even more impressive. What a kind man. Let me tell you, my mother is sick, and the medicine here costs half the price of other places, and I can even get it on credit. Yes, me too. My wife is sick, and we're in debt. There aren't many good people left in this world, so we should support them. Everyone nodded in agreement. In an instant, those thugs who had been extremely arrogant began to tremble. Wait a minute, weren't they here to cause trouble today? How was it resolved in just a few words? That's not how things work. Chapter 173, naming it Wanmantang. The thugs' eyes gleamed with fervor. They didn't care about anything else. They were determined to get today's compensation. Okay, then we'll go in and demand compensation. A dozen or so people were making a ruckus and trying to rush inside, but He-chun greeted them with a smile and showed no intention of stopping them. The onlookers looked hesitant. They also wanted to go in and cause some trouble, since everyone wants to take advantage of others. But suddenly, they remembered the benefits and convenience that the pharmacy had previously brought them. With Dr. Sun personally overseeing the operation, the medicinal herbs were inexpensive, and the staff and apprentices were exceptionally enthusiastic. Compared to these small advantages, affordable medical care and good health are the real bargains. We must not do things that harm others without benefiting ourselves. There must be a clean place in Chang'an, and kind people should not be pushed into the fire pit. Everyone, listen to me. This pharmacy is more conscientious than any other in Chang'an. There aren't many good people left in the world. We should remember their kindness. Today, I, Wang Wu, will absolutely not do anything so despicable. I, Wang Wu, support this shopkeeper. Right. That's right. We all support you, and the shopkeeper. He-chun was still smiling, though it was a somewhat fake smile. When someone has been bullied so badly, it's impossible to smile. But now He-chun's brows relaxed, so this is what it feels like. Qin Yi is right. It feels so good to be remembered, and to keep your good deeds hidden after doing them. Qin Yi, how did you know about these methods? Why couldn't Chun and I think of that? Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Qin smiled. If any of you have any complaints, please feel free to come into the shop. Everyone was laughing, and no one reacted. Suddenly, Wang Wu spoke up from the crowd. Manager, he is a very good person. We can't let a good person be disheartened. Yes, we can't let good people feel disheartened. There's no place in Chang'an where medical treatment is this cheap. We're not stupid. We all remember the kindness we owe the shopkeeper. Qin waved his hand. It's not a favor. All living beings suffer. Although I, Qin, am not a big shot, I am happier than making money if I can do something for you all and contribute my meager strength. My pharmacy doesn't even have a name yet. You all have shown chivalry today, which is a solid support for me and Qin. So from today onwards, the name of this pharmacy will be Wanmintang. As soon as Qin spoke, everyone became excited. He hadn't even thought about the name Wanmintang carefully. It meant taking from the people and using it for the people. When Qin Yi heard that Qin's pharmacy had an accident, he didn't feel anything. After all, it would be strange if the pharmacy didn't have an accident. The moment Qin Yi heard that Qin had named the place Wanmintang, he spat out a mouthful of water. Qiping, you need to find Qin right away and make him change it. This name is unacceptable. Qiping sighed. My lord, young master Qin's name has already been posted, and it seems that many people already know about it. Forget it, this silly goose. Is a name like Wanmintang something an ordinary person like you can use? You are just an ordinary merchant. The title of common people is only used by His Majesty. That's fine too. Lier will definitely have something to say to Manager He after he finds out. Manager He seems to have a high status, so there might actually be a chance. By the way, have your men returned yet? Qin Yi asked calmly. Qiping smiled and said, My lord, they are already on their way back. Commander Zhang Xiong has already informed me. Approximately when will you arrive? I'll be back this afternoon. Qin Yi nodded. Indeed, these people were faster than expected. They should have found everything Zhang Xiong had buried under Jade Mountain, and they even returned alive. What about the casualties? Reporting to your excellency, there were no casualties. Qiping was suddenly filled with pride. These people had all come out with him, choosing to follow the Marquis in order to change their fate. If he hadn't experienced this training firsthand, Qiping would never have imagined that the Tang dynasty had such a rigorous training method. Strictly speaking, it's called a method of body tempering. The Marquis is imparting to me all the knowledge that military strategists regard as a treasure. The Marquis before me is only a teenager. How could he possess such profound knowledge? In the past few days at the Marquis's residence, he has seen many things he could never have imagined. The vegetables, the tobacco leaves, and the bamboo growing like lightning. In the farmhouses, chickens, ducks, and geese hatched a large number of chicks in 7 days. The 300 tenant households of the Marquis of Lantian collected them once, and in Chang'an, His Majesty sent people to collect them several times. Although he didn't know what the purpose of these poultry was, Qiping wasn't stupid. He had already figured it out. The Marquis's methods were extraordinary and unbelievable. The more Qiping thought about it, the more he felt that his choice was exceptionally wise. The past was the past, and the glory of his family had long since disappeared after the emergence of the new regime. What kind of life had he lived in the past few years? He had been living on the edge, achieving nothing, and was destined to live in the shadows. He didn't like that kind of life, where he could never see the sun or see any hope. Now that he has the opportunity to realize his dreams, he cherishes this situation even more. Your men are indeed quite capable. My lord, these are all your men, not Qiping's subordinates. From now on, they will only obey your orders. Qin Yi smiled. Not bad. It seems Qiping has figured it out. Although these people did not have a good life in Chang'an, they were able to persevere through the entire training process, which is quite remarkable. In the future, with further training and several rounds of selection, the best of the best will naturally be chosen as retainers. Let's leave it at that for now. These past 2 days, Yang Air and Tian Air led a group to renovate the playground. From now on, this open space will be used for training. The ground, made of lime and soil, was incredibly hard. It felt like cement when you stepped on it. All kinds of training equipment were readily available, and a room for storing the equipment had also been built. Yang Air and Tian Air were moving things from there with other servants. After Qin Yi arrived, Yang Air and Tian Air said with pride, Lord Marquis, what do you think? Aren't we fast? These two guys weren't trying to take credit. Anyone else would get beaten up for saying that. But Qin Yi knew these two. They were two unfortunate people who had followed him from the beginning, and they were just showing off in front of him. Not bad. Remember to collect your reward from Mr. Qiping. Everyone who did the work gets a share. You two are in charge of distributing it, so don't embezzle any. Don't worry, my lord. We're not those kinds of people, Qi Ping smiled faintly and sighed. My lord, I really envy these servants. Oh, why would Mr. Qi Ping have such thoughts? Chapter 174, Iron-Blooded Retainers. Your Excellency, I dare not accept the title of Sir from you. I consider myself to have aristocratic traditions, but one day I suddenly realized that the way these ordinary people live, their efforts to live happily, is what I have been pursuing all my life. For them, following the marquis meant happiness was readily available, but for Qi Ping, it used to be something unattainable. Ah, my lord, Qi Ping has lived for over 30 years, and only now does he realize that people can be so happy. Qin Yi smiled faintly. He had never strictly disciplined the servants in the marquis's mansion. The maids and servants all did their work on their own initiative. There were rules, but they were simple and straightforward, and everyone followed them very readily. In minor matters, the maids and servants had their own understanding and were wholeheartedly doing good for the marquis's mansion. This is a very harmonious state. Qi Ping was naturally envious. The time he spent working with Yang Fun and Princess Yang of Chao was probably the closest he had ever come to the top of the power structure in the Tang dynasty. But Qin Yi felt that in the near future, Qi Ping might once again realize what the pinnacle of power truly meant. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing got into a fight. Haha, you little chick, the one I'm holding weighs 100 pounds. Needless to say, the two men competed to lift dumbbells, and each of the huge stones was built according to the standards of a modern gym, only heavier. Zhang Zhongjian could lift 100 jin, 50 kilograms, in one hand, and Zhu Yeqing's face turned green from straining. He could only manage to lift 60 jin, 30 kilograms, of the weight, and he was panting heavily. Seeing the 100 jin dumbbell in Zhang Zhongjian's hand, as if it were a child's toy, Zhu Yeqing was even more furious. Come, 10 taels of silver. Humph, a contest of strength won't make you a hero. Let's compete with throwing knives. The two of them take turns performing, one after the other, enjoying themselves immensely. Shortly after noon, Zhang Xiong's fast horse returned to the marquis's residence. My lord, they will be back soon. Okay, you've worked hard. Go and rest now. Qin Yi's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon of the plain, and Qi Ping also looked in that direction with trepidation. When the dozens of people appeared, they were initially only the size of ants, but Qin Yi's sharp eyes spotted them. Each of these people carried the supplies they would need for the next 2 days in the mountains. Their steps were firm and powerful, and they moved at an astonishing speed. In no time, they had already covered more than a kilometer. Qi Ping's heart was pounding with excitement. He had finally not missed this golden opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. As everyone marched forward, they adopted the standard military running posture of later generations. When they reached a few hundred meters in front of the marquis's residence, one person shouted, "Forward march!" In an instant, dozens of people began to walk slowly, in rows and columns, in perfect unison, which looked extremely impressive. Their clothes were tattered and torn, clearly indicating they had suffered greatly. Cotton fibers fluttered from the tears, and blood seeped out, obviously caused by sharp stone edges. Their arms, hands, and faces were covered with frostbite, which had grown into chilblains. Their boots were tattered and torn, revealing their toes. All 70 of them were soaked through. Qi Ping looked at these people who had patted their chests and assured him that they would definitely pass the training, and his eyes welled up with tears. These people weren't lying. They all persevered to the very end. Many of them fainted during the process, only to get back up again. Even if they had to crawl, they would crawl to the finish line and complete the mission. Qin Yi was also deeply moved when he saw Qi Ping's expression. As the saying goes, true brothers in life have fought together, squatted by the window together, and even visited prostitutes together. Among these people, quite a few had served time in prison. Now, after this baptism of special forces training, they have all truly undergone spiritual tempering and sublimation. My lord, of the 70 temporary servants expected, 70 are present. Please inspect them, my lord. The leader had a hoarse voice, his throat was frozen, and he had the most wounds on his body, but his gaze was firm and powerful, bright and piercing. When he looked at Qin Yi, a sense of pride appeared on his face. Good. Congratulations on passing the test. Qin Yi, holding a megaphone, spoke calmly. In the past, I was disappointed in you. When it comes to motivational speeches, you have to use a combination of kindness and firmness. Qin Yi is well versed in this approach. Isn't that how bosses in the workplace operate? All that talk about wolf culture, selfless dedication, it's all nonsense. Wolf culture is about letting the wolves eat the meat. Qin Yi intends to instill this culture in the minds of these people during the feudal era of the Tang dynasty. Only in this way can a true retainer team be cultivated. Such a team will remain loyal and responsible to everyone in the household, no matter what happens. Let the iron will be forged from this moment on. Why do I look down on you? Because you know you're stuck in a quagmire, yet you dare not get out. Because you know perfectly well that you will never have the chance to enjoy a peaceful life like ordinary people in the Tang dynasty again, yet you still do not change it. Because you know perfectly well that things can be changed, but you are afraid of the difficulties involved. Qin Yi smiled coldly. That day, I watched you standing in front of the Marquis's mansion in the pouring rain, and I thought to myself, of these 70 people, will there be 10 left in the end? Or rather, given your temperaments, not a single one will be left. Qin Yi's words were a blow. The pride on their faces vanished instantly, and they all looked at Qin Yi with tense expressions, not daring to say a word. They were filled with fear and pain, but they still stood upright, like small mountains. But these past few days, you've really impressed me, Qin Yi said quietly, and at that moment, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. The pent-up frustration that had just been suppressed suddenly welled up in her eyes, mixed with a sour feeling and tears. I am neither a good person nor a bad person. The Tang dynasty is a good era. You should not live underground. Even the lowest of the low should have the dignity of living. Even trash has its purpose. Even feces should have its own purpose. What's more, you are all men of steel. Qin Yi roared furiously, and with his roar, an indescribable fire blazed from the eyes of the 70 people. This is not anger, but the flame of hope. These tough, upright men, after endless suppression, instantly became a spark in the hearts of these people. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Qin Yi shouted. No one is born a nobleman. That's the foundation their fathers built with their blood and sweat. No one is born rich. It's the result of their parents' lifetime of hard work. No one is born a marquis. Qin Yi looked into their eyes and said, word by word, but why can't we create our own? Chapter 175, 70 Warriors of the Marquis's Mansion. Create it yourself. In the eyes of these people, it's just a pipe dream. In the past, if someone had told them this, they would never have believed it and would have scoffed at it. But today, after Qin Yi ignited the blood in their chests, all their emotions erupted at this moment. Why can others do it, but we can't? Where in the world is there such a principle? Qin Yi continued to roar. You can create your own glory. You can free your children from the status of untouchables. We can let the children study and make something of themselves when they grow up. It can spare your children from the unkind looks of those despicable people. It will allow your children to grow up without having to live in fear like you did. Can you do it? Every man has a tiger hidden in his heart. This has been true throughout history. These words were indeed true. Qin Yi didn't know what effect these words would have, but once they came out of Qin Yi's mouth, his thunderous voice completely conquered these men who were unwilling to be humiliated. Although there were only 70 people, their shouts were like a tsunami, perfectly synchronized, and instantly engulfed the entire training ground. The two people who were competing, Bamboo Leaf Green and Bearded Man, suddenly stared at this place, their eyes filled with fear. Oh no, the Marquis is going to train his own army. What are you afraid of? You can't even get into this army if you want to. Qin Yi sighed. If you have no choice, then give yourselves a choice. If you don't have a chance, then create one with your blood and sweat. Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? Upon hearing this, Xi Ping's expression changed. In any era, this would be considered extremely blasphemous. Except for the tolerance of later cultures, other periods in Chinese history could not tolerate the existence of this statement. Just a month ago, I was merely a young farmer. I am a living example standing right in front of you. A true man is not afraid of humble origins, lowly status, swords and axes, the contempt of the world, or even mountains of knives and seas of fire. Qin Yi's modified body was like a giant subwoofer, his voice carrying a powerful seductive force. The 70 people's chests heaved, their teeth clenched, their fists clenched, and their veins bulged. The veins on their necks were not just bulging, but seemed ready to burst at any moment. This is the power of language. These people are not very cultured. If a scholar official from the Tang dynasty came here and made a plea, it probably wouldn't have the same effect. What these people at the bottom of society yearn for and seek is nothing more than having enough to eat, having the identity of an ordinary citizen, and no longer being looked down upon. They didn't even dare to marry and have children. On the one hand, it was extremely difficult for the lowest social classes to find wives. On the other hand, even if he has a wife, would he dare to have children? The first thing a child does after birth is to be called a lowlife. Yes, we're not afraid of anything. I'm afraid we'll give up ourselves. Qin Yi fired off like a machine gun, giving them no chance to react. From now on, You will be soldiers in the Marquis mansion. Unlike Commander Zhang and the others, you are soldiers who have not been recognized by the Tang dynasty. Your status will change in the near future. Qi Ping finally understood that the Marquis was training his retainers. Being a retainer of the Marquis' household means being freed from lowly status, and it means that from now on, everything in one's life belongs to the Marquis. Qi Ping was well aware of what a retainer meant in this era. My people, the Marquis' mansion will cover all your expenses, but it won't be so easy for you to get all of this. Qin Yi sneered. I need you to be as fierce as wolves, as ruthless as tigers, and as swift as cheetahs. As Qin Yi's voice rang out, the 70 people instantly understood what they were about to face. Retainer. Anyone who still doesn't understand at this point is a fool. Their hearts were surging with excitement. To become a retainer of a Marquis of the Tang dynasty was like ascending to heaven in one step. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fervor. Put away all your tempers and the habits you've retained in Chang'an. I will train you with the harshest methods in the world. As long as you can persevere, status and position will not be a problem. Drawing a picture of a cake can satisfy hunger, at least for these people. They're used to being dirty, and it takes time to change ingrained habits. In just a few days, these men, who had previously lost confidence and were planning to live a muddled life, were completely revitalized by Qin Yi. Qi Ping's chest heaved, unable to calm down for a long time, his face revealing a unique sense of glory and pride, exactly the same as the expressions on the faces of the 70 people. From this day forward, who will be the one to repel the enemy and achieve merit for the Marquis' mansion? Qi Ping roared. We. In an instant, the 70 soldiers roared in unison, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This is the power of anger, the power of ideals, the power of passion, and the power of hope. From this day forward, who will fight for the Marquis' mansion and bring glory to the enemy? Us. From this day forward, who will bring lasting glory to the Marquis' estate? Us. Qi Ping spoke up, and Qin Yi did not stop him. If Li'er knew about these words, he would definitely be unhappy, and might even fly into a rage. Qin Yi had no intention of rebelling, but he did not want to be controlled by others. Li'er was, after all, an emperor of the feudal era. His limitations meant that one day he would see Qin Yi's extraordinary qualities and would inevitably take action against him. Curiosity was like a mysterious poison, constantly assailing Li'er. As long as Qin Yi was alive, Li'er would never sleep soundly. Take them to get treatment. Tomorrow, you can go to Chang'an and do whatever you want. Qin Yi knew that when Qi Ping arrived at the Marquis' residence, those businesses had already been affected, and now they had probably been divided up by certain people in Chang'an. Qin Yi could do without these things, but others couldn't take them. The commercial value of the East and West markets to Qin Yi was not just the protection money in Qi Ping's hands. There is also the flow of information and intelligence. This is the true meaning behind the existence of the East market and the West market. Yes, my lord. With his personal guards and retainers, Qin Yi felt much more secure. Li Chengxian and his two younger brothers stood on the rooftop, watching everything unfold, and surprisingly began to clap and cheer. Xiao Tai, do you think our teacher will support me becoming emperor? Li Tai was still young. He didn't know what robbery was, nor did he understand the intrigues and power struggles within the imperial court. You are the crown prince. If you don't take the position, who will? Li Tai has a chicken leg in his mouth. Li Chengxian can't eat meat yet. He can only look at it and drool. Chapter 176 The Bad Guys. Qin Yi already knew that the children were watching from the rooftop. These things couldn't be kept secret, so what did it matter if they found out? For a marquis to not have retainers is an insult to his title. However, the number of retainers was clearly limited in the Tang dynasty, partly because ordinary people simply couldn't afford to support so many retainers. 70 people sat on the ground like soldiers, upright and at ease, without any pain or groaning, only with anticipation for the future. The light in their eyes seemed brighter than the sun overhead. Wanyan County was part of Chang'an's urban planning. Compared to remote places like Lantian, which were dozens of miles outside the city, Wanyan County seemed to have long been lost in the dazzling lights of Chang'an. Wanyan County was unusually quiet today. As evening approached, several figures appeared in the setting sun. In Chang'an, riding horses was strictly restricted. Unless you were a king or general, anyone could send you to the prefect of the capital to be judged by the laws of the Tang dynasty. Several figures wearing straw hats and thick cotton robes stood upright on the winter street, their arms crossed. The streets were unusually deserted, and people were hurrying by. Perhaps it was because of the sudden change in weather. The group of people walked into a Yuantong inn without any rush. As soon as the group appeared at the inn, The waiter came to greet them. "What can I do for you, esteemed guests?" "A unique red journey through Tiger Mountain." The waiter was completely bewildered. He looked at the group of people, his face showing embarrassment. "I don't understand what you gentlemen are saying. Are you here for a meal or to stay at the hotel?" One of the men said calmly, "Tell your manager." In a secluded woodshed in the backyard of the inn, several people took off their straw hats, revealing their faces. The shopkeeper, dressed in a long silk robe, knelt on one knee and said, "Qin Liang, a member of the bad guys, pays his respects to the bad guys general." The bad general is second only to the bad commander among the bad people. Within the bad people organization, they are responsible for the affiliation and leadership of the bad people in each city. Chang'an is an exception because the bad people cannot roam freely in Chang'an. As an underground assassination organization, the bad people are not an entity that can be approved by the current emperor. The bamboo viper is dead? Reporting to the bad guys, Zhu Yeqing assassinated Yu Tianhou and his whereabouts are unknown. He should be dead. No one could have imagined that the owner of an inn was actually a member of the bad guys. Among the 81 members of the bad guys in Chang'an, has anyone gone to investigate the whereabouts of Zhu Yeqing? Yes, but the Marquis's residence is heavily guarded, and entry is not possible. I want to see him alive or dead. Zhu Yeqing can die, but the secrets of the bad people cannot be revealed. The leader had just finished speaking when he suddenly paused, slowly rubbing the jade ring on his finger. "Qin Liang, you don't need to worry about this for now. I will investigate it myself." Qin Liang looked up sharply. "It's too hasty for the bad general to investigate personally. The Marquis's mansion is full of traps and is not an ordinary place. Our people have already investigated. Please reconsider, bad general." No need for further words. Quickly retrieve the information on Marquis Letian. Helpless, Qin Liang cupped his hands and sighed. "Yes, sir." The nights in Wanyan County were on a completely different level from those in Chang'an. Chang'an was brightly lit, filled with all kinds of singing, dancing, and entertainment, and the streets were teeming with people. Nightlife had become one of the daily pastimes of the people of Chang'an during the Tang dynasty. Merchants could make money under the cover of night, and the people's desire for entertainment was satisfied. This was the scene the Tang emperor had hoped for. However, the more prosperous a place is, the easier it is for evil to breed in places that cannot be seen. Zhuyu Street is just a narrow alley, not even wide enough for a horse-drawn carriage to pass through. The atmosphere here is desolate and extremely dark, with no lights to illuminate the way. But at this moment, 6 people appeared here. One of them touched the jade thumb ring on his thumb and slowly pushed open the door to enter a small courtyard. Not long after, there were still voices and rustling sounds in the courtyard, but as time slowly passed, there was no more noise in the courtyard, as if nothing had happened and no one had entered. 3 hours later, outside Chang'an City, on the official road in Lantian, in the early morning light, 6 people walked side by side, dressed as merchants. The leader had a somber expression, and the jade thumb ring on his right hand gleamed coldly in the morning light, carrying a chilling aura. Qin Yi's trip today was planned a long time ago. She brought gifts to see Wang Tong and proposed marriage. Not many people in Chang'an knew about this. Among the officials, perhaps only those who were familiar with Wang Tong knew a little about it and made preparations in advance to witness this wonderful moment. Qin Yi found meeting the parents and the marriage proposal extremely troublesome. He never imagined that he would end up as a leisurely marquis in the Tang dynasty instead of farming. He had always wanted to live a carefree life, facing the mountains and enjoying the spring blossoms. But before he was even 18, he was already engaged. Wang Zhuozhuo was no ordinary girl. At the age of 14, she was like a proud little wild horse, making Qin Yi somewhat unpredictable. It doesn't matter. Who knows what girls are thinking? Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Qin Yi, who had never even held a girl's hand in his previous life, felt inexplicably excited. On the official road, Qin Yi didn't bring many people with him. Qi Ping, Yang Er, Tian Er, Zhang Zhongjian, Zhu Yeqing, and 10 of his 70 retainers. 3 more cartloads of gifts arrived, but Qin Yi didn't even glance at them. Qi Ping had arranged everything himself. "Qi Ping, what's in here?" Qi Ping chuckled. "My lord, there are many etiquette rules to follow when proposing marriage, and even giving gifts requires some knowledge." Qin Yi was at his wit's end. This whole car was wrapped up tightly. They have no idea what it is, so they just dumped it all on them. Keeping everything simple is one of the most practical ways of thinking Qin Yi adopted after his transmigration. Even when building the Marquis's mansion, Qin Yi followed the principle of simplicity from later generations. Haha, it's normal that you're unfamiliar with this for the first time, Lord Marquis. Don't worry, apart from that cart of books, Everything else is done in accordance with the etiquette of the Tang dynasty. You are a marquis, so they will naturally respond with the same protocol as a marquis. Qi Ping was indeed of noble lineage from the northern and southern dynasties. He knew this stuff like the back of his hand, and it was clear that he had memorized a lot of things about it when he was young. The cartload of books were all recently printed using movable type, including the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as various historical and classical texts, which were the favorites of great Confucian scholars like Wang Tong. Wang Tong had lived to be several decades old, so naturally he took everything lightly. In later terms, he was Buddhist-like. Qin Yi was very decisive that day, and they immediately arranged the marriage. It really shows that they had reached the age where they could act according to their own will. Chapter 177: A Chance Encounter on the Official Road. The carriage slowly made its way towards Chang'an. The journey of several dozen miles would only take 2 hours by fast horse, but since this was a marriage proposal, they had to set off early and proceed slowly. Along the way, if people saw the huge red characters hanging on the carriage and said congratulations, they would have to give the carriage a reward. In Tang Dynasty culture, proposing marriage was very important. Marriage is even more complicated, so complicated that Qin Yi wanted to skip all the procedures and go straight to the bridal chamber to be a scoundrel after hearing about it. It wasn't that the boy's body was too honest, but rather that the elaborate procedures were simply dizzying to look at. Bamboo leaf green, you're not easily swayed. Zhang Zhongjian asked. Ever since he learned of Zhu Yeqing's identity, he had thought of one thing. If Zhu Yeqing went to Chang'an, he would definitely run into trouble by parading around like this. The bad guys are a strictly disciplined organization. If it is discovered that Zhu Yeqing has survived a failed assassination attempt, then even if he was a former comrade in arms, he will be thoroughly killed. Zhu Yeqing smiled faintly. I'll change my appearance when we get to Chang'an. Besides, although I don't know the whereabouts of the bad people in Chang'an, I've figured out some patterns over the years. No sooner had he finished speaking than several people riding tall horses approached from the official road ahead, like traveling merchants. Zhang Zhongjian's previously relaxed expression suddenly tensed up. My lord, there's something fishy about these men. Qin Yi leaned out of the carriage, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the 6 people opposite him. These 6 people looked like merchants, but they didn't have any goods behind them. The horse's back was empty, with only simple leather coverings on both sides. Unless it was a fake merchant like Li Er, who would put on such a show. The others were also surprised at this moment. Qi Ping's eyes were sharp. Old Zhang, you're right. I almost misjudged you. These people didn't come out with Qin Yi to freeload, but to protect him. Although Qin Yi repeatedly asked to keep a low profile, the presence of Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing basically ensured that Qin Yi wouldn't die in most situations when he encountered a crisis. Zhang Zhongjian, a man who had traveled extensively and was once known as the bearded swordsman, naturally saw the key to the matter at a glance. Everyone remained silent, displaying perfect understanding. Qin Yi smiled faintly, indicating that they should continue on their way. The 6 were none other than the bad guys, who were accompanied by 5 others. Today, disguised as merchants, they learned from information about Marquis Letian that Qin Yi would be going to the home of Wang Tong, a great Confucian scholar in Chang'an County, Chang'an City, to propose marriage. It's not a suitable place to attack Chang'an, and they can't get into the Marquis's residence. The best location is naturally on the official road in Lantian, where there is an endless plain, and in the dead of winter, you can't see a single person for miles around. The robed general smiled faintly. Here they come. When they were less than 30 meters away from the convoy, the scoundrel raised his hand, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, Hee, congratulations. Qi Ping smiled. He wasn't good at martial arts, relying entirely on his brain. He cupped his hands in response and said, Thank you, thank you. Zhang Zhongjian, with a long sword slung over his shoulder, dismounted and slowly walked towards the 6 men. His face was expressionless, but his hand was on the hilt of his sword. He was confident that if his opponent made any sudden moves, he could use his years of training in drawing his sword to instantly behead the leader. The copper coin in his hand was stuffed into the red cloth bag. Zhang Zhongjian raised it with one hand, and the man reached out and took it. The thumb ring on his right thumb gleamed, almost blindingly so. May I ask if your esteemed residence is heading towards Chang'an? The leader was observing. He was almost certain that the person inside was Qin Yi, but the carriage windows were closed, and the person inside couldn't see clearly at all. Most importantly, he saw the bamboo viper. The man was still alive. Since Zhu Yeqing has betrayed us, then let him die. Indeed, may I ask what brings you here? The rogue general smiled faintly. Hee, we'd like to ask for directions. In this Lantian region, is there a place where one can view the purple jade? We wonder where it is. Qi Ping's expression didn't change at all. The unruly general hurriedly explained. Hee, don't take it to heart. We are merchants from the northwest, and we deal in jade. As the saying goes, jade brings good business, and auspicious purple clouds bring good fortune. Qi Ping remained silent. At this moment, a voice came from inside the carriage. It was Qin Yi. You've gone the wrong way. Let's all go forward together. There's a fork in the road about 10 miles ahead. Qin Yi spoke, and instantly Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing tensed up. Zhu Yeqing felt something was off about the way these people were acting. Zhang Zhongjian stood by cautiously, sweat beading on his forehead. Among those people, one of them would occasionally glance at Zhu Yeqing, revealing a strange smile that, while seemingly a smile, carried an inexplicable cruelty. Qi Ping had already signaled to the 10 trained retainers behind him to begin preparations. Perhaps all it takes is one opportunity for a major battle to erupt. Lord Marquis, really? We have so many people. We could have just swarmed them all. Why did you have to pull this stunt? In fact, Qin Yi's thinking was very simple. These people might be problematic assassins, but he couldn't resist his curiosity. There are plenty of assassins in the world. Besides the bad guys who tried to assassinate him before, who else has a grudge against him? There are many wandering knights in the Tang dynasty, but I have already kept such a low profile. Could it be that someone is still watching me? We need to find out who these assassins are behind. We can't let them be assassinated and the battle end in such an unclear way. Only by uprooting the assassin will his hand stop. The atmosphere was quiet and eerie. Qi Ping was on the left side of Qin Yi's carriage, walking alongside the others, while Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing were on the right. The carriage blocked their view, and Zhu Yeqing and Zhang Zhongjian were ready to make their move at any moment in the area where their vision was obscured. Behind the carriage, 10 well-trained retainers, their eyes gleaming with fervor, were eagerly awaiting their chance to prove themselves. Qin Yi pondered to himself, lighting a cigarette. Who could have sent these people? If they were thugs, they should be quite skilled. A single bamboo viper can scale walls and move freely. It seems this bad guy's organization is full of hidden talents. Who are these 6 people? How will they take action? Should I personally deal with them in a bit, or? 10 miles is only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. For Qin Yi, this time passed quickly, but for the 6 thugs, it was like torture. Along the way, they looked for an opportunity. It was impossible for the Marquis of the Great Tang to be protected by only such a small number of people. They kept observing their surroundings, trying to find any clues that there were still ambushes nearby. Unfortunately, after observing for a long time, they could not see a single person besides these people. Not a single person was seen, not even an animal. Not far ahead was a fork in the road, and an opportunity was about to arise. A calm expression appeared on the face of the unruly general. The bad guys are all former assassins. Assassins are completely undetectable before they kill. They remain perfectly calm, as always. Chapter 178. How come they're still alive? But every time they made a move, the dead people, if they weren't completely dead, would stare wide-eyed and wonder why that person was an assassin. Qin Yi had read many books and seen many stories. This kind of situation was not uncommon in later TV dramas. Even Zhang Zhongjian could tell that the 6 scoundrels had ill intentions when they made their entrance with such a tired and overused trope, let alone Qin Yi. Qin Yi, who had been feeling bored, suddenly found himself enjoying himself. Since we're here, let's play along. The fork in the road leads south to Yushan and northwest to Chang'an. There is a sharp turn at the fork, and just as everyone silently approached the fork, a carriage slowly came from the road towards Chang'an. Then, the carriage made a U-turn and slowly headed towards Jade Mountain. However, it accidentally bumped into a stone tablet while turning around, and a woman on the carriage gasped in surprise. The exclamation came suddenly and without warning, and everyone's eyes were instantly drawn to it. It was at this moment that the 6 villains made their move. When Qin Yi heard the woman's exclamation from ahead, he immediately realized that danger was imminent. When attention is diverted, that's the perfect time for an assassin to strike. If these people were wandering swordsmen or robbers, this might be the moment to make their move. Isn't this what people in the martial arts world love? After waiting for a long time without seeing any ambushes, the 6 outlaws were basically certain that Marquis Qin Yi of the Tang dynasty had gone to propose marriage without bringing many people with him. At the crossroads, as if by divine intervention, the carriage's cry of surprise made the unruly general's heart skip a beat. The opportunity had arrived. The villain struck first, and 2 short daggers appeared in the leather bag on the horse's back. The short dagger was sharp, gleaming coldly in the wind, and was extremely eye-catching at first glance. The winter sun always carries a chilly edge, and at this moment, the stick in Qin Yi's hand suddenly jumped out. He had been preparing for this for a long time. During a boring journey, one should always do something meaningful. Living in the Tang dynasty is a joyful and happy thing, but it is often accompanied by boredom, just like Qin suddenly became bored after making too much money. The weapons in the hands of the 6 men all thrust towards Qin Yi's carriage. Among them was a huge, incredibly heavy sword that had been hidden under the horse's belly. This sword was so powerful that it could pierce through the carriage, potentially causing it to explode. Zhang Zhongjian shouted, but before he could react, he was too late. Frustrated, he lunged at the 6 men. Bamboo Leaf Green's short dagger was as swift as a venomous snake. Although it struck later, it arrived first. He had practiced this move for countless years, and its speed was comparable to that of a cheetah in the jungle. However, after Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing made their move, the weapons of those 6 men had already pierced through the interior of the carriage where Qin Yi was. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of the carriage being pierced was exceptionally jarring. Qi Ping turned around abruptly. My lord. The 6 men smiled, their weapons piercing through the carriage and filling almost every space inside. Even the King of Heaven would perish under such an attack. Moreover, a Tang dynasty marquis, whose intelligence claims he is powerless, could not possibly escape their methods. Bamboo Leaf Green, today you will die alongside your lord. The rogue general revealed a sinister smile. Once a rogue, always a rogue. Have you forgotten the oath you swore? Zhu Yeqing's hands trembled as he looked at the carriage, his lips twitching. You've gone too far. The villain Zhu Yeqing is long dead. The one standing in front of you is Zhu Yeqing, a subordinate of the Marquis of Letian of the Tang dynasty, who is only responsible for the Marquis's safety. The rogue general smiled faintly. They were all extremely skilled and retreated immediately after their attack, displaying great confidence. Qi Ping and his 10 retainers made no move at this moment, simply watching the 6 rogues indifferently. Zhang Zhongjian's eyes were bloodshot. He was about to rush over when he heard a voice. So it's the bad guys again. That's the Marquis's voice. For a moment, Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing's eyes welled up with tears. The Marquis is not dead. As long as he's not dead, he can be saved. Moreover, the voice seems perfectly fine. Although his voice was somewhat gentle, wasn't that just how the Marquis usually spoke? My lord, are you all right? Zhu Yeqing was extremely excited, and Zhang Zhongjian also stared at the carriage. Qin Yi appeared. However, it wasn't inside the carriage, but behind it. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing hadn't noticed what methods Qin Yi used because they were too nervous to pay attention. The moment the 6 thugs suddenly attacked, Qin Yi, like a nimble squirrel, slipped out of the other side of the carriage window and stood in the shadows on the right side of the stopped carriage. This scene was witnessed by Qi Ping and his 10 retainers. Therefore, they remained completely calm. They knew that as long as the Marquis lived, these 6 people would not be able to escape. The 6 scoundrels, whose faces had been calm and joyful, suddenly turned extremely ugly. How is that possible? How could the Marquis of Letian still be alive? Those daggers and long swords, especially that heavy sword, pierced right through the entire carriage. How could there possibly be a person hiding inside? When Qin Yi slowly walked out from the side, he had a look of disdain on his face. Didn't you notice that there wasn't even a trace of blood on the floor or in the carriage? Qin Yi toyed with a short stick in his hand, his body extremely relaxed. You idiots, if someone asked you to assassinate me, you should have refused. There are 2 people in the Tang dynasty that you simply cannot assassinate. One is His Majesty the Present, and the other is me, Qin Yi. It is impossible for His Majesty the heir to be assassinated. If someone could successfully assassinate him in the palace, it would mean one thing. Li Heir's defenses are very weak. How could such a thing possibly happen? The ruler of a country, the overlord of the world, possesses countless troops. How could an ordinary petty thief possibly enter the palace? Do you really think someone like Li Junxian is just a good-for-nothing? Qin Yi is unkillable. There's truth to what Qin Yi said. Qin Yi believed that his current combat strength was stronger than most people. Even assassins and heroes were just small teams of a few people at most, maybe a dozen or so. The first phase of training for the household retainers has just ended. These people were all capable subordinates of Qi Ping and Chang'an, with high status and position, but they also had many tricks up their sleeves. After undergoing special forces training, they become a formidable barrier, and it is extremely difficult to break through it. Arrogant. You're just a marquis. His Majesty of the Tang dynasty possesses the entire world. How can someone like you compare? The rogue general wore a mocking expression and held 2 more weapons in his hands. Twin swords. Chapter 179, Slaying the Unruly General. Qin Yi gave a cold laugh. We're all human. What's the difference? This statement reveals that the Tang dynasty people's values were so heavily influenced by monarchical ideology that they simply couldn't understand it. Only those who understand the true nature of this world may comprehend why all people are born equal. Only those who understand the true nature of this world will realize that natural human rights and royal privileges are just a story. For humans, that is a story that inspires countless people to strive for the same goal. Of course, the story also contains filth and unpleasantness, as well as dark and gray areas. The general smiled faintly. Since it has already been exposed, Marquis Luteon has quite the methods. We're here today. I refuse to believe that anyone in the Marquis's mansion has the ability to keep us here. Zhang Zhongjin stood up. The bearded man is here. You all must surrender. In an instant, the bad guy's expression changed. The bearded stranger? It's you. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. It really was you. You killed Tian Wei. Zhang Zhongjin sneered, the long sword in his hand gleaming with a chilling aura. Too late to realize it now. I'll use your heads as a sacrifice to my blade today. The long hilt of this Mo Dao, Vodao, was made of dozens of kilograms of refined steel. When Yang Taizhu was forging this sword, Qi Ping and Zhang Zhongjin had put in a lot of effort. After the knife was made, it weighed a whopping 90 pounds. In Zhang Zhongjin's hands, the knife seemed like a green dragon crescent moon. My sword has just been forged and hasn't seen any blood yet. Come on. In an instant, Zhang Zhongjin moved like a tiger, his movements bold and unrestrained, his knife flashing as he struck. Zhu Yeqing was completely dumbfounded, and not only Zhu Yeqing, but also Qi Ping and his retainers were dumbfounded. This thing looks so heavy, how come it's so fast? In just one exchange, before the rogue general could even react, blood spurted out from the side of him. A rogue's head flew high into the air before crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his neck. Zhang Zhongjin's face was smeared with blood mist, making him look like a demon from hell. Your turn. Zhang Zhongjin laughed heartily. That bearded man, he's back. The general's face was solemn as he wielded his twin swords, but he forgot a saying, brute force can overcome any technique. When Zhang Zhongjin introduced himself, he already seemed to want to leave. Given their agility, leaving wouldn't be difficult. However, the general noticed that the 10 men under the Marquis of Luteon had circled around to his rear. He only had 6 men, and there wasn't even a forest around. It would probably take some effort to escape completely. If we can't escape, then let's fight. However, the Mo Dao in Zhang Zhongjin's hands seemed to possess a kind of magic. Even as the blade was about to fall, his men would not dodge, and yet another head flew off. The hot, moist blood mist instantly turned into droplets in the air, carrying a strong, pungent smell of blood. It is not auspicious to shed blood today, my lord. Why don't we head back home? Qi Ping, who had just witnessed Zhang Zhongjin kill 2 people in one fell swoop, slowly spoke to Qin Yi. Qin Yi nodded. Go and inform them yourself. Preparing in advance is too troublesome. It would be best if Wang Tong could be unrestrained and skip this step on a whim. Send 2 men to take all the bodies to the magistrate of Lantian County and tell Cheng Wenjin that there is a problem with public security in Lantian. Qin Yi smiled faintly. He was frightened himself, and he couldn't let Cheng Wenjin be idle. Even someone as old as him would have to tremble a little. Thinking about it, it seems that Cheng Wenjin hasn't come to the mansion for a long time. I wonder what this guy has been busy with lately. The sight of 6 corpses lying on the road is not a good thing. The assassination attempt on the Marquis of the Tang dynasty today is a major event. Qin Yi simply forgot to ask why the assassination was planned and who sent them. Zhu Yeqing remained silent the entire way back to the mansion and knelt before Qin Yi. My lord, they may be after me, or it may be that someone from the previous employer's side made a move. Wasn't the previous employer Ms. Yang? Wasn't she executed by Ma Zhou? Upon hearing what Zhu Yeqing said, Qin Yi immediately realized that he had been thinking too simply. Who said that Princess Yang of Chao was the same person? If she had no one to support her, why would Li Er keep her alive? It has little to do with you. You're no longer a member of the bad people, so don't think about it too much. Just rest well today, and tonight you'll go to Chang'an with Qi Ping. Upon hearing Qin Yi say, it's all right, Zhu Yeqing's tense face instantly relaxed. He wanted to live, not just survive. In the Marquis's mansion, he could live, enjoy life, and occasionally eavesdrop on the Marquis's lessons. Even if he only heard a little bit, he would be extremely happy. Regardless of whether he understood it or not, he was always filled with a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, everyone in the Marquis's mansion was happy and harmonious. He never dreamed he could live in such a place. Picking up Go Dan, Zhu Yiqing went to her room without saying a word. Qin Yi changed his clothes and went to the place where the children were studying. Before long, the noisy classroom quieted down. In a courtyard in Chang'an County, Chang'an City, Wang Tong's face was flushed red. It's almost noon. Why isn't that kid here yet? Are you looking down on me? Li Gang, who was standing nearby, comforted Wang Tong, saying, Lantian is far from here, and the road might be bad. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. Wang Zhuozhuo leaned against the windowsill, constantly looking out. Every time she heard a carriage pass by, her heart raced with excitement, pounding like a deer. But as she waited and waited, the figure of that person did not appear, and the desolation on her face grew deeper and deeper. You damn Qin Yi, you said you'd come to propose today. What's going on? I'm a grown woman. If I wait for you and you don't come, how will I ever get married? If you can't come, just say so. I can come to your residence to propose marriage. Hearing Wang Zhuozhuo's mutterings, the maidservant suddenly covered her mouth. Miss, you can't say things like that. It's against etiquette. Wang Zhuozhuo pouted. A fast horse galloped in, but the person who arrived was someone Wang Tong had never seen before. Report. News from the Marquis's residence. Qi Ping dismounted, panting heavily. The horse beside him was foaming at the mouth, clearly exhausted. The Marquis encountered an assassination attempt on the road and was in grave danger. He is unable to come today. Please inform Mr. Wang that you should choose an auspicious day to come and propose marriage. Wang Tong and Li Gang stumbled, momentarily losing their footing. Assassination. How is Qin Yi? Qi Ping's face was pale from the jolting. Reporting to you, gentlemen. The Marquis escaped unharmed, but he was quite frightened. Beside Wang Tong, his son-in-law, who was also Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle, patted Wang Tong's back, saying, Father-in-law, it's all right. It's all right. It's good that the Marquis is all right. Ever since he learned that Qin Yi was the current Marquis of the Great Tang Dynasty, Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle liked Qin Yi even more. Chapter 180. Wang Zhuozhuo is furious. What is your name, sir? Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle cupped his hands and asked. I wouldn't dare. My subordinate, Qi Ping, is the steward of the Marquis's residence, responsible for handling all matters, big and small, for the Marquis. Mr. Qi Ping, you are too kind. I am glad that the Marquis is all right today. Mr. Qi Ping, please come with me. We have simple food and drinks. Please do not find it offensive. Qi Ping cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I have important business to attend to today. I will visit your residence another day with you, Lord Marquis. Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle bowed and thanked him, then took out a bright red cloth bag and stuffed it into Qi Ping's hand. Thank you for your help, Mr. Qi Ping. Wang Tong and Li Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Qin Yi is all right. It's good that he's all right. He's so young. Why does he always cause so much trouble? Gentlemen, this time it really wasn't the Marquis who caused the trouble. The assassins seem to be the bad guys, but their motives are extremely vague and impossible to guess. Perhaps the Marquis himself knows something about right and wrong. Did Mr. Qi Ping only arrive at your residence recently? Wang Tong suddenly asked. Qi Ping cupped his hands in greeting. After Mr. Ma Zhou left earlier, the Marquis found me. In the courtyard, the conversation of the group reached Wang Zhuozhuo's ears, and she looked extremely embarrassed. Who dares to assassinate my fiancé? They're asking for trouble. The maidservants were anxious. Miss, you can't use foul language. Master will scold you. Fine, I'll say what I want. I'm not satisfied. I'm going to find my uncle. After Qi Ping rode away, a red steed galloped out from Wang Tong's residence and rushed towards Chang'an. Wang Tong was a great Confucian scholar of the previous dynasty. His students laid the foundation for the entire Jingguan era. These people were famous ministers who followed Li Er in conquering the country and governing the country. They were the core of the Jingguan era and the founders of the entire Tang dynasty's golden age. These people are all ruthless. Wang Tong strictly forbade his family members from serving as officials in the court, but his disciples held great power in the court and were all formidable figures. Wang Zhuozhuo first went to the Du residence. Uncle Du. Du Ruhui had just gotten up. He wasn't attending court today. He had caught a cold a couple of days ago and was feeling unwell. He had just gotten up and drunk a bowl of meat soup when he heard a woman shouting. So it was Zhuozhuo. Why have you come to your uncle's house today? Oh, and why are you crying? Uncle Du, someone tried to assassinate my fiancé. He's here today to propose marriage. Wang Zhuozhuo cried her heart out. Oh no, this has really angered old Du Ruhui's face darkened. Who is so bold as to lay a hand on my niece's fiancé? They are incredibly audacious. Uncle Du, it must be that someone in the court is dissatisfied. My fiancé is named Qin Yi, and I heard he is a marquis. When Du Ruhui heard about the court, he was still puzzled, but after hearing this, his face instantly became quite interesting. Qin Yi, your fiancé? What the hell is going on here? Oh no. So this is what happened between Marquis Lu Tian and Qin Yi. He is Wang Tong's disciple, and Qin Yi is Wang Tong's grandson-in-law. Aren't they family? Du Ruhui nodded. Zhuozhua, you go back first. I will go to see His Majesty now. At Li Jing's residence, Hong Fu Nu was somewhat displeased today. Li Jing left without warning, which naturally made her unhappy. So she practiced swordplay in the courtyard, her swordplay fierce and filled with killing intent. Auntie. Women are more likely to empathize when they see another woman cry. Upon hearing that Wang Zhuozhua's fiancé had been assassinated and nearly died, Hong Fu Nu's already unstable emotions erupted instantly. Even Wang Zhuozhua herself was stunned. Hong Fu Nu is known as the most formidable of the three heroes of the wind and dust, which is undeniable. A woman who can subdue Li Jing is definitely a formidable one. I will go see His Majesty immediately. As a titled lady, she was naturally entitled to an audience with the emperor. Moreover, Hong Fu Nu had risked her life to save Li Er back then, so it was perfectly reasonable for her to go to the palace to meet the emperor when she encountered injustice. At Fang Xuanling's residence, the old man was taking a walk after lunch, when Wang Zhuozhua burst in, crying and shouting. Fang Xuanling liked this little girl the most, but unfortunately, she was a pitiful person who lost her parents at a young age. However, these people were Wang Zhuozhua's parents. Back then, what they learned under Wang Tong laid the foundation for the Tang dynasty's golden age, and Fang Xuanling was filled with gratitude. Upon hearing Wang Zhuozhua's crying, Fang Xuanling immediately became furious. The old man was several decades old, and he picked up the sword he used to have when he was young and was about to enter the palace. Su Shiji was also taken aback. What? Qin Yi has been assassinated again. Who is it this time? Bad people. Wang Zhuozhua naturally had to make things clear when facing Su Shiji. After all, Uncle Su was a capable person, and she didn't want to hide anything. Good. They're scoundrels. They made my niece suffer. They'll pay. But I heard that some people in the court dislike Qin Yi. He's only 16 years old. How could he possibly offend those people? Whoever he is, I will never let any suspicious person get away. At Hou Junji's residence, General Hou Junji saw Wang Zhuozhua, crying her eyes out, and immediately summoned his 10,000 soldiers to rush towards the homes of those suspicious princes and ministers. In his words, no matter if you are right or wrong, if you are suspected, you must be arrested and severely tortured. Wei Zhong rushed into the palace without even putting on his shoes, carrying the imperial edict granting him immunity from death for his frank advice. Zhang Xuansu, Wen Dia, Chen Shuda, Shueshou, Du Yan, and Wen Yanba were so anxious they were jumping up and down. Is it easy for a child who has been without parents since childhood to finally get engaged? Wang Zhuozhua wiped away her tears, led her horse along the streets of Chang'an, and was filled with anger the whole way. Suddenly, her stomach growled. She was hungry. Then she saw a fat man. This fat guy seems to know Qin Yi. Yes, Qin Yi mentioned him. His name is He Chun. It looks exactly as Qin Yi described, but why was this fat man being beaten up? At this moment, Wang Zhuozhua rushed forward first, shouting, "Stop!" He was already angry today, and then he encountered a rogue bullying He Chun. In an instant, Wang Zhuozhua's heroic spirit soared to the sky, and his chivalrous spirit erupted. You must be He Chun? I've heard Qin Yi mention you before. He Chun was bruised and battered. He had no choice but to endure it, following Qin Yi's advice. Looking up, through the blur, I saw a woman in red holding a leather whip. I was immediately puzzled. How did this woman know me? Did she know Qin Yi? The woman Qin Yi knew was none other than Qin Yi's fiancée. Wang Zhuozhua, save me, save me. These people are awful. They slapped me in the face. Wang Zhuozhua coldly looked at these hooligans and sneered. I'm in a bad mood today, so you all stand still and let me beat you. He Chun burst into tears instantly. So domineering. He and Qin Yi are indeed a perfect match. So domineering. Chapter 181 The Terrifying Power of the Entire Dynasty. The rogue, upon seeing that it was a woman, immediately decided to harass her. Oh my heroine, how old are you? Do you have someone you like? What do you think of your brother? Upon hearing this, He Chun immediately revealed a strange smile. Wasn't this guy courting death? Qin Yi said that Wang Zhuozhua's martial arts skills are not comparable to those of ordinary people. He has been learning from civil and military officials since he was a child. He is proficient in both literature and martial arts, and is ruthless. Don't underestimate him just because he is only 14 years old. He is incredibly fierce. Most importantly, He Chun heard Qin Yi mention Hong Fu Nu, who had taken care of Wang Zhuozhua when she was a child. Damn it. How could a woman raised by a female demon be someone to be bullied? How could she be someone ordinary? He Chun lay on the ground, his fleshy body trembling. Wang Zhuozhua's whip seemed to have eyes, Before the rogue could finish his words, a whip mark appeared on his face. Qin's mouth dropped open. No wonder she's Qin Yi's fiancée. Qin Yi, you're in for a world of hurt. Lier has a terrible headache today. I could have rested today, as many things were already in order. Besides, today was the day Qin Yi proposed marriage, so I could go over for a free meal this afternoon. I really wanted to eat the food that Qin Yi cooked himself. But to my surprise, the imperial study is now overflowing with people. These people were all important officials of the Tang dynasty, and they questioned Lier repeatedly. Although they didn't interact much on a daily basis, Lier knew perfectly well that they were both disciples of Wang Tong. My esteemed ministers, am I not angry? That Qin Yi was personally appointed Marquis of the Mandate of Heaven by me, yet he was assassinated by the bad people. How can I tolerate this? After Lier finished speaking, Wen Yanba, the usually quiet and pragmatic man, spoke up for the first time. Your Majesty, I believe that the bad people would not have assassinated Marquis Letian without a reason. There must be someone behind it, and that person should be executed along with their entire family. Wei Zheng was taken aback. Well done, Wen Yanba. You've always seemed so gentle and refined, but today you've brought up the topic of exterminating 9 generations of your family. You've certainly been hit where it hurts. Wei Zheng also spoke up. Although Marquis Letian is young, he is sensible and considerate of the overall situation. I personally visited his residence. Marquis Lishan's wisdom surpasses ours. He is a true pillar of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Everyone was stunned. Today, all the ministers had lost their usual demeanor and became aggressive in front of the current emperor. Wei Zheng, in particular, actually used his pardon to get the emperor to give him a chance to vent his anger. Lier's face turned ashen. What's wrong with you all today? I watched Wang Tong's granddaughter grow up. Qin Yi is also someone I regard as my own son or nephew. These 2 children have caused such a commotion among the most important ministers of the entire Tang dynasty. What are you trying to do? Du Ruhui sighed. Your Majesty, Wang Zhuozhuo lost her parents when she was young. All of us are her parents. Hong Fu knew went even further. Although she was over 40, she still retained her charm, and her face exuded a coldness that kept strangers at bay. Your Majesty, although I cannot say anything, Zhuozhuo is a kind-hearted, gentle, and virtuous child. Poor child, she finally found a marriage. Even Hong Fu knew herself didn't believe what she said. Wang Zhuozhuo had the same explosive temper as her, but in front of Lier, she had to say what she wanted to say. Lier blew his horn and said, All right, you guys go investigate. Oh, and tell Ho Junji not to go too far. Everyone nodded in satisfaction. Lier shouted, Ma Zhou, come in. Ma Zhou rushed in from outside, his face still covered in dust. Investigate in secret, and while you're at it, look into the affairs of the bad people. These people have now become assassins. My great Tang will not allow such people to exist. Yes. Upon learning of Qin Yi's assassination today, Ma Zhou had already mobilized his men to begin an investigation, and Li Junxian also followed Ho Junji to conduct a covert investigation. Chang'an is suddenly in chaos today. Just as Lier had seen off the ministers and caught his breath, he rushed in with the shopkeeper, his voice trembling with tears. Your Majesty, my son opened a pharmacy to benefit the people of Chang'an. The prices are much lower than elsewhere. So many hooligans come to harass us every day. Today, a girl named Wang Zhuozhuo couldn't stand those hooligans when she passed by, so she took action against them. It's one thing to bully my son, but what kind of logic is it to bully a girl? The shopkeeper didn't tell her that the woman was incredibly fierce. She single-handedly beat over a dozen hooligans to a pulp. Lier exploded. His beard and hair stood on end. Someone come here. Summon Li Junxian to see me. While Chang Sun Wuji was in a daze in the mansion, he was dragged away. Ho Junji, what are you doing? I need to ask you some questions. I am a member of the royal family. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? His Majesty appointed me as Grand General to eliminate wicked and treacherous officials. I've come to ask you whether you are truly wicked or not. Ho Junji grinned. His target was the Guanlong aristocratic families, the Shandong gentry, who had previously suffered losses in His Majesty's balancing act. He had heard that those countermeasures were Qin Yi's ideas. Ho Junji knew a little about the recent killing of Tian Yi by the bearded man. At this moment, he had a smile on his face, but he began to make plans in his mind. Tian Yi has ties to your Changsun family. If Qin Yi infringes on your interests and you take action, then don't blame me. The same thing happened to Cui Mingyan's family. The prime minister was forced to abdicate and submit, like a prisoner undergoing training. Are you planning a rebellion? Prime Minister Choi, you're overthinking it. We're just here to ask you some questions. At this moment, Ma Zhou thought of something. The previous employer of Zweiking was Princess Yang of Chao. Who was the person behind Princess Yang of Chao? Before Ma Zhou even set off, he arrived at the imperial study. Your Majesty, do you know who is behind Princess Yang, the princess consort of Chao? Li Er pondered, his gaze wandering, but when he looked at Ma Zhou, it was quite sharp. Ma Zhou instantly concluded that His Majesty definitely knew about these people. These are the people who are the reason why the bad guys have made a comeback. Ma Zhou, if I knew, why would I have asked you to investigate? Investigate this matter immediately and produce concrete evidence. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhou immediately understood. Sure enough, His Majesty knew, but had no evidence. This means you need evidence. The horse galloped towards the marquee of Lishan's residence. Qin Yi felt that life suddenly became much easier today, since the matter of proposing marriage was no longer an issue. A writer's words instilled a slight fear of marriage in young Qin Yi. Marriage is like a walled city. Those outside want to get in, and those inside want to get out. Qin Ruyun and Qin Ruyu were overjoyed to learn that their brother hadn't gone to propose marriage today. They sang and danced, much to Qin Yi's annoyance. My lord, Mr. Ma Zhou has arrived. Qi Ping reported. Chapter 182 Ma Zhou seeks advice. The moment Ma Zhou saw Qin Yi, his eyes welled up with tears. My lord, I'm so glad you're all right. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Mr. Ma Zhou, how could anything happen to me? You should be worried about the assassin. Ma Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. My lord, of course you'll be all right. How could those people possibly be a match for you? What? You've become so polite after just a few days. Ma Zhou looked helpless. His Majesty asked me to investigate some matters, but I have no clue where to start, so I came to ask the Marquis for advice. Qin Yi's face darkened. What are you asking me for advice on? Aren't you the expert on matters of the court? My lord, I thought His Majesty knew who assassinated you, but he has no evidence. Qin Yi immediately became interested. If it were anything else, it would be fine. Wouldn't it be nice to just lie around all day being a lazy marquis who farms the land? Deceit and treachery are exhausting, but Qin Yi suddenly became interested in this matter. He also wanted to know who it was that hated him so much. Was it because of Tian Yi, or because of Princess Yang, the wife of Prince Chao? He had no connection with the current court. Although he was a marquis in name only, personally appointed by Emperor Lier, he had no interaction with most of the officials in the court. Although Qin Yi was familiar with Su Shiji, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda and others, he never interfered in matters of the court. He truly left without a trace after accomplishing his task, keeping his merits and fame hidden. If someone in the imperial court really did take action, why? What was their purpose? Qin Yi didn't believe it was simply because he helped Li Er kill Tian Yi. One Tian Yi cannot shake their foundation. The only possibility, then, is the Yang family. In any court, power struggles are deeply entrenched. Historically, even during Li Er's lifetime, he could not completely subdue the Guanlong aristocratic families and the Shandong gentry, let alone now. Mr. Ma Zhou, I really don't know. You can go to Cheng Wenjin's place and take a look. Those people's bodies are still there, and there might be some clues on them. Ma Zhou was a clever man. When the Marquis said he didn't know, it didn't necessarily mean he didn't know. He might just be unable to confirm it, but 9 times out of 10, the direction was correct. After all, the Marquis's wisdom was beyond Ma Zhou's comprehension. The Marquis sent him to Cheng Wenjin's place, which meant there might be clues there. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and smiled. My lord, I'll go and attend to my business now, and I'll come to see you again later. Go. Qin Yi felt that the weather was a bit strange today. It was sunny and clear from early morning until noon. It wasn't exactly warm, but at least the chill wasn't as unbearable as it was now. As the biting cold began to seep in, Qi Ping had already changed his clothes and was preparing to set off with the 70 men. Looking at the determination on their faces, Qin Yi slowly said, You are all trusted confidants of the Marquis's mansion, my own people. If there are any deaths or injuries tonight, I will definitely take full responsibility. But my hope is that none of you will be injured or killed. It's not easy for these people to withstand the training, and they're not easy to find. If something happens to them, wouldn't it be a waste of our time and effort? Chang'an will not be quiet tonight. When you are doing your work, try to avoid those government troops. No one will make an exception for you just because you are from the Marquis's mansion. Tonight, the Tang dynasty is in turmoil. Take back the East Market and the West Market, take back what belongs to you, and leave immediately. Whoosh. All 70 men, including Qi Ping, immediately knelt on one knee, saying, Please rest assured, Lord Marquis. The carriages rumbled, the horses neighed, and the travelers carried bows and arrows at their waists. The entire city of Chang'an seemed to be on edge because of something. The soldiers guarding the city looked grim and were trembling. Even before nightfall, he felt his feet shaking. What do you think happened today? What did you say? Are you talking about the army's raid on the city? That's right. That army this morning had at least 7,000 or 8,000 men, a huge, fully armed force. Shoo, those are the 1,000 bull guards, General Ho Junji's troops. Several soldiers sighed. We finally had some peace. Why are there so many problems lately? A few days ago, blood flowed like a river in Chang'an at night. After they closed the city gates, the strong smell of blood could still be smelled. There was a heavy rain that night. Although the bloodstains could no longer be seen the next day, the sticky smell in the air was still very obvious. Today's events were too sudden. First, General Ho Junji led his troops into Chang'an, and then General Li Junxian strictly ordered that they could only enter and not leave. Then, Mr. Ma Zhou, a favorite of His Majesty, rushed towards Lantian. The soldiers stared blankly at the approaching night, wondering what had happened. In the darkness, a group of several dozen people marched forward on foot with incredible speed. They had received special training for field marches. The distance from Lantian to Chang'an was only 60 or 70 li, which was not much for them as the route was flat. They were all dressed in uniform light blue robes, clearly servants or retainers of a large family. However, the quality of these light blue robes seemed to be quite good. Only wealthy people could afford to support so many servants. Among these people, the one in the lead, riding a horse, was none other than Qi Ping. If Qi Ping were to run alongside these people, he would definitely fall behind. In order to keep up with the pace of these 70 people, Qi Ping chose to ride a horse. Along the way, he looked solemn. Those people should come out when night falls in the east and west markets. It's only been a few days, and you've already started causing all sorts of trouble in Chang'an. It seems it's time to bring these properties back into your own hands. The people in the east market weren't exactly poor, just not wealthy. Qi Ping only collected protection money from each family, which was just over 100 coins a month. The people in the west market were relatively wealthy, each receiving 1 or 2 taels of silver per month, which was a drop in the ocean for the merchants in the west market. As a result, the entire east market and west market were exceptionally harmonious. But when Qi Ping heard this, he led his men to Marquis Lishan's place. After that, the ruffians in the east and west markets of Chang'an began to run rampant. The previous method of reasoning seemed to have been completely abandoned, and violence became the only means of solving problems. This is not a good thing. There are many gangs in Chang'an. What they are doing is giving other gangs an opportunity. Tonight's battle will not only be about reclaiming the assets, but may also involve gang warfare. Qi Ping gritted his teeth, and as he approached the city gate, he slowly dismounted. What are you doing? There are so many people. The soldier frowned, looking at Qi Ping and the people behind him. Qi Ping cupped his hands and took out his waist token. The people from the Marquis' residence came into the city to buy things. We met them this morning. The soldier suddenly paused, then slapped his thigh. It's you. Come in. I saw you leave in such a hurry this morning. I didn't have a chance to ask what was wrong. Then thank you very much, sir. Chapter 183 Wang Zhuozhua Visits. Before the 70 men entered the city, each of them wore the expression of a servant, and the soldiers guarding the city did not seem to notice anything unusual. But the moment they entered Chang'an, their expressions changed, and a coldness began to emanate from them. The soldiers curiously observed the backs of these people. Which lord is this, with so many servants at home? It must be someone from the household of the Marquis of Lantian. That person rode into the city on horseback this morning. It was an emergency, so I let him pass. Wang Zhuozhua was not a woman who could wait patiently. As soon as she heard that Qin Yi was in trouble, she ran all over Chang'an, got into a fight, and excitedly returned home. Upon hearing her grandfather talk about Qin Yi, she suddenly made a decision. Grandpa, I'm going to Qin Yi's house to find him. Wang Tong was drinking soup when his eyes widened in an instant. You're a young girl. Although the marriage is arranged, the proposal and wedding haven't taken place yet. If people find out that you're meeting with Qin Yi in private, there will be gossip. Wang Zhuozhua said with a serious face. Grandpa, I'm not afraid. Hearing Wang Zhuozhua's declaration of fearlessness, the aunts and uncles standing nearby sighed helplessly. This child wasn't spoiled from a young age. She's just a bit violent in temperament, just like her mother. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent, hoping that old Master Wang could persuade the girl to stay. It's quite something for a woman to be with a man every day before she's even married. Wang Tong nodded. All right, if you're not afraid of gossip, then go ahead. In an instant, the sighs on everyone's faces turned into horror. What's going on? Grandpa, aren't you going to try and say something? In the Tang dynasty, how could a woman go to a man's house at night? Once Wang Zhuozhua got her grandfather's permission, She jumped up excitedly and was about to leave without even eating. Wang Tong called out, "Zhuozhuo, wear more clothes, it's cold outside." Okay. Dressed in white, Wang Zhuozhuo rode a fast horse towards the Lantian Marquis' residence. The horse neighed merrily, and she was overjoyed. Finally, the lights of the Marquis' mansion could be seen clearly, but tonight the mansion seemed different, cold and deserted. Wang Zhuozhuo frowned. Could it be that Qin Yi is afraid after the assassination attempt? Don't be afraid. I'm coming to protect you. Wang Zhuozhuo looked around for a long time in front of the home mansion, but she didn't see a single guard or servant. After observing cautiously for a long time, Wang Zhuozhuo, feeling uneasy, finally pushed open the door and entered. This was her first time entering Qin Yi's home, and for some reason, her face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. Outside the Marquis' residence, it was deserted and quiet, with only the flickering lights. Inside the residence, Wang Zhuozhuo heard sounds coming from the distant courtyard. As he walked, he cursed. "You, Qin Yi, what's the point of such a big house? Is it to keep me out? It's so far away, who knows where you are?" After walking past nearly 7 or 8 similar houses, Wang Zhuozhuo finally realized that she was lost. Just then, Wang Zhuozhuo saw a furry creature looking worried about a piece of cured meat in the yard. "Isn't that Godan?" Dog Egg, with its sharp ears, heard someone approaching. The smell was familiar. Finally, led by Godan, Wang Zhuozhuo successfully arrived at the inner courtyard of the Marquis' mansion. However, at this time, Godan still hadn't finished eating the cured meat in his mouth. The inner courtyard was bustling with activity. People gathered together, and the Marquis' personal guards, servants, and maids had set up stoves in the middle of the courtyard, which were steaming and emitting fragrant aromas. Wang Zhuozhuo hadn't eaten, and her stomach immediately growled when she smelled this. Godan barked excitedly, and a servant came out. Wasn't this guy tied up? How did he escape? Huh, why is there someone here? Is it a girl? This woman. Who are you? Young Heir mustered his courage. The woman was dressed in white and had a cold face. Could she be some kind of evil spirit? Wang Zhuozhuo's face darkened. "Tell Qin Yi to come out and see me." Young Heir's face immediately darkened. "Do you think you can just call out the Marquis' name like that? Who are you?" Suddenly, it was as if someone had touched his brain, and it lit up instantly. Could this person be the Marquis' lover? Or his fiancée? Thinking of this, Young Heir respectfully said, "Miss, please wait a moment and sit in the main room. The Marquis is in the study." "No, go straight to the study. Wang Zhuozhuo is used to being domineering. Wherever you are, I'll go find you." All the servants were stunned for a moment, then resumed eating heartily. After all, what can relieve worries? Only hot pot. There's nothing in this world that a hot pot meal can't solve, and there's no trouble that a hot pot meal can't make you forget. If that still doesn't work, then have two. In the study, Qin Yi was drawing diagrams. These were surgical record diagrams, as well as surgical instruments and other items that Yang Taizhu needed to carefully craft. Now, what Yang Taizhu learned from the descendants of Liu Ban is beginning to show. He is methodical and making rapid progress. Previously, Qin Yi was extremely satisfied with Zhang Zhongjian's Mo Dao. Although Qin Yi hadn't seen many cold weapons, the Mo Dao that someone like Zhu Yeqing would trade for with the original Tian Nu was definitely no ordinary weapon. I've written part of the medical book, but it's not finished yet. The table of contents has been compiled. All that's left is to write it down whenever I have free time. After all, medical knowledge is in my head, and it won't run away. Wang Zhuozhuo stood outside the window, gesturing for Yang Heir to remain silent. The noise from the inner courtyard became almost inaudible in the study. In the quiet night, a woman dressed in white stood outside the window, a smile on her face, with a blush on her cheeks. Qin Yi was engrossed in his study, oblivious to the passage of time. As he took out a cigarette and lit the tinderbox, he suddenly saw a figure. I jumped up instinctively. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wang Zhuozhuo. "How did you get here?" Qin Yi had just returned from a state of complete immersion and focus when he found Wang Zhuozhuo standing outside the window, smiling. "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" Wang Zhuozhuo stared at Qin Yi, pouting. Someone doesn't want to go to propose today, saying they were assassinated, humph. No, it's true that he was assassinated. You know, bloodshed is considered unlucky, so today isn't a good day." Wang Zhuozhuo then turned her head with satisfaction. "You won't let me in? Come in, come in." Qin Yi exhaled a smoke ring, which calmed him down a bit. How could this girl be so unreserved? They weren't even married yet, and she had already come to the man's house uninvited, without even saying hello. Seemingly aware of Qin Yi's question, Wang Zhuozhuo smiled faintly. "Grandpa said that as long as I want to, I can." Wang Zhuozhuo sat on the chair, rubbing her little hands together. It was obvious that she had been very cold the whole way. Chapter 184, Pacifying the East Market. All right. I'm not one of those worldly people who follow etiquette. Since the old man has agreed, you can stay here. Qin Yi sighed helplessly. A marquis keeping a mistress in a golden house. Fortunately, this person is Wang Tong's granddaughter. If it were someone else's daughter, Qin Yi was worried that his reputation would spread throughout the streets and alleys of Chang'an. What are you doing, Qin Yi? Wang Zhuozhuo blushed and didn't know what to say for a moment, so she awkwardly opened her mouth. Qin Yi smiled and said, Relax, make yourself at home. This will be your home from now on. I'm drawing. Drawing? You can draw too? My uncle is a very good artist. Qin Yi nodded. This is different from your uncle's. This is a diagram used by doctors. It's our uncle. Wang Zhuozhuo was indeed a bold woman, emphasizing it now. All right, uncle. Qin Yi put away the blueprints and placed them in a shelf on the bookshelf. Because he heard Wang Zhuozhuo's stomach growling. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll take you to get something to eat. Qin Yi walked in front, and Wang Zhuozhuo followed behind. Although it was her first time visiting the marquis's residence, Wang Zhuozhuo already acted like the mistress of the house. When they arrived at the inner courtyard where the servants were gathered to eat hot pot, Wang Zhuozhuo's appearance and expression were exactly like the true mistress of the marquis's residence. Qin Yi gestured for Yunyang to come over. Make a hot pot in the main room. She hasn't eaten. Yunyang glanced at Wang Zhuozhuo and chuckled to herself. Your Excellency is truly blessed. He turned and ran towards the kitchen. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing entered Chang'an in disguise after Qi Ping and others had entered the city. After all, Zhang Zhongjian had just killed someone not long ago, so he needed to keep a low profile. Zhu Yeqing was much more sensible. His encounter on the road today made him realize that the bad people were not only in Chang'an, but also in any place he could not have imagined. Thus, a thin man and a burly man became two middle-aged men around 50 years old. The East Market is brightly lit tonight. It seems like something big is going to happen tonight, but after nightfall, all the tension is completely covered up by the excitement. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing's first stop was Hichen's pharmacy. The pharmacy was still open. Hichen stood at the door, stretched, and turned his head to see two people smiling at him. Young Master Hichen, it's us. From the Marquis's residence. Hichen's eyes darted around. Zhang Zhongjian Zhuaiking? He had met these two people before. Qin Yi had originally planned to have Zhu Yeqing work as a bodyguard at the pharmacy, but Hichen refused. Hichen felt that since he was going to be beaten, he had to take the beating to the end and not be on guard at all. Zhang Zhongjian was even less likely to be involved. Wasn't that guy wanted? Although he had been arrested and executed in name. If he showed up, he would never be able to clear his name again. When they arrived at Dongshi, Hichen finally recognized them when they removed their disguised masks. It's all right. We're just passing by and wanted to pay our respects to young Master Hichen. You should close up shop and rest early, as tonight is going to be unsettling. Zhang Zhongjian clasped his hands in greeting. Hichen looked puzzled. What are you two up to? It's not that we're planning anything. It's that you're the Marquis. Hichen nodded. Qin Yi never caused trouble, and every time he made a move, it scared people half to death. No, we need to close the door and rest quickly. Old Wang, Old Wu, close the door. Go home and get some rest today. All right, shopkeeper. Qi Ping and the others mingled with the crowd and walked around the East Market for a long time. Their faces looked much more weathered than before, but they were more resilient and their features were more defined. The light green clothes served as a signal, and soon, the sound of bells echoed from the watchtowers above Chang'an. That's the sound of shift changes. Let's do it. 70 people, trained as special forces, moved like phantoms in the night, all within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Qi Ping was protected by Zhu Yeqing and Zhang Zhongjian. The others disappeared into the crowd in an instant. The thug has been having a blast lately. Protection money, which used to be something that Boss Qi couldn't collect too much of, is now being collected by Boss Chang, who says he can collect as much as he wants. The two ruffians swaggered down the road, barging and shoving. The people of Chang'an who were bumped into by them immediately calmed down when they saw their faces. If you can't afford to offend them, you can at least avoid them. Women are even more pitiful when they encounter them. Crying is useless when they are stopped and harassed. These people have completely disrupted the rules. The two ruffians saw a woman with a beautiful figure and were instantly aroused by lust. Come on, bro, let's have some fun. This isn't a good idea, brother. What's wrong with that? In this East Market, we're the kings of heaven. Nobody can control us. In Chang'an, ruffians often commit many evil deeds, but they have never raped women. Today, however, these two men were overcome with lust, and their evil intentions were born. Just as the two men were about to approach the woman, a cold dagger was placed against their necks and pressed against their waists. "Shut up, or you'll die." The voice, carrying a terrifying chill, rang out behind the two hooligans, and their legs went weak instantly. "Hero, spare my life." "Shut up." There was no loud threat, just a calm "shut up." It was precisely this utterly bland voice that made the two rascals' legs tremble even more. These kinds of people are not to be trifled with. They can kill or do bad things without batting an eye or blushing, and their voices don't even tremble. That's a truly ruthless person. The alley was extremely secluded, and no lights could reach it. The two ruffians became more and more afraid as they went deeper into the darkness. Finally, a foul smell wafted out. I was so scared I peed my pants. Meanwhile, similar incidents continued to occur in various remote areas of Chang'an's East Market. The 70 men were well-trained and had long been tempered by bloodshed. Such a scene could not possibly move them. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the bells of the towering watchtowers in Chang'an City, resembling pagodas, rang out. Shift handover complete. Everything returned to calm. Everyone was cheering and applauding. Some people were dancing, and others were brandishing knives and guns. As the crowd slowly gathered around Qi Ping, exactly 70 people, no more and no less, all of them were present. Qi Ping then stood up and walked towards the West Market. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing don't need to do anything. They just need to step up when Qi Ping needs them. As per Qi Ping's request, the two of them should refrain from making a move if possible. After all, one was an assassin and the other a hero. If they were to actually fight, the commotion would be too great. The West Market was more prosperous than the East Market, but amidst that prosperity lay even more filth. Qi Ping looked at the territory he had built with his own hands and fell into deep thought. Back when he was still living a carefree life in Chang'an, he had completely killed 2 of the 3 major gangs in the West Market, and the other one had turned around and gone to the south of the city, never daring to return to the West Market again. Those days of living on the edge of a knife flashed before his eyes, and Qi Ping sighed as he lit a cigarette. Chapter 185: The Tragic Merchants of the Western Regions. The Western Market was teeming with merchants from the Western regions, and along the way, countless precious glass treasures were on display. Zhang Zhongjian was puzzled. Wasn't glass supposed to be cheap? Yet the glass sold by these merchants from the Western regions was still quite expensive. The sound of arguing came from not far ahead. Qi Ping gestured to the 2 of them, and the 3 of them went over. A merchant from the Western regions got into an argument with a man from the Tang dynasty. "Your glass is way too expensive. If it weren't for the fact that I often buy things from you, I would have overturned your stall today." The merchant from the Western regions was not in a hurry. "Sir, our glass was transported all the way from the Western regions. It shines with a pure light, symbolizing the beauty and sanctity of this world. 10 taels of silver is the lowest I can offer." It was just a glass cup, worth 10 taels of silver. The Tang man did not argue, but smiled and said, "Hee, the price of glass is different now than before. In Chang'an, your cup can only sell for 50 coins. The Western region merchant was bewildered. 50 coins. Hee, you do business without even asking the price. A cup that costs 50 coins is more exquisite and cleaner than yours, and it even has peonies on it." The Tang dynasty man smiled dismissively, waved his hand, and left. The merchant from the Western regions looked terrified. "Really? Is this true?" Qi Ping then stepped outside. "Hee, is this merchant from Persia?" The only things Persia sent to the Tang dynasty were silk carpets and countless pieces of glass. However, during their long journey, they were unaware that the Tang dynasty already possessed its own glass industry system. The glass industry established by Qin Yi had extremely high production capacity, and most importantly, the quality was excellent, with a wide variety of patterns and designs, far superior to Persian glass. These Persian merchants only came to Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty, once a year, and this time, they suffered a huge loss. Exactly. May I ask, was what that person said true? Hee, what that man said is true. Qi Ping's eyes gleamed. Your glass is actually of good quality, but it's not as good as the glass produced in the Tang dynasty. Listen to me. Sell it off cheaply and buy the good glass from the Tang dynasty at a low price, transport it back to Persia, and sell it at a high price. Qi Ping was adding fuel to the fire. He had heard the Marquis say that Lioli's plan was to sell domestically and then export. From the beginning, they would keep buying Lioli from the Western regions, eventually squeezing out the Lioli merchants from the Western regions and completely eliminating their idea of making money from the price difference in the Tang dynasty. Then, they would continuously transport the Lioli produced in the Tang dynasty to the Western regions. After all, the cost of manufacturing glass in the Western regions was extremely high. The merchant from the western region sat slumped on the ground, his face filled with dejection. The winter wind blew, and his tears froze on his face. Qi Ping and his two companions continued walking forward. In the West Market, there was no need to wait for the soldiers on the watchtower to change shifts, because none of the ruffians in the West Market would openly appear. They have a place to gather. This place is a temple built by Qi Ping himself. It doesn't even need a name. There is only one monk in the temple, so it should be deserted and have very little incense offerings. But it is usually bustling with people. Of course, this monk was fake. He was just a monk who did the bare minimum, without even a monastic scar on his head. 70 people entered through the main gate of the temple, and the small temple was instantly filled to capacity. In the main hall, there were no Buddha statues, only tables and chairs. The high steps, like the emperor's throne in a palace, were occupied by a young, gloomy man. Boss Chung, we've made quite a bit of progress lately. That's right. What Qi Ping dares not do, I, Chung Bing, dare to do. What Qi Ping dares not manage, I, Chung Bing, dare to manage. What Qi Ping dares not accept, I, Chung Bing, dare to accept. Chung Bing gave a cold laugh, his mouth agape, and under the light, the tattoo on his right cheek was exceptionally clear. It was a scar, a wound from his first shootout. Now, the scar and tattoo on it complemented each other perfectly, forming a scorpion. Brother Chung is awesome. The small temple was filled with the aroma of wine and meat, and there were nearly 100 people in the main hall. After Qi Ping led his men into the temple, they quietly occupied every key spot. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing kept smacking their lips. Not bad, Mr. Qi Ping. It seems your business was quite large before. Those were all foolish things from the past, not worth mentioning. Zhang Zhongjian didn't feel anything, but he became a little excited after seeing the 70 people silently surround the entire temple. How wonderful it would be to have such a force. The troubles in the southeast were all because we were missing an army like this. So be it. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. If the Marquis gives me a chance in the future, I'll go out and explore the world. Qi Ping led the two men slowly into the main hall. Chung Bing had drunk quite a bit, and in his drunken haze, he suddenly saw a familiar face. You've had too much to drink and your eyesight is all messed up. Why does he look like Qi Ping to me? Ha ha ha. Immediately, someone fawned over him, saying, Boss Chung is so mighty and domineering. Qi Ping doesn't dare to come back. Exactly. He wanted to be a dog and brought his other brothers with him. He's really shameless. Qi Ping shook his head and said calmly, How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? People who have drunk too much always have blurred vision. Although Qi Ping was standing far away and his appearance was not clear, his voice made everyone in the hall tremble with fear. It's Qi Ping. Holy crap, guys, grab your weapons. Chung Bing woke up instantly, a chill running down his spine. Qi Ping, it's you? You actually dare to come back? You still have the nerve to show your face. Qi Ping smiled slightly. I, Qi Ping, am an upright and honest person. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? But you, Qing Bing, are no good at anything. There are underground rules in Chang'an, and you have broken them. Chung Bing's face was cold. Qi Ping, I broke the rules. You didn't even ask me why I broke the rules. The brothers followed you before, each of us walking on thin ice, and we didn't earn much. Chung Bing was full of resentment. People like us are destined to never get out of this world. It would be so much better to live for the moment, spend as much as we have, eat meat and drink wine in large bowls, and live a life without regrets. I gave you a chance that day, but you were just too useless. Qi Ping sighed. You've only been here a few days, and the merchants in the east and west markets are already complaining. Before long, those big shots from the underworld will find you and take your place. Chung Bing's eyes turned vicious. They're looking for me? Ha ha ha, if they come, I'll kill them. I'm already in this state. What can they do to me? I just love money, and I love the feeling of strangling someone. Qi Ping kept shaking his head at Chung Bing's words. This guy was hopeless. Let's do it. Qi Ping waved his hand, and 70 people filed in. This time, Qi Ping held nothing back. These people may live, but they must submit. Qing Bing must die. Chapter 186 Deadly Evidence. In the West Market, solving problems is sometimes simpler than in the East Market. After all the hooligans here were gathered together. Looking at Chung Bing's head, Qi Ping sighed. If the rest of you want to live, you'd better follow the rules. I'll send someone to take over here, and everything will be the same as when I was here. Everyone else was already terrified. Even those who had spoken harshly and flattered him before now knew one thing. Boss Qi was back. They all knelt on the ground, heads bowed and obedient. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing then discovered that Qi Ping actually possessed an aura of royalty. Mr. Qiping, what did your ancestors do? Emperor. Tonight in Chang'an, in both the East and West markets, no one noticed that the ruffians and protection collectors had changed. In the East market, the merchants who had been trembling with fear were now finding that none of the ruffians were bothering them tonight, and they were extremely relieved. In business, the worst thing is dealing with local bullies. Once you get entangled with them, it's incredibly troublesome. Before you even make a sale, you have to pay them money to avoid further trouble. In the West market, merchants noticed something. The ruffians who had previously disappeared had reappeared, now patrolling with remarkable discipline and occasionally catching petty thieves. Order seemed to have been restored. These past few days, the local bullies in the West market have been letting things run rampant, charging fees during the day, but not even glancing at night. There are too many petty thieves, and this is very bad. That's right, they've had a rare moment of conscience. Apart from the East and West markets, the rest of the city appeared peaceful, but in reality, turmoil was brewing. After receiving the emperor's approval, the Tang army rampaged through Chang'an, with 10,000 men splitting into small groups and visiting the homes of many officials. After returning from Cheng Wenjin's place, Ma Zhou became relaxed and cheerful. Sure enough, there were some clues about these people. As expected of the bad guys, they wrote down such a detailed plan before making their move. A small booklet, a parchment scroll. The booklet contains maps of Lantian and Chang'an, showing the distribution of buildings and the location of secret passages. The parchment scroll contained the marquis's information and the silver paid by the employer. However, nothing unusual was found in the employer information section. It was blank and unsigned. Even so, Ma Zhou also identified something else. Those are traces of silk on the parchment scroll. Such things would not appear unless it was a shop selling cloth. It was a dark red, metallic-looking thread, the kind of thread that only a few shops in Chang'an sold. Silk was very expensive and unaffordable for most people, so these shops were concentrated in the West market. Most importantly, the cloth business in the West market was spearheaded by the Cui family of Qinghe. As expected of the marquis, he is truly a man of extraordinary wisdom. He can even foresee such a thing. If I had even a 10th or a 12th of the marquis's wisdom in this lifetime, I would be completely satisfied. Ma Zhou carried the evidence and headed towards the palace. Ho Junji stayed at Cui Mingan's house for a whole day. What? General Ho, are you not planning to leave today? Cui Mingan was not flustered at all. He did not know why Ho Junji had come today, but he was always cautious. The Cui family of Qinghe was the largest family in the Tang dynasty, on par with the Cui family of Bowling. Their combined strength was even greater than that of the Leaf family of Longxi, where His Majesty was located. He wasn't afraid of Ho Junji. He didn't think Ho Junji would dare to do anything to him. Cui Mingan believed that Ho Junji knew nothing and was cheating. Was this ordered by His Majesty? Seeing that Ho Junji ignored him, he continued to ask. Ho Junji gave a cold laugh. A major event has occurred today, and I just want to know if this has anything to do with your Cui family. Cui Mingan sneered. The Cui family has a large population. Why are you so sure that there is something wrong with my Cui family? Besides, if you think there's a problem, you can investigate it yourself. Why is it in my residence? Ho Junji waved his hand. Hee, old man Cui, don't blame me for not making myself clear. You are the highest-ranking official in the Cui family, and the pillar of the Qinghe Cui family and the Bowling Cui family. Who else would we turn to if not you? Besides, your Cui family has produced many talented people and has had an excellent reputation for many years. TSK, yet you are all very dissatisfied with His Majesty's reign. Why is that? Ho Junji carried out Li Er's orders. First, to find out who was behind the assassination of Qin Yi, and second, to conduct a thorough investigation of the Cui family of Qinghe. Ho Junji tried to intimidate Cui Mingan, but Cui Mingan remained unfazed. The two didn't say anything from beginning to end, but it was as if they both knew what it was about. Two men from the Tang dynasty, each as steady as a mountain, looked at each other and smiled. Hee, Ho Junji, you've gone too far with those words. My Cui family is not opposing your Majesty, but is merely proposing a better strategy for the Tang dynasty. Cui Mingan was a seasoned veteran. In the court, his word was law, and his influence sometimes surpassed that of Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling, because his family had long ago laid out a vast and intricate network of connections throughout the dynasties since the Northern and Southern dynasties period. It's impossible to completely eradicate the Cui family's roots. The two of them sat there, talking back and forth. It was a sleepless night in Chang'an, and the people were even more joyful. Li Er couldn't sleep either, especially after seeing Cui's shadow among the evidence brought back by Ma Zhou. A worried look appeared on his face. He was indeed a decisive and ruthless emperor, But the Guangzhong and Shandong aristocratic families were not ones he could completely suppress or even eliminate. He can only try to maintain balance in this situation. In this era, the emperor may seem very powerful, but the relationship between the emperor and his ministers is like a tug of war. If the ministers form factions, the emperor's side will inevitably become weaker. In the imperial court, Chui's confidants knew more than Li Er. As for Li Er, apart from the old guard he personally brought back, he didn't actually have many people he could rely on. It wasn't difficult for Emperor Li Er to achieve earth-shattering feats, but becoming a great emperor for all time was exceptionally difficult. With everything in ruins and needing to be rebuilt, Li Er was very anxious. Investigate the Chui family's businesses thoroughly, and don't let any of them go unpunished. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, if Qin Yi is involved, make them hand him over. Yes, Li Er said earnestly. Ma Zhou, you initially followed Qin Yi. You know that kid doesn't care about many things, but I can't. Everyone in the world is counting on me to give them a peaceful and prosperous era, and I cannot let them down. Ma Zhou's eyes flickered. The Marquis was right. Being an emperor was not always as easy as one might imagine. Wang Zhuozhuo finally finished her meal, and Qin Yi smiled as he watched her eat. At first, Wang Zhuozhuo acted quite properly and reservedly, eating in small bites, but she couldn't resist being too hungry. Finally, Wang Zhuozhuo said, "Anyway, I'm going to live at your house from now on," and simply let go of the idea. That swift and powerful display was no less impressive than that of the gluttons of later generations. Are you full? I'm full. Come on, I'll take you to see the Marquis's residence. Wang Zhuozhu blushed and asked, "So, does that mean I'll be staying at your house?" Chapter 187, The Three Major Gangs. Qin Yi certainly understood what Wang Zhuozhu meant. Women in this era who dare to come to their husband's family before marriage are not easy to deal with. At least they know very well what they want. Wang Zhuozhuo was only a little over 14 years old. She was filled with anxiety about the future. Like most women in the Tang dynasty, she was just an ordinary person. Different growth trajectories cannot replace the deficiencies of this era, nor can they replace the deficiencies inherent in women's nature. Girls at this age are always so impulsive and easily fall into longing for love. You can do it if you want to. Qin Yi answered Wang Zhuozhuo with Wang Tong's words. As soon as Qin Yi finished speaking, Wang Zhuozhuo tilted her head back and laughed triumphantly, her laughter growing louder and louder, making her body tremble. Qin Yi looked up at the moonlight in the sky, and for some reason, the night was so beautiful. "Shall I sing you a song?" Qin Yi suddenly said. Wang Zhuozhuo was extremely surprised. "Qin Yi, you can sing? Is it a folk song? Which style?" Wang Zhuozhuo's understanding of songs is still based on folk songs and operas, and on the grand or delicate pentatonic melodies encompassed in the values of the Tang dynasty. That's the feeling of spring, and it's not just in the reviving fields. Qin Yi did not answer, but spoke directly. At this moment, Qin Yi's control over his voice was meticulous. His ethereal voice carried a longing for a peaceful life, a vision for the future, and a detached view of everything in life. Although Wang Zhuozhuo was somewhat unfamiliar with the melody and not used to it, she figured that Qin Yi must have his reasons for singing it. So he closed his eyes and listened carefully. This is a song from later generations, a tranquil and serene song, about the vicissitudes of life, the blooming and withering of flowers, all of which are simply natural occurrences. Qi Ping had completed the Marquis's instructions. He walked with a confident stride and a radiant smile. There were still many unsettling factors in Chang'an late at night. After the crowds dispersed from the east and west markets, all the lights in Chang'an were still shining, but unlike before, no one was there to appreciate their brilliance. 70 people, silently and slowly making their way towards the city gate, carrying the Marquis's token, ready to leave at any time. As for how the Marquis will explain things to His Majesty, the Marquis said that it's not necessary to worry about it. The number of guards on Zhuke Avenue has also decreased. Generally, by late at night, the people of Chang'an, exhausted and indulgent all day, have long since returned home to enjoy the warmth of their wives and children. The wealthy have gone to their concubines, leaving their wives at home yearning for their return, but to no avail. The wealthier ones went straight to brothels. Pinkangfang was bustling with activity, and the noise didn't stop until dawn, just like the women's relentless pursuit of money. Qi Ping passed through Day Ward, which is the junction between the wealthy district, the ordinary district, and the suburbs of Chang'an. Generally speaking, Chang'an is divided from here. Behind Qi Ping is the core area of Chang'an, where there are various government offices, the mansions of countless wealthy families, and countless high-ranking officials. But once they passed Daifang, no one was willing to take another step forward. After passing Day Ward, We had truly arrived at the outskirts of Chang'an. This is where the poor live, a past that Qi Ping and others can never forget. He lived and grew up in King Longfang, but King Longfang could not give him everything. Qi Ping sighed as he walked along the stone-paved road at the end of Daifang. A curfew will be imposed here at dawn. This is completely different from the interior of Chang'an. So at this moment, the street at the end of Daifang was deserted, with no one in sight, only the barking raccoon dogs and tattered cloths blown in by the north wind from who knows where. With the north wind howling, Qi Ping and his companions only needed to continue through Andifang to reach the side gate of Chang'an's south gate. But Zhang Zhongjian waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. Mr. Qi Ping, someone is blocking our way. Qi Ping looked at Zhang Zhongjian with surprise, then at Zhu Yeqing. The two men had the same expression. They were highly skilled in martial arts and extremely vigilant. At this moment, Qi Ping began to carefully observe his surroundings. It was so quiet, not even the sound of a child crying in the night. The raccoon only meowed twice, then scattered and ran away, seemingly out of fear of something. There was a rustling sound coming from the rubble, the sound of the raccoon's paws accidentally touching the tiles. Qi Ping, I knew you would come back. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of hurried footsteps rushed out from the shadows, and at that moment, everyone fell silent. The 70 people exhaled slowly, remaining silent. There were quite a few people on the other side, probably close to 100 or 200, and each of them was holding an axe. They appeared from the corner of Andifang and instantly blocked the road ahead. Qi Ping frowned. Old dog Wu, you actually want to get your hands on the east and west markets too. Hee, what makes you so great, Qi Ping? If you can do it, so can I. Wu was the leader of the Axe Gang in Chang'an. The Axe Gang is a formidable fighting force, considered one of the top gangs in Chang'an. They have the support of officials, and generally no one wants to clash with them. Qi Ping was contemplating whether or not to fight when he heard a series of light footsteps behind him. The people's footsteps were light, suggesting they were all skilled in martial arts. Qi Ping, for every Flying Sky Gang disciple you capture today, you will suffer that many cuts. I can't believe you pickpockets dare to call yourselves the Flying Gang. You should just call yourselves old mudfish. Qi Ping said calmly. I, Shurjiu, am not the kind of person who steals petty things. Of course, if someone in the gang makes a move, you can catch them, but why would you chop off their hand? Shurjiu is the leader of the Flying Sky Gang. The name itself sounds uncultured, derived from the idea of flying to the sky and disappearing into the earth. Perhaps these petty thieves never wanted to appear cultured, since pretending to be cultured is just too tiring. What are you pretending for? Only a grandson would pretend. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Qi Ping, today is the time for you to pay the price. Qi Ping sighed. Your gang members have gone too far, even targeting the poor. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Broken hands and feet are just lessons learned. Perhaps begging is a skill, and isn't that something you're good at? Qi Ping retorted sharply, holding his own in the slightest. Qi Ping, do you still remember me? Upon hearing the rough and unruly voice, Qi Ping immediately knew who it was. This is the gang leader I once drove to the south of the city. Qin Yi, leader of the Wildfire Gang. Qi Ping never expected that his low-key actions tonight would be discovered by these people. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing shook their heads. Mr. Qi Ping, it seems that after you left, there were spies of theirs in the east and west markets. This is not surprising. With Qi Ping gone, the people in the east and west markets were at a loss, and it was normal for them to be infiltrated. Chapter 18870, Ferocious Beasts. When Qi Ping was in charge of the east and west markets, no one could infiltrate them. His entire power was impregnable. Now that Qi Ping has left, the entire east and west markets, which originally belonged to Qi Ping's subordinates, are now riddled with holes and holes. Qi Ping's face remained calm. The Axe Gang has at most 200 people, and the Wildfire Gang has only a little over 100. Your Flying Sky Gang can't possibly have many people. It seems like you're bluffing, but at most you have 100. You think you can stop me, Qi Ping, with just 400 of you? Qi Ping's eyes flashed, and in the dim light, his gaze, like that of a wild beast, was awe-inspiring. When Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing first saw Qi Ping's boss-like demeanor, they immediately hugged each other tightly. His gaze was too cold. Be careful when you talk. It's windy outside, or you'll bite your tongue. Chun Yin had suffered a lot at Qi Ping's hands before and had long held a grudge. He had been planning for a long time. The business in the East Market and West Market was lucrative, and they could also sell intelligence. This kind of business was what their Wildfire Gang liked the most. After being driven away by Qi Ping, Chun Yin had been working hard to fight back. Finally, the opportunity came. He knew that Qi Ping was a proud and scheming man, and that the key was to attack his heart first. After Chun Yin spoke, he targeted Qi Ping at every turn. He just didn't understand one thing. Qi Ping was no longer on the same level as him. Qi Ping looked at Chun Yin as if he were an ant on a cloud. You can give it a try, but maybe you won't be as lucky as last time. A simple sentence made Chun Yin's face turn ugly. Whoever is moved first is at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Moreover, Chun Yin was already lacking in confidence, and he ended up shooting himself in the foot. People in the martial arts world don't compete on words, but on real strength. Wu Laogo of the Axe Gang smiled contemptuously. Qi Ping, I heard you became a nobleman's dog, but compared to me, you still lost your freedom in the end. Old Wu smiled faintly, took deep breaths, and shook his head, as if he were immersed in the moment. This is the taste of freedom. Qi Ping sneered. I may not be human, but you really are a dog. A dog can't stop eating shit. Just bear with it a little longer, and you can have a good meal after we're done beating you up. Upon hearing this, Wu Laogo's face turned pale and then purple. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing almost burst out laughing. This Mr. Qi Ping was too interesting. No wonder the Marquis valued him so much. More importantly, with only 73 men facing a force of around 400 thugs, Qi Ping was full of confidence, his words eloquent and piercing. The two sensed that Qi Ping was not only not afraid, but seemed to be trying his best to hide his excitement. In fact, Qi Ping knew very well that if the 70 people behind him wanted to go up and deal with the thugs of these three gangs, it would just take them a little longer. His confidence stemmed from the military training within the Marquis' residence and from the near-hellish trials he endured over those few days. The effects of this training are significant and excellent. Judging from the way the 70 people in the East and West markets cooperated in the assassination today, Qi Ping knows that the Marquis' mansion will soon have an additional army. Shi Jiao remained silent. He was an opportunist, but what thief isn't an opportunist? Even if someone told him this, he wouldn't know what it meant. Shi Jiao firmly believed that as long as he wasn't caught the first time, he would never be caught again. Therefore, his subordinates were all extremely bold, and they spared no one, from imperial relatives and high-ranking officials to ordinary people and even poor families. No money? They'd steal the valuables, then hide outside and listen to the poor weeping and finally collapsing. The entire flying gang, which prides itself on being heroes, often does such things. Besides petty theft, the more serious problem is that they have lost all moral restraint. They've long forgotten what they can and cannot do. Now that the two gang leaders have spoken, Shi Jiao is still observing. He remains silent, while his men have already prepared their short blades and grappling hooks. They're just petty scoundrels. They think they can amount to anything? Old Zhang, what do you think? Zhu Yeqing didn't think highly of the people in these gangs. At least, he never believed they could succeed. How can someone who spends their entire life hiding in the darkness and never dares to show their face possibly stand bravely in the sunlight? Zhang Zhongjian wholeheartedly agreed. He had dealt with gangs in the southeast before, and those people were too short-sighted, lacking long-term ambitions. They lived day to day, making the most of each day, and were not the kind of people Zhang Zhongjian hoped to cooperate with. Gangs are all the same everywhere in the world. Although the gangs in Chang'an are much richer than those in the southeast, they are essentially no different. They're all scum wallowing in the gutter, lacking the courage to stand up and be upright people. How many can you kill at once? Zhang Zhongjian couldn't help but ask. In terms of divine wrath, it wouldn't be too many at once. A dozen or 20 wouldn't be a problem. Zhu Yeqing said calmly. Mr. Qi Ping, how about I make the first move? Qi Ping waved his hand. Gentlemen, there's no rush. These 70 men under my command have now become the Marquis' retainers. Their actions now are not enough to prove their strength. A surprise attack is nothing special. It's just a strategic advantage. Now, we need you two to witness the main battle and report back to the Marquis. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing nodded. It seemed that Mr. Qi Ping intended to engage in a direct confrontation. A strange wind suddenly swept through the dimly lit street. How could a place like the outskirts of Chang'an be prosperous? It was full of poor people. The street was in chaos, and sand and dust were blown towards everyone by the wind. At the same time, the 70 men split into 3 teams, brandishing their short blades and triangular daggers. In their pockets, each of them also carried the heavenly wrath. Kill! The 70 men roared simultaneously and charged toward the gangs from 3 directions in an instant. Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing were initially enjoying the show, but soon they began to feel a chill run down their spines. These people were like emotionless steel. Wherever they went, blood and flesh flew everywhere. How could those gangster thugs be a match for well-trained elites, even if they outnumbered each other? So what? A large number of people can be a factor that influences victory, but it is not the decisive factor, unless the number is so large that it is an overwhelming advantage. Half an hour later, Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing, smelling the chilling, bloody stench in the air, widened their eyes in disbelief. Mr. Qi Ping, the Marquis has trained a pack of wild beasts. They are not wild beasts. They are the Marquis's retainers, the world's first special forces soldiers. Qi Ping's face was filled with pride. The night in Chang'an was quiet. When the soldiers patrolling Andy Ward passed by the border between Day Ward and Andy Ward with torches, they yawned, and then their faces turned extremely frightened. Chapter 189 Horrible Scars. What happened? Oh no. Report to the guards immediately. A bloodbath has occurred in Day Ward and Andy Ward. Before long, a group of people slowly gathered here. They were all soldiers on duty in Chang'an. They stared at the corpses scattered on the ground and counted them for a long time. More than 400 people. Who did this? How come there wasn't a sound? Faced with the questioning of the commanding officer on duty, a soldier suddenly said, "Commander, I saw Qin Yi and Shi Jiao inside. And that old dog Wu." The deaths of these three were not as gruesome as those of the others, but they were all killed with a single stab wound, and each had a red line on his neck. It really is them? Could it be a three-gang fight? The commander became puzzled. "Commander, we don't really need to worry. Even if they start fighting each other, we won't lose out." Yes. The others chimed in. "It looks like all the key members of their gang are here. It's better if they're dead." At this moment, a veteran who had just returned from the battlefield exclaimed, "My God, they were all killed with a single blow. The killers are incredibly skilled." The crowd looked at the wounds on those people and felt a chill run down their spines. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were not cowards, but when faced with more than 400 corpses lying on the ground, cold and lifeless, they were terrified. The knife wounds on the necks of the corpses were identical. Even the angles were very similar. Others had their chests pierced, blood flowing everywhere, and only then did the crowd realize that their feet were covered in blood. All of them were fatal wounds, each one meant to kill instantly, and each person had only one wound. Who the hell did this? Is this person the world's #1 assassin? How skilled must a killer be to be able to kill so easily, and with a single blow? It wasn't just one person who died, but more than 400. Even if these people ran away, they would have exhausted the murderer to death. Suddenly, someone exclaimed again, "Look, silver needles." As soon as he finished speaking, the young soldier reached out to take it, but the commander shouted, "Stop." The young soldier finally stopped. "It's poisonous." The commander had extremely keen eyesight. Just by looking at the pale blue gleam at the tip of the silver needle, he knew that it was not something an ordinary person could touch. How are we supposed to report this to our superiors? With something like this happening tonight, none of us will survive. We'll all have to go home, a soldier asked tremblingly. The commander chuckled coldly. "Just say that the three major gangs fought each other. All three were severely injured. We picked up the scraps, they resisted, and we had no choice but to kill them." "Yes, Commander." Qi Ping and the others were unaware of the profound impact they had had on the veterans guarding Chang'an, and were currently on their way to the Marquis's residence. Finally, Zhang Zhongjian let out a long sigh of relief. When he arrived at the Marquis's residence, he felt much better. The oppressive atmosphere emanating from these people was so intense that no one could have imagined it if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes. 70 people, facing an attack by 400, managed to kill them all in half an hour without sustaining a single injury. "My lord, if I had Zhang Zhongjian with your army, I would have taken over the southeast long ago." Zhu Yeqing didn't dare utter a sound the whole way, and he finally understood why his assassination attempt had failed. He thought the Marquis was on the ground, and he was in a tree. In truth, with the Marquis in the sky, I was like a monkey in the tree, with all my movements under the Marquis's control. "You are truly beasts." Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing ran back in a flash. They felt uncomfortable being with these people, so they decided to go back to sleep. Qin Yi and Wang Zhuozhuo strolled around the courtyard, patrolling the Marquis's residence for a full hour and a half, which Wang Zhuozhuo found very satisfying. "Qin Yi, from now on, this household is in my hands. I may not say anything else, but I am definitely a master at being a good wife, mother, and household manager. No, Zhuozhuo, you just focus on being beautiful. I'll have Mr. Qiping take care of things at home." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiong let out a sharp shriek from above. This shriek meant that Qi Ping had returned. Qin Yi smiled faintly. "Speak of the devil, and he appears. Zhuozhuo, you go back to the side room to rest first. I've had the maid make arrangements." No, I want to be with you." I'm going to discuss official business. It's top secret. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Zhang Xiong's whistle also implied that the 70 men were intact and waiting for inspection outside the gate. Qin Yi didn't want Wang Zhuozhuo to see the group of people covered in blood after committing murder. Seeing Wang Zhuozhuo reluctantly enter the house, Qin Yi strode towards the outside of the Marquis's residence. As soon as Qin Yi appeared, the 70 men immediately knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Lord Marquis." "How? I have successfully completed my mission," Qi Ping said excitedly. Qin Yi nodded. "I'll be entrusting the intelligence networks of the East and West markets to you from now on. You don't need to make money, but intelligence must be kept secret. That's what's most valuable." Qi Ping nodded and bowed respectfully. "All right, are there any casualties?" When Qin Yi asked the question, everyone immediately fell silent. Qi Ping was extremely agitated at this moment. "My lord, if there are any casualties, we will have no face to return. I only realized tonight that the Marquis's training methods are too ruthless. These 70 men are like wolves among sheep." Qin Yi frowned. "Didn't I tell you not to make a big fuss? You guys were fighting in the streets?" Qi Ping shook his head. "My lord, we fought the East and West markets without bloodshed. But before leaving the city, we were ambushed by the Wildfire Gang, the Axe Gang, and the Flying Sky Gang as we passed through the south of the city." Qin Yi understood. These people were using those gangs as practice, and the effect must have been quite terrifying, otherwise Qi Ping wouldn't have been so excited. "All right, fix yourself up, change your clothes, and burn them all, leaving no trace. Starting tomorrow, we'll continue training with Zhang Xiong and the others." Upon hearing about training, those who had just tasted success immediately revealed a fierce glint and anticipation in their eyes. Zhang Xiong never expected this day to come so soon. He knew he would be involved in the training program devised by the Marquis, but he didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. "Damn it, I don't believe it anymore. Are all of you tigers?" Most of the 100 personal guards were defeated in the fight, which filled Zhang Xiong with distress. Having arrived at the Marquis's residence, we must not embarrass the left guard. "Brothers, let's go. Let's take them down." Zhang Xiong roared, and the soldiers behind him began to form ranks. Qin Yi watched from the side, his face darkening. These 70 people didn't know how to break the formation, nor did they understand formations. It was over. He felt that the training ground would be filled with painful wails today. Qin Yi covered Li Chengqian and Li Tai's eyes, but he noticed that Li Ku was peeking from the side. He immediately took the little ones back and made them copy the 3-character classic 10 times before anything else. Chapter 190: The Power Struggle Between the Prime Minister and the Emperor. Ma Zhou didn't sleep all night and finally found evidence matching the clues in several silk and cloth shops. That strand of dark red silk thread came from the Cui family's shop. However, all sales at the Cui family shop have recently been concentrated within the palace, and no sales have been conducted to the public. Even so, Ma Zhou still noticed something was wrong. Using the method Qin Yi had taught him, he discovered a problem with the accounts in a shop in the West Market. It was precisely the issue with the accounts that made the shopkeeper blurt out the truth in an instant. Several cloth shops rely on orders from high-ranking officials and nobles to maintain their business. However, recently, someone offered to buy a batch of cloth at a high price. On that day, it was a steward from Cui Mingan's residence who made the offer. Everything was stuck here. Cui Mingan was the prime minister, and Ma Zhou did not have the authority to touch him. He could only return to his majesty and slowly state his conclusions. "Then General Hou Junji will naturally handle Cui Mingan. You should go and rest." After a night, Cui Mingan felt completely drained. Hou Junji, strong and healthy, had no intention of leaving. Cui Mingan sat with him, feeling drowsy. "General, I need to rest." "Don't rush. I heard His Majesty already has evidence. Shouldn't Minister Cui wait a little longer?" Cui Mingan frowned. "What is it that the general is referring to? I must know." Cui Mingan and Hou Junji played a game of cryptic conversation all night, neither of them revealing what it was about. Hou Junji remained silent, and Cui Mingan pretended not to know. Hou Junji stretched and said, Since you asked, I'll remind you that it's about a certain nobleman in the Tang dynasty. There are so many nobles in the Tang dynasty, but the moment Hou Junji opened his mouth, Cui Mingan realized that this guy was lying. It was obvious that Hou Junji's tricks were not very sophisticated, but his confident demeanor was quite intimidating. After pondering for a long time, Cui Mingan sighed. Hou Junji's personality was just like that. He couldn't hide any thoughts, but that was also why he couldn't be judged by common sense. What appears to be a deception in Hou Junji's case may very well be true. Hou Junji smiled faintly. "All right, since Prefect Cui can't remember, then I'll remind you again." "No need. I have never had any contact with the nobles in the palace. Ho Junji gave a cold laugh. A noblewoman in the palace. Haha, there was an unexpected bonus. Evidence is crucial. Without evidence, even if Ho Junji hears Cui Mingan admitted himself, it will be of no use. Once he steps out of this door, Cui Mingan can vehemently deny everything. Hee, Prime Minister Choi, I never said you necessarily had a connection. At this moment, Ho Junji's commander rushed over and whispered something in Ho Junji's ear. In an instant, Ho Junji's expression changed drastically. Minister Cui, we have the evidence. Now let's see how you explain this to His Majesty. Cui Mingan smiled faintly. Please make yourself at home, General Ho Junji. I need to rest. Now that we have the evidence, it's time for the Cui families of Qinghe and Bowling to pay the price. No sooner had Ho Junji left than Cui Mingan sighed. Master Cui, what's the news from the palace? As the head of the Prime Minister's office and the largest family in the Tang dynasty, the Cui family had its own spies everywhere. As Cui Mingan's eyes and ears, Chueda naturally had access to a lot of information through his informants. Your Majesty, it seems that His Majesty is angry because of the assassination attempt on Marquis Letian. Cui Mingan frowned. So it was Qin Yi. Heh, that makes it simple. Don't you have leverage over the Wang family of Taiyuan? You did a good job with Qin Yi. It's just that Qin Yi was lucky to survive. Let the Wang family of Taiyuan handle the funeral arrangements. Taking care of the aftermath means taking the blame. So Chueda immediately nodded and ran out. Chui's attack on Qin Yi stemmed from the fact that his interests were threatened. After Qin Yi was enfeoffed as a marquis, people in the Cui clan often complained that the charcoal business was getting worse day by day, the glass business was even worse, and the clay and lime industry used for building houses was also affected. Most importantly, the Cui clan originally controlled all the profits of the brewing industry in the Tang dynasty. Anyone who wanted to sell wine in the Tang dynasty had to pay a share of the profits to the Cui clan. On the other hand, Princess Yang of Chao was not alone. Her purpose was to keep abreast of the dynamics in the palace for Cui Mingan. Lady Yang is a widow, and her husband, Li Yuanji, was the one who wanted to kill Li Shimin. After His Majesty ascends the throne, it is impossible for him to favor Lady Yang. Back then in the imperial court, Cui Mingan and others used the power of the court to force Li heir to compromise, sparing Yang's life and giving her the title of concubine. This greatly displeased Li heir, but there was nothing he could do about it. But everything changed because of that optimist. Princess Yang, the wife of the king of Chao, was like a duckweed in the wind, seemingly rootless, but in fact closely connected with this wind. Now that the duckweed is gone, Cui Shi's most trusted confidant in the palace is gone, so naturally she will target Qin Yi. Of course, the most crucial reason wasn't profit, nor the death of Princess Yang of Chao, but rather the appearance of Qin Yi, the Marquis of the Mandate of Heaven. This meant that His Majesty would no longer easily confer titles of nobility, effectively blocking the career paths of the young members of the Cui clan. Recently, His Majesty had been employing various tactics, seemingly intending to suppress the Shandong gentry. Cui Mingan didn't act personally, but instead had others from the Cui clan carry out the assassination of Qin Yi and the slander of Qin Yi in the imperial court, all to divert His Majesty's attention. Having suffered repeated failures against Qin Yi, Cui Mingan was somewhat displeased. Now that the evidence has emerged, it must mean that the assassination attempt by the bad people has been exposed. It would be better to push out the Taiyuan Wang clan, who have always wanted to submit to His Majesty. Cui Mingan smiled faintly. Hee, Your Majesty, it all depends on whether you are ruthless enough. The Wang family of Taiyuan and the Li family of Taiyuan are brothers with deep affection for each other. In this tug-of-war between the Prime Minister and the Emperor, Cui Mingan once again gained the upper hand. Wang Zhuozhua now acts like a tyrant, turning the Marquis's mansion into her backyard. She walks around looking at things, and if she doesn't like something, she has her maids replace it. If she sees anything unsatisfactory, she has the people in the mansion change it. Qin Yi's face darkened. These maids and servants were doing their jobs perfectly well. Why were you meddling in their business? But you know what? This lady from a prominent family really does have a knack for it. In less than a day, the servants and maids in the house were completely convinced, and the overall order was much better than before. Most importantly, no one complained. This move left Qin Yi speechless. The only ones who disagreed were the two little girls, Qin Riyun and Qin Riyu. Qin Riyun, don't you two like your master's wife? Li Tai asked. Li Chengxian pinched Li Tai's arm from the side. He's not stupid. He figured it out a long time ago, but he didn't say anything. Li Tai, why can't you control your mouth? Chapter 191 Empress Zhongsun arrives. Qin Riyun was furious. Although Qin Ryu didn't say anything, The feather duster in her hand was already itching to strike. The two little girls had a special feeling for Qin Yi. At their age, seeing their brother with another woman made them feel extremely jealous and uncomfortable. Li Chengxian had a bad feeling and turned to run away, shouting as he ran. Why did you have to provoke them? Can you beat them? I already figured it out, but I didn't say anything. So why did you have to say anything? Li Tai was on the verge of tears. Brother, I thought I was the only one who figured it out. So this is what the teacher meant when he said everyone in the world is like that? You think you're the only smart one. Oh dear. Li Ku was still young and didn't understand the intricacies of the situation, so he pretended to be stupid and escaped a disaster. But it was obvious that the two girls had nowhere to vent their anger, so they naturally came back. The three brothers ran wildly out of the mansion, shouting as they exited the gate, split up and run. But as soon as the three of them stepped out, they bumped into someone. After a solid collision, the three brothers were immediately in bad shape. Li Chengxian looked up, clutching his head, about to cry out, when he was instantly dumbfounded. Father, what brings you here? Li Tai and Li Ku stood to the side, panting and with their heads down. Li Er was so angry that he stood up. He had many children in his life, but he only recognized the children of Empress Zhang's son. Therefore, throughout Li Er's life, the princes he publicly referred to were Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Li Ku, as well as the newly born Li Ji. Currently, the only daughter is Princess Changlo. What kind of behavior is this, you three? Being a father is no less difficult than being an emperor. Both are considered among the most challenging professions in the world. What are you all doing running around like crazy in the Marquis's residence? What if you bump into someone? Who taught you to do this? What are the rules? Chengxian, you are the crown prince. Why don't you do anything about your two younger brothers? Li Chengxian looked aggrieved, but he knew that keeping quiet and accepting punishment was the best answer. Sure enough, Li Er looked at Li Tai and Li Ku. You two have grown up so much? You run faster than my horses. How can you be fit for important responsibilities with such nonsense? Li Tai spoke frankly. Father, I do not wish to shoulder great responsibilities. I wish to study diligently with my teacher. Li Ku nodded frantically. The teacher said that my elder brother is the crown prince, so he will be the emperor in the future. If the two of us don't study hard, we won't be able to help my elder brother when he encounters difficulties. We'll be useless. Li Er was stunned. What did that mean? So, my princes have been staying at Qin Yi's house for a few days, and they're all starting to plan for the future? What kind of teaching does Qin Yi have? The crown prince doesn't act like a crown prince, and the second prince and third prince are also quite unruly. Humph, go stand over there as punishment. Only then did the three children notice that there was another carriage behind their father, and when the curtain was lifted, their mother was revealed. Li Er had a headache, so he went to find Qin Yi. He was a little out of his depth when he was in a tug-of-war with Cui Mingyan and the others. Empress Zhang's son took the initiative to ask him to come find Qin Yi, but on the condition that she would also come along. The three children immediately calmed down upon seeing Empress Zhang's son. My father wasn't very strict, but my mother was really strict. Empress Zhang's son smiled, ignoring the three little ones, and followed Li Er inside. Qin Yi, come out here. Hua Zhuozhua, who was sitting next to Qin Yi watching him write and draw, suddenly became furious. Who is it that dares to tell my husband to go out? Does he really think I'm just a decoration? Having said that, he was about to take the whip and go out. Qin Yi grabbed Wang Zhuozhua. That's His Majesty. Don't wander around here. I'm going to see His Majesty. Upon hearing that His Majesty had arrived, Wang Zhuozhua was unwilling to remain seated and immediately followed him. Li Er's face turned ashen the moment he saw Qin Yi. Qin Yi, what kind of child have you raised? Li Er was the emperor, and naturally he wanted his children to be as majestic and powerful as he was, each possessing the countenance of an emperor. Then, he selected the best of the best, and of course, Li Chengxian was destined to be the emperor. Li Er himself seized power as the second son in his family. If his own children were to do something similar, his descendants would likely criticize him and dig up his grave. This is a path that can't be taken lightly. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Your Majesty, what's wrong? The three princes are clever and quick-witted, they understand things immediately, and they are making rapid progress in their studies. Aren't you happy? Qin Yi remained indifferent, which made Li Er's face turn red and his neck thicken. It felt very uncomfortable to punch someone who had just punched cotton. Humph. Qin Ke and Xiao Ku actually said they wouldn't become emperors or take on any great responsibilities in the future. Did you teach them that? Qin Yi smiled and said, Your Majesty, isn't this wonderful? In the realm of imperial power, there will inevitably be deaths and injuries. Isn't it good for the whole family to live in harmony, together and happy? Upon hearing this, Li Er was speechless. You're asking for it. Qin Yi. Li Er got impatient and, unable to argue with Qin Yi, resorted to violence. Qin Yi dodged the attack in a few quick movements, jumped onto the roof, and looked at Li Er. "Your Majesty, please calm down." At this moment, Qin Yi noticed a woman in her early 30s. She was elegant and graceful, with an air of royalty about her. She strolled around the courtyard and soon arrived in front of Li Er. "Could this be Empress Zhongsun?" "Your Majesty, what about Marquis Lu Tian, Qin Yi?" Guanyin, this brat is driving me crazy. He's hiding on the roof." Li Er sighed. "Come down first and give me an explanation." Qin Yi quickly flipped over on the roof and landed steadily. Qin Yi greets Her Majesty the Empress. Empress Zhongsun looked Qin Yi up and down, wondering why he didn't kneel before His Majesty or her. "Raise your head and let me see you." Qin Yi straightened up and laughed. Empress Zhongsun felt increasingly fond of Qin Yi as she looked at him. "Your Majesty, this child is handsome and dashing. He is clearly a pillar of the Tang dynasty." A huge question mark popped up on Li Er's forehead as he looked at his wife, feeling a little bitter. How could you tell that this kid is a pillar of society? However, Qin Yi is indeed a pillar of society. It's just that his methods are questionable. Li Er slowly said, "Guanyin, those cigarettes were made by Qin Yi." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi knew things were going to get bad. "Damn it. Li Er, you're such a henpecked husband. I've never asked you for money for cigarettes, and yet you betrayed me at the last minute." Li Er smiled enigmatically, waiting for Empress Zhongsun to unleash her fury. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see it, but instead received Empress Zhongsun's smile. "Hee, I've heard that many people like cigarettes. This child is truly talented to have invented one." Li Er, wait a minute, shouldn't I get angry? Didn't you forbid me from smoking? Chapter 192, The Prince's Ingenious Use. Li Er felt increasingly bitter inside. Qin Yi's smile has become even more radiant. Empress Zhongsun liked it more and more as she looked at it. That smile has the heart of a child. "Your Majesty, you should learn from it." Li Er didn't want to talk anymore. Every time he came to Qin Yi's place, he always ended up getting the short end of the stick. A line of text popped into Qin Yi's mind. Empress Zhongsun, a famous double-standard representative of the Tang dynasty. Women, have always been the same. Being handsome really has its advantages. Everyone loves him, and flowers bloom for him. Good looks are the ultimate truth. Even someone of Empress Zhongsun's noble status couldn't escape the common pitfalls. Your Majesty the Empress, this is my fiancé, Wang Zhuozhua." After Qin Yi introduced them, Wang Zhuozhua knelt down and said, "This commoner pays respects to Your Majesty and Your Majesty the Empress." Empress Zhongsun strode over, helped Wang Zhuozhua up, and looked her over. "You must be Wang Tong's granddaughter. Your appearance, your figure, your temperament, you clearly have the spirit of old Master Wang. It's a case of loving someone because you love their house and everything around them. Let's go for a walk. Let the two of them fight it out themselves." Li Er was stunned. "Listen to this. Is this what the mother of the nation is saying?" Empress Zhongsun and Wang Zhuozhua walked together. The excited Wang Zhuozhua introduced the scale and layout of the Marquis's residence. Zhang Xiong, who was above them, was nervous and followed the whole time, afraid that something might happen. Li Er lit a cigarette and took a long drag. "Qin Yi, tell me, what can my son do if he's not emperor?" Qin Yi lit a cigarette as well. "Your Majesty, if you're bored in the palace, come visit me more often." The crown prince is the eldest of the three brothers. I often tell them that the emperors of the Tang dynasty are just that careless. If you have to blame someone, blame the two of you for not being born sooner. Li Er was about to explode, but he shook his head and continued to smoke in silence, sulking. The second and third princes were very happy. They shouted excitedly, "How wonderful! Our brother is the emperor. We will study hard and create all kinds of weapons and tools to protect our brother." Qin Yi paused here, noticing the astonishment on Li Er's face. Something's not right. Why is my son like this? At this point, Li Er finally realized a problem. He was a good emperor, but not a good father. Although the child is still young, he has never listened to what the child is thinking. The people in the palace always separated the three children, especially Li Chengxian, who could not play with Li Tai and Li Ku. The three brothers should have been enjoying a happy time together, but instead they acted as if they were deeply antagonistic. Those people deserve to die? Li Er gritted his teeth. Qin Yi, continue. Yes, Your Majesty. In this field of study, Li Tai and Li Ku are both experts. I must say, your three children are all incredibly intelligent and learn very quickly. Your Majesty, the world is vast, and there are so many princes, but only one can be the emperor. We can't just let them fight each other like this, can we? Do you really want the tragedy of Xuanwu Gate to repeat itself? Qin Yi spoke without thinking, but Li Er listened with interest. But surprisingly, Li Er did not get angry. Instead, he gave a disdainful smile and said self-deprecatingly, "Huh, Qin Yi, are you trying to mock me for going too far?" Qin Yi waved his hand. No, Your Majesty, you're overthinking it. I would never mock you. I would tell you directly. Furthermore, under those circumstances, the Tang dynasty belonged to you alone. None of them could have held that position properly. You are the one chosen by God. Li Er noticed something. If anyone else said this, he would definitely fly into a rage. But every time Qin Yi said these things, he would listen patiently. It was as if they had implicitly agreed that everything Qin Yi said was correct, insightful, and useful, even if it was unpleasant to hear. Then tell me, what should be done with my sons? Grant them titles of nobility? Won't they rebel? Li Er's questioning was blatantly direct. Qin Yi smiled faintly. What's the use of rebelling? In the end, we'll just be working ourselves to death like you. Your Majesty, as I've told you before, being an emperor is just a job, and being a prince is just a job too. Everyone should just do their own thing. Li Tai and Li Ku are studying with me. I see that Li Tai is extremely good at physics, while Li Ku likes chemistry. These are the truly useful things. Li Er shuddered whenever Qin Yi mentioned physics and chemistry. The last time he heard those two words, he brought back 2 large firecrackers, which razed Hanlu Palace to the ground on the spot. It was terrifying. Li Er was covered in dust and had to maintain his composure. He still remembers it vividly. This is not bad. As long as Qin Yi is willing to teach, this knowledge will be passed down among the princes from generation to generation. Isn't this wisdom the Li family's? The thing inside Qin Yi's stomach was a bit terrifying. Li Er didn't think much of it at first, but ever since that incident at Hanlu Palace, Li Er was filled with both fear and longing. He so wished these things could be exclusive to royalty. Now, things are looking up. The 3 Li brothers are learning from Qin Yi, so it seems they won't be too bad off. And what about Chengqian? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince should become emperor. What am I asking Chengqian to study? The Crown Prince wants to learn everything, mainly mathematics, physics, and chemistry. If he wants to study medicine, I can teach him as well. Li Er sneered. Studying medicine? I'd rather have physician's son do it. Hey, how's Chengqian's illness? Suddenly, Li Er remembered that Li Chengqian was still a patient. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is in good health now. Although he cannot eat meat yet, he will soon clear the toxins from his body. Qin Yi said calmly. These things are caused by accumulation over time. Fortunately, the Crown Prince is still young and has a fast metabolism. I prescribed some herbal medicine for him and told him to eat more vegetables. He will be fine in a month. Li Er nodded. In the entire Tang dynasty, there was no place that made him feel so at ease, except for Qin Yi's place. He felt most relaxed with Qin Yi. From the small courtyard at the beginning to the current Tang dynasty marquis's mansion, Li Er had a feeling that wherever Qin Yi was, the place would be filled with peace and harmony. Your Majesty, you didn't come here just to see the children, did you? Qin Yi knew something was wrong as soon as he saw Li Er's worried look. Li Er sneered. Good lad, you even guessed that. I'm going to have to clean up your mess this time. After Li Er finished speaking, Qin Yi cried out that he was wronged. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have not done anything harmful to the Tang dynasty. Qin Yi spread his hands, like an innocent child. Yes, he was only 16 years old. According to the age classification system of later generations, he was not yet an adult and was still a child. Humph. The person who tried to assassinate you has been found, but that person has given me a difficult problem. Chapter 193 Qin Yi's Balancing Technique. Qin Yi was stunned. Found it so quickly? Li Er sneered. Do you think everyone in the world is as lazy as you, who doesn't have to think about anything all day long? Do they dare disobey my orders? Qin Yi asked cautiously. Your Majesty, who is that person? Li Er sighed. I won't say who this person is for now, but this person has pushed an entire family to my doorstep, framing the Wang family of Taiyuan. The Wang family of Taiyuan, aren't they closely connected with the Changsun family? And with such an ambiguous relationship with the Li family, to which Li Er belongs, is this Wang family member from Taiyuan the murderer who tried to assassinate him? Of course, the Wang family of Taiyuan would never do such a thing, Li Er said confidently. The Wang family of Taiyuan has already sent a signal of surrender to me, and they are now considered my people. Qin Yi understood that the important figure probably wanted Li Er to cut off his right-hand men and kill the Taiyuan Wang clan who had just submitted to him. Assassinating a marquis, that's a crime that would probably warrant the execution of 9 generations of one's family. I feel better when I see you, but I get angry the moment I see your fiancée. Li Er exhaled a smoke ring. Her uncles and aunts are all people who followed me in conquering the country. They are very influential in the court. Yesterday, they all made a scene in my study. Humph, do you think I'm cleaning up your mess? Qin Yi nodded quickly. Haha. Yes, your majesty, you've worked hard. Please take some more cigarettes back with you later. When Lier heard the word cigarette, he suddenly looked up and glanced around. This action clearly indicated that he was a heavy smoker and henpecked. Everyone says that His Majesty the Tang dynasty was incomparably domineering, but that's just how the world is. Everything has its counter. Inside the main room, Lier ate his oil-splashed noodles, looking blissful. It seems the food in the palace isn't very good, even though it's supposedly prepared by imperial chefs. When later generations' culinary skills arrived in the Tang dynasty, they were a natural force to be reckoned with. Any chef from later generations who came to the Tang dynasty could cause the entire Tang dynasty's culinary system to collapse and then lead a new trend. Qin Yi, the Wang family of Taiyuan, I want to protect them. What do you think I should do? Qin Yi pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Your Majesty, if the Wang family of Taiyuan really submits, then let's protect them. In fact, the way Lier asked Qin Yi already revealed his inner thoughts. He wanted to keep it, but the pressure was immense. Qin Yi, do you have any ideas? Your Majesty, there is a solution. Just ignore their barking. Qin Yi was also eating noodles. He wiped his mouth and said calmly, Everything in the court is about interests. Your Majesty, you must hold on to your interests tightly. As for the Wang family of Taiyuan, just let Mr. Ma Zhou give you an investigation result. The real culprit is someone else. Lier frowned. It was the first time he had ever felt that Qin Yi was so shameless. He would have done something this simple long ago if he could. This kind of behavior will displease the entire court. What troubles Lier the most right now is the constant chatter of those censors. They are like the noisiest birds in the entire Tang dynasty. They can't stand not saying something. If we follow Qin Yi's suggestion, the imperial court will probably turn into a marketplace. However, upon closer examination, Lier suddenly realized that Qin Yi's words were not wrong. If we disregard the so-called trade-offs, this method, though shameless, is perfectly acceptable given enough time to prove the results. Your Majesty, if you think this method is inappropriate, then just exterminate the entire Wang family, including their 9 generations. After all, they have all chosen to trust us. Qin Yi's words had a sarcastic tone, instantly displeasing Lier. Am I that kind of person? Qin Yi was taken aback. You're not. If you're not, then there aren't many people who are. However, historically, Emperor Taizong, Lier, was no longer that kind of person after the 2nd year of the Jingguan era, and it's not even the 2nd year of the Jingguan era yet. Isn't there a compromise? Lier finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up again. Speak properly. No joking around. Qin Yi put down his chopsticks and patted his stomach. Your Majesty, even if the Wang family of Taiyuan submits to you, you will still take action against them to weaken their power, right? Lier didn't answer, but his look was pretty much the answer. Lier's goal was to balance the relationships between the aristocratic clans, weakening them one by one until only one remained, leaving the last one unable to hold out, thus eliminating it in one fell swoop. The Wang family of Taiyuan was the family most afraid after the last attack. If they surrendered to Lier, wouldn't that be like sending meat into the tiger's mouth? After pondering for a long time, Lier said, Qin Yi, are you saying that I can handle this calmly? But since the Wang family is not clean, then we should eliminate the unclean ones. Your Majesty, you could even cut off some of the people with the Cui surname, the most prominent surname in the Tang dynasty, and use the Wang family as a trigger to issue an edict or something, ordering all the gentry in the world to abide by the rules and the law, and that any violation would result in eternal damnation. Or you can find some people to act as witnesses yourself. Witnesses are the kind of people who turn around and bite you back. It could also be a deliberate attempt to frame someone. Lier's hand holding the chopsticks trembled. Qin Yi, you brat. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Qin Yi shrugged. I'm helpless too. I also want to be a pure and innocent young man, facing the mountains, enjoying the warmth of spring and blooming flowers, but my abilities don't allow it. Are there any truly clean people in this world? Lier was bewildered at the dinner table after leaving behind this message, while Qin Yi had already arrived in the courtyard. As night fell, Empress Zhongsun was listening to the lessons of several children. The 3-character classic and the 100 family surnames were both primers, and the 3 princes could recite them fluently and off the cuff. For a moment, Empress Zhongsun's face was filled with joy, and a harmonious scene of motherly love and filial piety was presented. Qin Riyun and Qin Ruyu, standing to the side, fanned the flames, saying, Your Majesty, your 3 children are not studying properly. Your brother said that mathematics and physics are the foundation of all calculations, and chemistry is the principle of all changes. Especially the crown prince and the second prince, who, taking advantage of their age, have the third prince do their homework for them. Doing homework? Having someone else do it? If you're so young and don't do things yourself, what will you be like in the future? Empress Zhongxuan's gaze turned cold in an instant. Is it true? Li Chengqian and Li Tai were too busy nodding to listen to what they were saying. Looking up, Empress Zhongxun appeared out of nowhere with a feather duster, and in an instant, the backyard was in chaos. Qin Ryu stood to the side with her hands behind her back, a chicken feather still in her palm, her face expressionless, as if everything that had happened had nothing to do with her. Empress Zhongxun was relieved, and Li Chengqian finally looked up and asked, "Mother, why did you hit me? How dare you talk back?" Li Chengqian was about to cry. What happened? Wasn't he reciting his lessons? Why was he suddenly being beaten? Was he reciting them incorrectly? That's impossible. I've long since memorized both the 3-character classic and the 100 family surnames. Chapter 194, Mother's Kindness and Son's Filial Piety. Li Chengqian and Li Tai had long been deep in thought and were still unable to react. Li Ku was very quiet. He did whatever Empress Zhongxun asked him to do, and before long, he even received praise from Empress Zhongxun. Kuer, if your 2 older brothers ask you to do their homework again, tell your mother. As a prince, you must do it yourself. How can you rely on others? Li Ku stammered, trying to explain that he had lost a bet among his 3 brothers. But when he saw Empress Zhongxuan's eyes, which were as bright as lanterns, he immediately shut up. Never mind, Your Majesty, you've suffered enough. Empress Zhongxun picked up Li Ku's homework and looked at it carefully, becoming more and more silent as she read. Finally, without saying a word, he blankly asked Li Ku, "Is this what you usually learn from Marquis Letian?" Li Ku nodded nervously, and Li Chengqian and Li Tai dared not utter a sound. Why can't I understand these things? Li Chengqian smiled obsequiously. Mother, this is the natural science taught by the teacher. Look at the first page, that's mathematics, also known as numerology. Empress Zhongxun nodded, turned to the first page, and looked at the various symbols on it, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the mother of the nation, although she could not be described as extremely learned, she was clearly a lady from a prominent family, skilled in both literature and martial arts, and her knowledge was no less than that of some men. However, when faced with these special symbols, Empress Zhongxun felt for the first time that her face was filled with questions. Mother, these are numbers, taught by the teacher. This is 1, this is 2, and then they are combined. The patterns in Arabic numerals are relatively easy to discern compared to those in other languages. At the very least, the patterns are extremely easy to find. Under Qin Yi's tutelage, the 3 princes were already quite adept at it, and with this explanation, Empress Zhongxun was finally able to understand. What else did Marquis Letian teach you? Empress Zhongxun asked, full of curiosity. His Majesty has said more than once in the palace that if anyone could learn even a 10th or a 12th of the wisdom in Qin Yi's heart, they would already be a unique master in the world. Ma Zhou had only been following Qin Yi for a short time, yet he had already mastered a wealth of knowledge and was showing signs of becoming a master. His views on the world and his insights into matters of the court had taken on a special meaning, and his perspective made Li Er feel Qin Yi's influence. Li Er said it every day, so Empress Zhongxun naturally knew it too. She's very curious right now. At this moment, Li Chengqian stepped forward and said, Mother, the teacher has now taught us mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Mathematics is the knowledge of calculation that you just saw, Mother. The teacher said that everything in the world can be measured with numbers. It's just a difference in the method. As long as the method is right, you can calculate how high Mount Tai is or how much the Yellow River flows. Empress Zhongxun nodded expressionlessly to show her satisfaction, but her heart was already trembling violently. Is mathematics really that amazing? She didn't know that mathematics is the foundation of everything in the world. Whether it's rationality or emotion, the foundation of everything has a kind of numerical beauty. Mother, physics is the foundation of all knowledge in the world. Look at the wind blowing in the sky, the soil under your feet, all kinds of buildings, and the stool you are sitting on. Everything has a physical reason that can be explained. Your son lifted the imperial preceptor by himself. This is not because your son is incredibly strong, but because your son used knowledge of physics. As the teacher said, knowledge is power. This chemistry is the most basic of all. What's in water? What is water? And what is your favorite glass? As long as you understand the principles, you can make it, you can decompose it, and you can face everything in the world with a calm mind. Empress Zhongxun is now unable to speak. This Qin Yi is truly a genius. In her mind, anything that goes against or differs from mainstream culture is considered genius. But she had a vague feeling that something was not quite right. Xiao Tai, then tell me, what is the Empress Dowager's favorite glass lamp? Li Tai has a big mouth. Li Chengqian has tried his best to signal him with his eyes, but Li Tai ignores him. It's obvious that he hasn't been beaten much and doesn't know how terrifying Empress Zhongsun is. Mother, it's actually a mixture of substances. One is called silicon dioxide, another is calcium oxide, and there are some others. You may not understand what these are, but I'll give you an example and you'll understand. Li Tai showed off in a serious manner, and Li Chengqian knew that something bad was about to happen. Empress Zhongsun squinted her eyes, and Li Tai said calmly, actually, as long as you keep burning sand with a big fire at a high temperature, it will turn into glass when it reaches a certain temperature. Empress Zhongsun nodded, her face beaming with joy. Her child certainly knew a lot these days. No, that crystal goblet is made of sand. How could that be? In an instant, Empress Zhongsun's face turned cold. When Li Tai realized something was wrong, he tried to run away. Unfortunately, in the hands of Empress Zhongsun, who was skilled in martial arts, the feather duster became a deadly weapon. The scene of motherly love and filial piety in the backyard made the two little girls, Qin Ryun and Qin Ryu, cheer with delight. In the front yard, after receiving the answer, Li Er beamed with joy and felt incredibly comfortable. Qin Yi, I have never liked hypocritical people in my life. Although that person has pushed the Taiyuan Wang family in front of me and asked me to eliminate them by my own hands, if I do as you suggest, then that person will be shooting himself in the foot. Hee. Your Majesty, you haven't said who that person is. How am I supposed to know how to offer advice? Qin Yi pondered for a moment and concluded that it must be some extremely important officials in the court. Otherwise Li Er would not have cared so much. The Wang family of Taiyuan, you're really unlucky. When you surrendered, you had to take the blame for others. However, this is also a good thing. The Changsun family, the family of Empress Changsun, is not as powerful as imagined. If Li Er can deal with these less powerful families and then take action against the most powerful family in the world, it may not be a bad strategy. With guidelines and policies in place, getting things done becomes much easier. You little brat, you don't need to know. You want a farm, right? Prepare some more seeds and poultry. The Tang dynasty is vast and rich in resources, and it needs too much. Your little marquise mansion may not be able to meet your needs. Qin Yi rolled his eyes. If there was someone in the world who could satisfy all the farming needs of the entire Tang dynasty, then this place would definitely be his own manor. After all, super farmland isn't something you can find everywhere. After all, super farmhouses, which are like bugs in reality, are not something that can be found everywhere. Your Majesty, you can send someone over in 3 days. Chapter 195 Yunyang and Zhonglang. As night fell, Li Er and Empress Zhongsun showed no sign of leaving. Whether before or after his transmigration, Qin Yi always had a special feeling towards these high-ranking people. It is often said that meat-eaters are despicable, and there is some truth to that. Li Er's favorite food today was hot pot. This time, at the table, Li Er showed off the delicious food he had eaten to Empress Zhongsun, which made Empress Zhongsun's face turn ashen with anger. If it weren't for Wang Zhuozhua constantly serving food to Empress Zhongsun, a fierce battle between the emperor and empress would probably have broken out in the marquis's residence before long. When Yunyang brought the dishes up, Empress Zhongsun saw that Yunyang was dignified, meticulous, and reliable, and she began to consider recruiting her. Qin Yi, this cook is quite skilled. The imperial kitchen happens to be short of a head chef recently. Your Majesty, have you ever heard the saying, once you enter the palace gates, it's like entering a deep sea. From then on, Zhonglang is just a stranger. Empress Zhongsun looked displeased, and Emperor Li Er immediately glared at her, showing his protectiveness. Qin Yi, how can you talk like that? She's just a cook. Qin Yi smiled and said, Your Majesty, you don't know, but many people have their eyes on this cook. She was just a widow before. Although she was a widow, she was still a virgin. She had never even seen her husband who died a violent death before she was living as a widow. Old Zhang in the family is deeply in love with Yunyang. As soon as Qin Yi finished speaking, he heard a noise outside, like a kitten or puppy falling off the roof. Needless to say, it was Zhang Zhongjian. After arriving at the mansion, Zhang Zhongjian became very interested in Yunyang and gradually learned all about her. Yunyang wasn't stupid. How could she not see Zhang Zhongjian's intentions? But women always have to be reserved. Although she couldn't directly express her feelings, Zhang Zhongjian would occasionally find an extra piece of meat or a few extra green vegetables in his bowl. Compared to other people's meals, his bowl was always so plentiful. Openly or secretly, countless people are egging them on. The only thing separating the two of them is a thin veil of mystery. Hee, is the old Zhang here the same old Zhang who used to be the bricklayer? No, it's Zhang Zhongjian. Lier had just put a piece of meat in his mouth when he immediately spat it out, as if the beef was scalding hot. What? Zhang Zhongjian, the bearded stranger. Is he in your residence? Qin Yi frowned. Your Majesty, didn't General Li Jing tell you? But that's normal. His Majesty is so busy with state affairs. How could he remember such a trivial matter? Lier slammed his fist on the table. A trivial matter? How could it be a trivial matter? Qin Yi, you'd better explain to me today what Zhang Zhongjian is doing in your residence, and whether he was the one who did Tian Yiwei's thing. Qin Yi sighed. If it weren't for you, Lier, asking me to get involved in Tian Yiwei's matter, I wouldn't have bothered. If it weren't for Zhang Zhongjian that day, no one else could have made a difference. Tian Yiwei is like a cunning fox. You can't figure out his tricks at all. His only hobby is also his only weakness. He likes outlaws. Your Majesty, you already know. Why are you still asking? Qin Yi picked up a piece of meat and placed it on Lier's plate. Your Majesty, without Tian Yiwei, we can finally take a bite of this fat piece of meat from the Turks. Besides, it's still killing people. It's much better for the bearded man to kill than for me, a marquis of the Tang dynasty, to do it myself. Although Qiu Ranku's identity was sensitive, it wasn't so sensitive in Lier's eyes. Lier knew Qiu Ranku and was familiar with his past deeds. More importantly, although he had only met Qiu Ranku once, the two had long been spiritual friends. Qin Yi, bring that bearded man to see me. Qin Yi helplessly called out to the outside, Old Zhang. Call. A gust of wind blew in, the door opened, and a burly man appeared in an instant, accompanied by a gust of wind. Zhang Zhongjian, the bearded swordsman. Empress Zhang Sun covered her mouth in surprise. Lier stood up abruptly, saying, Bare-bearded guest, it's been a long time. Your Majesty, Qiu Ranku is dead. The only one left in the Marquis's residence is Zhang Zhongjian. Zhang Zhongjian was not one to mince words. As a man of the martial world, he was bold and decisive. At this moment, Zhang Zhongjian smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty was unparalleled in your time, and seeing you again today, your aura is even more extraordinary. Lier sighed. You left those things to Li Jing and then left. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to toast you. This is not a lie. After all, when Lier subdued Qiu Ranku, he didn't say a word. Just by standing there, Qiu Ranku knew that Lier would become the overlord of the world and a true emperor. The valuables he left for Li Jing, though not as much as the wealth of the Li family of Longxi, played a crucial role at a specific time. Using Zhang Zhongjian's wealth and soldiers, Lier, along with Li Jing, launched a surprise attack on Wang Shichong, catching him completely off guard and directly leading to Wang Shichong's surrender. Now that the two have met again, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. Lier picked up his wine cup, and Zhang Zhongjian followed suit without hesitation. Without saying much, the two drank it all in one gulp. Zhang Zhongjian cupped his hands in greeting to Qin Yi. My lord, shall I return now? Go. Zhang Zhongjian had just turned around when he suddenly seemed to remember something. Your Majesty the Empress, what about Yunyang? Empress Zhang Sun covered her mouth and smiled. It's all right, I was just saying. Sure enough, Zhang Zhongjian was still thinking about Yunyang. The nights in the Tang dynasty are no longer so cold. At least compared to previous years, the winter nights this year have warmed up much earlier. Although there is still a month until spring, the biting chill has begun to decrease. Normally, one would have to wear a thick cotton-padded coat, but tonight, one only needs to put on a coat. But in the Turkic steppes, the chill never truly dissipates. Inside the Yabgu Khan's tent, the young Yabgu Khan was like a frightened rabbit. What? The Tang army attacked without warning. Why didn't you say anything about this? When faced with the questioning of the Yabgu Khan, the Turkic strategist Bilis had a cold look on his face. He was an advisor to both Jeli Khan and Tuli Khan, but given the current situation in the Turkic Khaganate, he had no choice but to trust Yabgu Khan. However, compared to Jeli Khan and Tuli Khan, Yabgu Khan was too young and too inexperienced. He lacked experience and his understanding of the world was not deep enough. He did not yet have a deep understanding of the power of the Tang dynasty. From childhood to adulthood, Yabgu Khan had never experienced a period of prosperity in the Central Plains. From the time he could remember, the Central Plains was in chaos, with the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty and the war between the 18 rebel kings. His growth was intertwined with the growth of the Turks, and in this context, he viewed the Turks as invincible. He can no longer accept the fact that the Turks have completely declined in just 2 short months. Chapter 196: The Isolated and Helpless Turks. Khan, please calm down. Bilis placed one hand on his chest and bowed as he spoke. Yabgu Khan sneered, calm down? They've already brought the enemy to our doorstep, and we're not going to fight back. How can you expect me to remain calm? 1,000,000 Turkic men, and not a single one dares to fight. Belais was an old man, so he naturally knew that there was a saying among the Han people, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Over the past decade or so, the Turks have grown powerful and forced the newly established Tang dynasty to sign some unreasonable treaties. The Tang people may not say it, but they always remember it. Now that the enemy has returned, the Turks are facing a crisis on the grasslands, and the entire Turkic Empire is in chaos. Khan, the unification of all tribes is the most urgent task. If the Tang dynasty wants to attack, we should sue for peace. Belais offered what he considered to be the best method. Seeking peace is a form of compromise. The Tang dynasty compromised back then, and now it's the Turks who are compromising. The tables have turned, and there's nothing shameful about it. As long as the Turks have time to multiply and thrive, and as long as there is peace among the various Turkic tribes, everything is fine. Humph, the Tiela tribes, Xianchuo, and Uyghurs are no big deal. As long as the Khan speaks up, they can be easily pacified. The most urgent task is not to go to war with the Tang dynasty, but to pacify these tribes. As long as we unify them and the grassland tribes are of one mind, the Turks will be able to fight the Tang dynasty in less than 10 years. Bilis was a schemer and strategist with a long-term vision. Generally, he would look 10 or even 20 years into the future, even though he might not live to see 20 years from now. Yabgu Khan finally listened. Yes, some things can't be rushed. I'm still young. I can wait for the right opportunity. Finally, Yehu Khan nodded. Belais, you are truly my right-hand man. Inside the royal tent, the two were discussing countermeasures when a sentry appeared, his horse neighed, and collapsed to the ground. Khan, something terrible has happened. The sentry's lips were cracked and his face was ashen. He had clearly been freezing in the grasslands for many days. As soon as a bamboo tube was presented, the sentry collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yehu Khan opened the bamboo tube and pulled out a scroll of paper. The more Yabgu Khan looked, the uglier his expression became, the more unpleasant it became. Belais, Li Jing has contacted the Xianchuo and the Uyghurs, and the Tiela also seems to be willing to submit to the Tang dynasty. Belais never expected that General Li Jing, a man of great talent and strategy in the Tang dynasty, would not launch a full-scale attack on the Turks directly, but instead chose to besiege the Turks and attack their reinforcements, thus completely cutting off their hopes. The Turks are now like grasshoppers in autumn. They won't last much longer. Both Bilis and Yabgu Khan know this. Only by uniting with other tribes and the forces surrounding the Turks, and working together to protect the safety of the grasslands, can there be any chance for anything. But now Li Jing has directly cut off their hopes. This move is too ruthless. Sue for peace. Sue for peace now. Give the Tang dynasty whatever it wants. But I have one condition. Both Jeli Khan and Tuli Khan must die. The Khan of the Yabgu Khan refused to allow the Tang dynasty to keep those two men alive. His eyes turned bloodshot with hatred. If you two could have held on a little longer, been more patient, and not provoked the Tang dynasty, would things be like they are today? Feeling powerful enough to bully anyone, they went to plunder the Tang dynasty. Looking back at the history of development in the Central Plains, don't you have any idea? The unusual movements on the Turkic steppe were nothing to Li Jing. There was nothing left to excite him. Unless the Turks suddenly disappear completely from the grasslands today. The remnants of the Tiela tribes, as well as the Uyghurs, immediately chose to cooperate with the Tang dynasty's iron cavalry. They were already weak, and under the might of the Tang dynasty, they were like reeds in the wind, proving the saying, they help whoever wins. The Xianchuo were in a bit of a predicament. Their only request was to open trade, which was exactly what they wanted. According to Li Shenhe's deduction, if one-day trade is established with these grassland tribes, then the land on the grasslands will eventually become part of the Tang dynasty's territory. Write a letter to Tang Jian, saying that Li Jing has fortunately fulfilled his mission. The prerequisite for a country to become strong is peace. As long as there are no threats to peace in the surrounding area, it generally takes less than 10 years for the country to achieve a qualitative leap. Li Jing understood, Tang Jian understood, and Li Er understood. As a time traveler, Qin Yi stands on the platform of 5,000 years of history, possessing a strong historical perspective and a broad view of the big picture. Qin Yi woke up when the first rays of sunlight shone into the Marquis's residence in the early morning. Wang Zhuozhu slept soundly last night. The only downside is that she likes to grind her teeth, Her hands are restless, and her legs are quite strong. Qin Yi rubbed his head. He clearly remembered that Wang Zhuozhuo was in the side room before he went to sleep. How did she suddenly appear in his bed? Wang Zhuozhuo woke up rubbing her eyes, her face flushed. Qin Yi, we've already slept together. You can't go back on your word. Well, simple values, simple views on marriage, and simple concepts about gender. Qin Yi was convinced. Wang Zhuozhuo was overjoyed. Wherever she went, the servants would respectfully call out, "Madam," which made Wang Zhuozhuo experience the majesty of her master for the first time. Aside from that little dog, which made Wang Zhuozhuo so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. Humph, just like Qin Yi, a heartless ingrate. The maids chuckled, while the servants looked completely at ease. They were all grown men, so they naturally knew what had happened the night before. The only one who felt wronged was Qin Yi himself. Nothing had happened, but now he was being branded as a womanizer. Oh well, it's bound to happen sooner or later anyway, so it's not worth the wait. He-Chen arrived this morning. As soon as he entered, he greeted Qi Ping, and then clasped his hands in greeting with Zhang Zhongjian and Zhu Yeqing, chatting and laughing. The bruises and scars on his face were still there, and it was clear that they hadn't fully healed. I was beaten up during the day 2 days ago, and it won't heal in just 1 or 2 days. The first thing He-Chen said to Qin Yi was, "You did it that night, didn't you? That's amazing." Qin Yi was puzzled by He-Chen's words. Which matter was he referring to? Seeing Qin Yi's puzzled expression, He-Chen smiled mysteriously. Still pretending with me? What kind of relationship do we have? You're still keeping it from me. What are you talking about? Qin Yi handed him a cigarette, and the two of them squatted down in the yard, leaning against a big tree. He-Chen said quietly, "That night, a bloody battle broke out in Andy Ward in Chang'an. 400 people died, all of them killed with a single blow. TSK, TSK, TSK. I just happened to see Mr. Qi Ping, Zhang Zhongjian, and Zhu Yeqing in the East Market. This can't be a coincidence, can it?" Qin Yi waved his hand. "You're overthinking it. They came back early that night." TCH, still being stubborn, still being stubborn. He-Chen scoffed, not believing Qin Yi's words at all. "My father said I wasn't allowed to go anywhere that night, so I didn't even get to go to the Drunken Flower Pavilion." Chapter 197. The newspaper is published. Haha, you're not going to tell me you spend every night at the drunken brothel, are you? Qin Yi smiled. He-Chen naturally wouldn't hide anything from Qin Yi. Even if he tried to hide it verbally, his body was trembling and his fat was shaking. So Qin Yi must have been right. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, but I didn't go to the Drunken Flower Pavilion for entertainment." He-Chen smiled mysteriously and took out a thick stack of papers from behind his back. Upon unfolding it, Qin Yi suddenly realized that it was a newspaper. The font isn't large, but it's arranged in a pleasing, staggered manner. Each page has its own design, with the fonts crisscrossing, making it just the right size for everyone to see clearly. There are pictures on both sides, so it seems Wang Zhuozhuo's uncle has made a lot of money. "I don't go to the Drunken Flower Pavilion for entertainment. Besides, is it as fun as making money as being a woman?" But the Drunken Flower Pavilion is different. You can hear all sorts of gossip and strange tales there. He-Chen listened to his chest and patted his belly, hitting it harder so that it made a loud thud. "Not only do I go to the Drunken Flower Pavilion, but I also bring my staff and those old men who can write. When they go there, they get 10 coins for every story told. TSK, TSK, the stories just keep coming." Qin Yi was completely dumbfounded. This primitive method of collecting stories was very similar to that of Pu Songling. Fortunately, He-Chen managed to get the newspaper out. Most of them seemed to be stories about His Majesty. As you know, in the Tang Dynasty, it is actually acceptable to discuss His Majesty, as long as it is not something treasonous. Qin Yi's face darkened. He remembered his saying, "I have many of your stories." It also contains some court gossip, stories of the people of Chang'an, daily life in the East and West markets, and so on. It's all there every day. He-Chen was beaming with pride. Qin Yi frowned. "You're too fat right now. You need to lose weight." "Huh? I'm not fat. I'm prosperous. Many wealthy people in Chang'an are like this." He-Chen, as if ignoring the nonsense, waved his hand, and a group of people carried in the silver. This was Qi Ping's first time seeing Qin Yi's warehouse. He was shocked to see dozens of large boxes filled with gleaming silver. Qi Ping gasped, "How much silver does the Marquis have?" If Zhang Zhongjin knew how easily Qin Yi made money, he would definitely regret it. He would wish he hadn't gone to war or started an uprising in the southeast. Wouldn't it have been better to do business with Qin Yi instead? In the Tang Dynasty, although merchants had a low social status, everyone tacitly agreed on one thing. Poverty was mocked, but prostitution was not. This damn world is always so strange. He works himself to the bone outside. but in a whole year he doesn't earn as much as the marquis does in a few days. Qi Ping sighed, counted the items, and recorded them. Then he sighed again, as expected of the marquis, a dragon among men. His ability to turn stone into gold is probably unmatched in the world. Outside Zhang Xiong's mansion, on the training ground, Zhang Xiong was arm wrestling with one of his retainers. The two were evenly matched, their faces flushed red. Just then, Zhang Zhongjian and Yunyang passed by, and he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Look at those fools. All they know is how to use brute force all day long. Hee, we're different, we're born strong." He casually picked up a 100-pound dumbbell, making Yunyang blush. This enraged Zhang Xiong and the burly man who was arm wrestling in frustration. "You, Zhang Zhongjian, can laugh at yourself as you please, but you also bring a woman here to spout nonsense. When you're alone, I'll show you how to deal with you." In front of women, men should save face. No matter how much Zhang Zhongjian boasted, everyone went along with him. Yunyang laughed so hard she was shaking. In her early 20s, she would have been considered a beauty in later generations. Although Zhang Zhongjian was already in his late 30s and almost 40, he couldn't help but laugh along with Yunyang. Qin Yi, along with Li Chengqian and the others, were observing the surrounding buildings and mountain ranges from the rooftop when they saw this scene. They immediately covered the eyes of the children. "Teacher, is Uncle Zhang going to marry the cook?" Li Ku was young and ignorant. He had no idea what marriage meant. "Xiao Ku, you absolutely must never get married in the future. Women are all monsters," Li Chengqian said from the side, glancing at Qin Riyun and Qin Ruyu. "When you can't beat them, you spread rumors behind their backs." Li Taishan agreed and nodded vigorously. Li Ku seemed to understand, but not quite. But Qin Yi stopped him abruptly, saying, "You little brats, what nonsense are you talking about?" Although Li Chengqian and Li Tai didn't mean it, and were just being stubborn and trying to put Qin Riyun and Qin Ryu down, the two girls were already as steady as rocks, focusing only on Qin Yi and ignoring what they were saying. But what about Li Ku? If he gets planted with a fear of women, how will he ever be able to have fun in the future? The prince of the Tang dynasty had a deep fear of women. If Li Er asked about it later, who would take responsibility? A real man yields to a woman out of courtesy. Haha. You two little guys are talking nonsense. You probably don't even have that much courtesy. As soon as Qin Yi spoke, the two little ones fell silent. Li Ku nodded vigorously at this moment. "I only believe what the teacher says." It seems that Li Ku has been tricked by Li Chengqian and Li Tai quite a bit, and his young mind has already become wary. The crowd, always eager for a good show, strolled around with Zhang Zhongjian and Yunyang before arriving at the farmhouse. Yunyang was more familiar with the farmhouse than Zhang Zhongjian. In order to show off his abilities, Zhang Zhongjian even picked up bran and chaff in a serious manner, making la 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 sounds as he went to feed the pigs. They quickly ran into a snag, and Yunyang laughed again. "Fool, how can you feed pigs like that?" Yunyang took the pig feed and slowly poured it into the stone trough. Then she poured a ladle of warm water over it. Instantly, the bran and chaff emitted a faint, burnt smell, which the pigs loved. They immediately gathered around. The chickens, ducks, and geese never stopped making noise all day long. Unable to bear the noise any longer, Zhang Zhongjian took Yunyang back to the mansion. A strange thing has appeared in Chang'an today. The 4 sheets of paper, each the size of a book, were printed with all sorts of text and pictures, so vivid and interesting that they caused a stir among the scholars in Chang'an. Newspapers, oh newspapers, free newspapers. Dozens of servants were scattered throughout Chang'an, and every so often, one could see the helpers arranged by He Chun. What does it say on this? A tall man walked over, his eyes sharp and deep. The servant dared not be negligent, replying to this esteemed guest. "This thing we have is called a newspaper. It records the customs and folkways of various places in the Tang dynasty, as well as all sorts of strange and wonderful things in Chang'an." Chapter 198. Chang'an overwhelmed by gossip. "Oh, you have them all?" The man continued to ask. The servant smiled and said, "Honorable sir, our newspaper is published daily, with new content every day. You can take one home with you, and if you like it, come back tomorrow for more free copies. Of course, it won't be free forever. If people like it later, it will only cost 1 coin. The Tang dynasty is so big, there are all kinds of interesting stories, folk tales, and gossip." The man frowned. "What is gossip?" "Hee, sir, look here." The man looked and saw that the servant was pointing to large characters, accompanied by pictures and text. "The food that His Majesty likes to eat most is unknown to 99% of the people in the Tang dynasty." In an instant, the man's face turned green. This is utter nonsense." When the servant saw the man's expression change, he immediately became respectful. My lord, please don't be angry. This is a publicity stunt. We've told the shopkeeper that if everyone can see His Majesty in their daily lives, then His Majesty will be in their hearts. Although His Majesty is high and mighty in the palace, he can also be respected by the common people. Besides, take a look at what's inside. The man had a half-smile, his face clearly covered with a layer of frost, but his brows relaxed only after reading the contents. The article originally stated that His Majesty's fondness for hot pot is not because it is particularly delicious, but because each time he eats hot pot, he learns about the variety of vegetables and grains available on the tables of the people of the Tang dynasty. This prompts him to reflect on himself. Are the people of the Tang dynasty warmly clothed? Are they well-fed? Are they well-educated? By reflecting on himself, he strives to formulate policies that benefit the entire nation. Not bad. It even took a step back at the end, suddenly making the theme more profound. Not bad at all. This kind of method seems like Qin Yi's method. He Chun, who only knows how to do business, would never know this kind of idea. I'm not stupid. This stuff must be taxed heavily. Don't underestimate it just because it's only 1 coin per piece. How many people are there in the Tang dynasty? This man was Li Er. Having nothing to do today, he went out for a stroll. He was walking in Chang'an in plain clothes when he was immediately attracted by all sorts of people distributing newspapers. Li Er, who was originally in a bad mood, became excited at this moment. Qin Yi is indeed skilled. The text is easy to understand, has educational significance, and portrays me as an extremely noble figure. Li Er took a newspaper and read it as he walked. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the palace gate. But as soon as he entered the palace, he saw another piece of gossip about him. The Tang Emperor's most beloved woman is actually her? Even if mountains crumble and the heavens and earth unite, I will never part from you. Upon reading the content, Li Er was instantly enraged to find that it was about Guanyin. This is a complete scam. Qin Yi hadn't expected that He Chun had mastered the tricks of marketing accounts from later generations. Qin Yi had only given a simple explanation and a few examples, and that was it. Now everyone was talking about today's newspapers. Most of the people in the Tang dynasty had never been to school, and very few of them could read. Now, they were all deep in thought as they looked at the words on the newspaper. Since you can't read, find a teacher who can read to read it. If all else fails, learn to read by yourself. It's not a difficult thing. Qin Yi had long known that once the newspapers were published, the literacy rate of the people of the Tang dynasty would increase. The newspaper's content was interspersed with various imperial ideas, which could be considered a form of ideological control. Deep within the palace, Empress Zhongsun looked at Li Er's dark face and laughed so hard she almost fell over. Your Majesty, what's written here is quite interesting. Li Er's face darkened. This is how my reputation has been ruined. I need to talk to Lao He and tell him that his son is messing around. Your Majesty, why bother? I find this newspaper quite interesting. Empress Zhongsun held the newspaper with great interest. Look at the section on Chang'an sights and sounds. It describes the customs and habits of the people of Chang'an, as well as their favorite places to eat, drink, and have fun. It's very interesting. Hee, Guanyin. There's also the grudge between Wei Zheng and his concubine. Wei Zheng was an honest official. How could they slander him like this? Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and laughed. Actually, no. It says below that this story is hearsay and its authenticity needs to be verified. Sure enough, there was a line of text below, but the text was too small to read clearly without careful observation. The high-ranking officials in the court were all furious. Especially Wei Zheng, a high-ranking official, was slandered. People said things like the great mirror of the Tang dynasty, Wei Zheng's entanglement with a concubine. How could a scholar say such things? Do they really have no shame? Wei Zheng was furious and sat in his study, sulking. The stove was emitting wisps of smoke, and his wife reminded him, My lord, these are just hearsay. There's no need to take them so seriously. Even in the upper reaches of the river, there are brothels in the Cui family where concubines are kept. After being reminded, Wei Zheng realized that he had indeed not lost out. These people still have a conscience. The shopkeeper was not happy at all today and was running around apologizing to people. Back home, exhausted, I felt annoyed just looking at He-chun. Smoking, still smoking. Look what you've done. He-chun looked up and said, Dad, this thing is just for fun. Just for fun? You've been slandering His Majesty and all the court officials one by one, and you call that fun? He-chun stood up and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. How do you know the people of the Tang dynasty don't like it? Besides, once this thing appears, more and more people in the Tang dynasty will be literate, and then we can make money. It's not just about making money. There are other advantages, such as bridging the gap between those high-ranking officials and ordinary people. TSK, you haven't seen it. But when those officials go out, there are people everywhere with their heads bowed. Why make it so serious? Officials of the Tang dynasty who have made contributions to the Tang dynasty should be praised. Unable to argue with He Chun, the shopkeeper turned pale and stormed into the house. He Chun howled in the wind. Qin Yi was right. In just one day, the newspapers turned the entire Tang dynasty capital, Chang'an, into a sea of news. When Xi Ping went into the city to patrol at night, he found that everyone was talking about the gossip in the newspapers. After he reported this matter to Qin Yi asked Xi Ping a question. Mr. Xi Ping, do you think He Chun did the right thing? Xi Ping thought for a moment and said, My lord, I think newspapers have their advantages, but the articles in them should be more restrained. Actually not. You can think of it this way, sir. Qin Yi stood up. In fact, not many people in the Tang dynasty can read, but all the entertainment of the Tang people is still concentrated on consumption. But they still feel empty. What? Chapter 199 The Changes in Business Opportunities Triggered by Newspapers. Xi Ping was somewhat confused. Taking Chang'an as an example, if the people had money, their first concern would be food and clothing, followed by their children's education. Of course, whether or not one is educated is not important in this era. What is important is inheriting the family business or the craft. As long as you can live, you can excel in any of the 360 professions. Furthermore, there are those who have accumulated wealth, who frequent brothels and waste their lives in official brothels like the Jiasifang. Most people don't realize that the entertainment they need is actually to fill the emptiness in their hearts. The emptiness in their hearts is not only due to low productivity, but also because there is no suitable entertainment available to them. Don't poor people have the right to rest and have fun? That's the purpose of newspapers. My lord, what do you mean? Newspapers are simply a form of entertainment. Every article in them is designed to give everyone a moment of quiet amusement during their leisure time. Qin Yi smiled and said, Perhaps you don't understand the ins and outs yet, but believe me, this is far better than brothels and gambling dens. Reading, like later methods of communication, is one of the most effective ways to exchange information. Information is industry. Information asymmetry is business. Information asymmetry has created businesses that can achieve true disruptive effects. In ancient times, information spread slowly, and a few people who possessed more information could become people with a strong sense of the big picture, because they could see further from a higher vantage point. In the Tang dynasty, if newspapers could be fully utilized and some fees were offered for contributions, then some problems would be easily solved. When all information is in your own hands, the vast network of intelligence and information is like the big data of later generations. That feeling of confidence and mastery is incredibly exhilarating. The first step of the long march has been taken. Xi Ping looked at Qin Yi, his heart filled with utter shock. These ideas and viewpoints were something he had never heard of or seen before. Now that they were coming out of the Marquis's mouth, he felt as if something had lit up his mind. I see. My lord, are you saying that newspapers are like a tool that can bring together more information? Qin Yi waved his hand. No. Xi Ping, this is clearly a matter of small profits but quick turnover. Xi Ping nodded vigorously. My lord, I understand. Before Qin Yi could figure out what this guy had learned, Xi Ping had already disappeared from sight. In the courtyard, Xi Ping, Zhang Zhongjian, and Zhu Yeqing huddled together, Xi Ping's face filled with admiration. The Marquis is indeed the chosen one. Zhu Yeqing's face immediately darkened. Don't say things like that again. Yes. Xi Ping's aloof demeanor instantly crumbled, and he began to sway. The Marquis said that one day, that newspaper will become the most sought-after thing in the world. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Zhang Zhongjian was completely bewildered. How could he be the most popular person in the whole world? Wait, what did you mean by newspaper? Xi Ping took out several newspapers from his sleeve, and Zhu Yeqing and Zhang Zhongjian began to scrutinize them under the lamplight. Before long, Zhang Zhongjian burst into laughter. Ha! It turns out that the officials of the Tang dynasty are so funny. I originally thought they were all just fame-seeking scoundrels. Old Zhang, how can Wei Zheng's concubine-taking be as clever as Cui Min's tale of a prime minister's love affair with a brothel? Zhu Yeqing's cold face revealed a shameless expression. What are you two looking at? Take a look at the things about His Majesty. Upon hearing that there was some inside information about His Majesty, the two men immediately became extremely anxious and began searching. Before long, all sorts of strange noises came from the courtyard. Yang Air and Tian Air knew a few characters, but they couldn't read the whole newspaper. However, there were many literate people in the Marquis's mansion, so they could ask if they didn't understand. Early in the morning, someone delivered a pile of newspapers, and many people from the entire household gathered together to listen to literate people read the newspapers. In Chang'an, there are many interesting anecdotes and stories. Sometimes, when people talk about strange and interesting things, they burst into hearty laughter. Only Li Chengqian was sulking. "Teacher, my father is not like that," Li Chengqian said sullenly. Qin Yi stroked his little head. "Chengqian, there are many things in this world that are true and false. Your father appeared in this newspaper. Although everyone knows that this is false, your teacher is asking you, do you still want to see it?" Li Chengqian is not very good at lying yet. After all, a future crown prince must be honest in many situations under strict court training. So what if he's the crown prince? He's just someone who's undergone rigorous training. In front of Qin Yi, Li Chengqian didn't want to admit it, but he still nodded. "But I don't want them to portray my father badly. My father is a very good man," Li Chengqian murmured. "Everyone says that fathers are protective of their children, but the children in the family also protect their father." Li Tai, oblivious to everything else, watched with rapt attention. "Ha! So Father Emperor had such a thing to say. Isn't this the Empress Dowager? This writer is despicable. Such a sensational topic, just a way to grab attention." Li Chengqian shook his head, sighed, and immediately joined in. After all, being a gossip monger is something in our genes. Since the human brain began to grow larger, it has developed social attributes that other races do not have. Homo sapiens' social interactions defeated many powerful races of that era, and also gave rise to gossip and stories. Ultimately, the so-called national sentiment, the so-called belief in gods and immortals, and the so-called cultural inheritance are all just stories. Stories about maintaining the stability of the ethnic group and upholding the ruling position. A newspaper reignited the passion of the lonely and empty people of the Tang dynasty. In Chang'an, countless schools welcomed students today. These students are not young, but they are learning to read diligently under the teacher's guidance. The gentleman was puzzled at first, but when he asked them, these middle-aged men laughed and said, "Sir, we need to be able to read newspapers." In Chang'an, people who specialize in reading newspapers are too expensive, costing 10 coins per reading. This newspaper only costs 1 coin. It would be better to learn to read from the teacher and read on your own. The teacher's tuition fee is not much, so it's worth it. The teachers at the private school all had stern faces, but the older students didn't seem to cause any trouble or make any noise. They were all focused on learning to read and write, showing no slackness and being very polite to their teachers. It was truly impossible to refuse them. So when the children saw the adults studying with them, they became even quieter. Misbehaving? Not a chance. As the saying goes, one is never too old to learn. Just look at other people if you don't believe me. Chapter 200. The Marquis, who worked personally. Qin naturally recognized the business opportunity, but he was now hesitant. He remembered Qin Yi's words. There is no end to the wealth in the world. Don't try to control both upstream and downstream. Doing so will only make you disliked by everyone. Even if you make money now, you will be criticized behind your back in the future. Old Huang, why don't you open a private school for literacy? There are so many people in Chang'an who are desperate to learn to read these days. Hee, young master Chun, Old Huang is too old to do anything but odd jobs. He can't handle those kinds of things anymore. Besides, if we opened a private school that teaches people to read newspapers and books, we could probably make a lot of money, right? Chun smiled and nodded. That's true, but I can't get involved in this kind of money. Why? Old Huang asked, puzzled. Wasn't the young master very interested in making money? How could he leave such a good opportunity aside and let others do it? Could he really not be envious at all? If others make this money, they will be grateful to me in the future. If I keep making all of it myself, then when people talk about me and Chun, they will definitely say that I am a swindler. Chun exhaled smoke rings and swayed back and forth in the rocking chair, which creaked as if protesting against his enormous weight. Young master is wise. Oh no, it's nothing but a little bit of cleverness. Zuala and Zualu, the two most famous brothels, have already started offering daytime services. From now on, guests will no longer need to hide from their families when visiting brothels, since I'm going to listen to the newspaper seems more legitimate than I'm going to visit a brothel. Qi Ping's former place in the Drunken Flower Pavilion has disappeared, replaced by a huge platform. On the third-floor platform sits an old scholar with a weathered face, sipping tea and swaying his body gently. There was an interesting story in today's newspaper. Immediately, the audience below became excited. The storyteller's retelling of the newspaper had a more sophisticated flavor than that of the scholars. Inside the Drunken Flower Pavilion, various tips jingled in the copper trays, which were soon full. The storyteller then coughed and slowly rose to his feet. So, about His Majesty now. It's another rumor about His Majesty. The same was true of Zuulu, and also of Zuola, a place with many famous courtesans. Xi Ping's place was removed, and Tian Yiwei's place was also removed. Similar to the Zuola brothel, the courtesans here personally read newspapers, which is quite a spectacle. That's how ordinary people are, especially those in the Tang dynasty who weren't very literate. They were all full of curiosity about the contents of the newspapers. The more they listened, the more convinced they were that what they were hearing was true. Did His Majesty really like hot pot? Is His Majesty really that funny? Shouldn't an emperor be majestic and full of murderous intent? Ordinary people have no idea what an emperor is like, nor what kings and generals are like. They rely on their own imagination to imagine the lives of emperors and kings and generals, naively believing that the empress of the Eastern Palace makes pancakes, and the pancakes are piled up like mountains. They believe that the emperor's axe and hoe are made of gold. What they think is just what they want to think. How could kings and nobles personally farm? Even Emperor Taizong of Tang, Lier, only symbolically went to the fields a couple of times each year. Before he had fully explored the land, he would leave in a hurry, leaving behind the kings and ministers cheering and the bewildered land lost in quiet contemplation. The earth never speaks, it remains eternally silent. It's not like there aren't kings and generals in this world who farm. After all, Qin Yi is currently doing farming. Qin Yi carried a hoe on his back, and Wang Zhuozhuo carried another one just like everyone else. The bamboo in the super farmland seems to be running out. He Chun is using bamboo a bit too fast, or rather, the Tang dynasty needs bamboo paper a bit too fast. Today, He Chen's paper sales have exceeded the total annual paper sales of the entire Tang dynasty. Xian paper and traditional hemp paper from all over the Tang dynasty are almost driven to the brink of collapse by He Chun and can only rely on orders from certain government departments to alleviate their economic difficulties. Wang Zhuozhuo looked at the huge greenhouse with excitement on her face. Qin Yi, I've never farmed before, can you teach me? Qin Yi smiled and said, actually, there's not much to do, just loosen the soil with a hoe. Among the princes and nobles of the Tang dynasty, Qin Yi was probably the first to bring his fiancée to farm. However, Wang Zhuozhuo was clearly too excited. With one stroke of her hoe, the roots of the cucumber seedlings were pulled out of the soil, and the broken parts were dripping with juice, as if they were lamenting the unreasonable woman. Wang Zhuozhuo, unaware of what she had just done, excitedly exclaimed, Qin Yi, I understand. You understand? You understand? What exactly do you understand? Are you the king of knowledge? Even Trump probably doesn't understand as much as you do. Today, I'm taking Wang Zhuozhuo to experience the hardships of farming. So naturally, I can't let her rest, and she can't complain about being tired. When Wang Zhuozhuo repeatedly clamored for a rest, Qin Yi's cold gaze made even her proud and arrogant nature instantly lose its will to resist. Finally, the task of loosening the soil in one greenhouse was completed. Wang Zhuozhuo waved her small hoe and shouted excitedly. The servants standing nearby covered their mouths and chuckled. They dared not ask about the Marquis's affairs, nor did they dare to speak of them. In any case, the young couple must be getting along well. Labor can indeed enhance feelings. Wang Zhuozhuo is now not shying away from letting Qin Yi touch her at all. Moreover, after Qin Yi took her hand, Wang Zhuozhuo refused to let go, leaving Qin Yi completely confused. He could only carry two hoes in one hand and drag Wang Zhuozhuo home. Your palms and the backs of your hands are sweaty. Can't you let your hands breathe? Qin Yi tried it and received a positive response. No. Young girls, once they've grasped the tail of love, they can't bear to let go. Qin Yi, New Year's Day is in a few days. Shall we go to Chang'an for fun? What's so fun about New Year's Day? Isn't New Year's Day a day for family reunions? Let's go to Chang'an to see the lanterns on the Lantern Festival. Wang Zhuozhuo nodded. Going to the Lantern Festival was an excellent idea. She wanted to go every year, but there were always too many people. Her grandfather wouldn't take her, her uncles and aunts wouldn't take her, and her aunts and uncles were too busy being lovey-dovey to pay any attention to her. This year is different. Qin Yi is here. New Year's Day, also known as the Spring Festival. In the Tang Dynasty, there were many ways to celebrate New Year's Day, full of joy and excitement. Although Qin Yi had never experienced it firsthand, he had seen it on television. So my family started preparing for the new year well in advance.